This is the story of a puny teenager named Diciwen Peverell, transmigrating into the world of Harry Potter. Having grown up in an orphanage, he arrives at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and grows into the Fool. The story begins here. Wendy had just finished rereading Lord of the Mysteries for the nth time. He stretched his body, picked up his keys, and left his room. Hello. That comes to 56 yuan in total. After showing his payment code and walking out of the convenience store, the red glow on the horizon made him feel in a daze, as though he had stepped into a Backlund afternoon. He shook his head and carried his shopping bag back home. And right at that moment, "Get out of the way," he heard a passerby shouting from behind him. Wendy turned around, only to see two beams of bright white light. Then everything sank into darkness. Who knew how much time had passed? Wendy woke up amid a ringing in his ears. When he raised his eyes, all he saw was a mottled wall built from brick and stone, and a beam of sunlight shining in through the window, landing on the wall like a square field character. Wendy rubbed his head and got up. When he saw his unfamiliar and small body, as well as the ill-fitting white linen clothes on him that had turned somewhat black, Wendy froze. Click. Don't tell me I've arrived in the world of Lord of the Mysteries. At that moment, an elderly voice came from outside the door. "Diciwen, are you awake?" The door was pushed open from the outside, and an old woman dressed in a grayish-white nun's habit walked in. "How are you feeling? The way you had that high fever truly frightened me. I had to invite a doctor to give you medicine before you finally settled down and fell asleep." Wendy watched the old woman speak in front of him, but he only felt that the world around him was empty, except for the ringing in his ears. Only the old woman before him opened and closed her mouth, yet no sound came out. "European style. Are you listening to me, or are you still feeling unwell?" the old woman asked again, uneasily. Wendy came back to his senses and said, "I'm already fine. Please don't worry." The old woman froze for a moment. She had not expected that this child, who had always been used to remaining silent, would actually answer with such a complete sentence. Looking at the old woman's expression, Wendy was startled inwardly. Did I go see? Does the original body not speak like this? After using silence to send the old woman away, the ringing in his ears completely disappeared, along with a surge of memories. Wendy felt a headache and slowly understood his current situation. This place was Britain, not Backlund. This was an orphanage. The 56-year-old matron, Madame Gladys, managed this orphanage with 22 children. The original body's name was Diciwen Peverell. The name had been given by the old matron, and it was said that the inspiration came from a fairy tale she had read somewhere when she was young. The original body was a child the old matron had found at the entrance. His personality was withdrawn, and he was not good with words. It was now the summer of 1983. The foggy city was unusually hot at this time. The humidity in the air was very low, and the white linen shirt did not feel particularly uncomfortable when worn, except that it simply did not fit. Looking at this 5-year-old body of his, Wendy curled his lips. The starting difficulty is a bit high. Unfamiliar environment. Unfamiliar country. How am I supposed to carve out the right path for myself? Ding dong. Who is it? Ame Chang. No, you led me astray. I am the mystery upgrade of mystery growth of mystery system. Wendy looked at the light screen in front of him with a dry throat. He asked one question. So did you bring me to the wrong place? This system is not wrong. This system is the mystery growth system, but this system never said it would take you to the mystery world. Looking at the sophistry of the system before him, Wendy was speechless for a while. So, next, aren't you supposed to give me a compensation gift pack? Wendy coaxed patiently. That's right. Wrong. It's not a compensation gift pack. It's a novice gift pack. Looking at the gift pack, flashing with golden light in front of him, Wendy ultimately did not argue with the system. He raised his hand and tapped open the gift pack before him. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 random sequence, 9 potion gift pack, 1 small novice gift pack, and 1 cubic meter of system space. Looking at the system, stubbornly maintaining its stubborn wording, Wendy's already dead heart died completely. Wendy rubbed his head hard several times with both hands. My Lord of the Mysteries world. Ding dong. The system is dedicated to cultivating the host into a great ability user of the Lord of the Mysteries world. Please stop making Meaningless resistance. Host. Teach. Wendy muttered irritably and resigned himself to opening the random potion gift pack. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 seer potion. Wendy looked at the finished potion before him and froze for a moment. Then, he asked system. In this ordinary Britain, how am I supposed to advance my level? Aren't you scamming me? Are you making me stay sequence 9 forever? Ding dong. This system can extract the characteristics of unique substances in the current world and provide the host with subsequent potions. Please, do not worry, host. Wendy still wanted to continue questioning it, but suddenly stopped. Unique substances in the current world. Could it be that this was not a normal world either? The Sandman, his dark materials, an English magician. Could it be? Ding dong. Please explore the specific situation on your own. Host, please have the system continue opening the small novice gift pack. Open it, Wendy said numbly. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 sequence 8 clown potion. Wendy no longer argued with the system. He tapped open the system light screen and saw his character attributes. Host, Diciwen Peverell. Age 5. Sequence, level, none. Abilities, none. Items, sequence, 8 clown potion. Sequence, 9 seer potion. Wendy did not directly consume the potion. He closed the system, opened the door, and walked out. He needed to find a suitable time and a quiet place where he would not be disturbed. In the corridor, there were children running past while playing and shouting. Wendy followed them outside. Under the unfamiliar gazes of a group of children, he walked beneath a large tree outside the orphanage and sat down on the ground, ignoring the direct stares of others. His heart was in chaos right now. He had experienced a car accident, transmigration, being sent to the wrong world, and he even had a system with him. What could be foreseen was that he had the ability to survive in this unfamiliar place. It was just that he had left his original world and his original family. Changing from Wendy into Diciwen, after a long while, the sky darkened. Wendy stood up, patted off non-existent dust, and returned to the dormitory. Deep in the night, when everything was silent, a pair of eyes opened in the darkness. Wendy quietly got up and walked out of the orphanage, avoiding the patrolling nun. He arrived at the other side of the large tree he had seen in the afternoon, where there was a wooden house that looked like a warehouse. He walked in, shut the door tightly, and carefully examined the warehouse where supplies were stored. Walking to a corner, Wendy took out the seer potion from the system space and drank it in one gulp. A cool, slippery feeling quickly entered his mouth, then slid down his esophagus and into his stomach. That viscous, deep blue liquid seemed to grow thin, long tentacles, cold and stimulating, instantly drilling into every cell in Wendy's body. He could not help twitching. His vision rapidly became blurry. Every color intensified. Red became redder. Blue became bluer. Black became blacker. Blocks of color grew thick and randomly pieced together. Like an oil painting splashed out by an impressionist master, a figure slowly appeared before his eyes. It was the original body, Diciwen. He slowly walked over and merged into Wendy's body. The darkness quickly dispersed, and the colors gradually returned to normal. He knew he had succeeded. Not only had he become a sequence 9 seer, but under the potion's effects, he had also completely become Diciwen. Diciwen adapted to his body for a while, thinking about the method Professor Old Neil had used in the original work, feeling his own abilities. Divination, spirit vision, intuition, mysticism, knowledge. All kinds of knowledge continuously surfaced in his mind. It was like information being typed into a computer, gradually forming in his mind. He recalled several divination methods from memory: how to turn spirit vision on and off, how to set up a wall of spirituality. After completely mastering his own body, the corners of Diciwen's mouth rose. He slowly walked back to the dormitory, his steps light and carrying a mysterious feeling. The next day, the sun was bright. Diciwen got up early, washed up, and ate breakfast, though the dry bread was difficult to swallow. Arriving beneath yesterday's large tree, he picked up a branch and used the dowsing rod method to ask a question. What should I do next? The branch fell toward the northwest, sensing that it was not a short distance away. Diciwen sighed in distress, looking at this 5-year-old body of his. At the current stage, he could only slowly adapt to the environment and familiarize himself with his abilities. Most importantly, he had to grow his body. Yes, he was too young, and there were many things he could not do. He got up and returned to the orphanage. The sun rose, and the moon set. After Diciwen had completely familiarized himself with the people in the orphanage, he began to ponder the acting method for a seer. With his advanced age of 5, if he used the method of getting through by being cute to carry out basic acting, he could use divination without clearly exposing his abilities and achieve the goal of acting as a seer. Since he had decided, he did it. The next day, Diciwen discovered that the old matron, Gladys, was walking all over the orphanage as if searching for something. He knew his chance had come. Diciwen ran to the old matron's side and said, "Grandma, Gladys, are you looking for something?" The old matron stopped, turned back, and smiled at Diciwen. "Little Dici, I'm looking for a small bright silver pot that should have been in the kitchen. I didn't see it in its original place." Diciwen said, "Grandma Gladys, I'll help you find it." As he spoke, he turned and ran off. He casually picked up a branch and used the dowsing rod method. East, slightly, northeast, ahead. Before his spirituality was about to be exhausted, Diciwen walked to a tree with a bird's nest on one of its branches. Looking at the nest above, Diciwen was speechless for a while. Who exactly had pulled such a prank? Right at that moment, a crow flew over and landed in the bird's nest. The crow stared at Diciwen and cawed nonstop, as if driving away an invader that had entered its territory. On top of the bird's nest, Diciwen saw a flash of bright silver. That should be the thing the old matron was looking for. After measuring the distance between himself and the height of the tree, Diciwen gave up on the idea of climbing up to retrieve it himself and turned back to the orphanage. "Grandma Gladys, I think I saw the little pot you mentioned in a crow's nest on a tree to the east." The old matron responded without taking it seriously. "Is that so? Thank you for your hard work. Little Dici, go eat lunch. It's lunchtime." Looking at the old matron, who clearly did not believe him, Diciwen was speechless for a while, but he did not give up and continued, "Grandma Gladys, please believe me. I searched for a long time. I really saw a little pot in the bird's nest." Looking at Diciwen's confident tone, the old matron decided to believe him. She followed Diciwen out. "All right, let's go take a look." When the old matron stood under the tree and looked at the trace of silver in the bird's nest, she lowered her head to look at Diciwen. A hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. "Little Dici is amazing. Thank you for helping me find this." On the surface, Diciwen smiled shyly, but inside he was ecstatic. Judging from the feedback from his body, this method really could help him digest the potion. After the old matron had someone retrieved the little pot, Diciwen was targeted by that crow. Every day when Diciwen went outdoors, that crow would swoop over and attack him like it was hunting prey. Under the reminders of his spirituality, after dodging the crow's attacks several times, the crow gave up on harassing him all day and changed strategies, attacking Diciwen at irregular times instead. However, the results were minimal. After all, Diciwen was already a beyonder. Even though he was only 5 years old, time flowed on, and in the blink of an eye, it was 1988. After painstakingly acting as a seer for 5 years, and after the people around him gradually adapted to this surprisingly accurate Diciwen, he finally digested the seer potion. Yes, do you know how out of place it is for a 5-year-old child to come looking for you every day to help you with divination? System, I'm asking you, Diciwen said hatefully. In this world, where normal people lived, displaying things with mystical colors was extremely difficult. Ding dong. The system hopes the host will keep up the good work. Pa. At night, Diciwen skillfully avoided the patrolling nun and came to the warehouse. He sat down in the familiar corner, took out the clown potion, let out a breath, tilted his head back, and cheers. Feeling the potion invade his cells, bit by bit, he discovered that his body was undergoing a meticulous transformation. The image of himself slowly surfaced in his mind, gradually becoming clear. Diciwen discovered that he could precisely control his expressions and body movements. He knew he had advanced to sequence 8, clown. The increase in spirituality brought by advancement, as well as the complete mastery and control of his body, made Diciwen feel that the 5 years had been worth it. Since he had already advanced, he had to continue mastering himself and digest the potion. In his heart, he recalled the acting principles of the clown, comparing them to curly-haired baboons' hardships throughout the clown stage, and recalling the helplessness of arriving in this world 5 years ago, as well as the bitterness and disguised self of these past 5 years. He felt confusion mixed with submission to fate. Carefully sensing his body, he discovered that the potion he had just consumed had moved forward by a small step. This works, too. The next day, the instant Diciwen walked out of the orphanage gate, the reminder from his spirituality and the clown's control over his own body made him perform a sideways flip and leap toward one side of the gate. Just after he jumped, a black figure descended from the sky and swept past Diciwen's original position. He stood blankly in place, feeling the pleasure brought by controlling his body for the first time. Only then did he realize that this 10-year-old body of his could already bring him a certain sense of security. At the same time, in a tavern in Croydon, where the orphanage was located, Thomas was bragging to a woman about his unusual experiences. "My sister told me she knows a magical child, a real fortune teller, and a very accurate one." In the corner of the tavern, a black-robed figure sat there drinking. After glancing at the young man, the figure drank the wine in the cup and left the tavern. At dusk, Thomas staggered out of the tavern and headed home. A black shadow followed behind him, gradually moving farther away. 3 days later, at night, a figure appeared at the entrance of the orphanage. Looking at the orphanage before him, the person's lips curved slightly, carrying a somewhat cruel meaning. The sound of the gate opening was very soft, but it woke Diciwen. In his impression, aside from him, no one would sneak out at this time. He put on his clothes and gently opened his room door. Footsteps came from the corridor. Looking at the black figure gradually approaching, Diciwen furrowed his brows tightly. A thief. Just as he wanted to take a closer look, the figure in the corridor disappeared. Then the alarm from his spirituality blasted through his mind like an explosion. A cruel gaze appeared in the crack of the door, meeting Diciwen's eyes. "Children who don't sleep aren't good children. He.
At the very instant the man opposite finished speaking, Diciwen dipped his head with nimble grace, slipped sideways through the doorway, and bolted toward the orphanage gates. Yet his movements made almost no sound. He had no wish to wake the people in the orphanage. That would expose far too much. After all, a clown was not meant to be ostentatious, but to perform in silence. The shadowy figure saw through Diciwen's intent at once. It suited his own thinking perfectly well, for he had no desire to cause too great a disturbance in the Muggle world either. He followed after Diciwen and stepped out of the orphanage. Though his pace seemed slow, there was something of a hunter about him. He would startle the prey, but never let it escape. In the familiar woods to the east of the orphanage, Diciwen finally came to a stop once he had run deep enough inside. He studied the arrangement of the trees with care, then drew out the 2 smoke bombs he had idly fashioned by hand in his spare time. After that, he stooped to pick up several leaves from the ground, and in an instant, his sense of security rose considerably. The shadow entered the woods and looked at Diciwen. "You truly aren't an ordinary child." There was a trace of amusement in his voice, and something vicious beneath it. "Turning you into a werewolf should be quite interesting." Diciwen's face filled with question marks. Underworld? In the brief instant he lost focus, the shadow lunged forward at startling speed. One hand shot toward Diciwen's throat, while the other reached inside his own robes. Diciwen watched the incoming hand. The fingernails gleamed with a blood-red sheen, and a thick, reeking scent of blood rushed straight into his nose. He bent backward and flipped away in a motion no normal person ought to have been capable of, narrowly avoiding the strike. But the moment he turned his head to look back at the man, he heard him shout, "Stupefy!" A red bolt shot from the man's wand toward Diciwen with terrifying speed. Seeing that streak of light and hearing the incantation the shadow had cried out, Diciwen froze for a single stunned instant. Even as he threw himself aside in a miserable dodge, he flung out the smoke bomb in his hand. Bang! Smoke rolled through the woods, and Diciwen's figure vanished from the man's sight. Silence returned to the forest. But in that same moment, from another direction within the smoke, several leaf blades flew out like knives. One slashed across the man's face, and blood ran down into his mouth. Feeling the sting of the wound and tasting the blood on his tongue, he paused for a beat, then burst into loud laughter. "Ha, I've changed my mind. I, Gray, want you dead." With those final words roared out, Gray charged toward the direction from which the leaves had flown, his eyes bloodshot. Yet he caught only empty air, and just as he spun around, Diciwen appeared behind him once more. With all his strength, He whipped the leaves in his hand toward Gray's neck. A thin arc of blood sprang out as Gray's carotid artery was sliced open, blood gushing forth in an instant. Yet Gray twisted around and struck Diciwen with a palm blow that sent him flying, crashing to the ground. For a 10-year-old child to take a hit like that, he would have been on his next reincarnation already if not for the effects of his extraordinary characteristic. Clutching his neck, Gray staggered backward. He hated Diciwen to the core. Pointing his wand at him, he shouted, "Avada Kedavra!" As the killing curse hurtled toward him, almost upon him now, Diciwen threw out his second smoke bomb. With a burst of green and a spray of smoke, it scattered through the air. Diciwen's figure blurred like a phantom and vanished before Gray's eyes. He slipped into the smoke, only to emerge on the far side of it, and sent a leaf flashing toward Gray's wrist, severing the tendons in one clean stroke. Gray's wand dropped from his hand. By then, he had no chance at all to retrieve it. Diciwen burst from the smoke, rushed past him in one swift motion, and snatched the wand into his own hand. As he stared at the wand before him, turmoil surged in his heart. So this was the world of Harry Potter. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for determining the world you inhabit. Reward granted, 1 magical outburst. Obtained, 1 source of magic. Magical outburst. Every young wizard has one. You know the drill. Source of magic. Using it can increase your own magic level by 100. Bloody hell of a system. Are you messing with me? At the same time the magical outburst descended upon him, Diciwen felt the extraordinary energy within his body collide with his magic, then begin to fuse together. Though waves of pain coursed through him, he discovered that, even without digesting the potion, the level of energy inside him had risen by a great margin, and the damage dealt by all his abilities had strengthened considerably. He lifted his head to look at the somewhat disheveled figure before him and gave a soft laugh. Sorry, this is over. But before the last word had even fallen, even louder laughter rang out from the other side. I chose today on purpose precisely to guard against accidents. As he spoke, he lifted his head to gaze at the full moon above, and his body began to swell. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a werewolf. Diciwen stood opposite him, his pupils shrinking sharply. To any normal person seeing such a scene for the first time, it was truly hard not to feel fear and unease. With a howl, Gray in werewolf form charged forward. It seemed the tendons in his hand had recovered the moment he transformed. Under the werewolf's savage assault, Diciwen pushed every one of his clown abilities to the utmost, evading the attacks while searching for a chance to counter. Then, in that instant, a massive claw tore toward Diciwen's head. His body tilted aside, as though he had already foreseen where the strike would land. Then, with a diagonal slash, he brought down the dagger he had fashioned from a broad leaf in his hand and cut Gray's paw clean off. A tremendous wolf's howl rang through the pitch-black woods, a cry so piercing it seemed it could carry for miles, laden with agony. Gray, still in wolf form, lunged again with his other hand. Diciwen slipped aside with the clown's abilities, aimed for the neck, and brought his blade down in one stroke, severing the wolf's head. The remaining wolf's body stood there in the woods for several seconds before crashing to the ground. Only Diciwen's ragged breathing remained in the forest, together with the cawing of a crow from the branches above. With such a commotion, it would have been difficult not to wake it. A battle of this intensity was still an immense burden for a 10-year-old child. Though he had dealt tremendous damage through the fusion of his magical outburst and extraordinary characteristics, Diciwen had no strength left now. He collapsed onto the ground, lying upon the leaf-strewn earth, gasping like a broken bellows. As the magic ebbed away, exhaustion washed over him. His hands could no longer even be lifted. A long while later, dawn had begun to pale the sky. Slowly, he pushed himself to his feet and surveyed the clearing before him. Both the wolf's head and body had vanished, reverting to a human corpse. A chill ran through him. Having only just returned from the edge of death, it was impossible not to feel lingering fear. He had not looked overly pitiful, perhaps, but he truly had been forced to exhaust every ability he possessed. He returned to the orphanage, took a shovel from the storeroom, went back to the woods, and buried Gray's corpse. He was not afraid of being discovered. No one but him ever came to this place, and besides, who would believe that a 10-year-old child could cut off an adult's hand and then behead him? After finishing all of this, Diciwen returned to the orphanage, went back to his dormitory, and fell into a deep sleep. At noon the following day, Diciwen slowly woke and found that the sun had long since risen high, yet the pain coursing through his whole body still made him afraid to move carelessly. He remained lying in bed until the old matron came and discovered him there in obvious misery. She was just about to fetch a doctor, but Diciwen stopped her at once. If the doctor were to discover that an orphan from the orphanage was covered in injuries from a fight, it would hardly reflect well on the old matron either. The old matron looked at the stubborn Diciwen and let out a helpless sigh. Then she turned and went to the kitchen to make him his first meal of the day, though by then it was already time for supper. After eating, Diciwen slowly drifted off to sleep once more. Looking at the sleeping Diciwen, the old matron vaguely guessed a few things. The wails from outside the orphanage last night had been shrill and harrowing, enough to make one's heart tighten in dread. Something must have been gravely injured. At that thought, the old matron could not help but feel her heart clench. Still, seeing Diciwen as he was, it was fortunate that there were no visible wounds on him. Otherwise, she certainly would not have allowed him to make the decision for himself. The old matron stayed by Diciwen's side until deep into the night. Only after seeing that, in the darkness, his breathing had grown steady, accompanied by the faint sound of his sleep, did she finally leave in peace. For several days in a row, Diciwen spent his time in bed. Whenever his stomach began to rumble with hunger, the old headmistress would bring him food. His body gradually returned to normal, and in fact had become considerably better than it had been before that night. Through the combined effects of magic and extraordinary substances, his body had undergone a positive transformation, and he could vaguely feel certain organs growing unnaturally powerful. Organ magicalization, or perhaps the extraordinary substances were causing his organs to become extraordinary. Feeling the telltale signs of organ magicalization that only adult wizards in novels were said to possess, Diciwen was overjoyed as well. Then he thought of the digestion progress of the clown potion, and when he checked, he was pleasantly surprised to find that it had advanced a great deal. That night, he had made up for his weakness in strength with nimble movement and technique, struggled actively to survive in battle, and not once recklessly charged headfirst into danger, which fit the logic of the clown potion's digestion. Fortunately, not everything was bad news. Bodily pain was temporary, but the improvement in ability was permanent. Diciwen said with relief. In the days that followed, the people around him discovered that Diciwen's body had become far more agile. He could easily dodge things other children deliberately threw at him, and he could also catch plates and dishes that the nuns accidentally dropped while clearing the tables. This change made him seem imposing in the children's eyes, and even more mysterious in the nuns' eyes. Wow, he is amazing, just average. Diciwen did not become arrogant because of the little brat's praise. In the days that followed, he was always able to bring surprises to the people around him without warning. Not only did he help others in daily life, he also influenced their moods with his witty words. Through this subtle, gradual process, he slowly digested the potion bit by bit. 1 year later, Diciwen was training his body in the forest as usual. He ran through the trees, occasionally dodging branches ahead of him and bushes and stones on the ground with an extremely uncoordinated posture. His nimble movements looking just like a monkey that had lived in the woods for a very long time. He could feel that his clown potion was about to be fully digested. That afternoon, just as everyone was immersed in the quiet of the midday hour, a fat owl flew in through the window, clutching a letter in its talons. On the envelope, a strange symbol could be faintly seen. At the center of the symbol was a capital H, surrounded by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake. Written on the envelope was, Mr. Diciwen Peverell, Room 4, First Floor, Crumb Orphanage, 22 Walnut Road, Croydon, Outer London. Without the slightest surprise, Diciwen opened the envelope. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, First Class Order of Merlin. Dear Mr. Diciwen Peverell, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. As Diciwen looked at the letter, what occupied his mind was the fact that the potion had a future now. System: what materials does the magician potion require? Ding dong. Please have the host obtain Whomping Willow roots and Venomsac leopard spinal fluid. Diciwen's head throbbed. Those were not easy materials to obtain in the world of Harry Potter. Whomping Willow roots could be acquired at Hogwarts, while Venomsac leopard spinal fluid would have to be looked for in Diagon Alley. But right now, there was one problem Diciwen needed to solve first. Money. For an orphan like me, the money Hogwarts provides isn't enough to cover the cost of the future potion ingredients. Looks like I'll need to think of a way while I'm at school. He left the dormitory, found the old headmistress, and borrowed paper and pen to write a reply to the school. Dear Headmaster, watching the owl fly off into the distance, Diciwen informed the old headmistress, then left the orphanage. He walked along the streets of Croydon, yet his thoughts were not on the scenery around him. I entered school in 1989, which means I'll be starting together with the Weasley twins. Looks like I'll have to find my first pot of gold on them. Just then, a warning from his spirituality came through, and Diciwen dodged aside, narrowly avoiding the hand of the beggar in front of him. Little thing, you're pretty nimble, aren't you? Looking at the filthy man reeking all over, Diciwen was speechless. Due to his magic and extraordinary characteristics, he was much taller than other children his age. To most people, he looked about 14 years old, but the beggar in front of him, though hunched and gaunt, stood a full 2 heads taller than him. I advise you not to get any ideas about me. I don't want to hurt you either. Hearing the child's threat, the beggar laughed heartily. I just saw that you were a little wizard and wanted to tease you. Diciwen looked helplessly at the old man in front of him. You're from the magical world. The old man smiled. Yes. Although I haven't used magic in a long time, I can still sense the obvious traces of magic on you. A minor wizard out on his own is very dangerous. My name is Ogden. I was once an or. Diciwen looked at the old man, filthy and disheveled, and it was hard to associate him with law enforcement in the magical world. You should be a third-year wizard, shouldn't you? Why are you alone on the streets of London? Ogden asked. Diciwen's mind stirred. Right, school hasn't started yet. I came out to see if London has anything interesting. From the way you moved just now, it seems like you've got some secrets on you. Ogden said with a grin. Diciwen said warily, what secrets? I'm just an ordinary third-year wizard. Relax. I'm not deliberately trying to pry into your secrets. But your magic gives off a feeling that's quite different from other young wizards. As an auror, my instincts are sharp, so I've taken a little interest in you. Different? Could you describe how it's different? Diciwen asked. It's as if the magic you emit from the outside carries some mysterious thread-like sheen. Unlike the magic of other young wizards, which is either calm or explosive, the power around you isn't pure magic, Ogden said. But don't worry. Although your magic is unusual, it doesn't feel like dark magic. Nothing to fear. Diciwen guessed that the extraordinary characteristics of the potion had affected his magic, making him appear different from the norm. If I fully digest the potion, will I become normal? He thought. Yes, his clown potion was nearly fully digested. With the clown potion almost digested, he had to prepare all the materials for the magician potion before enrollment. Otherwise, as a first-year student, it would be very difficult for him to find a chance to leave school. Looking at Ogden in front of him, Diciwen's thoughts moved. Ignoring what he had said, he changed the subject. Mr. Ogden, why don't you live in the wizarding world? You're a wizard, and yet you're still roaming about? Ogden looked at Diciwen. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking someone else? My name is Diciwen. Diciwen did not mention his surname. Ogden looked at the wary boy before him and replied, Hello, Diciwen. I'm just a useless retired auror. To me, living in the wizarding world or wandering outside makes no difference. Either way, it's all just spending my retirement. Ogden's words were clearly partly true and partly false, but that was no different from Diciwen himself. Still, Diciwen did not care. Instead, he abandoned his guarded posture and, now somewhat eagerly, said to Ogden, Mr. Ogden, may I ask you a few questions? Seeing Diciwen's sudden change in attitude, Ogden did not refuse his request. Of course. May I ask where I can obtain nundospinal fluid? Diciwen asked. That is quite simple. You can get it at any potions ingredient shop in either Diagon Alley or Hogsmeade. Do I have to pay for it? Diciwen asked again. Looking at the eager boy before him, Ogden was rendered utterly speechless. Since when did anyone buy something without paying for it? At that, Diciwen said, My name is Diciwen Peverell. I'm an orphan. Where could I get this ingredient without spending money? Ogden looked at the boy in front of him and, for a moment, did not know what to say. The nundu is native to East Africa and resembles a leopard. It has a Ministry of Magic classification of XXXXX, is a known killer of wizards, and is a creature believed impossible to tame or subdue. It is enormous, yet moves in complete silence, which makes it exceedingly difficult to detect when it draws near to prey or a target. The breath exhaled by a nundu is lethally poisonous and can cause fatal disease, enough to wipe out an entire village. Its overwhelming destructive power and elusive movements make it one of the most dangerous creatures in the wizarding world. Or perhaps I could trade you something in exchange, and you could use it to buy nundospinal fluid for me from an ingredient shop. Diciwen pulled a leaf from his coat pocket and flicked it like a throwing knife at the ground before Ogden. The leaf drove straight into the dirt, leaving only the stem exposed. Oh, Merlin's beard. Ogden dropped to the ground and stared at the leaf before asking, How did you do that? Diciwen smiled knowingly. Want to learn? I can teach you. Diciwen wanted to use Ogden, an old hand of the wizarding world, to obtain the ingredients safely, and he also wanted to make this friend through trade or some similar arrangement. Can you truly? Ogden asked. Diciwen told Ogden that he had only mastered the skill through long and relentless practice. Ogden scratched his head in frustration. At his age, time was the most extravagant luxury of all. Even though everyone in the wizarding world lived a long while, his body no longer allowed him to wield such an ability. Yet the next sentence caught his interest at once. What about divination? I can divine for you. This time Ogden was even more astonished. Could the boy before him be the surviving descendant of some prophetic family? But Diciwen had said his surname was Peverell. Since when had that family possessed the gift of prophecy? You can make prophecies for people? Diciwen thought to himself, prophecy? It should be more or less the same as divination, shouldn't it? I can use divination to help people solve certain problems, such as finding things or people. The moment those words left his mouth, Ogden's eyes widened. Truly? Of course. A mission I took part in back then taught me certain things, and among them was a revelation concerning you-know-who. Ogden looked at the child before him. The boy likely did not even know who you-know-who was. From that, I learned of an object. I have been searching for it for many years. If your divination can help me find it, then aside from providing you with nundu-spinal fluid, I shall also give you a considerable sum of gold galleons. Really? Diciwen lit up at once. If he could help, then both his advancement and his future funds would be secured. Provided you can help me find it. I believe I can help you. I'm very good at finding things. You must describe the appearance of this object in detail, or tell me everything you know about it. The more complete the information, the greater the chance of finding it. As Ogden listened to Diciwen's words, his thoughts drifted slowly back to a night many decades ago. Mr. Marvolo, I require Mr. Morphin to come to the Ministry of Magic for trial. He violated the statute of secrecy by using magic in front of a muggle. Ogden had gone to the old Gaunt family house, and after passing through several doors, he met the patriarch of the Gaunt family at that time, Marvolo Gaunt. Standing before Marvolo Gaunt, Ogden turned to Morphin and said, Mr. Morphin, do you not know the ministry's regulations? The statute of secrecy? Humph, Morphin said dismissively. I don't see anything wrong with a wizard of the Gaunt family casting spells on a muggle. Besides, that muggle deserved it. You ought to be grateful I didn't use the killing curse. Ogden looked at the deranged young man before him and asked, why did he deserve it? Morphin twisted his face and shouted, because Merope fell in love with that muggle. The moment he heard those words, Marvolo's expression darkened to a terrifying degree. In his eyes, for a pureblood which to pursue a filthy muggle would disgrace his family and taint its bloodline. He lunged forward, seized Merope by the throat, and tried to strangle his own daughter to death. Seeing Merope's face flushed red from the choking, Ogden raised his hand and cast a separating spell, stopping Marvolo's violence. But this infuriated Morphin beside him, and battle broke out. Ogden was no match for father and son together, and apparat away from the Gaunt house. Some 15 minutes later, he returned with a host of oars. Marvolo and Morphin resisted to the bitter end, but were finally arrested. His thoughts returned to the present. Ogden looked at Diciwen and said, what I seek is a ring, an heirloom passed down through an ancient family. Its present whereabouts are unknown, but it once fell into the hands of a madman, and that was the last time it appeared in this world. Diciwen stared at Ogden in utter stupefaction. Could he be talking about the Gaunt ring? That description was far too specific. Ahem. Diciwen gave a light cough, then suddenly rolled up his eyes, his tone turning deep and unbroken as he spoke. Ancient thing befouled by a sullied soul, it has been bound to the place of origin. Whoever bears unworthy desire shall, in the end, be slain by its wicked power. Ogden stared fixedly at the child before him, his heart churning like storm-tossed seas. He was, after all, an old man who had lived for decades and had witnessed the sight of true prophecy before. Everything now was exactly the same as the scene of prophecy he had once seen from a member of the Trelawney family decades ago. Diciwen abruptly returned to normal. What just happened to me? In truth, however, he was desperately holding back his laughter, the corners of his mouth trembling violently. Ogden was still pondering the meaning of the prophecy and paid Diciwen no heed. May I begin the divination now? Diciwen urged. Wasn't it already over? Ogden was utterly bewildered and had no idea whether what Diciwen said was true or false. Having already witnessed a prophecy, he was still immersed in those cryptic lines, for prophecies had to be interpreted, and whatever actions followed such interpretation formed part of the prophecy itself. How could it be? I haven't even started putting in any effort yet, Diciwen said aloud. As he spoke, he walked to the roadside, picked up a long branch, and solemnly began a dowsing rod divination. He braced the branch against Ogden's foot, and the spirituality within him began to circulate. Emptying his mind, he entered a half-meditative state and murmured under his breath, "The ring." At that moment, something unusual occurred. The instant the branch left his hand, it did not simply fall toward one direction, but spun several times in midair before dropping to the ground. Although it did ultimately point in a certain direction, Diciwen understood at once that the dowsing method had failed. Voldemort had laid a powerful concealment spell upon the ring, making it impossible to discover through prophecy, divination, magical perception, or similar means. After all, in the novel, Dumbledore had only managed to pinpoint the ring in the end through the clues left by the earlier Horcruxes and years of investigation. At this point, he was in an awkward bind because the dowsing method had failed, and he himself had no idea how to get to the Gaunt house and retrieve the ring. Nor could he very well ask Ogden, "Hey, old Ogden, do you know how to get to the Gaunt house?" Asking that would be far too humiliating for my dignity as a diviner. Diciwen picked up the branch again and resumed his dowsing method. This time, not only had he heightened his spirituality, he had also pushed the clown beyond her characteristics fused with his magic to their utmost limit. The divination concluded swiftly, and the branch pointed steadily in one direction. It worked. Diciwen cried out in delight, then told Ogden that the ring lay in that direction. Ogden looked where Diciwen was pointing, deep in thought. Over the years, his footsteps had spread across all of Britain, and he had investigated most places connected to the wizarding world. As a former Auror, he still possessed a fair amount of influence and connections. Then, recalling the place of origin mentioned in the prophecy, he roughly guessed what that direction signified. Could it be? As he spoke, Ogden touched Diciwen. In an instant, their bodies twisted, and they vanished from where they stood. The sensation Diciwen felt was as though someone had hooked his navel with a giant hook and flung him through the air before finally setting him down safely. The moment he regained his footing, Diciwen staggered to the roadside and vomited, as if he were bringing up even his bile. Ugh, ugh. At least warn me first so I can brace myself. Is this a third-year little wizard's first time operating? Diciwen gradually suppressed the nausea, steadied himself, and shot back at Ogden. There's a world of difference between operating for the first time and being dragged into it without any warning at all. Ogden gave a dry chuckle. My mistake. Can you still manage another divination now? Diciwen caught his breath and glanced around. It was a small town only sparsely inhabited. He used the dowsing method once more, and the result showed that the target was inside a large house in the distance. Could this be the gaunt old house? It's just ahead, in the house up ahead. Ogden's heart gave a violent jolt. Could it be that the thing he had searched for over decades had circled back here in the end? He began walking toward the house, looming faintly in the dark mist. Seeing that Ogden was about to push the door open and head inside, Diciwen hurriedly stopped him. "Mr. Ogden, that house looks dangerous. Shouldn't we make some preparations first? Maybe call in a dozen squads of Aurors or so?" Ogden shot him an exasperated glare. The Ministry only has a handful of Auror squads to begin with. A dozen? Ogden drew his wand. It was a rather short wand, dark red all over, with a ruby set into the end of the handle. After Diciwen's warning, he was reminded of that mad family and of the equally mad Voldemort, and he could not help but raise his guard. Flipendo! The front door exploded apart, the fragments hurtling into the house and kicking up a cloud of dust. When the dust finally settled, the two of them stepped into the house, which had stood untouched for over a decade. Sunlight filtered through windows thick with dust from years of neglect, only a meager portion of it reaching the interior. The house was oppressively dim. The floor was strewn with nothing but dust and shattered wooden furniture, and an air of suppression lingered in every corner. The two wandered through the rooms, avoiding places that were plainly cursed at a glance, sensing the currents of magic flowing through the house, until they arrived at the cellar door. Lumos. White light flared at the tip of the wand. Pushing open the cellar door, they descended by its glow. Hominum revelio. The probing magic stretched downward little by little, until at last it returned a response from a cabinet set in the corner against the wall. It was a three-tiered oak cabinet with inset panels. The glass in the upper section had already shattered, and the magical response came from the large middle drawer. Alohomora. The instant the drawer sprang open, a mass of black mist spilled out, and a murmur of whispers rose from within. "Good thing your prophecy warned us," Ogden said, still shaken. "Otherwise, the moment we opened that drawer, we might already have been tainted by the curse." Finite incantatum. A beam of light shot into the black mist. The moment it struck, the darkness writhed violently. A faint cry of unwillingness seemed to echo from within before it slowly dissipated. The two approached the cabinet and saw a ring lying in the middle of the drawer, set with a black stone. Diciwen said, "Is that ring safe?" He wanted to remind Ogden not to stumble at the final step after making it through 99 others. After what had happened with the curse just now, even Ogden did not quite dare to be certain. He took a pair of red dragonhide gloves from his extension charm bag and picked up the ring, examining it again and again. In the end, he confirmed that this was indeed the gaunt ring he had been pursuing. He had seen it before on Marvellow's hand, though most of his attention was fixed on the black stone set into it. None of this escaped Diciwen's notice. He wanted to warn Ogden of the resurrection stone's false promise, but those were not words that ought to come from his mouth. How could a young wizard in his lower years know of the Deathly Hallows? Even so, he still wanted to offer one last warning. Mr. Ogden, this ring still looks very dangerous. Try not to touch it or wear it. It would be best to seal it away and not carry it on your person, Diciwen cautioned. He did not want the first person he had come to know in the wizarding world to die just like that. Ogden placed the ring into a box, then took Diciwen away from the gaunt old house and apparat to a street beside the orphanage in London. After giving Diciwen a wallet expanded with an extension charm, he left in a hurry. He said he would come to see him when he had time. He wanted to study the ring first. Watching the figure vanish before his eyes, Diciwen thought that he had rid the old bumblebee of his deadly calamity several years ahead of time. Once term began, the old honeybee ought to reward him handsomely. Lost in pleasant fantasies, his hands did not stop moving. He opened the purse and counted the galleons inside. 500 of them. Wonderful. His magician potion finally had hope. For once, Diciwen wore a smile that truly belonged to a child as he skipped and bounded back to the orphanage. Good day, Granny Gladys. From then on, Diciwen only needed to remain at the orphanage, pass through his final stretch of orphanage life, and wait for a professor to arrive at his door and begin the beginner's tutorial. On that day, a lady dressed in emerald green robes, with a pointed witch's hat of the same shade, a tartan tweed shirt beneath, square spectacles on her face, and black hair always drawn into a tight high bun, knocked upon the orphanage door. Professor McGonagall first met with the old matron, Gladys, and explained the purpose of her visit. No matter how unwilling the matron was to believe it, after Professor McGonagall casually demonstrated a little magic, she ultimately chose to accept her words. From Diciwen's behavior over the years, she had long known in her heart that he was no ordinary child. But whether the boy went or stayed was not a decision she could make for him. So she sent someone to summon Diciwen to the matron's office. Diciwen entered the room looking utterly bewildered. He was just about to offer his usual greeting when he saw Professor McGonagall standing beside the old matron. As he looked toward Professor McGonagall, she looked toward him as well. Seeing Diciwen before her, with his tousled short hair and green eyes fixed intently on her, the corners of her lips lifted slightly. Diciwen, this is Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. She's come today because she wants to take you to a magic school to study. Although she says there could be danger if your magic stays out of control. Whether you go or not is still up to you, the old matron said gently. After all, this was a child who had grown up by her side for 10 years, and she hoped he would have a good future. Hello, Mr. Peverell. I am Minerva McGonagall, your future transfiguration professor. We received your reply, so you should be mentally prepared. You ought to know you are a different sort of child, after all. Strange things do happen when a young wizard's magic erupts. After a brief silence, Diciwen looked at the worried old matron before him and at the composed, cat-like professor beside her. Granny Gladys, I want to go to magic school and study. Though the old matron was deeply worried, this was Diciwen's own choice, and in the end she could only agree. Professor McGonagall watched the hardest part of this assignment come to a perfect finish, then led Diciwen out of the orphanage gates. You're far too young for apparition, so we'll use a slightly gentler means of transport. As she spoke, Professor McGonagall raised her wand and stood still. With a deafening bang and a flash of light, a 3-deck, vivid purple bus appeared out of nowhere, the words Night Bus written in gold above the windscreen. The bus came in so fast that Diciwen's body swayed from the impact of the noise, but thanks to the extreme control granted by the clown potion, he stood his ground steadily. The bus came to a stop right beside him. The conductor, Stan Shunpike, leapt down and shouted his trademark line. Welcome to the Night Bus, emergency transport for the stranded witch or wizard. Stick out your wand hand, climb aboard, and we can take you anywhere you want to go. Oh, hello, esteemed Professor McGonagall. Are you taking this young wizard to Diagon Alley? Yes, Stan, we're going to Diagon Alley, and no, we don't need any coffee or a meal deal. Thank you. Professor McGonagall seemed to be having a little trouble dealing with the conductor's enthusiasm, and spoke more quickly than usual. She hurried Diciwen onto the bus, handed Stan 22 sickles, found a seat, and sat down. Oh, Ernie, you know the destination, Diagon Alley. Ah, hold tight, we're just about there. With a deafening bang and a flash of light, the night bus vanished from the spot in an instant. Outside the leaky cauldron, with a thump, the night bus came to a steady stop by the roadside. The leaky cauldron. Here we are, Ernie called. Professor McGonagall ignored Stan's enthusiasm and quickly led Diciwen off the bus. Once Diciwen had stepped down and steadied himself, he asked, Professor, are there any other means of transport in the wizarding world? Professor McGonagall also had quite a few opinions about the night bus, but hearing Diciwen's question, she said with a trace of apology, for a young wizard, a means of transport that's reasonably fast and safe should only be this one. That's right, we're safe and fast. Stan and Ernie shouted together, and then vanished with a bang. Following Professor McGonagall into the leaky cauldron, people kept greeting her along the way. The pub owner, Tom, said to Professor McGonagall, leading in another new student, Professor Flitwick just went into Diagon Alley. Yes, Tom. It's the start of term, and there's a lot to do. I don't have time to chat. We're going in. After exchanging greetings, Professor McGonagall took Diciwen to the little private courtyard by the rubbish bins in the back. The walls and ground were covered in rubble, and weeds grew all around. It looked as though Tom had not bothered with the courtyard's cleanliness for a very long time. Professor McGonagall drew out her wand, pointed at the brick 3 up from the bin and 2 across, and tapped it 3 times. The wall bricks moved swiftly apart, revealing a cobbled lane, and before their eyes opened a scene full of witches and wizards, a medieval-like picture unseen anywhere in London. Warmth and noise surged over them at once. The cobbled street had been heated by the sun until it was faintly hot, and it crunched beneath their feet. Nearby, the cauldron shop had brassware piled like little hills, reflecting a dazzling golden light. From the robe shop next door drifted a soft scent of linen, while the garments in the window swayed almost imperceptibly in silence. A mingled array of smells filled the air. The dry freshness of new parchment, the faint medicinal tang of potion ingredients, the sweet fragrance of honeydew sweets, and the warmth of charcoal burning in a hearth. The streets were crowded shoulder to shoulder, with witches and wizards in robes of every color, some carrying bulging shopping bags, others leading owl cages, the birds within occasionally giving a clear, bright cry. Children gathered before the broom shop window, chattering excitedly about the latest model, the Nimbus 2001. Professor McGonagall first took Diciwen to Gringotts. As an impoverished student, you have a subsidy of 30 galleons. We need to go first to the Wizarding Bank, Gringotts, to collect it. They came to a tall white building that towered above the surrounding shops. Beside the gleaming bronze doors stood a goblin in a scarlet and gold uniform. The goblin was far shorter than Diciwen, with a shrewd dark face, a pointed beard, and extremely long hands and feet. Seeing them approach, he bowed. Passing through the bronze doors, they found a pair of silver doors before them, engraved with the words, Enter, stranger, but take heed of the consequences of greed. For those who seek and do not earn, must pay most dearly in return. The goblin bowed and led the 2 of them through the silver doors, where a vast marble hall lay before them. About 100 goblins sat on high stools behind long counters, scribbling in ledgers, weighing coins on brass scales, and examining gemstones through spectacles. There were countless doors around the hall, and more goblins were guiding people in and out of them. Professor McGonagall came to a counter. Mr. Peverell is here to collect his stipend, she said to the goblin behind it, handing over the admission letter in her hand. The goblin inspected Diciwen, then looked at the letter in his hand, counted out 30 galleons from the side, and handed them to Professor McGonagall together with the admission letter. Professor McGonagall gave the galleons to Diciwen and told him that everything needed for school could be bought with this money. Though of course such a sum would certainly not be enough to buy a decent robe. Then our first stop is Ollivander's. You need a wand of your own. Leaving Gringotts, the 2 of them went to Ollivander's. On the door, golden letters read, Ollivander's, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. The window was dusty, and a lone wand lay on a faded purple cushion. As the 2 of them entered the shop, a clear tinkling bell rang from deep within. The shop was cramped, with only a narrow bench and thousands of long, narrow boxes stacked all the way to the ceiling. The air was thick with dust and silence, as though they had walked into a stern library. Look who's here. Fir wood, dragon heartstring, 9.5 inches. It served you well enough. Hasn't he it, Professor McGonagall? We get along very well. Professor McGonagall gave a soft laugh. Of course, this wand, made from the wood of survivors, is highly suited to transfiguration, Mr. Ollivander murmured to himself. Then next is the gentleman who needs a matching wand. May I ask your name? Ollivander turned to look at Diciwen beside him. Diciwen Peverell, sir. Diciwen said nervously. After all, this was the crucial stage of buying one's weapons. Obtaining a wand of his own would be of great help in helping him come into contact with the wizarding world. After all, this wand was equivalent to a passport into the wizarding world, and his future magical studies would quickly raise his strength. His extraordinary magic, combined with the clown's bodily control, would be of immense help in learning spells rapidly. Ollivander studied Diciwen thoughtfully. As a wand maker, he was no stranger to that surname. The story of the three brothers and the Elder Wand had been something he had heard about ever since he began learning wand making, and yet in today's wizarding world, the surname Peverell had long since disappeared, replaced by certain pureblood family names such as Gaunt and Potter. Then, sir, which is your wand hand? To Diciwen, with his extreme bodily control, either hand could be the wand hand, but thinking of the habits he had formed over dozens of years in his previous life, he still answered, my right hand. Very well, I need to measure your exact size. The magical tape measure began taking Diciwen's measurements. Looking at himself, the fully automatic tape measure measured from head to shoulder, from elbow to wrist, and even his height and other data. Ollivander compared the measurements and began rummaging through the shop. Remember this, Mr. Diciwen. The wand chooses the wizard. He rummaged out a box thick with dust, brushed the grime from its lid with a gentle hand, stepped before Diciwen, opened it and held it out to him. Don't be afraid. Try this one. Apple wood, phoenix feather core. Diciwen took the wand, yet it remained utterly still, without the slightest response. Oh no, not this one. Taking it back, Ollivander resumed his search, drawing out wand after wand in an endless stream. Some flared with a sudden flash of light, some spat fire, some even shot out streaks like lasers. No. Ollivander gazed at the exacting customer before him, deep in thought. Mr. Peverell. He turned and went back into the storeroom behind the shop. After searching for quite some time, he returned covered in dust from head to toe. Try this one. Elder, 15 inches, thestral tail hair core. The instant Diciwen took hold of the wand, his spirituality, magic, and beyond her characteristics all began to boil at once, then flowed through his body in an ordered current. At the wand's tip, a brilliant gleam burst forth. I knew it! Ollivander cried excitedly. In the legends, the Elder Wand itself was made from a branch of elder snapped off by death at the roadside. Ollivander thought of the wand he had crafted in his youth in imitation of the Elder Wand. Its body had been made of elder wood, a material steeped in formidable magic, with a core of thestral tail hair, imbued with eerie properties and dominion over death. Diciwen looked at the wand in his hand, feeling the threefold energies coursing through his body. Though excitement surged within him, he forced it down. After all, before truly powerful wizards, the secret he carried would not remain hidden. All right, we still have many places to go next. Goodbye, Mr. Ollivander. Professor McGonagall took Diciwen to purchase the rest of his things. In a second-hand bookshop, he picked out a set of old books covered in handwritten notes, and in a used clothing shop, he chose a set of wizarding robes that fit him rather well. By the time they returned to the orphanage, Diciwen was laden with bundles. Under the astonished stares of the other children, he made his way back to his dormitory. After reminding him of a few important details about the start of term, Professor McGonagall handed Diciwen his train ticket and left the orphanage. Diciwen could feel the gazes of the other children upon him. Curiosity, fear, malice. If he stayed here any longer, he might well disrupt the stability of the orphanage. He went to find the old matron. Grandma Gladys, I want to talk to you about something. He told her about his current condition, about the strange way the people around him had begun to treat him, and about his intention to move out for a while. The old matron looked at the child before her, who felt more and more like a stranger now, yet in the end she did not object. Over the years, Diciwen had always been a child with a mind of his own, and he had never caused trouble, so she was quite at ease with the idea of him moving out to live on his own. She simply could not bear the thought of a child fending for himself outside. Don't worry, matron. I'll come back to see you when I have time. Diciwen looked at the old matron's face, full of reluctance, and tried to comfort her. Diciwen returned to the dormitory, packed up the meager belongings he scarcely had to begin with, took the things he had bought in Diagon Alley and the money Ogden had given him, and left the orphanage. Standing in the streets of London, Diciwen wondered where he could go. Absent-mindedly, he lifted his wand. Bang! The conductor, Stan Shunpike, jumped down from the bus and shouted the vehicle's trademark line. Welcome to the night bus. Emergency transport for the stranded witch or wizard. Just stick out your wand hand, step aboard, and we can take you anywhere you want to go on land. Oh, it's the young wizard who was with Professor McGonagall. Where are you headed, then? Looking at Stan before him, Diciwen remembered that the Leaky Cauldron offered lodging, was close to Diagon Alley, and would let him purchase materials as well. Perfect. Mr. Stan, I want to go to the leaky cauldron. The leaky cauldron. Ern. The leaky cauldron. Ern cackled strangely. Ferris 11 sickles, but for another 2 sickles you get a hot chocolate. And for another 2, why, you can have a sleeping bag and a toothbrush too. Color of your choice. No need, thank you. Before he had even managed to tell him he wanted none of it, the sales pitch had already been rattled off at remarkable speed. Diciwen declined politely and took his seat. All right then, Ern, let us go. Go. Ern gave another odd cackle and started the bus. The bus lurched forward in a wild, swaying rush, continually veering from lane to lane and reshaping itself to dodge every obstacle in its path, until at last it came to a halt before the leaky cauldron. The leaky cauldron. We're here. Diciwen said goodbye, stepped down from the bus, and walked into the leaky cauldron. Well now, whose little wizard might this be, and what can I do for you? Tom asked as he polished a glass. I'd like to rent a room until Hogwarts starts, Diciwen said directly. Tom stopped what he was doing and looked at him. Certainly. We have a room. Number 22 on the 2nd floor. That will be 46 sickles in all. That is fine. At last, Diciwen had everything settled. Tomorrow he would go to Diagon Alley. It was time to gather the ingredients for the magician potion. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Diciwen entered Diagon Alley. Watching the people coming and going in wizarding robes and pointed hats, he found his heart easing instead. At the orphanage he had been an oddity, looked at askance by all. But here he was merely an unremarkable young wizard. No one would single him out anymore. No one would think him mad simply because he walked a different path. Diciwen made his way to a magic materials shop. Before him stood an old establishment, its display window crowded with bottles and jars of every kind. He pushed open the door and entered. Hello, welcome to Axer Magical Materials. What might you like to buy? The shopkeeper called out. He was an elderly white-haired man with a ruddy complexion. Ding dong. The system has detected the primary ingredients for the magician potion. The system was somewhat useful after all. I need the roots of the whomping willow and the spinal fluid of a venomous fong leopard, Diciwen said. There was no need to ask whether the shop had them because he already knew it did. Oh, I have both of those materials here. How much would you like? Following the system's prompted weights, he told the shopkeeper the quantities. After doing the sums, the old man said to Diciwen, that comes to 67 galleons, 5 sickles, and 22 nuts. I'll charge you 67 galleons. You really are a kind one. Looking at the shopkeeper, who had voluntarily given him a discount, Diciwen thought this to himself. The old man turned and went to the shelves to search out the 2 materials. Ding dong. Sequence 6 faceless potion ingredients detected. The essence characteristics of a boggart, Akami eggshell, Vila hair, and demiguise fur. Hearing the system's report, he was overjoyed. It seemed the potion ingredients for the next stage would be easy enough to obtain as well. The only trouble was the number of items required. Still, he had only just digested the clown potion, so there was no need to purchase the next stage's ingredients too early. Yes, he had already fully digested the clown potion. On the very day he left the orphanage, it had finished digesting. Perhaps it was because he had finally felt himself return to his fate, to the magical world, and so the last remnant of the clown potion had been immediately digested. After returning to the inn from the magic materials shop, he told old Tom that he would not be taking lunch or dinner and that no one was to disturb him. Then Diciwen went back to his room and locked the door. What he needed next was a private space. With the silver dagger he had picked up in Diagon Alley, he set up a wall of spirituality inside the room. A transparent radiance slowly spread through the entire chamber, enveloping Diciwen within it. This would prevent the disturbance of extraordinary energy caused by his imminent advancement from being discovered by others, and from interfering with his smooth advancement. System, get to work. Ding dong. The primary ingredients for the magician potion have been detected. Synthesize the magician potion? Yes. The materials before his eyes began to twist and warp, then vanished entirely. The system interface flickered for a moment before finally going still. Ding dong. Within the successful synthesis, a vial of liquid appeared in the system space like a burst of fireworks, crimson, orange, yellow, and green spilling outward in endless waves, fading only to bloom anew. A potion of dazzling and extravagant beauty. This was the magician potion. Diciwen steadied his emotions and drank it down in one gulp. The instant the potion touched his lips, there came a faint coolness along with a searing spiritual sting. It slowly spread through his body, and he felt as though every cell in him were greedily absorbing its effects. His senses sharpened for a brief moment. His spirit seemed to rise to greater heights, and in the end, everything settled back into calm. Feeling the change in his own strength, he knew he had advanced successfully and become a magician. After advancing to magician, Diciwen instantly grasped abilities such as damage transfer, flame jump, and air bullet. His bodily coordination and dexterity improved markedly, strengthening him even further. At this stage, he had finally escaped the predicament of relying on his body alone in battle and had gained truly supernatural abilities. At the same time, an urge to perform magic acts kept surging through his mind, as though he were standing beneath the gaze of 10,000 eyes, on the verge of presenting a grand performance. But as his spirituality gradually returned to him, he forced that desire back down. With Diciwen's advancement to Sequence 7, Magician, the Beyonder characteristic within him grew more active, his spirituality rose, and his magical power also began to increase slowly under the combined effects of his Beyonder characteristic and spirituality. As he slowly returned to normal, delight welled up within him. Looking at the candle on the wall, he activated one of his abilities. Flame manipulation. The candle flame flew over and flowed across his hand, dancing at his command as he played with it to his heart's content. Afterward, he guided the flame back to the candle. Flame jump. With a shift of his figure, Diciwen moved in an instant from the bed to the wall, and because he was still unpracticed in using the ability, he nearly crashed into it. The rest of his abilities were not suitable to demonstrate outside actual combat. Diciwen returned to the bed and lay there with one arm beneath his head, staring at the spiderwebs on the ceiling as he sank into thought. With his current physical condition and supernatural abilities, although he could not kill someone quickly, his chances of surviving on a battlefield had greatly improved. He felt that, having only just advanced, he needed to spend this period properly training and mastering these abilities. Once school began, unless he went to the room of requirement, he would hardly have any time to practice alone. Early the next morning, Diciwen stepped out of the leaky cauldron and walked along the streets of London toward a more secluded area. Gradually leaving the lively districts behind, he stopped beside a small river. The main supernatural abilities of the magician stage were air bullet, damage transfer, paper figurine double, flame manipulation, flame jump, and an ability that enhanced hand dexterity. This last one was no less valuable than the others in increasing a magician's combat power. Especially for Diciwen, whose secondary profession was now that of a wizard, spellcasting relied heavily on the movements of the hands. This enhancement was of tremendous help both in learning spells and in casting during battle. Air bullet, shaping his fingers into the gesture of a gun. He fired an invisible bullet of air toward the river's surface. The water exploded into a spray, with force no less than that of a great stone hurled straight into it. Paper figurine double. Diciwen took out the paper figurine he had prepared the night before and placed it on the ground. Then he turned and rushed toward the river. Just as he was about to plunge into the water, he activated the ability. In an instant, their positions switched. The paper figurine fell into the river, while Diciwen remained standing firmly on the bank. What a practical ability. In battle, instantly changing position like that would unwittingly grant him yet another chance to deliver a fatal strike. Diciwen practiced by the riverside for quite a while. When he felt that more than half of his spirituality had been depleted, he finally stopped and looked toward the horizon. A rainbow-hued sunset already hung at the edge of the sky. A whole day had passed. Only then did Diciwen realize how much time had gone by. He was so hungry that his stomach was growling. By the time he returned to the leaky cauldron, night had already fallen. Old Tom looked at Diciwen safe and sound, and smiled faintly. "Diciwen, would you like some supper? One portion? No, bring me two." Diciwen felt as though he could eat an entire pig. At last, well-fed and well-watered, Diciwen half reclined in his chair. With his stomach full and the weariness of the day dispelled, he leaned back and did not want to move. After a while, Diciwen seemed to think of something. He hurriedly got to his feet and returned to his room. Ever since obtaining his wand, he had not seriously studied any spells. The digestion of the clown potion and his advancement to magician had drawn away all his attention. Now that he had played enough with his newly acquired abilities, it suddenly came back to him. He was still a wizard. He dug out his second-hand copy of the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, opened to the first page, and looked at the very first spell introduced there. The levitation charm. The original printed content of the book clearly consisted of the incantation for the levitation charm, diagrams of the casting posture and wand movements, as well as detailed explanations of the flow of magical power during casting and the origin of the spell's root words. But second-hand books always came with unexpected delights. In the blank margins beside the text, the previous owner had written some casting tips not found in the book itself, along with a few little tricks. There were also several spells related to the levitation charm: the hover charm, the ascending charm, the summoning charm, and the reinforced levitation charm. Beneath each spell were notes explaining the parts of it connected to the levitation charm. Diciwen flipped further through the book. The entire volume was like this, densely covered in writing. It seemed this book had once belonged to a true academic prodigy. What extraordinary luck. Diciwen believed that was due to the portion of the seer pathways beyond her characteristic connected to fortune. After spending a long while studying the knowledge related to the levitation charm, Diciwen took out the Elder Wand and aimed it at the cup on the table, softly reciting the incantation while matching it with a flick of his wrist. He watched as the cup slowly left the tabletop and floated steadily into the air. Watching the cup hover there, Diciwen was delighted for quite some time. After all, this was the first time he had cast magic since coming to this world, and he had successfully lifted the cup. Wonderful. Still brimming with excitement, Diciwen lowered his head and looked at the book in his hands, turning through spell after spell. The unlocking charm, the locking charm, the mending charm, the severing charm, the softening charm, the fire-making spell, the wand-lighting charm. Reading the explanations of the spells themselves and comparing them with the notes left in the margins by that scholarly former owner, the key points of each spell unfolded before his eyes with striking clarity. The magician's nimble hands allowed him to reproduce with precision the wand movements described in the book. Before he knew it, he had studied deep into the night. Yawning, Diciwen closed the book and walked to the bed. He turned off the lamp at the bedside and wrapped himself in the blankets. A night's study had exhausted the remaining half of his spiritual energy, and he now felt exceptionally weary. A few minutes later, the sound of snoring rose from the darkened room. Diciwen spent half a month working his way through all the first-year books. Aside from a history of magic and fantastic beasts and where to find them, which mostly required memorization, the rest interested him greatly. Of them, the most difficult were Magical Theory and A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, and he spent several days on those alone. He felt that he now possessed at the very least the level of a third-year student. Though he had only read first-year books, every incantation and every scrap of magical knowledge in them was clearly engraved in his mind, and he could cast the vast majority of those spells himself. His proficiency still needed work, but he was certainly stronger than ordinary students. Time passed swiftly in such days. Diciwen repeated the rhythm of training his magician abilities by day and practicing magical spells by night, until the day term began. On that day, he packed all his books and luggage. After bidding farewell to Old Tom, he set out on foot for King's Cross Station, since Charing Cross Road was not far from the station at all. A dozen or so minutes later, Diciwen entered the station with his ticket in hand. The old-fashioned British station bustled with people coming and going, and its dim yellow walls spoke of its age. Diciwen looked at the platform numbers on the pillars, searching for platform 9 3/4. He came to the space between platforms 9 and 10 and began watching the area around him for children carrying unusual luggage. After all, it was the back-to-school season. There would surely be young witches and wizards who knew the way and were here to board the Hogwarts Express. Gradually, a crowd began to gather before the pillar beside platform 10. So this is the place, Diciwen thought. As he walked over, he heard a woman's voice ring out. Don't push now. One at a time. The little witches and wizards with experience first. Looking at the red-haired woman directing everyone at the front, he wondered, could that be Molly Weasley? Sure enough, beside her stood two identical red-haired boys. Watching the crowd before them, the pair huddled together, whispering in low voices and breaking into snickers every so often as they pointed at someone in the throng. Diciwen took his place at the very back of the line and slowly made his way onto platform 9 3/4. Seeing how utterly different the crowd on the platform was from the one outside, he squeezed his way in, found an empty compartment near the last few carriages, and stepped inside. Using the levitation charm, Diciwen stowed away his luggage, then took out a book on magical theory. Leaning back against the seat, he began to read. More than 10 minutes passed. He felt the train give a shudder, then slowly begin to move. Clackety-clack, clackety-clack. Once it pulled away from the platform, the train began to gather speed, heading for Hogwarts. It seemed he really had chosen a carriage very near the back. The train had been moving for quite some time, yet no one had entered his compartment. Before he could finish marveling at that, the compartment door was pushed open. A little girl carrying a heap of luggage stepped inside. She had black hair falling in mermaid-like curls over her shoulders, and there was a faint trace of tears at the corners of her eyes. She did not seem to notice there was already someone inside. After closing the door, she crouched down on the floor and began sorting through her scattered belongings. Her luggage had probably come undone while she was trying to squeeze into the carriage. As for why she had ended up all the way back here, the most likely reason was that her things had spilled all over the floor. The other children had laughed at her, and, with the pride of an 11-year-old, she had simply wanted to get as far away from that place as possible. At the thought, Diciwen unconsciously turned a page in his book. Hearing the rustle of pages behind her, She spun around as if startled. Ah, I'm sorry. I didn't notice there was someone in here. I thought this was an empty compartment. Because Diciwen had placed all of his luggage on the rack with the levitation charm. The floor was not piled high with trunks and bags like in the other compartments. That was why, when the little girl walked in, she had not realized anyone else was there. It's fine. This is a public place, after all. Anyone can come in. Oh, I nearly forgot to introduce myself. My name is Diciwen Peverell. My name is Arya Spinnet, Arya said, looking at Diciwen, who seemed a few years older than she was. Hello, upperclassmen. I'm a first-year student this year. Diciwen did not explain himself. He merely said hello, then returned to his book. Seeing that Diciwen had nothing more to say, Arya turned back and continued tidying her luggage. You'd best take out your robes. You'll need to change when we arrive at school. Catching sight of her awkwardly trying to fold and sort her robes, Diciwen offered the reminder. Ah, all right, thank you, upperclassman, Arya said gratefully. She thought that although this upperclassman looked cold and distant, he was actually kind-hearted. After sneaking one glance at Diciwen, she quickly turned back to continue straightening her clothes. Before long, Arya finished sorting her things and set them by the seat. She sat down, looked up at the luggage rack, then looked again at Diciwen, who by height alone did not seem capable of putting luggage up there. A puzzled expression crossed her face. Feeling her gaze from across the compartment, Diciwen lifted his head and looked at Arya. Arya, however, lowered her head at once like a thief caught in the act, her cheeks coloring faintly red. Do you need me to put your luggage up for you? No need. There are only 2 people in the compartment anyway. It would be troublesome to take it down again, Arya said haltingly. After finishing the sentence, she immediately turned to look out the window, not daring to meet Diciwen's eyes again. Diciwen lowered his head and returned to his book, and silence fell over the compartment once more. Several hours passed quickly. Diciwen was still reading, while Arya had fallen asleep, leaning against her seat. As evening drew near, Diciwen rose to change into his robes, paying no mind to the sleeping Arya opposite him. Once he had finished tidying himself up, he woke her and said, "We're almost at Hogsmeade. Get up and change." Ah! Looking at Arya, still drowsy and gazing at him in confusion, Diciwen found that she was actually a little cute in this state. Smack. You're a man several decades old. How can you think like that? She's still just a child. The Diciwen in his heart gave himself a sharp slap and sternly rebuked him. We're nearly there. Get up and change. With that said, Diciwen stepped out of the compartment. Only then did Arya inside fully react. Her face flushed red. He had seen her sleeping. I wasn't drooling, was I? At the thought, Arya grew so embarrassed that even her ears turned red. She got up, changed into her robes and, after arranging her luggage, called out through the door, "I'm finished changing." Diciwen opened the door and said to Arya, "Just leave your luggage on the train. The house elves will carry it to the school for you." No sooner had he finished speaking than the sound of the train brakes came. The train swayed, began to slow, and then gradually came to a halt at Hogsmeade Station. Diciwen was the first to step down from the carriage and make his way toward a gigantic figure at the front of the platform. "First years, this way with me. Leave your luggage where it is on the train," Hagrid shouted toward the carriages, his voice carrying a great distance indeed, for the constitution of a half-giant was exceptionally formidable. Arya looked around at the station outside. Hearing Hagrid's voice, she also came over in this direction. Very soon, Hagrid was surrounded by little witches and wizards. Looking at the children around him, all at least a head shorter than he was, Diciwen found it rather amusing. "You there, you 2 little wizards. If you're not first years, don't stay here. Over to the carriages." Hagrid shouted at Diciwen and a boy to his left who, like him, stood a head taller than the others nearby. Turning his head, Diciwen looked at the boy. "Isn't that Cedric? I remember he's half a year older than the twins, so he started school half a year later and ended up in the same year as us," Diciwen thought. "I'm a first year, sir," Cedric said awkwardly, then glanced at Diciwen. "So am I," Diciwen said to Hagrid. 2 tall little wizards. All right then. Everyone line up and follow me." By dusk, the sky had grown quite dark. The first years stumbled forward, deep and shallow, along the path. Seeing this, Diciwen took out his wand, raised it above his head, and cast a lighting charm. At once, light flared overhead, illuminating the surrounding area, and the first years could finally see the road beneath their feet. Cedric looked at Diciwen, who had already cast the spell, and quietly put away his own wand. Before long, the group reached the edge of the Black Lake. "For to a boat. Pair up however you like. Come on now." "All aboard," Hagrid told the first years. Once he saw that every first year had boarded, Hagrid climbed into an empty boat, and they began to make their way toward the castle. The enchanted boats needed no one to row them. They carried the first years across the Black Lake. The lights of the castle shimmered upon the water, and beside their route, one of the giant squid's enormous tentacles rose above the surface. Heads down. As they passed beneath the archbridge, Hagrid gave the warning out of habit. In truth, only he himself needed to duck. But the little witches and wizards did not know that, and obediently lowered their heads all the same. Watching the scene, Diciwen nearly laughed aloud. The boats came to a stop at the landing before the castle, and everyone disembarked one after another, gathering before the great doors. Diciwen felt someone tugging at his robe. Looking to the side, he found Arya glaring at him, full of indignation. "I never admitted I was an upperclassman," Diciwen said before she could speak. That sentence nearly choked Arya speechless. "You never admitted it, but you never denied it either." Arya puffed out her cheeks, stopped looking at him, and moved off to one side. "Hello, my name is Cedric. Your magic is very good. Diciwen, you should be able to do it too, right? I saw you take out your wand." Diciwen replied. Cedric looked at the bluntly spoken Diciwen before him and could only feel that this person's powers of observation were remarkably sharp. In that kind of darkness, he had still noticed him drawing his wand. "I'm probably not as skilled with it as you are," Cedric said modestly. "I only read ahead a tiny bit." Beside them, Elia watched the two converse and found Diciwen's deliberately affected manner even more irritating. She gave a huff and moved another 2 steps to the side. Seeing the exchange between them, Cedric found it rather amusing as well. Just then, the great doors of the castle opened, and Professor McGonagall stepped out, coming to stand before them. "Thank you, Hagrid. I'll take it from here." "Right you are, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid answered. Professor McGonagall then turned to the first years, and their voices gradually fell silent. Only then did she speak. "Follow me." They passed through the doors into the castle entrance hall, walked along the central passage, and came to a stop outside the doors of the great hall. Professor McGonagall halted, turned back to the first years, and said, "Wait here quietly." With that, she turned and entered the hall. Only then did Diciwen remember that he was about to meet the greatest old bee of the century. At his current stage as a Sequence 7 magician, he possessed no abilities such as occlumency, so when facing Dumbledore, he absolutely must not meet his eyes. Otherwise, that shameless old honeybee would not mind casting a legilimency spell on a little wizard who piqued his interest. So Diciwen began adjusting his posture, keeping his head slightly lowered and his gaze on the ground, while making sure he was prepared not to look up. When Elia saw the suddenly subdued Diciwen beside her, she assumed he had heard the other young wizards discussing the sorting challenge at Hogwarts and had lowered his head out of fear. Only then did a smile curl at the corner of Elia's lips as she shot him a glare. "So you do know how to be afraid?" Elia thought. Diciwen paid no mind to Elia beside him and continued keeping his head down until Professor McGonagall came back out. "Form a line and come inside with me." After saying this to the first years, Professor McGonagall turned and led the way into the hall. The first years entered one after another. The grandeur of the great hall unfolded before their eyes, and above them the enchanted weather cast flashes of lightning across the ceiling. Professor McGonagall led everyone to a hat set in the middle of the hall. It was filthy beyond belief, and it made Diciwen think of Ogden's shabby old hat. He had no idea how Ogden was doing now. Having left the orphanage, Diciwen did not know when he would see him again. Suddenly, the hat gave a shake and split open along a thin seam like a mouth. While everyone stood there at a loss, it began to sing. "You may think I'm not much to look at, but never judge by outward show. I'd eat myself if there existed a hat more fair than I could know. You may make bowler hats gleam black and bright, and top hats smooth and tall and grand, but I am Hogwarts sorting hat, far finer than all hats in the land." When the sorting hat fell silent, the great hall sank into utter quiet. At that moment, Professor McGonagall took out a roll of parchment and said to the young wizards before her, "When I call your name, step forward, sit on the stool, and put on the hat. Zacharias Smith." As she spoke, she picked up the sorting hat from beside her. Zacharias stepped forward and sat on the stool. Hufflepuff. The instant the hat touched his head, it cried out the word. A great cheer erupted from the Hufflepuff table. Several more students went up in turn and completed the sorting. Elia went to Gryffindor and Cedric went to Hufflepuff. Diciwen Peverell. Hearing Professor McGonagall's voice, Diciwen walked forward with his head slightly lowered and sat down on the stool. Once she saw that he was seated properly, Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat upon his head. Peculiar little wizard. What a very unusual magical aura. What? To think he possesses such will to resist, and such courage. The sorting hat, having apparently touched upon traces of a certain memory in his mind, let out a cry of astonishment. Then Gryffindor. From the staff table, Dumbledore watched Diciwen step away from the stool and walk toward the Gryffindor table with his head lowered. He had the faint impression that the boy was angling his head toward the direction of the great hall doors, and a soft chuckle touched the corner of his lips. Was it a coincidence? The sorting continued. George Weasley, Gryffindor, and just so you know, this one is Fred. Hearing the sorting hat's words, Professor McGonagall shot Fred an irritated glare. Watching him head toward the Gryffindor table while wearing a mischievous grin and joking with the students beside him, she felt a distinctly bad premonition rising in her heart. George Weasley. This time the real George stepped forward, and before the sorting hat had even touched him, it cried out at once, Gryffindor. Watching the twins clown about there, Professor McGonagall pressed a hand to her forehead, feeling that the next few years were going to be rather busy. The sorting ended. Dumbledore rose to his feet and said, "Let the feast begin." In an instant, the table before Diciwen was laden with a sumptuous spread. He ate very slowly, as though he was not particularly hungry, because even now he had to keep part of his attention on avoiding Dumbledore's gaze. As the students relaxed more and more, the atmosphere in the Great Hall gradually grew lively.
Hello, I am George Weasley.
Diciwen looked at one of the twins greeting him from beside him and replied, "Hello, Fred. My name is Diciwen." Hearing that answer, Fred froze on the spot, while George beside him blurted out, "How did you tell us apart? Even our mother gets us mixed up." Naturally, Diciwen could hardly say that he knew the one who spoke first was set to be Fred, so he could only answer vaguely, instinct. That left both twins dumbstruck. Good grief, had he really just guessed? Beside them, Elia let out a snort of laughter. She could tell at a glance that Diciwen was lying, and she found the way he bluffed others rather entertaining. Diciwen shot her a glance and said nothing more. After getting stonewalled by Diciwen, the twins could only switch targets and continue hoodwinking other people. Still, they had remembered the name Diciwen. "How exactly did you work it out? Can you tell me?" "We'll call it your apology to me," Elia said. Diciwen had stirred up her curiosity, and she desperately wanted to know the secret. She had even chosen this way to ask. Diciwen let out a sigh, turned toward her, leaned close to her ear, and whispered. The one who spoke first was Fred. At that moment, Elia showed no surprise at his answer at all. Instead, her entire face turned crimson as she lowered her head. Diciwen had leaned right beside her ear, and his strange warm breath brushed against it, leaving her so flustered she could scarcely bear it. Seeing Elia's shy, twisting manner, Diciwen found himself speechless as well. That works too. Before long, dinner ended, and the food vanished from the tables. Dumbledore stood and addressed all the students. This term, as always, all students are forbidden from entering the Forbidden Forest. Our caretaker, Mr. Filch, would also like everyone to know that magic is not to be performed in the corridors between classes. Quidditch trials will begin in the second week. Those interested may speak to Madam Hooch. Thank you, everyone. The students applauded and cheered. Professor McGonagall rose at the proper moment and said, "Prefects, lead your students back to their respective dormitories." Diciwen stood up, still keeping his head lowered, and followed the crowd up the staircase. Gryffindor Tower lay on the 7th floor of Hogwarts. The staircases kept shifting as the first years, under the prefect's guidance, quickly made their way up to the 7th floor. They stopped before the portrait of the fat lady in the corridor. "Password?" asked the fat lady. "Devil's Snare," replied the prefect. Before the fat lady could finish speaking, the portrait swung open, and the prefects led all the students back into the Gryffindor common room. The older students who entered had already returned to their own dormitories, while the first years stood in the middle of the common room, looking utterly at a loss. "I am the boys' prefect, Charlie Weasley. Yes, the twins are my younger brothers. And I am the girls' prefect, Elsie Macmillan. Gryffindor's password will be posted on the notice board every week. Each year's timetable will be posted on the notice board tomorrow, so make sure to check it. Now then, girls, follow Elsie. Boys, with me back to the dormitories. Let me state this solemnly. Boys are not to enter the girls' dormitory area, unless you want to be bounced straight back into the middle of the common room for everyone to gawk at." With that, the two of them led the new boys and girls off separately to their dormitories. Everyone's luggage had already been brought into the large shared rooms and stacked beside the beds. Diciwen checked his things and began arranging his bed. Inside the Hogwarts dormitory stood 4 four-poster beds, hung with deep crimson velvet curtains and dressed in red and gold bedding emblazoned with the Gryffindor lion crest. Beside each bed were a bedside table and a wardrobe, and Diciwen unpacked the contents of his trunk into the cabinets. Diciwen's roommates were 3 boys he did not know: Arthur Bennett, Rory Fletcher, and Felix Hale. The four of them gave simple introductions and became a little acquainted with one another. After all, they were destined to share a room for 7 years, which naturally meant they would be somewhat closer than ordinary classmates. After a long and exhausting day, even children brimming with energy could not hold back the pull of sleep. After washing up, they all lay down in their beds and gradually drifted off. A little while later, once Diciwen sensed that his roommates had all fallen into a deep sleep, he sat up, took a paper substitute effigy from his luggage, and placed it on the bed. Then he walked to the middle of the dormitory and stood still. He meant to conduct an experiment. Under his breath, Diciwen recited, "Paper figurine substitute." As his spirituality shifted, his body vanished from the middle of the dormitory and in an instant was displaced onto the bed. At present, Diciwen's only true escape skill was paper figurine substitute. He needed to test whether he could still use it within Hogwarts Castle, where apparition was forbidden. Fortunately, the result proved that the castle's protective enchantments did not interfere with the use of paper figurine substitute. It seemed that so long as it was not a power belonging purely to the orthodox wizarding system, displacement-type abilities could still function within Hogwarts's bounds, such as House Elf's apparition, or Diciwen's paper figurine substitute. He had to make certain he could live, study, and have adventures in the safest magical school in the world only on the premise that he possessed a means of escape. Lying in bed, Diciwen thought about the school year ahead. Beyond his studies, he would need to find opportunities to complete the magician's acting method and digest his potion, striving to advance to as high a sequence as possible before the Savior's storyline began. Only then would he have a firm footing in this dangerous world. Sometimes, the danger was not merely the Voldemort who lay ahead. At the heart of magical Britain, in Hogwarts itself, one was bound to become entangled in all manner of affairs whether one wished it or not. Diciwen was mentally prepared for that. He settled back beneath the covers, listening to the faint sounds of his roommates breathing, and slowly fell asleep. On the 8th floor, inside the headmaster's office, Albus Dumbledore slowly picked up a cockroach cluster from the desk and popped it into his mouth. As he savored the cloying sweetness of the sugar, he looked at the small box resting upon the table. If Diciwen had been there, he would have recognized it at once. It was the box in which Ogden had placed the gaunt ring. The wizarding world was, in truth, very small, and magical Britain was no exception. Under the constraints of the statute of secrecy, witches and wizards lived their lives hidden away from ordinary people. Apart from a handful of magical villages, most places were filled with muggles, with only a scattering of wizards. And the areas where these wizards worked and lived largely revolved around the Ministry of Magic. As a veteran Auror who had worked at the Ministry for decades, Ogden was naturally an old acquaintance of Dumbledore's. After the two of them parted that day, Ogden still could not shake off the temptation to uncover the secret of the ring. He opened the box that held the sealed ring and stared at the faint gleam it cast beneath the lamplight, swallowing hard as he did so, not daring to pick it up directly. Drawing out his wand, he cast several detection spells, including spells meant to detect dark magic, yet none of them reacted. But those very spells stirred the Horcrux itself, and a bewitching force began to spread from the ring. Ogden felt as though a voice was whispering in his ear. Put it on. Command. Put it on. Become. Without meaning to, Ogden stretched out his hand toward the ring and picked it up. There was nothing especially unusual at the instant his fingers touched it, but when, in a half-dazed state, he slipped the ring onto his ring finger, an agony that pierced straight through his heart erupted alongside the flare of dark magic, scorching his finger until it turned pitch black. Ogden let out a cry of pain and collapsed onto the floor. He rolled across the ground, flinging his arm wildly as though trying to shake the ring away. But it was all in vain. Voldemort's attainments in dark magic were extraordinarily high. Otherwise, he would never have become this century's Dark Lord, the figure feared by all. Help me! Ah! Ogden continued to scream, but in a house occupied by only one man, such cries for help sounded especially feeble. After some time had passed, when the pain had gradually subsided into something barely within his endurance, he slowly struggled back to his feet, hunched over, tugged the ring off his hand, and hurled it viciously to the floor. Staring at the withered hand that had been ravaged by dark magic, Ogden drew out his wand in anguish and pointed it at his palm. Finite incantatem. Episci. The spells had no effect whatsoever upon his hand. Clearly, dark magic of this caliber required someone more specialized to deal with it. At once, he contacted Mad-Eye Moody. When Moody arrived at his house and saw the wrecked state of the room and Ogden's miserable condition, he assumed the place had come under attack by a dark wizard. But when he asked what had happened, Ogden said only that he should take him to St. Mungo's, all the while clutching that ring box tightly in his hand. As the healer shook his head with a helpless sigh, Ogden understood that this was no ordinary dark curse. Even a healer accustomed to dealing with all manner of bizarre conditions could do nothing about it, so he could only think of another way. That was when he thought of Phoenix Tears, and immediately contacted Dumbledore. Dumbledore apparat to Ogden's home. Before Ogden could say a word, Dumbledore's gaze had already fallen upon the blackened hand. Oh, an exceedingly powerful curse entwined with dark magic. Ogden, it seems that many years away from the front lines have dulled your vigilance quite a bit, my friend. Ogden gave a bitter smile. Quick, have a look at it for me. I can feel my life force draining away. This sort of dark magic is truly rare. It isn't the kind that simply kills at a stroke. Dumbledore drew the Elder Wand and cast several spells. At once, a mass of black mist rose from the pitch-black hand, and the moment that mist billowed upward, Ogden cried out in agony. Ah! Merlin's beard. A little more gently. Old fellow. From the feedback transmitted through the wand and the hand, Dumbledore understood that even he could not remove this dark magic. The moment the Elder Wand released its spell, it had already sensed the curse's fierce recoil. This was not the sort of curse that could be purged through sheer force. It seems you've landed yourself in very serious trouble. Would you mind telling me what happened? I believe your account may point me toward a solution. Ogden said to Dumbledore, It's a long story. Could you perhaps first find a specialist to take a look at this? I can tell you the whole tale slowly. A gleam flashed across Dumbledore's eyes. He cast the Patronus charm, and the phantom form of a phoenix flew away. Very well, old friend. Go on, then. We'll have to wait a while. The story begins a very long time ago. You know the case I handled. In order to find Marvolo's ring, I wandered all across Britain. Ever since Merope died, I searched through the belongings left behind by every member of her family, yet never found it, until you know who obtained it and kept it in his possession for a long time. But after he died, the ring vanished as well. My old friend, are you still hoping for the impossible? Dumbledore asked, his gaze dropping unconsciously to his own wand. There is no return carriage between life and death. It is a one-way road, even the Deathly Hallows. Dumbledore did not continue, because he felt that, had it been his younger self, he might have been just as stubborn, right up until the day he had possessed the Elder Wand. Just a few days ago, I met a little wizard in his 3rd year in London. His name was Diciwen. Ogden paid him no mind and went on. That child has the gift of prophecy. When I asked him to help me find the ring, he led me to the Gaunt Shack. There I found this. As he spoke, Ogden took out a ring box and handed it over. After hearing him out, Dumbledore turned it over in his mind for a long while. There did not seem to be any 3rd-year student by that name, but when he had copied out this year's book of admittance, he seemed to recall seeing it there. He took the ring box and opened it. The instant he saw the ring inside, his pupils contracted sharply. Merlin's beard. It's this ring. I saw it on Tom's hand before. As he spoke, he reached out as though to pick it up. Stop, old friend. Do you want to end up like me as well? Ogden said urgently. Dumbledore halted his hand and closed the ring box. So the curse on the ring turned your hand into this? Dumbledore asked. He had always believed he understood Tom. Yet every time he tried to judge the extent of Tom's talent for the dark arts, he was wrong. There was always something beyond what he had anticipated. I was wrong. I should have listened to Diciwen then. It seems prophecy truly is uncannily accurate. Those who carry base desires within them will, in the end, be slain by its evil power. Hearing that name mentioned once more, Dumbledore asked, Are you certain he was a 3rd-year student called Diciwen? Our school has no 3rd year by that name. But Ogden froze for a moment, then pressed. But what? This year's 1st years include a child named Diciwen Peverell. Dumbledore said with certainty. That's the name. No wonder I never saw him take out a wand. Even in a place like the Gaunt Shack, he never drew one to cast so much as a lumos. I had thought the school standards had sunk so low these days that even 3rd years could not manage a lighting charm. Hearing the faint trace of jest in his old friend's voice, Dumbledore shot him an annoyed look. You still have the heart to joke? You'd do better to worry about yourself. Severus, come and have a look at this old fellow. So you had me abandon the potion I've been brewing for more than a month just to come and look at a dying man? Severus Snape, Hogwarts potions professor, had rushed over the moment he received Dumbledore's message. The instant he entered the room and drew near the 2 men seated together, he at once sensed a pulse of dark magic, the sort of fatal curse he had seen before. Raising his wand, he cast a spell to examine Ogden's pitch-black hand, feeling the feedback at the tip of his wand. Then he spoke again with final certainty. No one can survive this curse, not even Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of this century. With that, he turned and left the room. The room fell into a dreadful silence. At a moment like this, even Dumbledore had no words of comfort to offer. Death was an eternal subject. No one could escape the pursuit of the Grim Reaper. Dumbledore patted Ogden on the shoulder. An old friend once said something to me. He said that to go forth toward death is the most magnificent journey in a wizard's life. Today, I'll lend those words to you. At our age, one farewell may well be forever. So, at last, a flicker of response returned to Ogden's eyes. He gently brushed his shriveled black hand, his thoughts in turmoil. Yes. Perhaps the time had truly come for his own life to reach its ending. He stood, picked up the ring box Dumbledore had set on the table and opened it. He took out the ring and studied it again and again. The thing I sought all my life turns out to be my death. There is a certain grim irony to that. After placing the ring back inside, Ogden handed the box to Dumbledore. Old friend, I feel this is no ordinary ring. What it truly is, I no longer have the strength to pursue. What remains, I leave in your hands. Just do not repeat my mistake. Ogden lifted his hand slightly. Dumbledore took the ring box, but did not answer at once. Instead, he looked into Ogden's eyes for a long while and found that the obsession was gone, the regret was gone, and only calm remained. Then he said, "You may prepare your will. When the time comes, I will see it carried out." Ogden smiled faintly and reached out to clasp the hand Dumbledore offered him. "Thank you." His thoughts returned to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore rubbed at his temples to ease his fatigue. He pointed his wand at the fireplace. Flames leapt up, and he said, "Severus, could you come to the headmaster's office?" Seconds later, Professor Snape stepped out of the fire. Dumbledore pushed the ring box toward him. "Severus, there is extremely powerful dark magic on this. Have a look." Professor Snape gave Dumbledore a glance, then flicked his wand. The ring box sprang open, and the ring rose slowly into the air. What he sensed was not merely a strong aura of dark magic. He could tell at once that this ring was a profoundly malevolent dark object. "Forgive me for speaking plainly, Headmaster, but although you are the White Lord of Britain's wizarding world, there is hardly any need for you to create something this vile," Professor Snape said with a sneer. "Oh, you can tell?" Dumbledore said. "Yes. The first time I saw this ring, I knew it was a Horcrux Tom had made. Back when he was at Hogwarts, I often saw him wearing it. This Horcrux was made a very long time ago. The dark magic bound to it is immensely powerful, which has rendered the curse upon it impossible to lift," Professor Snape replied slowly. Only then did Dumbledore truly confirm that Voldemort would inevitably return to the wizarding world. From what he knew, Voldemort's transformation from the elegant youth he had once been into the thing he later became could not have been caused by a single Horcrux alone. One, two, or something came back to Dumbledore then. He strode swiftly to the pensieve, pressed his wand to his forehead, and drew out a thread of memory. He dropped the silvery strand into the pensieve and slowly sank into it. The world within the pensieve shifted like ink in water, replaying the scene from when Voldemort had still been Tom, and Dumbledore had first gone to the orphanage. The vision sped forward to the moment Tom stopped him from opening the wardrobe doors. Sunlight from outside shone across the windowsill, where 7 white stones lay in a neat straight line. Dumbledore slowly withdrew from the pensieve and let out a quiet sigh. 7 is a number of power, strong and seductive. Looking at the ring still floating in midair, Dumbledore touched it lightly with his wand. An orange-red flame flew from the tip toward the ring. Crack, crack. The flames wrapped around the ring and slowly swelled. Within the fire, the ring gave off sharp cracking sounds under the searing heat. As the ring itself finally shattered completely, a mass of black mist surged out of it, gradually filling the entire room. Within that dark fog, a gigantic human face began to take shape, and with a howl, it rushed at Dumbledore. At the very instant the black mist appeared, Professor Snape abruptly lost his usual cold composure. Clutching his arm, he collapsed to the floor, letting out low groans of pain. Dumbledore swept his wand through the air, and the black mist halted before him, unable to advance any farther. At last, with an unwilling shriek, the dark fog exploded throughout the room. Boom! Dumbledore cast a shielding charm just in time, reducing the force of the explosion to a minimum, but it still sent the portraits on the walls and the books in the cabinets tumbling to the floor. From one of the portraits that still hung in place, a white-bearded old man cried out in alarm. "Merlin S. Beard. What happened, Dumbledore?" Dumbledore surveyed the state of the headmaster's office and felt he had been a little rash. He raised his wand and gave it a sweep through the air. Reparo. As the spell took effect, everything in the room seemed to have had a rewind charm pressed upon it, flying back into its original place. The Elder Wand truly was formidable. Looking at the office restored to order, Dumbledore let out a quiet breath of relief. At that moment Professor Snape, who had been knocked to the ground, slowly rose to his feet. So this is why you said he would return. A Horcrux? Professor Snape snarled in a low voice. Dumbledore looked at the man before him. This was the first time in nearly 10 years that Severus had failed to keep hold of his emotions. If he learned that there was more than one such object, would he be able to bear it? Severus, we have destroyed one of his Horcruxes. The next time he returns, we will be able to defeat him once and for all, Dumbledore said slowly, wanting to give Severus a reason to go on living. Humph! Professor Snape snapped his cloak behind him and strode out of the headmaster's office. On the floor of the office, a black gemstone lay there in still silence. Even the fiendfire conjured by Dumbledore with the Elder Wand had failed to melt it. Dumbledore knew that, with Severus's magical attainments, he was certain to guess that Voldemort had other Horcruxes as well. But he had not asked, and so Dumbledore had not spoken. Dumbledore looked toward the portraits murmuring among themselves on the wall. Good night, headmasters. Dumbledore returned to his desk and sat down in his chair. With a summoning charm, he called the black gemstone into his hand. The instant his fingers touched it, he froze, for before him appeared a 14-year-old girl. Her tawny brown hair fell softly over her shoulders, and she simply stood there, looking at Dumbledore. How have you been, Albus? Only without you. After that, the two of them said nothing more, merely gazing at one another. After a very long time, Dumbledore's hand lifted, and Ariana's phantom vanished. Dumbledore understood. This was the resurrection stone. He lowered the hand that had just wanted to reach for it again, leaned back into the chair and closed his eyes. In Gryffindor Tower, Diciwen was still fast asleep, unaware of anything that had happened. He only vaguely felt a slight tremor before sinking back into peaceful sleep. Early the next morning, after washing up, Diciwen took his copy of the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, and left the dormitory. He had shouted for quite a while without managing to rouse his 3 deeply sleeping roommates, so he went alone to breakfast and then off to class. Watching the 3 of them come barreling into the Charms classroom with their hair in complete disarray, half stumbling and half crawling before collapsing into the seats beside him, Diciwen could not help finding it amusing. The twins at his side joked, "Did you lot get lost? Or were you being chased by ghosts?" Diciwen said irritably, "They weren't lost. They were lost in their dreams." The 3 of them sat there awkwardly, panting for breath. They had only overslept a little and had not even been late for class, so what had they done wrong? That was very Gryffindor indeed. The classroom buzzed with noise. There was little distance between the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff first years, and everyone had gathered together in lively conversation. Said, "How about a Quidditch match with us this weekend?" Fred asked Cedric beside him. Their families lived close to one another, and the two had grown up together and often played together as well. "Sorry, Fred. Our house is planning a small welcome party for the weekend, and I think I ought to help out. Besides, first years aren't allowed to use broomsticks yet. The welcome party you're talking about wouldn't just be sitting together eating and drinking, would it?" Listening to them, Diciwen found it rather funny. It was the classic stereotype about Hufflepuff, though to be fair, most Hufflepuff students really were rather like that. Cedric was just about to retort when the classroom door suddenly opened. A short figure swept quickly into the room, went to the front, climbed onto the desk by way of the steps, and then stood atop it looking at the little witches and wizards. "Good morning, everyone. I am your charms professor, and you may call me Professor Flitwick. It is only natural for young witches and wizards newly arrived at Hogwarts to be curious about the school, but let us save that curiosity for after class. Now then, enough chatter. Open your books to page 2 first. We are going to learn our very first spell, the levitation charm." After spending quite some time explaining the theory, Professor Flitwick produced a stack of feathers. With a light flick of his wand, the feathers scattered and flew onto the desks before each young witch and wizard. "Let us try the spell we've just discussed. Together with me, the levitation charm." Gradually, the sound of the young witches and wizards reciting the incantation rose through the classroom, but not a single one succeeded. They waved their wands stiffly and pronounced the spell with less than perfect accuracy, yet none of them managed it. Professor Flitwick was not discouraged. In his view, it was perfectly normal for young witches and wizards who had only just entered the magical world to be unable to cast a spell. It was not as though there were no children from pureblood or half-blood wizarding families present. But the magical world held to a common principle. Parents would not teach their children magic at home. After all, not all of them were especially accomplished wizards. And for young witches and wizards whose accidental magic had settled late, their magic was still unstable. Learning magic too early did them no good. Diciwen let out a sigh. So this was what normal people were like. He pretended to be chanting and casting, but his attention was not on himself at all. He found himself thinking of Harry's classmate Seamus, that wizard with an uncanny talent for causing explosions, and wondered whether there might be someone of that caliber in his own year. He had no wish to be blown black in the face by some little wizard sitting beside him. Fortunately, nothing happened. Suddenly, a cry of surprise rose from the Hufflepuff students. Cedric had succeeded in casting the spell. Well done. 5 points to Hufflepuff, Professor Flitwick cried delightedly, waving his hand atop the desk. The tiny professor looked so animated that it was almost comical. Wow, Cedric's amazing. By the time the lesson was nearly over, no second person had managed it. Professor Flitwick assigned everyone an essay on the theory of the levitation charm, 2 feet long, and then dismissed the class. Diciwen yawned in boredom and prepared to head back to the dormitory to fetch the books for the next lesson. Cedric walked over and asked, "How come I didn't see you cast anything, Diciwen? It was a bit dull, so I just watched everyone else." The twins came over at that point, having heard the exchange between the two of them. "So our Diciwen can do the levitation charm too. But he didn't use it. Looks like Diciwen doesn't like showing off that one do at all." As the twins chimed in one after the other, Cedric looked a little embarrassed as well, as though the way he had spoken just now had sounded accusatory. "Yes, just pretending," Arya said as she shoved past Diciwen, clutching her books as she hurried out with quick steps. The others watched Arya rush off, then turned to the utterly bewildered Diciwen and grinned. "Oh, it looks as though good news is about to spread through Gryffindor." Diciwen was speechless. The twins and Cedric bickered noisily as they headed out, with Diciwen and his roommates following behind. "You and her are." Felix had only just started to ask when Diciwen immediately cut in, "We're not. I don't know her. There's nothing between us." Arthur and Rory looked at Diciwen, who was clearly trying to talk his way out of it, and gave him knowing smiles. "We understand." "No, you don't understand." Faced with the mischievous grins on all 3 of their faces, Diciwen could only feel helpless. The moment he stepped out of the classroom, he saw Professor Flitwick coming toward him. "Oh, you're still here, Diciwen. Headmaster Dumbledore needs to see you in his office on the 8th floor. The password is BirdieBot's every flavor beans." The group exchanged glances, unable to fathom why a little wizard who had only just enrolled would be summoned by the headmaster. "Yes, Professor." Watching Flitwick's retreating figure, Diciwen fell into thought for a moment. He was certain he had done nothing improper the night before, nor had he behaved in any especially remarkable way that might draw Dumbledore's attention. "You lot go on ahead. I'll be back in a bit." After saying this to his dorm mates, Diciwen headed straight for the 8th floor. Stepping into the corridor there, he looked at the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy teaching trolls to dance, then glanced at the wall opposite it. The room of requirement. "I should find time to go in and have a look around." He walked up to the stone gargoyle and spoke the password. The statue spun aside, revealing the staircase behind it. Diciwen climbed the stairs, stopped before the headmaster's office door, drew a deep breath, and knocked. "Come in." A voice answered from inside, and Diciwen pushed the door open. What met his eyes first were the portraits lining the walls, the bookshelves piled high with books, and, at the very back of the office, an enormous desk set squarely in the center. After stepping inside and shutting the door behind him, he noticed Fawkes perched on a gilded stand behind the door, eyes open and fixed upon him. "It seems the 2 of you have already met. Fawkes is a phoenix. He's been rather weary of late. I dare say he's not far from his next burning day." Diciwen walked up to the headmaster's desk and bowed respectfully. "Good day, headmaster." After offering his greeting, Diciwen stood there with his head slightly lowered. "Oh, there's no need to be so formal. I much prefer the young wizards of the school to call me Professor Dumbledore. And could you lift your head, if you please? It seems Ogden may have said a few unflattering things about me. Rest assured, I shan't use legitimacy on my own students." Though Diciwen understood a little of the principles behind occlumency, that knowledge came from his previous life. In this life, he had yet to read any books on the subject and knew none of the finer points. To keep Dumbledore, who was not especially fond of obeying rules, from prying into his secrets, he emptied his mind as thoroughly as he could, forcing himself to think of nothing at all. Then he raised his head slightly and fixed his gaze on Professor Dumbledore's hat. Looking at Diciwen, who had lifted his head yet still guarded himself so warily, Dumbledore was at a loss for words, but his next sentence nearly made Diciwen lose control of his emotions. "Ogden is dead. He passed away at home on the evening before term began. He left a will and your name was mentioned in it. That is why I asked you here today, to tell you what Ogden left behind for you." Diciwen's thoughts were still caught on Dumbledore's earlier words. He could scarcely believe that in less than a month, he had received news of Ogden's death. But the mention of a will brought him sharply back to himself. "Professor Dumbledore, I don't believe Mr. Ogden and I are related by blood. Surely he wouldn't have left a will to me?" Diciwen spoke uncertainly to Dumbledore. Though that is true, he did indeed leave certain things and certain words for you. After saying this, Dumbledore took a sheet of parchment from a drawer. He spread it open and read aloud the portion concerning Diciwen. At the end, I leave what remains of my personal estate to Diciwen Peverell, a child with no one to rely upon, who will need some financial footing to survive in this complicated world. For this child helped me fulfill the dearest wish of my lifetime. I thank him for appearing in my life, and for allowing my story to end with completeness. As Dumbledore read on in his calm, measured voice, Diciwen thought back to their adventure together and understood at once what had caused Ogden's death. In the end, he still had not escaped that fatal curse, even though I warned him again and again. Diciwen looked at Dumbledore before him. The curse that ought to have claimed this man's life several years later had been triggered this very year. Amid his sorrow, for the first time he felt that he truly possessed the power to alter this world. In his previous life, Professor Dumbledore had asked Professor Snape to buy him a year of life, and thus he had not died shortly after the curse took hold. Yet Ogden had perished in barely more than a month. That alone showed the dreadful force of that curse. Was he in terrible pain? Diciwen asked the question suddenly. Dumbledore had not expected such a question, nor one put so bluntly. He had thought this child before him, who was clearly far from ordinary, would use his grief to conceal something of his unusual nature. Diciwen, it seems you've guessed the cause of his death. Have you not? Did he leave that ring with you? Diciwen did not answer. Instead, he put another question to Dumbledore, his gaze dropping to the man's hands. They were both old, time-worn hands, but bore no trace of a curse. Yes, but I have already destroyed the ring. Diciwen let out a quiet breath of relief. Upon hearing that Ogden had died because of the ring, he found that he did not wish the man before him to die of it as well. The moment he heard that answer, the tension in his heart eased at once. Destroyed? Then I imagine, Professor, that you've already witnessed the power of the Resurrection Stone. Diciwen's tone was certain. He was not twisting the knife in Dumbledore's wound. He feared only that Dumbledore might fall under the Resurrection Stone's influence and, little by little, drift toward death. Dumbledore did not answer. Instead, he reached into the drawer once more and took out a small red gilt jeweler box. He opened it and set it upon the desk. Inside lay a half-transparent black gemstone. Ding dong! The system has detected an item that can serve as a substitute for the uniqueness of the seer pathway. At the abrupt system notification, Diciwen froze. Though he was only sequence 7, magician, and had not yet reached the stage of ascending to godhood, there was no half-transparent mask in this world etched with the symbol of the Fool as there had been in the world of Lord of the Mysteries. He had been worrying that he might be doomed to remain stuck at sequence 1 forever. And now the solution had arrived. Seeing that Diciwen had remained silent for quite some time, Dumbledore asked, "So, you know what this is? Then do you know what it is, Professor?" Diciwen countered. He was not referring to the Resurrection Stone, but to Marvolo Gaunt's ring, Voldemort's Horcrux. Dumbledore had quite clearly caught his meaning, and said with certainty, "Yes. It is an evil object. I warned Ogden of it over and over at the time, but he was wholly immersed in the joy of having his wish fulfilled. I had no way to tell him outright of the danger within it. That was not something I could have done in my circumstances then. What Diciwen meant was the acting required to digest the clown potion. But Dumbledore took it to mean the limitations of his being a child. So, can you speak plainly with me? Who exactly are you? Dumbledore asked. My name is Diciwen Peverell, an orphan. If you ask what is unusual about me, all I can tell you is this. I simply know these things. That is all. I know these things. Dumbledore caught the unspoken meaning within Diciwen's words. He looked at him and asked, "Do you know what the Peverell family signifies?" Although Dumbledore knew that the name had been given by the old matron of the orphanage, the fact that it had appeared in the Book of Admittance already proved certain things. Even if it were only the faintest trace of blood, he was certain that Diciwen truly belonged to that family. After all, in more than 1,000 years, the Book of Admittance had never once been wrong. It signifies this, that, and one other thing in this room. As he spoke, Diciwen pointed at the Resurrection Stone and the Elder Wand. Term had not yet begun, and he was certain Dumbledore was still keeping Harry Potter's invisibility cloak for him. What he meant, of course, was the fairy tale of the Deathly Hallows. At that moment, Dumbledore could no longer pretend to remain composed. He stared at the child before him for a long while, unable to utter a single word. Diciwen had said all that only because he wanted to use his own foreknowledge to demonstrate his worth in front of Dumbledore. After all, it would be difficult for him to go far on the seer pathway by relying on himself alone. Because of his own extraordinary characteristics, he was finding it easier and easier to learn and master magical knowledge. But when it came to advancing, he needed help. and the man before him just so happened to be the greatest source of support in the wizarding world at present. Dumbledore had not been surprised that Diciwen knew he had pointed out the Resurrection Stone and the Elder Wand. What did surprise him was that Diciwen also knew the invisibility cloak was in his possession. Yes, through a strange twist of fate, Dumbledore had gathered all three of the Deathly Hallows within the same span of time. Though legend claimed these three sacred objects had been forged by Death himself, in truth, there was no real connection between them. Could it be that the Peverell family truly has some relation to Death? Dumbledore asked. He simply had no way to explain everything before him. A very young orphan with no known origin, who knew far too much. Professor, that's just a story told to children. You can't still be that naive, can you? Diciwen said with a smile. I merely know a few things. Other than that, I'm only an 11-year-old little wizard. A single killing curse would be enough to kill me with ease. You needn't be afraid of me, Diciwen said. I imagine you've already verified the origin of my name, Professor. I merely happen to be called by this name. Perhaps my real surname isn't even this one. What Diciwen meant was that he had come from an orphanage. He had no clear background to speak of. So you are a seer, then? Diciwen had intended to deny it, but he realized that attributing everything to being a seer would save him a great deal of trouble, so he did not refute it. I do have some talent in that regard. It was Ogden who first called me a seer. Only then did Dumbledore finally let out a relieved breath. Present. He had to be on guard against Voldemort's return at an uncertain hour, and also remain wary of Grindelwald and his acolytes. He had no wish to deal with another unknown like Diciwen on top of that. As if recalling something all at once, Diciwen said to Dumbledore, Professor, surely you can tell me now what Ogden left for me. Can't you? Dumbledore looked at Diciwen speechlessly. Just a moment ago, the boy had been putting on a mysterious act and startling him half to death, and now he had suddenly become shrewd and calculating. That contrast made Dumbledore feel that he really was just an ordinary child. He left you all the wealth he accumulated over the course of his life. As he no longer had any descendants, part of it is money, and the rest includes some books, some belongings, and a house. Diciwen was astonished that Ogden had not only left him so many things, but had even left him a house. By that reckoning, he finally had a place to settle in the wizarding world. After leaving the headmaster's office and walking back toward the dormitory, he looked at the two keys in his hand. Though he truly had helped Ogden in the search for the ring, he was still surprised that Ogden had left him nearly 5,000 galleons in cash, along with a house and other possessions. After the surprise came gratitude and mourning. Just now, he had not asked Dumbledore for the Resurrection Stone. Aside from the fact that he did not especially need uniqueness at present, he also hoped to obtain it through some sort of exchange between them, which would be far more suitable than simply asking for it outright with empty words. The lighter Diciwen's steps became, the quicker he walked. Transfiguration should already have begun by now. He hurried back to the dormitory, grabbed his books, and rushed toward the classroom. When Professor McGonagall saw the student from her own house knocking at the door, she did not ask any questions. She simply let Diciwen in and continued the lesson. Evidently, Dumbledore had already spoken to her. Mr. Diciwen, stay behind for a moment, Professor McGonagall said to him after class. Diciwen waited until everyone else had left before stepping up to Professor McGonagall. She took out a set of transfiguration notes, clearly her own. The points Mr. Diciwen missed can be found in the first few pages of this notebook. As for the material that follows, if you are interested, you may have a look. Professor McGonagall spoke to Diciwen with utmost seriousness. She understood that anyone summoned by old Mr. Bumblebee on the very first day of term was bound to be special in one way or another. This was also a test, to see whether this child truly was different. All right, thank you, Professor, Diciwen said gratefully. He turned and left the classroom, heading toward the Great Hall. After spending half the day in class and then fencing with Dumbledore in a battle of wits, he was already beginning to feel hungry. Upon arriving at the hall on the first floor, he saw people seated here and there along both sides of the long tables, but there was no food on them yet. It seemed it was not time for lunch to be served. He found an empty seat near the edge and sat down, intending to wait there for a while. Going all the way back to the 7th floor felt entirely unnecessary. Since there had been such an obvious sign of progress on his seer pathway, then he ought to begin digesting the magician potion. To perform, one had to be fully prepared, to turn the impossible into the possible, to create an air of mystery by human design. Yet after thinking it over for a long while, he realized that all of this required him to display part of his abilities in front of others. That, at least, set his mind somewhat at ease. After all, this was the wizarding world. He could explain it away as a magic trick or the effect of a spell. This was Hogwarts, after all. Being too ordinary here would be the strange thing. Gradually, the hall filled with more people, and his roommates came over to his side as well. Why are you here? The professor didn't give you a hard time, did she? After all, you weren't late on purpose. Rory asked with concern as he looked at Diciwen sitting there in a daze. Don't worry. Professor McGonagall only gave me her notes to help me catch up on the points I'd missed. Only then did his 3 roommates finally relax. Food began appearing on the table, one dish after another, and the few of them, who had been hungry for quite some time already, began to eat. As he ate, Diciwen thought to himself that today would not do. He needed to prepare some substitute paper figures and a few items for making fire. He had to digest the potion through public performance, but he could not fight an unprepared battle. That went against the rules of acting. After eating, the group returned to the dormitory. The lunch break still had to be filled with sleep. No matter how much energy young people had, after receiving so much theoretical knowledge in a single day, things they had never heard before in all their lives, their minds were still exhausted. Diciwen was tired as well, though his weariness was of the heart. Such an enormous event had happened on the very first day of term, one large enough to change many things. The first class that afternoon was potions, taught by none other than Professor Snape, the poisonous bat of Hogwarts. Given the sheer sharpness and cruelty he had displayed in the original story, Diciwen was still rather afraid of him, so after the lunch break ended, he read through part of the potions textbook for a while longer. He paid special attention to several questions from his previous life, the sort that were almost guaranteed to be asked. The first-year Gryffindors left the common room one after another. Having heard from the older students about Professor Snape's particular brand of severity, none of them wished to be singled out on the very first day, so they all made their way obediently toward the potions classroom ahead of time. Seeing groups of little wizards moving about in clusters at Hogwarts was a rather unusual sight, but once the reason became known, no one found it strange. Especially not the first-years who had already suffered through Snape's venomous spray that morning. They understood that feeling. Poor devils. The whispers drifting in from nearby only made the little procession move faster. Once everyone was seated in the classroom, Snape opened the door and walked in. The news he had heard the previous night had kept him from sleeping well at all, so when he entered, he was not moving as briskly as usual. There was a faint heaviness to his steps. With a wave of his wand, he shut the classroom door. First he looked over the students below and checked the class list. To his surprise, the Gryffindors, who were usually so mischievous, were all sitting properly in their chairs, while several on the Slytherin side had not yet arrived. So it would seem that your professor, or perhaps I should say your head of house, carry very little weight in your hearts. He did not take points from Slytherin. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the Gryffindor side, prepared to question a few of them thoroughly and vent his mood in the process. Let me see. Snape's gaze fell upon the twins in the crowd. Though they were seated properly enough, they were still pulling faces and exchanging exaggerated looks. His brow furrowed at once. George Weasley, I trust your level of knowledge will be sufficient to offer the class a bit of guidance. What is the use of Dittany? One of the two rose to answer. It rapidly heals wounds and repairs tissue damage, Professor. Snape's frown deepened, but then he recalled the Weasley family's alchemical heritage. He knew they must have been exposed to such knowledge from a young age. Besides, for the child of a wizarding family not to know even this would have been rather absurd. Sit down. After Fred sat, he lightly clapped hands with George, leaving Diciwen utterly dumbfounded beside them. Since it was Fred who had stood up, no one else had noticed, but Diciwen, who knew the twins' habits well enough by now, had seen straight through it. Watching the pair fool about like this, Diciwen shook his head and silently prayed they would never be found out. If they were, Professor Snape would absolutely give them detention. Mr. Peverell? Professor Snape had already been displeased that Fred had answered correctly. Then, when his eyes swept over to Diciwen beside him, an inexplicable disgust stirred in him. Perhaps it was the boy's tawny brown eyes and untidy hair that brought back certain unpleasant memories. Diciwen stood up, utterly baffled. Just a moment ago, he had merely been watching the spectacle unfold, and now somehow the spectacle had landed on him. How does one obtain a bezoar? Snape shot out another question. Hearing a question that had appeared in his previous life, Diciwen relaxed inwardly. A bezoar is taken from the stomach of a goat. It is a powerful antidote. Oh, it seems our Mr. Diciwen does know a thing or two. Then what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? There is no difference. They are both aconite. Snape refused to give up and pressed on. What potion can be made from powdered moonstone and syrup of hellebore? A shrinking solution. After that, Snape asked him several more questions, and Diciwen answered everyone correctly. That was thanks to the enhancement to his memory granted by the seer pathway. Any book he had read, he could recall with remarkable clarity. Before long, Snape had exhausted most of the first-year potions knowledge points. Now it was his turn to be left staring. He had come in already irritable, intending to relax by spraying a little venom at the Gryffindor first years, yet somehow the clown had turned out to be himself. Sit down. And what are the rest of you still staring at? Why are you not writing this down? 10 points from Gryffindor George Weasley for not taking notes in class. As Diciwen sat down, the little witches and wizards around him looked at him with unmistakable admiration. Even the innocent by association Weasley twins were eyeing him rather differently. If this had been any other Professor S class, they would surely have shouted, "Diciwen, our king." Unfortunately, they had just lost points and did not dare be too outrageous. But at that very moment, Diciwen felt his spirituality rise by another notch, and the digestion of his magician potion advanced a step further. Could answering questions in class count as a performance too? No wonder Ron in his previous life could never stand the way Miss Know-It-All Hermione was always raising her hand to answer in class. It really was far too showy. Snape vented a small measure of his temper, then began the lesson under the Gryffindor's strange looks. After lecturing for a while, he had them brew on their own, a cure for boils. Diciwen had originally intended to brew it himself, but for some reason, Aelia squeezed her way over and took her place beside him. Show off. Diciwen had no idea how he had offended her. Still, he paid her no mind and busied himself with his work, patiently following the recipe on the blackboard and the brewing steps written in the book. When he removed the cauldron from the fire to let it cool, then added the porcupine quills to the potion, pink smoke rose from within. The liquid in the cauldron turned a clear blue, even and translucent, without impurity and without any sharp smell. Snape saw it from a distance and walked over. He looked into the cauldron, gave a cold snort, then turned and left without a single word. When he reached a Gryffindor student near the front, disaster struck. The studentess cauldron exploded with a bang, spewing forth a pungent acidic green smoke, while dark gray liquid splashed all over him. At once, dense red boils erupted across his skin. Snape dodged the blast with agile ease and came to no harm, but he barked angrily, 10 points from Gryffindor for your exploding cauldron, and another 10 points from Gryffindor because none of your classmates reminded you that the porcupine quills must be added only after taking the cauldron off the fire. Amid the explosion and the flying liquid, part of the potion was about to splash onto Aelia's head. Diciwen reacted at once. With a quick tug, he caught hold of her arm, then lifted and dipped her backward into his arms. Aelia froze in shock at the sudden intimacy of the pose. Then she looked up at Diciwen before her, and all at once her face turned scarlet, because apart from the students affected by the explosion, everyone around Diciwen was staring at the two of them in what looked like a startlingly romantic pose. Suddenly, Aelia struggled free from Diciwen's arms and ran out of the classroom, leaving him standing there alone, at a complete loss. Over on the other side, Professor Snape used Scourgify to clear away the spilled potion, then instructed the nearby students to escort the affected little witches and wizards to the hospital wing. After that, class was dismissed. It seemed Madame Pomfrey would have her hands full today. The students around Diciwen were still looking at him and whispering among themselves. Diciwen was rendered speechless. If you were going to gossip, couldn't you at least do it behind his back? Right in front of him like this? The fortunate twins had not been caught up in the blast. They came over to Diciwen, each slinging an arm over one of his shoulders. And you still say there's nothing going on? I'm telling you, there's definitely something there. So when's the official announcement? Listening to their perfectly matched back and forth, Diciwen rolled his eyes. He had merely saved Aelia, so how had it somehow turned into that sort of relationship? You ask, what sort of relationship? What sort of relationship? That was not something a man who had been single from birth, had never had a girlfriend, and in his previous life had spent his time at home rereading novels over and over again could possibly understand. Diciwen only felt more and more uncomfortable. He shrugged off the twins' grip, gathered his things and left the classroom. As he walked out, he discovered that his magician potion had digested a little further still. That worked too. Weren't you people here to study? Why was everyone so obsessed with eating melons? By the time the double potions period that filled the whole afternoon finally ended, the sky was gradually darkening. Since it had been 2 consecutive potions lessons, there were no other classes that afternoon. Diciwen intended to make use of the remaining daylight and go make the acquaintance of Hogwarts' wealthiest giant. With any luck, he might be able to obtain quite a few ingredients for his faceless potion from Hagrid without spending a single canute. More importantly, it would let him avoid his fellow Hogwarts students. By now, his exploits had surely spread through the school. After all, showing off by answering questions in Snape's class and carrying on a romance in the middle of a lesson were exactly the sort of things everyone loved to talk about. He slowly left the castle and headed toward the hut by the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Get out of the way. Fong, you're blocking me. The moment he arrived beside the hut, He heard Hagrid's voice booming from within. With a voice like his, the little stone cottage was no barrier at all. Knock, knock, knock. Diciwen raised a hand and knocked on the door. Hang on a moment, Hagrid called back. After a clatter of metallic banging and general commotion, Hagrid opened the door and looked down at the little wizard standing before him. Oh, it's you, the tall first-year wizard. Though Hagrid was only half giant, he still remembered the little wizard he had met 2 days ago. Good afternoon, Mr. Hagrid. You can call me Diciwen. Oh, hello, Diciwen. What can I do for you? Hagrid asked uncertainly. I was just looking at this little house outside the castle with smoke coming out of the chimney, and I got curious, so I came to have a look. I'm not disturbing you, am I, Mr. Hagrid? Diciwen spoke with all the earnest innocence of a child. No, come on in. I'm making rock cakes. Have a taste, why don't you? You'll like them, Hagrid said, turning sideways to let him pass. Diciwen stepped into the hut. Inside, a fire blazed in the hearth, and over the flames hung a great cauldron, with something apparently brewing within. One tea be long now. I'll pour you a mug of butterbeer first, Hagrid said in his broad, easy manner. He did not offer Diciwen pumpkin juice simply because he was a young wizard. In Hagrid's understanding, butterbeer was practically the least alcoholic soft drink there was. After Hagrid left, Diciwen took in the stone hut. It was furnished with oversized tables and chairs, and in one corner stood an enormous wooden bed covered with a patchwork quilt. Considering Hagrid's height of 11.5 feet, all his furniture was built to suit his size. Various cuts of cured meat hung from the ceiling beams. A boarhound named Fong lay sprawled on a bearskin rug by the fire, drooling as he stared up at the roof. In the corners were piled sacks and barrels, along with feed and tools for caring for magical creatures. The air was thick with the mingled scents of firewood, herbal tea, and the toasted fragrance of rock cakes. From the moment Diciwen entered the hut, the system's voice had been chiming ceaselessly in his ear. A long string of text stretched across the system interface, looking very much like a list of magical ingredients. It seemed Hagrid's hut contained far too many magical materials he needed. Among them were alchemy eggshells and demiguise hair. At least those two materials would not need to be bought elsewhere. He remembered that in the dark, long-neglected corners of unused Hogwarts classrooms, one could find a boggart. That meant the only thing left for him to purchase next was Vila hair. Just then Hagrid returned. He set down a great foaming mug of butterbeer on the table and said to Diciwen, "Sit down, have a drink. The rock cakes are ready now. I'll get you some." The warm-hearted Hagrid took a large batch of rock cakes out of the cauldron in the fireplace. They were thick, biscuit-like rounds giving off a rich, tempting aroma. Hagrid put several pieces onto a plate, carried it over and set it on the table. "Give them a try. They're a bit hot." Diciwen took a sip of butterbeer, and the froth clung to his upper lip like a little white mustache. He merely looked at this notorious culinary weapon and drew out his wand. Softening charm. Under the spell's effect, the rock cakes became tender and pleasantly edible. After eating one, he was already full. Hagrid watched from the side as he finished, looking especially delighted. Hagrid's simple nature made him deeply eager for the approval of others, so seeing Diciwen eat the cakes he had made filled him with happiness. "Could I take some back with me?" Diciwen pressed his advantage. Of course. Hagrid took out a somewhat cleaner scrap of cloth, wrapped up several rock cakes, and handed them to Diciwen. "Thank you, Hagrid. May I call you Hagrid?" "Course you can." "Then, Hagrid, we're friends now." Diciwen coaxed the simple-hearted Hagrid along. Seeing how happy Hagrid looked at being called his friend, he felt a slight pang of guilt, but quickly suppressed it. He only wanted to obtain a few materials, yet he did sincerely want to get along with Hagrid as well. It was not entirely a deception. "It's getting late, Hagrid. I should head back to the castle now. I'll come see you again another day. Bye, Diciwen." When Diciwen returned to the dormitory, he shared the cakes he had brought back with Arthur and the other two. Watching the three of them gnaw at the rock cakes with great difficulty, he nearly laughed himself breathless. Under their baffled and furious stares, he took out his wand and softened the biscuits with a single softening charm. Once the cakes had turned soft, the three of them ate with great enthusiasm and praised them lavishly, telling Diciwen to bring them more if he got the chance. The boys chatted in the dormitory about what had happened that day. By now, the story that Diciwen and Alia were together had spread through the entire first year, and showed every sign of growing wilder the further it traveled. The more Diciwen listened, the more bewildered he became. Things were not like that at all. But he felt that if he went out and loudly tried to clear things up, then he would have to face Alia's wrath. After all, in a lady's eyes, being rejected by the man was absolutely unforgivable. After thinking it over for quite a while, Diciwen gave up. He chose to let matters run their course. Sooner or later, the gossip would die down. Even so, his heart was anything but calm. The next day, they all slept in very late before finally getting up. There was only one lesson that morning, and it was the second period. When they entered the defense against the dark arts classroom, they discovered that the house attending with them had changed again. This time it was Ravenclaw. The defense against the dark arts professor was a very elderly wizard with a head of white hair, dressed in brown robes, the brim of his hat drooping low. He carried the faint smell of potions about him, and overall he did not look especially energetic. Everyone is seated? Then let us begin. I am your defense against the dark arts professor. My name is Morrison Smith, and from now on I shall be teaching you this subject. Now then, turn to your books. Professor Smith's measured voice filled the classroom as he lectured at an unhurried pace, his tone touched with weariness. Diciwen found this dangerous post very interesting. Throughout the entire lesson, he listened while also guarding against any sudden mishap. Fortunately, nothing happened from beginning to end. Even so, Professor Smith's condition, along with the smell clinging to him, told Diciwen that something was not right. Looks like he has been mildly affected by the curse, Diciwen thought. He opened his spirit vision and examined Professor Smith's spiritual state. A faint black aura of ill omen lingered about the man, while the area around his stomach and intestines showed a deep brown entirely different from the healthy pale blue of the rest of his body. It seemed he had a bit of an upset stomach. He closed his spirit vision and continued listening. This subject was heavy on theory, teaching methods of response when confronted by all manner of dark magic or threats from magical creatures. There was a great deal of knowledge to cover, and Professor Smith, already physically unwell, did not take the initiative to branch off into material beyond the textbook. He simply and steadily explained the book's contents. After class, Diciwen did not hurry to leave the room. He remembered that Voldemort had laid a curse upon this position, yet neither Dumbledore nor anyone else had ever discovered the source of it. He decided to inspect the classroom first. Once everyone else had gone, Diciwen opened his spirit vision and swept it across the entire room. Magical objects and ordinary items alike shone with different hues, every sort of color imaginable. Since the curse was attached to the post itself and did not affect students, that proved the desks, chairs, teaching aids, and other everyday objects in use could not be the source of the curse. He examined the classroom from top to bottom and found nothing at all. After stepping out, he turned to look back at the classroom doorway, but still discovered nothing. A curse that had afflicted this position for decades could not possibly be tied to some easily visible object. If it were, replacing everything once over would surely have lifted its influence. It must be something deeper. Diciwen lowered his head in thought. If no object was responsible, and any contract bound to Hogwarts would have been detected, then the method had to resemble a taboo placed upon a name. Voldemort had likely imposed the curse upon Hogwarts itself, or upon the castle's greater magical array. Whenever Hogwarts entered into a contract with a new professor, the curse would then bind itself through the name of the post and the name of the appointee, corroding the new professor. But Dumbledore very obviously could not have failed to think of such a possibility. He would certainly have inspected Hogwarts from top to bottom and found nothing. Everything? If there was no curse in any place known to Dumbledore, then the curse must be hidden somewhere he did not know about. The room of requirement? The kitchens? Slytherin. After pondering for a long time, Diciwen finally fixed upon one place, the Chamber of Secrets. It was a place Dumbledore had never been. It was a place connected to Hogwarts' magical power system. It was a place built by Slytherin, one of the school's founders. Although its position had been altered by later members of the Gaunt family, that link to the castle's magic had never been severed. But the present Diciwen still could not open the Chamber of Secrets. He could only wait until the boy who lived arrived at the school, and then think of a way. Diciwen left the classroom and headed for the Great Hall. Having skipped breakfast, he was already starving. That bright afternoon, the Gryffindor first years and the Slytherin first years gathered on the open grounds outside the castle for a flying lesson. The professor in charge of flying was a witch with short gray-white hair standing stiffly upright. She had sharp yellow eyes and a brisk, capable manner. Hello, everyone. My name is Rolanda Hooch. You may call me Madame Hooch. Right, stop standing there in a daze. Everyone beside your broomsticks. Once they were all in position, Madame Hooch began explaining the principles of flight. By the time some of them were nearly nodding off, she finally came to a halt and told them to hold out a hand and call to their brooms. Up. A chorus of voices rose from the young witches and wizards. Some brooms did not budge an inch, some merely rolled wildly along the ground, and only a handful actually leapt into their owner's hands. Looking at the magical broom beside him, Diciwen raised his hand and called out while also using his own spirituality to communicate with it. He felt that worked better than simply standing there shouting. Sure enough, under the resonance of his spirituality and magic, The broom flew neatly into his grasp. After some time had passed and everyone had finally managed to get hold of their brooms, Madame Hooch began explaining the key points of flying. Before they truly took to the air, she warned them, once you're up, keep your height under control. Until you're proficient, don't fly too high or too fast. Mind your safety. After the children answered in unison, Madame Hooch gave the order to take off. At first only a few children rose into the air, and Diciwen was among them. They hovered overhead, flying within a manageable range. But after a while, all of the children were airborne, and the scene instantly descended into chaos. Some crashed into one another, some were startled by the person beside them and shot forward straight into someone else, and some brooms simply went wild and careened madly through the air. Diciwen shot after them at once. He circled in the sky for quite some time before finally finding a chance to get close to the rogue broom. Quick as lightning, he grabbed the person flailing helplessly atop it, hauled her away from the out-of-control broom, and set her behind him on his own. When they landed, he found that the girl had her head lowered. Looking more closely, he discovered it was Arya. Diciwen looked at the blushing Arya in speechless silence. He was immediately surrounded by the young witches and wizards who had landed early, all of them cheering and shouting his name. The twins, especially, lived up to expectation as they bellowed right beside him. Diciwen, the king of Gryffindor, basking in the admiring gazes of the crowd. Diciwen could feel his potion digesting little by little within him. He thought that Arya truly was some sort of lucky mascot. Every single time, she helped him complete his performance. At that moment, Madame Hooch came over supporting the two children who had fallen and said to Diciwen, "Oh, thank goodness for you. If not, the consequences might have been far worse, and I might have lost my job." Diciwen hurriedly replied with some embarrassment, feeling that she was exaggerating rather too much. With Dumbledore at the school, some non-fatal mishaps could certainly be dealt with, and he would not dismiss a professor so lightly. Madame Hooch took the two young wizards off to the hospital wing and ordered everyone else to stay where they were and not to take off again. "So, you're the sort who likes showing off, are you, Diciwen?" At that moment, a young wizard in Slytherin robes walked over and sneered at him. "My name is Terry Knott. If you've got the nerve, compete with me and let us see who is truly the best," Terry said to Diciwen in clear dissatisfaction. Both times Diciwen had stolen the limelight had been during classes shared with Slytherin, and that had angered many of the pureblood children. Some nobody from who knew where was somehow outperforming the children of their pureblood families. "No need. You're very impressive," Diciwen replied without even looking at him. He had no interest in squabbling with a brat. "You..." Terry froze behind him, then flushed crimson with anger. Had he just been ignored? He pulled out his wand at once and pointed it at Diciwen. "Densajo!" Sensing the approach of the spell behind him, Diciwen bent low with nimble ease, and the curse flew over his head. Though it had not hit him, he was still angered. He had meant to ignore Terry, but he had not expected these ill-bred children from pure-blood families to be so contemptible, tossing out a jinx at the slightest provocation. He turned to look at Terry, while his three roommates also came over. Seeing Diciwen ambushed had infuriated them as well, and with the two houses already somewhat opposed by nature, the atmosphere immediately turned tense, as though the slightest spark would set both sides fighting. Fortunately, Madame Hooch returned just then. She had not felt easy leaving a crowd of young witches and wizards on their own, so she had entrusted the two injured children to Filch, the caretaker standing by the front doors, and told him to take them to the hospital wing while she hurried back to the flying grounds. "What is going on here?" Madame Hooch stepped into the crowd and separated the two sides. Terry and Diciwen, in rare accord, both said it was nothing, though there was fire in both their eyes. Madame Hooch continued the lesson. This time no more accidents occurred. The remaining children all flew steadily, and though the scene was calm, the young witches and wizards from each house regarded the other side with anything but friendliness. After class, once Madame Hooch and some of the children had left, Diciwen stopped Terry. "No need to compete in flying. Let us have a duel instead." Truth be told, Terry was in an awkward spot by then. Though children from pureblood wizarding families could get their hands on a few minor jinxes and petty curses at home, they were not truly damaging spells, and they were hardly enough for a proper duel. In reality, they did not know many spells at all, especially after having been at school only a few days. But the pride of his family would not allow him to lose face in front of so many classmates. Very soon, the children of both houses formed a ring, with the two boys standing in the middle and Felix acting as referee. After they bowed to one another, Terry was the first to cast Slugulus Eructo. Diciwen watched the spell coming toward him, sidestepped it with ease, and then sent out a stream of flames. When Terry saw that Diciwen had actually used a proper spell, he was so startled that he threw himself to the ground in a panic. The fire-making spell grazed past him, But just as he was about to scramble up and counterattack, a strange scene unfolded. After flying past his body, the flames immediately turned back and swept toward him once more. Diciwen had begun using the magician's control over flame. Though he knew a number of spells, a private duel like this, if discovered by the school, would inevitably cost them house points. And if he used a spell to truly injure the other child, there would certainly be further trouble afterward. So he intended to toy with Terry using fire instead. It would not seriously hurt him, while still producing the effect of a performance. The children at the side watched as Diciwen stood where he was, wand moving in hand, while Terry on the opposite side could not merely fail to retaliate, but could barely even evade. He staggered about in utter disarray, constantly dodging the flames, and every single time Diciwen controlled them so they only just brushed past his body without ever truly burning him. Terry was miserable beyond words. Though it felt as though he had managed to dodge every spell his opponent sent his way, his stamina was draining at an alarming rate, and he knew he would not be able to avoid many more. Diciwen did not continue tormenting him. He made the flames whirl around himself and said to Terry, "Had enough?" At long last, Terry had a chance to catch his breath. He collapsed to the ground and waved a hand at Diciwen. He had no strength left. Even if he wanted to continue, it was impossible. Diciwen dispersed the flames and left with his roommates. He said nothing humiliating. That was the sort of childish thing only someone like Malfoy would do. Yet the entire scene had been witnessed by a pair of eyes on the 8th floor. He was astonished by Diciwen's method of controlling fire. Such precise mastery was clearly not something an 11-year-old wizard ought to be capable of. "So, you have other secrets as well," Dumbledore mused aloud, popping the cockroach in his hand into his mouth as he spoke. He intended to find an opportunity for a proper talk. He could sense that Diciwen harbored no real malice. Just as the children were about to enter the castle, Professor McGonagall came striding toward them in a fury, with Professor Snape following behind in grim silence. "Gentlemen, would someone care to explain to me what happened here?" Professor McGonagall asked sternly, pointing at Terry's wizarding robes, burned to tatters, as she surveyed the group of young Gryffindors before her. After all, the ones who had come off worse belonged to Slytherin, so she was not especially worried for the personal safety of the students from her own house. Since Diciwen had already left and thus escaped being caught by Professor McGonagall, the Slytherin students present immediately began embellishing their complaints and speaking ill of him. Professor Snape said to Professor McGonagall, "It seems our exemplary student Diciwen has not rid himself of his habit of bullying others." With a headache coming on, McGonagall turned to the nearby Gryffindor students for answers. The twins stepped forward at once and recounted the entire sequence of events to the two professors, making a great show of praising Diciwen's gallant act of risking himself to save another. Realizing he had been misled, Snape shot the Slytherin students a vicious glare, while McGonagall, being the older and steadier of the two, could not be bothered to quarrel with him over it. Even so, their private duel had unquestionably broken school rules. "Inform Mr. Peverell that he is to serve 1 week of detention for engaging in an unauthorized duel. The exact time will be announced later. And that includes you as well, Mr. Knott. 50 points from Gryffindor and 50 from Slytherin." Professor McGonagall was fair-minded enough in her judgment that even Snape had nothing to say against it. After giving the young wizards another stern lecture, the professors departed. At supper that evening, the Gryffindor students brought Diciwen the grim news. He had been prepared for it. It was inevitable that some student would inform on them, and once the secret came out, punishment would follow. That night, after everyone else had fallen asleep, Diciwen slipped out of the common room. The fat lady looked at the little wizard before her and said, "My dear, you are the 15th Gryffindor to sneak out for a nighttime wander tonight. Could you not let me have a peaceful night's sleep?" Diciwen murmured an apology and hurried off. He made for the room of requirement on the 8th floor. The corridors were quiet all the way there. Even with so many students roaming at night, none of them dared speak loudly. Just as he reached the stairs to the 8th floor, Hagrid's voice drifted from the corner ahead. "Professor Dumbledore, there've been a few more werewolves in the Forbidden Forest these past 2 days. The centaur herd spotted them first and drove them off. But I went in to have a look today, and I found signs of their movements heading toward the unicorn's grazing grounds." Having listened to Hagrid's anxious report, Dumbledore replied at once, "Do not worry, Hagrid. I shan't allow them any chance to get near the unicorns. By the way, Professor McGonagall just told me that 2 students have been assigned detention. After some time has passed, let them accompany you on a round in the Forbidden Forest. But Professor, if the young wizards were to run into werewolves..." "Rest easy, Hagrid. I shall have several professors take turns standing watch in the Forbidden Forest." Hagrid's footsteps drew steadily closer, and Diciwen immediately flattened himself behind the side of a suit of armor, praying Hagrid would not notice him. Sure enough, the big, blustering man paid him no mind at all and clattered downstairs in haste. Then, just at that moment, a voice sounded beside him. "Oh, you're standing far too close to me. It makes me rather uncomfortable." The suit of armor beside him had begun speaking, and the instant it did, another suit next to it retorted, "Too close? I have kept a distance of 6.5 feet from you for centuries. How could I possibly be standing too near?" Plainly, that suit of armor had not noticed Diciwen at all and had instead started bickering with its companion. Diciwen's head throbbed. If this drew Dumbledore over, he probably would not be punished, but there would certainly be other demands attached. Stepping as lightly as he could, he hastened toward the room of requirement. Following the proper method, he paced 3 times back and forth before the wall, chanting inwardly as he walked, "I need a place to hide things." Before long, the outline of a door appeared and gradually solidified into a real one. Then a voice came from behind him. "Oh, I discovered that door once myself." Though at the time what appeared was a lavatory. Diciwen nearly jumped out of his skin. He turned and saw Dumbledore standing there in a woolen nightshirt, smiling at him. "Good evening, Diciwen." "Good evening, Professor," Diciwen answered through sheer force of will. Today, he truly had been cursed with rotten luck. First detention, and now being caught red-handed by Dumbledore. He had meant to search through the heaps of junk and see whether he might come across a boggart to use as a potion's ingredient. But now that he had run into Dumbledore, tonight was clearly destined to end in failure. A great portion of the Duelist's potion from that afternoon had already been digested, and he had been planning to find time to prepare more first. "It seems you have discovered a space different from the one I found," Dumbledore said, gazing over the vast interior of the room of requirement as he walked inside. Diciwen could only steel himself and follow. It was an enormous chamber, crammed with every manner of discarded object. Flying brooms, desks, blackboards, mops, banners, and more. It was as though all the clutter accumulated over Hogwarts' 1,000-year history had been piled here. As the two of them wandered among those things, they talked. "Diciwen, I saw your remarkable fire-making spell today. I must say, among wizards of your age, no one uses it better. As it happens, I have a certain amount of experience in that area myself. If time permits, the two of us might have a proper talk about it." Hearing Dumbledore's seemingly casual words, Diciwen felt a headache coming on again. As expected, Dumbledore had taken an interest in him once more. It made him profoundly uneasy. It seemed he could not allow Dumbledore's attention to remain fixed entirely upon him. Diciwen pondered for a long while. What Dumbledore cared most about now ought still to be Voldemort. So should he tell him where Voldemort was? Or about Voldemort's Horcruxes? Horcruxes? It seemed there was one right here in the room of requirement. After considering it, he answered Dumbledore, "It would be my honor, Professor. Your Fiendfire is one of the most famous spells in the wizarding world. If I could receive your guidance and learn even a little from you, I should be delighted." Hearing Diciwen's exceedingly official reply, Dumbledore's mouth twitched. He had not expected Diciwen to respond with the flustered uncertainty of an ordinary young wizard, but instead to point directly to his formidable power. Diciwen continued, "I have heard stories of you from various professors and some of the students as well. Your great strength and your contributions to the wizarding world command admiration. Though there are still wishes you have yet to fulfill, you are already the greatest wizard in this world." Wishes? Dumbledore neither agreed nor objected. He did not quite understand what Diciwen meant. "Yes. For instance, your student. You must surely have worried yourself sick over his affairs." Dumbledore fell silent. Even a powerful wizard could have problems he was unable to solve. Meanwhile, Diciwen had drawn his wand and begun practicing wand divination, altering the direction of his steps as he divined. By the time Dumbledore's thoughts had returned to their usual course, they were already standing before a plaster bust of a wizard wearing a dusty old wig, upon which rested a tarnished old crown blackened at the top. Dumbledore did not know why Diciwen had stopped, but the moment his eyes fell upon that old crown, he sensed something unusual. After studying the pattern worked into it, he finally recognized it for what it was, Ravenclaw's diadem. "Professor Dumbledore, I should like to define the relationship between us as one between a student and a collaborator. I have heard certain things about you as well, but I have matters of my own to attend to. I hope ours will not be a relationship in which we interfere too much with one another." Diciwen spoke with blunt directness. He hoped not to be swept up and made to act at the mercy of Dumbledore's plans, but on the level of cooperation, he could offer Dumbledore a certain amount of help. After all, he had the advantage of seeing through things. In return, he could also receive some assistance in those areas within Dumbledore's power. Dumbledore turned back to look at Diciwen, his expression grave and intent. Diciwen's words forced him to change his stance and regard the other boy as a true equal. That is Ravenclaw's diadem. Of course, it has already lost the original power of the diadem. Now it has become something else entirely, a Horcrux. I imagine this is not an unfamiliar object to you. Consider it a gift from me. Naturally, I require nothing in return. I only hope to pass 7 years of school life here in peace. You needn't deliberately keep your eye on me. I will not disrupt your plans, and I hope you can grant me, to a certain extent, a privilege beyond that of ordinary students. Peace and quiet. Of course, if ever you should need a bit of advice, I would be honored to visit your headmaster's office for a glass of pumpkin juice. Dumbledore looked at the clear-minded, composed, and effortlessly articulate Diciwen, and for a moment he did not know how to answer. The shock he felt now was scarcely less than if Tom had become the Dark Lord all over again. Diciwen, what you've said can be discussed. But how did you know I was searching for these things? Dumbledore asked in puzzlement. With his temperament, he was always cautious where the unknown was concerned. Didn't Mr. Ogden tell you? I can divine the future, Diciwen said, still pushing everything onto prophecy. It was I who led him to the Resurrection Stone ring, and I was also the one who warned him of the ring's danger. Of course, as you know, there are times when a person's actions become part of the prophecy itself. Some things are very hard to avoid. What is destined to happen will happen. Dumbledore studied the mature calm in Diciwen. There was no ambition in his eyes, no malice, not even much kindness. Perhaps, just as he had said, there were things that did not interest him. He had purposes of his own, but they would not affect others. He was not like Tom. Tom liked to be surrounded by followers, liked to be the leader, liked power. You could see it all in his eyes. In the corridor on the 8th floor, a great door slowly emerged upon the wall, and 2 figures stepped out from within. After bidding Dumbledore farewell, Diciwen left the 8th floor, while Dumbledore stood there with the diadem in his hand, watching his retreating figure in silence for a very long time. He did not know what changes interference through prophecy might bring, but he did know that the sooner more Horcruxes were discovered, the more it would help in defeating Voldemort. He could no longer afford to worry over much. Harry was about to return to the wizarding world, and the conflict was beginning. As for Diciwen, he walked back sighing to himself. Not only had he exposed himself, he had also stayed up for half the night for nothing and accomplished absolutely nothing. That old fox Dumbledore had made no promises at all. So half a month passed. After the final herbology lesson one afternoon, Diciwen was summoned to Professor McGonagall's office. Mr. Peverell, you are hereby informed that after supper, you are to assemble in the entrance hall. Your detention begins tonight. You will accompany Hagrid on patrol in the Forbidden Forest for 1 week. Professor McGonagall spoke with a stern expression. She wanted the students of her house to obey the rules, but they were Gryffindors, and that gave her no end of trouble. Yes, Professor. I'll be there on time, Diciwen replied. With the abilities he now possessed, he did not fear danger. After all, he had a werewolf kill to his name, even if it had been a careless one. But now he was already a magician. He had means to injure his enemies and preserve his own life, along with a fair accumulation of spells. Ordinary minor threats could hardly trouble him. After supper, he returned to the dormitory, placed the paper figure he had long prepared into his system space, told his roommates where he was going, and then made his way back to the first-floor hall. Before long, Terry Knott arrived as well. Soon enough, Professor McGonagall and Hagrid came down to the first floor. McGonagall handed the 2 boys over to Hagrid and then returned to her office. Hello, Diciwen, haven't seen ya in ages. Looks like you've been a bit unruly too. Fancy gettin' detention. Hagrid, I had no choice. Watching the 2 of them greet each other, and hearing Diciwen's words in particular, Terry grew irritated. So what? I forced you to hit me? Well, that did seem to be the case. Terry followed the other 2 towards the Forbidden Forest without saying a word. The werewolves settled down a bit these past days. They haven't been pressing toward the unicorn's territory again. But the fact that they're appearing on this side of the forest is a very bad sign. Things aren't peaceful deep in the woods, or they wouldn't have crossed into the territory of the centaurs and Aragog, Hagrid said gloomily. He had not rested well at all these past days. Who's Aragog? Diciwen asked, despite already knowing perfectly well. That's the one I rye. That's a spider in the Forbidden Forest. Its proper name's Acromantula, a lovely magical creature, just like unicorns. Hagrid nearly let the truth slip, but caught himself at once and began introducing it to Diciwen with obvious enthusiasm. The other 2 were left speechless. To call an XXXXX class extremely dangerous magical creature lovely, and compare it to a unicorn no less? Did the unicorns know about this? Before long, the group reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where an enormous boarhound was lying there. That's Fong. You've seen him before. Big as he looks, he's a proper coward, Hagrid said to the two boys. The three of them, together with the dog, formed a little party and entered the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts was an ancient and extraordinarily dense mixed woodland, filled with oak, beech, pine, plane, yew, and every manner of tree besides. The canopy completely blotted out the sky. The ground was thick with tough grass, brambles, and moss, and away from the paths it was almost impossible to pass through, with branches constantly snaring at one's clothes. At night, the forest lay in utter stillness. Moonlight would only occasionally slip through the breaks in the clouds and the gaps in the trees, casting a cold silver-blue glow. In most places, it was so dark one could not see one's hand before one's face, and only lantern light made passage possible. The murmur of streams could often be heard. Thin mists and damp vapor drifted among the trees, and the ground was slick beneath their feet. The forest as a whole gave off a sinister, oppressive atmosphere, thick with the sense of unknown danger. The air was rich with the smell of rotting leaves and wet earth, with the occasional taint of wild beasts mixed in. The dim light constrained the eye and made the ear unnaturally keen, as though ambush lurked on every side. As they walked through the forest, they could from time to time hear the distant hoofbeats of centaurs, the skittering of giant spiders, the cries of thestrals, and the low growls of unknown creatures. Before long, the first half of the night passed in tense silence, yet nothing happened in the forest. Most of the creatures there would avoid them as soon as they sensed Hagrid's giant aura, so they did not encounter any magical creatures along the way. Right then, let's head back. Looks like nothing'll happen tonight. Tomorrow we'll have a look toward where the unicorns gather, Hagrid said wearily. Though Hagrid's constitution was unusual, even he was exhausted after tramping about for half the night. Diciwen was all right. The strengthening of his Beyonder characteristics, coupled with his pathways control over the body, had saved him no small amount of stamina. As for Terry, he had long since been half leaning on Fong, unable to walk under his own power. After seeing the two boys back to the castle, Hagrid left. At the castle entrance, the pair ran into Filch. Evidently Filch knew about their detention and had deliberately waited there for them. After escorting them back to their respective house common rooms, he continued patrolling the castle, hoping to catch wandering little wizards out after hours. The moment Diciwen stepped into the Gryffindor common room after giving the password, he ran into the twins, who had only just come back themselves. The pair had spotted Filch earlier and returned to the common room ahead of time, waiting by the entrance for Diciwen. "Oh, Diciwen, we heard about your detention, but that's practically a reward. Was the Forbidden Forest fun? Did you run into any magical creatures? Centaurs. Surely you saw centaurs? They're always roaming about in the Forbidden Forest." Diciwen found their bizarre train of thought rather astonishing. It was clearly a punishment, yet in their eyes it somehow seemed not bad at all. Not at all. We didn't see a thing tonight. Wandered around for ages for nothing. Diciwen had not lied to them either. The truth was that Hogwarts was still the safest place in Britain. With Hagrid nearby in the Forbidden Forest, there was basically little real danger, and this sort of detention was also a form of training for young wizards, using the forest's oppressive, eerie atmosphere to wear away their restless hearts. What a pity. We were waiting for you to come back and tell us a story. Diciwen bid the two farewell and returned to the common room. He was preparing to sleep. There were classes again tomorrow. The following evening, 3 figures, 2 small and 1 large, slowly made their way into the Forbidden Forest. Tonight they took a different route from yesterday, but the surroundings were just as grim and sinister. Hagrid chatted with Diciwen as he kept watch on the area around them. Suddenly, the cry of a centaur rang out ahead, and it sounded as though he had been injured. The group hastened toward the sound, and as he walked, Hagrid said, "Listen, Diciwen and Terry. If there's danger in a bit, don't leave my side no matter what." As he spoke, he pulled the pink umbrella from his coat. Before long, they saw a group of centaurs ahead besieging 2 black-robed figures, while another centaur struggled to rise from the ground. "Ronan, I'm coming to help," Hagrid roared as he charged into the fray. With one slap, he sent a black-robed man flying, then bent down to help the fallen centaur up. "What are you doing here, Hagrid, and why have you brought 2 foals? Foals mustn't enter the Forbidden Forest." "Oh, this is a task assigned by our headmaster. They're Diciwen and Terry." Hearing that it had come from Dumbledore, the centaur said no more and rejoined the others in battle. Very soon, the 2 black-robed figures gave a savage howl, their bodies shifting until they revealed themselves as werewolves. Diciwen cursed under his breath. What rotten luck, running into werewolves again. Was he somehow fated to cross paths with them? He drew his wand, while his other hand formed the shape of a pistol, ready to join the fight at any moment. The 2 werewolves howled together and lunged at a centaur. Seeing the centaur about to be slashed by their claws, and knowing his arrows would not be enough to stop them, Diciwen fired 2 consecutive air bullets with one hand, striking one werewolf in the head, while with the other he cast an incendio that cut the second one off. Hagrid shouted, "Brilliant, Diciwen!" Blood dripped from the werewolf struck in the head, while the other, halted by the flames, turned and fixed its gaze on Diciwen. Diciwen saw both werewolves staring at him, yet he felt no fear. He quietly tossed down several paper effigies, then kept his guard up and watched them warily. By then the centaurs had also reacted, drawing their bows and firing at the werewolves. The 2 beasts dodged the arrows even as they howled, and at that moment, a wolf's cry sounded from the distant forest, from the direction where the unicorns gathered. "Damn it!" Hagrid yelled, already preparing to run, when he suddenly thought of something, seized Terry, and bolted in that direction. Terry had already been frightened stiff. Having witnessed real danger at last, this unruly boy was feeling the harsh truth of the world for the first time. "Diciwen, hurry!" Hagrid called as he ran. He had to check on the unicorns, but the 2 werewolves had no intention of giving them that chance. Howling, they charged at Diciwen. He fired a Petrificus totalis at one, then cast incendio at the other. Concealed by the blaze's light, he sent an air bullet into one werewolf's eye, making it shriek in agony, while the other dodged the full bodybind curse and rushed him. In a burst of fiery teleportation, Diciwen shifted beside a burning tree. Then 2 more full bodybind curses shot forth. One of the werewolves failed to react in time, was struck cleanly, and collapsed to the ground with its limbs rigid. The other, one I blasted apart, saw its companion fall and charged at Diciwen like a thing gone mad. Diciwen used a paper effigy substitute to return to his previous position, then fired an air bullet into the back of the werewolf's knee. Its body pitched forward involuntarily, and Diciwen hurried in to finish it with another Petrificus totalis. Diciwen's battle had ended, and over there the centaurs had already bound the remaining werewolf. He glanced toward the direction Hagrid had run, said nothing to the centaurs, and sprinted after him. Behind him, a centaur's voice rang out. "Be careful, little foal." Diciwen turned back toward the centaur called Ronan, waved a hand, and ran on. As he ran, he soon saw the flash of spell light ahead. When he drew near, he found Hagrid standing to one side with Terry in tow, and behind them were 2 unicorns, one large and one small. Before them stood a black-robed figure, Professor Snape. Sectum Sempra. One werewolf's head flew from its shoulders, while the other, seeing its companion die, fled at full speed without a moment's hesitation. Professor Snape looked at Hagrid behind him and said, "Keep an eye on Terry." Then he apparat away. Diciwen arrived at that moment and looked at the 2 of them. "Are you all right, Hagrid?" "Oh yes, we're fine. When we got here just now, the werewolves had already charged at the unicorns. The unicorns were avoiding them with their speed and grace. After I arrived, I held the werewolves back. But you know I had Terry with me, so I couldn't fight at full strength. Then Professor Snape arrived. A few spells were enough to stop the 2 werewolves, and he even killed one of them." Hagrid looked at the unharmed Diciwen as he spoke, visibly delighted. Crack. The sound of apparition rang out, and a wolf's head fell to the ground. "I had assumed you had perished in the first wave of the werewolves' attack, Mr. Peverell. Seeing that you are unscathed, I must say that, as your professor, I am rather gratified." Professor Snape's words, dripping with venom, carried over as he returned to them after killing the fleeing werewolf. The corner of Diciwen's mouth twitched, and he said to Snape, "Thank you for your concern, Professor. I'm fine." In truth, Snape had been following them all along. After watching Diciwen bring down one werewolf with a rapid succession of spells, he had gone to support Hagrid's side. In his judgment, the remaining werewolf would not have been a match for Diciwen either. But he found Diciwen intensely interesting. Those intangible bullets, and that short-range movement that was clearly not apparition. He had not yet seen the paper effigy substitution, or he would have been even more obsessed. The way Snape looked at Diciwen made it seem as though he wanted to drag him back and dissect him for study. It sent gooseflesh prickling over Diciwen's skin. Seeing Professor Snape return, Hagrid thanked him at once. "Thank you, Professor Snape. Otherwise Terry and I would have been in real danger." As he spoke, Hagrid gave the shaken Terry beside him a one-armed hug. Only then did Snape seem to remember that there was another Slytherin student here. Looking at Terry's thoroughly frightened state, he felt a trace of imbalance in his heart. Why did the genius never end up in Slytherin? Just then, that earlier group of centaurs arrived, bringing the 2 werewolves with them. The centaurs threw them to the ground and looked anxiously toward the unicorns. Once they confirmed that the unicorns were unharmed, they also let out a breath of relief. Boom! After a burst of firelight, Dumbledore arrived in the forbidden forest borne by a phoenix. One look at the bodies on the ground and the 2 living captives on the centaur side, and he understood the general situation. Since there were survivors, it seemed there was room to dig deeper and discover who, exactly, had begun taking an interest in the unicorns of the Forbidden Forest. He told Hagrid to take Diciwen and the other boy back to the castle. After all, young wizards who had gone through something like this ought to be properly looked after. Madame Pomfrey is already waiting in the hospital wing. Take the two of them straight there, Dumbledore instructed Hagrid. Professor, I'm fine. So I'll just go straight back to the dormitory, since you're perfectly fine. Then come and take a walk with an old man like me. Dumbledore spoke suddenly. Diciwen badly wanted to slap his own mouth. Why had he said something so unnecessary? He had invited trouble onto himself. Snape saw that there might be some entertainment here, so he did not leave either. After soothing the centaurs, Dumbledore sent them away. Do give Magri my regards. After the centaurs had departed, Dumbledore walked over to the unicorn and began to speak with it. Unicorns had lived in the Forbidden Forest for generations, and Hogwarts bore the duty of protecting them. It was an ancient pact of the school. When the unicorn had finished the exchange, it cast Diciwen a long, searching look, then left with the young unicorn. Severus, it seems the unicorns and the centaurs are no clearer on the reason for this attack than we are. In that case, we shall have to dig it out of these two, Dumbledore said with certainty. Looks like we shall have to waste a few drops of Veritaserum, Snape said lightly. After all, no one could lie under its effects. Watching the two of them play off one another, Diciwen felt that others were already handling the matter, so there was no point in keeping him here. Oh, I nearly forgot our Mr. Peverell. If possible, could you divine these two men's origins for us? Dumbledore said with a smile. At Dumbledore's words, Snape's eyes widened. He could scarcely believe that this young wizard possessed the blood of a seer as well. As a man whose entire life had been shaped by prophecy, he found that sort of thing deeply disagreeable. I can only do my best, Professor, Diciwen said uncertainly. He went over to the two werewolves and took hair, blood, and part of their clothing. Then, in a language neither professor could understand, he began sketching symbols across the ground. Setting the hair, blood, and cloth before him, he used his own spirituality to commune with this world, murmuring about the man's origins, and before long Diciwen sank into sleep. In the dream, he saw a group of wizards. Their leader sat there, speaking with a well-dressed wizard. Among that shabby, unkempt band was the owner of the hair, which made it clear that they were a pack of werewolves. The wizard among them tossed a small pouch to the werewolf leader. The werewolf caught it with a grin and said something to the wizard. Then the scene shifted. 7 werewolf wizards stood outside the Forbidden Forest. They exchanged glances, then walked in. Diciwen woke. It was his first time using dream divination, and his spirituality had drained away alarmingly fast. Luckily, he was already a Sequence 7 magician, or he might not have endured the cost, especially after a battle. There are 7 werewolves in the Forbidden Forest altogether. They were hired to enter the forest by a well-dressed black wizard with thinning hair. I don't know the exact details, but judging by what they've been doing these past few days, they were most likely after the unicorns, Diciwen said calmly as he looked at the two professors. In truth, neither professor was entirely certain of the information Diciwen had provided. Though the description of the black wizard was rather vague, the other piece of intelligence was crucial. Since there are still outsiders in the Forbidden Forest, we must inform the centaurs at once, Dumbledore said. As for the rest, that is up to you, Severus. Let us see who this black wizard is, Dumbledore added. Professor Snape seemed to shoot him a flat look. Then, after glancing at Diciwen, he drew his wand and pointed it at the werewolf on the ground. Legilimens. A few breaths later, Snape said, There is indeed a black wizard, but I have no recollection of him. He is probably not British. Only then did he truly become certain that Diciwen possessed a gift for prophecy, or rather, that his powers of divination were formidable. I also know who sent them, Fenrir Greyback. So it was him. Then that is hardly surprising. As a werewolf who has long since gone mad, only he would dare send people into Hogwarts. So that is it. Then let us send him a little gift, and have our regards delivered with it, Dumbledore said politely. Though his words were courteous enough, anyone with ears could tell he meant nothing of the sort. Professor Snape shot him a glance, turned, and strode away. Dumbledore led Diciwen back. I did not expect to trouble you so soon, Mr. Peverell, Dumbledore said with a smile. Diciwen did not answer. He knew full well that if he let this topic continue, he would inevitably be troubled again. Instead, he said to Dumbledore, Professor, I read about a creature called a Vila in a book. I have a magical experiment that requires Vila hair, but I don't know where to find any. Could you tell me? If he could obtain Vila hair from Dumbledore, Ashwinder eggshell from Hagrid, Demiguy's hair from Hagrid as well, and then find a boggart somewhere in Hogwarts Castle, he would have everything he needed for the faceless potion. Tonight's performance had not been grand, but the quality of the audience had been exceptional. Werewolves, centaurs, a half-giant, and powerful wizards. He felt that his potion was only one more performance away from being fully digested. Dumbledore had not expected Diciwen to be so direct. It almost sounded as though he were saying that, since he had done the work, it was now time to pay him. Oh, certainly. As it happens, I have some with me. I shall give it to you once we return to the castle. That is far too kind of you, but thank you, Professor. Diciwen did not refuse. It was only what he was owed. Just then, Hagrid came toward them. Professor Dumbledore. Ah, agreed. We have received word that there are still 3 werewolves in the Forbidden Forest. For the next few days, I shall need you to keep watch over Ilavinis there. I understand, Professor. Then is the little wizard's detention cancelled? If he runs into werewolves, it'd be truly dangerous. Dumbledore pondered for a moment. Then, after glancing at Diciwen, said, Quite right. In that case, it shall be cancelled. However, Diciwen, I have a request. Would you be willing to keep Hagrid company at night over the next few days? I should hate for him to be bored in the Forbidden Forest all by himself. Diciwen rolled his eyes at him. If you want my help, just say so. Don't feed me that sort of line meant for children. Looks like Dumbledore's gifts do not come easily. Once this business is over, I am definitely going to make him pay dearly for it. No problem, Professor. I've actually been rather interested in the Forbidden Forest, and I can learn quite a lot about magical creatures from Hagrid as well. Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction. After bidding Hagrid farewell, the two of them returned to the castle. The next day, what? Your detention's been cancelled, and you still get to go play in the Forbidden Forest at night? That's completely unfair. At dusk, Diciwen was sitting in the Gryffindor common room, reading while chatting with his dormmates. He mentioned that he would still be going to the Forbidden Forest later. Only the punishment itself had been lifted. The twins, who had been watching the fun from the side, immediately cried out, Take us with you, Diciwen. Talk to the professors for us. In the twins' eyes, it had to be Diciwen who had persuaded the professors and secured the chance to go into the forest. You think it's for fun? It's dangerous. Diciwen looked at the 2 lively nuisances in front of him. Was he supposed to tell them that there were werewolves in the Forbidden Forest, the sort that would kill? That would only make them even more eager to see for themselves. The twins pestered Diciwen for quite a while longer. In the end, he merely said he would bring them something back from the Forbidden Forest, and that was enough to make them drop the matter. Only then did the twins stop hounding him. They exchanged a glance, then turned and left the common room at once. But from the haste of their footsteps, it was plain that they had not truly given up. Sitting in his chair, Diciwen found himself recalling Professor Smith from that morning's defense against the dark arts lesson, still wearing that same exhausted look across his face. Earlier, when Diciwen had used spirit vision, he had noticed that the color around Professor Smith's head was abnormal. Whether it was from lack of rest or the effect of some spell, he could not say, but one thing was certain. There was something very wrong with that professor. After class, Professor Smith had left the school. Someone had seen him heading out beyond the castle, most likely toward Hogsmeade. After all, if one intended to travel farther afield, the flue network from a fireplace would certainly be faster. As more and more young wizards returned to the common room, the sky beyond the window darkened completely. Diciwen gathered his things and left the room. Hopefully nothing else would happen tonight. As it turned out, that prayer was answered. The Forbidden Forest remained peaceful throughout the night. Perhaps, after seeing what had become of those 4, some captured, some slain, the remaining 3 no longer dared linger in the Forbidden Forest. Returning to the castle in the dead of night, Diciwen, as promised, brought the twins a few strands of unicorn tail hair each. The 2 of them had been waiting rather glumpily in the common room, but the instant they saw the unicorn hair, their faces lit up at once. Looking at them, Diciwen wondered whether he ought to tell them that Hagrid usually kept this sort of thing in bags. Only after asking did he learn that, after leaving the common room that afternoon, the pair had gone to Professor McGonagall to apply for admission to the Forbidden Forest expedition team. Professor McGonagall had already strongly opposed Dumbledore's arrangement to have Diciwen continue staying in the Forbidden Forest, and had been deeply worried about it. So when she saw these 2 turning up to apply as well, she flew into a rage on the spot and punished them with a 10-foot essay on transfiguration. You 2 had better get to sleep. You've still got that essay to write tomorrow. After saying this to them, Diciwen returned to his dormitory and went to bed. For several days in a row, the Forbidden Forest was so quiet at night it was almost eerie, and there was no sign left of any outsiders within it. Once it was certain that those 3 had already left the forest, Dumbledore brought Diciwen's assignment to an end. Time soon reached Halloween. The whole of Hogwarts Castle was steeped in festive cheer. The entrance hall on the ground floor had been decked out with jack-o'-lanterns. Bats wheeled beneath the ceiling, and the weather charm had turned the sky into a thunderous, overcast gloom. The young witches and wizards, dressed in all manner of bizarre outfits, played about the school. That evening, all the students and professors gathered in the great hall, eating and drinking as the lively spirit of Halloween filled the air. The young witches and wizards tucked into the splendid feast while chattering amongst themselves, their conversation ranging from which sweets tasted best to the proper way to play wizard chess. The high table was much the same, save that the seat belonging to Professor Smith stood empty. At that very moment, Filch shoved open the doors of the great hall in utter panic, running as he shouted, "Werewolves! Werewolves are attacking Hogwarts!" In an instant silence fell all around, only to be shattered by a chaotic uproar of cries. Some of the young witches and wizards had already begun to run, and the scene at once descended into utter disorder. "Quiet!" Dumbledore pointed his wand at his own throat and cast Sonorous, and it was a nonverbal spell at that. Very soon, the great hall fell silent. Looking at the fear on the faces of the young witches and wizards, it was hardly surprising. After all, they were werewolves. To be tainted by one meant becoming a werewolf for the rest of one's life. Dumbledore began arranging for the prefects to lead the young witches and wizards back to their dormitories, then set off with the teachers toward the doors. By Hagrid's stone hut, a heap of hay had been set ablaze. Beside the fire stood several figures, cursing and laughing wildly. There were also wizards who had transformed into werewolves, howling at the side. A full moon hung in the sky, and tonight the werewolves had all been driven mad by it. Dumbledore assigned some of the professors to guard the castle, then took Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall with him as they hurried toward the Forbidden Forest. Diciwen had originally been following the main group back toward the common room, but on the way he caught sight, through a window, of firelight coming from the direction of Hagrid's hut and thought the hut had been burned down. He turned and rushed downstairs. Arya saw this, hesitated for a moment, and then followed in Diciwen's footsteps. The farther they went, the fewer people there were, yet Diciwen could still hear footsteps behind him. When he turned around, he saw Arya following after him. Diciwen stopped and said to Arya, "It's dangerous outside. Go back." "What about you? Why are you going?" Arya asked anxiously, her eyes reddening. "I'm going to help Hagrid. He's my friend," Diciwen explained. "You don't need to worry. I'll be fine." As if sensing her concern, he gave her that reassurance. Arya did not insist any further. Though she was a Gryffindor too, she was not a fool. The fact that Diciwen had been allowed to enter the Forbidden Forest at night meant the professors knew he possessed unusual strength. If she insisted on going with him, she would only hold him back. "All right then, you must come back safely. I'll wait for you." With that, Arya, cheeks flushed red, ran back toward the staircase. Hearing Arya's words, Diciwen seemed to understand something. Then he turned and headed for Hagrid's hut. Just as he stepped out of the castle, several figures came walking from the direction opposite Hagrid's hut. Among them was a wild-looking man with a cloak thrown over his shoulders and nothing on beneath it. He looked at Diciwen standing by the entrance and bared his teeth in a vicious grin. "A little wizard actually dares come out here?" The others beside him burst into loud laughter as well. Looking at the group before him, Diciwen made a decision to run. He spun round and sprinted back into the castle. Apart from the professors who had gone with Dumbledore toward the Forbidden Forest, there were still several formidable professors inside the castle. On his own, he was certainly no match for the people in front of him. As he ran, he subtly cast down several substitute paper figures, glancing back from time to time to gauge the state of the men behind him. Just as he was about to make it back into the castle, a figure stepped out before him. It was Professor Smith, who had not appeared all evening. He stood there expressionlessly, watching Diciwen race toward him, and raised the wand in his hand. Stupefied, Diciwen had not expected a professor to cast a spell at him. The curse shot toward him with terrifying speed. There was no time to think. He activated a substitute paper figure, and his body shifted to the foot of the steps, where one of his paper figures had been left behind. So the Imperius curse really was controlled rather unstably, to think he actually got away. A black wizard stepped out from behind. He had originally been following at the rear of the group, and Diciwen had not noticed him at first. "Enough, according to plan. I'm heading for the Forbidden Forest now. It's time to draw in the net. Finish off this little wizard quickly." After saying this, he turned and walked toward the Forbidden Forest. Listening to his words, Diciwen frowned. "Just as I thought, their target isn't the castle, it's the Forbidden Forest." He once again activated a substitute paper figure and vanished from where he stood. He reappeared by the staircase on the ground floor. The paper figure he had originally left there had been meant as a way to avoid the professor at the entrance and return to the common room. Yet unexpectedly it had saved his life. He ran upstairs and encountered Professor Flitwick on the second floor. "Professor, several people have reached the castle entrance," Diciwen said urgently. Professor Flitwick was quite surprised that there was still a young wizard outside at such a time. But upon hearing that enemies had reached the doors, he did not panic in the least. "Oh, Mr. Peverell, what you need now is to return to your dormitory. It's far too dangerous outside." "It's all right, Professor. I can protect myself. I want to go and see my friend Hagrid." After hearing this, Professor Flitwick did not press the matter further. "Stay close to me, child." The moment they reached the ground floor, they saw those men. "So it is you, Fenrir Greyback." Upon seeing the man at the front, Professor Flitwick drew out his wand and spoke. "Professor, be careful. Professor Smith is under the Imperius curse." Diciwen shared the information with Professor Flitwick. "Rest assured. Well then, before a duel, ought we not bow to one another?" he said. "Old fool, there are several of us. We didn't come here for any fair fight." Fenrir sneered. With a wave of his hand, they all cast at once, several spells hurtling toward Professor Flitwick. Protego. The spells struck the shimmering barrier before Professor Flitwick, then rebounded straight back. "Arg!" Seeing their discomfiture, Fenrir shouted angrily, "Useless trash. All of you together, he can't hold out for long." The severing charm, the blasting curse, stupefy, Avada Kedavra. They showed no restraint whatsoever, hurling every manner of spell at Professor Flitwick. Fenrir in particular had opened with the killing curse. Without the slightest hurry, Professor Flitwick used Impedimenta to knock several of the spells aside, while the Protego upon him blocked a number of the non-lethal ones. Then he used the summoning charm to call over a stone plinth from outside the main doors, sending 2 dark wizards flying even as it planted itself before the killing curse. In the next instant, the stone plinth exploded into fragments. Seizing the moment when Professor Flitwick launched his counterattack, Diciwen raised a hand and fired air bullets at the 2 wizards who had just been knocked to the ground. They had only just begun to push themselves up when the air bullets came hurtling over, smashing into their heads and leaving them bloodied before knocking them unconscious on the spot. It was like being struck by a pistol shot. An ordinary wizard's body simply could not withstand such a blow. Incendio. Facing the 2 still standing, Diciwen cast a burst of flame at them. The pair dodged the fire, only to hear the shrill tearing of the air bullets behind them a moment later. The pain of the impacts striking their bodies made them cry out in agony. Then Diciwen guided the flames back to set their clothes alight, and the 2 men rolled frantically on the ground, trying to put out the fire. Fenrir, who was still exchanging spells with Professor Flitwick, saw how utterly useless his subordinates had proved, unable even to deal with a little wizard. With an enraged howl, he lunged straight at Diciwen. "In your dreams." From behind him, Professor Flitwick fired a stunning spell that struck Fenrir cleanly. Yet even after collapsing, Fenrir did not lose consciousness. Instead, his body twisted and warped as he transformed into his werewolf form. The immense enhancement to a werewolf's physique allowed him to withstand the spell's effects. He rose to his feet, dropped onto all fours in a poised starting stance, and charged at Diciwen. Several impediment jinxes from Flitwick struck Fenrir's body, but he showed no reaction at all. Even when Confringo tore into him and left blood streaming all over his body, it still failed to stop him. Just as he pounced in front of Diciwen, Diciwen used Flame Leap to escape the danger, swiftly retreating to Professor Flitwick's side. Flitwick was delighted to see Diciwen out of harm's way. For that split second, he had been prepared to apparate over himself. Now that Diciwen had shifted over here, he could finally breathe easier. Fenrir turned back and charged toward them again. This time, Professor Flitwick displayed the full prowess of a former dueling champion, forcing Fenrir back again and again while relentlessly injuring him with spell after spell. No matter how formidable the Wolf King Fenrir was, even he could not endure it forever. He crouched low where he stood, then suddenly bolted away at full speed. Diciwen and Professor Flitwick remained where they were, watching him flee. Professor Flitwick's purpose was to protect the students, so he had no intention of pursuing someone who was escaping. Wah! 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 Diciwen is amazing. I feel like he's stronger than me, and I'm already in 5th year. A burst of cheers rang out from upstairs. It turned out that after Alia returned to the common room, she had told everyone what had happened to Diciwen. The twins had suggested that everyone go out and take a look, but the older students had stopped them. Yet with the blaze of fire outside and the sounds of exploding spells echoing through the corridor, they could not restrain themselves any longer and all came running out. Standing on the staircase, they watched the battle unfold below in the first-floor atrium. At first, when Diciwen had knocked several wizards unconscious with his air bullets, everyone had been astonished by the power of his magic. But when Fenrir was just about to seize Diciwen, Alia had tried to rush down, only to be held back by the prefect. Then Diciwen's fiery instant movement utterly ignited the atmosphere. No one had ever seen anyone fight like that before. Though Professor Flitwick's mastery of charms was naturally the more eye-catching, everyone already accepted that the professor was formidable. What no one had expected was just how fierce Diciwen would be. Looking at the crowd of little wizards above him, Diciwen was overjoyed. He had originally thought he would not digest much of the potion today, but with the battle now over, he had already completely digested the magician potion. Fully digesting a potion in 2 months was hardly slow. Professor Flitwick quickly instructed the prefects to take all the young wizards back inside, even though most of them were from Gryffindor. Then Professor Flitwick looked at Diciwen and said, "Splendidly done. Diciwen, you are the most remarkable little wizard I have seen in all these years." Diciwen smiled awkwardly. In truth, his offensive power at this stage was still rather weak. Half of it relied on supernatural abilities and half on spells. But as a first year, he had no chance to come into contact with truly powerful magic. And the old books only contained practical spells, not ones especially suited to combat. "If you're interested in dueling, you may come to me in the evenings," Professor Flitwick told him. "Yes, Professor," Diciwen replied. That way, he could not only learn more spells, but also improve his practical combat techniques with magic. "Professor, what should we do with these people?" Diciwen asked, looking at the unconscious figures on the ground and the 2 charred men nearby. Professor Flitwick added a sleeping charm and a full bodybind curse to the lot of them, then used transfiguration to secure them at the front gate. When Diciwen saw Professor Flitwick bind Professor Smith as well, he asked, "Professor, how should Professor Smith's case be dealt with?" The Imperius Curse, as one of the 3 unforgivable curses, has no counter-curse. Finite can only help him resist the spell's influence, but in the end, he can only rely on his own will to pull through. Professor Flitwick continuously cast Finite on Professor Smith, and only after some time did light slowly return to Professor Smith's eyes. "Hurry and inform Dumbledore. Their target is the unicorns," as expected, Diciwen thought. Flitwick looked at his colleague before him and offered reassurance. "Don't worry. Professor Dumbledore has already gone to the Forbidden Forest." At that very moment, a tremendous explosion resounded from within the Forbidden Forest, and flames surged into the sky. "That must be Professor Dumbledore's firestorm," Diciwen thought to himself. "It seems matters have become serious," Professor Flitwick said. As a professor who had taught for many years, he had rarely seen Headmaster Dumbledore make a move. But if he had acted, then the situation must have been extreme. Could something have happened to the unicorns? Diciwen wondered. The group waited anxiously. Diciwen wanted to go and have a look himself, but Professor Flitwick refused. He could not allow a little wizard to be injured right in front of him. After a while, Professor McGonagall returned. She took in the wrecked state of the entrance, then saw Diciwen, and her brows drew together. "Mr. Peverell, I believe the instruction you received was to return to your dormitory." Professor Flitwick hurried to Diciwen's defense. "Don't worry, Minerva. I was keeping an eye on him. Besides, Diciwen helped me just now." As he spoke, he winked at Diciwen. Professor Flitwick feared that the stern Professor McGonagall would punish Diciwen. Present, he was exceedingly fond of the boy. Seeing Professor Flitwick's explanation, Professor McGonagall did not pursue the matter further. "How are things over in the Forbidden Forest?" Professor Flitwick pressed. "Don't worry, that side has been dealt with as well. Only one person escaped," Professor McGonagall answered. After all, they had rushed to the Forbidden Forest at once and managed to protect the unicorns ahead of time. This attack on Hogwarts had involved no small number of people. More than 20 were lying in ambush within the Forbidden Forest. If not for Dumbledore's Vastaria spell, there would have been no way to deal with so many at once. Very soon, Professor Dumbledore returned to the castle. He had left Professor Snape in the Forbidden Forest to guard against that person coming back again. So the castle side was quite lively as well. "What happened to Morrison?" Dumbledore asked, looking toward the bedraggled Professor Smith. "He was controlled by the Imperius Curse," Professor Flitwick said. "It was Edgar Sterlinger. He had someone take control of me. Lately, he seems to have become afflicted with some curse from who knows where, and his life is hanging by a thread. I went to see him out of friendship, but he used the Imperius Curse on me and made me hide those werewolves around the school in batches. He acquired an ancient potion formula that required one ingredient, a fresh unicorn pituitary gland. He intended to use that potion to treat his curse," Professor Smith said. "You mean that potion's master?" By the beginning of November, the Quidditch Cup season had begun. After classes, all the little wizards talked about was Quidditch. Those muggle-born wizards who had not grown up in the wizarding world became deeply fascinated by the sport once they had learned more about it. Although first-year students were not allowed to take part in Quidditch trials, if a professor happened to notice your talent for the game, you could still be allowed to join. Unfortunately, there was no Harry Potter in this year's cohort. The werewolf incursion seemed, on the surface, to have been brought to a close, and life at Hogwarts had returned to normal, but Diciwen did not see it that way. Though the battle that night had not led to greater disaster, unpleasant rumors about Hogwarts were still spreading beyond the castle walls. The Daily Prophet had even published an article attacking Dumbledore, claiming that he was old now and no longer capable of guaranteeing Hogwarts' safety. Dumbledore, it said, was no longer the Dumbledore he had once been, and it was time for a new headmaster to take his place. Though no bad news had come from the Board of Governors, some parents had still written to the school to ask for the truth of the matter. A few even declared that if Hogwarts could not ensure their children's safety, they would take them home. Defense against the dark arts had gone untaught for several lessons already, because Professor Smith had been confined to the hospital wing for half a month. His condition was stable enough now, but he still had to endure the lingering effects of the countercurse, so he was in no state to teach. Since Professor Smith was still technically in post, Dumbledore had not arranged for anyone else to take over his classes. Otherwise, if Professor Smith were to resign outright, the loss would far outweigh the gain. Professor Snape had left the school the very next day, having received instructions from Dumbledore to investigate the whereabouts of Master Stringer. Though no one had been physically harmed, his involvement with werewolves, his conspiracy to attack Hogwarts, and his use of an unforgivable curse were all charges enough to send him straight to Azkaban. But Snape returned empty-handed. There was no trace of him anywhere in Britain. The Ministry's Aurors were searching for him as well, but the chances of finding him seemed slim. Although Diciwen had already digested the magician potion on the very day of the incident, he had not advanced. Owing to his conspicuous bravery, he had been forced to spend several days in the hospital wing as Professor Smith's fellow patient. Though he explained more than once that he had not been injured that night, Professor McGonagall had still insisted he receive treatment. That, at least, spared him no small amount of trouble, for the young witches and wizards who believed everything they heard now admired Diciwen more than anyone else. Now, as the affair gradually died down, he had finally found a chance to slip free of the attention of professors and classmates alike and place his advancement on the agenda. He obtained 3 materials from Hagrid and Dumbledore, chose a quiet night, and returned to the room of requirement. Gazing at the vast, chaotic storeroom before him, Diciwen began searching little by little. At last, prompted by the system's voice, he found a boggart inside a battered old cabinet. Original system, activate. The system combined the 4 materials together, refining and fusing them without cease. Ding dong. Staring at the prompt before him, Diciwen saw that the faceless potion had been successfully concocted. He hurriedly took it out and drank it down in a single swallow. The liquid was ice-cold as it slid down his throat, like swallowing shattered glass, but in the next instant it turned scalding hot, burning through his limbs and very marrow. Within 3 seconds, his face and head seemed to melt like white wax held to a flame, while skin and bone alike felt as though they were being dissolved by his own blood. The muscles and veins throughout his entire body writhed madly, strange faces and alien contours surfacing again and again, as if countless souls were trying to burst through his skin. The ripple of this beyonder characteristic sent the clutter around him flying, leaving a circular vacuum around his body. After roughly 10 minutes of continued distortion, the sensation of melting gradually ebbed away, the writhing slowed, and the pale, fleshy buds protruding from his skin slowly merged back into flesh and blood. Meanwhile, the spirituality within him surged higher and higher. Diciwen could feel his beyonder characteristics strengthening markedly, while his body gained the core ability of a faceless. He could accurately replicate another person's appearance, bearing and voice, and even capture and imitate a target's distinctive scent. With a mere thought, he tried it. His features reshaped themselves like pliant wax, and in an instant he had become Arthur's very image, down to the subtlest expression and mannerism. At last, he had advanced to sequence 6, faceless. This ability to alter his appearance at will resembled that of a metamorphmagus, but unlike a metamorphmagus, his transformations would not fail because of fluctuations in his emotional state. A faceless change was a deeper one, a dual transformation of body and mind. Even so, he had to beware of being ruled by those transformations. He had to preserve that which remained unchanging within himself, hold fast to his true self, and reject assimilation. As he stepped out of the room of requirement, Diciwen felt a rush of excitement. Another advancement. He could sense his balance, agility, combat ability, and divination all improving across the board. The magician's abilities had all grown stronger as well. The power of his air bullet was now comparable to a rifle round, greatly enhancing his combat strength. "Mr. Bennet, has the night led you astray in the castle?" Dumbledore's voice suddenly rang beside his ear. It was hardly unusual to run into Dumbledore on the 8th floor late at night, but he called me Bennett? Only then did Diciwen realize that after advancing to Faceless and trying his first transformation into Arthur Bennett, he had never changed back. Professor, good evening. I only got separated from the classmates I came out with. I was just about to head back to the dormitory. Diciwen lowered his head, putting on the manner of someone admitting fault. At this very moment he was Bennett. Imitating Bennett's manner, he spoke to Dumbledore with nervousness in his voice. At that moment his height, build, voice, and scent were exactly the same as Arthur's, even down to the tiniest movements. But in the wizarding world, there was something very like an identity card, one's wand. Thinking of that, Diciwen slipped his wand back into his sleeve behind his back. Though it is hardly unusual for Gryffindor children to roam the castle at night in the spirit of adventure, I do hope you will all get some rest earlier. Dumbledore did not realize that the person before him was really Diciwen. He merely found it odd that Arthur Bennett was out wandering so late. Yes, Professor, I understand. Arthur gave Dumbledore a respectful bow, then hurried back to the common room. Feeling the faceless potion within him digesting little by little, Diciwen thought he had found it at last. A method to digest the potion quickly. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, and for all the world he looked like a child about to play a prank. During the month that followed, apart from the classroom and the dormitory, it became difficult for Diciwen's friends to find him anywhere else. Even Arya, who had been growing warmer and warmer towards him, seldom caught sight of him. For except during lessons and while sleeping, Diciwen seemed to vanish from the castle altogether. It felt almost as if he had gained a time-turner. Two identical people could appear in the castle at the same time, so long as they never came face to face. He did not only become Arthur, Rory, and Felix. He also took the forms of students from various years within his own house. Because certain articles of clothing differed in color from house to house, he could not impersonate anyone outside Gryffindor. That even led to him transforming into girls. During that time, remarks such as, "What book were you just reading in the library? Why did you just leave and then come back again? And weren't you studying?" could often be heard. It served as a constant reminder that when he played different people, he had to do things that matched their identities and temperaments. That was not only a requirement of acting, but also a matter of avoiding the birth of some dreadful ghost story within the castle. Among all his schoolmates, there were only two people he could not become, the twins, because the two of them were never apart. Though he rather wanted to startle them by turning their duo into triplets, such a reckless way of exposing himself would do nothing to help his acting. One evening, Arya left the library and, at a corner in the corridor, became Diciwen. The moment he stepped into the common room, he heard Rory's voice. "Diciwen, you're finally back. Have you seen the notice? Will you be staying at school over Christmas, or going home?" The Christmas holidays were fast approaching, and the house was taking count of how many students would remain at Hogwarts, so arrangements could be made more easily for those returning home. Having come to the wizarding world only a few months ago, Diciwen wanted to go back to the orphanage to see the old matron, and he also intended to take possession of his property and vault. "I'll probably be going home. What about you?" Diciwen said. "Then our whole dormitory-esque going home. Be sure to write during the holidays. We were worried you'd be bored all alone at school." Listening to his roommate's words of concern, Diciwen felt that this sort of warmth was truly rather wonderful. He had grown up in an orphanage, and that in itself should not have stopped him from making friends, but the manifestation of his extraordinary abilities had turned him into an oddity in other people's eyes. People feared him, people disliked him, people shut him out. Everyone knew that if you did not want to be isolated by the group, then you should not befriend the one the group had already cast aside. "By the way, what have you been busy with lately? We hardly ever see you around," Arthur asked as he made his tally, recording the holiday arrangements of the first-year boys so he could report them to the prefect. Casual as the question sounded, Diciwen could still hear the concern beneath it. "It's a secret for now, but I'll tell you later." Diciwen felt it was better not to tell them yet. Only that way could he preserve the effect of the role he was playing. "Ah, it's a secret too? I thought you were off on dates with Elia, but then I realized Elia's been looking for you everywhere. How did that skip straight to dating?" But the thought of what lay ahead brought Christmas to mind. Christmas. In these past months, he had gone through a great deal and made many friends as well. Diciwen felt it was about time he started thinking about Christmas presents. It seemed he would have to make a trip to Diagon Alley during the holidays. The first day of the Christmas holidays arrived, and the young wizards packed their luggage and rode the horseless magical carriages towards the station. Diciwen looked at the thestral drawing the carriage before him. It was gaunt to the point of skeletal black hide stretched tight across bone. Its head was almost dragon-like, with blind white eyes and a pair of great bat-like wings, yet its temperament was gentle. It pulled the carriage slowly along with the rest of the line, white breath puffing from its nostrils every so often. Only those who had seen death and understood what death meant could see a thestral, and that had made it into a symbol of something that did not truly belong to its own nature. When they reached Hogsmeade Station, the young wizards heading home all got off. Diciwen walked up to the thestral and reached out to stroke the bony ridge of its face. That clearly surprised the creature. Young wizards generally could not see it. It rubbed its head against Diciwen once, then followed the line of carriages back towards Hogwarts. The Hogwarts Express gave a long, echoing whistle as it steamed away to the southeast. By evening, London, the orphanage. Diciwen stood outside the orphanage gates. He was not carrying much luggage. Anything he absolutely needed had been put into his system space the moment he got off the Hogwarts Express. He pushed open the gate and walked towards the old building. As he drew near, he heard voices coming from inside. It seemed the Christmas preparations had already begun. Diciwen opened the door and stepped in. The children in the corridor looked at the person who had entered, and for a moment none of them recognized him. After all, he had been gone for nearly half a year, and now he was a little different from before, taller, broader, looking like a boy of 15. Diciwen? The old matron emerged from the storage room nearby, a mop in her hands, and looked at him uncertainly. "Hello, Grandma Gladys. I come back to see you." The fact that the old matron could still recognize him made him happy from the bottom of his heart, for she had been the person he relied on most when he had first arrived in this world. He stepped forward, took the mop from her, and began to work. The wet streaks across the floor showed that the cleaning had only just begun. Though a quick scourgify would have saved a great deal of effort, here he was only an ordinary orphan. With everyone working together, the orphanage was cleaned up in no time. Soon, the 6 nuns finished preparing supper, and together with the 22 children, Diciwen included, they began their Christmas feast. Sitting beside the old matron, Diciwen told her about all he had experienced during this time. He left out the fighting and spoke more of getting along with other people, which pleased her greatly. After all, in this world, human relationships mattered enormously. Sometimes they were not merely a sign of how well-liked you were, but more a measure and reflection of how closely bound you were to the world itself. Once the old matron was sure that Diciwen really had gone to a magical world and was living well there, she finally set down the burden in her heart. No one could calmly let a child she had raised leave her side without knowing where he was going. That night, Diciwen spoke more than he had in all the years before. The easy, natural way he told his own story gradually made him forget the name he had once borne, until he truly and completely entered this world under the name of Dixie. Early the next morning, Diciwen left the orphanage. He repeatedly promised the old matron that whenever he had the time, he would come back to see her. Then he headed into the street and boarded a bus into the city. "Hello, Mr. Tom. Long time no see." Diciwen arrived at the leaky cauldron and looked at the old man behind the counter, holding a slightly grubby rag as he wiped down the bar. "So it's Diciwen. Hogwarts must be on holiday if you've come back too." Old Tom looked at the boy before him, and for a moment the slightly scrawnier figure from a few months ago seemed to overlap with the Diciwen standing here now. "Looks like school life agrees with you. You've grown even more handsome." "Not at all. Ha ha," Diciwen answered, a little embarrassed. "Please open a room for me. I've some business to take care of in Diagon Alley." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Diciwen said this to old Tom. "Of course. Same old room. Number 22. Diciwen did not go straight upstairs. Instead, he entered Diagon Alley. He planned to buy the presents first, and only then attend to his own affairs. Dumbledore, the 4 heads of house, his roommates, the twins, Elia. One after another, he bought nearly 20 gifts in all. Only after he had purchased presents for everyone he knew well and sent them off by owl did he finally make his way towards Gringotts. Arriving once more before that strange white building, Diciwen did not linger. After entering, he handed OG's key and a document of proof to one of the goblins. The creature had thinning hair and wore spectacles, looking rather like an elderly pedant. The goblin examined the document in his hands, then looked Diciwen up and down before calling over a somewhat younger goblin from behind him to lead him down to the underground vaults. On the way, they passed through a great hall, and inside it there was a Ukrainian ironbelly. The pale, slightly weary dragon lay on the ground, its scales bleached and fragile-looking. He boarded one of Gringotts' minecarts and traveled down into the depths. First they passed through a thief's downfall, then the cart accelerated sharply downward, and before long they arrived outside a vault. A number was written above the door. Vault 2327. Key, the goblin said to Diciwen. Diciwen handed it over, and the goblin inserted it into the lock, tapping lightly on the vault door as he turned the key. Click. The vault door opened slowly. The goblin stepped aside, and Diciwen walked to the entrance and looked within. Inside the vault were several thousand galleons, along with a pile of scrolls, parchment, contracts, and some magical items besides. Diciwen found a bag enchanted with an undetectable extension charm, filled it with some galleons, and packed away several magical objects as well. A broomstick, an invisibility cloak, and a sneakoscope, all things Ogden had used for many years, still bearing traces of long use. Now they belonged to him. After leaving Gringotts, Diciwen headed for the second-hand bookshop. He intended to hunt through it for a few more old books. He had already finished the ones from before and committed them all to memory, and now he had decided to look for more second-hand volumes that might hold some pleasant surprises. He needed some powerful spells to arm himself. His offensive methods were still far too limited. He gathered together the standard book of spells, Grade 2 through Grade 6, Intermediate Transfiguration, and Advanced Transfiguration. Ever since advancing to Faceless Man, he had found his use of transfiguration growing smoother and more natural by the day. The foundational theory was already engraved in his mind, and he had read through Professor McGonagall's notes several times. He intended to master Animagus transformation before next year's holiday, and so long as he did not turn into a curly-haired baboon, he could accept just about anything else. After leaving the old bookshop, he made his way to the magical apothecary. Once he had advanced to Faceless Man, the system had already revealed to him the potion formula for Sequence 5, Marionettist. Dementor dust, a gargoyle's egg core, the waters of the fountain of fair fortune, the bark of a guardian tree, and the ashes of a boggart. Aside from the first, he felt the rest ought to be purchasable. Sure enough, Diciwen managed to gather all of them from the magical materials shop, save for the Dementor dust. To obtain that substance, one first needed a Dementor, then had to destroy it with the Patronus charm, and only then could the dust be collected. So, in an instant, he found himself with two tasks, to master the Patronus charm and become an Animagus. Surely Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall would be more than willing to help a diligent young wizard who loved to learn. As for why he would not seek out Professor Smith for the Patronus charm, Diciwen feared that becoming too closely entangled with Professor Smith might drag him into some malignant affair. After all, the curse was still there. After spending a night at the Leaky Cauldron, Diciwen followed the address Dumbledore had given him and arrived at the house Ogden had left to him. It was a two-story little house in Godric's Hollow. Around it ran a low brick wall, and on either side of the wall stood bare shrubs stripped of all their leaves. In the yard grew an enormous hawthorn tree, but now, with its leaves long fallen, only its empty branches swayed in the wind. In front of the house stood an old wooden swing bench, rocking gently back and forth with every gust. At the gate of the yard was a winding stone path laid in brick, leading to the front door. The path was carpeted with dry leaves, and the spread of them across the ground seemed to proclaim that the owner had been gone for a very long time. Diciwen pushed open the gate and came up to the house, unlocking the door with his key. After all, no one had lived here for months, and a thin layer of dust had settled throughout the rooms. It clung to the furniture, the tables and chairs, everywhere. He wandered through the house and discovered that very few of Ogden's personal belongings remained. Most likely, the old man had sorted through them himself in his final days. Combined with the items mentioned in the will and left to others, it was only natural that the place should feel rather empty. Scourgify. He cast the cleaning charm several times in succession before all the dust in the house was finally removed, but Diciwen still felt it was not truly clean. So he fetched water and wiped down the tables, chairs, cupboards, and the rest of the furniture by hand. It took him an entire morning to set the two-story house in proper order. Just as Diciwen was thinking of going out to find something to eat nearby, a knock came from outside. When he opened the door, he found an elderly man whose whole face resembled weathered, rotting wood, every inch of skin marked by scars. His mouth was twisted into a crooked gash, part of the bridge of his nose was missing, and his hair was a mass of long gray-white tangles. His left eye was a vivid blue, round as a coin, capable of swiveling in a full circle. It was a magical eye that could see through walls, clothing, and invisibility cloaks, and could even roll back into its socket until only the white remained visible. His left leg was a wooden one ending in claws. Leaning on a magical walking stick, he stood at the door, the hand holding his wand covered in scars. "You must be Mr. Peverell. My name is Moody, a retired orc. Ogden was a friend of mine while he lived." Moody's voice was hoarse and low, carrying an unmistakable force of intimidation. "Hello, Mr. Moody. Please, come in." Moody's magical eye swiveled and glanced into the house, now cleaned and tidy. In a deep voice he said, "No matter, I won't come in. I only came today to see what sort of person old Ogden took a liking to. Goodbye." He turned and walked out of the yard. After glancing to either side beyond the gate, he operated away. Crack. What a useful spell. It seemed a third charm had just appeared on his list of things to learn. Over the next few days, he set about properly decorating his new home and clearing the rubbish from the yard, until at the very least it looked as though someone actually lived there. That day, Diciwen was sitting quietly in the house reading. Logs burned in the fireplace, filling the room with a pleasant warmth. The wood crackled softly as it burned, lending a trace of life to the stillness of the house. From outside came the roar of flames, followed by a knock at the door. Diciwen picked up his wand, his fingers unconsciously forming the shape of a pistol, and went to answer it. When he opened the door, standing outside was a white-bearded old gentleman. "Dumbledore, I thought I might find you here. It seems you've done a fine job tidying the house," Dumbledore said with a smile. "Hello, Professor Dumbledore. Since I've never had a family of my own, I suppose I still long for the feeling of family life." As he looked at the squinting little old man, caution rose in Diciwen's heart. "You have a guest at your door and won't invite me in?" As expected of an uninvited guest, he could bring nothing good. "Please, come in." Diciwen stepped aside to let Dumbledore enter. Watching him stroll leisurely about the house, Diciwen kept his composure and said nothing, merely inviting him to sit on the sofa. "My apologies, but at present I only have water." As he spoke, he poured a cup of cooled boiled water and set it on the tea table. "Thank you." Dumbledore did not pick up the cup, though he took a sip. He asked how the past few days had been, whether anything unsafe had occurred, and a string of similarly idle questions, all of which Diciwen answered one by one. When he saw that Diciwen refused to take up the conversation further, he changed the subject and said, "Perhaps you do not know this, but my home is in Godric's Hollow as well, just on the other side of the street." "Really? Then we're neighbors,"
Diciwen replied perfunctorily.
Seeing how composed Diciwen remained, Dumbledore wasted no more words and said directly, "Do you remember Halloween night?" "Of course." "So there really was something. In the end, we found that potion's master, but only as a corpse." That left Diciwen rather perplexed. The one behind it all had died before matters had even progressed? It reminded him of that friend with the 4 eyebrows, and suddenly the whole affair became much more interesting. "You didn't come here today merely to tell me that, did you?" Diciwen asked. He did not believe for a moment that Dumbledore would willingly share intelligence with him. As a deeply calculating man, Dumbledore would never reveal anything truly valuable to a child before the matter had reached its final conclusion. "Not entirely. I would like to ask you to divine the cause of the matter." As he finished speaking, Dumbledore placed the potion's master's wand and a lock of his hair upon the tea table. Diciwen looked at the presumptuous Dumbledore, plainly not having expected that he had come for divination. Though Diciwen had shown himself to know many things and had displayed a gift for prophecy, he was still only a first-year wizard. At that moment, he thought of the potion ingredient he was still lacking. He decided to do Dumbledore this favor, involve himself in whatever followed, and then ask for his reward at the end. He picked up the hair and wand and walked outside. "It won't do inside the house. We'd best go outdoors." He came beneath the tree and began preparing for dream divination, marking and drawing upon the bare earth under its branches. Then he set the 2 items in place and began using his spirituality to commune with the world. Sitting there, he gradually drifted off to sleep. In the dream, what he saw looked like some kind of potion brewing room. A faint light burned within, giving the chamber a sinister cast. A stranger and Professor Smith stood before a cauldron. The light illuminated only the cauldron itself. Whatever was being brewed inside gave off rising steam, while everything around them was swallowed by darkness. The man was loudly berating Professor Smith, who crouched on the floor with his head in his hands. Then the scene changed, as if dawn had broken. Sunlight streamed in through the window, and that man lay sprawled across the dark wooden floor. At the doorway, a blurred figure walked out and vanished from the vision. Diciwen awoke and told Dumbledore what he had seen. Dumbledore fell into thought. These clues proved only that Professor Smith had been harshly scolded by that man beforehand. But the description of the murderer offered no reference at all, for the images were too disjointed. Surely it could not have been Professor Smith who killed him? Even as the thought occurred to him, Diciwen found it impossible to believe. Professor Smith was still laboring under Voldemort's curse. Was he truly capable of harming anyone? Diciwen looked at the pensive Dumbledore and did not disturb him. Instead, he stepped out, bought some potatoes, bread, and beef from a nearby shop. He had meant to make beef stew with potatoes, but with Dumbledore here, he decided it would be better to fry steaks and serve them with steamed potatoes and bread instead. By the time he returned home, Dumbledore was already standing at the door. He had originally been preparing to leave, but when he saw that Diciwen had bought quite a lot of food, he changed his mind and decided to stay and scrounge a meal. Diciwen had been looking forward to having beef stew with potatoes, But when he realized Dumbledore was not leaving after all, he was instantly a little displeased. Dumbledore, however, seemed not to notice in the slightest. He simply sat back down on the sofa and began drinking water. Before long, the sounds of Diciwen cooking and the rich aroma of beef drifted out from the kitchen. After the meal, Dumbledore left. He told Diciwen that once term began, he should keep an eye on Professor Smith for him. Although the professor was no longer staying in the hospital wing, his condition was still far from fully recovered. After Dumbledore departed, Diciwen sat alone on the sofa in a daze. He could not shake the feeling that something was off, yet he had no concrete clue to prove it. The Black Wizard. Diciwen thought of the Black Wizard who had escaped during the battle in the Forbidden Forest. He felt that if the truth was to be uncovered, it would have to be through that man. The next day, Diciwen packed a few things and carried them with him. It was time to return to school. To avoid exposing the existence of his system space, he still took a bag with him, the very one from the Ogden vault. Carrying that old worn bag, Diciwen took the night bus to King S. Cross Station. After getting off, he spent quite some time straightening his clothes where he stood before finally walking into the station with his bag. Passing through platform 9 3/4, he found the Hogwarts Express before him, while all around him echoed the chatter of parents and young witches and wizards. Parents saw their children onto the platform. Some were reluctant to part with them, while others sternly warned their children not to cause trouble. Diciwen took it all in, then casually found an empty compartment and stepped inside. After a while, his 3 roommates came to find him. "How was your holiday?" Rory asked. "Exhausting, really. During the holiday, Just as Diciwen was about to answer, the compartment door was shoved open, and Arya rushed in the moment she saw him. "Why didn't you write to me?" Arya demanded loudly, her voice carrying the edge of tears. "I had some matters to deal with over the holiday and never found the time," Diciwen said with a faint smile, seeing how anxious she looked. "What matters?" Arya pressed. "I inherited some property over the holiday. The house. I spent the whole holiday sorting it out." "An inheritance?" The 4 of them exclaimed in unison. Seeing their exaggerated reactions, Diciwen explained the connection between himself and Ogden, and told them about the house as well. The train slowly pulled out of the station and set off for Hogwarts. "All right, that will be all for today's lesson. After class, everyone is to write an essay on Grindylows 1 foot long." Cough, cough. Professor Smith spoke while coughing. During the days since returning to Hogwarts, Diciwen had kept his attention fixed on Professor Smith. Using both his own face and several others, he approached the professor at different times under the pretext of asking questions, but he discovered nothing unusual. Professor Smith still followed the same routine: teach, eat, and then return to his room to rest. His schedule was regular and orderly. As half a month passed without Diciwen finding anything at all, he gave up and prepared to begin focusing on his spell work. The first priority was the Patronus charm. "Good afternoon, Professor. I wanted to ask a few questions about the Patronus charm." After charms, Diciwen went over to Professor Flitwick. Professor Flitwick asked in puzzlement, "Why do you ask about that?" "That is advanced material, far too early for you at present. I came across a description of the spell in a book and became very interested in it." After saying that, Diciwen demonstrated the results of his recent studies in charms, casting more than a dozen spells in succession. The display left Flitwick thoroughly astonished. This little wizard was truly far too studious. Many other young wizards could not even produce a single decent spell, while Diciwen could already wield a great many with ease. Thinking as well of those strange abilities of his, Professor Flitwick finally agreed. He first explained the origins of the charm and the method of casting it, but such verbal instruction alone was difficult to make truly effective. "Very well. This charm is rather profound. I'll give you a reading list. Start with these books. And if there is anything you do not understand, we can discuss it later." After borrowing the books from the library, Diciwen began to read. The content was, broadly speaking, about drawing upon the power of emotion, summoning the happiest memory one possessed in one's mind, and then casting the spell. It sounded simple enough, but the knowledge involved and the method of casting were both exceedingly complicated. Relying on his formidable memory, he committed it all to mind and then began to practice. To be honest, the happiest thing since coming to this world had been obtaining the system. Yet the wandering system had also brought him no small amount of unhappiness. Whenever he tried to cast the spell while drawing upon that emotion, he always failed. At most, only the faintest trace of white light spilled out. He explained his situation to Professor Flitwick, who stated firmly that his emotion was not joyful enough, nor intense enough, and that he would have to use something else. That left him in quite a difficult position. Becoming a Beyonder had made him very happy, but this was not the world of Lord of the Mysteries. Killing the attacking werewolf on his own had been gratifying, but what he felt more strongly was relief at having survived the ordeal. Receiving his Hogwarts letter had been wonderful, but he had begun in catastrophic circumstances and still had to divide his attention with the matter of the potions. As for inheriting the estate, that went without saying. What he had felt was more astonishment than delight. Looking at it that way, there truly did not seem to be much for him to be happy about. In the end, he could only set it aside for the time being. Diciwen then turned his attention to becoming an animagus. He went to Professor McGonagall and showed her the progress of his studies. His grasp over the transformation of matter was astonishingly deft, almost as though it were an instinct of his own. However, his transfiguration still could not impart true vitality. The animals he transfigured merely stood there blankly, lacking the vivid life of real creatures. Professor McGonagall likewise gave him a reading list, one concerning advanced transfiguration, and along with it she handed him one of her own notebooks. Looking at this outstanding student from her own house, Professor McGonagall was quite satisfied and did not mind giving him a little extra instruction. "Come back to me after you have finished these books. At that point, I will explain this part to you properly," Professor McGonagall said. There was simply no possibility of obtaining the method for becoming an animagus from Professor McGonagall in a single step. He could only proceed steadily, display his ability, and then make further requests. He also asked about apparition, but whenever he raised the subject, every professor without exception refused him in severe terms, stating plainly that he was still too young to learn it. So Diciwen devoted most of his energy to the study of advanced transfiguration. That evening, he had only just returned to the common room when Arya came running over. "Why are you only just back? I've been waiting for ages." Although during this period he had maintained a regular routine of sleeping, attending classes, disappearing, and sleeping again, every evening when he returned to the common room, Arya would inevitably catch him. Under the pretext of asking for help, she would come straight to his side the moment she saw him and pull him into one question after another. The twins and his 3 roommates had all long since noticed that Arya liked Diciwen very much. But to Diciwen, this girl who was, mentally speaking, far younger than he was still had not become someone he could truly return those feelings to. At first, Diciwen had found it troublesome, but who could refuse a cute little girl who knew how to act spoiled? "What is it this time?" Diciwen said as he walked over to the sofa and sat down, addressing Arya. Arya did not ask her question straight away. Instead, she brought up something else first. "I saw you go to Professor McGonagall today. Was something the matter?" Arya knew Diciwen was hardly the sort of well-behaved child one could call obedient. One only had to look at his few eccentric dorm mates and the way he was always running about with those troublemaking twins. She had assumed Diciwen had landed himself in some sort of trouble and been summoned by Professor McGonagall. Looking at Arya, who was so genuinely concerned for him, Diciwen could not help but feel deeply touched. After all, having someone care for him like this truly did make him happy. "Nothing. I only went to ask the professor a few questions about transfiguration. Are you seriously going to leave the rest of us no way to live? You're already this brilliant, and you still have questions to ask a professor?" Arya said speechlessly. As a perfectly standard Gryffindor, Arya was not especially keen on studying either. She was far more interested in wizard chess and Quidditch. If she did not always use asking for help with schoolwork as an excuse to chat with Diciwen, she would not want to study at all. There's no end to learning. Diciwen struck the pose of a lofty master, earning an eye roll from Arya. The other Gryffindors all wore knowing, delighted smiles as they watched the two chatting on the sofa. They all thought the pair were bound to end up together, because after Diciwen's repeated acts of heroic rescue, everyone had thoroughly locked this pairing in place. A few younger girls had also tried to set their sights on Diciwen, but Arya had stopped them all. Diciwen knew nothing of any of this. "By the way, have you finished your defense against the dark arts homework? Could you let me have a look?" Seeing that the two of them had run out of things to talk about, Arya immediately shifted the topic to studying. Diciwen could only helplessly begin helping Arya with her homework. 8th floor, headmaster's office. "I've spoken to his friends. Other than the traces of a curse on the corpse, no one knows when or where he came into contact with it," Professor Snape said. Dumbledore's orders were beginning to wear on him, because after investigating for so long, he had still not found the slightest clue. "I see," Dumbledore said, before continuing, "What about that black wizard? Now this is where it becomes interesting. I asked quite a number of people, and every last one of them said they had never seen this man before. He is someone who appeared in the wizarding world out of thin air. A man who appeared from nowhere, a man who died without warning. A pack of werewolves stirred into action, and one pitiable victim. Things are becoming more and more complicated. Keep investigating this one living person, then all the other leads have gone cold. See whether he truly exists, or whether someone used Polyjuice Potion," Dumbledore said. Snape gave him a look, then left the headmaster's office. Watching Snape depart, Dumbledore rose and walked to the window. He took out a cockroach cluster and popped it into his mouth. How had someone with no activity in the wizarding world managed to seek out Fenrir, that long-hidden and dangerously savage werewolf wizard? It seemed he would need some official support. He returned to his desk, wrote a letter and handed it to Fawkes. Take this to Alastair for me. By the end of February, a Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff was about to begin. All the little Gryffindors were beside themselves with excitement. After all, it was a match bound up with the honor of their house, and everyone cared deeply about it. Diciwen, do you want to go and watch the match together? The moment Professor McGonagall finished dismissing the class, Arya ran to Diciwen's side and asked. Diciwen had not planned to spend the day digesting potion knowledge as usual, because over the past few days he had already finished Professor McGonagall's reading list and notes. There were still several points he did not fully understand, and he had meant to seek her out for a proper discussion. He had not expected that before Professor McGonagall had even left the classroom, Arya would catch hold of him first. Seeing the teasing expression on Professor McGonagall's face as she looked at him, Diciwen felt somewhat embarrassed, while brave and straightforward Arya noticed none of it. Of course. But I need to find the professor first. We'll meet in the common room afterwards. And also, Felix, beside them, had just been about to say that they would all go and watch the match together with Diciwen, when the perceptive Rory clapped a hand over his mouth. Watching the pair clown about, Diciwen was left rather speechless. We're not even at the stage where we need to fear being interrupted yet. Why does everyone think there's something going on between the two of us? You lot head back to the common room first. I'm just going to find the professor. Diciwen left his seat and hurried after Professor McGonagall's departing figure. Arthur said to Felix in a joking tone, You'd best not ruin Arya's plans, or you'll regret it. Felix turned his head and looked at Arya, who was glaring at him from nearby, and scratched his head awkwardly. Humph. Arya shot him a look, hugged her books to her chest, and left the classroom. Diciwen, you are one of the most gifted students in Transfiguration I have ever seen. In such a short time, you've already mastered advanced Transfiguration to this degree. Professor McGonagall patiently answered every question Diciwen had asked, then tested him with several points of knowledge he had not brought up himself. Diciwen answered with perfect fluency, and only then did she truly understand how far his studies had progressed. After Professor McGonagall had cleared up his doubts, Diciwen pondered for a moment, then flicked his wand and turned the nearby chair into a black cat. The cat sat upon the floor, licked one paw, rubbed its face several times, let out a meow, and then simply sat there, tail swaying, as it looked at the two of them. Immediately after that, Diciwen lifted a hand and cast again, transforming the little black cat into a large lion of pale tawny gold. The lion stepped forward once, then stretched out like a dog, gave itself a long, lazy stretch, and let out an enormous yawn. Seeing how effortlessly Diciwen handled Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall could not help but sigh in admiration. It's only because, Professor, you answered my questions and dispelled my confusion that I was able to learn to this extent. Diciwen offered a small, artful bit of flattery. With his current skill in Transfiguration, passing the 5th year O.W.L.S. would be effortless for him. Many 4th and 5th year students were nowhere near Diciwen's level in practical application of the subject. Comes from your own talent and hard work. Not everyone can finish the books on my reading list so quickly and still remember all the important parts, Professor McGonagall said, shaking her head. She could see quite clearly how hard Diciwen had worked. Diciwen considered for a moment and did not directly ask to learn the animagus transformation. Too much was as bad as too little. He had already surprised Professor McGonagall more than enough today. If he raised such a request now, the likelihood of being refused would be very high. Professor, there is still a great deal I don't fully understand. Could you give me another reading list? I'd like to study further. Professor McGonagall did not refuse. After giving him the reading list, she said, Off you go now. The match is about to begin. Don't keep the young lady waiting too long. The books can be read slowly another time. Professor McGonagall looked at Diciwen with a smile. She was quite open-minded, and she had always been fond of the innocent affections of youth. For once, she did not urge a Gryffindor to apply himself to his studies, but instead sent him off to court a girl. Right. Thank you, Professor. Diciwen replied awkwardly, then turned and left Professor McGonagall's office. Professor McGonagall watched Diciwen leave with a soft laugh. Quite suddenly, she found herself wanting to share this bit of gossip with Pomona, and she, too, hurried out of the office. Diciwen decided that after some more time, once he had finished this new reading list, he would come back and ask to study the animagus transformation. Tucking the list away, He quickened his pace towards the common room. "You're so slow, Diciwen. They've all already gone to the pitch." Seeing Diciwen stroll out of the dormitory at an unhurried pace, Arya complained, then stepped forward, grabbed his hand, and dashed outside with him in tow. "No matter how much of a hurry we're in, I still had to put my books away first. Hey, don't pull me, I can walk on my own." Diciwen stumbled from the force of Arya's tug, then looked at the hand with which she was pulling him as she ran ahead, and abruptly realized that this feeling was not bad at all. The two of them ran down from the 7th floor to the ground below, racing past a group of professors before Diciwen even had the chance to stop and greet them. "Look, Pomona, those two right there. Aren't they adorable?" Professor McGonagall had drawn Professor Sprout, head of Hufflepuff House, aside for a quiet word, while Professor Smith stood nearby with a smile, watching it all unfold. After this period of treatment and rest, he was finally well enough to resume his normal teaching duties, and Dumbledore had personally invited him to enjoy a Quidditch match on such a fine, sunlit day. Chatting as they went, the professors made their way toward the pitch. On Diciwen's side, the two of them had finally reached the stadium. Following the line of sight toward the Gryffindor stands, they soon spotted Rory and the others and headed over. Rory had saved seats for them. "Over here, Diciwen," Felix called the moment he caught sight of them, his voice ringing out above the crowd. As the two of them approached, they noticed the odd expressions on the faces of the people nearby. Only then did they realize they were still holding hands. Arthur waggled his brows at him as though to say, "Impressive, you've gone and made it official already." Once they reached their dorm mates, Diciwen released her hand with studied casualness. Then he gave Arthur a light smack on the shoulder. "Hasn't the match started yet?" Diciwen asked as though nothing at all were amiss. As long as he wasn't embarrassed, then the embarrassment belonged to everyone else. "The professors aren't here yet. Should be soon," Felix explained. Though the sun was bright today, it was still February in the end, and the temperature remained low. The Quidditch pitch stood high, and even the slightest wind felt cuttingly cold. Every little witch and wizard was bundled tightly in thick robes, their own house scarves wrapped snugly around them. Seeing that Arya, who had run all the way over, already had a sheen of sweat on her face, Diciwen drew his wand and cast a warming charm and then a heat charm. At once, Arya felt warmth spread through her whole body, and the clammy discomfort that usually followed perspiration vanished completely. She looked toward Diciwen. He had already turned away with an expressionless face. Blushing faintly, she murmured a quiet thank you. "Is he worried about me?" Arya asked herself inwardly. The others from the dormitory were still arguing over which Gryffindor player was the best, utterly oblivious to what had just happened here. Before long, the professors arrived at the pitch, and Madame Hooch blew her whistle. "Listen up, all of you. I expect a fair match." Madame Hooch's sharp gaze swept across both teams. "Captains, shake hands. Mount your brooms. On my whistle, 3, 2, 1. The silver whistle shrilled, and the quaffle was released. "The match begins," Madame Hooch cried. At that moment, the commentator's voice rang out from outside the pitch. "Hello, everyone. I'm Parker, your commentator for today. The match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff has begun. The Bludgers and the Golden Snitch are both in the air now, and let me remind everyone here that the Golden Snitch is worth 150 points, and catching it ends the match." With the commentator's words, the Quidditch match officially began. "McCourt is absolutely brilliant. He caught the Golden Snitch outright and ended the match." Back in Gryffindor Tower, the little witches and wizards were still basking in the joy of victory. Off to one side, the twins were animatedly discussing yesterday's match with the other students, speaking as though they had played in it themselves. Watching the two of them looking so delighted, it was no wonder they had both joined the team in their second year. Diciwen sat on the sofa, watching them talk with sparkling eyes and flying gestures. Then a voice came from beside him. "Diciwen, have you even been listening to me?" Arya was sitting beside him with a parchment notebook in her hands. It was her defense against the dark arts homework. She truly had no idea how to write it, so she had come to ask Diciwen for help. As for whether she had any other motives, no one else could say. "If you really want to do this assignment properly, I'd suggest going to the library and looking for other books about bowtruckles. If you just copy what's in the textbook, the professor will see through it at once." Diciwen came back to himself and looked at Arya as he spoke. He still hoped she could develop the habit of studying on her own. Relying on his help for everything would do her no good. "But I don't know how to look for them," Arya protested, then lifted her wide, watery eyes to stare at Diciwen. Diciwen truly had no answer to that, and at last he said, "I'll help you find them, but you'll still have to write the homework yourself." "That's wonderful. Thank you," Arya cried happily. "Right? McCourt was brilliant." George cut in from nearby the moment he heard Arya's words. Arya shot George a speechless look, ignored him entirely, and tugged Diciwen toward the door of the common room. "Come on, Diciwen, let's go to the library and do homework," Arya said brightly, full of energy. By the time the two of them returned from the library, it was already lunchtime. There were no classes that morning, so all the little witches and wizards were quite relaxed. Of course, those who had homework were still kept busy. As for the ones who had assignments and simply refused to do them, that was another matter altogether. The professors would punish them sooner or later. After lunch, Diciwen parted ways with Arya and made his way alone to Hagrid's hut. He wanted to ask after the recent state of the Forbidden Forest. Knock, knock, knock. Hagrid, are you home? No reply came for a long while, and even Fong made no sound. Diciwen turned to glance at the Forbidden Forest beside him. Could Hagrid still be in there? It was already lunchtime, and he still hadn't returned. He waited beside the hut for a while, but when Hagrid still had not come back, he returned to the castle. Even though Professor Smith had remained safe and sound during this time, and the chief culprit was already dead, Diciwen still had the distinct feeling that a storm was brewing. He had originally intended to sound Hagrid out from the side, since Hagrid's big mouth was apt to let something slip. He had no desire whatsoever to go looking for Dumbledore. Whenever that old bee laid eyes on him, nothing good ever seemed to come of it. Before returning to the castle, he transformed himself into Felix's appearance, perfectly imitating his voice, mannerisms, and habits. He still kept to the practice of changing into other people whenever no one was paying attention, acting out the role of the faceless man as he digested the potion. Lately, his acting had been going very smoothly, and he had already digested 1/5 of the potion. By his reckoning, he ought to be able to complete the performance around the beginning of next term. "Mr. Hale, have you seen Mr. Peverell?" At that moment, Professor McGonagall approached from the opposite direction and asked Diciwen the question. Diciwen rather wanted to slap himself. In just this brief minute or two, someone had already come looking for him. Transforming into Felix had been entirely unnecessary. "Hello, head of house. I think Diciwen is in the library. If there's something you need, I can go and fetch him for you. That would be most helpful. Tell him Professor Dumbledore is looking for him." Just his luck. He had only just been thinking of Dumbledore, and now Dumbledore had summoned him. "Yes, Professor, I'll go and tell him at once." With that, Diciwen ran toward the library on the first floor. After entering, he slipped around the corner of a bookshelf, changed back into his own appearance, then picked up a book titled Piercing the Mist to Glimpse the Future. After checking it out with Madame Pants, he headed for the headmaster's office. After climbing to the 8th floor, Diciwen suddenly realized, with a jolt, that Professor McGonagall had not told Felix the password to the headmaster's office. He stood before the stone gargoyle and rattled off the names of 20 different sweets in a row. Only when he said sherbet lemon did the stone gargoyle roll its eyes and spring aside. Diciwen gave an awkward little cough and climbed the staircase. "Knock, knock, knock." "Come in," Dumbledore's voice called from within. Diciwen pushed the door open and entered. "If you had gone on getting it wrong, I think I might have had to open the door for you myself," Dumbledore said, looking at Diciwen. "Sorry, Professor. The student who passed on the message forgot to tell me the password." Diciwen put on an expression of helpless exasperation as he spoke. If he was going to act, he might as well see it through to the end. "What is it you wanted to see me about today, sir?" Just now, Hagrid sent word. While he was out making inquiries, he learned that there has been unusual activity on Fenrir's side among the werewolves. It seems he is gathering people together, though the exact situation remains unclear. Diciwen had not expected that Hagrid wasn't even at school, but upon hearing news of Fenrir, he could not help but take it seriously. Could they be setting their sights on the Forbidden Forest again? Diciwen asked. "I rather doubt they'll keep watching the Forbidden Forest," Dumbledore said with certainty. "Morrison has shown nothing unusual of late, and there have been no unfamiliar faces in Hogsmeade. My guess is that they've fixed their attention on Unicorn somewhere else. As for where exactly, that remains unknown. Hagrid is away from the school for the time being, so I hope that, if you have the time, you can keep an eye on the Unicorn side of things. Naturally, I shall also speak with the Centaurs and ask them to watch over them as well." Troublesome indeed, but Diciwen did not refuse. "All right, Professor. Now that the serious business is settled, would you care for a cockroach cluster?" "No, thank you." Diciwen left the 8th floor and made his way toward Gryffindor Tower. As he mulled over Dumbledore's news, a strange feeling kept nagging at him. He was certain matters were not quite so simple. Perhaps it was a warning from his own intuition. Dragon scum. Diciwen gave the fat lady the password and stepped into the common room. He needed to fetch his defense against the dark arts book, as he had class that afternoon. "Today we shall be covering red caps." Professor Smith's voice was steady, though if one listened closely, there was a trace of weariness in it. Seated in defense against the dark arts, Diciwen propped his cheek on his hand and kept thinking about the matter. It struck him that, with the issue still unresolved, and Hagrid no longer guarding the Forbidden Forest, wasn't he that simply handing an opportunity to anyone with ill intentions? What are you thinking about? Arya asked softly, glancing at the distracted Diciwen beside her. Nothing much. I just think I'm going to be busy again these next few days. Diciwen replied vaguely. He did not want Arya too deeply entangled in this affair. Busy? As in, impossible to find, like usual? Arya asked in confusion. No. It's just that the professors have some things for me to do in the evenings these next few days. Diciwen made up an excuse. Gryffindors feared professors more than anything. Once he said that, Arya was certain not to pry. Sure enough, after hearing that, Arya asked no more. After class, once he had eaten dinner, he did not return to the common room. Instead, he went straight out of the castle. He looked up at the star-strewn sky. Centaur divination was an interpretation of the heavens, and he wanted to know what view the centaurs might have of this matter. He cast a glance around. At this hour, the young witches and wizards were still lingering in the great hall after supper, and there was scarcely anyone outside. Once he was sure no one was watching, he headed for the Forbidden Forest. Though he was only 11 now, his body looked closer to that of a boy of 15. As he walked, he found himself, as if guided by some strange impulse, taking on Professor Smith's appearance before stepping into the Forbidden Forest. The forest was as it had ever been, black as pitch and steeped in an ominous, uncanny mystery. When he reached the outer edge of the unicorn's territory, he saw, sure enough, a party of centaurs. Their leader was a centaur with golden hair and a silver horse-esque body. Looking at this centaur he had never seen before, Diciwen approached him. Good evening, Professor Smith. You've come to the Forbidden Forest again. At the centaur's words, Diciwen's heart tightened, only taking a turn through the forest. After all, the werewolf attack last time had something to do with me, so I still can't help being a bit uneasy. Worried that too many words might give him away, he exchanged only a couple of sentences before heading back toward the edge of the forest. Once he had returned to his own form where no one could see him, he went back to the centaur's group once more. Hello, young wizard. Is there something you still wish to ask? Diciwen looked at the centaur before him in astonishment. Why had he been recognized? He was quite sure he had said nothing especially distinctive, even if he had not had much private contact with Professor Smith. May I ask who you are? Diciwen asked uncertainly. My name is Firenze. The centaur across from him replied in an even tone. So it was the centaur famed for his mastery of star divination, the one who had been of great help to the protagonist in the original story. Can star divination actually tell one person from another? Diciwen asked Firenze in puzzlement. Cannot do so to the degree you mean. Centaur divination is a broad and far-reaching kind of divination. It can reveal the long course of events and the general shape of a matter. But as for the finer details, those must be judged through one's own observation and experience. Moreover, centaurs maintain a stance of non-interference toward divination. We do not act against the direction foretold by it. We merely follow where it points and search for certain possibilities, Firenze explained. He had far more patience with a young wizard than most centaurs did. Then how did you realize the Professor Smith from before was me? Diciwen asked. It was his first encounter with anything like this, and it stirred his thirst for knowledge. The stars are calm tonight, and the starlight shows no disturbance, which means nothing too winding or dramatic should happen this evening. Dumbledore told us about you, so I guessed you might come to the Forbidden Forest soon. Yet I encountered nothing of note in the forest today. Lastly, Professor Smith truly did come to the Forbidden Forest, just as I said, but the manner of the one you imitated was markedly different. Your words carried an undercurrent of equality and a willingness to communicate, whereas Professor Smith. Firenze did not continue. Instead, he lifted his eyes to the heavens once more. Mars has grown bright. You must take care for your safety in the days ahead. Diciwen stared in surprise as Firenze abruptly slipped into divination without warning. Could you be more spicy? He was just about to ask the reason, but then he remembered what Firenze had said earlier about the rules of centaur star divination, and the words died unspoken. There would be danger, yes, but he would not say why. That was the centaur's creed of non-interference. Diciwen fell silent for a moment. Since Firenze's divination said he might soon face danger, then what of a seer's divination? He wanted to compare the two systems and see whether there was any difference, so he began dream divination on the spot, seeking a reading of his own near future. He sat down on the ground and swiftly drifted into sleep. The scene was set against the backdrop of the Forbidden Forest. Darkness on every side. He was chasing something through the forest, and something was chasing him in turn. He kept casting spells ahead of him, unleashing extraordinary powers, Yet nothing seemed to have any effect. Several centaur warriors stood beside him, loosing arrows toward whatever lay before him. Just before the dream ended, he heard a voice calling his name. Before he could make out whose voice it was, the scene abruptly broke off. Diciwen returned to reality and pondered the dream's contents. He had been the one actively pursuing the other party, so there should not be too much danger. Firenze lifted his head to the stars once more, only to find that the heavens had changed. Your future has shifted, but caution is still required, Firenze said. He was astonished at whatever Diciwen had just done to alter certain things, yet he did not ask. Diciwen rose to his feet and dusted off the dirt on his trousers. In a deep, unfathomable tone, he said, "We shall meet again." Firenze fell into thought and did not answer. Diciwen turned and walked out of the forbidden forest. Nothing would happen tonight, because Firenze had said that the stars were calm today. Since danger could not be avoided, then the only thing to do was prepare thoroughly. A certain object came to mind, something like a pair of eyes that could see every scrap of information within the castle with perfect clarity. Diciwen remembered that the twins had obtained the Marauder-S map from Filch's office. It seemed he would have to pay a visit to that squib gentleman. Early the next morning, Diciwen left the common room. He remembered that Filch's office was on the first floor of the West Tower, a small windowless room. During the day, Filch busied himself catching students who broke the rules and cast spells recklessly in the corridors, and he also did the routine cleaning. Though the work did not truly need to be done by him, he had kept at it all the same. At night, he patrolled the castle to catch students wandering after hours, so his hours were highly irregular. Diciwen would have to observe carefully and avoid being caught red-handed while stealing something. He arrived on the first floor and looked down the silent corridor. In this world, most students were still not awake at that hour, and the young wizards who had been out sneaking about at night were sleeping all the more soundly, so under ordinary circumstances, Filch would be asleep at this time. Sure enough, when Diciwen reached the door of that little hut and pressed his ear against it, he heard Filch snoring inside. Looks like I'll have to come back tonight, slip in while Filch is off catching students out after curfew, and search his room then, Diciwen mused. That night, Diciwen left the common room. Today, he intended to sacrifice some unlucky little wizard wandering the corridors after hours and use him as cover. He first made his way to the West Tower, treading lightly as he explored. In a classroom on the third floor, he found a couple. Outside a balcony on the fifth floor, he discovered another pair. Sure enough, apart from the twins, no one came out in twos at night. Without a sound, he descended to the first floor and left behind a paper figure substitute at the turn of the staircase. Then he began searching the castle for Filch's whereabouts. He needed to make sure that once he drew Filch away, he could return to the first floor as quickly as possible. On the second floor of the East Tower, Diciwen found Filch talking to his cat. Cradling Mrs. Norris in his arms, Filch walked along muttering, "Don't worry, I'll catch that filthy little rule-breaker sneaking about at night." Diciwen rapped on the wall beside him, and the sound carried down the empty corridor. "I found you." Filch, just as expected, came running in this direction. Step by step, Diciwen lured Filch all the way to the fifth-floor balcony, then quietly slipped away from the fifth floor. "Let that ill-fated pair of lovebirds draw the fire for me." After reaching the third floor, he immediately activated the paper figure substitute and transported himself over. He strode quickly to the door of Filch's office. Alohomora! The door sprang open at once, and Diciwen slipped into the tiny room. Inside there was only a bed and cabinets crammed with confiscated items. He began rummaging through them, and before long he found a thick stack of parchment. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." He drew out his wand, touched it to the parchment, and spoke the words. Ink suddenly welled up across the page, spreading little by little as writing slowly emerged. "Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot and Prongs are proud to present the Marauder-S map." Got it. He unfolded the map and saw Filch's name on a staircase on the fourth floor. Beside it were two names Diciwen did not recognize, probably older students. Seeing that Filch was on his way back, Diciwen hurriedly put everything back exactly as it had been and left. After locking the office door behind him, he headed for the stairs in the main building. Before long, he had returned to the common room. Seated on the sofa, he studied the information on the Marauder-S map. Dumbledore was pacing in his own office, presumably deep in thought. Professor Snape stood motionless in the charms classroom. He was probably brewing potions. Filch, meanwhile, was leading those two students toward the potions classroom. It seemed the students who had been caught were from Slytherin, or at least one of them was. He turned to Professor Smith's room. Professor Smith's name flickered inside the room and then soon came to a halt, which likely meant he was going to sleep. "Looks like I need to get hold of a complete list of all the students. That way it'll be easier to tell who's a student and who's an outsider." Diciwen planned to go and ask Dumbledore the next day, because Professor McGonagall would absolutely never indulge this sort of nonsense with him, and he also wanted to maintain the image of a model student in front of her. As he looked at the names moving across the map, an interesting thought suddenly occurred to him. Since he could use the map to check people's locations, couldn't he make use of it while impersonating others and avoid accidentally running into the very person he had transformed into? There had already been several times when he had nearly been exposed, though fortunately he had been quick-witted enough to leave at once. With the Marauder's map in hand, he could impersonate people without worry. Diciwen folded the map back up and said, "Mischief managed." The ink slowly faded from the map, and it reverted to an ordinary piece of parchment. Diciwen tucked the parchment into his system space, then went off to bed. Because he had obtained the Marauder's map, Diciwen's impersonations over the past few days had grown remarkably bold. He could always transform at once into someone who had just been chatting nearby, without worrying that the person would immediately return, because Diciwen knew exactly where that person was at any given moment. This greatly reduced the amount of time he had to spend each day looking for an opportunity to impersonate someone. He returned to the common room early, thinking he would get some rest and have a look at Professor McGonagall's reading list. But scarcely had he entered the common room when Arya came over to find him. "Diciwen, you're back awfully early today, aren't you? I thought I'd have to wait until after dinner to see you." Looking at Arya's face, so full of concern, Diciwen felt his heart soften. To have someone who worried about him every day, someone who always found excuses to come and talk to him, truly made him feel at ease. "I finished what I needed to do today, so I came back to read for a bit," Diciwen said to Arya with a smile. "How about you? You finished all your homework today, right?" Unsure whether Arya was about to ask him about homework again, he quickly got his question in first. "Of course. Just because I don't like doing homework doesn't mean I can't do it. Especially after using the method you told me about. I finished it in no time," Arya said haughtily. Because Diciwen worked so hard, she did not want to be looked down upon, and so she had been studying diligently during this period as well. Although she was still not very proficient at casting spells, she had become quite adept at handling her homework. "Have you heard? Something strange has been happening in Hogwarts Castle. It feels like the castle is haunted." Arya pulled him over to a nearby chair, glanced around, and lowered her voice as she spoke to Diciwen. "Ghosts? Haven't there always been ghosts here?" Diciwen said uncertainly. "Not that sort of ghost, of course. It started yesterday morning, when Elliot spent ages in the common room talking to Matt about wizard chess. Then that evening, Elliot wanted to find Matt for a few games and test out what they discussed in the morning. But Matt flatly denied ever having talked to Elliot about wizard chess at all. Elliot thought Matt just didn't want to play with him, and the two of them started arguing. Luckily, the people nearby managed to stop them, or the pair of them nearly would have come to blows. Like a thoroughly engrossed gossip, Arya launched into the tale for Diciwen in meticulous detail. That's nothing much, is it? Maybe Matt just didn't want people finding out how good he was at chess, so he didn't want to play Elliot and lied about it," Diciwen said, suddenly drenched in cold sweat as he racked his brains for an explanation. That's what everyone thought at first. But then someone brought up another incident very similar to this one, and after that several people all said they'd run into the same sort of thing. Arya said excitedly, "This is bad. I'm going to be exposed." Diciwen thought to himself. These past days, relying on the Marauder's map, he had been impersonating people like mad. The more people he turned into, the more uncontrollable situations began to arise. Several people reported it to Professor McGonagall. She thought everyone was playing a prank at first and didn't want to pay any attention to them. But they kept pestering her, and she nearly lost her temper. Only then did everyone finally stop, Arya said, sounding somewhat regretful. He had hoped the professor might look into it and see whether something strange had really appeared in the castle, but unfortunately that wish had not been granted. "They must have remembered it wrong," Diciwen retorted. "But this isn't just one isolated case. Several people have all said the same thing, so there's definitely something wrong," Arya said with absolute certainty. "Don't worry. If there really is a problem, the professors will deal with it," Diciwen said, neatly shifting the burden onto the professors. It seemed he had been getting a little too unrestrained lately. He would have to stop this business of impersonating people for a while. He had no desire to be exposed to his face. The two of them chatted in the common room for quite some time more, and before they knew it, it was time for dinner. Together they headed toward the Great Hall. These past few nights, Diciwen would always take a turn through the Forbidden Forest before returning to his dormitory to sleep. His roommates even thought he had started applying himself again. Yet the Forbidden Forest remained utterly quiet. Nothing at all happened there. This, if anything, left Diciwen deeply perplexed. He had clearly divined that something was going to happen, and Forenza had confirmed as much, yet no disturbance had broken out at all. After watching Arya finish her meal, Diciwen led her back toward the common room. In a while, he intended to head to the headmaster's office and ask for a list of names, so he could sort out the current problem of not being able to distinguish friend from foe. Sherbet lemons, cockroach clusters, chocolate frogs. Standing before the gargoyle on the 8th floor, Diciwen began his guessing game. But today's password seemed especially hard to crack. Could it be that Honeydukes had released some new sweet? Just as he was standing there in a daze, the stone gargoyle shifted aside, revealing the staircase behind it. The moment he reached the office door, he heard a voice from within. "Come in." Diciwen pushed open the door and stepped inside. Dumbledore sat in his chair, looking at the entering Diciwen as he said with helpless amusement, "Next time you need to see me, simply tell the gargoyle. It will contact me. If you keep trying passwords, on the other hand, it won't bother with you." Diciwen wiped at the cold sweat that was not actually there on his brow. He had assumed a password was absolutely necessary. Who would have thought the gatekeeper was this intelligent? All those names of sweets he had memorized had gone to waste. "Understood, Professor. I'll remember that," Diciwen replied smoothly. "So then, what brings Mr. Peverell to me tonight?" Dumbledore asked. "I was hoping to obtain a list of Hogwarts students from you. Because of what happened in the Forbidden Forest, I need to make sure I know the name of every student at Hogwarts, in case anything unexpected occurs." Diciwen lied without even blinking. "I see. I can give it to you, but you must promise me you won't use it for anything improper," Dumbledore said in admonition. He liked to guide students onto the right path, and he was willing to bear whatever consequences arose in the process. But he was also fond of taking the road less traveled, which often led to problems. "I promise I won't betray your trust," Diciwen said obediently. After leaving the headmaster's office, he made his way to the room of requirement on the 8th floor. The first thing he needed to do was compare the list against the map and get a grasp of the school's basic situation. Roger Bentresia. Diciwen checked the names one by one against the list, but when he reached the Gryffindor students, he spotted a moving name in the dormitory area. Peter Pettigrew. Diciwen thought it over for a moment. It made sense. According to the current timeline, Percy had not yet reached his 5th year, and Scabbers had not yet been passed down to Ron. When he saw that Peter was merely wandering around the dormitory area and had not left, Diciwen paid him no further mind. As far as he remembered, Peter had done nothing before Harry entered Hogwarts, and of course he would not have dared to. Anything that might expose his identity and place himself in danger was something he would never do. After staring at it for quite some time, Diciwen roughly sorted out the students' information according to the house divisions on the list. From now on, if he saw anything unusual on the map, he would be able to react at once. Mischief managed. Putting away the Marauder's map, Diciwen returned to the common room. Curfew was fast approaching, and he still needed to make a few preparations before carrying out his usual patrol in the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest was the same as ever tonight, black as pitch, with only the moonlight filtering down through the canopy to cast the faintest trace of brightness upon the ground. When he reached the area where the unicorns were active, he did not see any centaurs. The Forbidden Forest was vast, after all, and the centaurs were likely somewhere else tonight. All at once, a silver-white radiance flared in the woods ahead. A unicorn emerged among the trees, its golden hooves striking the earth with a ringing cadence. It did not linger, but departed in another direction. Diciwen made no attempt to approach and communicate with it. Those unicorns simply did not like boys, after all. No one knew which unicorn ancestor had laid down that rule, but they would only approach pure-hearted girls. Then again, who did not like pure-hearted girls? He walked in the direction opposite to the one the unicorn had gone, thinking to see whether he might pick up a few hairs or something of the sort. Since he had come all the way into the Forbidden Forest, he ought to gain something from it. Today, too, passed without incident, his only harvest being a few strands of unicorn hair. Early the next morning, in Gryffindor Tower, the little wizards who were accustomed to rising early were chatting in 2s and 3s in the common room. Others, who had homework due today, had dragged themselves up early to copy their assignments. Diciwen had simply grown used to waking early, and sat on the sofa reading the book Professor McGonagall had given him. There was one of Professor Smith's classes today, and many of the little wizards knew very little about certain dark creatures. So as far as the homework was concerned, if they could copy it, they would. Haven't seen Professor Smith for several days, Diciwen thought as he read. Before long, the students rose one after another. Diciwen watched his 3 roommates stumble out of the dormitory looking as though they had barely slept. The previous night, when Diciwen had returned from the Forbidden Forest, Rory and the other 2 had still been awake, and the moment they saw the unicorn hair he had brought back, they had instantly become excited. After dividing up those few strands among themselves, they had spent ages staring at them, then launched into a discussion of the unicorn's sacred nature. They had quite forgotten the time and gone to sleep very late. Diciwen, on the other hand, had not joined their conversation. Once he had tidied up, he had simply gone to bed. So this is what you get for messing about half the night. If you'd gone to sleep earlier, would you look like this now? Diciwen said with a laugh. That's a unicorn. A magical creature. A magical beast. Don't tell me you don't like them. If I ever get the chance to see one with my own eyes, I'll definitely have to observe it up close, Arthur said excitedly. But Diciwen's next words extinguished his enthusiasm in an instant. Unicorns don't like boys. It doesn't matter how much you like them. Diciwen shattered his beautiful fantasy. Looking at the three of them standing there in a daze, Diciwen found it rather amusing. The law of conservation of smiles really was true. Smiles did not disappear. They merely transferred from their faces to his. All right, let us go eat, then head to class. Diciwen had only just finished speaking when he heard Arya's voice. Come on, let us get breakfast. Watching Arya in such a frantic hurry, he had no idea why she was rushing so much. Could it be that she had stayed up late doing something as well and was now starving? The group left the common room and went down to the great hall on the first floor for breakfast. The food made by the house elves was still quite tasty. It was British in style, admittedly, but at least it was edible. Naturally, it could not compare with the Chinese dishes Diciwen made himself. After breakfast, those who had left their books behind returned to the common room to fetch them, while those who already had theirs went straight to the classroom. Once all the students were seated, Professor Smith entered the room. Looking over the full classroom, he said, "The assignment I gave a few days ago has been completed by everyone. But some of you clearly learned a great deal from it. One glance is enough to see you put real effort into it. Others could not even be bothered to write it themselves and simply copied from the textbook. Homework is meant to help you use your time after class to develop the habit of reading on your own, not merely to muddle through perfunctorily." Watching Professor Smith speak energetically and at length about the homework, Diciwen could not help wondering whether Voldemort's curse had somehow lost its effect. He activated his spirit sight, but discovered nothing. In his eyes, Professor Smith merely had a very faint overall color to him, presumably because he had not fully recovered yet. But the color around his head burned brightly, so it seemed that his recent rest had restored his vigor. There is one student here I would like to praise. Her assignment was excellent, with a clear argument, abundant supporting evidence, and content that was both logical and well-founded. Even I could not help thinking it near perfect. Very well then, Miss Arya Spinnet, let us invite her to share some of her thoughts on the assignment with everyone. Hearing the professor's praise, Arya felt a little embarrassed. The methods she used for doing her homework had all been taught to her by Diciwen, so why had Diciwen not been praised as well? Naturally, it was because Diciwen could not be bothered to write that well. Every assignment he handed in was neither poor nor especially outstanding, merely of an utterly ordinary standard. He was famous enough already and had no desire to be noticed everywhere he went. Arya glanced at Diciwen, her eyes shifting as though asking what she ought to do, but Diciwen merely answered with a gesture that told her to do her best. Arya could only look at his antics in speechless exasperation. She stepped out from her desk, came to stand beneath the lectern and faced the class. Recalling how Diciwen had coached her, she began to speak slowly. So, if any of you truly want to do your homework properly, you're welcome to give this method a try. Once Arya had finished, she paid no heed to Professor Smith's applause and simply lowered her head and hurried back to her seat. Professor Smith then began the day's lesson. Let us turn to page 76. Today we will be studying. Watching Professor Smith begin his lecture, Diciwen withdrew his gaze and stopped paying her any particular attention. The lesson passed quickly, and just before class ended, Professor Smith said to Arya, "Miss Spinnet, if you have a moment, come to my office. I have a prize prepared for you." The instant she heard there was a prize, Arya was no longer sleepy in the slightest. She skipped after Professor Smith toward the office at the back of the classroom, while Diciwen paid her no mind and left with his dormmates. It was not until noon, when it was already nearly past mealtime, that Arya finally returned to the common room. There she excitedly told everyone about the reward Professor Smith had given her. A specimen model of a Cornish pixie, supposedly crafted by Professor Smith herself. The Cornish pixie still wore its feral, clawing expression, its skin a vivid indigo blue, though it had forever lost the ability to fly. Diciwen did not find this especially delightful. He thought of a certain heartthrob professor from the original story who had been tormented by Cornish pixies, and it seemed Professor Smith truly did possess a measure of skill. At the very least, she was no useless fraud. Eat quickly. We still have Professor Snape's class this afternoon, and I doubt any of you want to be late and get scolded. Diciwen cut off Arya's showy boasting and urged her to hurry and eat, but Arya seemed rather odd today. She ignored what he said and kept chattering excitedly with the classmates beside her. It was quite some time before everyone finally finished lunch. There was not much time left before the afternoon lesson, so their midday rest was clearly ruined. The group returned to their dormitory to collect their books and cauldrons, then headed for the potions classroom. Open your textbooks to page 109. Today we are covering the forgetfulness potion. Pay attention, this will be on the exam. Professor Snape spoke as he strode into the classroom, his eyes sweeping over the little witches and wizards below as though seeking some unfortunate soul bold enough to meet his gaze. But after so much training beneath the lash of his poisonous tongue, no one any longer dared look Professor Snape in the eye. Every student wore the same cautious, cowed expression. After potions ended, Professor Snape kept Diciwen behind. He knew Diciwen could perform divination, and he wanted to know whether the current situation still held any significance for them, because so many things seemed to have been erased, or else had never existed in the wizarding world at all. There had been no clues for a very long time. Mr. Peverell, I hear you've been assigned a task that allows you to roam the corridors openly at night. Would it be convenient for you to tell me what you've seen? Professor Snape was plainly grasping for an excuse. Asking Diciwen directly like this was somewhat beneath his pride. Nothing much, Professor. The Forbidden Forest is calm enough, and Mr. Hagrid has already been sent out to gather information. Hopefully he'll bring back good news. Diciwen answered truthfully. That much I know. But if I remember correctly, the talents of a Peverell are not limited to mere patrolling. Are they? Snape said pointedly. Only then did Diciwen understand. Professor Snape wanted him to perform a divination. He did not put on a demonstration there and then, but instead told Snape both of the Centaur's divination and of his own. When Snape learned that a battle would eventually break out in the Forbidden Forest, his brow furrowed. After weighing matters for quite some time, he began preparing to shift his focus from beyond the school grounds back to within the castle. After all, compared with chasing something that offered not the faintest lead, at least he knew trouble would still arise on the school side. You may go, Mr. Peverell. Diciwen stared at the thoroughly ungrateful Professor Snape before him, rather speechless. He truly had not expected Snape's change of attitude to come so swiftly. Goodbye, Professor. With that brief farewell, Diciwen left the potions classroom. That information-freeloading Professor Snape was not even as decent as Dumbledore, who at least understood the value of an exchange. One could always get some advantage out of Dumbledore. After dinner, Diciwen carried out his usual patrol of the Forbidden Forest. There was still no trace of outsiders within it, and he discovered nothing unusual. After leaving the forest, he first made a trip to Hagrid's hut. Seeing that the hut remained dark and silent, without so much as a dog's bark, he knew Hagrid still had not returned. Before heading back to his dormitory, Diciwen took out the Marauder's map, intending to see whether any strangers could be found on it. Yet, after studying it for a while, he spotted a name in a place where it absolutely should not have been. Arya Spinnet. Her name was near the tower on the 3rd floor, where the defense against the dark arts classroom was located. Staring at Arya's name, Diciwen felt a twinge of worry. A young witch who had never once wandered the castle at night before would not leave her dormitory at such an hour without reason. He quickened his pace and returned to the castle. Following the staircases up to the 3rd floor, he made his way toward Arya's location on the map. The corridor was very quiet, without a sound, but when he found her, he discovered that she was merely standing there in her nightclothes, making no movement at all. Was she sleepwalking? He had not had the Marauder's map before, so he could not be certain whether Arya had always had a habit of sleepwalking. But judging by her condition, it certainly looked that way. After standing there for a while, Arya turned and began walking toward the stairs, seemingly preparing to return to the dormitory, and Diciwen followed her all the way. He was not sure whether it was safe to wake a sleepwalker directly, and he had no wish to take the risk, so he simply stayed with her. Since they were inside the castle, he was confident he could keep Arya safe. Sure enough, Arya slowly made her way back to the entrance of the common room and stood there blankly. The fat lady looked at the two young wizards oddly and asked, "Has no one remembered the password?" Diciwen did not give the password. Instead, he asked the fat lady, "Good evening. May I ask whether you've seen this girl come out sleepwalking at night before?" "You mean this girl?" The fat lady replied uncertainly. "I don't recall very clearly. She's not one of the few who often sneak out at night, but someone who comes back and just stands here without saying a word. No, I think only this little witch has done that." Hearing the fat lady's words, Diciwen felt a grim, foreboding rise in his heart. Had Arya only recently begun sleepwalking? It was said that excessive stress could lead to sleepwalking, but this was Arya. Carefree and broad-minded as she was, she should not have had any stress at all. Unable to think of a reason, Diciwen could only give the password and return to the common room. Once the fat lady heard the correct password and opened the portrait hole, Arya walked straight inside. She headed all the way toward the girls' dormitory, while Diciwen remained where he was, deep in thought. Could it be? He was not certain whether the suspicion in his heart was correct, but he decided that over the next few days he would keep a particularly close watch. Taking out the Marauder's map and opening it with the password, he saw that Arya had returned to her dormitory and stopped beside the names of her roommates. Only then did Diciwen put the map away in relief. The next day, Diciwen did not ask Arya about what had happened the previous night. Instead, he chatted with her as usual. He had a certain suspicion about this matter, but it needed to be verified, and the prerequisite for verification was not alerting the enemy. Arya was certainly safe during the day, so Diciwen went about his routine as usual, attending classes, eating meals, and playing the part of the faceless man. Ever since Arya had told that ghost story, Diciwen had kept his physical contact with others to a minimum whenever he was in character. Even when conversation was unavoidable, he merely went along with it and never took the initiative to mention certain things. He was afraid that his own behavior might alter this person's original relationships and expose his secret. Hagrid still had not returned to the school. He had managed to learn nothing useful from Professor McGonagall, so he guessed that Dumbledore's plan was to deliberately leave the Forbidden Forest in an apparently unguarded state, let certain people know that its keeper was no longer at Hogwarts, then quietly spread that information further, while secretly sending someone out, for instance Diciwen, to patrol the forest in the shadows and wait for the suspicious ones to reveal themselves. Night came again. As usual, after dinner Diciwen either read in the common room or chatted and played chess with Alia, the twins, and his dorm mates. Then, when dusk was just beginning to fall, he would leave the castle and head for his patrol in the Forbidden Forest. The moment he stepped into the forest, however, he immediately activated his paper effigy substitute and shifted himself to the back of Hagrid's hut, the side facing away from the castle. The paper figure had been placed there during the day when he had come to look for Hagrid. Hidden in the dark, he watched the castle, and only after night had fallen completely did he slowly make his way back. He came to the entrance beside the Hufflepuff common room, where there was a painting of a bowl of pears. Diciwen lightly touched one of the pears. It wriggled, gave a silly little giggle, and a door handle appeared in its place. He pulled the door open and stepped inside. The Hogwarts kitchens were as large as the Great Hall on the first floor, with 4 long house tables laid out in the same arrangement and the same high ceiling overhead. The flagstone floor and stone walls were surrounded by heaps of gleaming copper and iron cookware, and at the far end stood a gigantic brick fireplace. More than 100 house elves worked there, all dressed in tea towels bearing the Hogwarts crest as their uniform. The moment Diciwen walked in, he shattered the rhythm of the bustling world of the house elves. Every one of them stopped and turned to look at him. "Honored young wizard, is there something you require us to do?" asked a house elf who looked rather elderly. Diciwen answered with perfect courtesy, "Nothing urgent. I only came to stay here for a while, and I was hoping to ask for a little help." Diciwen knew that at the start of term it was the house elves who carried the students' luggage. They knew every student's name and dormitory, so when it came to Alia's situation, he needed some outside help to keep watch over her. "And what may we do for you?" the elderly house elf asked. "Do you know Alia Spinnet of Gryffindor? I need someone to keep an eye on her. She's had a bit of a physical problem lately, and at night she unconsciously wanders through the castle without being aware of it. If any elf happens to see her, I hope you can look after her and keep her from coming to harm." Diciwen knew of the bond between the Hogwarts house elves and the castle. A request of this degree was not one they would refuse. "As you wish, honored young wizard. My name is Cuplid. You may come to the kitchens at any time, and we shall also see to young witch Alia Spinnet," said the elderly house elf. After settling the matter, Diciwen took out the Marauder's map and looked for Alia's name. At the moment she was still moving around in her dormitory, likely getting ready for bed. Diciwen asked the house elves for a glass of pumpkin juice, then sat at one of the long tables, spread the map out before him and simply watched. About an hour later, Alia seemed to have fallen asleep. Her name stopped moving and rested quietly on the map. Just as Diciwen was idly toying with his cup, Alia's name moved. She left her dormitory, walked out of the common room, and began wandering the corridors. Diciwen did not go to her at once, but called Cuplid over instead. "Help me inform the house elves currently in the castle that for now, none of them are to appear near her," Diciwen said to Cuplid. "As you wish," said Cuplid. Before long, just as he had expected, Alia's name made its way once more to the tower on the 3rd floor and stopped in exactly the same place as yesterday. So it wasn't sleepwalking after all. He had now confirmed the suspicion in his heart. but he still did not understand the reason. He unfolded the map further and looked at another name on it. That name, too, remained motionless where it was. He called couplet over again and pointed at Alya's name on the map. Have the house elves wait nearby. If anyone approaches her and means to hurt her, take her away immediately. Ignore everyone else. As you wish. And so Diciwen sat there watching Alya's name and that other name. He felt that if he went to bring Alya away now, it would be too easy for the one behind the scenes to notice, but leaving her there alone filled him with unease. Time crept onward little by little, until it reached the same hour he had returned to the castle the previous night. Alya's name finally began moving back toward the common room. Diciwen let out a long breath. If nothing had happened, that was the best outcome of all. He immediately bid farewell to the house elves and left the kitchen. He needed to speak with Dumbledore again. At once, Diciwen went to the 8th floor and stood before the stone gargoyle. Please inform Professor Dumbledore that Diciwen Peverell wishes to see him. The stone gargoyle immediately stepped aside, revealing the staircase. Diciwen went to the door and pushed it open without hesitation. Professor, it seems we've been looking in the wrong direction. At the same time, a party of centaurs was patrolling the Forbidden Forest. The one at the front stopped. It was Firenze. He lifted his head and looked up at the sky, then let out a sigh. The wheel of fate has ceased to turn. Little wizard, what have you done this time? Time passed swiftly, and there was only 1 week left until the Easter holidays. Ever since that night when Diciwen had gone to speak with Dumbledore at length, he had lived exactly as before, attending lessons with his classmates and studying through the day, continuing his potion digestion performance after class, spending the evenings in the common room with his dorm mates at play, going to patrol the Forbidden Forest every night on the dot, and then returning to his dormitory to sleep. Yet throughout that entire stretch of time, nothing at all happened, and Hagrid still did not return to Hogwarts. Because of the twins, quite a few Gryffindor students had begun looking at Diciwen with open envy. For a while, he could not make sense of it. Since some Gryffindor students had not seen Diciwen out at night for quite some time, they had started asking his roommates and friends about it. As one of the people in the know, George would always seize such moments to put on an exaggerated display, because Diciwen had been granted permission by the professors to enter and leave the Forbidden Forest freely, while he had not. To Gryffindor students who were already fond of causing trouble, this was without question the cruelest torment imaginable. Alya was the same. She had also suggested to Diciwen that she wanted to follow him into the Forbidden Forest for fun. But Diciwen refused her with calm facts and sound reasoning. He listed all the dangers hidden in the Forbidden Forest, frightening Alya badly. The part about the acromantulas was especially chilling. Once she learned that a single spider could be as large as a house, and then connected it to the werewolf invasion incident, she truly did not dare go after all and gave up the idea. If she happened to run into a werewolf, an acromantula, or some other dangerous dark creature in the forest, then her little life would surely be forfeit. That, in turn, made her start worrying about Diciwen instead. Every day when he left, she would remind him again and again to be careful. That morning in Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall was guiding the young wizards and witches through their spell practice. Many of them could already turn their matches into needles, though the style and refinement of the needles varied from one to another. At the introductory stage of learning Transfiguration, the first step was to become familiar with its principles. Through understanding those principles, one learned the fundamental properties of matter and could proceed toward more advanced transformations. But this step varied from person to person. Some young witches and wizards simply had not seen enough of the world and did not understand the material composition of different objects, so their progress in Transfiguration naturally differed. It required long hours of practice and a certain accumulation of common knowledge. There was no point in rushing it. Of course, Diciwen was an exception. He had already worked through most of the reading list Professor McGonagall had given him, and with the advantage of a previous life, he possessed a fair understanding of the properties of matter and chemical elements. Coupled with his studies at Hogwarts, his Transfiguration had already become remarkably advanced, to the point where he could wield it with ease. So, before the end of this term, he intended to speak to Professor McGonagall about learning to become an animagus and completing the animagus magical ritual. Just as Professor McGonagall was pointing at Fred's needle, half wood and half iron, and tirelessly explaining the principles of matter to him, a gray owl carrying a letter flew in through the window. It landed on the teacher's desk, but because Professor McGonagall's parchment was spread across it, the owl failed to find its footing and sprawled awkwardly over the surface, provoking peals of laughter from the young witches and wizards. After dropping the envelope onto the desk, it immediately left the classroom. The children's laughter had most likely stung its pride, and now it was probably heading for the Ollery to turn its sorrow into appetite and have itself a proper feast. Professor McGonagall hurried back to the desk and opened the envelope at once. The moment she read what was written inside, her expression changed drastically. "Mr. Peverell, help me keep an eye on their practice. I need to step out for a moment. No casting spells at each other. Mind your own exercises properly. And if there's anything you don't understand, you may ask Diciwen." Professor McGonagall called out sharply to Diciwen, then gave the classroom a brisk instruction before leaving at once. With a helpless air, Diciwen got to his feet and walked up to the desk. He had been loafing in the corner and taking the chance to rest after all. Patrolling the Forbidden Forest at night was no joke, and he was certainly tired, which meant he had not been sleeping especially well. Looking down at the young witches and wizards staring up at him, Diciwen merely said, "Keep practicing," then dropped onto the desk and went to sleep. Before long, the classroom slipped back into the same noisy disorder as before. Fortunately, today's lesson was shared with Ravenclaw. The Gryffindor students, with it being their own head of House's class, did not dare make too much trouble, while the Ravenclaws were wholly immersed in their studies, so nothing untoward happened. By the time class ended, Professor McGonagall still had not returned, and Diciwen left the Transfiguration classroom with his dorm mates. Along the way, Arya was in extraordinarily high spirits, because Professor McGonagall had left before assigning homework, which meant there was no Transfiguration homework today. Though she had already mastered the method of doing it, who would not be pleased to have no homework at all? As he walked, Diciwen turned the scene over in his mind. He had seen Professor McGonagall's reaction clearly enough. The young witches and wizards around him were all guessing what had happened, but Diciwen felt no confusion whatsoever, because this was part of the plan. After lunch, however, Diciwen did something entirely out of character and stayed in the dormitory instead of wandering the castle as the faceless man, as he usually did. He was worried something unusual might happen tonight, so he rested instead. News of Professor McGonagall's abrupt departure spread through the castle with remarkable speed, and the chief architects of that were naturally the twins. Thanks to the rumors they stirred up, the atmosphere throughout Hogwarts grew tense all afternoon. Little by little, some students received word from their parents. The Department of Mysteries at the Ministry of Magic had been broken into, and a group of black-robed wizards had destroyed some of the prophecy spheres in the Hall of Prophecy. At the time, there were also people wreaking havoc inside the ministry, and Minister Fudge had summoned Dumbledore to the ministry to help deal with the matter. The young witches and wizards all discussed what had happened at the ministry. Some said that who had returned to the wizarding world and needed to obtain a magical object from the Department of Mysteries, only to be driven into the Hall of Prophecy by the Aurors, where a battle broke out. Others claimed it was simply the ministry's internal mismanagement that had given thieves an opening, and that when the thieves were discovered mid-robbery, they had fled in panic into the Hall of Prophecy, leading to the destruction of the prophecy spheres. At dinner time, only a few professors were eating at the high table. Aside from Professor Flitwick, the heads of 3 of the 4 houses were absent. That only made the students' rumors grow more and more outlandish. Look over there. Apart from Professor Flitwick, the other 3 heads of house are all missing. Something major must have happened at the ministry. There were all manner of theories, but everyone knew one thing for certain. Dumbledore was not at Hogwarts today. After dinner, Diciwen left the castle as usual and, using the same old method, hid outside Hagrid's hut. He watched the exit by the castle's eastern door, the one facing towards the Forbidden Forest. If anyone came out, he would definitely see them. Time flowed on in silence. The night was still and soundless, and even the usual chorus of insects and birds from the Forbidden Forest had grown sparse. Crouched outside, Diciwen held the Marauder's map and watched the movements of the people inside the castle. After a short while, Diciwen saw Arya's name leave the door of the common room on the Marauder's map. Contrary to her usual habits, she did not wander about the upper floors before heading to the 3rd floor. Instead, she made directly for the eastern door on the ground floor. At the same time, another name he had expected also left its room and slowly made its way to the eastern door. Watching Arya appear outside the castle with someone standing beside her, Diciwen came to a firm conclusion in his heart. So it really was you. The person led Arya straight into the Forbidden Forest, heading in a familiar direction. Diciwen quickly followed the pair ahead, gradually disappearing into the edge of the forest. As he followed, Diciwen kept thinking, why would this person involve himself in this affair? Or rather, was this man the true mastermind behind everything all along? After walking through the Forbidden Forest for a while, the 2 people ahead stopped beside a great tree. Then the man called out in Diciwen's direction, "Come out. You've been following us the whole way, Mr. Diciwen Peverell." After he spoke, silence fell over the surroundings. Diciwen was still weighing whether to reveal himself when the man raised his wand and pointed it at Arya. Left with no choice, Diciwen stepped out. Looking at the man before him, whose hair was streaked with gray, yet whose face bore a trace of madness that had no business being there. He asked bluntly, pretending to be under the Imperius curse to clear yourself of suspicion. It seems anyone capable of becoming the defense against the dark arts professor is no fool. The man stepped forward slowly, coming to stand beneath a beam of moonlight falling through the towering canopy of the forbidden forest, and a familiar face was revealed before Diciwen's eyes. Professor Smith. Of course it wasn't fake. It was a real Imperius curse. Otherwise, did you think a sham could fool that old fox Dumbledore? Smith said, pride plain on his face. This Smith was utterly unlike the pitiful figure he usually presented to the world. His face was twisted, and beneath it one could feel the aura of sheer madness seeping through. I had thought I would have to wait until the end of term to find an opportunity to act, but the moment news from the ministry spread today, I knew my chance had come and I had to seize it. Smith drew his wand and leveled it at Diciwen. He knew Diciwen possessed certain strange abilities. Although that night he himself had been under the Imperius curse from start to finish, from the professor's later conversations and from what some of the students who had witnessed part of that battle had described, he knew that if he wanted to deal with Diciwen, his current condition alone would certainly not be enough. At Hogwarts, aside from the professors, the only two people Smith believed worthy of caution were Hagrid and Diciwen. Hagrid was not at Hogwarts now, and Dumbledore was away from the school as well. So long as he did not cause too great a disturbance, he could practically do as he pleased. And why not mention Diciwen? Because Smith held a bargaining chip that could keep Diciwen in check. That bargaining chip was Arya. So the mastermind behind the werewolf incursions that had plagued the entire term was Smith all along. During the werewolves' assault on the castle, he had used an unforgivable curse to disguise himself as a victim, slipping past suspicion and scrutiny alike. Such audacity was beyond ordinary men, and beyond what they would ever dare. Professor Smith, it's not too late to turn back, Diciwen urged. But those few words only drove Professor Smith further into madness. Turn back? There is only forward on this road. There is no turning back. As he spoke, he slowly retreated to Arya's side and leveled his wand at the young witch who had once been so bright-hearted and carefree. After hearing of several of Diciwen's more famous exploits, Smith had noticed this little witch whose relationship with him was anything but ordinary. From that moment on, he had conceived the idea of using Arya to control Diciwen. He was utterly convinced that so long as Arya remained in his grasp, Diciwen would never dare lay a hand on him. Take me to the unicorn, Diciwen. I know you've spent a long time in the Forbidden Forest. You must know where the unicorn is. Smith snarled, jabbing the tip of his wand against Arya's neck as he threatened him. You don't want this little witch to come to harm, do you? At the sight of Smith's shamelessness, Diciwen was both furious and faintly amused. He truly did fear for Arya's safety, so he soothed Smith in an even voice. As long as you don't hurt her, I'll take you there. With that, Diciwen turned and began walking in a certain direction. Before long, the three of them reached the edge of a clearing deep within the Forbidden Forest. Through the gaps between the trunks ahead spilled a stretch of silvery white radiance, a strange mingling of moonlight and the glow that shone from the unicorn itself. An adult unicorn stood in the center of the clearing, head lifted proudly toward the moon, as though it had not yet noticed that three people had trespassed upon its domain. The instant Smith saw the unicorn, the manic look on his face slowly ebbed away, replaced by a flicker of sorrow. It left Diciwen deeply puzzled. That such an expression could still appear on the face of a man willing to stake everything to achieve his ends was almost unbelievable. Yet it did not last. A moment later, Smith had returned to his former self. He shouted at Diciwen, "Kill it. So long as you kill it, I'll hand this little witch back to you unharmed." "Do you take me for a fool, Professor Smith?" Diciwen shot back. "If I kill this unicorn, how am I supposed to keep studying at Hogwarts? Then you'll have to choose between the two." As he spoke, Smith clamped one hand around Arya's throat while keeping his wand trained on her with the other. There was nothing of a teacher in that savage expression. "The real problem is that a little wizard like me, who can barely cast more than a handful of spells, isn't capable of harming a unicorn at all," Diciwen said helplessly. Only then did some fragment of Smith's reason seem to return. It was true. The person before him was merely a slightly older-looking young wizard, not one of his werewolf mercenaries, nor some dark wizard adept in the dark arts. Smith brooded for a while before saying viciously, "Then lure it over here. Leave the rest to me." Diciwen's heart burned with anger, but for Arya's sake he could only edge slowly closer to the unicorn. It was only then that the unicorn seemed to notice Diciwen. It regarded him warily. Diciwen murmured soft reassurances, trying to lower its guard. But a hard rule was still a hard rule. Unicorns did not like young boys. The creature showed clear distaste at Diciwen's approach and instead moved several steps farther away. Diciwen turned back and looked at Smith helplessly. See? There's nothing I can do. At that, a flash of murderous intent passed through Smith's eyes. Losing patience, he strode forward, holding Arya hostage with one hand while raising his wand with the other, muttering under his breath. Avada Kedavra! A jet of green light shot toward the unicorn. The unicorn was too slow to evade it and was struck full on, letting out a cry of agony. Smith cast again, and dark power continued to erode the unicorn's body. Struggling, the unicorn collapsed to the ground, its beautiful silver coat gradually dimming. In the end, beneath Smith's frenzied assault, the unicorn finally died. Smith threw back his head and laughed triumphantly, yet he failed to notice the curious smile in Diciwen's eyes. A counterattack was about to begin. Smith released Arya and, still laughing wildly, walked toward the unicorn. He bent over its head and used a severing charm to split open its skull. Silvery white blood spilled forth, revealing a pituitary gland that gleamed with golden light. Staring at the thing in his hand, he dropped to his knees, laughing and crying all at once, as though he had gone completely insane. And perhaps he had. There was a saying in the wizarding world that anyone who slew so pure a creature would suffer an eternal curse. He had been willing to accept that curse just to kill a unicorn. Whatever motive drove him, it made Diciwen all the more interested. In the very next instant, the unicorn's corpse upon the ground slowly transformed into a gigantic oak tree lying felled upon the earth, while the pituitary gland in Smith's hand became nothing more than a block of oak wood. Smith's voice cut off abruptly. He stared at everything before him in utter disbelief. This unicorn had actually been created through transfiguration. Dumbledore! Smith screamed hysterically. What a splendid performance, Morrison. Dumbledore stepped out from behind a nearby tree, draped in an invisibility cloak. Why are you stopping me? I only wanted a unicorn. Smith roared, his face red with rage. Time turned back to the day Diciwen went to see Dumbledore and pushed open the door to the headmaster's office. Professor, it seems we've been looking in the wrong direction. Diciwen spoke to Dumbledore with great urgency. My prophecy only showed Master Stringer losing his temper with Professor Smith, but prophecy only reveals fragments. It's possible the truth isn't simply what that fragment made it appear to be. Dumbledore stared at Diciwen in astonishment. Diciwen had come in and launched straight into a torrent of words without any preamble, leaving Dumbledore unable to make sense of it at first. I suspect Professor Smith is the real mastermind behind all of this. I noticed that after Arya visited Professor Smith's office once, she changed drastically. Sometimes she'd mutter to herself, and sometimes she'd sleepwalk at night, but according to my investigation, none of that had ever happened before. Only then did Dumbledore become truly serious. Once a young witch was involved, the matter had grown far more complicated. I have an idea. We set a trap Professor Smith can't possibly refuse. Draw you away from the castle, keep Hagrid outside the grounds, and hide some of the other professors or send them away as well. Then, when the castle seems truly vulnerable, we'll see whether he makes his move. After pondering for a moment, Dumbledore agreed. Time returned to the present. Just as Diciwen had predicted, Smith had taken the bait. Morrison, I've already sent people to your home. The moment Dumbledore finished speaking, Smith seemed to go rigid as if struck by lightning. His shouting brought to an abrupt halt. As for your wife, I can only do my utmost to find a solution, but not at the cost of killing a unicorn. As for you, however, your situation is grave indeed. I expect you'll be spending some time in Azkaban. He had used an unforgivable curse, incited werewolves to attack Hogwarts, killed someone and controlled young witches and wizards. Taken together, those crimes might well see him die in Azkaban. Smith sat there numbly, staring at Dumbledore in disbelief. After confirming the finer details of the trap with Diciwen, Dumbledore had ordered a thorough investigation into Smith. He truly was a friend of the potion's master Edgar Stringer, but when they finally looked into Smith's family, they discovered that his wife had been afflicted by a curse. Only then had Dumbledore become certain that Diciwen's suspicions regarding Smith were correct. While today's operation was underway, he had sent Professor Snape to Smith's home to see to the condition of Smith's wife. Young Snape, a prodigious potions master who had devoted his entire life to the study of the dark arts and potion making, was undeniably a wizard of considerable skill. Why did you kill Stringer? Wasn't he your friend? Dumbledore asked softly. Having recovered a little, Smith looked at Dumbledore standing before him as though he were facing a towering mountain. As if he had resigned himself to his fate, he said to Dumbledore that day, I went to find Edgar. The moment he learned about my wife's condition, he went to see her at once. But with his abilities, he simply couldn't fathom the true nature of the curse. When I brought up that potion formula we had discovered in our younger days, he began accusing me of wanting to harm innocent life. But by then my wife was already suffering terribly under the torment of that curse. How could I possibly care about innocent life anymore? I begged him to help me brew the potion, but he refused no matter what I said. In the middle of our argument, I lost control and struck him dead. I truly didn't mean to do it. Remorse was written plainly across Smith's face. When I realized I was already standing at the end of a road with no return, I stopped holding back. I began contacting werewolves. I paid every last bit of my fortune in exchange for a single favor from Fenrir. Sadly, even that failed in the end. For a moment, Dumbledore and Diciwen did not know what to say after hearing his account. Though his motive had been to save the woman he loved, laying hands on Hogwarts was something Dumbledore would never permit. Professor, shouldn't we check on Alia first? Diciwen, standing nearby, looked at Alia, who was still rigid as a puppet, and reminded Dumbledore. When Dumbledore had agreed to this plan, Diciwen had extracted a promise from him that Alia must be saved. Only then did Dumbledore turn to Alia. He drew the Elder Wand and cast a countercurse, freeing her from the effects of the Confundus charm. Such was the Elder Wand's might that it could transform an oak tree into a magical creature as lifelike as a unicorn. Dispelling Smith's Confundus charm was effortless for it. The power of a deathly hallow was plain to see. Clarity returned to Alia's eyes. Looking at her surroundings, she thought for a moment that she was trapped in a nightmare. Just as she was about to cry out, she saw Diciwen beside her. At once, she clutched hold of him, and only then did her heart settle a little. Diciwen, why am I here? Where is this? Alia gripped both of Diciwen's arms tightly, as though afraid he might abandon her here. Diciwen had already felt deeply guilty toward Alia. For all these days, she had remained under Smith's control. Yet, in order to flush him out, Diciwen had never lifted the spell from her. Now, seeing this young girl rely on him so completely, it felt as though the softest place in his heart had been stirred. In an uncharacteristically gentle tone, he comforted her. Don't worry, you're safe now. I'll protect you. Only then did Alia relax a little. Her heart was still consumed by fear of the unknown, and she had yet to notice that Diciwen was far gentler than usual. Seems you have changed your own fate once again. My congratulations, little wizard. A centaur stepped out from the trees nearby. It was Firenze. After teasing Diciwen with that remark, he inclined his head respectfully to Dumbledore. Headmaster, it seems the matter has been settled perfectly. Peace has returned to the Forbidden Forest once more. Indeed, Firenze, your centaurs may finally rest for a while. You've done us a great service these past days, Dumbledore said with a smile. For the sake of this empty castle ruse, he had been forced to ask the centaurs to stand guard around the outskirts, lest Smith have made other arrangements. The Forbidden Forest is our home. It is only our duty, Firenze said firmly. Diciwen paid no attention to the two of them reminiscing. What mattered now was taking Alia to Madame Pomfrey to be examined and to see whether anything else was wrong. Professor Dumbledore, I'll leave Smith to you. I'll take Alia back to the castle first. She looks like she needs a trip to the hospital wing, Diciwen said to Dumbledore. As he watched the two figures walking farther and farther away, Dumbledore found himself rather curious about Diciwen's utter indifference toward Smith. In this affair, Diciwen had been one of the victims as well, having been attacked himself. Yet from the look of it, Alia's safety mattered far more to him at this moment than whatever punishment Smith might receive. It's time to call our Keeper of Keys and Grounds back, Dumbledore thought, looking at Smith, who still sat blankly upon the ground. He had thought of Hagrid. All right, Morrison, let us have our talk somewhere else. We'll be off now, Firenze. With that, he took Smith and Apparat away from the Forbidden Forest, leaving only Firenze behind to gaze up at the stars. The hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey, could you examine Alia's condition? She's been under the Confundus charm for a long time, and her mental state is rather poor at the moment, Diciwen asked anxiously. Help her onto the bed at once. Madame Pomfrey sprang to her feet the moment she saw the two young wizards enter, immediately directing Diciwen. That will do, Mr. Peverell. You may leave now. I'll handle the rest. Bang! Looking at the door that had shut firmly before him, Diciwen finally let himself relax. The rest would depend on Dumbledore now. Diciwen was only a first-year little wizard. There was nothing he could decide in matters like this. For the next several days, Alia remained in the hospital wing. Every day, she ate, slept, and lived in perfect ease. At least that was how it looked. She herself did not think so. She found it unbearably dull. Fortunately, after lessons each day, Diciwen would always come to keep her company. He would tell her what had happened around the school that day, then share little stories to help pass the time. In the end, none of the three brothers escaped death's pursuit. Only the youngest, Ignotus, met death with calm acceptance and passed the invisibility cloak on to his son, allowing it to be handed down through the generations. Although Alia had grown up in the wizarding world, she was not pureblood, and so she had never heard the tale of the three brothers. That's the end of today's story. Get some rest. The holiday starts tomorrow. At first, when Alia had only just recovered, seeing Diciwen at her side taking care of her had left her thoroughly at a loss. Though she liked Diciwen, she had never once said so openly. Now that Diciwen was the one taking the initiative to draw close to her, she found herself the one unable to adjust. After several days of watching Diciwen care for her with such meticulous devotion, Alia finally stopped resisting. The feelings between them warmed rapidly, though neither of them said a word of it aloud. Then it's settled. We'll leave together tomorrow, Alia said shyly. See you tomorrow. After leaving the hospital wing, Diciwen made his way toward the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. When he stepped through the door, he saw that Professor Snape was there as well, and the two of them seemed to have been discussing something. Professor, I want to know Smith's final punishment. Is he being sent to Azkaban? Diciwen stepped forward and asked directly. He had come to claim his reward. After all the effort he had spent these past days, he had no intention of simply going on holiday empty-handed. That is the case, yes. But why have you suddenly taken an interest in that? Dumbledore asked curiously. It's not him I'm interested in. It's Azkaban. Oh, is our little hero preparing to transfer schools and enroll at Azkaban? Then, Professor Snape said mockingly, I do rather want to have a look at Azkaban. Let that count as my reward for all I've done recently. Would that be possible, Professor Dumbledore? Dumbledore did not answer at once. Instead, he looked at Diciwen in confusion. Why would he take an interest in that dark, mad place? Though if I can't go, that's fine as well. I'd like a little of the dust left behind after a Dementor dies, if that's possible. As a potions master, Professor Snape could say with certainty that no potion in existence required the dust of a dead Dementor. And Dumbledore, heir to an ancient family and the greatest wizard of this century, had never heard of any use for Dementor dust either. I will grant that request. After the Easter holidays, you shall have it, Dumbledore said after some consideration. Thank you, Professor. Happy holidays, my two dear professors. I'll see you after the break. Diciwen skipped out of the headmaster's office. Professor Snape had originally seemed as though he wanted to say something more, but after seeing Dumbledore agree to it, he held his tongue. Only once Diciwen had left the office did he finally speak. It seems our headmaster thinks very highly of that student. Professor Snape could not understand why Dumbledore had agreed to such a request. Dementors were wicked creatures, yes, but they were still under the Ministry of Magic's authority. Accomplishing this would be exceedingly difficult. And beyond that, Dumbledore had not even asked what Diciwen intended to do with such a material. What if it was for some sinister branch of the dark arts? Rest assured, Severus, Diciwen is a child with a sense of measure. He would never do such things. Besides, Diciwen has people he holds dear. Hearing the pointed meaning beneath Dumbledore's words, Professor Snape merely gave a cold snort and swept out of the headmaster's office. Back in his dormitory, Diciwen finally felt as though a great weight had been lifted from his heart. Although he still had not fully digested the faceless potion, the greatest obstacle on the path of advancement had already been resolved. At his current level of strength, it was truly difficult for him to obtain Dementor dust on his own. First, he still had not mastered the Patronus charm, which meant he had no way of destroying a Dementor himself. Second, he had not yet learned to become an animagus, so even if he somehow managed to kill a Dementor, he would have no way of escaping the isolated island environment of Azkaban. Once the materials were nearly all accounted for, another matter came to mind, the advancement ritual. To advance from sequence 6 to sequence 5, one had to consume the potion amid the song of a mermaid. In the entire wizarding world, aside from the sirens of the open sea, only the merfolk of Hogwarts Black Lake could be considered true mermaids in any real sense. Still, there was no need to look into that just yet, because the holiday would begin tomorrow. The following day, at the gates of Hogwarts, dozens of carriages stood in a long row by the roadside, with nothing at all in front of them. Of course, that was only from the perspective of ordinary young witches and wizards. The students, their luggage all packed, came out one after another. As always, they shared carriages with their closest friends, talking excitedly about the coming holiday while making plans for how they would spend it. Diciwen stood alone in the empty Gryffindor common room, gazing anxiously toward the staircase to the girls' dormitory as he waited. Elia had only returned to the dormitory that morning and still needed to pack. Diciwen had already said goodbye to the last student leaving for the holidays nearly half an hour ago, and still she had not come out. Are you not ready yet? Elia? Diciwen called loudly. The Hogwarts Express is about to leave. I'm coming, Elia called back. She had quite a few things to sort through after all. She had spent several days in the hospital wing. A few minutes later, Elia finally emerged, dragging her suitcase behind her. Diciwen stepped forward at once and took it from her. He himself had not brought much, since most of what mattered had already been stowed away in the system space. He carried only a shoulder bag. We're only going home for 2 weeks, but I still had lots of things to sort out, Elia said, narrowing her eyes as she offered her excuse. In truth, the first thing she had done upon returning to the dormitory was take a bath. After several days in the hospital, she felt wretched all over. Only afterward had she tidied up a little. The moment Diciwen took her suitcase, he realized there was hardly anything in it at all, but he did not expose her. I understand. Girls' luggage, after all. Diciwen put on a look of exaggerated understanding. Elia felt quietly delighted as she watched him indulge her. After all, who would not want the person she liked to spoil her a little? The two of them wasted no more time and left the castle together. Just as they were about to pass through the great doors, they spotted Hagrid, who had returned to Hogwarts aboard the Hogwarts Express. All packed up, are you, Diciwen? Hagrid said as he watched the two young students walking along together, laughing and chatting. You're finally back, Hagrid. I haven't seen you or Fong in ages, Diciwen said happily, relieved to see him return safe and sound. Well, you know, Dumbledore gave me an important task, and it's all done now. But it's confidential, so I can't tell ya. Fong ought to still be with the Centaur's Fair now. Before I left, I entrusted him to Ronan. But, seeing Hagrid still rambling on without pause, Diciwen checked the time. I can't stay and talk, Hagrid. The train's about to leave, and we need to get to the station. I'll chat with you when we get back. Happy Easter. Right, safe journey, Diciwen, Elia. Happy Easter, Hagrid replied awkwardly. It had been a long while since he had last seen anyone from Hogwarts, so once he started talking, he found it hard to stop. Goodbye, Hagrid, Elia called to the lovable keeper of keys and grounds. Once they had stepped beyond the gates, they saw that only a single carriage remained. The two of them climbed aboard, and when Diciwen said to the Thestral pulling it, "Let us go," the carriage immediately began to move. I didn't know the carriage could respond to voice commands. Doesn't it just leave once it's full? Elia exclaimed in surprise. Diciwen looked at the absent-minded little witch with a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It was not only Elia. Many young witches and wizards knew nothing of Thestrals. He promptly began explaining them to her. It isn't magic pulling the carriage, but a magical creature. It's called a Thestral, a rare breed of winged horse classified by the Ministry of Magic as XXXX. Only those who have witnessed death with their own eyes and truly understood its finality can see them. The carriage bore the two of them toward the station. On the platform at Hogsmeade Station, only a handful of students had yet to board. Diciwen and Elia hurried onto the train and found a compartment to sit in. Diciwen had originally intended to look for his roommates, but their compartment was already full. The twins, Cedric, and Angelina were all there. The two of them stepped together into an empty compartment and casually slid the wooden door shut behind them. Diciwen raised a hand and gave his wand a light flick, casting a silent levitation charm. Their suitcases rose smoothly into the air and drifted gently onto the wooden luggage rack above without making the slightest unnecessary sound. Elia set her school bag beside her, and once she had settled into her seat, she suddenly seemed to remember something. Tilting her head toward Diciwen, she spoke in a teasing voice laced with easy amusement. When we first met in a compartment, I even greeted you as if you were an upper-year student. Why didn't you offer to help me put away my luggage back then? Hearing this, Diciwen rolled his eyes helplessly. His tone was calm, yet carried a perfectly matter-of-fact note. We didn't know each other at all then. If I acted too eager to help, it would only have seemed deliberate. More likely than not, you'd have taken me for some stranger with questionable intentions. Elia immediately offered a soft rebuttal, her voice still holding that tiny bit of stubbornness from back then. But you clearly never explained that you weren't an upper year. By the time we followed the crowd onto the boats headed for the castle, I'd already decided you belonged in the category of not especially friendly people. Diciwen was rendered speechless for a moment. Several seconds passed before he suddenly came back to himself. At last, he understood. Back when they had been waiting outside the Great Hall to be sorted, Elia had always treated him with a faint distance and a touch of awkward reserve. The root of it all had been this tiny incident, one he had long since forgotten. With that realization, he stopped trying to argue and simply spoke with quiet sincerity. All right, I promise I won't deliberately hide things from you or muddle you again. The words were far too direct, and for an instant the compartment fell silent. Elia merely lowered her head with a small smile and did not think much of it, taking it for nothing more than an ordinary promise between companions. Diciwen himself also quickly realized that what he had just said sounded rather too solemn. He gave a couple of hurried coughs and added, as classmates and friends, it's always better for us to be a little more honest with each other. The more he tried to explain, the clumsier it seemed to become. The two of them met each other's eyes, and neither could help letting out a soft laugh. The atmosphere remained natural and light, unburdened by any excess feeling, holding only the calm and tacit understanding that had settled between them after all they had already been through together. In that quiet and comfortable atmosphere, the Hogwarts Express gave a soft whistle and slowly pulled away from the platform. Outside the window, Muggle buildings and trees swept backward like scenes in a magic lantern show, while shifting light and shadow swayed gently through the compartment. Diciwen and Alia paid little attention to the passing view beyond the glass. They merely sat together in silence, at ease in one another's company, the air between them natural and unforced. Thinking back to the time when Alia had been controlled by Smith, Diciwen felt nothing but the sense of duty one held toward a companion. He had known the girl before him for less than a year, yet through one mishap and danger after another, they had met, helped each other, and long since changed from strangers in the same class into partners who could rely on one another. He did not want any companion by his side to fall into peril again, nor did he ever wish to see her harmed. Diciwen drew a deep breath, his voice calm and sincere. Alia, what happened before has stayed on my mind all this time. If you run into any trouble or danger in the future, you can tell me. I'll do everything I can to help. Alia lifted her head and looked at the companion who had always been so dependable. When she had fallen into difficulty, it was Diciwen who had come to her aid in time. When she had hit a bottleneck in practicing magic, it was he who had guided her with patient care. During her recovery, it had also been he who showed her just the right amount of concern. In her heart, Diciwen had long since become the companion she trusted most. She gave a small nod, her voice natural yet firm. Thank you, Diciwen. From now on, we'll look after each other too. The two exchanged a smile and said no more, sitting shoulder to shoulder as they watched the scenery flash endlessly past outside the window. The Hogwarts Express slowly rolled into King's Cross Station and came to a halt at platform 9 3/4. Carrying both of their luggage, Diciwen stepped down from the carriage, while Alia followed behind him. The feelings between the two children were pure, like two lotus blossoms leaning close together, swaying in the wind, seeming both near and just out of reach. Seeing her parents waiting nearby, Alia took her luggage back from Diciwen and stood facing him. When you have time, you absolutely must write to me. Don't be like last time, when I only heard news of you after returning to school. Alia reminded him, her tone faintly edged with warning. I know. Off you go, your parents will be getting anxious. See you when term starts, Diciwen said, looking at Alia with indulgent fondness. See you when term starts. After saying that, Alia walked toward her parents, though the way she kept looking back every few steps let Diciwen feel just how reluctant she was to part. Leaving the station, Diciwen headed for the Leaky Cauldron. There were only 2 weeks left and he intended to stay there. Even if he went home, he would only be there for a few days, and he would still have to spend ages cleaning a house that had been empty for far too long. As long as he found one day to visit the orphanage, he planned to spend the rest of the holiday in Diagon Alley. After booking a room, Diciwen had a meal in the pub. Everyone inside was busy, and the air was thick with the spirit of Easter. Young witches and wizards from Muggle families were preparing to go to Diagon Alley first to buy a few things from the magical world, while witches and wizards who lived in the wizarding world would also pause briefly at this place where the two worlds met. Some witches and wizards ordered a pint of beer and then spent ages boasting to their friends about their adventures. Others ordered lunch and ate slowly while reading the Daily Prophet in their hands. The news that Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts professor had, yet again, run into trouble was something that simply could not be concealed. Rita Skeeter, the Daily Prophet's well-known writer, had already spread it all across the wizarding world. Although no young witch or wizard had been harmed, people were still greatly interested in the one bold enough to attack Hogwarts. After all, not even Voldemort had ever truly laid hands on Hogwarts itself. Was this person from the Smith family? Someone asked his friend. Which one? That family rumored to be descended from Hufflepuff? But I heard that family no longer has any particularly famous descendants. Maybe it's just some ordinary Smith, his friend analyzed. The wizarding world had only just enjoyed 10 years of peace after enduring the Dark Age under Voldemort's control. Having been calm for too long, everyone had become keenly interested in a matter like this. Listening to the speculation around him, Diciwen thought again of that pitiable professor who had been toyed with by fate. He wondered how long the man could hold out in that hellhole called Azkaban. Diciwen then thought of his plan to learn animagus magic. It seemed he had to begin preparing now. Spring was precisely the season when thunderstorms were frequent. As long as the preliminary work was done in advance, he ought to be able to complete the magic quickly. But he needed Professor McGonagall's help. After all, this was no ordinary branch of magic, and having the assistance of a transfiguration master during the process would greatly increase the chances of success. He asked old Tom at the bar for a sheet of writing paper and wrote a letter to Professor McGonagall. Dear Professor McGonagall, one day in the library, I came across a transfiguration spell called the Animagus. Although the description was very brief, I feel that this magic suits my present self quite well, so I am writing to ask for your confirmation as to whether I may study this spell. Diciwen intended to find some way during the holiday to persuade Professor McGonagall to grant his request. Otherwise, once he returned to school, he would have to spend time convincing Professor McGonagall again, and that would be far too wasteful. The preparation period for this magic was exceptionally long. Mr. Tom, could you help me send this letter to Professor McGonagall? I don't have an owl of my own, Diciwen said to old Tom after finishing the letter and walking over to the bar. Of course I can. I'll send it out for you at once. Old Tom was quite happy to provide such extra services for his lodgers, and he answered with a genial smile. Thank you. Diciwen walked into Diagon Alley, where there were even more people. Witches and wizards moved between the various shops, all buying different things for the Easter celebrations. Diciwen first went to Gringotts to withdraw some money. He needed a properly fitted set of clothes. What he wore now had already become a little too small. At Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, he had a new outfit made for himself. It was the first brand new set of clothes he had ever owned in this world. Before, his purse had been painfully light, and he could only rely on assistance to buy his school supplies. But now that he had Ogden's inheritance, he no longer needed to be quite so frugal. After that, he picked out a gift for Alia, the first gift between the two of them. He browsed for quite a while, but sweets, flowers, books, and the like all seemed unsuited to her. In the end, he bought an empty Akame eggshell from the magical menagerie. The shell had been repaired and was perfectly intact, its silver surface gleaming with a pale white luster. Then he bought some paints, paper ribbon, and a small red gift box. He planned to paint an Easter egg himself and then give it to Alia. After purchasing everything, he left Diagon Alley because in Diagon Alley he truly could not find a single quiet place. No matter where he went, there were people everywhere, bustling and noisy. In the end, with helpless resignation, Diciwen returned to the Leaky Cauldron. Entering the familiar room number 22, Diciwen stored all his belongings in the system space, then took out the Akame eggshell and the paints. He intended to paint an Easter egg depicting Alia playing Quidditch. Diciwen knew that Alia had always been deeply interested in Quidditch. She could even argue endlessly with the twins in the common room over certain Quidditch matters. That was how the idea had come to him. He spread out the paints, picked up the Akame egg, and began to paint. Time seemed to pass very quickly. Just before dinner, Diciwen finished the Easter egg. With the degree of bodily control he possessed now, he could render the images in his mind with effortless precision. On the egg, Alia sat astride a broomstick, flying in from one side of the pitch, sweeping past the players beside her, reaching out, and hurling the quaffle clean through the goal hoops. Diciwen had even painted Alia's smiling face with striking clarity. On that face, framed by a pair of wide bright eyes, was nothing but the joy of scoring a goal. After wrapping the gifts, Diciwen went downstairs to settle his supper. Then, as usual, asked Tom to send Arya's present off for him. The next day, Diciwen walked along Charing Cross Road, intending to pay a visit to the old matron. With the pounds he had exchanged at Gringotts in hand, he bought some clothes from the Muggle world, the sort that looked nothing like a wizard's attire. Even at Hogwarts, he still had not grown used to wearing wizarding robes all the time. After all, decades of life in his previous world had left him quite unable to keep to a thoroughly medieval style of dress. He also bought a gift for the old matron, a shawl that looked wonderfully warm. At her age, she was certain to like such a present. He returned to the orphanage and happily shared a good dinner with the old matron and the others. The matron was deeply curious about how he had been getting on lately and asked him a great many questions. She was exceedingly fond of the shawl Diciwen had bought for her and draped it over her shoulders with a delighted smile. Looking at the lines etched across her smiling face, Diciwen truly realized that Granny Gladys was already advanced in years. In the end, he left all the pounds he had left over to the orphanage. Since he had already decided to begin practicing the Animagus transformation, he would start from the very first step, holding a mandrake leaf in his mouth. He bought several mandrake leaves from Slug Jigger's apothecary. The moment he put one into his mouth, the mandrake's singular flavor spread across his tongue at once, bitter and pungent, tinged with a rank, earthy smell. To keep it there for a full month was a formidable challenge. It would interfere greatly with ordinary conversation, eating and sleeping. But for Diciwen, who had once endured the powers of Sequence 8, Clown, it was not especially difficult. He could rely on the extraordinary control over his body granted by his Beyonder characteristics to ensure that, in daily life, he would neither spit out nor swallow the mandrake leaf. After adapting for 2 days, he found that he could fully guarantee he would not spit out the leaf, nor would it affect his speech or eating and drinking. So, on the second evening, beneath the full moon, he placed a fresh mandrake leaf into his mouth and began the first step of the magic. To hold it there for a full month. Sunlight streamed into the room and fell across a youthful face. The pleasant warmth drew a soft murmur from the sleeping boy. The indoor temperature in London in April was still rather low, and the sun upon his face felt so comfortable that Diciwen lingered in that sensation. The rumble of a train passing over the tracks woke him at last. He opened his eyes and stared at the sunlight outside the window and the wooden ceiling above him, momentarily blank with confusion. It took him quite some time to gather himself before he realized he was not in his dormitory at Hogwarts. He had not slept this late in a very long time. Back at the orphanage, the nuns would wake him as soon as it was time for breakfast, and at Hogwarts there were classes to attend, which meant rising early to wash and prepare. A holiday with nothing pressing to do was a rare enough thing, and at last he could enjoy a proper sleep. Diciwen looked out at the sky beyond the window. Rarely did London offer such fine weather. There was scarcely a cloud to be seen, only a pale blue vault stretching behind them. The first thing he did was use his tongue to feel the mandrake leaf in his mouth, from blade to stem, from front to back, then from stem to blade again. It had remained perfectly intact. After washing up, Diciwen went downstairs for breakfast. Took him more than twice as long as usual to finish the meal. Tom watched him with some puzzlement. In the past, Diciwen had always eaten with brisk efficiency. Nothing like the leisurely fashion in which he now worked his way through 2 sandwiches. Tom merely took it for the easy idleness of a holiday. Today, Diciwen intended to browse the second-hand bookshop and look for books related to the animagus transformation. In a new bookshop, the proprietor would never let him stand there reading for too long. He stepped into the second-hand shop and asked the clerk where the books on transfiguration were. Following the direction indicated, he made his way to a heap of books piled together. On top were several Hogwarts transfiguration textbooks. Rolling up his sleeves, he began rummaging through the stack. Diciwen spent more than 2 hours sorting through them as he read, arranging what had originally been a chaotic pile into neat stacks by title. Aside from the basic issues of Transfiguration today, most of the rest were books. After ruling out the elementary through advanced Transfiguration textbooks, he was left with 2 volumes, Principles of Interspecies Transfiguration and Advanced Guide to Vanishing Spells and Conjuration, both of which seemed to be in fairly good condition. But what delighted him most was a copy of Animagus, Theory and Practice. This book had originally been one the Ministry of Magic kept under very strict control. Presumably it had lain buried in this heap for far too long, never unearthed by anyone, which was why it was still here. Diciwen bought all 3 books. He meant to study the fundamental principles behind this marvelous branch of magic properly, because what he had recalled before had been nothing more than vague fragments from memory. Yet after reading the entire book, he discovered that what it described did not differ all that much from what he remembered. He read Chapter 5, Control and Maintenance of Transformation, several times over, because this section dealt precisely with the key matters that had to be mastered when transforming oneself after taking the potion. Another important point was that if the transformation failed, a second person would be needed to cast the reversal spell and help restore him to normal. Diciwen felt that the real difficulty of this spell lay in all its prerequisites: holding the mandrake leaf in one's mouth for a full month, brewing and storing the potion, reciting the incantation over one's heart each day, and the final ritual in a thunderstorm. All of these were exceedingly hard conditions to fulfill. By contrast, when it came to controlling the magic itself, Diciwen was fairly confident. His Beyonder abilities had given him an exceptionally high degree of control over his own body magic and mind. That was the part he worried about least. What concerned him now, however, was the animal he would become after transforming. He had no desire whatsoever to truly turn into a curly-haired baboon. He then picked up Principles of Interspecies Transfiguration again. It was a book of profound and rather abstruse content, and though a copy existed in the restricted section of the Hogwarts library, Diciwen had never read it before. Aside from the opening theoretical discussions on transfiguration, Diciwen read the later sections concerning human transformation with the utmost care. The descriptions of wizards whose lack of mastery led them to transform into grotesque, misshapen creatures read almost like strange tales from a collection of marvels. One sentence in the book in particular, "Form is but the outer garment, the soul is the true self," stirred a strange sense of familiarity in him. At the faceless stage, no matter whom he became, he would inevitably imitate that person with uncanny thoroughness. Yet he was not that person. He had always been and would always remain Diciwen himself. That understanding pushed the digestion of his faceless potion forward by a great step. He spent 2 days finishing all 3 books, and his understanding of transfiguration advanced still further. Over the next few days, whenever he had nothing to do, he would go to the second-hand bookshop. He sorted through every book in the place and, in the end, discovered several truly remarkable volumes. The owner of the second-hand bookshop watched as Diciwen transformed his cluttered, disorderly shop into a place of neat and perfect order. He even arranged the books by category and then alphabetically, making it easy for anyone to find exactly what they wanted, almost like a proper new bookshop. It was not that the owner had been incapable of tidying the place. He simply felt there was no need to organize such old books. Most of them were battered and worn, and only a small few had been well preserved. In the end, the bookseller gave Diciwen every book that had caught his interest, which came as quite a surprise to him. Still, he accepted them gladly, for he had, after all, put in the work. In the blink of an eye, it was time to return to school. The Easter holiday was mainly a time for young witches and wizards to reunite with their families, and it was never a particularly long break. Once they returned, they would have to begin preparing for the final examinations in June, with barely 2 months left. On the evening of their return, the young witches and wizards were all ravenous. After all, they had spent more than 6 hours on the train. As they ate, they chatted about their holidays, and Arya shared her own tales with Diciwen, telling him amusing stories from her family's Easter feast. Afraid it might not cook through, he kept the heat turned up high the entire time and kept adding more time in the oven. By the time it was set on the table, the leg of lamb's skin had already been roasted black and hard, its edges sizzling with scorched grease and smoke. Yet when it was cut open, the inside still ran with dark red blood. It was utterly inedible. What should have been a richly fragrant main course was now nothing but a harsh, burnt bitterness. And even the roast potatoes on the side had been smoked bitter. The mint sauce had not been cooked properly either, having clotted into lumps at the bottom of the bowl. The whole dish was a complete disaster. Alya's complaint made everyone listening beside her laugh until tears came to their eyes. Has something delightful happened? Nearly headless Nick suddenly popped up from beneath the table, startling the little witches and wizards. Looking at the group of laughing students, he asked the question with curiosity. Sir Nicholas, good day. They've heard that final exams are almost here, so they're terribly happy about it. By the way, you still haven't joined the headless hunt, have you? Diciwen said slyly. His words left the little witches and wizards nearby utterly baffled, with no idea what Diciwen was talking about. Oh, Diciwen, they've rejected me once again, because my head still hasn't quite fallen off, like this. As he spoke, Sir Nicholas lifted up his severed yet not entirely detached head. In an instant, the little witches and wizards around him were struck so speechless with horror that not one of them could utter a sound. Sir Nicholas knew perfectly well what Diciwen was up to, and since he too wanted to tease the little students a bit, he played along with the performance. As expected, the effect was extraordinary. Everyone was rooted to the spot. Ah! Sir Nicholas laughed heartily at the little witches and wizards, all too frightened to speak, and drifted away. Alya stared at Nick's retreating figure in alarm, then turned to look at Diciwen's smug face. Rolling her eyes at him, Alya said, You didn't just frighten them, you frightened me too. Strong, fearless Alya was scared by that? I don't believe it, Diciwen said in an exaggeratedly comic tone. Alya stopped paying attention to him and lowered her head, preparing to continue eating. But the moment she looked at her medium-rare steak, her appetite vanished completely. The same loss of appetite had spread to the ring of little witches and wizards around them as well. All except one person, and that was Diciwen. There he sat, calmly slicing his steak and chewing each bite at an unhurried pace. He paid no mind to the furious looks being shot his way from all around him and simply continued eating as he pleased. When dinner finally ended, Diciwen sprang from his seat in a single bound and bolted upstairs. For a moment, the twins and his 3 roommates failed to react. By the time they came to their senses, Diciwen had already vanished through the doors of the great hall. The few of them exchanged glances, then all rose to chase after him. Watching those childish people fooling around together, Alya smiled until her eyes curved like crescents, as though cradling half a handful of moonlight. After an entire morning of potions, the little witches and wizards were all feeling rather miserable from Professor Snape's treatment. If they did something wrong, they were scolded. If they did it right but failed to remind a classmate, they were scolded. If they did remind a classmate, they were scolded. What? Did they think their standards were high enough to instruct their fellow students now? Diciwen and Alya were paired together. Diciwen followed the formula Professor Snape had written on the blackboard exactly, brewing the potion step by step, while Alya watched carefully at his side. When the potion was finally complete, Professor Snape's figure appeared beside their cauldron. He glanced once at the potion inside, then cast Diciwen a sidelong look. Without saying a word, he turned and left. That scared me to death. I thought Snape was about to force some points off you, Alia whispered to Diciwen, patting her chest. But no sooner had the words left her mouth than Professor Snape's verdict rang out. Talking about a professor behind his back. 10 points from Gryffindor. Diciwen said nothing more. He was afraid another 10 points might be deducted if he did. He looked at Alia, who seemed faintly aggrieved, and gently patted her on the shoulder, but still said nothing. Talking about things unrelated to class, deduction of points. That was exactly the sort of thing Professor Snape would do. After class, the two of them walked out of the classroom together. He waited by the door until Professor Snape had left the room and disappeared from sight, then comforted Alia, saying, Professor Snape may be sharp-tongued, but as long as you meet his requirements, he has nothing to say. And besides, his bias against Gryffindor isn't exactly new. There's no need to be upset over lost points. With tears gathered at the corners of her eyes, Alia said, He's far too unreasonable. Diciwen comforted her for a bit, then had Angelina take her back to the dormitory while he himself returned to the potions classroom. He remembered that Harry Potter had once found the Half-Blood Prince's potions book in a cupboard, and inside it there was an exceptionally powerful spell. Given his current level in spellwork, it was also an important offensive method he needed right now. Diciwen opened the cupboard by the wall and began searching through it. Very soon, he found several potions books tucked away at the bottom. He opened each one in turn and finally found the book that had belonged to the Half-Blood Prince. It was an old book, yellowed with age, its cover worn and damaged, and across it were written the words, This book is the property of the Half-Blood Prince. Diciwen opened the book and memorized the incantations for Sectum Sempra and Vulnera Sinenter. After flipping through a few more pages, he spotted the Muffliato charm as well. He committed it to memory, then returned the book to its original place. All three were highly practical spells, especially Sectum Sempra, whose formidable offensive power made up for the lack of powerful attacking methods in his current Sequence 6. Thoroughly satisfied, he left the classroom. No sooner had Diciwen returned to the dormitory than Rory, coming toward him, told him that Professor McGonagall wanted him in her office after lunch. It seemed that the matter of becoming an animagus had drawn Professor McGonagall's serious attention as well. She had come looking for him on the very first day. After hastily finishing lunch, he left the great hall under Alia's puzzled gaze, for she had seen that Diciwen had eaten only a single pudding. When he arrived at Professor McGonagall's office, Diciwen knocked and pushed the door open before stepping inside. Professor McGonagall was still marking homework. When she saw Diciwen enter, she set aside the work in her hands and took out the letter he had written to her during the holiday from a drawer. Mr. Peverell, I have read the letter you wrote to me over the holidays. First of all, I do acknowledge your standard in Transfiguration, because you have indeed mastered it very well. But an animagus is different. Rather than calling it Transfiguration, it would be more accurate to regard it as another kind of magic altogether, because the level of danger involved is entirely different. If Transfiguration goes wrong, the worst result may simply be a failed transformation of the object, while you yourself remain perfectly safe. But if something goes wrong during an animagus transformation, you may be irreversibly transformed into some unknown state. So Professor McGonagall spoke to Diciwen with great solemnity. I understand, Professor. After writing that letter to you, I was fortunate enough to find a book in an old second-hand shop. It described in detail the method for completing the magic, as well as the dangerous consequences of a failed transformation. I already understand all of that, Diciwen explained. Then he broke down the important parts one by one for Professor McGonagall, hoping to make her understand that he was neither unprepared nor ignorant of the difficulties involved. It seems you've prepared yourself very thoroughly. That is quite in keeping with Mr. Peverell's usual style. Professor McGonagall slowly relaxed her knitted brows. She had already been mentally prepared for this student's eagerness to learn, but she had underestimated just how cautious he was. Since you have already made up your mind, then I shall explain a few things not written in the book. Professor McGonagall spoke to Diciwen for nearly half an hour, and at last she handed him several mandrake leaves. It is not yet the time of the full moon, so you still have ample time to practice how to keep the leaf in your mouth, Professor McGonagall reminded him. Diciwen cast Professor McGonagall a somewhat embarrassed look, then slowly stuck out his tongue just a little. Professor McGonagall saw the leaf in his mouth, which had already begun to shift little by little from deep green toward purple. Her brows furrowed, but then she remembered that this was only the preparatory stage, without any great danger, and so she did not speak to Diciwen too harshly. Now that you've begun, you must make sure it isn't interrupted for this entire month. Come to me at the next full moon, and I shall instruct you in the next step, Professor McGonagall admonished. She had no wish for one of her most promising students to make a mistake in the process, fail in transfiguration, and turn into some monstrosity. Yes, Professor, I'll be careful, Diciwen promised. As he stepped out of the office, Diciwen let out a breath of relief. Stern Professor McGonagall was still immensely imposing. With that grave, earnest look of hers, he could not help but take her seriously. There were still classes in the afternoon, so he meant to return to the dormitory and get a proper rest. In the end, however, the afternoon lesson turned into a study period. It was meant to be defense against the dark arts, but the professor in charge had already been sent to Azkaban, so no one came to teach. Dumbledore, by the look of it, had no intention of finding another professor. Any new professor would have to remain through the next term. Otherwise, it would be genuinely difficult for him to arrange a teacher for that subject every year. After all, over the past several decades, that one class had gone through dozens of professors. At first, everyone flipped through their books and chatted with one another about what they were reading. Before long, though, it gradually turned into idle gossip. The lesson was shared with Hufflepuff, and the Gryffindor students talked about things like wizard chess and gobstones. The Hufflepuff students talked about food, what was new at Honeyduke's, what might be served for supper, and the like. Everyone looked thoroughly cheerful about it, which left Diciwen rather speechless. As expected of Hufflepuff, the most laid-back house, and Gryffindor, the most mischievous one, no one seemed to have much heart for studying. He suspected that at the end of term Dumbledore would announce that this subject was exempt from examination, but he certainly would not let the students know so early. If he announced it now, these young witches and wizards would be even less inclined to learn. Diciwen pulled Arya out of the little gossip circle she had formed with Angelina and began explaining the material in the book to her according to the progress Smith had previously been teaching. Arya looked at him resentfully. She had been perfectly content chatting with her best friend, only to be dragged off to study. Was studying something Gryffindors were supposed to do? Absolutely not. Diciwen paid no heed to her look. As he spoke about the textbook, he also branched into things he knew beyond it. After talking for a while, he noticed that the noise around him had grown a little quieter, and the light around him a little dimmer. He looked up, and the sight gave him a start. More than a dozen young witches and wizards had gathered around, listening to his explanation. Much of what he was talking about were obscure bits of lore the others did not know, so naturally they were interested. First, when they saw Arya being pulled away, they thought the pair were whispering about something in private. But when they edged closer, they discovered he was actually giving a lesson. They had been about to go back to their idle chatter, only to be caught by Diciwen's words. And so, one after another, more than a dozen of them had drifted over, while the students farther away were still chatting with their own friends. Diciwen stared blankly at the ring of eyes fixed on him and, to his own surprise, felt a little embarrassed. He was not the sort of person who delighted in instructing others, nor one who enjoyed standing forth and delivering grand lectures. Still less was he the sort of little prodigy who fancied himself fit to teach in place of a professor. He knew perfectly well how dangerous that position was. He had no intention of letting matters drift in that direction. If Dumbledore heard of it, he would certainly come looking for him. Off you go, all of you. Haven't you ever seen people having a private conversation? At supper, there were still people at the Gryffindor table talking about what had happened during the lesson that afternoon, and it drew no small number of glances toward Diciwen, which made his skin crawl. Fortunately, everyone's attention soon shifted to the matter of there being no defense against the dark arts professor. The fifth years, in particular, were deeply troubled. They had their OWLs this year, and that subject was among the examined courses. Some students who lacked confidence in their marks were very uneasy about the lack of a teacher, afraid that self-study alone would not bring them up to the standard required for the examination. After all, many students were counting on earning outstanding OWL results and securing as many OS and ES as possible in more subjects so that they could enter the advanced NEWT classes in their 6th and 7th years. That was, in essence, the dividing line between an ordinary wizard and one qualified for the finest professions, since many careers placed considerable weight on the results of those two examinations. It did not take long for the matter to reach the heads of house. The next day, Professor McGonagall came to the Gryffindor common room. She gathered the 5th years and 7th years together and told them how the matter would be handled. The 4 heads of house would each hold extra coaching sessions at fixed times for the upper years, and any 5th year or 7th year student hoping for strong marks could apply to his or her head of house. In truth, there were not many 5th years in each house to begin with, and only some of them wanted especially high marks. Fewer still would go on to advanced classes in their 6th and 7th years, so the 4 heads could manage perfectly well. And coaching, after all, was only coaching, not formal teaching, which meant it could avoid Voldemort's curse. After handing out forms to the students who needed them, Professor McGonagall left the common room. She gave everyone one night to think it over, since it was a matter that concerned the course of their lives. Diciwen said to Arya with great solemnity, "See? This subject is terribly important. Concerns everyone S.O.W.L. results. So, would you like to study with me from now on?" Diciwen was trying to coax Arya along, because the O.W.L.'s covered a great many subjects, and every one of them mattered, bearing directly on the course of a wizard's future work. For instance, aside from defense against the dark arts, transfiguration, and charms, one generally needed at least 2 more subjects with an O or an E in order to choose careers such as Auror, Cursebreaker, Healer, Researcher, Hogwarts Professor, and other respectable professions in the wizarding world. In truth, Arya was still only a 12-year-old girl. She had not yet given much thought to her future work or life. Not every young witch was as mature as Diciwen, but she could feel the heavy atmosphere in the air, as though everyone were giving off the sense that if they did not study seriously, something dreadful would happen. And so, without quite meaning to, she agreed to Diciwen's proposal. Seeing that he had achieved his aim, Diciwen said no more. If Arya came to her senses, slipped back into her usual carefree manner, and ran off to play foolishly, that would not be at all what he wanted to see. It was not that he meant to force Arya to study. Rather, he wanted her to possess enough strength to protect herself in her future work and life. And in the years to come, the wizarding world would undergo tremendous upheaval. No one was absolutely safe. After thinking it over for a long while, Diciwen decided to take Arya to the room of requirement. The environment there would certainly stir her enthusiasm for study. There were target dummies there that could be used to practice spells. At their current stage, everyone's learning of magic still centered on the theory of spells, and their practical casting ability was generally rather poor, since they were only in first year and their magic had only just stabilized. For young witches and wizards newly introduced to magic, even proper spellcasting was still something they were in the middle of learning. Practicing in the room of requirement against dummies or targets would help them improve their spellcasting ability. After supper the next day, Diciwen led Arya up to the 8th floor. In truth, most students rarely went there. The only time they usually came up was for astronomy. So when the 2 of them stood in the corridor on the 8th floor, there was not a soul around. The place was utterly still. Diciwen walked to the wall opposite the tapestry, muttering that he wanted a room for practicing spells, then paced back and forth before it 3 times. The outline of a door slowly appeared. Arya stared at the marvelous sight, and though she had been somewhat distracted before, she immediately brightened with excitement. Exploring the unknown was something everyone loved, especially in a castle with a history stretching back 1,000 years. Diciwen pushed the door open and gestured for Arya to enter first. Arya stepped inside. The first thing she saw was a vast, empty hall, its floor covered in thick magical mats. All around the room stood rows upon rows of dummies and targets for practicing spells, while magic crystals were set into the walls to measure the strength and accuracy of any charm cast. On a shelf to one side were several spare wands, a number of books, and a few potions as well, though judging by the look of those bottles, they were probably relics from decades ago. For first years, there were only a handful of principal spells to learn, such as the levitation charm, the wand lighting charm, and the unlocking charm, all of which could be practiced on the targets and dummies. Diciwen began guiding Ailea through her spellwork. In truth, it was not as though Ailea never studied at all. She merely liked playing around a bit too much. As for the several spells she had spent nearly a year learning, she could cast most of them already, though her accuracy and fluency still fell short. She cast the levitation charm at one of the dummies. The dummy was rather heavy, which made the spell more difficult to perform, so Ailea had to learn how to regulate the flow of her magic and grow accustomed to the range of movement required for her wand. Watching Ailea settle into her practice, Diciwen moved to the other side, drew out his own elder wand, and aimed it at a target. Sectum Sempra. A streak of light shot from his wand, but it failed to hit. His wand movement had been too broad just now, and the flow of magic had been insufficient as well, leaving only a tiny white mark upon the wall. Diciwen practiced over and over again. Then, with a sharp crack, the target before him shattered apart. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Diciwen was inwardly shaken. So it really was a spell inclined toward the dark arts. If one did not pour one's own emotions into it while casting, its destructive power was pitifully low. Only after forcing the malice in his heart into the spell had it managed to smash the target to pieces. After all, this was a curse invented by the potion's master Snape himself. It was extraordinarily difficult to cast. Diciwen had already used up half his magic before he finally managed to perform it correctly once. Ailea, who had been practicing the levitation charm nearby, was so startled by the sudden noise that she dropped the dummy onto the floor. She wiped the sweat from her face, turned around, and looked at Diciwen in curiosity. Diciwen explained the matter of the spell to Ilea and stressed how dangerous it was, warning her not to attempt practicing it. Ilea said crossly, "I can barely even control the levitation charm properly right now. How could I possibly cast something that difficult?" When Diciwen thought about it, what Ilea said was true enough. She had not yet reached his level. Even so, he still warned her not to mention the spell outside, or Professor Snape would have his eye on them. The moment Ilea heard that the old bat might start watching her, she hurried to promise she would keep quiet. She had no desire whatsoever to be singled out by that greasy-headed vampire of an old bat. After resting for a while, the two of them left the room of requirement. By then, curfew had already begun, and the whole castle lay quiet. Fortunately, just below the 8th floor was the 7th, so it did not take them long to return to the common room. When the pair came back soaked in sweat, there were still plenty of little witches and wizards in the common room playing wizard's chess. The older students, seeing 2 first-years already beginning to roam about at night, felt deeply gratified. Ilea could not bear the sticky sweat all over her body any longer and ran back to the dormitory. She had worked up a full sweat, after all, and needed a proper bath or she would never be able to sleep. Diciwen, meanwhile, sat down to one side and rested for a bit. He intended to use this period while preparing for his animagus transformation to sharpen his spellwork. Although he had taught himself several spells beyond the first-year curriculum, he was still far from being able to use them as easily as breathing, so he needed to practice them properly. He used his tongue to check the condition of the leaf in his mouth. A whole evening of incantations had not damaged it, which meant he would have to keep paying close attention to that problem in future practice. Otherwise, if he wasted more than 10 days of effort, the loss would far outweigh the gain. Because Diciwen had been spending more and more time with Ilea, he no longer had enough time to digest the faceless man's potion. He could only look for chances during breaks between daytime classes to continue his acting, then go with Ilea to the room of requirement after supper to practice spells together. Expelliarmus, Petrificus Totalis, Impedimenta, Reducto, Incarcerus, Stupefy, Incendio. Diciwen practiced the more advanced spells he had learned, the sort ordinarily taught only in higher years. After all, as a wizard, he could not rely solely on the abilities of the seer pathway in battle. As for Ilea, after growing familiar with a few first-year spells such as the levitation charm and the wand-lighting charm, she began learning the disarming charm from Diciwen, the most commonly used spell in the wizarding world. Expelliarmus. The spell shot from Ilea's wand, but it failed to strike the dummy in front of her. The dummy stood there in silence, holding a wand in its hand. Seeing Ilea's flushed face, Diciwen encouraged her. "It's all right. Relax your wrist a little more. Focus your attention on the other person, and keep the pace of the incantation steadier. You've only just started learning this spell. A low hit rate is perfectly normal." Listening to Diciwen's encouragement, Ilea gradually relaxed and began practicing again. Once Diciwen saw that Ilea was starting to get the hang of it, he resumed his own training. Fortunately, the hall was spacious enough that the two of them would not interfere with one another at all. "Ilea, are you hungry?" As the great door behind them slowly shut and vanished from sight, Diciwen glanced at Ilea beside him, fatigue plain upon her face, and asked softly, "Hungry?" At the mention of food, Ilea instantly perked up, but the moment she thought of the time, the spirits that had only just risen in her sank again. But at this hour, where would there be anything to eat? Ilea looked thoroughly unhappy, her head drooping, her arms hanging limply at her sides, as though all her strength had drained away. Diciwen smiled and said, "Come with me. I know where there is food." Diciwen slipped a hand into his robes, pretending to rummage for something while in truth he drew out the Marauder's map from the system space. After all, getting from the 8th floor down to the 1st under the patrols of Filch and that hateful cat of his would be no easy feat. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Diciwen tapped the map with his wand, and the map of Hogwarts began to reveal itself upon the parchment. Seeing his strange behavior, Ilea's interest was piqued, and she leaned in. When she saw names displayed upon the map, moving about, she asked curiously, "What's this?" "This is a map of Hogwarts. A tracking charm has been cast on it, so it can display the names and locations of everyone in Hogwarts. Since we're going to the 1st floor, we'll need it." After saying that, Diciwen took Ilea's hand and slowly led her down the stairs. Ilea had never expected Diciwen to possess something this useful, and her excitement flared at once. Looking at the two names pressed close together on the map, a single phrase sprang into her mind. Night wandering. Did that mean that, with this map, they would never be caught, and could roam the castle at night to their heart's content? Diciwen had not yet told her that the map also showed quite a few secret passages leading out of the school, or Ilea would have been even more thrilled. They hid beneath a staircase to avoid Snape as he walked along the corridor. Then they slipped into an old classroom nearby to avoid the twins coming from the other end of the hall. After that, they circled around Filch as he patrolled the castle, and at last the two of them arrived before an enormous painting on the first floor. Mischief managed. Diciwen put away the Marauder's map, then reached out and tickled the pair in the painting. The pair burst into laughter, and a doorknob appeared where it had been a moment before. Diciwen pulled the door open, revealing the kitchens behind it. Ilea had already been stunned by this entire chain of events. She had been at Hogwarts for nearly a year now, and yet the school actually had a kitchen as large as the Great Hall. She followed behind Diciwen as they went inside and saw the house elves within. "Hey guy, quickly bring the two of us a supper. We're starving." Diciwen spoke to the cup lid before him. "As you wish." The lid gave a bow, then went off to instruct the other house elves to begin preparing a meal for the two of them. For elves who could wield household magic, putting together a supper for two was effortless. Before long, a simple set meal of steak, pumpkin juice, and bread was ready. The pair fell upon their late-night meal with ravenous appetites. They kept to that schedule for a full 2 weeks. By then, Arya could already cast the disarming charm and the full bodybind curse with practiced ease, while the levitation charm and the wand-lighting charm had become second nature to her. Seeing that Arya had already reached a rather impressive standard for a first year, Diciwen brought their spell practice to a halt, because the full moon was close at hand, and he needed to prepare for the Animagus ritual. That morning, Diciwen made his way to Professor McGonagall's office. "Head of house, tomorrow night will make a full month. I need to leave the school to purchase the remaining materials. Do you have time to accompany me?" Diciwen asked. The goal of the first stage was about to be completed, and he felt a sense of relief. "There's no need. I've already prepared them for you," Professor McGonagall said with a smile. She rose, then took a pouch from a cabinet at one side. When she opened it, inside were a death's head hawk moth chrysalis, a vial of dew gathered from a place untouched by sunlight and human presence for 7 days, and a crystal phial. Diciwen looked up at Professor McGonagall in surprise. Though these things were not especially valuable, the fact that she had thought this far ahead for him moved him deeply. "You are one of my finest students. This much preparation at least I can do for you. I hope you complete the magic smoothly and become the 8th registered Animagus of this century," Professor McGonagall said, her voice bright with excitement. Diciwen fell silent. He knew what the ministry would become in the years ahead. To be frank, there was no way he could leave traces of his secret in that sort of ministry. "Professor, I don't want to register. Is that all right?" Diciwen asked cautiously. Professor McGonagall emerged from her delight and frowned. "May I ask why?" Diciwen pondered for a long while. He could hardly tell her outright that the ministry would one day fall under another's control. Could he? Wait. Perhaps there was a way. "Professor, I don't know whether Professor Dumbledore has spoken to you about me, but I possess a rather unusual gift for divination. I can glimpse things yet to come. I have seen that in a few years' time, something grave will happen to the Ministry of Magic. If I register, it will affect my safety, so I cannot do it." In the end, Diciwen chose to reveal his divinatory ability. From the look on Professor McGonagall's face, she clearly had not known of this matter. She decided she would ask Dumbledore about it. "Go back and make your preparations first. We can discuss this again after tomorrow's ritual is complete," Professor McGonagall told him. "Yes, Professor." After watching Diciwen leave her office, Professor McGonagall waited a while, then rose and headed for the 8th floor. She pushed open the door to the headmaster's office and saw Dumbledore, only just out of bed and still dressed in his nightclothes. She frowned slightly. "Dumbledore, there is something I need to confirm with you. Does Diciwen Peverell possess the gift of prophecy?" Professor McGonagall asked directly. Though she found Dumbledore's careless manner somewhat exasperating, she said nothing of it. After all, he was the headmaster, so our young Mr. Diciwen has suddenly revealed his ability, has he? Dumbledore asked with great interest. He picked up a cockroach cluster and popped it into his mouth. "Eating sweets first thing in the morning is a bad habit," Professor McGonagall said at last, unable to hold back. "We were discussing his Animagus transformation. He does not wish to register. When I asked him why, he told me of his gift for divination. Though he did not say it outright, I could hear it in his words. He does not trust the Ministry of Magic, and he does not wish to expose his abilities. Diciwen does indeed possess prophetic talent. I have verified that myself. As for his distrust of the ministry, cannot say I know much about it. Everyone has secrets, and everyone has things they do not wish others to know." Dumbledore savored the sweetness on his tongue as he spoke slowly. Professor McGonagall fell silent. She was already exceedingly fond of this student of hers, and had long thought him a prodigy in transfiguration. Never had she imagined that he would also possess the gift of a seer. Very well. I understand, Professor McGonagall said, then strode quickly from the headmaster's office. An interesting boy, Dumbledore murmured, gazing at the door above. The next day, Diciwen rose at the first light of dawn. He walked to the bedside and looked out at the sky. Though the sun had only just risen, the heavens were nearly clear of clouds, and Diciwen knew that tonight he would likely see the moon, because today was yet another night of the full moon. Through the day's classes, Diciwen remained distracted. His thoughts were fixed constantly on the ritual that awaited him that evening. Even when Arya spoke to him from beside him, he failed to respond. Seeing Diciwen frowning over something, Arya felt a little worried. She glanced at Professor Flitwick, who was energetically waving his arms about as he lectured at the front, then gave Diciwen a hard slap. What's the matter? Is something wrong? You've been absent-minded all day. Jolted back to himself by Arya's smack. Diciwen looked at her as she spoke to him, and realized that his unusual state had made her especially concerned. It's nothing. I'm just thinking about something. Arthur told me earlier that Professor McGonagall wants me to go to his office tonight, and I've been wondering what it could be about. Diciwen did not tell the truth, because he did not want Arya worrying alongside him. Once Arya heard it concerned Professor McGonagall, she was relieved. At the very least, Professor McGonagall would never ask a young witch or wizard to do anything dangerous. Still, she looked at Diciwen with some puzzlement. After all, he had never before been so anxious over any matter. After supper and after parting from Arya, Diciwen went to Professor McGonagall's office. Professor, I'm ready, Diciwen said in a clear voice. His spirited appearance pleased Professor McGonagall greatly. Though this excellent student of hers had no wish to register, the fact that he could accomplish magic of such difficulty at his age still filled her with pride. When a student achieved something so important, a professor naturally shared in the honor. Professor McGonagall set aside the papers at hand, gathered the materials needed for the animagus ritual, and led Diciwen toward the Forbidden Forest. Deep within the forest, at the very place where Smith had been captured, white moonlight filtered through the canopy, bathing that clearing in silver. Standing in the center of the clearing, Professor McGonagall arranged the crystal phial, the death's head hawk moth chrysalis, and a glass bottle upon a table transfigured from stone. At Professor McGonagall's signal, Diciwen took the crystal phial in hand and removed from his mouth the leaf he had held there for an entire month. Once deep green, the leaf had now turned a dark purple, with threads of magical light flowing through its veins. He placed the leaf into the crystal phial, where it stood upright in the glass. Next, Diciwen plucked out one of his own hairs. Fortunately, his hair was long enough and he carefully placed it inside as well. Then he picked up the death's head hawk moth chrysalis from the table and added it just as slowly. At last, he poured in the dew that had been collected from a place where neither sunlight nor human footfall had touched for 7 days. Only when the dew had submerged the ingredients did Diciwen seal the crystal phial with its stopper. At this stage, both Diciwen and Professor McGonagall let out long breaths of relief. At least so far, not a single thing had gone amiss with the ritual. Diciwen raised the crystal phial. Beneath the moonlight, each of the ingredients within began to give off a faint gleam. Finally, in the middle of the clearing, Diciwen dug a hole. He intended to bury the crystal phial there. He took out a small box and placed the phial inside. As the lid closed, the glow of the crystal phial slowly faded. Diciwen buried the box in the pit and covered it over with earth. Then he drew his wand, pointed the tip straight at his heart, and intoned, Amato Animo Animato Animagus. When the incantation was finished, Diciwen felt no change in himself. But from this day onward, he would have to recite the spell once at sunrise and once at sunset, every single day, to sustain the ritual of the magic until the coming of a thunderstorm. Once he had completed every step of the first stage of the ritual, Diciwen found several stones and arranged them where the box was buried. He was afraid he might forget the exact spot. If the thunderstorm came and he had to waste time searching for it again, that simply would not do. Professor McGonagall watched as Diciwen completed every step, then came to his side, transfigured the table back into a stone, and instructed him, starting tomorrow, you must not forget to cast the spell. It concerns your chances of succeeding in the transformation. Only when you can clearly sense that second heartbeat within yourself will you be able to complete the transformation in full. The stronger the feeling, the easier the transformation will be. Do not forget it. Listening to Professor McGonagall's admonition, Diciwen nodded in reply. I understand, Professor. I certainly won't forget to cast it. Looking at her gifted student, Professor McGonagall felt immensely proud. For someone of his age to have already reached the pinnacle of transfiguration was something that filled her with particular pride. though Diciwen's own talent was exceptional enough to begin with. In truth, much of it was also thanks to the extraordinary trait of the Faceless. When he transformed himself, he could distinctly sense the shifts in the magic within his body, and that played an important role in verifying his transfiguration. Once everything had been properly dealt with, the two of them returned to the castle. Professor McGonagall lectured Diciwen for quite some time more, and only left after he had repeatedly assured her. Diciwen returned to the common room and saw Elia chatting in a little cluster with several girls. He did not go over, merely gave her a wave to show that he was back, and then headed to the dormitory. Stretching lazily, Diciwen flung himself across the bed. It had already been 3 weeks since he had returned to Hogwarts, and he had completed the objective of the first stage according to plan. All that remained now was to wait for a thunderstorm to arrive, and that would depend on luck. There was only 1 month left in the term, and during that time he had to make sure he cast the spell twice a day, morning and evening, prepare for the end-of-term examinations, and continue digesting the Faceless potion. He still had a great many things to do.
Amato, animo, animato, animagus.
The moment he rose in the morning, Diciwen took out his wand and recited the spell at his heart. He could feel the slightest change in its beating. "What are you doing, Diciwen?" Rory, who had been woken by a pressing need for the toilet, looked at Diciwen standing by the window and asked in confusion. "Nothing much. Why are you up so early today?" Diciwen answered vaguely, then turned the question back on him. Only then did Rory come to his senses and dash for the bathroom in a hurry. During the period that followed, Diciwen kept up his morning and evening incantations. Gradually, he began to feel a second heartbeat sounding within his chest. At first it had been faint, but now it was becoming clearer by the day. At that moment, Diciwen knew that the power of the magical ritual was sufficient. All that remained was to wait for a thunderstorm. That evening, he took on George's appearance and wandered the corridors. It suited George's habits and manner perfectly, making the role easier to play convincingly. In his hand was the Marauder's map, on which several secret passages leading out of the school were marked. Following the directions on the map, he made his way to the statue of the One-Eyed Witch on the 3rd floor. Looking at the statue's humpback, Diciwen raised his wand and said, "Descendium." At once, the statue slowly slid aside, revealing a pitch-black passage behind it. Staring into the darkness, Diciwen drew his wand and cast the wand-lighting charm without so much as a pause, illuminating the mouth of the passage. He only looked inside and did not enter. At this hour, Honeydukes would already be closed, and if he went over now, he would be caught red-handed. Then he made his way to the corridor on the 4th floor. It was silent as the grave. Slowly, he came to a huge mirror, raised his wand and tapped each side of the frame once. With a sharp click, the mirror swung open like a door. The instant it opened, a moldy smell wafted out. He remembered that this passage would collapse the year after next, so it ought to have been damaged already by now. There must have been leakage somewhere, hence the moldy odor. He stood there for a moment, looking, and then shut the passage again. He had only wanted to locate it. He had never intended to leave the school through it tonight. As for the secret passage behind Gregory the Smarmy on the 5th floor, he had no intention of checking it. Filch knew about that one, and he was not about to risk being caught just to have a look. Diciwen prowled about a little longer before returning to the dormitory. Recently, he had been lengthening the time he spent acting, because he could feel that his Faceless potion was nearly digested as well. This time, the digestion of the Faceless potion had taken him close to 6 months. He intended to complete his advancement before leaving school, because lately he had felt a strange sense of urgency, as though something were pressing him to advance as soon as possible. I feel like my exam results are doomed." Hearing Fred's howl of despair, Diciwen did not believe a word of it. Other than Ron, there was not a single child in the Weasley family who was not outstanding. Though with the twins, what they displayed more often was mischief and pranks, their marks were still quite good. Exactly. Whatever are we going to do?" George chimed in from the side. That only made Diciwen all the more certain that the two of them were clowning around. No sooner had the pair finished speaking than complaints began to rise one after another throughout Gryffindor Tower, all of them moaning that their exams were ruined or that their futures were bleak. The twins wove through the crowd, constantly stirring up everyone's despair. Diciwen could only stare, dumbfounded. Were they not afraid of Professor McGonagall giving them a proper thrashing? But then, when he thought of all the ways they bullied Ron and how Molly could still dote on the two of them, it was clear enough that they were rather lovable in their own way. Turning his head, Diciwen looked at Elia beside him, her eyes shimmering with tears as she muttered in the same miserable way about the end-of-term examinations. Speechless, he covered his forehead with a hand. "If you'd spent the time you used gossiping on studying instead, you would never have had to worry about your marks in the first place. And now you remember you ought to study? Too late, Diciwen said in mock anguish. Elia wiped at the corner of her eye and shot the clowning Diciwen a look. At moments like this, he seemed the most like a true Gryffindor. We're ordinary people. We can't compare to a genius like you, Elia said with a resigned sigh. All right, I'll help you revise. 1 week will be enough. First-year exams aren't that difficult. Diciwen returned to normal and spoke to Elia. He did not want her ending up with a few TS either. Looking at Elia, who had recovered a little confidence, Diciwen nodded in satisfaction. And then the two of them began revising together. 1 week passed quickly, yet the weather remained overcast and never turned into a thunderstorm, leaving Diciwen deeply disappointed. The examinations began amid a chorus of wailing, though there was one piece of good news for the first years. They were exempt from defense against the dark arts. After all, for more than 2 months now, that class had amounted to little more than self-study. The school had only focused its teaching efforts on the 5th years and 7th years, paying little mind to the younger students. Elia looked at Diciwen with a trace of resentment. During the few days in which Diciwen had been helping her revise, Elia had attached great importance to the defense against the dark arts exam because the subject had had no proper teacher. Yet when she brought it up with Diciwen, he had flatly told her that there would be no exam for that subject. Elia had refused to believe him, and the two of them had made a wager over it. In the end, Diciwen had won. The moment the last exam ended, Diciwen discovered that he had fully digested his potion. Though he had not transformed into someone else to sit the examinations, during the brief intervals when everyone had been cramming over the past few days, he had thrown himself even more earnestly into his performance. With everyone's attention fixed on revision and exams, no one paid much heed to the subtle changes in those around them, and so, he completed the digestion of the Faceless Man potion. But whenever he thought of the advancement ritual for the marionettist, Diciwen could not help feeling a headache coming on. Taking the potion was not as simple as merely drinking it. It had to be consumed amid the song of a mermaid. It seemed he would have to make a trip to the Black Lake. He had considered asking Dumbledore to help him contact the Merfolk tribe, but quickly dismissed the notion. If he did that, his secret would be laid bare before the old wizard. After putting everything in order, he returned to the dormitory. On the day after the exams, everyone was immersed in a tangle of emotions, while Diciwen made his way toward the Black Lake. The Black Lake lay to the south of Hogwarts Castle, a vast freshwater lake roughly half a mile across. Its waters were dark, deep, and bitterly cold, black as ink to the eye. The lake bed was thick with aquatic weeds, and visibility beneath the surface was poor. The Black Lake was home not only to a tribe of merpeople, but also to a giant squid. It was said to have lived in the lake since the age of Gryffindor himself. Gentle by nature, it would rescue little witches and wizards who tumbled into the water while playing by the shore. There were also grindylows raised by the merpeople. They would attack any wizard who entered the lake and drag them down to the bottom. Today, he intended to venture into the Black Lake and have a look for himself. He glanced around. There was no one nearby, which suited him perfectly. The last thing he wanted was to be mistaken for someone committing suicide and draw a crowd. Taking a deep breath, he slowly walked into the water, the lake rising little by little until it passed over his head. As he descended farther and farther beneath the surface, the world around him gradually darkened. Diciwen was still looking about when, all at once, an enormous shape appeared ahead of him. It was the giant squid. The creature regarded Diciwen in obvious confusion. He clearly did not look like someone drowning. Why was this little wizard able to move freely through the water, instead of struggling like the others who fell in? It drifted slowly closer, its tentacles already moving to wrap around Diciwen. It was still prepared to carry the young wizard back to shore. Diciwen wriggled free, gave it a light pat, and gestured with his hands to show that he was fine. The squid withdrew its tentacles and began moving lazily at Diciwen's side, as though afraid he might suddenly lose the ability to move underwater, making it easier to rescue him if necessary. Gradually, there was nothing left around them but the faint glimmering points among the weeds. The darkness deepened on every side, yet Diciwen still found no sign of the merpeople, nor did he hear any song. At last, his held breath reached its limit, and he had no choice but to abandon this exploration. He found the giant squid, clambered onto it, then patted it and pointed upward toward the surface. The squid understood at once and began to rise. When they broke the surface, Diciwen gulped in great breaths of air. Turning his head, he said to the squid, "Thank you for giving me a lift." The giant squid could not speak, but its tentacles began to gesture in reply. As it moved, however, Diciwen sensed a faint ripple of mental fluctuation. He released his own spirituality and, upon touching that thread of psychic motion, found that he could actually grasp a little of its meaning. The sign language seemed to say, "No need to thank me. I simply do not wish for little wizards to come to harm." Only then did Diciwen realize why he had not encountered any of the troublesome Grindylows on the way down. So it had been the giant squid's doing. Seeing that communication was possible, Diciwen thought that since this was effectively a local resident, he might as well ask where the merpeople were. Looking at it, he said, "I'm looking for the merpeople. Do you know where they are?" The giant squid stilled, as though pondering the question. Then it raised a tentacle and pointed in a direction, a distant stretch of water near the center of the lake. It seemed the merfolk tribe must dwell in the deepest part of the lakebed. He would have to go back and prepare the bubblehead charm. Otherwise, at such a depth, he would have no way to breathe. He made ready to return to shore. Diciwen gave the giant squid a pat and pointed toward the castle. Understanding perfectly, carried him through the water, then set him down at the bank. After waving a tentacle at him, the squid slipped back beneath the surface. Diciwen looked down at his sodden robes, plastered tightly to his body. A quick cast of Scourgify followed by a drying charm, and warmth returned almost at once. He went back to the castle, entered the library, and began searching through books on merpeople. There he discovered that the Black Lake merfolk were not the kind of mermaids people commonly imagined, but another subspecies entirely. That left him troubled, uncertain whether the song of the Black Lake merfolk could truly help him advance. After flipping through several books, he finally found a passage in an upper-year edition of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. The song of the Black Lake merfolk possesses a peculiar magic. It can soothe a wizard's restless mind and gradually calm the turbulence of their magical power. Unlike their distant kin, the sirens, whose talents lie more in beguiling the senses and ensnaring the mind. When Diciwen read those lines, the weight pressing on his heart finally eased. If the book was correct, the Black Lake merfolk were perfectly suited to his advancement ritual. The next problem was breathing underwater. By noon, he still had not found a spell in the library that he could use at his current level. It seemed he would have to ask a professor. Snape? Absolutely not. Not only would the man refuse to teach him, he would also no doubt lace the whole affair with cutting sarcasm. He immediately ruled out Professor McGonagall, who would never teach him this, and Professor Dumbledore, whom he could not go to. That left Professor Flitwick as the best choice. Diciwen went straight to find him. "Professor, I'd like to learn a spell from you. I made a friend today, the giant squid in the Black Lake. If I want to play with it, I need to learn the bubblehead charm so I can breathe underwater." At Diciwen's guileless explanation, Professor Flitwick did not refuse. Instead, he cheerfully instructed him for half the day. Fortunately, Diciwen was highly talented when it came to learning charms, and before long, he had mastered it. After thanking Professor Flitwick, he left the classroom. He planned to advance that very night. After dinner, taking advantage of the cover of darkness, he slipped out of the castle and made his way to the boathouse. After casting a bubblehead charm on himself, he waded into the water bit by bit. Before long, the disturbance of his movement beneath the surface drew the giant squid to him. Ordinarily, he should have rowed a boat to the middle of the lake before diving in. That would have saved a great deal of effort. But then he thought of the giant squid and decided to hitch a ride instead. He said to it, "Can you take me near the merfolk tribe?" The giant squid shook its tentacles. It did not want to take Diciwen there, because the merpeople were highly xenophobic. Though they lived in Hogwarts, they had no fondness for little wizards. "I have a reason I absolutely must go. I don't need to enter the merfolk settlement. I only need to stay nearby, close enough to hear their song," Diciwen explained. The giant squid considered this for a while, then carried Diciwen down into the depths. They passed through rank upon rank of waterweed, while shrill cries of alarm from Grindylows rang out all around them. Suddenly, the song of the merpeople reached his ears. Chasing after dancing light, circling round the reef so bright, tug a long strand of waterweed, trip a companion's tail with speed, squid comes lumbering slow to join the play, roll once in the waves and all cares wash away. Through the bubblehead charm, Diciwen could hear the sound, but he could not feel the magical fluctuation that soothed the heart. He thought for a moment, then decided to lift the spell. The instant the lake water touched his head, a faint magic spread through him, calming both mind and soul, even settling the flow of his own magic. From his system space, he took out the potion he had compounded long ago. It was a deep, viscous blue, dark as the abyss itself, the liquid clinging together without ever separating. After the holiday ended and he had returned to Hogwarts, he had gone to see Dumbledore. Having promised that he would do nothing dangerous, he obtained the dust of a Dementor and completed the potion's final synthesis. He uncorked it and drained it in one swallow. The potion in his mouth carried a scent so faint and unreal it was almost odorless. It entered cool upon the tongue, tinged with the chill of the spirit world and the cold resentment of the dead. The instant he swallowed the potion, his field of vision abruptly widened, as though he could see the spirit body threads of all things. He felt that he himself, other people, living creatures, and even inanimate objects were all bound together and entwined by countless half-transparent, silken threads. The threads shimmered in many different colors, pure and glossy as they flowed, as if they possessed a life of their own. Immediately afterwards, he discovered that his body had gone stiff as a puppet, his joints as heavy as lead, his thoughts turning sluggish. It felt as though innumerable tiny spirit worms had burrowed into his cells and spirit body, bringing with them a fierce, miserable blend of chill, itching, and stabbing pain. His astral body briefly slipped free of his flesh, and he saw a blurred boundary beyond which overlapping lights and shadows drifted. From within it, he could sense an invisible gaze fixed upon him. In the next second, Diciwen returned to normal. He knew he had successfully advanced. He was now a Sequence 5 marionettist. In an instant, he grasped the method of controlling spirit body threads. He could now see the spirit body threads within a range of 100 meters, and control the spirit body threads of objects within 5 meters. He could forcibly tug at and control a target's spirit body, gradually transforming it into a marionette. The control range was within 100 meters. According to the information conveyed by the potion, initial control required about 20 seconds, though after digestion that could be reduced to within 5 seconds. Complete transformation took about 5 minutes. Meanwhile, the magician's air bullet had been raised to the power of a sniper rifle, while spirit vision, paper figurine substitute, faceless disguise, and flame jump were all strengthened across the board. His basic physical strength had increased dramatically as well. For a fleeting moment, a sense of emptiness welled up inside him. All this time, he had relied on the powers of a magician and the strength of a wizard's spells when fighting others. Now, at last, he possessed the ability to control others and engage in ordinary combat. Compared with before his advancement, his combat power had risen by several times over. If he had a good marionette, that limit could be pushed even higher. He spotted the giant squid nearby, which had been so alarmed by the surge of extraordinary power leaking from him that it had shrunk away to one side. At once, he cast the bubblehead charm on himself again, then slowly swam over. He gave the giant squid a pat, and then let his spirituality extend outward to connect with its spirit body threads. The communication between them immediately became much clearer, but he had no intention of turning the giant squid into a marionette. He was rather afraid Dumbledore would settle accounts with him for that. "Let us go," Diciwen said to the giant squid. Without hesitation, the creature bore him straight up toward the surface. Breathing normal air again, Diciwen let out a long breath. Though he had advanced safely to Sequence 5, the system had not told him the potion formula for advancing to Sequence for this time. The giant squid carried Diciwen back to the shore. Diciwen drew his wand and, with Scourgify followed by a drying charm, restored himself to a state of warmth and dryness. Yet a drop of water fell onto his forehead, and in the next moment a peal of thunder rolled across the sky. Diciwen froze where he stood. "I've just finished advancing. Don't tell me I have to undergo the animagus transformation at once?" While he was still standing there in a daze, Professor McGonagall arrived before him, following an owl. In truth, while he was still in the water, thunder had already sounded several times overhead, and Professor McGonagall had immediately used an owl to pinpoint his location. The moment Diciwen emerged from the lake, she had already found him. "Diciwen, the time has come. We're going to the Forbidden Forest at once," Professor McGonagall said urgently. Diciwen wasted no words and ran after Professor McGonagall toward the Forbidden Forest. Since he was now on the south side of the castle and had to reach the Forbidden Forest to the east, the route was much longer than usual. Fortunately, the rain had only just begun to come pouring down when the two of them arrived at the place where the animagus potion had been buried. Diciwen pulled aside the stone, then scraped away the top layer of earth, revealing the box beneath. There was no time to dig the whole box out, so Diciwen simply opened the lid and took out the crystal vial within. The potion inside, which had originally been clear, had now turned into a uniform deep crimson draught. He tossed the potion back in one gulp, then stood in the middle of the clearing and raised his elder wand to the spot over his heart, speaking the incantation, Amato Animo Animato Animagus. The instant the spell left his lips, agony tore through his body. A second heartbeat appeared in his chest, and in his mind a black figure slowly emerged. But the very moment his body began to swell, a violent burst of pain surged through him. He felt a power of intangibility pour out from within his body, and then he saw strand after strand of spirit body threads wrap around him before forming a gigantic black cocoon. A light pulsing like breath appeared and vanished across its surface. Professor McGonagall stared at the strange transformation before her. Before she even had time to cast a spell, Diciwen had already been wrapped up inside it. All she felt was that Diciwen's body was being slowly obscured by some phantom-like power, and then he vanished from before her eyes. Watching all this in mounting alarm, she realized that the matter had already gone beyond what she could handle. She cast the Patronus charm, said something to her Patronus, and then it streaked away toward the castle. At the exact moment Professor McGonagall's Patronus vanished into the forbidden forest, the invisible cocoon she could not see gave a violent shudder, then unraveled as though being drawn apart thread by thread, and a black horse-shaped figure appeared where it had stood. Yet, in Professor McGonagall's eyes, it was as though the empty clearing had been rubbed over with an eraser before a black figure reappeared there. What? An animagus transformation into a magical creature? Professor McGonagall cried out in shock. Hardly had the words left her mouth when a flash of fire appeared, and Dumbledore arrived beside her with Fawkes. Looking at the creature before him, Dumbledore turned to Professor McGonagall and asked, "Where has Diciwen gone?" The answer he received was not a sentence, but a gesture. Professor McGonagall lifted her hand and pointed at the black creature before them. Now it was Dumbledore's turn to be stunned. In all prior understanding, a wizard's animagus form did not include magical creatures such as phoenixes, thunderbirds, unicorns, or the creature before them now. A thestral? You mean Diciwen turned into a thestral? As though he needed to confirm it, Dumbledore repeated himself twice. Yes, Albus, the thestral before us, Professor McGonagall replied tensely. Diciwen, can you hear me? You must focus with all your strength on recalling your original appearance in your mind. Only then can you change back, Dumbledore said to the thestral before him, though he was still plainly astonished. As for Diciwen, after being wrapped within the giant cocoon, he had felt nothing but darkness. He only felt his body bound fast by spirit threads, and then, carried along by the transforming magic of the animagus spell, he had taken on the form of an animal. It was not until the spirit body threads slowly returned to his body that he realized he had somehow become a thestral, even though he distinctly remembered that this magic was not supposed to allow a transformation into a magical creature. Just then, he heard Dumbledore's voice. Even after his body had transformed, Diciwen still tried to move according to human habits of control. As a result, his four hooves twisted in severe disarray, while the wings at his back remained stiffly spread without moving at all. A kind of hunger welled up from the depths of his mind, as though he were seeking food, and his nose kept sniffing at something, while his human consciousness gradually grew dim, like the feeling of a person slowly sinking into sleep. At that moment, hearing the voices by his ears, Diciwen followed Dumbledore's instructions and clearly, intently imagined his human form in his mind. With the strength of his own will, he slowly sketched out his original appearance, and little by little, the thoughts belonging to the thestral were suppressed. His human thinking returned, and gradually his body began to revert, changing back into human shape. How do you feel, Diciwen? Is anything out of the ordinary? Professor McGonagall asked anxiously. Professor McGonagall looked at Diciwen, now restored to human form, and at last let out a breath of relief. This situation had gone far beyond the bounds of their knowledge. Although Diciwen had been unusual from the very moment he enrolled, leaving a deep impression on both students and professors alike, none of them had ever imagined he would accomplish the wizarding world's first transformation into a magical creature. Diciwen did not answer Professor McGonagall's question at once. Instead, he picked up the elder wand that had fallen to one side and rose to his feet. First, he carefully felt the differences between his human body and the body of a thestral, and then he immediately performed his animagus transformation once more. This time, nothing abnormal occurred. He simply turned directly into a thestral. The creature's body looked as though it had only just reached adulthood, and it was no different from the ones he had seen beside the carriages. Diciwen lowered his head to look at his hooves, then began to beat his wings. He remembered that thestrals could fly, and he wanted to see whether he could manage it himself. But after struggling for quite some time, his wings had already grown weak from the effort, and he still could not lift himself into the air. Utterly exhausted, Diciwen gave up. He had not expected flying to be so difficult. He closed his eyes and pictured his original appearance in his mind, and little by little, his body shifted back into human form. He picked up his wand again and studied his own arms, still puzzled as to why he could not fly. After all, flight was a power countless people longed for. Professors, this can't be a fake thestral, can it? Why can't it fly? Diciwen asked in confusion, though the words somehow sounded like a boast as he directed them at the two elderly professors, who already had no idea what to say. You aren't even familiar with this new body yet. How could you possibly control it perfectly? And you already want to fly? Professor McGonagall sounded both amused and exasperated. Mr. Peverell, perhaps we ought to discuss your transformation instead. Why is it that you can transform into a magical creature? Dumbledore interjected then. Transfiguration was, in truth, the most outstanding talent of his entire life, but because his Patronus was a phoenix, it had doomed him never to complete the magic of animagus transformation. Yet as he looked at the boy before him, he felt there might still be another possibility hidden within this. I don't know either, Professor. I followed the steps exactly as Professor McGonagall instructed. I never imagined it would turn out like this. Diciwen spread both hands, putting on the appearance of someone equally at a loss. At the side, Professor McGonagall nodded. She had accompanied him through the entire process, and there could have been no mistake in the preparatory procedures of the magic. But in truth, Diciwen did have a suspicion. It was likely the influence of his Sequence 5 potion. The power of his Beyonder characteristics had flowed into the magic of the animagus transformation, causing this unexpected result. At the time, during the animagus transformation, countless invisible spirit body threads had emerged from his body of their own accord and woven themselves into the original magic. Among them were traits tied to strangeness, death, and things unseen by ordinary people, and those qualities had caused his magical creature transformation to become a thestral. However, he was not certain whether this transformation truly followed the rules of a genuine thestral. Now I understand why you were so determined not to register with the Ministry of Magic. If I were you, I wouldn't go either. Something that violates the rules like this would certainly invite controversy and covetous eyes. Don't worry, since you don't want too many people to know. Your professors will keep this secret for you. Isn't that right, Albus? Of course. We certainly won't tell the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore replied. A beat too late. His thoughts were still caught on the matter of a magical creature animagus. In Dumbledore's view, since there was now a successful example, that meant it must follow some kind of rule. If one studied it deeply enough, there would surely be results. Diciwen paid no mind to Dumbledore, whose thoughts were still lost in magic, and turned to Professor McGonagall instead. Then shall we head back to the castle, Professor McGonagall? Very well. Let us go. Professor McGonagall agreed, and then led Diciwen back toward the castle. Neither of them paid any attention to Dumbledore, and Dumbledore remained standing where he was. On the tree beside him, Fawkes tilted his head as he watched him, and one could only imagine he was wondering why this old man was still standing there instead of going back inside for sweets. Back in the dormitory, Diciwen looked at his 3 roommates, who were playing wizard's chess at the little table nearby, and a thought stirred in his heart. He turned and walked into the bathroom, activated his animagus magic, transformed into a thestral, and then pushed the bathroom door open with his head before stepping out. Diciwen stretched out his black head and looked at his 3 roommates, whose attention was utterly fixed on the wizard's chessboard, then slowly walked over. None of the 3 sensed anything at all. Diciwen was already standing right across from them, and Felix was still showing off how brilliant his latest move was. He stretched out a hoof and nudged the chessboard. The pieces wobbled for a moment and let out a burst of shouting. Amid the stream of grumbling curses from the pieces, they swayed unsteadily before climbing back into place. Arthur, if you can't win, don't start cheating. Felix assumed Arthur had bumped the board. He did not notice in the slightest that a thestral was standing right beside him. Diciwen laughed inwardly. It seemed his thestral transformation followed the rules of an animagus perfectly. Ordinary young wizards simply could not see him. In his delight, he gave a little hop on the spot. The sound of all 4 hooves landing on the floor startled even him, and for a moment he thought his roommates would be frightened by the sudden noise. But in fact, they heard nothing at all. That was one of the original rules of the magical creature known as a thestral. Only now was he finally certain. This thestral transformation of his was a true magical creature transformation. It seemed that when his own Beyonder characteristics had influenced the rules of the animagus transformation, the power within those characteristics had fused with the laws of this magical world, linking him to the creature in this world whose abilities were closest to his own, and adjusting his animagus form into a magical creature that fit beneath the rules of this world. A thestral. After confirming all of this, Diciwen returned to the bathroom and changed back into himself. Then he went back to his roommates and sat beside them, watching them play wizard's chess. His roommates glanced up at Diciwen as he came back from the lavatory, said nothing, and promptly threw themselves back into the match. Outside the window, wind and rain beat against the glass with a sharp pattering sound. The curtain of rain veiled the whole of Hogwarts. Though it had dampened a little of spring's dry air, it could not quench the restless hearts of the students. Examinations were over, and every student had given himself over to play. In their first year at Hogwarts, they had experienced many things and learned a great deal. For some students, first year was the year they left the ordinary world behind and entered the magical one. Too many things they did not understand had troubled them. But for others, coming to Hogwarts was something they had known of since childhood, and once they had adjusted, they found there was nothing particularly astonishing about it. As for Diciwen, he had advanced from Sequence 7 Magician when he first enrolled to Sequence 5 Marionettist. He had learned how to survive in the magical world, mastered many spells, met the mischievous twins and the forthright Arya, and also come to know Professor McGonagall, who had helped him selflessly. These encounters made him feel that he had truly become part of this world, that he was no longer the orphan who had only just stumbled into it. Watching his roommates argue over wizard's chess, Diciwen burst into laughter. It was joy from the very bottom of his heart. At that moment, he remembered a spell he had studied hard for a very long time. He drew out his wand, felt that warm and happy feeling welling in his heart, and spoke the incantation. Expecto Patronum. Godric's Hollow, Diciwen's home. By the time Diciwen had finished tidying the house, night had already fallen. He lay back in a recliner with his eyes shut, so tired that he did not want to move at all. Godric's Hollow was very quiet. Although it was a place where wizards gathered, after the turmoil of Voldemort's era, very few wizards still lived there now. Many of the houses were even entirely unoccupied. He lay there, feeling the warmth radiating from the logs burning in the fireplace, listening to the wind sweeping through the valley, so comfortable that he seemed on the verge of drifting off to sleep. It had already been 2 days since Hogwarts had broken up for the holidays. On the very day he left the school, Diciwen had gone to Diagon Alley to purchase some living supplies, chiefly food, such as bread, meat, and fruit. This summer holiday would be a long one, and he intended to return to his own home for the duration. While they were still at school, Alia had told Diciwen that her family was planning to travel to France during the holiday. He could hear the anticipation in her voice. A lively, cheerful little girl naturally loved the chance to go out and see the world. His dorm mates had likewise packed their holidays full, either vacationing with their families or preparing to visit relatives and friends during the break. So this holiday gave Diciwen plenty of time to attend to his own affairs, such as the one thing he especially needed at the moment, a marionette. He had already advanced to Sequence 5 Marionettist. Although he had only just advanced and could control no more than a single marionette for now, he still had to obtain one within this limited window of time, because it concerned the digestion of his Sequence 5 potion. As a marionettist, if he did not even have a marionette, then what exactly was there to digest? But the British wizarding world was, in truth, a very small circle. Most of the people within it had graduated from Hogwarts, and those of the same age were very likely to know one another. That meant if he controlled a wizard in Britain and made that person his marionette, there was a high probability that it would draw the notice of anyone paying attention, which would be extremely disadvantageous for him. Before he graduated from Hogwarts, he still could not use magic freely outside school, and he also needed to rely on the strength of a marionette to protect himself. Diciwen had therefore resolved to spend this period taking a look abroad. Ideally, he would acquire his first marionette as quickly as possible. So on the morning of the second day after finishing his shopping, he first went to the orphanage to visit the old matron and told her of his plans for the holiday. "Grandma Gladys, I'm planning to go abroad for a while. Don't worry, I have money, and I have some ability to protect myself as well. You needn't worry about me." Diciwen held the old matroness' hand and soothed her gently. When the old matron heard that a 12-year-old boy intended to travel abroad alone, her very first thought was that it would be terribly unsafe for Diciwen. Because of that, Diciwen spent a very long time reassuring her and persuading her to trust him. In the end, seeing that she could not sway him, the old matron could only agree to his idea. "I know you're a child with a mind of your own. You always have been. Since you've given me your word, I'm willing to believe you." The old matron still spoke with lingering doubt, but after all, Diciwen had gone off to that magic school with the very strange name. He must have learned some magic there, and he was certainly much stronger than ordinary people. After a while, Diciwen was roused by the faint crackling pop of the burning logs in the fireplace. He opened his eyes and looked around. Outside, it was still pitch dark, and the only thing illuminating the house was the warm glow of the fire, lighting the middle of the sitting room. He got to his feet, only for his stomach to growl at that very moment. It seemed that, after being busy for half the day, his insides were empty as well. He glanced at the wall clock. The hands pointed to 12:30. He walked into the kitchen and made himself a sandwich. It was very late, after all, and eating too much would only make him uncomfortable. After finishing the sandwich and washing up, Diciwen lay down on the bed. Since he had only just woken up, he was not especially sleepy, so he lay there pondering where he ought to go to find himself a marionette. At certain times, this marionette would need to appear at his side, so in terms of appearance, it needed to have the face of a European. That left him choosing only among places such as Ireland, the Netherlands, and Germany. After some consideration, he chose Germany. But reality dealt him a heavy blow. Diciwen was an orphan who had been found and taken in. If he wanted to leave the country, he would need written proof from both the headmaster of Hogwarts and the director of the orphanage before he could apply for an international wizarding travel permit at the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Yet he had no desire for Dumbledore to learn that he was leaving Britain. Who knew whether the man would arrange some troublesome matter for him? In the end, Diciwen discovered that unless he wanted to transform into a thestral and fly directly from Britain to Germany, his only option was to travel by plane. Fortunately, after the old matron had taken him in, she had arranged all the proper documentation for him. He only needed to take his identity papers and apply for a passport before he could buy a ticket and leave the country. By the time he stepped out of Brandenburg Airport, it was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Diciwen carried a small rucksack on his back, and inside it there was only a change of clothes. That was merely there to disguise him as a traveler. Everything truly important, including his wand, had been stored inside the system space. He made himself look like an ordinary tourist and, following the flow of most people, took an airport shuttle away from the terminal. At this moment, the city of Berlin still retained a trace of history in plain sight. Its churches and castles all seemed to speak of the city's former glory. He gazed out of the window with keen interest. This was the first time he had traveled so far from home, and the different cultural atmosphere, so unlike Britain's, held a powerful appeal for him. His destination was Spell Merchant Alley, located in Berlin's Old Town. It was a wizarding enclave much like Diagon Alley. He got off at Museum Island. The purpose of this trip was to find somewhere to stay in Spell Merchant Alley, so sightseeing would have to wait until later. Near a flea market outside the island, he found an old half-timbered building. The entrance to Spell Merchant Alley was hidden behind a wall inside that old structure. He found a wall paved over with cobblestones. Facing one noticeably loose stone, he tapped it lightly 3 times and spoke a phrase of German. Zaubernergasse. The stone wall slid open to either side like a stage curtain, revealing a gothic little alley, Spell Merchant Alley. The whole lane was paved with dark gray flagstones. On either side stood medieval German houses of black timber framing and gray plaster walls, their spires steep and sharp, their window ledges carved with oak leaves and iron cross motifs. Beneath the eaves hung dark gold magical lamps, their light steady and gentle, yet bright enough to make the copper shop signs of every establishment shine with perfect clarity. It did not possess the noisy, lively spirit of Diagon Alley. Spell Merchant Alley was quieter, more orderly, carrying that distinctive sense of order belonging to the German magical world. The wizards walked with measured, steady steps. Their clothing was mostly dark gray, ink blue, and black, and their conversations were low and restrained. He stopped in front of a tavern called Dietrich, looking at its deep gray outer walls and the unique pattern engraved upon the copper plaque by the door. It depicted a flower known as the cornflower, bearing the unmistakable air of Prussia. By this time, evening had gradually begun to fall, and the copper lamps outside the shop cast a glow across the ground before the entrance. Diciwen pushed the door open and stepped inside. What met his eyes was a vaulted ceiling joined to several upright pillars in the hall, naturally dividing the interior into several sections. On each of the 4 sides of every pillar hung a lamp, bathing each section in generous light. Several tables had been placed in each area, and at this hour the drinkers had nearly filled every seat. He glanced about, then made his way towards the bar. "Hello, I'd like to book a room for 3 nights. I only have galleons. Do you accept them here?" Diciwen asked carefully. He was terribly afraid that no one here would know English, so he spoke very slowly. "Oh, handsome young lad, of course we do. As long as it's a currency recognized by Gringotts, we accept it. 3 days, is it? Let me see. Yes, there we are. 21 silver sickles altogether." The tavern owner spoke fluent English and looked at Diciwen with a smile as he answered. Though Diciwen was only 12 in actual age, he looked little different from a lad of 15 or 16. Watching the people nearby drinking and eating, Diciwen felt his own stomach grow hungry as well. He had dinner in the common hall, sauerkraut and sausages. Anyone who did not know better might have thought it was a northeastern supper. After dinner, he followed the waiter back to his room. Worn out by the trials of the day, he had finally arrived in Germany. After washing up, he lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Good night, Berlin. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Diciwen left the tavern. In truth, he could be considered a stowaway from the British wizarding world into the German one, so to avoid being noticed by anyone sharp-eyed, he left Spell Merchant Alley. Otherwise, with his youthful appearance and his distinctly non-wizard attire, showing up before too many witches and wizards would make it all too easy for the Aurors to stop and question him. He intended to wander around several villages where wizards gathered, mainly to see whether he might find a sufficiently capable wizard to turn into one of his marionettes. He arrived at a village called Geheimdorf. The village had a rather distinctive nickname, the secret village. It was the largest wizarding settlement outside Berlin, and 100% of its residents were wizards. As a result, to the outside world it looked like a town frozen somewhere in the middle of the last century. Using the excuse of inquiring about magical materials, he began strolling through the village at leisure. The people here maintained the German traits of rigor, composure, and restraint. Even the sweet shop held little of the laughter one would expect from children. He sat in the village tavern for half a day, ordering a glass of apple soda beneath the proprietor's peculiar stare, sipping it while listening to the surrounding wizards' chat. Nothing of note happened all day. Everyone went about their business in an orderly fashion. After all, this was a village not far from Berlin, and not far from the Ministry of Magic either. Most people with ill intentions deliberately steered clear of the place. Over the next 2 days, Diciwen roamed all across Brandenburg, encountering many things that struck him as fresh and curious. Unlike Britain, the cultural atmosphere here was different, and the region's distinctive plains had fostered a different national character. Since all these countries lay within Europe, their magical communities were closely connected, so most things still fell within Diciwen's expectations. Even so, the elements with their own unmistakable flavor fascinated him. As for candidates for marionettes, he truly had not come across any particularly suitable ones these past few days. What he needed was a wizard of decent strength, but not someone so prominent that everyone knew his name. Yet, in the well-ordered regions around Berlin, he had not seen a single scene of wizards dueling. At noon that day, he prepared to leave a town called Silberberg and head towards the outskirts of the Black Forest. The Black Forest lay amid the mountain ranges where Germany, France, and Switzerland met. It was a gathering place for fugitives from all over Germany, and even from across Europe. All manner of magical creatures could be found there, along with werewolves and vampires, not to mention hot-headed fools with a taste for adventure. It ought to be easier there to find a suitable marionette candidate. As he walked along the road leading out of the village, a stunning spell suddenly shot out from a nearby shop, streaked past right in front of him, and slammed into the wall opposite. Judging from both the spell itself and the ripple of magic it carried, it was unmistakably a stunning spell. A moment later, a disheveled figure burst through the door and ran outside. It was a wizard who looked only just of age. Though dressed like an adult, he still carried a certain raw youthfulness. His clothes were neat, and although there was some panic in his movements, his garments were still hardly soiled at all. Turning back towards the figure about to come through the door, he unleashed a torrent of spells, a disarming charm, a stunning spell, and a full body-bind curse, as though his mortal enemy stood there before him. Crack! A figure clad as an auror apparat behind the wizard. The auror fired off a disarming charm that very nearly struck him, but the wizard dodged with nimble ease and then disapparated at once. Several aurors came out of the shop and looked over the street, which, aside from a scatter of overturned goods, was utterly empty. Ben, you should have stayed on the perimeter. You had no business joining the fight. And who told you to lift the anti-disapparition jinx? The lead auror demanded sharply of the one who had tried the sneak attack. Ben lowered his head awkwardly. He too had only just become an auror, and he was desperate to distinguish himself. Mr. Hoffman, I'm sorry. I just thought I could keep Marx under control. Ben and Marx had never gotten along at Durmstrang, and Ben was hardly going to let a chance to catch him slip by. Originally, to ensure the arrest succeeded, the aurors had set up an anti-disapparition jinx throughout the town and cornered Marx inside a shop. They had been on the verge of success, but in his eagerness to ambush him, Ben lifted the jinx. The instant Marx realized someone else had managed to apparate into the scene and join the fight, he immediately understood that the anti-disapparition jinx had been removed, and he disapparated on the spot. Humph. We'll see whether your family can help you smooth over this blunder as well, Captain Hoffman said coldly. Then he led the others away by apparition, leaving Ben standing there alone. The moment the aurors appeared, Diciwen had moved towards the magical materials shop by the roadside. Standing by the shop window, he watched the auror outside and remained silent for a long while. To be honest, he had expected he might run into a clash between wizards, but he had not imagined it would be an arrest operation. He had no desire to get entangled in anything involving the authorities. That would inevitably expose him to the German Ministry of Magic. He waited a little longer, then bought some dittany from the magical materials shop. The proprietor's gaze had already begun to turn unfriendly. Diciwen had been inside for so long without buying a thing, merely staring outside, that the man had nearly gone to summon the aurors to investigate him. But the moment Diciwen said he wanted to purchase something, the owner immediately broke into a smile. A true businessman indeed. That'll be 10 silver Eisenkellers. Boss, does your fireplace connect to the flue network leading towards the Black Forest? I'm planning to head that way for a look. After handing the proprietor 5 silver sickles, Diciwen asked the question. Traveling from Berlin to the Black Forest without the Flu network was far too great a distance, and he had no wish to take ordinary transportation again. My apologies, sir. We only sell magical materials here. We do not provide Flu network services. The proprietor smiled as he looked at the purse in Diciwen's hand. Shameless profiteer, Diciwen muttered. He took out 1 gold galleon and placed it on the counter. By the exchange rate, 1 gold galleon was equal to 2 gold Eisenkellers. Surely that would be enough to fill the hollow of the proprietor's greed. Ah, now I remember. My fireplace just so happens to connect to a magical materials shop in Staufen, the proprietor said ingratiatingly. Diciwen was briefly speechless, but at least one problem had been solved. When he stepped out of the fireplace, the first thing he saw was a well-stocked materials shop. This place lay near the Black Forest, and all manner of materials were sent out from here to the whole of Europe. He walked out of the shop and looked at the bustling street, the lively shops lining both sides, and the constant flow of people. Staufen was a small town near the Black Forest where wizards gathered. Its population was large and mixed, mostly outsiders, all hoping to try their luck in the Black Forest and fulfill their dream of getting rich overnight. Others, like Diciwen himself, had their own special purposes and lingered around its fringes. It was a relatively safe foothold and supply point, and exceptionally lively. Diciwen checked several inns before finally finding a room at a smaller one. He planned to stay in the area for a while, take the chance to relax properly, and observe the surrounding environment. While chatting with the innkeeper, he was told that in a few days' time, a grand beer festival would be held in the town square, where all kinds of beer would be offered for tasting. For Diciwen, however, this was both good news and bad news. The good news was that there would be many people. Even if he turned someone into a marionette, it would not stand out too much in the crowd, and the sheer number of people would also be favorable for his acting. The bad news was that he would have to spend time identifying which people had come here alone. He had no wish to be dragged into some unpleasant affair because of a marionette's former identity. But just as he opened the door to his room, a door behind him opened as well. Diciwen turned to look and found a familiar face. Marx, the man who had escaped during the Orr's pursuit. Marx, however, merely glanced at the half-grown boy before him and thought nothing of it. He did not believe that, in a place this remote, anyone would recognize him. He turned, locked his door, and headed downstairs. Pretending not to know him, Diciwen averted his gaze, pushed open his own door, and went inside. He had not expected to run into this man at the same inn. It was strange, especially since he had come to this unfamiliar country only to encounter the same person twice in such quick succession. Marx pondered it for a while, but got nowhere with the thought, and so Diciwen did not dwell on it either. By July, the Black Forest had long since shed the severity of deep winter, and the mountains and wilds were steeped in an all-consuming green. Towering firs and spruces stood layered one behind another, their crowns swaying softly in the wind, sifting the sunlight into flickering shards of gold that danced across the pine needle-carpeted earth. Diciwen breathed in the cool, damp woodland air, rich with the scent of grass, moss, and a faint trace of resin. Even at noon, it was never stifling there. It felt as though the whole forest had hidden the world away in shade. He saw mountain streams chime over the rocks, their waters clear and icy, smooth pebbles gleaming beneath the surface while the occasional little fish flashed past. Scattered across the distant slopes stood half-timbered cottages, with red-tiled roofs, dark wooden beams, and window ledges crowded with blooming geraniums, like fragments cut straight from a fairy tale. Diciwen walked slowly beneath the shadow of the canopy, admiring the scenery along the way, and in nature's embrace, the restlessness in his heart gradually ebbed away. In truth, he had not had much confidence in this completely unknown journey. He had been thinking of finding himself a marionette with formidable combat power, with his current sequence. As long as the wizard was not on Albus Dumbledore's level, he could turn him into a marionette. And yet he had never wanted to make do with just anyone. Once his mood had settled, Diciwen no longer clung to his original idea and decided instead to look for a suitable candidate in the little town over the next few days. At that moment, he thought of the man he had encountered twice, the young wizard whose own magic had not yet undergone any systematic transformation, making him especially easy for Diciwen to control. But the trouble attached to the man himself gave Diciwen pause. Never mind. One step at a time. Having made up his mind, he walked out of the forest, and by the time he returned to the inn it was already afternoon. He handed the innkeeper a wild boar he had hunted on the way back. "Innkeeper, leave me one hind leg. You can have the rest." Diciwen discussed it with the man and asked him to prepare dinner for him. "No problem at all, you generous young fellow." The innkeeper readily agreed. Even after setting aside one hind leg, There was still plenty of meat left on such a large boar. Deep into the night, the town had lost the bustle of day, and all around lay silence, broken only by birdsong from the woods and the cries of unnamed beasts. Diciwen opened his eyes. He had intended to turn the wizard across the hall into a marionette tonight. The moment he unfurled his spirit body threads, however, he sensed that several figures had gathered in the corridor at some unknown point. Wands in hand, they slowly converged before Diciwen's door. At the back of the group, one man was controlling the innkeeper, who stood there in his nightclothes with a look of utter terror on his face. Diciwen swiftly got up, drew his wand from the system space, and held it in his hand while using his spirit body threads to sense what lay beyond the door. In the next second, he relaxed because the people outside were not after him, but marks in the room opposite. Diciwen considered it for a moment and made a decision. Quietly, he dressed himself and waited for the response from across the hall. The man at the front pointed at Marks's door, and another beside him used his wand to unlock it. Alohamra! The door sprang open at once, and several of them rushed in. But at the instant it opened, the sound of shattering glass rang out from inside the room. Quick! He jumped out the window and ran. The leader shouted. Diciwen found the voice strikingly familiar, and recalling what had happened in Silberberg, he recognized its owner, the Auror Captain Hoffman. As all the Aurors gave chase, Diciwen used a clown's ability to nimbly slip down through the window and slowly followed after them, keeping his eyes on their direction. Before long, beside a stretch of woodland, the Aurors surrounded Marks. This time, they had cast the anti-disapparition magic over an enormous area. Marks had run for a long while without managing to escape it, and in the end the Aurors caught up to him. Diciwen halted in the distance and watched the scene unfold. In truth, Marks's escape from being seized in his room had been Diciwen's doing. He had used his spirit body threads to wake Marks, and the moment the man startled awake, he heard the sound of the lock opening. With no time to think, he grabbed his wand and a small cloth pouch and fled through the window. He had long since grown used to being hunted, so all his belongings were kept in the little bag with the undetectable extension charm on it. Diciwen did not want the prey he had only just set his sights on to be taken by someone else. Listening to the conversation before him, he revealed a thoughtful look. Hoffman, you dog of Muller, I've told you, I didn't steal anything. He framed me. I've already given up everything my family had and fled to this miserable little place. Why can't you just let me go? Marks shouted at Hoffman, his face full of despair. Unless a god descended from heaven now, there was no way he was getting away. Diciwen controlled his spirit body threads and extended them towards the middle-aged Auror nearest to him. The spirit body threads, woven of ghostly blue and deepest black, were fine as dust, yet carried an eerie pulling force that brooked no resistance. Soundlessly they pierced into the middle-aged Auror's body, passing through flesh, blood vessels, and spirit alike, like a spider's web ensnaring prey. The Auror's wand hand suddenly froze. The light vanished from his pupils, and his struggle swiftly weakened until nothing remained but instinctive twitching. Before long, a deathly cold silence that belonged to no living being seeped little by little from every limb and bone. The spirit body threads wove, coiled, and fixed themselves within him, completely suppressing what lingered of his spirituality and leaving behind only a shell that could be controlled with perfect precision. There was no frenzy, no howl, only a silence-like obedience. In the next instant, he lowered his head ever so slightly, his movements stiff yet exact, standing there like a puppet on strings. Feeling the feedback transmitted through the spirit body threads, Diciwen knew he had succeeded. From this moment on, the Auror's life and death were no longer his own, and his will belonged to Diciwen. Marks, you have only your incompetent father to blame. Would it not have been better to withdraw obediently? Instead, he had to make everything blow up. Not only did it cost him his life, it buried your entire family as well. You, once the young master of a noble house, can no longer survive in Germany now. I simply did not want you to go on living pitifully in the shadows. I am merely sending your family to be reunited. Hoffman smiled as he spoke to Marks. His own family was one of the vested beneficiaries. Only by cutting the weeds out by the root could future trouble be forever prevented. These were things a young man like Marks could never understand. You! Marks had not expected matters to be so grave, and when he thought of his family's destruction, he could not suppress the sorrow in his heart. Tears slipped from the corners of his eyes. Diciwen felt the moment had come. He took aim at one of the Aurors beside Marks, preparing to use an air bullet to take one down first. A sharp tearing sound split the air. One Auror was struck in the head, and half his skull exploded, splattering the Auror beside him with foul-smelling gore. At the same time, Diciwen controlled the marionette to fire a stunning spell that knocked Hoffman to the ground. In an instant, only 3 Aurors remained. Seizing the opportunity, Marks hit his good classmate Ben with a full bodybind curse, then leveled his wand at a black Auror, while the marionette also pointed its wand at the last remaining Auror.
Stefan,
Have you gone mad? Why are you doing this? The black Auror rasped out questions at the marionette, but he was doomed to receive no answer. Petrificus totalis. Seizing the instant of the black Auror's fury, Marks froze him where he stood. The remaining Auror saw at once that the situation had turned against him. He immediately put away his wand and raised his hands. Marks, don't be rash. I wasn't targeting your family. I was only following orders. My family. Smack. Diciwen gave him no chance to continue the performance. A single blast of compressed air finished him off. He guided the marionette forward and, one by one, killed every wizard who had not yet died. Only then did he turn to Marks, whose face still bore the dazed relief of a man who had narrowly escaped death. Why did you help me? I've never seen you before. Marks asked Stefan in a low voice, meaning the marionette controlled by Diciwen. Diciwen himself curled his lips into a faintly wicked smile. Then had the marionette say to Marks, what you ought to be thinking about now is where you'll go from here. Leave Germany. Go to Britain, go to Egypt. Just don't ever come back to Germany. Why? Marks paid no heed to his advice. Right now, he wanted only to understand why the stranger had helped him. All the gifts fate bestows have long since had their price secretly marked. You don't need to know now. One day you'll understand everything. Marks stared blankly at Stefan, his thoughts drifting back to the moment he fled his family, and to the words his father had entrusted to him. Revive the family, endure in silence and take revenge. His father's despairing gaze remained vivid in his memory, as though the crushing burden of carrying the family line forward had been laid entirely upon his shoulders, without the slightest concern for whether he was strong enough to bear it. But the reality before him was that even staying alive in peace depended upon the charity of others. The change from a son of a great house to a man hunted and reviled by all left him deeply ill at ease. He was afraid. Afraid he might not live to see tomorrow's sun. Afraid he might die for no reason at all, just as he almost had tonight. Afraid he would never again know a quiet, steady life. Marks remembered his father's final instructions, the repeated insistence that he must safeguard that one thing no matter what. Thinking of it now, it was almost certainly because of that useless object that he had been hunted all the way from Berlin to this place. He took a small box from his bundle and weighed it in his hand. Though it was little more than a light, unassuming box, it carried his father's bitterness, his unwillingness, and a lifetime's worth of helpless resignation. Marks wanted to laugh just looking at it. This was the most useless thing his family had ever passed down. He did not want to spend the rest of his life trapped in fear and unease. In that moment, he made his decision. You can have this. It's the last treasure of my family, but I can't make sense of it. I don't even know how it's supposed to help with the trouble in front of me, much less restore my family. I don't know whether you're part of the other group hunting me, but I'm giving it to you now. I have nothing left. Don't come looking for me again. After saying that, Marks seemed to cast off a weight of 1,000 pounds. His whole soul felt lighter. He turned and walked into the black forest, waving a hand as though bidding farewell to the world itself. Diciwen watched the scene before him. Though he did not yet know what it was clearly the chief reason Marks had been pursued. He did not show himself. Instead, he turned away at once, controlling the marionette to follow him as he left the battlefield strewn with corpses. On the way back, he stripped off all the marionette's clothes and dressed it in the casual outfit he had prepared beforehand. It was rather loose, but with a bit of tidying up, it looked just like someone who had come to tour the Black Forest. Diciwen studied the marionette for a while, then stored it inside the system space. He needed to ensure that he and the marionette would never appear before others at the same time. Only in this way could he perfectly conceal his identity while also carrying out an effective performance. But what followed was beyond his expectations. Even though the marionette had already entered the system space, he could still feel that the connection of his spirit body threads had not been severed. That came as an immense and delightful surprise. In an emergency, he could simply put away his marionette, avoiding situations where he might be forced to abandon it and lose one he happened to be quite satisfied with. Back at the hotel, he released the marionette from the system space, took the small box into his hands, and opened it. Inside, resting in the center, was an ancient key, its style reminiscent of the Middle Ages. The whole key seemed to be made from some sort of brownish-yellow alloy, not as soft as copper, and on the bow were 4 symmetrical cloud scroll patterns curling inward. He touched it carefully and discovered that it was not a house key, nor did it resemble a Gringotts vault key. Thinking back to what Marks had said, Diciwen was certain that Marks must have tried every conceivable method and still failed to understand what this object truly was. Any ordinary guess was almost certainly far from the truth. And yet he could sense something strange emanating from the key. This was no simple object. Not when it had been handed down through that family for so many years. He thought of dream divination. It seemed he would need to study this key properly. He placed the key in his palm, entered a meditative state, and used his spirituality to commune with it, repeatedly murmuring inquiries about the origin of the object. Very soon, he slipped into a dream. The scene in the dream was an alchemical laboratory. A wizard with hair in utter disarray placed an ordinary key into a magic circle laid out upon an alchemical workbench. Then he added several kinds of blood and magical materials into the alchemical formation. After that, he drew his wand and poured magic into it. Once a burst of alchemical radiance faded, only that key remained upon the workbench. The wizard snatched it up in excitement and cast some spell upon it. Yet the spell seemed to activate the key instead. A flash of light flared out, and the wizard vanished from the spot. The key vanished with him. It carried the wizard into a bizarre and dazzling world, where everything shone with light, even something as ordinary as a stone. Just as the wizard was about to rise to his feet, his soul slipped free of his body, looking exactly like one of the ghosts of Hogwarts. Yet the wizard himself noticed nothing, and walked straight toward a mass of light in the distance, leaving only his body and the key behind. Meanwhile, the key absorbed the aura of that world, gradually becoming dull and devoid of luster, yet somehow giving off a strange presence all the same. After a very long time, the wizard's body had decayed, and the key seemed finally to have absorbed its fill of that world's aura. Then, without warning, it activated once more and carried the wizard's body back into the laboratory. The dream ended abruptly. Then a stream of information surfaced in his mind. This was a portkey capable of marking locations, and the locations it marked were all doors. Once it was inserted into any door and stimulated with magic, it could open passage at will to any of the 5 locations it had previously marked. It would be just like turning the handle of a door at home and stepping straight through into a dormitory at Hogwarts. When he came back to himself, Diciwen looked at the key in his hand, his face glowing with wild delight. With this key, he could reach 5 places in the world in an instant. It was nothing less than a divine artifact. It's just like the power of a planeswalker, Diciwen murmured. He stored the key in the system space and looked at his marionette, his heart brimming with satisfaction. Though this was only his first day here, he had not only obtained a marionette, but also acquired a divine key. Looking at the marionette before him, Diciwen used the power of Beyonder characteristics to alter its hair color, the color of its pupils, and the texture of its skin. Then he made slight adjustments to its features, ensuring that no one who saw him at first glance would immediately think of Stefan. Since the marionette needed to move about in order to complete the performance, it would need a name. After thinking for a long while, Diciwen gave him the name Damon Salvatore. After all, his original name had been Stefan. He decided to stay in this place for a while. There were many people here, and most of them were outsiders who did not know one another. Wearing a new face in such a place would not seem especially abrupt. Looking at the faintly brightening sky outside, Diciwen opened the window and let Damon jump out. Since Damon needed to remain by his side, he would need a proper identity, and that of a traveler was perfectly reasonable. Damon went around to the inn's front entrance, knocked in the ordinary way, and then walked inside. "Hello, I'd like to take a room." Damon spoke stiffly to the innkeeper at the front desk, who was still visibly shaken. "Ah, of course, please wait a moment." The innkeeper jumped at the sudden voice. He was still immersed in the terror of having been held hostage by a group of men, but he quickly came to himself and began searching for a key for Damon. Damon handed over several gold Eisenkellers as a deposit for the room. It was still his own money from before. Although Diciwen had thrown away his previous clothes and wand, he had kept Damon's storage item. Taking the key the innkeeper passed him, Damon murmured a word of thanks. He glanced at the room number and saw that it was the room directly above Diciwen's. Leaving the innkeeper behind, Damon went upstairs and returned to his room. He washed up first, then lay down on the bed. Diciwen controlled everything about Damon. He needed Damon to possess his own logic of behavior, an outward personality, and a complete background identity. Checking into the inn was only the first step. Next, he needed to establish a stable persona for Damon in the town, something that would make people remember him. This was the best way to digest the potion. He was controlling a marionette, not enslaving one. He needed the marionette to appear as though it were moving of its own accord. After laboring through the entire night, Diciwen drifted into a heavy sleep amid his thoughts. He had only just arrived here and already run into something like this. Mind and body alike were exhausted. There was also the discomfort brought on by the spiritual depletion from controlling the marionette. He had no idea how long he had slept when a knock sounded at the door. Hello, pardon the disturbance. I'm an Auror from the Ministry of Magic, and there are a few things I need to ask you. Diciwen was jolted awake by the knocking. His mind seemed not to have caught up yet, and he stared blankly at the door. The next knock finally pulled him fully back to himself. Irritated, he answered curtly, then got up and opened the door. I'm coming. What are you knocking for? Outside stood two wizards, dressed in the unmistakable style of German ministry Aurors. Anyone who saw them would know at once who they were. The taller one wore a mustache, had thinning hair, and a gaunt frame, giving him a rather odd air just standing there. The shorter one stood beside him with wand in hand, his eyes fixed tightly on Diciwen. He unconsciously swallowed, as though he were in a state of alert. Hello. We are Aurors from the Ministry of Magic. My name is Eric Hoffman, and this is my colleague Dominic Wagner. We'd like to ask you about the gentleman staying in the room opposite yours. Another Hoffman. Diciwen was startled inwardly, but on the surface he wore a look of fatigue and impatience, exactly like someone whose pleasant sleep had been interrupted. And in truth, the pair had indeed disturbed him. The room opposite? I only checked in yesterday. I saw him once when I opened my door, and I have no impression of him at all. Though something did happen outside the room last night. The shouting woke me up. It sounded like they were trying to catch someone, but it all went quiet after a short while. Other than that, I don't know anything. If there's nothing else, I'm going back to catch up on sleep. I was woken up last night, and I barely slept at all. Diciwen's voice was full of disdain and complaint. He made it clear that he did not know the man, while also truthfully recounting what had happened the previous night. Since the innkeeper had called in the Aurors, he would certainly tell the whole truth and lay out everything that had happened last night. The Aurors must have already gained a rough understanding before coming to question people, so telling the truth was the correct choice. Besides, no one could prove by any means that he had any connection to that man. The one who had stepped forward to kill was the marionette. What did that have to do with his true body? Yeah. Right. But may I ask your identity? Hearing Diciwen's complaints, this Hoffman-esque tone became somewhat more polite. My name is Diciwen Peverell. I am a current student at Hogwarts. I'm traveling alone in Germany, and I only came here from Berlin yesterday. He did not specify what year he was in. He was certain the Aurors would never go all the way to Britain to verify it. I understand. Sorry to have disturbed your rest. Hoffman spoke apologetically. Once he had finished speaking, Diciwen gave no reply at all and simply shut the door in his face. The two Aurors looked at one another, both feeling equally affronted by Diciwen's blunt manner. But in broad daylight there was nothing they could do. They could only collect themselves and move on to knock at the next room. After the two had questioned everyone on the entire second floor, the answers they received were basically all the same. There was nothing useful. The shorter one, Dominic, said, "Should we keep going and ask upstairs?" Ask upstairs? They're not even on the same floor. What could the people upstairs possibly know? Said Eric, who was leading the pair, in a vexed tone. What they had learned on the second floor was more or less the same as what the innkeeper had said. The incident had taken place at night. Everyone had only heard sounds, and no one had gone out to look. Who would want to go out in the middle of the night and court trouble for himself? Diciwen aside. After giving the innkeeper a few instructions downstairs, the two men left the inn. Once they were gone, the innkeeper unwillingly began repairing the broken window and overturned table and chairs in Marx's room. The window had been shattered when Marx fled through it, while the table and chairs had been knocked over when the Aurors charged into the room. Bad luck, taking in such a troublesome guest. The innkeeper grumbled for quite some time, casting repair spells as he inspected and cleaned the room. Diciwen paid none of it any mind. He was exhausted beyond measure, and after shutting the door he simply went right back to sleep. He did not take this matter to heart in the slightest. By the time he woke, it was already a little after 4 in the afternoon, and the sky outside was gradually dimming. The setting sun stained the clouds a pale red, while the forest slowly sank into the gentle dusk. Mist rose quietly from the river valley, light as gauze, drifting in winding curls around the tree trunks and wrapping the already shadowed woods in an added air of stillness and mystery. There was no urban clamor here, only the wind, the water, and the cries of nameless birds among the trees. Time moved so slowly in this place that it seemed almost still. Diciwen had slept the entire day, and Damon had not left his room once. After Diciwen got up, the two of them each rose and washed up. Diciwen went down to the first floor, greeted the busy innkeeper in passing, and then walked out of the inn. The innkeeper absent-mindedly cleaned the hall. It seemed that, because of what had happened yesterday, he too had not rested well. Though the sky had already grown dim, the streets outside were still lively, and there seemed to be even more people than there had been yesterday. It was plain enough just how attractive this beer festival was to Germans who loved their drink. Thinking of the beer festival, there would surely be drinking contests. Diciwen thought that if he had his marionette appear at the wine festival in the role of a god of wine, the effect would certainly be splendid. Diciwen walked into a nearby restaurant and ordered an entire table full of food. Steak, soup, bread, even a serving of stew. He felt ravenously hungry now. Whether it was because last night's plotting had drained his energy, or because maintaining control over the marionette had consumed too much spirituality and he needed replenishment, he did not know. In any case, he felt as though he could eat an entire cow. While he was eating, Damon also left his room. He came to the inness hall and found the innkeeper resting off to the side. "Sir, may I ask why there are so many people in your little town?" Damon asked the innkeeper with a look of lively interest, utterly unlike the cold indifference he had shown yesterday. Since Diciwen had positioned him as a god of wine, his personality had to appear bold and generous, not distant and brooding as though keeping everyone 1,000 miles away. The innkeeper did not notice the change at all, for he was rather absent-minded. After the events of last night, he had already been on edge, and with poor rest on top of that, his state of mind was naturally terrible. Even so, professional habit compelled him to put on a stiff, false smile in response to such enthusiastic inquiry, and he repeated what he had told Diciwen yesterday. Damon happily slapped his thigh, as though he had stumbled upon some tremendous stroke of fortune. The innkeeper, however, was startled by the sight of him. "Brilliant. I absolutely adore a good drink. I'm definitely going to have a proper time here for a while," Damon said excitedly. "Hope you enjoy yourself." The same polite, practiced smile. After replying with a thank you, Damon left under the pretext of going out for a meal. He intended to have a wander around the town. While Diciwen was eating, Damon strolled about with Diciwen at the center of a radius of 100 meters. At this hour, the taverns were gradually growing busier. Many witches and wizards who had been occupied all day liked to go for a drink around this time, soothing their tired bodies and weary minds. Damon stepped into a tavern, ordered a mug of beer, and sat down at the bar to drink, listening to the music in the tavern and the gossip being traded by the nearby wizards. "Have you heard? Last night, a whole Ministry of Magic squad was slaughtered on the edge of the Black Forest. I heard even the bodies were mutilated. Brutal stuff." The elderly wizard, cheeks already flushed red from drink, spoke with unmistakable disdain and mockery for the ministry, as though he was positively delighted by their losses. His companion, however, cautiously glanced around before replying in a low voice, "Word is, they were hunting down an escaped fugitive. But with all the ministry's methods, they still ended up dying at the fugitive's hands. He was nowhere near as hostile towards the ministry as his friend was. If anything, he seemed a little afraid of them, perhaps because he had once learned firsthand just how formidable the ministry could be. Orcs are useless, the lot of them. Can't even catch one person," the old wizard shouted. His friend immediately pulled him back down. Who knew whether there were ministry informants here? He had no wish to court trouble. "That's enough. You've had too much. Let us go." With that, he dragged his friend out of the tavern. Watching from the side, Damon found it all thoroughly entertaining. The matter had spread this quickly? It seemed someone had discovered the bodies before the Orcs did, and then embellished the tale until it sounded disturbingly convincing. "Another whiskey for me, barkeep." "The beer's still too mild," Damon said to the proprietor before downing the last of his beer in one swallow. The barman flicked him a glance and silently poured him a glass of whiskey. He was just about to add ice when Damon stopped him. "No ice, thank you. I prefer it neat. That way you can really taste whiskey's distinctive character." "Another one." The barman watched as Damon finished a full glass of whiskey in no time at all and immediately ordered another. Smiling, he poured him a second. He had run this tavern for many years. He had seen far too many people who loved boasting, people who could not hold their drink but forced it anyway, and people who made drunken scenes after they finished. There were also those like Damon who came alone, called for no friends, and sat half the evening with a single drink. But someone who drank this quickly was a rare sight indeed. Looking at Damon's steady gaze and unchanged expression, he knew at once this was a customer with a truly astonishing tolerance. Damon accepted the glass, took a sip, and began chatting with the barman. "Barkeep, I heard there's a beer festival in a few days. Do you know the arrangements in detail? You've come to the right man for that. This year's beer festival is mainly because the local new brews have begun fermenting, and the Cascade stock has just come out of storage. So that's why the event's being held," the proprietor replied fluently, as though reciting a treasured inventory from memory. "And the taverns in town will all be working together to host it. There'll be parades, performances, and even drinking contests. The specific program will be announced in the next couple of days, but I can promise it'll leave every visitor thoroughly satisfied." For Germans, beer was beloved by ordinary people and wizards alike. That was why Germany had so many breweries, each with its own distinctive flavor. The settlements around the Black Forest had relatively large populations, and naturally their yearly consumption of alcohol was enormous. That was precisely why there were several local breweries here, enough to keep up with demand. By this point, Diciwen had just finished eating, sitting there and letting out a full-bellied belch. His thoughts remained fixed on Damon's side of things. He remembered that German drinking contests were usually accompanied by various challenges. Some tested strength, some tested speed. But for wizards, what exactly would they compete in? Diciwen pondered for quite a while and still could not guess it. After paying the bill, he left the restaurant. He had eaten far too much and needed to walk it off a bit. Otherwise he would not be sleeping again tonight, and that would truly be turning things upside down. Passing by the tavern Damon was in, he glanced inside and then walked on. Damon's wand had been thrown away by him, and he needed to buy another one. What sort of wizard had no wand? After turning a street corner, he used the faceless man's power to transform into Damon's present appearance, then began searching nearby for a second-hand shop. He intended to buy a used wand for Damon to make do with. When he had walked nearly 90 meters, he spotted a second-hand shop and stepped inside. "Welcome. What can I do for you?" The owner was a warm, middle-aged man, slightly balding and dressed in clothes that looked very old, with even the cuffs at his wrists worn enough for the stitching to come loose. "My wand was damaged in the Black Forest. I'd like to buy an old wand to make do with for now. Once I get back, I'll find Gregorovich and buy a new one," Diciwen explained. "I do have some, but I can only guarantee these wands haven't been used for dark arts recently. As for where they came from originally, I couldn't say," the owner said cautiously. In truth, all these wands had been sold to him by people who had found them in the Black Forest. The sort who robbed and murdered their victims would destroy wands outright. They would never bother selling them. "That's fine. I only need one temporarily. As long as they're not stolen goods," said Diciwen. The proprietor led Diciwen to a box packed with quite a number of wands, all jammed in together despite being made of different woods and shaped in different ways. He casually picked out 3, paid, and left. Diciwen found an empty corner and changed back into his original appearance. He still needed to wander nearby for a while, since Damon had not finished yet. Damon kept drinking one glass after another until the barman's eyes had nearly gone wide, and whispers began to spread around him. "Look at that bloke at the bar. I reckon he's already had 6 whiskeys, and none of them with ice," a young wizard said in astonishment to his friend. "Really? If I drank that much, I'd probably collapse on the table straight away." His friend did not sound wholly convinced. "You've got it wrong. Since the moment he walked in and sat down, he's already had 1 beer and 8 whiskeys." Another man drinking alone to pass the time interjected from the other side. That man sat in the corner with a drink and a few snacks, quietly sipping his own liquor, though his eyes drifted from one patron to another as he listened to them gossip and brag. Ever since Damon had started on his 3rd glass, he had stopped looking at anyone else and had simply stared at Damon. He had never seen anyone who could drink like this, and Damon's expression never changed in the slightest. He continued speaking with the proprietor in a calm and orderly way about matters in the wizarding world, ranging from amusing stories about the Ministry of Magic to prices, from curious anecdotes of the Black Forest to ancient legends. Before anyone realized it, the tavern owner had already refilled Damon's glass several times over. But a marionette could not truly digest anything it swallowed, and alcohol was no exception. It was merely being stored inside the body. After drinking for 1 or 2 hours, Damon's stomach was already holding quite a large amount of liquor. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already past 8 o'clock. Damon said he still had matters to attend to, paid for the drinks, and left the tavern. His steps were perfectly steady, exactly as they had been when he first entered. He even gently closed the door behind him on the way out, showing not the slightest sign of having been drinking. The instant he walked out, a wave of exclamations rose inside the tavern. Some marveled at Damon's capacity for drink, speculating how much more he could have managed. Others guessed he must have taken some powerful potion capable of breaking down alcohol. If he hadn't tea left, I'd definitely have challenged him. My tolerance isn't bad either. No one paid the boaster any mind. He had only drunk 3 beers and his whole face was already scarlet, and he still wanted to compare himself to that? On the other side, Diciwen took a rough turn around the area near the tavern, especially the places Damon had not visited. There were shops selling clothes, magical materials, potions, and pets. With the Black Forest close by, business in such things was particularly brisk. He bought a few items, then carried them back toward the inn. He stepped into the inn, smiled at the proprietor, said nothing, and went upstairs. Seeing what he had bought, the proprietor wore an expression of instant understanding. Most people who came to a place like this were here to spend money, buying the things they needed for their own dealings. At that moment, Damon had just come out of the tavern. He walked slowly, and before long returned to the inn as well. He stopped beside the proprietor and exchanged a few words with him, but the reek of wine on his breath nearly knocked the man over. "Just how much have you had to drink? Hurry back and get some rest," the proprietor urged. The last thing he wanted was for Damon to suddenly be overcome by the alcohol and either vomit in the hall or pass out on the floor. If that happened, he would have to clean up the mess and haul him back to his room besides. Damon went along with the suggestion quite readily. After bidding him good night, he returned to his room. As he passed the staircase on the second floor, he calmly picked up a wand Diciwen had left in a corner and slipped it into his inner pocket. After returning to the room, he went straight into the washroom and vomited all the alcohol into the toilet. A terrible stench rushed up at once, and he immediately flushed it away, though such a smell was hardly a problem for Damon. Early the next morning, Diciwen was up before dawn. Though he had gone to bed late the night before, he had slept enough during the day, so rising early was no trouble at all. After he and Damon washed up, they left the inn one after the other. Today, Diciwen intended to take a proper look around the entire town. It was a town laid out along 3 long streets running north to south. To the west lay the Black Forest, while to the east there was a vast square. The inn where they were staying stood in the southern part of town, an area filled mostly with inns, eateries and shops, where the majority of outsiders gathered. The northern part of town was the residential district, home to several families and the town's early inhabitants. Compared with the bustling commercial south, the north was considerably quieter. After making a few inquiries, Diciwen learned that the town was mainly controlled by several families, namely the major breweries that hosted the beer festival. They dominated the town's chief economy and controlled the outflow of the Black Forest's principal magical materials. That had not changed for centuries. The two of them wandered for the entire day and gained a general understanding of the whole town. Since Diciwen intended to set his stage here, the preparations before the performance were naturally very important. When he walked back into the inn, he once again saw the 2 oars, one tall and one short. They were saying something to the innkeeper. Upon noticing Diciwen enter, they smiled at him, then left. "Has that matter still not been resolved?" Diciwen asked, feigning confusion. "They've spent the whole day investigating and still haven't found any leads. They only told me to inform them if I discovered anything. They didn't say a word about the rest," the innkeeper replied with a weary sigh. "So they've shelved the matter for now." Diciwen was delighted inwardly. Hearing the innkeeper's words, Diciwen felt a surge of relief. Since the investigation had been temporarily suspended, he could move about the town without concern. 3 days later, the beer festival arrived as scheduled. The organizers had erected a grand stage in the square, and this year's competition was the floating cup endurance match. The rules had already been announced throughout the town the day before. Every participant had to use the hover charm to hold 20 large mugs of beer aloft before them. After finishing 1 mug, they could lower 1 mug. Once they could drink no more, they had to safely and steadily set every remaining mug back onto the table for their result to count as valid. If even 1 mug fell, it was counted as a failure. It tested not only a wizard's spellcasting ability, but also his capacity for drink. While everyone else was controlling and maintaining their own hover charm as they drank, Diciwen was controlling Damon to maintain the hover charm while also controlling Damon to drink. As for Damon, it would be more accurate to say he was pouring beer into his stomach than drinking it. Gradually, all those participating in the beer festival gathered in the square. Many people went to register beside the stage. There were not many with real ability, but there were plenty who believed they had it. Damon went to sign up as well. Diciwen, meanwhile, lingered near the stage like any other spectator drawn by the excitement. Before long, 26 contestants were standing on the stage. The staff arranged 520 beer mugs on a long table in sets of 20, then filled every mug with 4 kinds of beer in a ratio of 5 mugs each. Honored guests, dear friends, good morning to you all. Today, we gather here together to welcome the Stoffen Beer Festival, rich with Bavarian charm. Here, there is mellow beer, passionate music, hearty laughter, and above all of us from every corner of the world, now gathered as one family. The beer festival is a celebration of joy, a celebration of friendship, a celebration where we cast off our burdens and revel in the pleasures of life. May everyone, amid the fragrance of ale and the sound of song, lay aside their weariness, open their hearts, and make merry to their heart's content. Thank you to every friend who has come here today, and thank you to every member of staff who has worked so hard for this event. It is because of you that this grand occasion is all the more splendid and all the more warm. And now, it is my great honor to declare, this year's beer festival is officially open. The host pointed his wand at his throat and delivered the opening speech in a sonorous, stirring voice. Next came the floating cup endurance match. Let us welcome our 26 contestants. The rules have already been explained to everyone. During the match, the judges will enforce the rules upon any contestant who violates them and strip them of their qualification. Are you all ready? We're ready. All 26 wizards drew their wands and pointed them at the 20 mugs of beer before them, answering the host's call. The match begins. The host announced. Hover charm, 26. At once, every contestant used the hover charm to lift all of the mugs and keep them suspended in the air. Damon immediately snatched up one mug of beer and poured it down into his stomach. Diciwen was already impatient to finish the match. The first mug, then the second. Very quickly, 10 mugs of beer had been poured into Damon's belly. The burly man standing right next to Damon stared at him in stunned disbelief. He himself had only managed 4 mugs, while Damon had already finished half of his. Some people lowered their mugs after only 2 drinks. Those who had come merely to make up the numbers could not drink much at all. Others waved to the crowd below even as they drank. Standing beneath the stage, Diciwen was utterly speechless. Aren't you here to compete? This isn't a performance, so what are you waving for? Diciwen thought to himself. Through the thread of spirit body, Diciwen gauged the capacity of Damon's stomach. After a brief moment of thought, he had Damon pour another 5 mugs into it. He felt this was already the limit of human endurance. Even given more time, no one could possibly surpass it. Damon lowered the floating mugs and became the first to complete the match. 15 mugs. That is the highest record in recent years. Let us all shout Damon's name. Damon! 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 The crowd erupted. None of them had expected that a man could force down 15 mugs of beer in the space of a mere 10 minutes. Yet after finishing the drink, Damon still looked utterly at ease, standing there straight as a post without the slightest trace of discomfort. He even smiled cheerfully and waved to the crowd below. An hour passed. Some contestants reached the 6th mug, then lost consciousness and their control over the hover charm, sending mugs crashing all over the stage. Some barely managed 4 mugs, then glanced helplessly at those still drinking beside them before choosing to give up. Others sipped slowly, mouthful by mouthful, never truly taking the competition seriously. In the end, every contestant finished the match, though naturally some did so against their will. Aside from Damon, the highest record was only 9 mugs. Even that contestant, after finishing the 9th, only just managed to control the hover charm long enough to lower the remaining 11 mugs before collapsing to the ground on the spot. At that moment, the referee stepped onto the stage and cast a spell to inspect the contestants who had finished the match. There were no magical fluctuations on them at all. Every one of them had completed the contest through sheer ability. He then informed the host, who announced the results of the competition. After the referee's strict review and confirmation, Damon had a valid score of 15 cups, earning first place. Litlet had a valid score of 9 cups, earning second place. Damon went up to receive his prize with a face full of excitement. After taking the trophy, he kissed it hard, then waved to the shouting crowd below. Though our competition has come to an end, the beer festival has only just begun. Please, enjoy today's beer festival to the fullest, the host declared. The moment he finished speaking, cheers erupted from the audience below. Soon after, all manner of beer appeared throughout the square. People drank heartily, chatted merrily, and swayed slowly to the sound of the music. Diciwen followed Damon, who had reclaimed both the trophy and the prize money, as they headed out of the square. As they walked, people kept shouting at Damon. Champion! That's the champion! 15 cups? Is his stomach a bottomless pit? The crowd's opinions were mixed. Some made snide remarks and claimed he had cheated, while others marveled at his drinking capacity. Every sort of person had his own tongue, but none of them could stop his performance. Diciwen could clearly feel that the potion had digested a great deal more. There had simply been too many people watching this performance, and the feedback he received was equally abundant. He controlled Damon to stride quickly through the crowd and make for the inn. Diciwen did not return to his room. Instead, he went into a cafe beside the inn, ordered a cup of coffee, and sat there drinking it, while Damon returned to the room. He needed to empty out all that alcohol. The inn's front desk was manned today by a young wizard, apparently dragged into service by his family. The proprietor had surely gone off to enjoy the beer festival. Diciwen sat there and thought. Now that he had come to the Black Forest, he naturally had to take a proper look inside. Although he had gone in once before, he had not ventured deep. With Diciwen's current strength and the assistance of his marionette, he was not worried about running into danger. With most people drawn away by the beer festival, there were bound to be far fewer people in the Black Forest than usual, and unstable factors would be greatly reduced as well. After sitting there for quite a long while, Diciwen drained the coffee in one gulp and left the cafe. But the moment he stepped out the door, he saw several people gathered together, talking about something he could not make out. As they spoke, they kept pointing up at the inn. When Diciwen passed by them, he vaguely caught a few words about the beer festival. Could it be that Damon's prize money had been targeted? Though the champion's reward was only 200 gold Eisenkeller, that did not rule out desperate men taking the risk. Most people had treated the magical control Damon displayed on stage as part of the game and had not given it any real thought. Yet anyone with a discerning eye could tell at once that being able to drink that much beer and still control magic so freely was no ordinary matter. Diciwen walked into the inn and saw a wizard sitting in the hall. He looked as though he were keeping watch. The instant he saw Diciwen come in, he lifted his head and looked over, but as if afraid of being discovered, he quickly lowered it again and pretended to read the newspaper. Diciwen's spirituality noticed the wizard looking at him at once, but he did not raise the alarm and simply returned to his room. Since he had been targeted, then this nuisance had to be dealt with properly, Diciwen thought to himself. He was no longer that child of the orphanage who had been hunted down by a werewolf. With his current sequence 5 strength, the one who ought to be afraid was the other party. Besides, maintaining the bodily transformation of a marionette consumed a great deal of his spirituality, so it was time to replace it with someone who had no official identity. A dark wizard would be even better. At least his strength would not be poor. Diciwen closed his eyes and muttered to himself. He needed to think the plan through first. A performance made without preparation was not one he intended to give. The following day, Diciwen walked down the stairs into the first-floor hall and heard the proprietor enthusiastically telling some newly arrived guests about the drinking contest. "Gentlemen, do you know about the beer festival?" "Of course we do." "Then do you know Damon, the one who took first place?" "Oh, him? We know of him too." "Then do you know where he is?" "No?" "Ha ha ha, he's staying right here in my inn up on the 3rd floor. So, how about staying a few extra nights?" The proprietor worked hard to keep the guests talking, trying to persuade them to remain a few more days. Damon was famous now. In only a single day, the whole town knew of the drinking champion who had downed 15 great tankards of beer. Plenty of people wanted to imitate him, but none of them could even reach the second-place score. Diciwen smiled faintly, paid it no mind, and walked straight out of the inn toward the western side of town. Today, he was going to make a trip into the Black Forest and find a fine burial ground for those planning to cause trouble for his marionette. Diciwen had already used the time last night to retrieve Damon from the window and store him inside the system space. Living upstairs and downstairs really was convenient. Diciwen strolled through the Black Forest at noon. Sunlight pierced the layers of fir and spruce, scattering patches of golden foil-like radiance among the woods. The dark green forest, rich as ink, was lit by the daylight, while the scent of pine resin and fresh grass drifted through the warm, moist air. Diciwen drew in a deep breath, savoring the peace that fragrance brought him. In the distance, a stream tinkled through the valley floor, its surface flashing with splintered silver light. Between the valleys, there was only the soft rustle of wind passing through the leaves. Diciwen glanced at the map he had taken out from the system space. It was a widely circulated scenic map of the Black Forest, marked not only with places of striking natural beauty, but also with several sites steeped in mystery. After checking the location on the map, he headed in one direction. After walking for roughly 20 minutes, Diciwen arrived at the shore of a glacial lake called Mummelsea. Legend said that a water spirit dwelt here and would appear on nights of the full moon, using her song to beguile travelers and lure them into the water. There was also a tale of a water spirit who had fallen in love with a mortal, only to be cursed and trapped forever within the lake, so that on foggy days her weeping could be heard rising from the waters. But legends were for ordinary folk. Wizards paid them no heed. In truth, a great number of Grindylows lived here. If too much noise was made along the shore, a surge of Grindylows would burst forth, drag the offender into the lake, and leave him to suffocate. He turned and walked along the lakeside in one direction until he came to a broad, sturdy tree by the water. He compared the position of the tree with the spot he had observed earlier at the lakeside. If one stood upon the trunk, that place would be clearly visible. Diciwen chose this as his sniping point, because the tree was tall and thick enough to conceal him, making it difficult for anyone to notice him. Diciwen then searched out more than a dozen trees nearby and set up more than a dozen paper effigies as decoys. They were meant to help him change his angle of attack and escape if anyone got in close. He had no intention of allowing any sort of accident. If there was danger, it would belong only to his opponents. Only after putting everything in place did Diciwen return to town at ease. Early the next morning, Diciwen left the inn first and strolled along at an unhurried pace. Damon followed more than 80 meters behind him, heading out of town. The wizard keeping watch beside the inn noticed the moment Damon left and immediately woke his drooling companion, who had been sleeping at his side. The two of them set off in pursuit together. At first, they had assumed that if they tailed Damon, he would go to places he frequented. But Damon did not enter a single shop and instead went straight in the direction of the Black Forest. I'll keep following him. You go tell the boss and say the opportunity's come. Pointing in the direction Damon had gone, he gave the order to his companion, while he himself continued the pursuit. If Damon had stayed in town, they would have had no real chance to make a move. But the fact that Damon had left the safe area of his own accord delighted them beyond measure. Through Damon, Diciwen could sense the spirit-body threads radiating from the people following behind. At first there had only been 2, but in the end there were 7. Diciwen considered it carefully for a moment, then immediately controlled Damon and made him run. The moment Diciwen realized there were 7 men behind him, he knew that if he kept ambling along at a leisurely pace, then once they reached a place far from the town, they would seize the chance to make a move on Damon, and he might not have enough time to lure them to the ambush point he had chosen in advance. 10 minutes later, Diciwen reached the first tree he had selected by the lakeside. Panting heavily, he used both hands and feet to scramble up the trunk, found a thick branch to stand on, and concealed himself behind the leaves. Damon, meanwhile, did not arrive at the lakeshore until a minute later. He sat down directly by the water's edge, leaving his back to those pursuing him. A little while later, the 7 wizards arrived one after another behind Damon. Mr. Damon, you certainly do enjoy your exercise. We had to chase after you for quite some time before we caught up, said the man in the lead. He had more than exceeded his usual amount of exertion today. Since he had no idea where Damon was heading, he had been unable to apparate. Who are you? I don't believe I know any of you. Damon did not turn around, continuing to face the lake as he spoke to them. It would be rather inconvenient to tell you my name, Mr. Damon, and as we've never met before, it is only natural that you wouldn't know who I am, the leader replied with restrained courtesy. Then why have you come looking for me? Is there something I can help you with? Damon asked on. At that, the leader burst into laughter. He was hardly here to ask Damon for help. If it wouldn't trouble you too much, might you lend me a bit of money? Things have been rather tight for the lads lately, and I heard you just took first place in the beer festival drinking contest and won 200 gold Eisenkellers. As he spoke, the man flicked a meaningful glance at those beside him. The others understood at once and spread out in a fan shape, hemming Damon in by the lakeside. Damon, however, seemed to have heard some great joke. He let out a few laughs without turning around. Then he drew the wand Diciwen had given him from inside his robes. The money's with me. If you want it, you'll have to take it by strength. Damon's tone carried a faint note of provocation. Then he rested the wand over his shoulder, pointing it in a direction behind him. Crack! No one heard Damon utter an incantation, yet the head of the man standing in that direction burst open in an instant, splattering filthy blood all over the people beside him. Though these men all lived on the knife edge of death, even they were struck dumb by the sight. A nonverbal spell? The leader cried, as though seeking confirmation from Damon himself. He took this to mean Damon had cast without speaking a highly advanced technique. That alone was enough to show how profound Damon's magical attainments were. Hearing the leader's words, the remaining men snapped out of their shock and stumbled several paces back in panic. They had assumed this would be the usual sort of exchange, one curse for another, but Damon had opened by driving the intensity straight to its peak. At once, thoughts of retreat rose in all their hearts. They valued their own lives far too highly. Seeing the state of his underlings, the leader hardened his heart and barked, "Attack! Attack with everything you've got." At their boss's order, the men exchanged glances, then raised their wands at Damon once more. Petrificus Totalis, Stupefy, Confringo, Reducto. Several spells shot at Damon in an instant, but his body twisted in an uncanny motion. With a sideways roll, he evaded every one of them, and the curses slammed into the lake, blasting up sprays of water from its placid surface. Expelliarmus. Diciwen turned and cast the disarming charm at one of the wizards. The spell sent the man flying, and then his wand hurtled toward Damon. In Damon's eyes, this had been the best cast spell of the lot. Both the technique and the pace of the incantation had been perfectly standard. He intended to keep this one as his next secret puppet. Before the horrified eyes of the others, he apparat behind the leader. Sectum Sempra. Half of the leader's head was sliced away by the curse. The gruesome sight jolted the remaining 4 men to the core. One of them apparat away at once, and the others, as if suddenly enlightened, followed suit and disappeared as well. In the blink of an eye, only Damon and one unconscious living captive remained by the lake. At that moment, the distinctive cries of Grindylows rose from the water as they swarmed ashore in groups and rushed straight at Damon. Damon apparat to the unconscious man's side, seized him in one hand, and then apparat away from the lakeshore, reappearing in the woods behind Diciwen. Seeing that the people had vanished, the pack of Grindylows dragged the corpses on the ground into the water. The way they fought over them, ravenous for the dead flesh, was hideously unnatural to behold. After a while, the lakeside grew quiet once more. Damon returned to the shore with that man in tow. But just then, the sound of applause came from nearby.
Clap, clap, clap.
Splendid. Truly splendid. Damon spun at once toward the source of the voice. A man in immaculate clothes stood beside a tree, a brown cane hanging from his arm. His eyes shone with intense curiosity, and the smile on his face, paired with the pointed fangs in his mouth, made him look deeply strange. In all my hundreds of years of life, this is the first time I have ever seen a corpse capable of casting spells. You have truly opened my eyes. Still applauding, the man walked toward Damon. Are you speaking of me? Damon looked at him expressionlessly. Not far away, Diciwen stared at the newcomer who had appeared out of nowhere, somewhat at a loss himself. Oh, of course I am speaking of you. The blood in this body of yours no longer flows, and yet it still retains the vitality of life. I find such a peculiar body utterly fascinating. I can tell as much because even our blood kind still possess blood circulation. To put it plainly, so long as one is a living creature, the body will maintain the basic vital characteristic of circulating blood. But you do not. Are you dead? Or did your resurrection fail? The man gazed at Damon, a feverish light in his eyes. I nearly forgot to introduce myself. My name is Kane's Mick. I am one of the blood kind, though some insist on calling us vampires, which is a rather discourteous prejudice. You may call me Kane. Kane removed his hat and gave a slight bow. There was something scholarly about him. As he looked at Damon, what shone in his eyes was not the delight of a hunter who had found prey, but the excitement of beholding an exceedingly rare species, as if he stood on the verge of uncovering some enthralling secret. Kane had watched Damon's battle with those men from start to finish. From that air bullet that had exploded a man's head, he had also noticed Diciwen lying in ambush at a distance, though he had merely assumed it was a tactical arrangement between the two of them to fight their enemies together. Although he could sense that Damon was not normal, Damon's ability to use magic with ease and to speak and communicate like an ordinary man made it clear that this was not some magic involving infery or the simple necromantic manipulation of a corpse. Neither could possibly produce such an effect, making the controlled body appear no different from a living person. Had Kane not been a vampire, with an unusually keen perception of the blood flowing through the human body, even he would not have been able to tell that Damon was not alive. That discovery thrilled Kane, who loved research. It was the most interesting thing he had encountered in nearly 100 years. Though he could sense Damon's distant and unwelcoming attitude, he still moved closer, wanting to touch Damon's body and examine it for himself. He reached out a hand toward Damon's neck. Damon watched the hand coming toward him, tilted his body aside, and avoided it. Then the corner of his mouth curved into something like a mocking smile as he looked at Kane's suddenly halted hand and said, "Mr. Mick, I don't believe our relationship is quite that close. My apologies. When I come across something I like, I unconsciously want to study it." Kane apologized with complete sincerity. Even now, he maintained the bearing of a nobleman, as though nothing in the world were worth becoming flustered over. "I have matters to attend to, so I shan't disturb Mr. Mick on his woodland stroll any longer." With that, Damon turned and walked in the direction of the town. Kane had followed them here all the way from the town as well. He was greatly intrigued by this body that could move about freely. Originally, he had intended to kill the one shadowing them first and then move directly against Damon. But when he noticed several more people pursuing them, he concealed himself instead. A playful mood also rose in him. He meant to use these people to test Damon's abilities and, at the same time, verify the suspicion in his own heart. Pop. Kane apparat directly in front of him and said, "I don't think you can concern yourself with anything else before the matter between us is settled. Incarcerus." After speaking, Kane drew his wand from his cane and cast the binding spell at Damon. Faced with a vampire's reaction speed and spellcasting technique honed over hundreds of years, Damon failed to respond in time, and his body was restrained. When Diciwen realized that even while controlling Damon he still could not break free of the bindings, he understood that things had gone beyond his expectations. He had to find a way to save Damon. At once, he fired 2 air bullets at the arm Kane was extending toward Damon. Pop pop. Having already witnessed the hidden attacker's methods, Kane had been wary of Diciwen's direction all along. After living for hundreds of years, he possessed at least that much caution and combat instinct. The moment Kane heard the sharp, tearing sound of the air bullets cutting through the air, he immediately leapt backward. The 2 bullets struck the ground to his left, blasting 2 pits into the soil. Kane's brow furrowed faintly, and then he charged toward Diciwen's position. The physical prowess of the vampire race was astonishing. In the span of only a few breaths, Kane had already reached the tree where Diciwen was hiding. He bent his knees slightly, drove upward with his legs, and vaulted onto the branch where Diciwen had concealed himself. But there was no one before Kane. Kane's frown deepened. Diciwen had long since used a paper effigy decoy to shift away from that spot, transferring himself to the paper figure closest to Damon. After steadying himself, Diciwen dashed toward Damon and cast a releasing spell on him. Damon regained control of his body and apparat away with Diciwen. By the time Kane returned, all he saw was the place where Damon and Diciwen had vanished. A trace of stiffness crossed his face, but then he laughed softly. He had not expected to be made a fool of. Shaking his head, he turned to look back toward the town. As for the unlucky wretch lying unconscious off to the side, fortunate enough to have escaped disaster, Kane did not spare him a glance. His figure flickered and he departed. Meanwhile, Damon brought Diciwen to a cave on the outer edge of the Black Forest. Diciwen had discovered it the first time he came into the forest. It lay beneath an enormous boulder. The moment the two of them landed, Diciwen let out a long breath and finally relaxed. He had already guessed that Damon would not be able to handle these people, so he had prepared to reveal himself and ambush them, leaving a paper effigy decoy behind a nearby tree. Luckily, he had that paper figure. Otherwise, he would truly have fallen here today. Looks like it's time to give up this marionette. Too many people have taken notice of it. If I keep it any longer, something serious is bound to happen. Diciwen muttered to himself. Diciwen retrieved the wand and storage item from Damon's body. Then he released the marionette. Once Damon lost control, he collapsed to the ground. The vitality in his body vanished in an instant, and he became a true corpse. Diciwen, meanwhile, immediately left the cave and headed in the direction opposite the town. Diciwen feared Kane might follow the trail out and run into him again, so he had no choice but to change course and go deeper into the forest. For the time being, I can't look for another marionette. If that old vampire discovers another one of them, he definitely won't leave. At that point, I'll have no choice but to leave Germany. As he pondered, Diciwen had never expected that in this world there would exist such a peculiar form of life, one capable of distinguishing between a marionette, a corpse, and a living person. A sudden thought struck Diciwen. If he found a marionette and then left this place to return to Britain, it would surely be far harder to run into dark creatures like vampires in a city. That way, it would not affect his use of marionettes. After all, he could not simply sit around waiting for Kane to leave before acting again. That would delay the digestion of his potion. Having made up his mind, Diciwen began wandering through the Black Forest at ease. After all, now that he had come here, there were still many distinctive places in the Black Forest he had yet to visit. Along the way, he ran into several groups of people. Both sides merely regarded each other warily, and no conflict broke out. It was only when the sky was on the verge of going completely dark that he returned to the town. He hurried into a restaurant and ordered a great deal of food. He had not eaten the entire day. He had originally thought that after finishing the hunt and replacing the marionette, he would be able to return to town and at least catch lunch. But Kane's interference had delayed everything, leaving him to wander idly through the Black Forest all afternoon. By now, he was starving to the point his stomach was practically stuck to his back. Who could have guessed that by the next day, word of Damon's killing had already spread through the town? The few wizards who had narrowly escaped with their lives told everyone about Damon, exaggerating his methods to an outrageous degree. Silent murder, savage bloodshed, all manner of lurid embellishments left Diciwen utterly speechless. But no one in the town cared that Damon had killed someone, because the Black Forest was a gathering place for dark wizards and adventurers alike. In a place like this, murder and plunder were the norm. Instead, the people of the town were far more interested in the fact that this champion was also a powerful wizard. That left Diciwen not knowing whether to laugh or cry, because he could feel that his potion had digested a little more. But Damon was long gone already. That still counted? Over the next few days, Diciwen wandered all around the town, wanting to see whether Kane was still here, while also searching for a suitable marionette for himself. This town on the edge of the Black Forest was not especially large, yet it concealed no small number of travelers coming and going. Diciwen had already spent a full 2 days here, searching until his eyes blurred. His head grew heavy, and even the soles of his shoes were nearly worn flat. For him, at his current stage, a marionette was as vital as life itself. It was not a matter of grabbing just anyone, nor was stronger always better. It had to be obedient, inconspicuous, convenient, and unremarkable. It also had to remain by his side for the long term, helping him digest his potion and accumulate spirituality. If he chose wrongly, the lightest consequence would be exposing his identity. The worst would be directly affecting his future advancement, perhaps even drawing the attention of official wizards. so he dared not rush. He could only choose carefully, like picking through a pile of or in search of a gemstone that would fit precisely into a keyhole. The first one to catch his eye was a young wizard with regular features and an unusually clean air about him. The man's brows and eyes were gentle, his build moderate, and he did not stand out when thrown into a crowd. At first glance, he seemed the perfect template of an ordinary person. Diciwen observed him in secret for most of the day and watched him enter the Black Forest, apparently to gather magical herbs. But when the man emerged from the woods, Diciwen immediately shook his head inwardly. He was covered in dust and mud, with dead branches, broken leaves, dirt, and grass clippings clinging to his robes. Even his hair was caught with pine needles, looking for all the world as though he had just crawled out of a mound of earth. Worst of all, from beginning to end, he had not used Scourgify even once. Either he had forgotten or he truly could not cast it. That meant either his magic was too weak and even basic spells were unstable, or he had never properly studied at all and knew only the roughest sort of wilderness survival. Diciwen silently crossed that option off in his mind. No, a wizard who could not even use a basic cleaning charm properly certainly would not be particularly strong in a fight. A marionette had to handle many things in his stead that were inconvenient for him to do personally. If it lacked even that much ability, it would only invite suspicion again and again, becoming a burden instead. So he kept looking. At the tavern entrance, outside the magical item shop, along the woodland paths, Diciwen moved like a silent shadow, calmly sizing up every target that fit his criteria. Before long, he fixed his attention on another. This one was clearly battle-hardened. His spellcasting was sharp, his movements decisive, and he could cast several common spells non-verbally. His magical fluctuations were steady and condensed. One glance was enough to tell he had received proper training, and had perhaps even seen a battlefield. Diciwen hid around the corner and watched as the other man casually dealt with a wizard who had been preparing to ambush him. The entire sequence flowed like running water, without a single wasted motion. His ability was sufficient. But the instant the man turned his head, Diciwen's heart sank again. From the brow bone all the way down to the jaw ran a long, deep scar, like an ugly centipede clinging to his face, the sort of thing no one could forget at first glance. It was far too conspicuous. A marionette was meant for concealment, for acting in another's stead, for passing unnoticed and unremembered. That scar meant he would be marked wherever he went. Worse still, to cover it up, Diciwen would have to use spirituality to continuously alter the man's appearance and maintain it over the long term. The drain on his spirituality would be far too great. The cost simply outweighed the benefit. Diciwen let out a soft breath. This one would not do either. He did not stop walking and continued to wander through the little town. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the leaves of the plane trees in the town square, scattering dappled flecks of light across the cobbled streets. Wizards along the roadside stood in twos and threes, chatting idly, their wands spinning carelessly between their fingers, while the air carried the faint scent of potions mingled with the smell of magical fireworks. Diciwen moved among them, outwardly no more than an ordinary foreign boy. No one knew that behind those seemingly tranquil eyes, he was scoring every passerby, judging them, sifting them one by one. Before long, he spotted the third target in a restaurant on the street corner. The man was tremendously tall and broad, with wide shoulders, a thick back, and arms sturdier than an ordinary person's legs. Even beneath his loose robes, the lines of his muscles were plainly visible. One glance was enough to tell that he trained year-round, that his physical qualities far surpassed those of an ordinary wizard, and that taking blows, enduring impacts, and shrugging off the aftershocks of spells would all be nothing to him. Diciwen observed him in silence for a long while. The man's manner of eating was rough, his voice loud, and when he walked the floorboards trembled ever so slightly beneath him. Yet from beginning to end, Diciwen never once saw him truly use his wand. At most, he used it to poke at a plate or conjure a bit of flame. He never revealed a single proper offensive spell or defensive charm. Well developed in limb and apparently not so much in mind. Diciwen laughed at himself inwardly. What? Was he really going to choose a fellow like this and make him into nothing more than a pure meat-shield marionette? Just shove him out front to take a beating whenever danger appeared? That would be far too great a waste of a marionette slot. A marionette needed to run errands, scout, carry information, and step in for him at critical moments, not stand there like a wooden stake that did nothing but absorb hits. This one still would not do. Suppressing the faint stirrings of irritation rising in his heart, he turned his gaze toward the open ground at the edge of the forest. There were more people there, and a greater mix of them as well, with small groups often traveling together. At a glance, Diciwen noticed a wizard surrounded by a crowd. The man had a steady bearing and a measured way of speaking, and those following him were no rabble. Each of them had some skill to his name and trusted him greatly. Reputation, strength, connections, in this little town he could be counted among the very best. He had enough ability, enough brains, and enough presence as well. But after watching for only a short while, Diciwen abandoned the idea without hesitation. He was too dazzling. Wherever he went, he became the center, and every eye would fall upon him without thinking. What Diciwen needed was a marionette he could quietly play, quietly move through the world with, quietly digest potions through. Someone who carried his own spotlight wherever he went would, the moment he was turned into a marionette, soon have people noticing that something was off, that his behavior had changed, that his temperament had changed, that the places he appeared had changed as well. The risk of exposure would be driven straight to the limit. No good, still no good. Diciwen let out a long sigh in his heart. After all that choosing, not a single one truly suited him. Either the ability was lacking, or the appearance was too striking, or the brains were insufficient, or the reputation was too great. He had originally thought that as long as he was patient, he would surely come across a suitable marionette. Yet when it came time to choose in earnest, he realized that every tiny detail was like a threshold barring his path. Little by little, the sky dimmed, and the street lamps of the town lit one after another, soft magical radiance draping itself over the streets. Leaning against a wall, Diciwen watched the wizards passing to and fro and, for the first time, felt a weary impulse to simply give up for now and look again another day. He even began to wonder whether his standards were too high. But the moment he thought of how this marionette concerned his cultivation plans for the next whole year, perhaps even longer, he did not dare settle for less. Just as he was on the verge of giving up and preparing to turn and leave, a figure entered his line of sight without the slightest warning. It was a house elf, small in stature, with long pointed ears and grayish skin. It wore not the traditional ragged pillowcase but a neat pair of dark overalls, looking far tidier and brisker than the average house elf. Alone and perfectly quiet, it came walking from the far end of the street, clutching tightly in its hand a long roll of parchment covered from top to bottom in densely packed writing. Daily necessities, ingredients, magical components, and the names of wines and spirits. Diciwen had only glanced at it casually at first, but the moment his eyes settled on it, he could no longer look away. He watched the house elf move deftly between shop after shop, light-footed and unhurried, from the grocer's to the apothecary, from the bakery to the wine merchant, every single item matching the list precisely, without a trace of hesitation. What brightened his eyes even more was what happened after the purchases were complete. With nothing more than a slight turn of thought, countless parcels, boxes, and bottles rose into the air of their own accord and floated neatly behind it. Its hover charm was steady, precise, and natural, requiring no wand at all. Once everything had been bought, the house elf paused ever so slightly. With a soft crack it operated. Soundless, traceless, leaving not the slightest sign behind, it vanished from the spot in an instant. The entire sequence was as smooth as flowing water, as natural as breathing. Diciwen stood where he was, and it felt as though something had exploded inside his mind with a thunderous roar. In that instant, everything became clear, and a sensation of sudden enlightenment washed over him. How had he not thought of this sooner? Why had he kept staring only at human wizards? Next term, he would be returning to Hogwarts to attend his second year. And what kind of place was a school? It was the most tightly guarded magical castle in all Britain, filled with the keenest teachers imaginable. How could an adult wizard marionette of unknown origin possibly be brought into the school? Even if he managed to bring one in, under what identity could it remain? A student? Impossible. The age would not match. A member of staff? Even less possible. One simple investigation and the flaw would be exposed at once. But a house elf. Hogwarts already had house elves in abundance, working in the kitchens, in the corridors, and in every unseen corner. They were responsible for tidying the students' dormitories, preparing food, and cleaning the castle. A house elf appearing by his side would be the most natural thing in the world. During lessons, Diciwen only needed to tuck the marionette away inside the system space and hide it there. Then, when he needed errands run, scouting done, items delivered, or even help in a critical moment, he could simply release it again. No one would be shocked by a suddenly appearing house elf, because such behavior was in keeping with their very nature. It would ensure the stable digestion of his potion while also allowing him to carry and use it at close hand. Hidden, safe, convenient, reasonable. It was practically the perfect marionette tailor-made for him. More importantly, a house elf's apparition could be used even within Hogwarts. That was something ordinary wizards simply could not do. With this marionette, the range of his movements within the school, his access to information, and his emergency escape capabilities would all rise to an entirely new level. Many places it was inconvenient for him to go personally, and many things it was inconvenient for him to do with his own hands, could all be entrusted to this house elf marionette instead. It could be said that with this marionette, what need would there be for relying on the marauder's map to sneak through the castle at night? Wherever he wished to go, he could go directly, without being discovered on the way. The more Diciwen thought about it, the faster his heart pounded. All the irritation, exhaustion, and hesitation from before vanished into thin air at this moment, leaving behind nothing but a crystal-clear resolve. He had made up his mind about the choice of his marionette. A house elf, that was the one. He fixed firmly in his memory the place where that house elf had appeared, what it was wearing, and the exceedingly faint liquor emblem embroidered on its overalls. It was the crest of an old established family in the town, one that specialized in wine and high-end ingredients. Diciwen had seen it several times while wandering about before. That family also had a hand behind the scenes of the beer festival, which meant this house elf belonged to that family, to this town, and would not leave casually. If he stayed here and kept watch, he would certainly see it again. Diciwen immediately found a dessert shop nearby with a view that happened to overlook the place, ordered a shaved ice, and silently watched the street outside. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Every day, Diciwen kept to the vicinity of that shop at the proper hour, disguised as a boy out for a stroll, a traveler waiting for a friend, or merely a passerby idling in the sun. But for 3 days in a row, the town remained lively, witches and wizards continued to come and go, and yet the house elf he had set his sights on never appeared again. A strange foreboding slowly rose in Diciwen's heart. Nothing could have happened to it. Could it? Had it been punished by its master? Or something worse? Early on the 4th day, when the sky had only just fully brightened and the morning mist had not yet entirely dispersed, Diciwen crouched on an inconspicuous step with a freshly bought sandwich in hand, taking slow bites while gazing listlessly at the shops lining the street. The cool morning breeze against his face cleared his head somewhat, and also drew out the complaint he had been holding down for days. Couldn't it be that it was gone this long because its master had simply killed it, could it? The moment the words left his mouth, pop, an exceedingly soft, exceedingly familiar crack of apparition burst by his ear. Diciwen stiffened all over, his nerves taut in an instant. He even forgot to chew the sandwich in his mouth. He looked up. At the entrance of the shop stood a house elf. Its build, clothing, overalls, and ears were all strikingly similar to the one he had seen that day. But on closer inspection, there were subtle differences. This one was slightly smaller, its skin smoother, its eyes more spirited. It was obviously younger. Diciwen froze for a moment. A thought surfaced of its own accord. Surely I did not actually guess right? Was the previous one truly gone? A trace of complicated feeling passed through him, so faint it was almost imperceptible, but in the next instant it was crushed beneath an iron calm. This was the chance he had waited so many days for. Whether or not it was the original one, as long as it was a house elf, its abilities could not differ too greatly. To him, there was no essential difference. If he missed this chance, who knew how long he would have to wait for the next one? Diciwen made his decision, without betraying anything on his face. His fingertips shifted ever so slightly beneath his sleeve. No one saw it. A thread of spirit, fine as gossamer, pale to the point of transparency, slipped soundlessly from his fingertips like an invisible strand of spider silk. Crossing the short distance without the faintest sign, it fell with perfect precision upon the newly arrived house elf. The next second, the spirit thread drove sharply inward, invading the soul, seizing the body, commanding the will. The house elf gave a violent shudder. The lively light in its eyes froze at once, and its limbs seemed bound by invisible strings as it locked rigidly in place. It was clearly aware that something was wrong and struggled with all its strength. Its tiny body trembled, its eyes wide and round with terror and bewilderment. It wanted to scream, to call for help, to fight back with magic. Yet its throat seemed stopped up, its magic frozen solid. Every sound, every fluctuation of magic, was ruthlessly suppressed by that spirit thread burrowing through its body. The struggle lasted only a dozen or so seconds, yet in the stillness of the morning, felt extraordinarily long. Very soon, the house elf's trembling gradually ceased. Its body went limp, and the eyes that had once brimmed with life swiftly became hollow, numb, and vacant. Success. Diciwen cried out almost deliriously with joy in the depths of his heart. Within the elf's body, the spirit thread had already woven itself into a fine, unbreakable, invisible web, locking down its body, soul, and magic. From this moment onward, it was no longer an independent creature, but a marionette that belonged wholly and utterly to him. He made no unnecessary movement. He merely willed it. The house elf before him vanished into his system space in an instant, as though it had never existed at all. To outside eyes, It would look no different from the elf having finished its errand and operating away as normal. The entire process had been astonishingly swift. A few witches and wizards passing nearby did not even spare the place a second glance. They continued laughing and chatting as they brushed past. Diciwen slowly let out a breath, lowered his head once more, and resumed eating the sandwich in his hand with measured calm. His face still wore that plain, unremarkable look of an ordinary boy, as though nothing at all had just happened. And yet only he knew that the irrepressible exhilaration in his heart was beginning to surge, little by little. At long last, he had succeeded. After so many days of picking and choosing, after disappointment time and again, he had finally found the marionette best suited to himself. A powerful, discreet, practical house elf marionette, one that could be brought into Hogwarts, could apparate, and could remain close at hand for long-term use. With that, Diciwen no longer had anything in this German town worth lingering for. What remained was simple. Pack up, leave Germany quietly, return to Britain, and wait for the new term to begin. He took the last bite of his sandwich, crumpled the wrapping in his hand, and cleared it away with a vanishing spell. Sunlight pierced the morning mist and spilled across his face. Diciwen lifted his head and looked toward the distant, rolling black forest. Deep in his eyes, there flashed a glint of cold, keen light. Elsewhere, in a grand house in the northern part of the town, "Rai!" A young man shouted several times in succession, yet no house elf appeared. A vicious smile spread across his face. "It seems you creatures truly do enjoy being punished. I've called for you this many times, and still you don't show yourself. Barry, Pop." A house elf that looked extremely old appeared at the young man's side. "Honored master, Barry is at your service. Whereas Rai? Why hasn't he appeared after I've called for it this long?" The young man demanded irritably. "Master, Rai is not in the house. It went out to make purchases," Barry explained, trembling from head to toe. He had no wish to anger his master. Otherwise, yesterday's tragedy would be warning enough. "That's not right. Even if it went out shopping the moment I command it, it must appear before me. Looks like it deserves to be hung on the wall as well. Go and bring it to me," the young man snarled. "As you command, my master." Pop Barry left, but a long while passed without any sign of him returning. It was only when the young man's rage was on the verge of reaching its limit that Barry finally came back. "Master, I searched all over the town, but I simply could not find Rai. Could it be that Rai has already—" Barry did not continue, because he saw the murderous intent on his master's face. Damn it! The key slid into the lock, and the faint sound of it turning rang with striking clarity through the silent little building, shattering the emptiness that had hung over the house for nearly a month. Dragging his heavy steps behind him, Diciwen pushed the door open and entered. His face was written through with unmistakable exhaustion. The weariness brought on by days of constant travel lay upon him like lumps of lead, so oppressive that he had scarcely any strength left even to raise a hand. Inside, the furnishings remained just as they had been when he left. The wooden recliner, the oak tea table, the bookshelf against the wall. Every piece was as familiar as the lines in his own palm. Yet, after being unoccupied for so long, a thin layer of dust had quietly settled over the surfaces of the furniture, casting a dim and hazy veil over the otherwise tidy room. The setting sun slanted through the street-facing windows, pouring in at an angle and spilling its warm crimson afterglow across the floorboards, tabletops, and chair backs. It laid a soft sheen over the cold furniture, lending this empty house a trace of lived-in warmth, yet also a loneliness beyond all mortal bustle. This long journey had begun with Diciwen setting out from Berlin, Germany, to return to Britain. Once his business in the town of Staufen was concluded, he packed his belongings at once and left in haste, intending to start home as quickly as possible. Yet, to his surprise, he ended up stranded in Berlin for a full 2 days before he finally managed to secure a flight back to London. Late July was the height of the summer holidays. Whether muggle or wizard, most people took advantage of the pleasant break to travel for leisure, and airline tickets, already in short supply, had become nearly impossible to obtain, with seats on every major flight snapped up well in advance. Left with no other choice, Diciwen could only take the last remaining flight 2 days later, and this was the price of traveling in such a smuggler-like fashion. Had he used the Wizarding World's flu network in the ordinary way, he could have crossed mountains and seas in a single instant and returned straight to his residence, without enduring such a long and exhausting ordeal. Shutting the door behind him with a heavy thud, cutting off the noise and twilight beyond, Diciwen's first act was to release the house elf puppet he had hidden within his personal storage space. He had long since given this considerate little puppet the name Butler. Having done that much, Diciwen could hold himself up no longer. He collapsed onto the reclining chair in the sitting room like a heap of boneless sludge, too exhausted to so much as lift a finger. The jarring strain of the overseas flight and the weariness of so much rushing about broke over him in full at that moment. Every muscle in his body ached with a dull, swollen heaviness. All he wanted was to lie there in peace and leave every trivial matter of cleaning the house entirely to the puppet at his side. The moment Butler received the order, it deftly waved its tiny hands and set in motion the house magic unique to house elves. A faint golden glow drifted through the room. Floating dust gathered itself in an instant. Scattered belongings returned neatly to their places. Stains and marks vanished without a sound. In no more than a few moments, the once dust-covered little house had been utterly transformed. Left so clean and orderly it looked as though it had just been tended. Lying there on the recliner and watching Butler move with such brisk efficiency, Diciwen felt a comfort and gratitude too deep for words. He could not help sighing inwardly that this house elf puppet was simply too thoughtful for its own good. Its mastery of every sort of domestic magic was as though it had been made to suit him alone, sparing him every last headache of household drudgery. Once he saw the house had been put in order, Diciwen's stomach let out an audible growl. The supplies at home had long since been exhausted. Of the ingredients he had bought before leaving, some had been used up entirely, while the rest he had taken with him to Germany and consumed along the way. Fortunately, when he returned to London, he remembered there was no food left in the house, and he had no desire to drag himself home only to go back out shopping again. So before coming back, he had bought a large quantity of daily necessities and stored them in his space. With a single thought, the food within it appeared in neat stacks across the table in the sitting room. Butler immediately guided the various ingredients smoothly into the kitchen with magic, then set cooking magic in motion and began preparing a steaming hot supper for Diciwen. Breathing in the gradually thickening aroma drifting from the kitchen, Diciwen leaned back in the recliner and let both body and mind relax. He had no idea that, far away in the town of Staufen, the disappearance of that house elf puppet had already thrown the place into utter chaos. The order of the town had been disrupted, and even quite a few visiting wizards who had merely come there for pleasure had been caught up in the turmoil, entangled in trouble and investigation. As for Diciwen, all he wanted at that moment was to enjoy this brief spell of peace and recover properly. He had thought he would be able to rest quietly for a few days, but that calm lasted only 2. Then the doorbell rang softly, shattering the stillness of the little house. Diciwen got up and opened the door. Standing outside was none other than Albus Dumbledore. The old man still wore his signature moon-colored robes, and behind his half-moon spectacles his eyes remained as gentle and profound as ever. His face bore that familiar smile, yet inwardly Diciwen could not help muttering to himself. Had this old man planted lookouts somewhere near my house? I've only just been back for 2 days, and he's already come calling. I am very sorry to disturb you, Diciwen. Dumbledore spoke first, his tone touched with apology. I have been occupied these past days with selecting a new defense against the dark arts professor for Hogwarts. As you know, suitable candidates for that subject are truly in very short supply. Please come in, Professor. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Diciwen stepped aside to clear the way and ushered Dumbledore inside. Dumbledore walked slowly into the sitting room. His gaze swept across its simple and orderly furnishings, and a faint trace of reminiscence flickered quietly through his eyes. This had once been Ogden's home, and in years past he had visited it many times. Time had turned, and now its master was no longer the man he had known but the Diciwen before him. The melancholy of how things changed while people passed from the world brushed lightly across the old man's heart. Diciwen invited Dumbledore to sit on the sofa, then turned to pick up a glass from beside the tea table and poured him a cup of water. A simple tea set rested upon the table, something he had picked up earlier while wandering through London from an old little general shop. He knew black tea was popular throughout Europe, so he had casually bought some Earl Grey as well. But after brewing it, that rich citrus fragrance had never quite become something he could grow used to, and after drinking it a few times he had set it aside. Thus, the tea set now sat there in silence, unused. Professor, have you settled on a candidate for our new defense against the dark arts professor? Diciwen asked as he sat down in turn. Of course. A mysterious smile curved at Dumbledore's lips, his tone carrying the unmistakable air of someone deliberately holding back the answer. The choice this time will most certainly leave all of you astonished. Diciwen rolled his eyes inwardly. He understood Dumbledore's habitual style in choosing professors all too well. First, the old headmaster's choices always seemed perfectly normal, but once they became entangled with that bizarre curse upon the post, matters invariably veered off in wholly unforeseen directions, producing all manner of unexpected trouble. We'll be lucky if it doesn't leave the entire wizarding world astonished, he muttered under his breath in a low voice. Dumbledore seemed not to have heard the complaint. He lifted his glass and took a small sip, his gaze drifting, as if by chance, over the black tea set on the table. Seeing this, Diciwen knew the old headmaster had not come merely to chat about professorial appointments. Deciding not to circle the matter any longer, he asked directly, "Professor, you did not make a special trip here today merely for the sake of discussing the professor, did you?" His intention laid bare, Dumbledore stopped concealing it. He set down the glass, and his tone grew solemn. "The choice of professor has already been settled, and that matter is at an end. I came today because I wish to speak with you about Horcruxes. Ever since learning of their existence last term, I have been tracing every clue connected to them without pause. Recently, I discovered a place that may very well hide secrets related to a Horcrux, and so I wish to hear your thoughts on it." All these years, Dumbledore had never ceased investigating Tom Riddle's past. He had already discovered that the present-day Voldemort was hiding in the forests of Albania. But no one understood better than he that unless every Horcrux Voldemort had made was destroyed, the Dark Lord could never truly be killed. So long as they remained, the entire wizarding world would forever lie beneath the shadow of darkness. Diciwen's heart sank slightly, though his face gave nothing away. "Professor, what place are you speaking of?" Even as he asked, his mind was racing. Was the clue Dumbledore had found this time connected to Hufflepuff's cup, or Salazar Slytherin's locket? Judging by the timeline and the progression of clues from the original story, he was almost certain that the place the old headmaster referred to had something to do with the locket. "Do you know the Cliffs of Moher, on the western coast of Ireland?" Dumbledore asked slowly, naming the place at last. The instant he heard the name from Dumbledore's lips, Diciwen understood at once. It was exactly the place he had guessed. Almost at the same time, a faint headache spread from his temples, leaving him wholly caught in hesitation. He stood where he was, two thoughts whirling through his mind at breakneck speed. Should he speak up at once and try to dissuade Dumbledore, telling him not to go to that dangerous and ultimately useless place? Or should he step forward of his own accord and say that he was willing to accompany him there? The two choices tugged at him again and again, leaving him unable to decide for a moment. No one in this world understood better than Diciwen that hidden within the dark, damp caves beneath the Cliffs of Moher was not the true Horcrux locket at all, but merely a counterfeit meant to deceive. In other words, no matter how much effort Dumbledore spent, no matter what dangers he braved on this trip, it would all amount to nothing in the end. He was destined to come away empty-handed, with nothing of any use at all. And yet, if one wished to find the real Horcrux, this seemingly futile journey was one that absolutely had to be made. It was simply far too early now, the time was nowhere near ripe, and going now would only ruin things. Diciwen knew perfectly well that Sirius Black had not yet been exonerated by the Ministry of Magic and still bore the name of traitor. The old Black family house remained sealed, and no one was able to enter it. And Regulus Black's remains were the only key to winning the trust of the house elf creature, as well as the sole means of making creature willingly hand over the real locket. If he rashly followed Dumbledore to the Cliffs of Moher now, not only would it waste time and effort for nothing, but it would very likely disrupt Dumbledore's original arrangements and perhaps even throw the course of events that followed into utter chaos. And once the world line strayed from its proper path, no one could predict what might happen. That was the outcome Diciwen most wished to avoid. After weighing all those advantages and risks, Diciwen no longer hesitated. He lifted his head and looked at Dumbledore, speaking in a tone of absolute certainty. "Professor, although you are already very close to the truth, that cliff is a place where you are fated to return empty-handed." His voice was steady, without the slightest trace of doubt, as though he had already witnessed that futile journey with his own eyes. After a brief pause, he continued, "However, if you truly wish to obtain that Horcrux, then this trip must indeed be made. Just not now." Dumbledore did not respond at once. He merely looked at Diciwen in silence, and in those wise eyes, a flicker of understanding flashed by. This young wizard before him, just as he had suspected, already knew the secret of the Horcruxes, and even understood the truth hidden within the cave at the Cliffs of Moher with complete clarity. That only made Dumbledore more certain that Diciwen was the key to solving the problem of the Horcruxes, an important ally who could help him utterly destroy the threat left behind by Voldemort. Meeting Dumbledore's keen yet gentle gaze without the slightest attempt to evade it, Diciwen spoke with even firmer resolve as he made his promise. "Professor, I can tell you plainly that there are indeed clues to the Horcrux hidden there, and for the time being those clues are perfectly safe. You have no need to worry at all. So long as we wait for the proper moment, I will help you obtain that Horcrux. On that I will not break my word." Dumbledore was silent for a long while, his gaze fixed on Diciwen's face. Seeing the certainty and gravity in his eyes, he ultimately asked no further questions. This old man, who had lived more than half a lifetime, who loved speaking in riddles and always preferred to leave a little mystery in everything, had at last experienced what it felt like to be troubled by someone else's secret. But he could see as well that Diciwen had convictions of his own, and concerns he could not voice aloud. Even if he pressed him now, Diciwen would not reveal any more of the truth. It would only make matters awkward between them. Once he understood that, the old man gave a soft laugh. The sternness vanished from his face, and his tone turned light and easy, like that of an ordinary man ending a long day's work. It seems today's work is finished. I may clock off now. With that, Dumbledore rose to his feet and walked toward the door. Diciwen, too, let out a quiet breath of relief. He stood and escorted Dumbledore all the way to the front door. Standing there, he silently watched the old man's tall yet slightly stooped figure leave the courtyard, and only after Fawkes bore him away in a burst of flame did Diciwen slowly close the door. The moment the door shut, Diciwen did not leave at once. Instead, he leaned lightly against the cold wooden panel, and the easy expression on his face vanished in an instant, his features turning serious and heavy little by little. He knew very clearly that the choice he had just made was, for the moment, the safest and most prudent one. But he also understood that, in this wizarding world, fraught with danger and liable at any moment to be swallowed by darkness, avoidance and waiting alone would never be enough. If he truly wished to protect himself, and one day have the power to protect those around him as well, then he had to possess strength great enough for the task. For him, only by advancing to sequence 4 could he gain the kind of power that truly allowed him to stand firm, the kind that would preserve him in the storm destined to sweep across the whole wizarding world, so that he would not be so easily dragged in and crushed. Diciwen calculated silently in his heart that once his own strength had grown sufficient, enough to contend with the world's corrective force and enough to handle any sudden eventuality, he would not mind lending Dumbledore a hand and joining him in thoroughly resolving every Horcrux Voldemort had left behind, along with every trouble he had caused, tearing out Voldemort's final hidden danger by the roots. But not yet. Harry Potter had not yet truly stepped onto the stage. The gears of the Wizarding World's story would only begin to turn slowly a year from now, and everything was still at its earliest beginning. He did not dare lightly touch the corrective force inherent to this world, still less forcibly alter its original course. He feared that, with one careless move, he might push a future that had once been clear into a wholly unknown abyss, and in the end bring about dreadful consequences that no one could ever undo. If Voldemort were suddenly to sense the destruction of a Horcrux, if some unknown variable were to cause him to alter the plans that came after, then everything would descend into chaos, and no one would be able to see where it ended. That was a price he could not bear, and neither could the entire wizarding world. Leaning against the door in silence for several minutes, Diciwen gradually calmed the turmoil within his heart before turning and walking toward the sitting room. Everything in the sitting room was as usual. The loyal house steward was still busy in the kitchen. The soft clatter of pots and dishes, together with the fragrance of food slowly cooking, drifted all the way from the kitchen into the sitting room, warm and reassuring, in stark contrast to the tension and heaviness that had filled his heart just moments earlier. The aroma of the meal grew richer and richer, spreading through the entire room and making one feel relaxed despite oneself. Yet Diciwen was unmoved by that domestic warmth. His gaze fell upon the darkening sky beyond the window, while his thoughts had long since drifted far away. He thought of the pitch-black, icy cave beneath the cliffs of Maher, of the secret hidden deep within the old black house, of the loyal yet pitiable creature, of Sirius still in Azkaban, of Harry Potter on the verge of entering the wizarding world, and even more of Voldemort, lurking in the shadows, ready at any moment to rise again. The road ahead was shrouded in mist, its end nowhere in sight, and the truly cruel battlefield was waiting for him not far beyond. For now, the only thing he could do was steady his heart, strengthen himself step by step, and patiently wait for the most suitable moment to arrive. Neither acting rashly nor shrinking away in passive retreat, he would quietly make every preparation for the great war to come, all on the premise of first protecting himself. Diciwen drew a soft breath and forcibly pressed down all the thoughts in his heart for the time being. He knew that anxiety was useless, and fear was equally useless. In this world full of magic and danger, only strength and patience were the true foundation upon which survival could rest. Outside the window, the sky grew darker and darker, while the lights within the room glowed to life with a gentle warmth. The steward emerged from the kitchen carrying steaming dishes. Diciwen withdrew his gaze from the distance, calm returning to his face once more, and slowly walked toward the dining table. Only no one knew that beneath this calm exterior, a heart drawn tight for the future, for power, and for the fate of the entire wizarding world had never truly relaxed for even a moment. Throughout the remainder of the holiday, Diciwen worked hard to digest the marionettist potion. He chose to accumulate its digestion in the most natural, least conspicuous way possible, bringing along his house elf marionette as he moved through places where witches and wizards gathered most often, such as Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade. He deliberately altered the air about himself, dressing in finely tailored robes of luxurious fabric such as the young heirs of pure-blood families often wore. His hair groomed to immaculate perfection, while his brows and eyes were arranged into a carefully cultivated languor and pampered delicacy. At his side, the house elf butler kept his head lowered at all times, his gaunt frame slightly hunched, his large round eyes brimming with absolute reverence and obedience toward his master. Every movement strictly followed the rules by which a house elf served its master, carrying parcels for him and standing by at any moment for further orders. Walking side by side through wizarding streets, the pair would have led anyone to assume, almost instinctively, that this was some scion of an old and discreet pure-blood family, leisurely out and about with his unfailingly loyal house elf. Diciwen knew perfectly well that digesting the marionettist potion did not rely solely on grand spectacles and dazzling moments beneath the gaze of the crowd. It also required the slow, unbroken current of role-playing day after day, allowing the surrounding wizards to gradually accept the butler persona he had crafted. Through this constant performance of identity, he could grind away at the potion's power bit by bit. And so, for the entire holiday, he and the marionette worked together in this puppet play with no audience, and yet with spectators everywhere. Inside a magical materials shop in Hogsmeade, wooden shelves were crammed with all manner of potion ingredients. Herbs shimmering with fluorescent light, magical powders sealed in crystal vials, and oddly shaped monster bones radiating faint magical ripples. The proprietor was an old wizard with a smile plastered all over his face. The moment he saw Diciwen's costly attire and the deeply deferential house elf following behind him, he hurried over with overflowing enthusiasm, looking as though he longed to present the finest materials in the shop straight into his hands. Following the script he had prepared in advance, Diciwen knit his delicate brows and strolled lazily between the shelves, occasionally picking up an ingredient, giving it a cursory glance or two, and then setting it back down with plain distaste. From time to time, he asked whether the owner had certain items in stock, and at last, putting on a look of profound disappointment, he turned to the house elf behind him and spoke softly. "It seems this shop truly doesn't have what I want. We're leaving, butler." His voice carried the petulance and dejection peculiar to a wealthy young master, as though failing to obtain what he desired were a regret of the gravest order. "As you command, my master." The house elf butler immediately bent slightly at the waist, his voice soft and respectful, without a single unnecessary motion. In the next instant, a faint magical fluctuation flashed through the air, and the two vanished from the shop at once, leaving behind only the traces of apparition where they had stood. The old wizard in the shop froze on the spot. The ingratiating smile that had been pasted across his face a moment earlier vanished without a trace, replaced by pure exasperation and helpless irritation. Planting his hands on his hips, he grumbled furiously at the empty doorway. "I've never seen a customer like that, asking for a branch from the world tree, soul dust, and dragon soul crystals. Has he been so obsessed with wizarding adventure stories that he has lost his senses? Where in the magical world would you find such insubstantial nonsense? It's utterly unreasonable." Hard work did not fail the determined. Over the course of the full month-long holiday, Diciwen rose early and worked late every single day, moving through various wizarding gathering places and having the butler carry out his role-playing, and by sheer force he digested 3/5 of the marionettist potion. This achievement came not only from his deliberate efforts during the holiday, but even more from what he had experienced earlier in Germany's Black Forest. In truth, most of the potion's progress had been digested there, while he slaughtered dark wizards and stirred up the situation in the Black Forest. What delighted him even more was that, although he had already left Germany long ago, even now he could still, from time to time, sense feedback from the potion's digestion. That meant his legend was still being passed around within the Black Forest. The discussions, awe, and speculation surrounding him were still continuously providing him with the strength needed for his advancement. At the very beginning of the holiday, Hogwarts Owls had already delivered the previous term's report card, his train ticket back to school, and the list of supplies needed for the new term to Diciwen's temporary lodging. During this period, aside from cooperating in the butler's performance, he had also been dutifully purchasing the items on the list: textbooks, magical equipment, and new potion ingredients. The leisurely yet busy holiday vanished in the blink of an eye, and soon enough the day arrived for Hogwarts to begin again. Diciwen tied up his neatly packed luggage, stored it away in his space, and as was his habit, took a room at the Leaky Cauldron in London. This was simply because his residence lay far from King's Cross Station. making the leaky cauldron the best stopping place before term began. At noon, Diciwen went downstairs for lunch, when a familiar figure came charging over in a gust of energy and slapped one hand heavily onto his shoulder. Diciwen, it really is you. Why didn't you write even once during the holidays? We all thought something had happened to you. Looking up and seeing Rory's face full of concern, Diciwen immediately revealed a gentle smile and gave a deliberately helpless shrug. I wanted to write to you as well, but I never managed to find a suitable owl. And besides, I went abroad this holiday to deal with a few matters. I was rushed off my feet the entire time and simply couldn't spare a moment to write. The moment he heard the words went abroad, Rory, who had spent the whole holiday at home in Britain, instantly lit up with excitement. Curiosity all but burst out of him as he seized Diciwen's arm and pressed on with questions. Really? Where did you go? Was it fun? Did anything interesting happen? Naturally, Diciwen could not possibly reveal the truth, that he had killed wizards in Germany's Black Forest and subdued the house elf marionette. He merely smiled lightly and replied in an even tone. I went to Germany. Overall, it was quite good. The food there suited my tastes very well. And as for the scenery, the Black Forest truly is breathtakingly beautiful. Dense woods, crystal clear streams, far lovelier than the countryside in Britain. Wow, that is brilliant. I want to go abroad for fun too, Rory exclaimed, his face full of envy, only for it to collapse a moment later as he muttered in deep regret. But this holiday I could only stay at home. Mum and Dad had to look after grandfather since he's getting on in years, so they had no time at all to take me anywhere. I was nearly bored to death. Seeing his friend's crestfallen expression, Diciwen could not help smiling with quiet helplessness, while inwardly he sighed. The well-fed never know the hunger of the starving. He had grown up with no one to rely on, never once having known the warmth of family by his side. The dull domestic life that Rory found so tiresome was, to him, a happiness forever beyond reach. The two sat at the dining table and chatted for a long while, moving from the trivialities of the holiday to Hogwarts lessons, the atmosphere thoroughly pleasant. Once they had talked their fill, Diciwen accompanied Rory to Diagon Alley, so he could buy the remaining school supplies he had yet to complete. Yet strangely enough, every time they entered a shop, the proprietors would initially greet them with warm smiles and lively enthusiasm, only for those smiles to freeze the moment they saw Diciwen walking in front. Their expressions turned distinctly complicated, carrying helplessness, bemused disbelief, and even the faintest trace of disdain. Diciwen saw it all and inwardly fell rather speechless, muttering to himself, I only played an immature rich young master for a month. Was it really that irritating? Meanwhile, the easygoing Rory noticed absolutely nothing unusual about the shopkeepers. He continued selecting what he needed with great enthusiasm, haggling with the owners and immersing himself in the joy of shopping. Diciwen could not even be bothered to explain. He merely stayed quietly at Rory's side, allowing those proprietors to study him with their strange looks. After all, he had never been trying to please anyone in the first place. So long as he could complete the potion's digestion, this tiny bit of awkwardness was hardly worth mentioning. After accompanying Rory to buy everything he needed, Diciwen eagerly went off to find his mother, who was waiting in Diagon Alley, while Diciwen returned alone to his room at the Leaky Cauldron. He sat back down by the bed and laid the train ticket bearing the Hogwarts crest in his palm. Gazing out the window, he quietly planned for the new term ahead. He had only digested 2/5 of the Master of Marionette's potion, and once he returned to Hogwarts, he would still need to remain cautious and continue his cultivation in places no one knew of. Night gradually settled over the Leaky Cauldron. Diciwen gathered his thoughts, closed his eyes, and rested in silence, waiting for dawn to come so that he could board the train back to Hogwarts and begin another stretch of school life filled with secrets and training. The moment the Hogwarts Express came to a halt at Hogsmeade Station, the entire platform burst into noise and motion. Students poured out of the carriages in a great rush, their voices, laughter, and shouted greetings all blending together. Everywhere was lively and clamorous, brimming with the unique energy of youth. Diciwen stepped off the train with the crowd and stopped a little to one side. He did not hurry away, only stood there quietly, taking in the scene before him. This was already his second time here. At this time last year, he had still been a first year, looking everywhere at once as though his eyes were hardly enough. But now he was a second-year student, far more familiar with the station, the castle, and everything that would follow. The freshness and anticipation were still there, but some of the tension had faded, replaced by a touch more composure. His gaze soon passed through the crowd and landed on an especially conspicuous figure not far from the platform. Hagrid was standing there, calling out to this year's newly arrived first-years in his usual booming voice. A cluster of little children huddled together, most of them a head shorter than the older students nearby. Their eyes were full of barely concealed curiosity, mixed with the nervousness of having just left behind everything familiar. Some were looking around in all directions, some stuck close to the person in front of them, and others whispered softly to one another as they carefully followed Hagrid toward the Black Lake. They were going to take the boats and approach Hogwarts Castle from across the water, a rite every incoming class had to experience. Diciwen remained where he was, watching that little group slowly disappear into the distance, and let out a faint sigh in his heart. Just as he was lost in thought, someone suddenly gave his shoulder a light pat. Well, if it isn't our Diciwen. What are you doing standing here all by yourself, looking so deep in thought? Diciwen turned around and found himself facing two identical grinning faces, both wearing the same mischievous smile. Fred and George. He broke into a laugh at once. There you two are at last. I was starting to think you'd been caught by a professor for causing trouble on the train. He had, after all, already heard about the commotion they had stirred up aboard the train. Fred clapped him on the back, as if, with our current level of skill, no ordinary professor could catch us anymore. George leaned in and lowered his voice. Listen, we tried out a new little gadget on the train. You'd definitely be interested. Diciwen arched a brow and thought to himself. So they were already starting work on their little inventions in second year? On the surface, however, he only put on a puzzled look and asked casually. Fred gave a sly chuckle. Trade secret for now, but I guarantee it's brilliant. By the way, how was your holiday? Fairly peaceful. Diciwen said nothing about what had happened in the Black Forest and merely smiled. Fred gave his shoulder another slap. Come on. Let us go take the carriages. We need to get to the Great Hall early this year and claim a good spot. George added, and while we're at it, let us guess how long this year's defense against the dark arts professor will last before running off. He did not head for the lakeside with the first years. The middle and upper year students all took the thestral-drawn carriages. As Diciwen approached, one of the thestrals that had been standing there quietly suddenly stirred. It gently lifted its head, turned toward him, and slowly stepped forward of its own accord, lightly nudging the tip of its nose toward his hand as though sensing the aura about him. Diciwen understood at once. This thestral had sensed something in him very much like itself, something that allowed them to perceive one another without words. A sudden thought struck him. If he transformed into a thestral, would he be able to communicate with them? Seeing him standing there motionless, Fred and George assumed he had drifted off into a daze again. Diciwen, what are you spacing out for? If we don't move now, all the good places will be taken. Diciwen came back to himself and smiled. Coming. Seated in a thestral-drawn carriage, they made their way steadily toward the castle gates. The moment they entered the castle proper, the first impression was one of spaciousness and warmth. The hall was lofty, with a moving starry sky overhead, and the walls were covered in portraits that could talk and move. The instant one stepped inside, one could smell old wood, fireplaces, and the faint mingled scent of magical spices. He had only just entered the corridor when someone called his name from behind. Diciwen, wait up. Diciwen turned around and saw several of his dormmates. Rory, Arthur, and Felix. He stopped at once. There you are at last. I thought you'd gotten lost. The three of them jogged up in a few quick steps, and Felix gave him a light smack. As if, we know the way like the back of our hands. How was your holiday? Miss us at all? I did, Diciwen said with a grin. At the very least, I missed wondering whether or not you'd snore every night. Felix rolled his eyes. Get lost. You're the one who tosses and turns half the night. Oh right, did you hear? Looks like there's a new professor coming this year, and apparently he's quite a big figure. Something stirred in Diciwen's heart, but he only replied offhandedly. Really? Then we'll see soon enough. The great hall was even livelier. The 4 long tables belonged to the 4 houses, and above them stretched a real night sky, with stars and clouds drifting slowly across it. Countless candles floated in midair, bathing the whole hall in warm, bright light. Most of the older students had already taken their seats, chatting in low voices as they waited for the first years to enter. Diciwen sat down with his dormmates at a place they found beside their house table. Fred and George had long since darted off to the front to gather with their brothers, no doubt secretly plotting some new prank, while Diciwen raised a hand and gave a wave to Alia, who was huddled together with her close friends nearby. Before long, a soft patter of footsteps came from the entrance to the hall. Professor McGonagall led in a group of first years who had just come from the lake by boat. The young witches and wizards still carried a trace of lakeside dampness about them. Standing in the middle of the great hall under so many watching eyes, every one of them looked a little nervous. They obediently formed a line and waited to be sorted. The sorting ceremony began very quickly. Professor McGonagall held the list and called out names one by one. Each student who was called stepped forward, sat on the sorting stool, and put on the old, tut-tut sorting hat. The first to be called was a little girl with light brown curls. She looked rather timid, clutching the hem of her robes as she slowly walked to the front and sat down nervously. The moment the sorting hat was placed on her head, it had barely taken a few seconds before it shouted in a loud voice, "Ravenclaw!" The Ravenclaw table immediately erupted into cheers and applause. The little girl let out a breath of relief, a hint of a smile appearing on her face as she hurried over. The second was a boy. He was not short, and his eyes were bright, making him look like someone with ideas of his own. He was not afraid in the least. He walked forward with steady steps, and the instant the sorting hat brushed his hair, it spoke at once. Slytherin. The Slytherin students broke into neat applause, and the boy walked over with a calm expression and took his seat. With the sorting of those two students complete, the atmosphere in the hall grew ever more animated. One name after another was called. The voice of the sorting hat and the cheers from the different houses rose and fell in turn, filling the entire great hall with life. Once all the first years had been sorted, the hall gradually quieted down. Everyone's eyes turned toward Headmaster Dumbledore on the high table. Dumbledore gave a light clearing of his throat and began, "Welcome back to Hogwarts, everyone. First of all, to this year's first years, let me say this, welcome to your new home. There are several matters I must remind you of. First, students are strictly forbidden from entering the outer reaches of the Forbidden Forest, and the deeper regions are absolutely out of bounds. Second, the use of unauthorized magic during term time is prohibited. Any prank magic discovered will be dealt with severely. Lastly, I hope you will all remember that Hogwarts will always be your sanctuary. Respect one another, and look after one another." Diciwen felt a burst of private amusement. Apparently the twins' antics on the train had reached Dumbledore's ears. Now the pair had been singled out directly. That was far too entertaining. Now then, that is enough about the rules. Next, it is my great honor to introduce to you our new defense against the dark arts professor this year, Kaynes Mika. Everyone in the great hall looked over almost by instinct. At the staff table, a figure slowly rose to his feet. The man was rather lean, his skin unnaturally pale, his attire neat and understated. There was a quietness to him touched by a faint chill, and all around him lingered an ancient, still kind of pressure. At a single glance, Diciwen froze. He could not possibly mistake him. This man was the very vampire he had encountered by chance deep within Germany's Black Forest before. And yet the aura about him now was utterly different from the elegant, scholarly man he had been then. The moment Diciwen recognized that the man standing at the staff table was Kane, the vampire he had met in the German Black Forest, his heart dropped sharply. He knew that face almost at once. It overlapped perfectly with the figure in his memory. But what made his whole body go rigid was that the man before him was like a completely different person from the one he had met back in the Black Forest. Back in the depths of that forest, the other man had plainly carried himself with gentleness, courtesy, and grace, even a touch of the scholar about him, like mist drifting between the trees, never giving off the slightest sense of oppression. But now, standing beside Dumbledore, Kane seemed wrapped from head to toe in a cold, austere aloofness. His gaze was indifferent, his bearing distant. Even the way he stood carried a chill that did not belong here. There was not the faintest trace of that former warmth and refinement. Countless thoughts detonated in Diciwen's mind, dense and relentless, until his chest felt tight. Why had this man come to Hogwarts? Why had he become the defense against the dark arts professor? What exactly was he hiding from, or what was he searching for? Why had he been mild and courteous in the Black Forest, only to turn cold and distant in the castle? Had he been pretending then, or had he cast off the pretense now? Had he come here because Dumbledore invited him, or because he had been forced to stay? The more Diciwen thought, the more uneasy he became. What he hated most was precisely this sort of unknown, something beyond his control. He had no wish for some figure of uncertain origins to intrude into his play and ruin the script he had prepared for himself. His dorm mates beside him were still whispering that the new professor's presence was far too cold, but Diciwen could not take in a single word. All he felt was a tightening across his back, and a powerful premonition told him that this vampire called Kaynes Mika had absolutely come bearing secrets, and that those secrets would very likely drag in everyone who drew near him. Polite applause rose through the great hall. Diciwen lifted his hands mechanically and joined in, but his eyes remained fixed on that detached figure. Before long, the feast began. In an instant, the long tables were covered in food, fragrant steam rising from every dish, while the laughter and chatter of students filled the entire hall. Not far away, Fred and George were tossing sweets at one another as part of some prank, and one of his dorm mates chatted to him about the new term's classes while eating, but Diciwen scarcely touched his cutlery. His attention was wholly fixed on the out-of-place figure at the staff table. Kane hardly spoke to the other professors at all. He sat upright, his movements light and cold, and ate in such silence that he was like a shadow. His gaze remained faint and distant throughout. He looked at no one and belonged to no atmosphere. Though seated amid all the bustle, he seemed as if he were standing alone upon some deserted waste. As though he had sensed Diciwen's gaze, Kane looked in his direction. On the surface, Diciwen did not betray a thing. He gave the professor a polite nod, then picked up his utensils and began to eat his supper. Kane, however, seemed not to have seen him at all and turned away again. As Diciwen ate his stew, speculation churned ceaselessly through his mind. Why was he acting so coldly? Did he distrust Hogwarts? Or was he deliberately keeping his distance from everyone? What exactly was he afraid of, and what was he hiding? The post of defense against the dark arts professor had never been a stable one. Why would a vampire accept such a troublesome position? Had he been coerced? Was he being watched? Or had he come here with some mission? The more he thought, the more irritated and wary he became. He only wanted to get through his second year in peace. Attend classes, rest, joke around with his friends, stay out of trouble, pry into no secrets, become entangled in no storms, quietly finish digesting the potion of Sequence 5, Marionettist, and then seek a chance to advance to Sequence 4, so that he might gain the power to hold his own fate in his hands. But now this professor, who had appeared out of nowhere, was like a stone hurled into the calm surface of his life. When the feast ended, the students gradually left the great hall. Diciwen returned to Gryffindor Tower with his dorm mates. All the way there, they excitedly discussed the mysterious air of the new professor, while Diciwen offered only perfunctory responses. Inside, his heart felt heavy enough to crush the breath from him. Back in the dormitory, his dorm mates soon fell fast asleep, their even breathing filling the room. But Diciwen lay in bed with his eyes open, not the least bit drowsy. In the darkness, Kane's cold, indifferent eyes and the gentle eyes from the Black Forest kept flashing before him in turn. Two utterly different temperaments clashed within the same man, and the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he grew. He could not shake the feeling that this man's appearance at Hogwarts was no coincidence at all. Nor had he come here to teach. After lying there for who knew how long, Diciwen finally lifted his covers in silence, sat up without a sound, left the dormitory, and stepped out of the common room. It was the first time he had wandered the castle at night in his new second-year term. He had no plan. His thoughts were simply too tangled, and remaining in the crowded dormitory would only make him more agitated. He only wanted to walk for a while and calm himself down. He slipped quietly past the muttering fat lady and walked on along the hushed corridors of the castle at midnight. The castle slept. Portraits whispered softly, and wall lamps cast a dim yellow glow. Keeping close to the walls, he avoided the moving staircases and tried not to make the slightest sound. But just as he reached the corner of a secluded corridor, he suddenly heard low voices ahead. One was Dumbledore's gentle voice. The other belonged to the new defense against the dark arts professor, Kane's Mika. Diciwen's footsteps stopped dead at once, his heart giving a violent leap. He did not move closer. He only darted behind a stone pillar, held his breath, and dared not stir at all. He heard Dumbledore say softly, "Put your mind at ease, Kane. It is quite safe here. Stay for the time being without worry. No one will come to trouble you." The vampire professor's voice was taut and cold, carrying unmistakable unease. "I am not worried for myself. I only am not certain whether my remaining here will bring trouble upon the children." Kane's words sounded as though he feared implicating Hogwarts, yet Diciwen caught a trace of certainty in his tone, as though he was convinced he would indeed bring trouble to Hogwarts. "You need only do what you must," Dumbledore interrupted calmly. "Leave all the rest to me." Those few short exchanges sent a chill through Diciwen's entire body. So there really was a problem. Kane's Mika had not come of his own will. He had been kept here by Dumbledore. He was hiding fear, hiding things that could not be spoken. He did not belong at Hogwarts at all, and yet he had been forced to remain here. Diciwen's first reaction was not curiosity, but trouble. He knew Dumbledore far too well. The moment Dumbledore discovered he had been eavesdropping, discovered that he knew this professor, the old man would surely draw him into the affair without so much as changing expression, assign him tasks, have him observe, approach, assist, and drag him into a secret he wanted no part in whatsoever. He did not want that in the slightest. He did not want to be the protagonist, did not want to brush against danger, and did not want anything to do with vampires. His decision became crystal clear in an instant. Keep his distance, stay far away, never go near, never make contact, pretend he did not know him at all. There was definitely something very wrong with this professor, and getting close would only bring trouble down on his own head. He had to make absolutely certain he would not be implicated by accident. Diciwen quietly turned away and took a detour to the castle kitchens. The kitchens were brightly lit, and the house elves bustled about without pause. He found Cuplid, pulled him aside, and then released his own secret puppet, instructing them in an even tone, "It isn't a native Hogwarts house elf. Don't make things difficult for it, and don't target it. Just treat it normally." Faced with the sudden appearance of a house elf, Cuplid remained quite calm. Many house elves in the British wizarding world could trace their origins back to Hogwarts, and foreign house elves occasionally appeared here as well. So Cuplid did not find the sudden arrival of a new house elf particularly surprising. He readily agreed to Diciwen's request. Diciwen feared that if he rashly released his butler and it was discovered by the Hogwarts house elves during one of his operations, causing his plans to go awry, the loss would far outweigh the gain. After finishing his instructions, Diciwen put away the butler, turned, left the kitchen, and strode quickly toward the dormitories. There had already been more than enough accidents tonight. All he wanted was to end this day as quickly as possible. Inwardly, he repeated the same warning to himself over and over. See less, hear less, ask less, meddle less. Protecting himself wisely mattered more than anything. Just as he rounded the last corner and was about to reach the entrance to Gryffindor Tower, a bird stood silently in the middle of the corridor ahead. A bird whose entire body gleamed gold and crimson like living fire, whose feathers shimmered with flowing radiance, whose tail plumes trailed all the way to the floor. Its light was warm, yet it carried an authority that admitted no dispute. It was Fawkes. He slowly raised his head, and a pair of bright, keen eyes locked straight onto Diciwen, who had frozen where he stood. When that phoenix, its feathers as resplendent as flame itself, appeared before him, Diciwen's first reaction was not surprise, but a wave of helplessness. Fawkes tilted his head, golden eyes resting on him in silence. His tail feathers trembling softly in the firelight, as though conveying some foreordained summons. Diciwen rolled his eyes at the phoenix without the slightest courtesy, his tone tinged with resigned exasperation. Looking for me? The headmaster's office? Fawkes was plainly taken aback for a moment, then nodded with distinctly human understanding, a trace of astonishment in his eyes. He had not expected this boy to be so quick on the uptake, guessing his master's intent at once without even asking further questions. Any other student, seeing the headmaster's phoenix come personally to fetch him, would have been flustered out of his wits or overwhelmed with honor. But Diciwen was different. He had only one thought in his mind: trouble had come knocking. He had originally, by sheer instinct, meant to head toward the 8th floor, for he already knew the entrance to the headmaster's office by heart. But just as he lifted his foot, a thought flashed through his mind. Fawkes was a phoenix, a magical creature capable of operating directly. If he was going to the headmaster's office anyway, why should he honestly climb the stairs? A rather ill-behaved idea took shape in his heart at once. A glint of mischief flickered through Diciwen's eyes, and the foot that had been about to step toward the staircase abruptly changed direction as he sauntered leisurely toward Fawkes. Fawkes seemed to sense something was wrong and warily stepped back a little. But Diciwen moved faster. He bent down into a crouch, stretched out a hand, and decisively grabbed one of the phoenix's prettiest, fluffiest tail feathers. Soft warmth met his fingertips, and he could even feel the subtle flow of magic beneath the phoenix's plumage. "Let's go." Diciwen gave a sly grin, his voice carrying a touch of triumphant impishness. Fawkes went completely rigid. He had lived for so long. He had seen those who revered him, those who adored him, those who treated him with the utmost respect. But never had he seen such a brazen little wizard who simply yanked his feather and hitched a ride. The phoenix was rendered speechless by the maneuver. He beat his wings sharply several times, and a warm gust carrying an unmistakable air of eviction rushed toward Diciwen's face, as though saying, Let go at once. You insolent little brat who doesn't know the height of heaven or the depth of earth." But Diciwen had made up his mind to stick to him. His fingers held fast to the feather, showing not the slightest intention of releasing it, wearing the shameless expression of someone saying, "If you don't take me with you, I won't let go." Fawkes endured the standoff for several seconds. Seeing that he truly could not shake off this clingy little wizard, he could only give up resisting in the end. The next instant, dazzling golden fire erupted, and warm, holy power enveloped both boy and bird. The blaze flashed and vanished in an instant, leaving behind only the faint scent of flame where they had stood, as Diciwen and Fawkes disappeared together from the empty corridor. The process of apparition was brief, but far from comfortable. "Ow, my arse!" With a dull thud, he landed solidly on the soft carpet of the headmaster's office. The impact made his vision go black, and a sharp stab of pain shot through his tailbone, as if his entire lower half no longer belonged to him. Diciwen grimaced in agony and could not get up for a long while. Now he understood. This was hardly Fox reluctantly bringing him over. The phoenix was plainly settling a private grudge, deliberately dropping him from midair. To think he had actually been bullied by a bird. You two seem to have been having great fun. A gentle voice, warm and smiling yet unfathomable, sounded slowly through the room. Diciwen did not even need to look up to know who it was. He could hear the undisguised schadenfreude in that tone with perfect clarity. This seemingly benevolent headmaster had obviously taken in the entire scene just now. Rubbing his backside, he sat up indignantly from the carpet, lifted his head to look at the old man behind the desk, and declared with perfect righteousness, "I want to lodge a complaint. Headmaster, your pet deliberately injured an underage wizard. I request that you send Fox to Azkaban." His tone was stern and earnest, as though Fox had committed some utterly unforgivable monstrous crime. Fox landed gracefully on the golden perch nearby and calmly preened the feathers Diciwen had ruffled earlier, presenting him only his profile, wearing a look of cold indifference that said, "This has nothing to do with me. I know nothing about it," which made Diciwen grind his teeth in irritation. Dumbledore had clearly been suppressing his laughter for quite some time. He gently raised the Elder Wand in his hand, and a soft green light flashed at its tip. A mild healing spell fell precisely upon Diciwen, and that piercing pain in his backside vanished almost completely in an instant, leaving behind only a faint trace of numbness. "I've treated you, so do spare Fox." Dumbledore finally could not hold back his laughter any longer, and behind his half-moon spectacles his blue eyes curved into crescents. Only then did Diciwen rise to his feet, roll his hips and lower back to make sure the pain was entirely gone, and, with obvious reluctance, smooth out his wrinkled school robes. He shot Fox, who was watching coldly from the perch, a fierce glare before turning to Dumbledore and restoring his usual composed and steady manner. "Headmaster, it's so late. May I ask what you wanted with me?" His tone was calm, but his mind was racing. Sure enough, the smile on Dumbledore's face faded by a fraction. A faint white gleam flashed across his lenses, and his gaze settled on Diciwen with a hint of scrutiny. "I was just about to ask you why, so late at night, you were wandering about the school instead of sleeping, and eavesdropping on our conversation besides." It was a light, casual question, yet it carried a pressure that could not be evaded. An ordinary student would have long since been thrown into a panic by that gaze and hurriedly confessed. But who was Diciwen? He had already prepared his response in his head, letting just the right amount of grievance and innocence show on his face. He answered with perfect justification, "I was hungry and wanted to go to the kitchens to find something to eat. I wasn't eavesdropping on your conversation." He did not mention Cain in the slightest, nor did he pick up the thread about secret discussions. He had no desire to be dragged into this sort of trouble. His spirituality told him plainly enough that the farther he stayed from Dumbledore's plans, the steadier his life would be. Could it be that Hogwarts did not even allow young wizards to eat their fill? That single retort stopped Dumbledore cold. Looking at the boy before him, so open-faced and utterly unflustered, the old man understood perfectly well that this child was sharp indeed and plainly wanted no part in his affairs, no entanglement whatsoever. Dumbledore fell silent for a moment, and the words already on the tip of his tongue, asking Diciwen to help keep an eye on the matter, were quietly swallowed back down. Cain's situation was troublesome enough, but at this stage there truly was nothing Diciwen needed to do. As for the future, that could wait until the future arrived. Very well, then. Dumbledore gave a soft sigh, his tone returning to its usual gentleness. "You may go back now. Remember to eat a little more at dinner tomorrow, and do not come sneaking out in the middle of the night looking for food again." At once, Diciwen felt a great weight lift from his heart. He had passed the test. Just as he was about to bow himself out, Dumbledore seemed to remember something and spoke again in that slow, measured way of his eyes flicking casually toward Fox on the perch. "By the way, how is your animagus practice progressing?" The old man's tone sounded offhand, but the keen interest in his eyes could not be concealed. Diciwen did not answer. There was no incantation, no flourish of a wand, not even any obvious burst of magic. Under the gaze of Dumbledore and Fox, his body sank slightly, and while still upright, he slowly lowered himself toward the ground. A faint black gleam seeped out from beneath his skin like running water, wrapping itself around his entire body. His bones gave off soft yet distinct clicks as his form lengthened and broadened. His legs and arms fused and twisted, becoming slender yet powerful hooves. His torso was covered in a coat of nearly pitch-black short fur, and his head gradually stretched into the distinctive shape of a thestral, horse-like, yet carrying that eerie, skeletal beauty unique to the creature. The entire process was fluid and natural, without the slightest trace of stiffness or pain. A holy black thestral with deep-set eye sockets stood quietly in the middle of the headmaster's office. The only unusual feature was the faint pattern upon its foreleg, pale as the grain of elder wood. That was his wand. When animagus transformation was cultivated to a profound level, clothes, wand, and personal belongings could all be drawn into the transformation as well, and Diciwen had clearly mastered that long ago. Fawkes was utterly astonished. He spread his wings at once, flew up from his perch, circled once through the air, and then boldly landed atop the thestral's head, lightly pecking at Diciwen's facial bone with his sharp beak as though curiously examining this strange creature. Diciwen rolled his eyes so hard in his heart it was nearly catastrophic. This blasted bird just wouldn't quit, would it? He gave a slight shake of his head, not with much force, but enough to startle the phoenix perched there into hurried flight. Fawkes beat his wings and retreated to his perch, still staring at him without blinking, his golden eyes brimming with curiosity. In the next instant, the black gleam stirred once more. The thestral's body rapidly contracted and reshaped, bones settling back into place, fur receding, and in no more than the blink of an eye, Diciwen had returned to the form of a boy, clothes neat and orderly, as if that eerie and splendid transformation had never happened at all. For others, animagus transformation was exceedingly difficult and fraught with danger, but for Diciwen, who was already highly accomplished in transfiguration and possessed a marionettist's mastery over the body and the essential nature of changing form, it was little more than adding a fixed transformation pattern beyond his human shape. Once he understood the rules, transformation became as simple as breathing. Dumbledore said nothing for a long while, sincere wonder shining in his eyes. "No matter how many times I see it, it still feels marvelous," the old man murmured. "It seems your command of magic has already become remarkably refined." Then his tone grew slightly heavier, carrying a note of solemn warning. "Even so, I hope you will always use it with caution. The consequences of a faulty transformation, or of forcibly maintaining one for too long, I imagine Minerva has already explained to you." "I understand, Professor." Diciwen lowered his head slightly, respectful and without the least trace of arrogance. He treasured his own power more than anyone, and he understood better than anyone the price of losing control. When he stepped out of the headmaster's office and found himself once more in the silent, icy corridor, Diciwen let out a long breath. So long as he did not get swept up in all those chaotic disturbances, he could still spend this term in peace, steadily cultivating, digesting potions, familiarizing himself with the abilities of a marionettist, and quietly remaining an inconspicuous second-year student. Yet he did not know. Fate had already played him a modest little joke somewhere beyond his sight. The first week of the new term at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry always carried with it the lazy, lingering warmth of the holidays. The corridors of the castle still seemed to drift with the sugary scent of honeydew sweets. The students still had unfinished chocolate frogs tucked away in their pockets, and their footsteps were slow and unhurried. Even the movements of their wands and charms class bore the sluggishness of people not yet fully awake. Everyone was still immersed in the carefree delight of the holidays, free from early lessons, free from stern professors, and free from nervously brewing potions over a cauldron. But all of that comfort was torn utterly to pieces the moment they stepped into Professor Snape's potions classroom. "Can you not see the steps written perfectly clearly on my blackboard? Why have you not added the bezoar? Have your eyes been kissed by a dementor, rendering you incapable of seeing words?" Snape's voice was low and cold, like an ice-tempered dagger driven straight at a flustered Gryffindor student. The boy's hand shook in fright, and the small glass bottle containing the bezoar nearly slipped to the floor. His face went deathly pale in an instant. The professor's gaze then fell upon another Hufflepuff student standing stupidly before his cauldron, and the mockery in his tone deepened further. "Why is there no fire beneath your cauldron? Are you planning to stand there and pray devoutly for the ingredients to turn themselves into a potion? Or have you decided that Hogwarts potion ingredients possess the rare gift of taking form without the catalyzing aid of flame?" Standing by his own cauldron, Diciwen gave a helpless sigh. He had already completed the potion with precise adherence to every step. Its color and consistency were beyond reproach, making him one of the very few students in the classroom to have finished both quickly and well. He had intended only to stand quietly to one side and wait for the lesson to end, but then he happened to glance over at Felix beside him. The boy was in a complete muddle, sweat all over his brow, fumbling for the wrong herbs one moment and taking hold of the stirring rod the wrong way round the next. The liquid in his cauldron was hopelessly cloudy, looking very much as though it were about to explode. Diciwen could not help himself. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, and he smiled. That utterly insignificant smile fell with perfect accuracy into Snape's notice. The professor crossed the space in 2 long strides, his black robes stirring up a chill gust, and stared down at him from above, the anger in his voice nearly bursting forth. What is this? Having finished your potion, you think you may stand there and mock your fellow students? Have you concluded that your skill in potion making has reached such sublime heights that you may look down upon everyone else? Or are you waiting for me to come and remove your potion for you and then present you with a medal as well? At long last, the bell rang for the end of class, and the young witches and wizards poured out of the potions classroom as though granted a royal pardon, fleeing as if they had escaped a gloomy dungeon. Elia and Angelina caught up with Diciwen ahead of them, the smiles on their faces impossible to hide. Their own pair had also blundered over the stirring speed just now and been harshly dressed down by Snape. So seeing star pupil Diciwen suffer the very same treatment instantly restored a fair bit of balance to their hearts. Serves you right for gloating. You got scolded by the professor too. I told you, Professor Snape's eyes are sharper than that hooked nose of his. Not the slightest little trick can escape him. Elia laughed as she teased him, while Angelina nodded vigorously beside her. The two girls chattered away, sweeping off all the gloom from potions class. Diciwen rolled his eyes helplessly. He could not get a word in edgewise and could only let them tease him as they pleased. Just then, two familiar figures with flaming red hair came hurrying up from behind. It was none other than Fred and George Weasley. The twins were positively brimming with excitement, their eyes shining in a way that made it obvious they had some fresh piece of news to share. "Oi, you lot, have you heard?" Fred leaned in, lowering his voice, though he could scarcely conceal his excitement. "The Quidditch team starts recruiting next week. Are you going to sign up? Really?" Elia and Angelina's eyes went wide at once. They exchanged a startled glance, their faces lit with delight. Since the day they had arrived at Hogwarts, both of them had been fascinated by Quidditch. They had secretly practiced broom flying in private and long ago promised each other that, if the chance ever came, they would try to join their house team together. Hearing the news now, they were so thrilled they nearly jumped on the spot. "Course it's true." George thumped a hand against his chest. "This morning we went to Professor McGonagall's office to deliver some homework, and we heard her talking to Professor Flitwick with our own ears. Second years are allowed to apply, but the trials are strict. Only the ones who perform well will stay." "That's brilliant. Angelina, let's sign up together and go to the trials together." Elia seized Angelina's hand and bounced with excitement. All the dejection potions had left behind already blown clean away into the clouds. Standing to one side, Diciwen watched the two girls all but bursting with joy, thoroughly baffled. His broom skills were actually rather good, his control nimble and his speed quick, but he simply could not muster any interest in Quidditch as a sport. The mere thought of riding a broom through the sky in the rain, shivering in the cold wind while keeping constant watch for a bludger smashing into him, made him feel uncomfortable all over. "What about you, Diciwen?" George noticed Diciwen quietly watching from the side and gave his shoulder a pat. "You're flying so good. It'd be a waste not to try out. Come with us." Diciwen gave a light shake of his head and declined with polite restraint. "I'll pass. You lot go ahead. I've got a few other things to do. But when the trials come, I'll definitely be there at the pitch to cheer you on." He had no desire to spend all his free time on outdoor flying matches. Compared with that, he would much rather find a chance to work through his potions, take a walk along the edge of the Forbidden Forest, or have a chat with Hagrid. The twins did not press him. Laughing, they patted his shoulder and promptly turned to discussing Quidditch positions and trials with Elia and Angelina. The group carried on down the corridor amid a cheerful racket. Toward evening, after finishing dinner, Diciwen left the classmates chatting idly in the common room and headed alone for Hagrid's hut. A new term had begun. Naturally, he had to pay a visit to Hogwarts' richest man. No sooner had Diciwen reached the door of the hut than he saw a towering figure emerging from the direction of the Forbidden Forest. It was Hagrid. He looked much the same as ever, a massive frame over 3 meters tall, dressed in a rough brown coat, his broad face wearing its usual guileless smile, with Fong trotting beside him and wagging his tail. "Hagrid," Diciwen waved with a smile in greeting. "How was your holiday? Run into anything interesting?" At the sight of Diciwen, Hagrid at once broke into a hearty grin and strode over, his booming voice loud enough to shake the tiles from the roof. "Diciwen, holiday was all right. Hogwarts was nice and quiet, no trouble to speak of, so I could nip over to Hogsmeade for a drink fairly often. You know how it is. Drink's one o' the few pleasures I've got." The moment Fong saw Diciwen, he came bounding over eagerly, sniffed at his trouser leg with his wet nose, then rubbed against him in an unusually affectionate manner. Hagrid opened the wooden door to the hut and warmly ushered Diciwen inside. A cozy fire burned in the hearth, and the room held a broad wooden table and chairs, while various magical creature pelts and bundles of herbs hung upon the walls. The air was rich with the scent of roast meat and hot tea. "Sit yourself down first. I need to tidy up a bit." Been tramping through the forbidden forest all afternoon, and I'm covered in dust and bits of leaves and twigs. Proper mess, I am. As Hagrid spoke, he moved to a corner and began brushing off his clothes. While doing so, he chatted with Diciwen about recent happenings in the forbidden forest. A trace of worry in his tone. Don't know what's come over 'em lately, but the centaurs have suddenly pulled back the range they move in. All of 'em hiding away deep in the woods. Bad business, that is, with no one keeping 'em in check. Those acromantulas have started spreading out beyond the edges of their old territory, running all over the place and wreaking havoc on quite a few of the plants and beasts in the forest. Just now I went to find. Halfway through the sentence, Hagrid abruptly stopped dead, a flicker of panic crossing his face as he desperately tried to steer the topic elsewhere. He knew perfectly well that the acromantulas in the forbidden forest were the descendants of his old friend Aragog, and that was not something to be told lightly to others, lest it stir up panic. At first, Diciwen had furrowed his brow, wondering whether the centaurs had run into some sort of trouble. Their kind had always been steady and would never contract their territory without cause. But the moment he saw Hagrid suddenly stumble over his words and stand there at a loss, he immediately understood what was going on and could not help laughing aloud. "Hagrid, you mean Aragog, don't you?" Diciwen asked with a smile. Hagrid froze at once, his eyes going wide as he stared blankly at Diciwen, his voice full of disbelief. "How'd you know that? I've never told you Aragog's name before." Diciwen did not explain much. He merely eased the subject aside. Knowing Hagrid did not wish to dwell on it, he followed the thread and asked, "Then did you go and speak to Aragog? What did it say?" Only then did Hagrid come back to himself. No longer dwelling on how Diciwen knew about Aragog, he let out a sigh and said, "Oh, I asked him, I did. Aragog said the centaurs really haven't been squeezing their range any further lately. It's just that his colony keeps getting bigger and bigger, and the food in their old territory ran short ages ago. Now that the centaurs aren't holding him back, those little spiders naturally started roaming all over in search of food. I wanted Aragog to rein in his descendants a bit, but he's got far too many offspring. He simply can't keep track of them all." Hearing that, Diciwen became even more certain that the centaurs must have run into some thorny trouble of their own, or they would never have abandoned their efforts to contain the acromantulas and withdrawn their territory for their own sake. Looking at the deeply troubled Hagrid, he spoke with quiet seriousness. "Hagrid, this isn't a small matter. The acromantulas are spreading further and further out. That's far too dangerous. You ought to tell Headmaster Dumbledore about it. He'll certainly have a way to deal with it." But Hagrid shook his head, as always unwilling to trouble Dumbledore. Headmaster Dumbledore's busy enough as it is, managing all of Hogwarts and dealing with the Ministry of Magic's affairs as well. Best not bother him over a little thing like this. "This really isn't a little thing, Hagrid." Diciwen continued to persuade him patiently. "This concerns the safety of the entire Forbidden Forest. If one day some foolish young wizard wanders near the outer edge out of curiosity and runs into these acromantulas while they're expanding their territory, the consequences would be unthinkable. If real danger comes of it, then that would be the true trouble." After hearing Diciwen out, Hagrid lowered his head and thought it over, scratching at his hair with a thick finger as he found the point hard to deny. Acromantulas were fiercely venomous and savagely aggressive. If one of the school students were hurt by them, that would be a disaster. He nodded emphatically. "You're right, Diciwen. Tomorrow morning, I'll go find Headmaster Dumbledore and tell him everything about the Forbidden Forest, exactly as it is." With that, the cloud over Hagrid's face faded somewhat. He turned and took from the cupboard a rough clay plate holding a few rock-hard rock cakes, then offered them warmly to Diciwen. "You must be hungry after all that running around, right? Want a rock cake? I baked these myself. They don't look much, but they taste pretty good." Centaurs could foresee danger as it approached, and even glimpse disasters that had not yet come to pass from the courses of the stars. Could it be that they had sensed some terrible change brewing deep within the Forbidden Forest, and had been forced to tighten their defenses, drawing the whole tribe inward? That guess expanded in his mind again and again, until it was almost certain. Tonight, he had to go into the Forbidden Forest himself and see what exactly was wrong there. Diciwen forced down the unease in his heart, greeted a passing classmate as though nothing were amiss, and waited patiently for night to fall completely. Time passed little by little. The number of people in the common room gradually dwindled, the footsteps on the stairs grew ever sparser, and the entire Hogwarts castle slowly sank into silence. Only then did Diciwen slowly rise, straighten his robe, make sure his wand was tucked securely at his waist, and slip out of the common room without a sound. The moon hung high above the branches, silver light spilling across the castle's spires and corridors. The castle, which had been bustling in the daytime, was now utterly quiet. There were no class readings, no sounds of chasing and laughter in the corridors, only the faint whisper of wind passing through the stone hallways, like some deep, low murmur. Diciwen made his way up the empty staircases and finally reached the large terrace on the 7th floor, a place few people ever came. The view here was wide open, directly facing the forbidden forest. He looked around cautiously, confirming that none of the patrolling professors, Filch or his cat were nearby, and not even the ghosts who wandered by night were anywhere in sight. The surroundings were so quiet he could hear his own breathing. Diciwen drew a deep breath, focused his mind, and the power belonging to his animagus form stirred silently within him. The next second, his body changed rapidly beneath the moonlight. Bones and muscles rearranged themselves. His clothes fused into the shape of his body. A pair of long black wings unfurled from his back, and hooves tapped lightly against the cold stone floor. Diciwen had transformed into a thestral. This magical creature, visible only to those who had seen death, was graceful and mysterious in form. Its black coat shimmered faintly beneath the moonlight, and its eyes were as calm as a deep pool. He tested his wings with a slight flap, feeling the night wind pass between them, then no longer hesitated and leaped from the 7th floor terrace. The sensation of weightlessness lasted only an instant. His wings snapped open in midair, and the powerful currents of air steadied his body at once, reversing the downward plunge in a flash. Diciwen adjusted the angle of his wings slightly, and his body, like a feather-light shadow, glided through the night toward the forbidden forest. Wind brushed past his ears, the castle shrinking smaller and smaller behind him, the grass below racing backward. That feeling of free flight eased the tension in his chest. A moment later, Diciwen reached the airspace above the forbidden forest. The entire forest was pitch black, its dense canopy layered thickly upon itself, blocking the moonlight completely. Only a few stray beams slipped through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled patches on the ground. From deep within the woods came the sounds of animals moving about at night, the soft calls of owls, the rustling of some unknown small beast, and the faint crunch of leaves beneath hidden feet. Everything seemed no different from usual. Diciwen descended slowly in a clearing where the canopy was relatively sparse, his hooves touching the leaf-covered ground with barely a sound. But just as he landed, before he had even fully steadied himself, a thick, sticky strand of spider silk suddenly shot out from the bushes to one side, swift as lightning, straight for his body. Diciwen was startled. A vague spiritual figure appeared instantly before him, none other than his puppet butler. The butler lifted a hand, and a colorless magical barrier sprang up at once. The fierce strand of silk slammed into it and was instantly repelled, sticking to a nearby tree trunk with a faint sizzling sound. After landing, the butler stood steadily behind Diciwen, a slight magical ripple surrounding him as he remained on guard against ambush from every direction. Diciwen's body gradually shed the thestral form and returned to human shape. With a reverse sweep of his hand, he drew the wand at his waist, the tip glowing faintly, and his sharp gaze swept through the dark woods. A dense, spine-tingling rustling rose all around him, as though countless legs were crawling over the ground and through the branches. Diciwen concentrated his sight, and in his eyes, strands of spiritual lines invisible to the naked eye clearly emerged. They belonged to the acromantulas, thick, savage, and packed densely all around him, far more numerous than he had expected. This was only the outer edge of the forbidden forest. Yet the acromantula's range of activity had already expanded to this area. If he went deeper in, the number of spiders would likely be even more terrifying. Diciwen's expression chilled, and he no longer hesitated. With both hands moving at once, he gathered a compressed air blast in one and invoked the devastating Sectum Sempra in the other. Both spells erupted simultaneously, hurling themselves toward the acromantulas surging in from all sides. The dull boom of explosions and the sound of blades slicing flesh rang out one after another. Giant spiders were struck one after another, letting out shrill hisses as their massive bodies crashed heavily to the ground. The spider horde was thrown into complete disarray by the sudden, violent assault. Diciwen's attack did not stop. His wand flicked with precision, each spell landing exactly within the spider swarm, reaping the lives of the approaching monsters one after another. The butler stood firmly behind him, blocking every strand of silk and every pounce coming from blind spots, ensuring that he would not be ambushed. Man and puppet worked together in perfect sync, their offensive fierce and unrelenting. Under the sustained assault, the once overbearing spider horde suffered heavy casualties. The spiders seemed to realize as well that the little wizard before them was not to be trifled with. Continuing to fight would only lead to total annihilation. With the last few giant spiders letting out unwilling screeches, the dense rustling gradually retreated deeper into the forest, and soon vanished without a trace. Diciwen let out a slight breath and lowered his wand. He focused his senses, and the thick, violent spiritual lines around him had completely disappeared, leaving only a few faint, tiny lines belonging to harmless little creatures. He knew the acromantulas had fully withdrawn. The crisis was temporarily over. Diciwen glanced over the spider corpses strewn across the ground, a glint flashing in his eyes. The venom of acromantulas was highly valuable in the wizarding world, an indispensable ingredient for many advanced potions. Even if sold to a potion shop in Diagon Alley, it could fetch quite a haul of galleons. He bent down and began carefully gathering the spider corpses, cautiously collecting the venom into empty bottles with practiced, efficient movements. After putting away all the usable materials, Diciwen brushed the dust from his hands, lifted his wand, and began walking slowly toward the direction of the centaur tribe Hagrid had once mentioned to him. The deeper he went into the forbidden forest, the denser the magical presence around him became, with all kinds of magical creatures' auras intertwined together. In Diciwen's eyes, the forbidden forest was no longer a pitch-black wood, but a vast network woven from countless spiritual lines. The thick ones belonged to large magical creatures, the thin ones to smaller beings. Some were lively, some steady, some carried a faint wariness. He proceeded with utmost caution, doing his best to avoid those lines filled with hostility. Just as he was about to draw near the territory of the centaur tribe, a feathered arrow cut through the air and thudded precisely into the ground less than half a step before his feet, its tail still trembling faintly. Diciwen stopped at once, tightened his grip on his wand, and looked up. From the shadows of the woods, a centaur with a coat of red stepped out at a measured pace. The muscles of his human torso were drawn taut, a longbow clenched in his hand, his gaze fierce and his voice thick with undisguised anger. Foals should not be in the forbidden forest. This is no place for the likes of you. The centaurs had always kept their distance from wizards, and toward students who trespassed into the forbidden forest of their own accord, they showed even less goodwill. Diciwen had no wish to stir up conflict for no reason. He raised his wand to show he meant no harm, his tone brief and calm. "I've come to see Firenze." At the mention of Firenze's name, the aggressive red centaur plainly faltered for a moment. He gave Diciwen a long, searching look from head to toe, as though weighing whether he spoke truth or lies. After a stretch of silence, the red centaur lowered his bow. His voice remained cold, but some of the hostility had ebbed from it. "Follow me." That reaction only made Diciwen more certain that something had happened to the centaur tribe. Under ordinary circumstances, a centaur with a rash temper and deep suspicion of wizards would never so readily lead a human student into the tribe's territory. Yet now, merely hearing that he wished to find Firenze was enough for him to be waved through. Everything about it pointed to an unusual unrest and disquiet spreading through the centaur camp. Diciwen followed silently behind the red centaur as they went deeper in. The trees around them gradually thinned, and before his eyes appeared a relatively open clearing, like a small village glade. Several crude tents of hide had been set up there, and centaurs passed by from time to time, each one armed with bow and arrows, their expressions taut and their eyes sweeping the surroundings with wary vigilance, like warriors prepared to meet battle at any moment. The entire camp was steeped in oppression, with none of its usual tranquility. Even the air itself seemed faintly laden with anxiety. The red centaur brought Diciwen to the largest tent at the very center of the camp and gestured for him to wait outside before ducking inside himself. Not long after, the hide curtain at the entrance was lifted, and Firenze emerged. Diciwen knew at a glance that something was wrong. Firenze was usually clean and white of coat, tall in bearing, unhurried in gait, his eyes clear and wise. But the Firenze now before him had a white coat that looked dull and ashen, his once straight back slightly bent, his steps unsteady, stripped of their former strength, as though he had suffered some immense drain or endured a long season of care. "What brings you to me, Diciwen?" Firenze asked, his voice weak and hoarse, all its former clarity gone. He raised those eyes that still held the wisdom of the stars and looked at the young wizard before him. "I came to see whether something had happened to you," Diciwen said plainly. He could clearly sense the weary, oppressive heaviness clinging to Firenze, and his heart sank. At that, a faint glimmer stirred in Firenze's dim eyes, and a trace of fragile hope slipped unconsciously into his voice. "Oh, has your divination shown you something again? Did you see the future of the forbidden forest in the stars?" Diciwen gave a slight shake of his head and spoke honestly. "No, I haven't performed any divination. I only noticed that you've been drawing back the range of your movements lately, which has let the acromantulas roam all over the outer reaches of the forest and nearly take over the borderlands that once belonged to you. I was worried something had happened, so I came to look." That tiny spark of light on Firenze's face faded away in an instant. Slowly, he lifted his head and looked up at the night sky, broken into fragments by the canopy above. His gaze was distant and grave, his voice so soft it was like a passing breath. For now, nothing has happened. But after this, cannot say. Diciwen's brows drew tight. Is it something very dangerous? He pressed in a lowered voice, his tone carrying genuine concern. Firenze was one of the very few friends he had in the wizarding world. He truly did not wish to see him, or the entire centaur tribe, driven into ruin. In your divination, is there only danger without even the slightest hope? For a long while, Firenze said nothing. He kept his gaze fixed upon that night sky where the stars could not be seen whole, as if speaking with fate itself. Only after a long time did he finally speak, his voice calm, yet carrying a sense of destiny that set the heart trembling. All paths run toward the end that was always theirs. The mist in the depths of the forbidden forest was thicker than morning frost, and the damp rot of fallen leaves, laced with the chill of moss, brushed against the hem of Diciwen's robes. Diciwen lifted his chin slightly, a quiet gesture of farewell to the silent prophet. He knew well that Firenze would not reveal another word of the prophecy's details. The foresight of the centaurs was never idle talk to be shared at whim, least of all when that prophecy touched upon secrets powerful enough to shake the entire wizarding world. In such matters, even the wisest centaur would choose silence. He turned and stepped into the deeper woodland, dry branches cracking faintly beneath his feet, the sound unnaturally clear in the dreadful stillness of the forbidden forest. Unbidden, scenes from the previous year rose in his mind. Back then, when werewolves had invaded the forest, even the centaurs had been merely troubled and uneasy, fearing for the unicorn's safety and for innocent creatures caught in the turmoil, but never had they shown anything like the suffocating gravity they wore now. Firenze's eyes, his taut bearing, and that unfinished prophecy whose every word struck like thunder all proclaimed in silence that the coming storm would be far more terrifying than Voldemort's wraith hunting unicorns. Could it be that the whole wizarding world was headed for destruction? Diciwen walked on for a while with a furrowed brow, yet his tangled thoughts yielded not the slightest clue. He was not the sort to borrow trouble from distant fears, nor would he squander his mind on disasters too far off to touch. After thinking on it for ages and getting nowhere, he simply shook his head and cast those inexplicable worries aside. If the sky truly fell, taller men would bear it first. Hogwarts had Dumbledore. The Ministry of Magic had no shortage of officials. It was hardly a burden for a mere student like him to shoulder. As far as he was concerned, the only thing that mattered at present was his own path of advancement. So long as it did not interfere with his plans, even if the world outside turned upside down, it would amount to no more than some trivial matter unworthy of notice. Isn't that right, Butler? He murmured, with a touch of careless self-mockery in his tone. A respectful reply sounded in the air, the voice of the house-elf puppet Mimia reaching him. You are correct, my master. The whole of the forbidden forest lay in deathly silence. There were no birds, no beasts, even the wind had stilled. Naturally, no one saw the unconcerned look on his face, and no one was there to answer his muttered words. Diciwen gave a soft laugh. In the next instant, a crisp crack split the silence. Space twisting faintly as Butler's power whisked him away from the forest's chill darkness and set him down firmly in the empty corridor on the 7th floor of Hogwarts. The marble floor was smooth and cold, and the portraits lining both sides of the corridor slumbered in silence. Now and then, a wizard in one of the paintings turned over before sinking back into deep sleep. Diciwen recalled Butler into his space, his own presence settling back into its usual calm. He straightened the slight creases in his robe and made his way at an easy pace toward the Gryffindor common room. Passing through the stone entrance that would open only to the correct password, he was instantly wrapped in warm golden light and the lively hum of voices, a stark contrast to the dead stillness of the forbidden forest. For the next full week, Hogwarts seemed to be wrapped in a film of peace, and everything moved along its appointed course. In the mornings, the great hall was filled with the scent of bacon and hot butterbeer. In class, incantations, the bubbling of cauldrons, and the scratch of quills across parchment mingled together, while on the lawns beyond the castle there were always students chasing and laughing. Everything was exactly as it had been in years past. The new defense against the dark arts professor, Simic, was nothing like certain professors of previous years who had sought attention through empty spectacle, nor did he affect profundity while treating his teaching carelessly. His classroom manner was steady and solid, pairing the usual textbook theory with practical exercises. It looked conventional enough on the surface, yet beneath that restraint lay a breadth of learning far beyond the reach of ordinary men. This professor did not look particularly kind. His features were austere, his complexion pale, and in the depths of his eyes there always lingered a chill so profound that one might feel intimidated at first sight. Yet the moment one sat through a single one of his lessons, one would be utterly conquered by the breadth of his knowledge. No matter the breed of dark creature, The nature of a curse, or the workings of a dark spell, Professor Simek could trace its development with unhurried ease, from the savage age of ancient wizards to the oppressive darkness of the Middle Ages, and onward to the regulated oversight of the modern Ministry of Magic. Every fragment of history could be carried by him back into a past unimaginably distant, revealing ancient lines of development long buried beneath time, at odds with modern understanding, yet undeniably real. In his telling, those dry histories became vivid tales, and students who had once been only mildly interested in defense against the dark arts gradually fell under the spell of his classes. Even Fred and George, the restless twins who could scarcely sit still for a moment, would rein in their mischief and lie across their desks listening with complete absorption. In this particular defense against the dark arts lesson, Professor Simek stood at the front of the classroom, calmly explaining the origins and evolution of ghouls. His voice was low and magnetic, holding every student's attention fast. Students, today we shall continue with the origins and development of the ghoul. What many of you may not know is that ghouls were not originally the noisy little creatures we see today. In the oldest legends, they were evil spirits from distant desert lands, hideous in form and feeding on corpses. In the tales of muggles and ancient wizards alike, they were beings whose very mention struck terror into the heart. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the rows of little witches and wizards listening in rapt silence, before continuing. But as time passed, through generations of environmental change and long coexistence with wizard kind, ghouls slowly degenerated and became gentler. They were no longer savage, nor capable of harming anyone. In time, they became the odd little lodgers of attics and barns, quiet and noisy all at once, feeding only on tiny creatures such as spiders and moths. Their greatest talent now lies in knocking on pipes, muttering to themselves, and giving the more timid wizard a fright. In the magical world as we know it today, the ghoul has been officially classified by the Ministry of Magic as a Class XX non-harmful creature. Indeed, many wizarding families have grown so accustomed to having one in the house that they regard it as an unbeautiful yet harmless member of the household. From the dreadful demon of ancient legend to the harmless, mildly irritating magical creature at our side today, such as the ghoul's transformation across 1,000 years, the students below were completely enthralled. Many had even forgotten to move their quills, their eyes full of wonder and admiration. And yet Diciwen, seated in the middle of the classroom, remained composed throughout. His fingertips tapped lightly against the desk as his gaze rested on Professor Simek, while thoughts entirely at odds with the surrounding atmosphere churned within him. He knew exactly what sort of terrifying power lay concealed within the seemingly learned and mild-mannered professor before him. It was a magic unfathomably deep, far stronger than that of any wizard he had ever encountered. In the whole of Hogwarts Castle, perhaps only Headmaster Albus Dumbledore could stand against it. Without question, this was the most terrifying and inscrutable defense against the dark arts Professor Hogwarts had ever seen. And then there was the strange curse that had clung to the post of defense against the dark arts professor for so many years. Not one of its previous holders had ever managed to teach a full year in peace. Sooner or later, every one of them had met with accident, intrigue, or some inescapable trouble. Diciwen narrowed his eyes slightly, judgment already formed in his heart. This term, Hogwarts would not remain peaceful. Trouble would come one after another, and it would likely prove more perilous than in any year before. Just as he was sunk in thought, Professor Simek raised a hand to glance at the watch on his wrist, then interrupted the student's lingering fascination in a calm tone. That will do for today. Each of you is to write an essay on ghouls, no fewer than 2 feet long, setting out in detail their origins, development, and the proper methods of dealing with them. Hand it in before next lesson begins. Class dismissed. Only then did the students reluctantly begin to pack away their books, drifting out of the classroom in 2s and 3s while still discussing the new professor without pause. Professor Simek is incredible, isn't he? He knows far too much. He is 100 times better than last year's professor, who did nothing but read from the textbook. Looks like I won't have to retake defense against the dark arts this term. The stories he tells are brilliant. I never knew ghouls had such a legendary past. Listening to the unguarded praise of the little wizards around him, Diciwen tugged faintly at the corner of his mouth, a trace of coldness flickering through his eyes. He very much wanted to tell these naive classmates that the professor they admired so deeply was no ordinary wizard at all, and that he was so terrifying he could drain every drop of blood from their bodies without making a sound. In the end, however, he merely put away his quill in silence and did not say a single word. The moment he stepped out of the classroom, a bright voice rang out. Arya quickened her pace to his side, her eyes sparkling. Behind her came Angelina, Fred, George, Felix, and several others, the whole group turning their eyes on him at once. Diciwen, there's Quidditch team tryouts tomorrow afternoon. You promised you'd come with us to have a look, So don't you dare back out. Diciwen lifted his head and looked at the group of classmates before him, all wearing eager expressions. Helplessly, he rolled his eyes and replied in irritation. I already said I'd go. Do you really think I'd lie to you? Just look at yourselves. Acting as though you don't trust me. You're making far too much of this. That's not necessarily true. Arthur leaned in from the side and added his own well-timed jab, his tone full of teasing. Who knows what mysterious business you'll suddenly have tomorrow. In our eyes, you've always been elusive. You never join in with everyone else's activities. Diciwen found himself speechless for a moment, unable to come up with any retort. It was true enough that he was used to keeping to himself and rarely took part in gatherings or activities with his classmates. It was no wonder they found it hard to trust his word. All right, I understand. I'll definitely be at the pitch on time tomorrow, and I'll obediently cheer you on. I absolutely won't be absent. He raised both hands in a gesture of surrender and gave his promise with complete sincerity. Only then did they let him off, immediately launching into an animated discussion of the tryouts. Fred and George exchanged a glance, their eyes bright with excitement, and declared in unison that they wanted to be beaters. They loved the exhilarating feeling of swinging a bat to smash a bludger away, protecting their teammates while battering the opposition. Angelina, Arya, and several of the others, meanwhile, had their hearts set on becoming chasers, longing to break through the opposing side's defense with the quaffle and score. Strangely enough, among this group of little wizards so enamored of flying, not one of them wanted to be a seeker. When the reason came up, everyone looked somewhat helpless. They all knew their own flying well enough. A seeker needed extraordinary speed, keen eyesight, and astonishing reflexes, all while constantly facing the threat of bludgers. It was far too demanding a task. Even Harry Potter, that famed seeker, had once broken his arm during a match. The danger involved hardly needed explaining. Yawning, Diciwen trailed along behind them, unable to muster the slightest interest in a sport as noisy and fierce as Quidditch. To him, mounting a broom and chasing a tiny snitch through the air was nowhere near as worthwhile as quietly studying his own advancement and power. Just as he was about to follow the others towards the great hall for supper, a steady, gentle voice came from ahead. Professor McGonagall was approaching from the opposite direction, her square spectacles perched on the bridge of her nose. Her gaze settled on Diciwen, and there was a rare smile in her eyes. She looked particularly pleased. Mr. Peverell, come to my office after lunch. There is something I wish to discuss with you. Diciwen arched a brow slightly. Seeing that Professor McGonagall was so plainly in good spirits, he quietly let out a breath of relief. For a transfiguration professor as rigorous and stern as she was to be in such high spirits, it surely could not be anything troublesome. Most likely it was something to do with his studies or with house matters, and there was no need for undue concern. He gave a slight nod and replied, Very well, Professor McGonagall. I'll come by promptly after lunch. At noon, the sun's pale golden light streamed through the towering Gothic window frames, casting dappled patterns across the cold marble floor. The castle had already grown lively. From the corridors came the brisk footsteps of students after lunch, the murmur of conversation, and now and then the magically induced cough of a suit of armor. Everything was as it always was, tranquil and steeped in magic. Professor McGonagall's office was situated on the third floor of the castle, near the end of the corridor. There were no gaudy decorations here, only neatly arranged bookshelves, an oak desk piled with parchment and quills, and several carefully tended crown-of-thorns plants with glossy leaves. The air was laced with the faint scent of ink and old pages, grave and composed, very much like Professor McGonagall herself. Knock, knock, knock. 3 measured, courteous taps at the door broke the soft scratch of quill against parchment within the office. Professor McGonagall's hand paused briefly over her quill. Without looking up, she continued marking the transfiguration homework spread before her, her voice steady and mild as she said, Come in. The door was pushed open gently, and Diciwen stepped inside. He wore his Gryffindor uniform, neat and well-pressed. His hair was just slightly untidy, and there was a spark in his eyes peculiar to boys his age, though beneath it lay a composure quite at odds with his years. Diciwen closed the door softly behind him, making his footsteps as light as possible for fear of disturbing Professor McGonagall at work. He knew well that she was always exacting in her duties. Even the briefest interruption might break her train of thought. Only then did Professor McGonagall slowly lift her head. She set down the quill in her hand, adjusted the spectacles on her nose, and let her gaze settle on the boy. A faint smile, almost imperceptible, touched the corners of her mouth. She pointed to the chair opposite her desk, cushioned with soft velvet, and said with a rare warmth in her tone, Sit down quickly. I've asked you here because there's something important I'd like to discuss with you. Diciwen sat as instructed, placing both hands properly on his knees and lifting his head slightly as he waited for her to speak. A flicker of curiosity stirred within him. Professor McGonagall seldom summoned students for private conversations, let alone specifically called one into her office like this. Recently, the editor-in-chief of Transfiguration Today sent me a letter inviting me to write an article on cutting-edge transfiguration theory. Professor McGonagall began slowly. Her fingers tapped lightly against the smooth surface of the desk, and her eyes never left Diciwen, carrying that calm, penetrating understanding of hers. After giving it some thought, I decided this opportunity would suit you better. Diciwen froze for a moment, his eyes lighting up at once. Me? Professor, do you mean? You want me to write for Transfiguration Today? Transfiguration Today was the most authoritative academic journal on transfiguration in the entire wizarding world. Even for seasoned wizarding professors, publishing an article there was an immense honor, and he was only a second-year student, not yet 13. How could such an opportunity possibly fall to him? Yes, you, Professor McGonagall said with a nod. There was appreciation in her gaze, and the faintest trace of teasing as well. I thought of your talent for transfiguration, particularly in the field of human transfiguration. Your understanding in that area far surpasses that of your peers, and frankly, exceeds that of quite a number of seventh years as well. So I've decided that you will write an article, and the subject shall be human transfiguration. You ought to be especially good at that, shouldn't you? Diciwen gave 2 dry coughs, doing his utmost to remain composed. He forced a rather stiff smile onto his face and played dumb with all his might. Heh, Professor. Although I don't know what you're referring to, I do believe that, based on my studies and accumulation of knowledge in transfiguration, I am entirely capable of completing this arduous task. Flat denial was his only option at this moment. Seeing this boy, whose secret had so plainly been pierced through and yet who still sat there feigning calm and solemnly accepting the matter, Professor McGonagall could not help but let out a soft laugh. She did not press him any further, merely nodding, her tone full of trust. Good. Then write boldly and give full rein to your ideas. When you've finished, bring me the completed draft and I'll help you revise and polish it. Don't worry. With your ability, I'm certain you'll do it very well. With the professor's approval, the weight hanging over Diciwen's heart finally eased. He hastily rose to his feet and gave Professor McGonagall a respectful bow. Thank you, Professor. I'll complete it with all due seriousness. With that, he all but fled the office, closing the door softly behind him. As he walked down the empty corridor, Diciwen touched his burning cheeks and let out a long breath. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall had not continued her questioning, though he had a strong suspicion she might already have guessed that the chaos from last term had been caused by his digesting the potion. But before long, a new worry surged into his mind. He lowered his head to stare at his own hands, his brows knitting tightly together. His gift for transfiguration had not come from ordinary theoretical study at all. It stemmed from the extraordinary nature of the faceless one within him, an innate power that allowed him to manipulate his own hair, the texture of his skin, the details of his bones, the lines of his muscles, even the frequency of his voice at will. It was a singular ability to fine-tune himself on the molecular level, to such a degree that he could pass falsehood for truth, and even imitate non-living forms. If he was to write a paper on human transfiguration, was he meant to put the faceless one's secret into it? Absolutely not. If an ability that lay so far beyond the bounds of conventional transfiguration were exposed to the wizarding world, the Department of Mysteries at the Ministry of Magic would come knocking at once. They would not care whether it was a gift or a skill. They would only see him as an anomalous research subject, one to be placed under strict surveillance, perhaps even deprived of his freedom. Diciwen walked on, mulling it over all the while, his footsteps carrying him slowly in the direction of Gryffindor Tower. Sunlight poured through the corridor windows and fell warmly upon him, yet it did nothing to dispel the tangle in his mind. Just how was he supposed to write this? Suddenly, the boy's eyes lit up sharply, as though struck by a flash of inspiration. He could reverse engineer it. The essence of his faceless one transformation lay in the ultimate precision with which he controlled his own microscopic structure. From the arrangement of epidermal cells, to the density of subcutaneous tissue, to the minute adjustments of bone contours, every step followed the same core rule: rewrite the microstructure without damaging the integrity of the whole. He could completely set aside his own special ability and work backward from the final effect, deducing instead what conditions an ordinary wizard would need to fulfill in terms of mental construction, magical control, energy distribution, and microscopic rewriting in order to achieve such a lifelike human transfiguration. What theoretical logic would they need to follow? In that case, would not a professional paper on precise human transfiguration at the microstructural level simply take shape of its own accord? Heh, I'm a clever one indeed. Diciwen could not help but grin. The troubled look that had clouded his face only moments ago vanished in an instant. He began skipping forward, swinging his arms, his steps as light as a little bird's. At that moment he finally cast off all pretense. He was no longer that unnaturally calm, precocious transfiguration prodigy, but merely an ordinary boy on the verge of turning 13, delighting in a small flash of cleverness. He could hardly wait to get back to the dormitory and write down every last one of the thoughts that had just begun to take shape in his mind. Ideas about atomic-level model construction, microscopic structural rewriting, precise magical energy delivery, and the maintenance of morphological stability bubbled up in his head one after another like strings of glittering bubbles. Even so, the paper would still require a great deal of theoretical support before it could be completed. He would have to go to the library and consult authoritative works on transfiguration, combining his own ideas with orthodox transfiguration theory, so that the paper would appear rigorous and professional, rather than the product of mere fancy. Back in the Gryffindor common room, the fire crackled warmly in the grate, and a few students sat chatting on the sofas. Diciwen did not linger, instead heading straight back to his dormitory. He took out a fresh sheet of parchment and an ink-black quill, sat down at his desk, and began writing at speed. The nib skimmed across the page, leaving behind line after line of neat, lucid script as he set down, one by one, the core ideas behind microstructural transfiguration. Before he knew it, it was time for the afternoon classes. Diciwen hastily gathered his books and followed his dorm mates toward the classroom. What came next was the lesson that made nearly all of Hogwarts drowsy beyond measure. History of Magic. With his satchel in his arms, Diciwen stepped into the History of Magic classroom, cold, dim, and lined with ancient portraits. The moment he crossed the threshold, he could already feel that bone-deep drowsiness tugging at his eyelids. Behind the lectern floated the ghostly Professor Cuthbert Binns, suspended in midair. His transparent form bore a faint grayish-white hue, and his voice was hoarse, monotonous, and utterly devoid of inflection, like an old gramophone turning slowly through its final revolutions. The third conflict of the Goblin Rebellions broke out in 1612, in a tavern deep within Hogsmeade Village, at which time the Ministry of Magic adopted. Professor Binns' voice carried that hollow, drifting echo unique to the dead, settling lightly into every student's ears. This utterly emotionless delivery, coupled with subject matter dry to the extreme, became the most potent lullaby imaginable in an afternoon already prone to sleepiness. It was not long before snores began rising and falling throughout the classroom. Students in the front row propped up their foreheads with one hand, quills still caught between their fingers, their heads nodding lower and lower until at last they drooped completely and sank into sleep. Those in the back simply sprawled over their desks, sleeping soundly. Even a few Ravenclaw students who were usually fairly diligent had glassy eyes and vacant stares, struggling to hold on and yet still unable to resist the tide of drowsiness sweeping over them. The entire classroom had all but become an ocean of sleep. Only Diciwen remained utterly unaffected. He sat by the window, back straight, his History of Magic textbook open before him, though his gaze rested not on the page but on the sheet of parchment beside it, already covered in his transfiguration theories. His mind was racing at full speed, wholly immersed in the world of his paper. A complete atomic-level three-dimensional model must be constructed within the mind. The position of every molecule, its arrangement, and its bonding structure must all be rendered with absolute clarity. Such exquisitely fine control would place an immense burden on a wizard's mental strength and magical power, making complex transfigurations exceedingly difficult to complete in a short time. Any attempt to rewrite microstructure had to follow Gamp's law of transfiguration. One could not destroy the essential core of a substance, or else it would result in structural collapse and irreversible damage. As he worked through these ideas in his head, he continued to sketch and write with his quill. Complex structural diagrams, pathways for magical energy transfer, and the step-by-step processes of microscopic transformation gradually took shape upon the parchment. Throughout the entire History of Magic lesson, he did not truly hear a single word of Professor Binns' lecture, yet he managed to sort out the core framework, theoretical logic, and key arguments of his paper with complete clarity. To him, this unbearably dull History of Magic class was instead the quietest and most suitable time for thought. At last, the bell rang for the end of class, and Professor Binns' voice cut off abruptly. The ghost professor gave a faint nod, then drifted out of the room like a wisp of mist, leaving behind a classroom full of bleary-eyed students rubbing their eyes and yawning. Diciwen put away his notes, his eyes bright. The skeleton of the paper had now been fully assembled. All that remained was one final step, consulting authoritative sources and filling in the theoretical foundation. He did not return to the common room with his dorm mates, but instead turned and walked straight toward the Hogwarts library on the second floor of the castle. There, He would fit the final piece into place. The heavy oak doors stood shut, and the moment he pushed them open, a rich scent washed over him, mingling ancient paper, leather bindings, and the faint aroma of magical spices. Inside, the library was vast and deep, with towering bookshelves arranged in orderly rows that seemed to stretch endlessly into the distance. Sunlight filtered through the stained glass windows, casting motes of many-colored light across the floor, and the silence was so complete that only the soft rustle of turning pages could be heard. The library's guardian, Madame Pants, sat behind the counter at the entrance. Her thin face resembled that of a stern vulture, and her sharp, hawk-like eyes fixed themselves upon every student who entered, as though she could see through all their little schemes. In her hand she held a long feather duster, not merely a cleaning tool, but a weapon she used to drive off unruly students and punish those who damaged books. Diciwen entered the library with the ease of habit. He knew Madame Pants's rules well. Silence, order, and respect for books. So long as one kept to those three principles, the severe librarian would not deliberately make trouble for students. He first searched carefully among the shelves in the Transfiguration section. From a beginner's guide to Transfiguration to Advanced Transfiguration Guide, from back issues of Transfiguration Today to all manner of theoretical pamphlets on the subject, he had already read through most of them in his earlier studies. Their foundations were solid enough, but they could not support the depth required for a high-level paper on microstructural transfiguration. What he needed was theory that was more advanced, more cutting-edge, and more profound. Just as Diciwen stood before the shelves with a slight frown, a cool, faintly husky voice sounded beside him. "You're looking for books on advanced transfiguration theory?" It was Madame Pants. This librarian, who was usually cold and severe toward students, had actually come over to him of her own accord. As she looked at Diciwen, her eyes no longer held their usual harshness. Instead, there was a trace of approval in them. Diciwen was a frequent visitor to the library, quiet, well-behaved, serious in his reading, never damaging books, never causing a disturbance. He was precisely the sort of student who gave Madame Pants the least trouble. Diciwen nodded at once. "Yes, Madame Pants. I need a specialized work on the essence of matter and microscopic transfiguration. The ordinary textbooks simply aren't deep enough." Madame Pants inclined her head slightly and said nothing more. She turned and led him into the library's deeper academic research section. The books here were older and weightier, their covers mostly of dark leather, the gilt lettering upon them already somewhat faded. These were authoritative works reserved for the research of upper-year students and professors. She stopped before an unremarkable shelf, stretched out her thin hand, and drew forth a heavy tome, which she passed to Diciwen. Theory of Qualitative Transfiguration. This book contains a complete discussion of the essence of matter, molecular-level transfiguration, conservation of energy, and the rewriting of microstructure. It ought to meet your needs. Diciwen accepted the book with both hands. It felt cold and heavy to the touch, and the gilt lettering on the cover was antique and dignified. When he opened it, he found its pages dense with text, accompanied by numerous intricate magical structural diagrams and theoretical formulae. It was exactly what he had been searching for. "Thank you, Madame Pants," Diciwen said with heartfelt gratitude. Madame Pants merely gave a faint wave of her hand before turning back to her counter to continue carrying out her duty as guardian of the library. Diciwen found a quiet seat by the window and sat down, spreading Theory of Qualitative Transfiguration open across the desk as he threw himself wholly into reading. The book's profound understanding of the essence of matter, its rigorous derivation of the underlying logic of microscopic transformation, and its detailed analysis of failed transfigurations and magical backlash were like a key, unlocking the final door of doubt in his mind. Many questions he had previously understood only in practice, but never in principle, found their most precise answers within this volume. As he read, he compared it constantly against the line of thought in his own paper, supplementing, correcting, and refining it without pause. His quill flew across the parchment, writing line after line of professional and deeply considered argument, and the paper that had once been little more than a framework gradually became full, rigorous, and flawless. Only when the number of students in the library had gradually thinned did he finally set down his quill. Looking at the several large sheets of parchment before him, crammed full of writing, he let out a long breath. Just one final section remained, and the essay would be complete. Early the next morning, when dawn had only just begun to break, Diciwen woke in his bed. Unlike the other students, he did not linger beneath the covers. He washed up quickly, sat down at his desk, and carefully read through the essay he had finished yesterday from beginning to end once more. There were no misspellings, no flaws in logic. The theory was solid, the arguments clear, and the innovative points striking. He went on adding the last little portion, intending to finish the paper today and hand it to Professor McGonagall tomorrow. He remembered perfectly well that this afternoon was the Gryffindor Quidditch team tryout. His roommates, along with the twin brothers Fred and George, whom he usually spent time with, as well as friends such as Alia and Angelina, had all signed up for the tryouts. He had promised that he would definitely go to the pitch to cheer them on. During the spare time at lunch, Diciwen finished revising the last few details, folded the essay neatly, and tucked it with great care into a thick Transfiguration textbook. Tomorrow morning, he would hand the paper over to Professor McGonagall. Only then did Diciwen truly relax. He ate his lunch at an unhurried pace, the complete opposite of the friends beside him, who wolfed theirs down in haste because they still had to prepare for the tryouts. Minute by minute, time slipped away, and at last the afternoon arrived. The young witches and wizards of Hogwarts Castle seemed as though drawn by a lodestone, making their way toward the Quidditch pitch in 2s and 3s, bright with excitement. Quidditch was the most beloved and exhilarating sport in the entire wizarding world, its feverish popularity not the least bit inferior to football in the Muggle world. Whether they were students raised in the magical world from childhood, brought up on tales of Quidditch, or Muggle-born students who had only just entered this new world and were curious about everything in it, all of them were utterly captivated by this fierce sport of broomsticks and high-speed aerial pursuit. So long as they thought their flying skills were passable, nearly every little witch or wizard had gathered up the courage to sign up for the house team tryouts. Today, the Quidditch pitch had been assigned to Gryffindor, and so it was packed with Gryffindor students. Quite a few students from the other houses had come along as well, to cheer on their friends. The sun shone brilliantly, the sky was a clear and vivid blue, and the air was fresh and crisp. It was perfect flying weather. More and more young witches and wizards gathered on the pitch. Chattering away, they excitedly speculated over who might make the team this year, and who would become the new chasers and beaters. After waiting rather too long, faint murmurs of impatience began to ripple through the crowd. Just then, a stir ran through the front of the gathering. A solidly built upper-year student, not particularly tall but with a steadfast gaze, came striding in through the entrance to the pitch. He wore the Gryffindor Quidditch uniform and carried an armful of brooms, with several other upper-year students in matching kit following behind him. It was Oliver Wood. At this moment, Wood was a fourth-year student, and also the current captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Ordinarily, 5th and 6th-year wizards devoted the greater part of their energy to preparing for their N.E.W.T.S., laying the groundwork for their future place in the wizarding world, and the captaincy of a Quidditch team was generally handed over by the 4th year. But Wood was an exception. His love for Quidditch had long since crossed into obsession. Even in his 5th year, he was still perfectly willing to remain captain, training the boy who lived, organizing tryouts, and thinking of nothing but leading Gryffindor to seize the House Cup. The moment Wood appeared, the noise on the pitch died away at once. Wood stepped into the middle of the pitch, cleared his throat, and called out in a loud, forceful voice, "Quiet down. Everyone. Before the tryouts begin, I'm going to explain the full rules of Quidditch. I know a lot of you only think the sport looks brilliant, but don't actually understand the detailed rules, and the rules are the very foundation of Quidditch." Without the slightest hesitation, he began his explanation in a clear and orderly fashion. The dimensions of the Quidditch pitch, the positions of the 3 goal hoops, the purpose of the quaffle, the bludgers, and the golden snitch, the duties of the 4 positions, foul rulings, scoring rules, and the conditions for ending a match, every single point was laid out with perfect clarity. He went on to describe the layout of the Quidditch pitch in detail. A vast oval field, 180 meters long and 60 meters wide, ringed by towering stands, with a broad stretch of open grass at its center. He explained that at each end of the pitch stood a row of 3 goal hoops, each hoop 15 meters apart, the middle one the highest and the other 2 slightly lower, and that this was the key area for catching the golden snitch. Next, he gave a detailed explanation of the role of the various balls used in the match. The quaffle was the only ball in Quidditch that could legally be struck, and it was handled by the beaters of both teams, whose purpose was to protect their own teammates from attacks by the bludgers. The bludgers were 2 heavy, hard balls that tore across the pitch at high speed. The beaters' task was to keep them from smashing into their own side, while also using them to attack opposing players. The golden snitch was the smallest ball in the game, only the size of a palm, and it carried the greatest value of all. The moment any player caught the golden snitch, the match ended immediately, and the team that caught it received an additional 150 points. He continued by setting forth the duties of the 4 positions. Chasers were responsible for throwing and catching the quaffle and scoring through the hoops. The keeper's role was to defend the goals and prevent the opposing chasers from scoring. The beater's duty was to strike the bludgers with bats and shield their teammates, and the seeker's task was to find and catch the golden snitch, thus ending the match. He emphasized the importance of foul rulings, such as illegal striking, offside, obstruction, and the like, all of which could bring penalties upon a team and might even cost them the match. At last, he explained the scoring rules and the conditions for ending the game in full detail. Each quaffle through a hoop was worth 10 points, while catching the golden snitch earned an additional 150, and when the match ended, the team with the higher score was victorious. He explained that a match was generally divided into 4 15-minute periods, but because of the existence of the golden snitch, the actual length of the game could run far longer, since the match would end only once the snitch had been caught. Every detail of his explanation was so lucid that it gave the impression he knew Quidditch inside and out, and his words left everyone present with a far deeper understanding of the sport. All the young witches and wizards craned their necks and listened intently. No one whispered to his neighbor anymore. Having finished explaining the rules, Wood finally announced the tryout procedure. Next, I'll go over today's trial events. First is basic flying control. This is the foundation of every Quidditch player. You must be able to manage a steady takeoff, straight line acceleration, an emergency broom stop, continuous S-shaped turns, low-altitude flight close to the ground, and a smooth landing. Only those who complete them to a satisfactory standard will advance to the next round. As soon as the words fell, the young witches and wizards mounted their brooms one after another and, according to Wood's arrangement, began demonstrating their flying ability in turn. Wood stood on the ground, his sharp eyes observing every single person, judging each one with strict precision. Those whose flight was unstable, whose turns spun out of control, who crashed during abrupt stops, or who could not manage low flight near the ground were eliminated one by one. The first round of tryouts proceeded very smoothly. The Weasley twins, Fred and George, sailed through with ease, relying on their natural flying talent and bold, agile technique. Alia and Angelina, the two girls, flew with steadiness and textbook form, and likewise advanced without the slightest suspense. Diciwen's roommate Felix also remained in the running for the next round, thanks to his solid fundamentals. As for his other two roommates, Rory and Arthur, they were not nearly so fortunate. Rory lost control of his broom on the S-bend and nearly crashed into a goalpost. Arthur, meanwhile, lost his balance during an emergency stop and tumbled off his broom. Fortunately, he had not been very high up and was unhurt. The two of them were regretfully eliminated and could only stand dejectedly beside Diciwen, cheering on the friends who had made it through. By the end of the first round, nearly half the participants had been eliminated. Next came the second round, ball control under pressure. Wood had his assistant release 2 bludgers. The black bludgers shot into the air at once, like 2 savage beasts rampaging across the sky, crashing wildly about and targeting the witches and wizards in the air along with their brooms. They were dangerous and immensely disruptive. Wood raised the quaffle in his hand and loudly explained the rules. You've all seen the bludgers flying madly overhead. Next, you'll work in pairs. While avoiding the bludgers, you must complete aerial quaffle passes. Only those who can pass accurately, keep hold of the ball, and steadily dodge the bludgers will advance. The difficulty of this round soared in an instant. Simply controlling a broom in flight was already proving a strain for quite a few young witches and wizards. Adding the need to evade the bludgers' frantic assaults while also passing the quaffle with precision pushed the demands on flying skill, reflexes, and physical coordination to an exceptionally high level. Sure enough, once the second round began, the elimination rate was staggering. A full 80% of the students who had passed the first round were knocked out here. Some were so frightened by the bludgers that they leapt straight off their brooms. Some mishandled their passes and sent the quaffle plummeting to the ground. Others, distracted by trying to dodge, were utterly unable to complete the ball control exercise. By the time the second round ended, only 6 people remained on the pitch. Wood did not pause for breath. He immediately organized position-specific assessments. Goal defense and save reactions for keepers, precision bludger strikes for beaters, shooting accuracy and breakthrough ability for chasers. One rigorous test after another proceeded in orderly fashion. The final result came as a delightful surprise to everyone. The second-year twins Fred and George, along with Alicia and Angelina, all 4 passed the selection and officially became members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. A roar of cheers instantly broke out across the pitch. In one corner of the Quidditch pitch, the 4 youngsters who had just been selected for the house team gathered together, their laughter and shouts of joy rising and falling without end. Their excitement had flushed every face red. They hugged one another and waved their arms, as though trying to release every scrap of joy and pride in their hearts. Youth shone brightly from their faces, and their smiles were as brilliant as the rising sun. Diciwen stood at the edge of the pitch, sincerely happy for his friends. He applauded with all his strength and shouted their names at the top of his lungs, his eyes brimming with delight and pride. He was proud of what they had achieved, as if it were his own triumph. The moment the 4 spotted Diciwen, they rushed over in excitement and surrounded him, as though he himself were the emblem of their victory. Fred clapped Diciwen hard on the shoulder and shouted, "Diciwen, we made it. We really made it." His voice was thick with disbelief and exhilaration, as though all of this were a dream from which he had only just awakened. George grinned and added, "Would said our hitting was dead accurate. From now on, we'll protect the whole team." His voice rang with confidence and resolve, as though he could already see the glorious future awaiting them on the pitch. There was a steely certainty in his eyes, as though victory itself were already within sight. Alicia and Angelina were equally full of bright anticipation, and they said in unison, "We're going to win the Quidditch Cup one day." Their voices were filled with longing for the future and unwavering determination, as though they could already see themselves standing upon the winner's podium with the trophy in their hands. A band of youngsters laughed and jostled beneath the sunlight, their clear, bright laughter echoing across the Quidditch pitch. Their energy and ardor filled the whole field, as though the entire world were cheering for their youth and vitality. Their figures seemed all the more dazzling in the sun, and their smiles all the more radiant. They were like a flock of little birds soaring freely through the sky, carefree and alive with spirit. Their very presence filled the entire pitch with the boldness of youth and boundless vigor. Early the next morning, after leaving the common room, Diciwen headed straight for Professor McGonagall's office. At that point, only a day and a half had passed since he had received the writing assignment. When Professor McGonagall saw the finished manuscript Diciwen handed over, her brows drew together at once, and her tone carried both concern and gentle admonition. "Diciwen, you've finished it this quickly? There is really no hurry with this paper. This is a fine opportunity for you to earn a name for yourself in the wizarding world. You ought to think it over more carefully and revise it further. You must treat it with all due seriousness." In her view, no matter how gifted one might be, there was no way a professional paper fit to be published in Transfiguration today could possibly be completed in the space of only a day and a half. She feared the boy had been too hasty, had done the work carelessly, and would waste this rare opportunity for nothing. Diciwen, however, looked perfectly calm and self-possessed as he faced Professor McGonagall, his tone steady and assured. "Professor, I truly did complete it with great care. You may read it first, and then judge it." Seeing how confident the boy was, Professor McGonagall took the thick stack of parchment with lingering doubt. She adjusted her spectacles, composed herself, and began to read slowly, the first page, the second, the third. As she read on, the suspicion and concern on Professor McGonagall's face were gradually replaced by astonishment. Her eyes widened more and more, the fingers clutching the parchment tightened slightly. Even her breathing unconsciously grew softer. She had originally thought that, at most, Diciwen would produce a competent and fluent piece of basic theoretical writing. But the paper before her exceeded her expectations entirely. With precision microstructural human transfiguration at its core, the paper constructed a complete, cutting-edge, rigorous, and highly innovative system of transfiguration theory from 5 dimensions. The building of consciousness models, the precise transmission of magical energy, the rewriting of structure at the molecular level, the maintenance of morphological stability, and risk prevention and control. Its logic was watertight, its references authoritative, and its arguments clear. The depth of its analysis into the underlying principles of microscopic transfiguration even surpassed the research standards of quite a number of professional professors. What shocked Professor McGonagall still more was the paper's treatment of the details of human transfiguration. Its descriptions were so precise as to encompass microscopic adjustments to hair, skin, bone, and voice. Only a wizard with consummate practical experience in human transfiguration could possibly have written such a thing. She had long known that Diciwen possessed astonishing talent in material transfiguration, yet she had never imagined that in the advanced field of human transfiguration he had already reached such a profound level. Professor McGonagall's fingers lightly brushed across the heavy stack of papers, and an indescribably complicated emotion showed in her eyes. Slowly, she set the thesis down upon her desk, the movement seeming far more deliberate than usual, as though she were savoring the stillness of that moment. Then she raised her head, her gaze passing through her elegant spectacles and settling on Diciwen. He stood there, looking somewhat tense, though expectation outweighed it by far. "It seems I have underestimated you, Diciwen." Professor McGonagall's voice carried the faintest tremor, as though she were proud of her student, yet touched also by a hint of regret, for from this point onward she might no longer be able to offer him much guidance. "I know you have already mastered animagus transformation," she continued. "That alone is a very remarkable achievement, one that requires extraordinary talent and perseverance. But I truly never expected that you would understand transfiguration to this degree." Her words were full of admiration. She knew that Diciwen was not merely content with learning how to transform things, but had delved deeply into the principles and mysteries behind transfiguration itself. Professor McGonagall rose to her feet and walked to the window, gazing out at Hogwarts Castle beyond. The towers of the castle stood especially solemn in the glow of the setting sun, and she seemed to be recalling the days when she had studied magic in her youth. After a moment, she turned back to face Diciwen, a trace of reluctance in her voice. "I'm afraid I have nothing left to teach you." Her words carried the helplessness of a teacher, for she knew Diciwen had already gone beyond the limits of what she could instruct. When Diciwen heard those words, a warmth surged through his heart. He had always worked hard at his studies, not merely to master magic, but to earn Professor McGonagall's approval. He bowed deeply, showing his respect and gratitude to the professor. "Thank you, Professor," Diciwen said, his voice thick with emotion. "Your guidance is invaluable to me. I will keep working hard and not disappoint your expectations." Professor McGonagall smiled and nodded. She knew Diciwen would go even farther along the path of magic. With a light wave of her hand, she indicated that he could leave. Diciwen turned and walked out of the office, his heart full of hope for the future and love for magic. Professor McGonagall sat back down at her desk, looking at the stack of essays, her heart filled with boundless anticipation for this young wizard's future. Diciwen felt a little embarrassed by the professor's praise and lowered his head slightly, the tips of his ears flushing red once more. He knew full well that his ability had laid all the mysteries of transfiguration bare before him. The theories that were obscure and difficult for other wizards, the techniques that were hard to control, were as clear to him as the simplest chicken and rabbit problem in Muggle mathematics. Professor McGonagall looked at this humble yet brilliant boy before her, and her tone became especially gentle. "Leave the essay with me for now. I'll help you revise a few small details and correct the formatting. After that, I'll submit it to Transfiguration today for you. Just wait for the good news. Before long, the entire wizarding world will know that Hogwarts has a young genius in Transfiguration." "Thank you, Professor McGonagall." Diciwen bowed respectfully, his heart overflowing with gratitude. After leaving Professor McGonagall's office, Diciwen felt completely at ease, his steps turning light and brisk. Sunshine spilled through the corridor, warm and bright. Then he suddenly remembered that his next class was Charms, and because he had come to deliver the essay, he had already delayed far too long. He was about to be late. At once, Diciwen quickened his pace and ran toward the Charms classroom. The corridor was crowded with students hurrying to class, footsteps and chatter rising and falling all around him. Diciwen wove nimbly through the crowd, trying his best not to bump into anyone. When he reached the staircase leading to the 4th floor, a tall, broad-shouldered figure rushed past him in a hurry, charging toward the upper floor. It was Rubeus Hagrid, the gamekeeper of Hogwarts, and the gentlest half-giant in the castle. In ordinary times, Hagrid was always smiling, booming, and rough-spoken, giving off a dependable and warm feeling. But today, his expression was especially grave, his brows tightly furrowed, his eyes carrying a trace of urgency and unease. His steps were hurried, and he did not even notice Diciwen beside him. Diciwen stopped and watched Hagrid's hastening back recede into the distance, his heart sinking slightly. Hagrid was in such a rush, and he looked so grim. Could there be some problem in the Forbidden Forest? In the evening light, Hogwarts Castle glowed warmly and brightly. Golden sunset streamed through the huge stained-glass windows, bathing the great hall in light. The 4 long tables stood on either side, and the students of Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin sat gathered together. Silver platters were piled high with roast beef, chips, honey-glazed ham, buttered rolls, and steaming pumpkin juice and sweet fruit pudding. The air was thick with the tempting aroma of food, the soft clink of cutlery, and the students' laughter and conversation, forming the most familiar and comforting scene of an evening at Hogwarts. The staff table was set on the raised dais at the very front of the hall. Professor Dumbledore still wore his signature silver robes, his half-moon spectacles catching the soft light as he leisurely cut into the roast chicken on his plate with his fork, looking as composed as ever. The students had long grown used to such peaceful dinners, and no one would have imagined that a serious warning concerning the safety of all Hogwarts was about to break that quiet. Just as everyone was head down, enjoying their food and murmuring about classroom antics, Quidditch matches, and the latest magical gadgets, Professor Dumbledore slowly set down his cutlery and picked up the crystal goblet before him. Holding the stem with his long fingers, he tapped the rim lightly with his knuckles. Ding ding dong. The clear ring of metal was as though it had been enlarged by a sonorous charm, instantly cutting through all the noise in the great hall and spreading sharply to every corner. The hall, which had just been bustling with sound, fell abruptly silent. Every student stopped what they were doing and lifted their heads, turning their eyes toward the headmaster on the dais. Everyone could see that Professor Dumbledore's expression was entirely different from before. His usually gentle brow was tightly drawn, and the light blue of his eyes held none of their customary smile, only an unprecedented seriousness. Even his silver-white beard seemed to tighten slightly under the weight of it. "Everyone, attention," Dumbledore said, his voice steady and powerful, carrying unquestionable authority. "I am about to announce something. Although it was solemnly stated once at the opening ceremony, I must now emphasize it again with the utmost seriousness. The Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts is an extremely dangerous area." He paused, his gaze sweeping across every young face at the 4 long tables, his tone growing even heavier. "The Forbidden Forest is home to a large number of dangerous creatures rated XXX level and above by the Ministry of Magic. They are fierce, brutal, and highly aggressive. I reiterate here that no student, regardless of year or reason, is permitted to enter the Forbidden Forest. Not even wandering around the outskirts is allowed. If you do not want to end up dead, then never, ever foolishly take the risk of approaching that forest." The students below looked at Dumbledore with puzzled expressions, not understanding why he was saying this, but Diciwen instantly sensed that something was wrong. After all, the danger of the Forbidden Forest was common knowledge at Hogwarts, and Professor Dumbledore had always issued a routine reminder at the start of term before saying no more about it. Over the years, hardly any student had dared trespass into the depths of the forest. Even the Weasley twins, notorious for mischief, had only ever wandered cautiously around the outer edges when gathering rare materials for magical gadgets. They had never gone in too deep, and they had never run into any real danger. Yet this time, Dumbledore had not only solemnly repeated the warning during dinner, he had expressly forbidden even approaching the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. The warning in his words was unprecedented, and that could only mean one thing had happened within the forest. Something extraordinary. Seated at the Gryffindor table, Diciwen paused with his fork in hand, the bone of the roast chicken pinched between his fingers, his brows knitting slightly as he thought it over. His gaze drifted involuntarily toward the Forbidden Forest outside, which was growing darker and more forbidding in the gathering dusk. The first thing that flashed through his mind was Aragog's nest of acromantulas deep within the forest, and the enormous brood that had sprung from it. Could it be that Aragog's descendants had run out of control and spread all the way to the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest? But as soon as that thought arose, Diciwen dismissed it himself. If it were only an acromantula disturbance, Hagrid would never have shown such panic and helplessness in the daytime. Acromantulas were Hagrid's most cherished companions, and no matter how many there were, or how fierce they became, Hagrid would have a way to communicate with them. He would never wear such an expression. It seemed that what had appeared in the Forbidden Forest was by no means as simple as an acromantula. Diciwen made up his mind in silence that after dinner, he would have to find a chance to go to Hagrid's hut and wring the truth out of Hagrid himself. He pulled his thoughts back, lowered his head, and looked down at the food on his plate. The roast chicken made in the castle kitchens tonight was especially delicious, with its skin roasted to a crisp, golden brown and the meat inside tender and succulent, wrapped in a faint fragrance of herbs and butter. Yet at this moment, Diciwen no longer had the cheerful appetite he had only moments before. He merely ate mechanically in small bites, while his thoughts had already flown to the Forbidden Forest shrouded in mist. Night gradually descended over the Scottish Highlands, and a huge, bright full moon climbed into the sky, spilling its cold silver light across every corner of Hogwarts, casting a faint white sheen over the castle's stone walls and the lawns of the courtyard. Diciwen took advantage of the darkness to slip quietly out of Gryffindor Tower and walk slowly along the stone path on the west side of the castle. The evening breeze carried a touch of cool dampness across his face, and from far away he could already see the familiar hut at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Warm yellow light leaked from within, making it stand out all the more sharply against the pitch-black night. But unlike usual, the Forbidden Forest at this moment was no longer that wild, quiet place it had always seemed to be. Instead, it was suffused with an intensely chilling sense of danger that sent a shiver down the spine. It was a cold, bleak aura, laced with bloodlust and brutality, like an invisible thick fog continuously seeping out from deep within the woods and hanging over the entire Forbidden Forest, making one's heart tighten. Diciwen's steps paused slightly as he focused his senses on the magical fluctuations around him. He could clearly feel several cold and greedy gazes locked tightly on him from the shadows of the Forbidden Forest, like predators staring at their prey. Then several coarse, murky threads of spirit drifted out from deep within the forest, faintly visible beneath the moonlight. They were the spiritual fluctuations of some unknown creature. Diciwen's eyes narrowed slightly. He could be certain that these were absolutely not the threads of spirit of an acromantula. An acromantula's spirit carried the rough scent of carapace and the ferocity of the wild, whereas the threads of spirit before him were filled with the cold aura of death and a thirst for blood. They were an unfamiliar presence he had never sensed in the Forbidden Forest before. Without the slightest hesitation, Diciwen quickened his pace and walked straight to the door of Hagrid's hut. He raised a hand and knocked lightly. Knock, knock. The crisp sound of knocking shattered the silence around the hut. From inside, Hagrid's low conversation with his dog, Fong, abruptly cut off the instant they heard it. Immediately after, a series of heavy, hurried footsteps came from within, drawing closer to the door, accompanied by Fong's alert growls. With a creak, the wooden door was yanked open. Hagrid's rough face appeared in the doorway, his thick black-brown eyebrows knotted together, his eyes full of worry and tension. When he saw that Diciwen was standing outside, surprise flashed across his face, but what followed it was even more urgency. Diciwen, what are you doing here? Hagrid lowered his voice, his tone filled with reproach and concern. So late, how dare you leave the castle? It's far too dangerous here, this close to the Forbidden Forest. Before he had even finished speaking, Hagrid reached out and pulled Diciwen into the hut, then swiftly turned around, peered warily out toward the Forbidden Forest beyond the door, and only after confirming there was nothing amiss did he slam the door shut with a bang and instinctively lock it. The hut was warm and cluttered, the air filled with the scent of rock cakes, the smoke of the firewood in the hearth, and Fong's faint dog smell. The flames in the fireplace crackled and burned, making the room cozy and bright. Diciwen skipped the pleasantries and looked straight at Hagrid, going directly to the point. Hagrid, has something else come into the Forbidden Forest? Has anything unusual happened? Hagrid's already tense expression instantly turned even more astonished. He stared wide-eyed at Diciwen, his voice full of disbelief. How do you know? I only told Professor Dumbledore about this. I haven't said a word to anyone else. On my way over from the castle just now, I clearly sensed several completely different auras coming from the Forbidden Forest, Diciwen said calmly. Cold, strange, the sort I've never felt around the Forbidden Forest before. He did not tell Hagrid about his ability to see the threads of spirit, and instead chose the most reasonable explanation. At that, Hagrid let out a heavy sigh and sank into the wooden chair beside him, rubbing his face with both hands, his mood sinking to the bottom. He was silent for quite a while before slowly speaking, his voice hoarse. It does seem like outsiders have come into the Forbidden Forest. Not people from Hogwarts and not creatures that originally lived there. This afternoon, I went as I usually do to visit Aragog's nest. And in the end Aragog seemed especially restless. It directed its descendants to lead me to a clearing deep in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid's voice trembled slightly. There I saw Kik's body. Oh, Kik is a centaur in the Forbidden Forest. He was usually very gentle and he often chatted with me. A centaur died? Diciwen was shocked all at once, his face showing an expression of utter disbelief. The centaur clan in the Forbidden Forest had always been the most stable presence in that forest. They possessed exceptional magical talent, keen perception, and extremely strong ability to work as a group. Even the most dangerous acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest would seldom go out of their way to provoke the centaurs. For so many years, the centaurs had lived a peaceful, untroubled life in the Forbidden Forest, and there had never been any case of accidental death. No wonder that, on the last few occasions he had passed by the Forbidden Forest, he had not seen the centaurs roaming outside. So Firenze and the others had long since remained within their territory, refusing to come out. The root of it all turned out to be here. Diciwen immediately pressed. Then what was the cause of Kik's death? Was he attacked by some creature? Hagrid's body gave a slight shudder. He unconsciously raised a hand to rub his own neck, as though he, too, could feel that pain. His voice was full of fear. It was awful. Kik's blood had all been drained out. His skin was deathly pale, without the slightest trace of color. On his neck were several deep bite marks, sharp and small, clearly left by some creature that feeds on blood. Blood loss? Bite marks? Diciwen's pupils contracted at once, and the first thing that flashed through his mind was the newly appointed defense against the dark arts professor for this term, the vampire Kane. But that thought lasted only a second before Diciwen decisively dismissed it. During dinner, Professor Kane had likewise been seated at the staff table, calmly enjoying his meal, with Professor Dumbledore sitting right beside him. If Kane had been the one who killed the centaur, then with Dumbledore's ability, there was no way he would have allowed him to sit there so safely. Diciwen's thoughts raced furiously, and in an instant he recalled the conversation he had accidentally overheard a few nights ago between Dumbledore and Kane in the headmaster's office. At the time, Kane's tone had been full of fatigue and helplessness, as though he were saying that he had been burdened by some sort of trouble, while Dumbledore had been comforting him and promising to protect Hogwarts' safety. Now everything was clear. It was not Kane himself, but the trouble behind him. Those ruthless vampires of his own kind had already tracked their way to Hogwarts and slipped into the Forbidden Forest. Kick-Ass death was precisely the crime committed by these intruders. Diciwen's heart sank. He had long heard of the ferocity and cunning of vampires. They were elusive, fed on blood, and moved in groups. Even an adult wizard would find it difficult to deal with a pack of vampires. He looked up at Hagrid and said earnestly, "Hagrid, I've already got the general picture. For the next while, you absolutely must not set foot in the Forbidden Forest again. Not even near the edge. I know you're worried about the creatures in the Forbidden Forest, but it's far too dangerous in there right now. You could easily be hurt, or even lose your life." Hagrid nodded heavily, his face full of boundless reverence for Dumbledore, and murmured, "I know. Professor Dumbledore told me the same thing. He told me to stay in my hut and not go near the Forbidden Forest. He said he would definitely think of a solution, and that he would definitely protect Hogwarts." In Hagrid's heart, Dumbledore was all-powerful. He was the one who had protected him when he had been falsely accused all those years ago, the one who had repaired his snapped wand, the one who would forever be worthy of trust and reliance. Seeing that pure, unshaken faith in Hagrid, Diciwen said nothing more. He merely gave Hagrid's arm a light pat before rising to take his leave. When he stepped out of Hagrid's hut once more, the chill moonlight spilled over him. Diciwen lifted his head and looked toward that black expanse of the Forbidden Forest. Those few icy threads of spirit still drifted along the forest's edge, restless and eager to move. A thought quietly rose within him. The digestion of his potion had already reached the halfway mark, and his control over marionettes had improved dramatically. By now, he was already capable of controlling 2 marionettes at once. If he wished, he could seize the spirit of one of the vampires at this very moment and turn it into his own marionette. With the abilities of his hidden butler marionette working in concert, he could silently eliminate one vampire in an instant. But the moment the idea surfaced, he discarded it. At Hogwarts now, the one holding the line was Professor Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of the age. He had long since noticed the disturbance within the Forbidden Forest, and he must already have laid out a meticulous plan of action. Diciwen had no wish to interfere rashly, nor did he want to expose his own secret and become entangled in Dumbledore's designs. He lifted a hand slightly and quietly released the butler marionette from his spatial storage. The figure of the butler marionette appeared behind him like a ghost, soundless and elusive, wrapping Diciwen's body in gentle magic. In the very next second, the two of them vanished from where they stood and returned to the warm safety of the Gryffindor common room. The stone walls of Hogwarts Castle still gleamed with their mellow sheen in the morning light. The spiral staircases still shifted position without warning. The long tables in the Great Hall were still piled each day, right on time with steaming food. Young witches and wizards still hurried through the corridors, clutching heavy magical tomes as they rushed from one lesson to the next. Everything appeared calm and ordinary, as though the anomaly at the edge of the Forbidden Forest that night had never happened at all. And yet, that calm was no more than an illusion floating on the surface. The heads of all the houses reached an unspoken agreement. In their respective classes, with the utmost gravity, they once again impressed upon their students the rule that entry into the Forbidden Forest was strictly forbidden. No one explained the reason in any detail, and no one asked what had truly happened that night. By silent mutual consent, everyone buried the matter deep in their hearts and let it become one of the castle's unspoken secrets. Professor Simic's classes remained, as ever, the most popular place in the castle during this period. This professor, long known for his coldness, showed not the slightest trace of emotion different from his usual self. He still wore that frost-covered expression. His lessons were still as engaging as before, and even the detached look in his eyes when he glanced at his students was exactly the same. It was as though the affair in the Forbidden Forest had nothing to do with him, as though all the turmoil beyond had been shut out from his world. He was as steady as a silent iceberg, leaving Diciwen, who had tried to pry out some clue from him, with nothing to show for it. The thing that truly stirred up waves within the castle, however, was not the taboo of the Forbidden Forest, but the strange matter that had occurred around Diciwen. In the span of just a few days, the young witches and wizards of Hogwarts all discovered the same astonishing fact. At Diciwen's side, there was now a house elf that never left him for even a step. It had the hallmark oversized ears of a house elf, shriveled brown skin, and a neat, proper set of clothes. It moved lightly and without a sound, its eyes always lowered respectfully toward Diciwen. When Diciwen forgot to bring a textbook, it would silently place the book by his hand. During breaks between classes, it would bring him pumpkin juice at just the right temperature. It could even apparate directly with Diciwen through the castle's winding corridors, and in the blink of an eye carry him from one end of a passage to the other, avoiding the crowds and the ever-shifting staircases. That sight plunged the entire student body of Hogwarts into tremendous shock and endless discussion. Of course, Diciwen had displayed all of this deliberately. He had already been back at Hogwarts for quite some time, and it was time to move the matter of digesting his potion up the agenda. One had to understand, all the house elves within Hogwarts had, for generations, obeyed the commands left by Hufflepuff's founder. They were responsible only for the castle's labor and service, and would not obey the orders of any student, much less attend one at close quarters like this with unquestioning obedience. The pure-blood students, in particular, found it utterly unbelievable. In their deeply ingrained view, house elves were the private property of ancient pure-blood families, symbols of status and standing. Only wizarding families of noble blood had the right to possess house elves of their own. For an ordinary Gryffindor student to command a house elf so freely was, to them, nothing less than a brazen insult to pure-blood honor. Curiosity, jealousy, and resentment spread rapidly through the student body. Quite a few sharp-minded pure-blood scions began looking for ways to report the matter to the professors, hoping someone would step in and stop Diciwen's overstepping conduct. The first person they sought out was Professor Snape, head of Slytherin. A few haughty-faced pure-blood Slytherins blocked the cold classroom doorway between potions lessons and bombarded Snape with complaints about Diciwen, their voices thick with indignation. But the moment they finished speaking, Snape's already pale and gloomy face darkened at once, as black as the ruined dregs of a failed potion. His pitch-black eyes swept over the students before him with chilling severity, and when he spoke, his tone was edged with biting mockery and impatience. "You're tattling on a Gryffindor student, and yet you've come to me, the head of Slytherin?" Snape's voice was low and icy, carrying the oppressive menace of a snake's hiss. "Do you take me for someone with so much leisure that I need involve myself in another house's trifles? Or have your brains already been so frightened out of you by a boggart that you've lost all capacity for judgment?" The sharp rebuke drained the color from the faces of the complaining students. They had assumed that, as a head of house, Snape would stand on the side of defending pure-blood rules. Instead, what they received was merciless humiliation. With their heads bowed, scarcely daring to breathe, they could only turn and slink away, never again daring to mention so much as a single word of it before Snape. But in the end, the matter could not remain hidden forever. All of Hogwarts house elves belonged to Hufflepuff's line, and most Hufflepuff students knew the secret entrance to the kitchens and had the most frequent contact with these quietly laboring magical creatures. More than students from the other houses, they understood that pure-blood wizards would never command an elf that did not belong to their own family, while half-blood and muggle-born students often did not even know they could ask house elves for help. Diciwen's exceptional case swiftly spread among the Hufflepuffs. Quite a few Hufflepuff students, driven by curiosity, began running to the kitchens again and again, trying to get the house elves to help them with little tasks, fetching pastries, tidying books, carrying items. The commotion grew larger and larger, until it finally drew the attention of Professor Sprout, head of Hufflepuff. After patiently getting to the bottom of the entire affair, Professor Sprout understood perfectly well that this was no ordinary matter. She immediately informed Professor McGonagall, head of Gryffindor, exactly as it had happened, that Diciwen possessed a private house elf of his own. When Professor McGonagall heard it, her brows drew together slightly, her eyes full of astonishment. At once, she had a prefect summon Diciwen to her office. The spacious Transfiguration office was warm and immaculate, its shelves lined with ancient magical tomes, while several wizard's chess pieces transfigured through magic stood in silent stillness upon the desk. Professor McGonagall sat behind it, her gaze gentle yet intent as it rested on the boy standing before her, and began to ask about the origin of the house elf. Diciwen did not hide the truth. He openly told Professor McGonagall that the elf belonged entirely to him alone, yet kept its true source firmly to himself. The shock in Professor McGonagall's heart was beyond words. In the wizarding world, house elves had always been the preserve of pure-blood nobility. It was all but impossible for a wizard from a non-pure-blood family to possess a house elf wholly loyal to himself, much less for someone of Diciwen's rather unremarkable background. Yet, as she looked into the boy's steady eyes, Professor McGonagall did not press any further. She merely lifted her gaze toward the house elf standing by Diciwen's side with its head bowed in readiness, then back to the boy before her, now growing ever more composed and reserved, and a trace of complicated emotion passed through her eyes. In the span of scarcely a single year, Diciwen's transformation had been far too astonishing. He was no longer that unknown orphanage child from the beginning. "Diciwen, I know a house elf can offer you a great many conveniences." Professor McGonagall's tone softened, carrying the earnest gravity unique to a teacher guiding her student. "But at Hogwarts, I hope you will refrain from summoning it too often. As a wizard, you ought to learn to handle your own affairs independently." Relying too heavily on magical creatures is not a good thing. Do you understand? Diciwen lowered his eyes, and a heavy gloom he could scarcely conceal welled up within him. It was not out of baseless dependence that he relied on this house elf called Butler. It was directly tied to the stable digestion of the potion within his body. If he were forbidden from using it entirely, his magical training would be plunged into immense difficulty. Yet, in the face of Professor McGonagall's well-meant admonition, he did not argue. He merely promised softly that he would do his best to reduce the number of times he summoned the secret puppet. So long as he was not completely forbidden from using it, there was still room to maneuver. Diciwen calculated silently to himself. Present, the whole of Hogwarts was watching the matter between him and the house elf, and that very scrutiny had instead become the finest possible cover, allowing him to digest the potion in secret more safely beneath everyone's gaze. So long as he kept his measure, his true secret would not be exposed. Just as Diciwen's thoughts were sinking, Professor McGonagall's expression suddenly softened. A genuine smile appeared on her face, and even her voice turned noticeably lighter. Oh, and there is one more piece of good news I should tell you. A glimmer of pleased satisfaction shone in Professor McGonagall's eyes. The paper you handed in a few days ago, after I carefully revised and refined it, I submitted it to Transfiguration today. Early this morning, the editor-in-chief wrote back to me personally to say that your paper has been formally accepted and will appear in the next issue. Those words left even Diciwen slightly stunned, and then irrepressible delight rose into his eyes. Transfiguration Today was the most authoritative academic journal on transfiguration in the entire wizarding world. Even fully qualified adult wizards took pride in publishing there, and yet he, merely a student at Hogwarts, had earned such recognition. It was undoubtedly an honor of the highest order. Seeing the light in the boy's eyes, Professor McGonagall was sincerely happy for him. To be able, at such a young age, to write a transfiguration paper of such depth and insight was an exceedingly rare gift in the whole wizarding world. After thanking Professor McGonagall with great solemnity, Diciwen gently pushed open the office's wooden door. What awaited beyond it was entirely within his expectations. The long corridor was already packed with students eager for a spectacle. At the very front of the crowd stood a group of Slytherin pureblood children, their expressions unfriendly and their eyes full of scorn. They blocked the doorway, fully expecting to watch Diciwen emerge after being scolded by Professor McGonagall and stripped of his house elf, ready to hurl their cruelest words at this Gryffindor who had dared to challenge pureblood dignity. Yet there was not the slightest trace of panic or embarrassment on Diciwen's face. Instead, he held his chin high, his bearing calm and almost proud, as his gaze swept evenly across one face after another waiting to laugh at him. The next second, he lifted a hand slightly and softly called for Butler at his side. The house elf immediately bowed and respectfully took hold of Diciwen's arm. A faint silver glow spread around its body, the mark of apparition. Under the astonished, furious, and disbelieving stares of everyone present, the boy and elf vanished from the spot in an instant, leaving behind only the faintest thread of magical residue as they returned straight to the Gryffindor common room. In the now empty corridor, all that remained was a cluster of pure-blood wizards with livid faces, trembling from head to toe with rage. They stood frozen where they were, clutching their wands tightly, their eyes roiling with resentment and fury. In their understanding, house elves were the privilege of pure-blood families, a pride carved into bloodline itself. Yet now, a Gryffindor of ordinary birth had brazenly acquired a private elf, and even gained a professor's tacit approval. To them, this was nothing less than an open provocation against the entire pure-blood class. But beyond their anger, they could do absolutely nothing. Snape had driven them back. Professor McGonagall had not punished Diciwen. Even the heads of house had chosen silent acquiescence. What right did mere students like them have to interfere? They could only watch helplessly as Diciwen departed in effortless style, swallowing their stifled grievance and jealousy whole. The castle bells rang out once more, echoing through the corridors and spires of Hogwarts, and the students gradually dispersed, returning once again to their lessons. Order had been restored on the surface, yet beneath that calm, the undercurrent had only grown fiercer because of one suddenly appeared house elf. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the layered canopy of the forbidden forest, spilling down only in broken, mottled flecks upon the woodland clearing where the centaur tribe dwelled. There were no wizarding castles here, no elegant towers or halls, only natural tents built with giant trees for beams and vines for walls. The air was thick with the scents of grass, earth, and the medicinal herbs unique to the centaur tribe. It was so quiet that only the rustle of wind through leaves remained, and yet the oppression in the air was enough to make breathing difficult. For days now, this ancient forest had long since lost its former peace. Unknown outsiders had infiltrated the depths of the forbidden forest, slaughtering and capturing the magical creatures within at will. Even the centaurs, ever proud and accustomed to keeping to themselves, had met with one misfortune after another. At this moment, inside the largest wooden tent at the tribe's very center, the atmosphere was so heavy it seemed to have hardened like resin. Several centaurs sat gathered together, every face marked by grief and restless fury. "Chief, we have already lost 2 warriors." Ronan, tall and broad, with dark brown hair, suddenly raised his head and looked toward the figure seated in the deepest part of the tent. His voice unable to suppress its anger. "We cannot go on sitting by and doing nothing. We cannot allow them to keep slaughtering our people like this." Where his gaze fell sat Magri, chief of the centaur tribe. Magri was taller and more powerfully built than any other centaur in the tribe, broad of shoulder and thick of back. His mane a deep inky black streaked with threads of silver white, his face etched with the marks of years and battle. He sat unmoving, his back still straight, maintaining the pride and authority engraved into centaur bones. Yet within those deep-set eyes surged exhaustion and grief too profound to hide. In these past days, the tribe had lost warrior after warrior, each one a child he had watched grow. But in the face of outsiders concealed in the shadows and wielding strange methods, the centaurs, so used to reading the stars and submitting to fate, found themselves unable for a time to even determine how to strike back. "This is all arranged by fate." Forenza gave a soft sigh from the side, his voice heavy with helplessness. His gaze was gentle, yet there was powerlessness in it as well. The paths of the stars foretold it long ago. Today's outcome was destined many years in advance. Fate? Ronan clenched his forehooves, his voice trembling with agitation. Are we truly meant to stand by and watch our people die one by one? To watch the forbidden forest be trampled underfoot by those intruders? Magri slowly raised a hand, stopping the argument between the two. He closed his eyes for a moment, his long mane swaying gently with the motion, and spoke in a low, husky voice. "Alas, it seems that we..." Before he could finish, the entrance to the tent was suddenly flung open. A young centaur stumbled inside, panic written all over his face, his entire body trembling faintly. His once neat mane was in complete disarray, clearly the result of a desperate sprint all the way here. He gasped for breath, his eyes fixed on Magri, and his voice had turned shrill with fear. "This is bad. Chieftain, something terrible has happened." Magri shot to his feet, and the pressure of a leader's authority instantly filled the whole tent. In a deep voice he demanded, "Why are you panicking? What happened?" Grit's been taken away." That single sentence from the young centaur struck everyone present like a bolt of thunder crashing down upon their heads. Grit was Magri's only son, and also the youngest and most spirited of the entire centaur tribe's younger generation. His nature was simple and guileless. He had not yet fully learned the endurance and caution etched deep into centaur blood. In recent days, the atmosphere within the tribe had grown stiflingly oppressive. Everyone lived in fear, everyone remained on guard. Grit had likely been unable to bear that suffocating pressure any longer and, in a moment of rashness, had left the tribe's designated safe boundary without permission. No one had expected that the moment he left, he would fall straight into a trap the intruders had long since prepared. The tent fell into instant, absolute silence. Magri's whole body shuddered. For the first time, a clear crack appeared in his usually steady and dignified expression. He stood frozen where he was, his dark mane trembling faintly. Those eyes that had always held calm and resolve were now filled with dense grief and gravity. He could afford to lose warriors. He could endure the suffering brought by fate. But the one taken was his son, the continuation of his bloodline, the future of the centaur tribe. This time, he could no longer face it calmly beneath the simple name of fate. The silence lasted a full half-minute before Magri slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, only resolve remained. He knew that, with the centaur's own strength, it was nearly impossible to recover Grit within the vast and perilous forbidden forest, much less contend with those elusive intruders. He had no other choice. He could only break the neutrality and independence the centaurs had upheld for centuries and seek aid from the outside world. Magri slowly walked to the corner of the tent and took down an object wrapped tightly in cloth from a concealed wooden rack. He gently pulled the cloth aside. Inside lay an ancient silver badge engraved with patterns of stars and a bow, the very token of the rescue pact once established between the centaurs and the founders of Hogwarts. This badge had been preserved by the centaur tribe for decades and had never once been used. Once this pact was activated, it would mean the centaurs had set aside their pride and turned to Hogwarts for help. As the price after receiving aid once, the centaurs would in the future be required to do one thing within their power for Hogwarts, so long as it did not violate their principles in repayment. It was the fairest contract between wizard and centaur, and also the heaviest. With trembling hands, Magri poured his magic into the silver badge. A flicker of light flashed, and the ancient pact was awakened. It was as though every last ounce of strength had been drained from his body in an instant. Magri staggered back a step, his expression dazed, his eyes full of unwillingness and humiliation. Proud centaurs had never relied upon anyone, never bowed their heads to wizards. Yet this time, for the sake of his son and for the sake of the tribe, he had no choice but to break every rule he had always upheld. Only a few moments passed. A warm and brilliant burst of golden fire suddenly erupted in the middle of the tent. The flames were pure and harmless, carrying with them a reassuring power. When the firelight faded, a figure in flowing purple robes, with snow-white hair and half-moon spectacles, landed steadily upon the ground. It was Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore had clearly not expected to receive a rescue signal from a pact that had not shone for decades. A trace of surprise flashed through his bright blue eyes, but warmth soon returned to them. Looking at the grave-faced centaur chieftain before him, the familiar faint smile still resting on his lips, he spoke in a calm voice. Magri, it has been a long time. I had not imagined we would meet again under such circumstances. Under ordinary circumstances, Magri might have exchanged a few courtesies with the headmaster of Hogwarts. But at this moment, his heart held only urgency and fear. He had no time for reminiscence. He stepped forward, his tone heavy and rapid, every word laden with suppressed pain. There is no time for old greetings, Dumbledore. My son, Grit, was taken by intruders who slipped into the Forbidden Forest. I need your help to bring him back. The smile on Dumbledore's face slowly faded. He lowered his head in thought for a moment, his fingers lightly tapping the pendant at his waist. Dumbledore knew all too well that centaurs were proud and neutral, never willing to involve themselves lightly in the disputes of the wizarding world. Yet this time, they had invoked the Rescue Pact, which was tantamount to owing Hogwarts a favor. If Grit could be rescued and the centaur's crisis resolved, then in the near future, when Voldemort returned and darkness once more fell upon the wizarding world, the centaurs would become a crucial force in support of Hogwarts. This was not merely a rescue. It was an important alliance that would shape the battles yet to come. I understand, Magri. Dumbledore raised his head, his gaze firm. To find one person precisely within the vast Forbidden Forest will not be easy. I will need an item that Grit carried close to him. Only then can his location be fixed. Yet even as the words left his mouth, Dumbledore already had someone in mind. Ordinary seeking charms and revealing spells would have limited effect within the Forbidden Forest, a place steeped in ancient magic. But he happened to know that there was a student at Hogwarts who possessed an extraordinarily rare and precise talent for divinatory tracking, one that surpassed even many fully grown wizards. That person was Gryffindor's Diciwen. It seemed he would have to make another bargain with Diciwen. The boy was clear-sighted and keen-minded. He would never lend his strength for nothing. Dumbledore understood that perfectly and was already considering how to persuade this unusual student. Meanwhile, within Hogwarts Castle, Diciwen knew nothing of this. He was sitting quietly by the window in the innermost part of the library, a massive ancient tome spread open before him, so heavy it seemed nearly capable of crushing the table beneath it. Its cover was worn with age, its pages yellowed, and every sheet was covered in obscure ancient runes that were difficult to comprehend. In order to maintain excellence in every subject and constantly expand his own store of knowledge, Diciwen spent nearly all of his free time immersed in the library. Lost in the world of text and magical theory, he was so focused that even the sound of footsteps and turning pages around him seemed shut out entirely. Then, at that moment, a somewhat stiff and low voice quietly sounded behind him, devoid of the slightest emotion. Come out with me for a moment. Diciwen paused slightly and at once recognized the voice as Madame Pance's. Almost by reflex, he closed the book and looked up, only to see Madame Pance standing behind him with an expressionless face, her eyes signaling for him to follow. Diciwen asked no questions. Silently, he picked up the absurdly heavy giant tome and followed Madame Pance toward the library doors. When they reached the entrance, he obediently handed the book back. Madame Pance took it from him and said nothing, merely lifting her chin and indicating the space outside the library. Filled with confusion, Diciwen pushed the door open and stepped out, not understanding in the least what was going on. The corridor beyond was utterly empty, with only the afternoon sunlight lying in quiet pools across the floor. And standing silently not far before him was a divine bird with scarlet feathers and a splendid tail. The phoenix, Fawkes. Diciwen froze on the spot. One boy and one bird stood there, facing each other in silence for what felt like an age. Diciwen's mind was full of question marks. He could not fathom why Fawkes would appear here, This was Headmaster Dumbledore's personal phoenix, one who never casually left the headmaster's side. Fawkes, however, clearly had no time to indulge his bewilderment. Seeing Diciwen remain utterly motionless, a flash of almost human anxiety crossed the phoenix's eyes. No longer minding the strange look in the boy's gaze, he suddenly spread his wings, rose into the air, and alighted lightly upon Diciwen's shoulder. In the next instant, a mass of warm, dazzling golden fire burst forth without warning, enveloping Diciwen whole. Diciwen felt the world spin around him, a brief wave of dizziness sweeping over him, and then both feet landed firmly upon solid ground. As the flames faded, he discovered with a jolt that he was no longer standing in a corridor of Hogwarts. Before him stretched dense woodland, carrying the unmistakable breath of the forbidden forest. Standing in front of him was Dumbledore, his hair white as snow, and behind the headmaster stood several tall, solemn-faced centaurs. Ronan, Firenze, and Centaur Chief Magri, whose whole bearing radiated the authority of a leader while his expression was steeped in grief, were all staring at him with burning intensity. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Diciwen swiftly composed himself, lifted his eyes to Dumbledore, and did his utmost to keep his tone calm. "I wonder why the headmaster has summoned me here?" By now, a faintly ominous premonition had already begun to stir within him. Dumbledore smiled slightly, his expression noble and grave, and spoke in a perfectly natural tone. "Diciwen, Chief Magri's son has been taken by outsiders. We require your particular talents to help us find him." Diciwen looked deeply at Dumbledore, and in that instant, he understood everything. This old bumblebee was clearly trying to prop him up on a moral high ground in front of others, so that he would lend his strength for nothing and help for free. Not a chance. Outwardly unruffled, Diciwen had already made up his mind in secret. Once this was over, he would most certainly demand sufficient compensation from Dumbledore. There was no way he would let his abilities be squandered for nothing. He neither refused nor agreed at once, merely saying evenly, "If you want me to track him, I'll need one of his personal belongings." Ronan stepped forward at once and handed him a small, exquisitely crafted wooden bow. Its polished surface still retained Glit's scent. It was the weapon he had used since childhood. Diciwen accepted the wooden bow and lightly ran his fingers over its surface. Then he drew out his wand and pressed it steadily against the bow. Closing his eyes, he stirred the spirituality within him that belonged to the seer pathway and murmured the incantation for his wand divination. In the air, invisible spirituality began to stir and gather, flowing towards the tip of the wand like running water. The wand, still and silent only moments before, gave a faint tremor and slowly turned, until at last it pointed steadily towards the deep southern reaches of the forbidden forest. Diciwen opened his eyes, glanced in the direction his wand indicated, and said flatly to Dumbledore, "Headmaster, this method of mine can only keep adjusting our bearings. We'll need to advance while continuously correcting our course according to his lingering aura." As the words fell, every gaze present settled upon him. The forbidden forest in the afternoon lay cloaked in a heavy, drowsy hush. Great ancient trees blotted out the sky and split the sunlight into scattered shards of brightness. A thick carpet of decaying leaves covered the ground, and every step brought forth a muted, muffled rustle. The air was thick with the damp scent of earth, the bitter tang of grass and wood, and a faint chill that seemed to lurk just beyond perception, enough to make one instinctively draw taut with wariness. Diciwen walked at the very front of the group, gripping the little wooden bow Glit had left behind in one hand and holding his wand steady in the other. Time and again he drove the spirituality within him, repeatedly casting wand divination as he pursued that faint yet familiar trace of living presence. The tip of his wand would sometimes quiver lightly, sometimes veer by the slightest margin, like an exquisitely precise needle, constantly correcting the direction of their advance. His pace was steady, his expression intent, and all his focus was fixed upon the flow of divinatory spirituality, not daring to relax for even a moment. Behind him, Dumbledore followed at an unhurried pace, his purple robes fluttering softly in the woodland breeze. He appeared perfectly calm and composed, yet a layer of gentle but unyielding protective magic quietly wreathed him, ready at any moment to answer a sudden threat. The centaurs, meanwhile, were fully armed, their expressions grim, as though confronting a formidable enemy. Chief Magri led the way at the front, his mane neat, his muscles taut, a longbow half raised in his hand while the arrows in his quiver gleamed with a cold light. Ronan and Firenze kept to either flank, vigilantly scanning the dark undergrowth around them, their hooves striking the earth with quiet strength. Plainly, all of them were prepared to enter battle at a moment's notice. The party pressed onward in silence, the atmosphere so oppressive it was nearly suffocating. After several rounds of divinatory tracking, Diciwen could clearly feel that the target's aura was growing sharper, stronger, almost certainly somewhere in the dense forest just ahead. His heart tightened. His lips parted, and he was just about to warn the others that it was right in front of them when disaster struck without warning. A black shadow burst from the thickets ahead like a specter. It was astonishingly fast, carrying with it a bone-piercing chill and savage violence as it lunged straight for Diciwen at the front. Protego. Dumbledore's reaction was so swift it was almost inconceivable. At virtually the very instant the black shape sprang forth, he had already raised his wand and uttered a sharp cry. A translucent magical barrier sprang up before Diciwen in an instant, pulsing with deep, powerful magic. Bang! The shadow slammed brutally into the shield, giving rise to a heavy, muffled crash, and was flung backward, stumbling as it crashed onto the ground. Before it could regain its feet, Dumbledore's second spell had already fallen, his voice majestic and cold. Petrificus totalis. A beam of silver-blue light struck the black shape with perfect accuracy. Its body stiffened at once, frozen upright like a stone statue, unable to move again. Diciwen sighed inwardly. Though Dumbledore was advanced in years, his skill and casting speed remained at the very height of perfection, swift enough to chill the heart. A faint gleam had only just begun to gather at his fingertips as he prepared to summon his marionette butler to appear and shield him if necessary. And yet the crisis had already been utterly resolved by the headmaster. He withdrew his magic, stepped calmly back to Dumbledore's side, and let his gaze fall upon the petrified attacker, allowing just the right trace of surprise to show on his face as he breathed softly. A vampire. In truth, from the cold aura his wand divination had sensed, he had already guessed as much. But in front of Dumbledore and the centaurs, he had to pretend he had only just confirmed it. He could not reveal that he had long since seen through the secret. Once he had steadied himself, Diciwen raised the wand in his hand slightly and reported in a calm tone, "Headmaster, the magical detection indicates that Glit is just ahead, not far from here." In truth, he scarcely needed to say it. A vampire guard had already appeared. The young centaur who had been taken could only be somewhere nearby. Everyone present understood that perfectly well. Dumbledore gave a slight nod, his sharp gaze fixed upon the deeper reaches of the forest. Then he lifted his wand and gave it a light flick, casting the amplifying charm. His voice was magnified at once, steady and commanding, piercing through layers of branches and leaves to carry clearly into the shadowed brush. "I think we may talk." Not long after his words fell, the bushes ahead gave a rustling shiver. Several figures emerged at a measured pace, likewise dressed in tight black clothing and wreathed in the same chill aura, arranging themselves in a line. The man at the front stood tall, his features handsome yet marked by an inhuman pallor, his eyes a glaring blood red. At his side, two vampires held the slight little Glit between them, one on each side. The young centaur's face was pale and his expression full of terror, but there were no obvious wounds upon him. At the sight of his son being held hostage, Magri's mane bristled violently all over. One forehoof struck hard against the ground, and a suppressed, muffled sound escaped him. Fury and dread surged in his eyes, yet he forcibly restrained himself and did not rashly charge forward. The vampire at their head curled his lips into a sardonic smile, his gaze settling on Dumbledore as he spoke in a tone of counterfeit respect. "Dumbledore, guardian of Hogwarts, the greatest wizard in the magical world." The words themselves were flattering enough, but the undisguised mockery in his voice was plain for every person present to hear. Dumbledore's expression did not change. His voice dropped, direct and uncompromising. "I believe you all know why we have come. Release Grellet, and I may consider sparing you, and allowing you to leave the Forbidden Forest safely." Ha 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 ha. No sooner had the words fallen than the vampires opposite burst into wild laughter, as though they had just heard the finest joke in the world. Their shrill, grating cackles echoed through the woods. When the laughter died away, the leading vampire drew back his smile, and an icy chill flickered in his blood-red eyes. "Dumbledore, you ought to know perfectly well why we came here. Since Hogwarts has chosen to openly shelter a vampire, then we are no longer obliged to keep our promise never to set foot in the Forbidden Forest." As he finished, he turned to the centaurs at one side, his tone becoming naked threat wrapped in temptation. "As for you, centaurs, hand over that item, and I shall return this little foal to you unharmed. After all, it was never yours to begin with. You have merely kept it in your possession for several hundred years." Those words made both Dumbledore and Magri freeze for a moment, confusion and gravity surfacing on their faces. Dumbledore's brows drew together slightly. He had no idea that the centaur tribe was hiding an object that belonged to the vampire race. Magri was no less shaken within. Hogwarts had sheltered a vampire? He had never heard any such thing. The two men exchanged a rapid glance, and each saw the same astonishment and uncertainty in the other's eyes. Yet both suppressed their questions at once and fixed their gaze back upon the vampires opposite, and in an instant the atmosphere grew even more taut. As for Diciwen, though his face remained calm, his eyes quietly flicked toward the ground not far behind the vampires. Amid the fallen leaves lay an utterly inconspicuous slip of paper, half buried beneath them, its presence so faint it was nearly impossible to detect. It was the substitute paper figure he had quietly left behind when he retreated to Dumbledore's side a moment earlier. This was the contingency he had reserved for himself, and the only possible chance of breaking the deadlock. At the proper moment, he put on a bewildered expression and spoke softly, as though he truly had no idea what was happening. "Headmaster, what exactly is going on now? This business about sheltering a vampire and that item they mentioned. What does any of it mean?" Dumbledore did not turn around, nor did he answer him. He continued to stare unflinchingly at the leader opposite, his tone level yet quietly oppressive. "After all this talk, I still do not know your name." The leading vampire dipped his head slightly, making a gesture that appeared elegant but was in truth pure arrogance, and his clear voice rang across the clearing. "Francis Simic." The instant that name was spoken, shock crashed through the hearts of all three sides at once. Almost at the very same moment, each of them thought the same thing. So it really was them. Dumbledore's heart gave a violent jolt. The Simic family, one of the oldest and most dangerous vampire clans. They really had followed the trail of their own kind all the way to Hogwarts. Magri was equally shaken to the core. The Simic clan, they truly had returned to reclaim the spoils of war the centaurs had guarded for centuries. Diciwen's heart sank. Just as he had thought, it was all because of Cain. That escaped vampire had led the Simic family's pursuers straight here. Thoughts raced wildly through all three camps, while the woods themselves fell into utter silence. Dumbledore spoke again at last, more measured now, but with a firmness that admitted no dispute. "Mr. Simic, I cannot grant your demand, but Grellet is only a child. I advise you not to harm so young a life. It will benefit neither of us." Before he had even finished speaking, Dumbledore's eyes shifted. A streak of scarlet suddenly plunged from the sky, swift as lightning. It was Fawkes the Phoenix, using the cover of the leaves. He had silently circled round behind the vampires, his sharp talons darting straight for Grellet, who was being held in the middle, intending to snatch the young centaur away in one stroke. "You court death," one of the nearby vampires noticed in an instant and roared in fury. His razor claws, wreathed in dense black vapor, slashed savagely toward Fawkes. Sensing the mortal danger, Fawkes beat his wings hard and sprang backward at once, barely evading the attack by the narrowest margin. The first rescue attempt had failed, and in that razor-thin instant, when everyone's attention had been drawn to Fawkes, Diciwen's eyes sharpened, and without the slightest hesitation, he activated the paper figure substitute. What remained in place was only a faint afterimage. His true body had already used the substitute paper figure to teleport, soundlessly appearing behind the vampire holding Grellet hostage. Almost in the very instant he appeared, Diciwen moved with a thought and released his puppet butler directly from the spatial mark. The butler, in the form of a house elf, appeared at once. Without the slightest delay, one hand seized Diciwen tightly, while the other gathered the startled Grellet securely into its arms. A faint halo of apparition shimmered around them. In the next second, the three of them vanished completely before the vampire's very eyes. Who was that? Damn it! By the time Francis and his subordinates reacted, they had grasped nothing but empty air. Their faces darkened with rage, and murderous intent surged in their crimson eyes. Almost in the same instant that Diciwen returned with Grellet to the centaurs' ranks by teleportation, the centaurs, who had long been poised and ready, moved at once. "Loose!" At Magri's command, several arrows imbued with herb magic shot through the air in an instant, cutting forward with sharp whistling force toward Francis and the others, forcing them to retreat again and again to dodge, leaving them unable to give chase for the moment. Magri strode forward and pulled Grellet tightly into his arms. His broad hand gently stroked his son's mane, checking him over again and again, from top to bottom with painstaking care. Only when he saw that Grellet was merely frightened and had suffered no injury whatsoever did the great weight hanging over his heart finally crash to the ground. Plainly, Francis had intended to use Grellet to exchange for the item, and so had not mistreated him all this while. Standing on the centaur's side, Diciwen quietly withdrew the butler back into his spatial space, while at the same time discreetly recalling the substitute paper figure in the distance and erasing every trace, as though that lightning-swift rescue had never had anything to do with him at all. Francis steadied himself, shaking with cold fury. His gaze locked onto Diciwen with deadly intensity. and there was almost fire blazing from his eyes. Grinding his teeth, he spoke word by word, his voice brimming with naked murder and wrath. Dumbledore, it seems you are most dissatisfied with the notion of an exchange. In that case, from this day forth, there will be nothing left between us but war. Francis's declaration still echoed through the forbidden forest as a bitter wind swept dead leaves through the trees. The tension, already stretched to its utmost limit, shattered in that instant into powder and flame. Dumbledore looked at the vampires opposite, their faces twisted and feral, black vapor roiling about them, and the gentleness that had once rested in his eyes sank away completely. Grellet had already returned safely to the centaurs. There was no longer any need for him to hold back, no need to fear stray curses or flying spells wounding the young centaur by mistake. In the very next moment, Dumbledore raised his wand high, and his aged yet powerful voice rang out like thunder. Let holy fire clear the path. It was a devastating wide-range flame spell, bearing the purity and searing heat of phoenix fire, something no ordinary wizard could ever hope to command. As the incantation fell, it was as though the entire wood had been set ablaze. Surging crimson-gold flames erupted from the earth with a thunderous roar, like a howling sea of fire crashing mercilessly toward the vampires. Bright and domineering, the flames carried the purifying power unique to light magic. Against dark creatures like vampires, who feared fire by nature, it was the most lethal of counters. The faces of Francis and the others changed violently, the blood red in their pupils twisting beneath the reflected blaze. The searing heat that came rushing at them was so fierce it nearly scorched their skin. A terror that sank into their very bones made them instinctively stumble backward, without even a shred of courage to resist. They were children of the night, immortal creatures of darkness, and yet before Dumbledore's flames, they seemed pitifully fragile. The tide of fire spread madly across the ground, surging forward dozens of yards and reducing every shrub and layer of rotting leaves ahead to ashes, until it formed a blazing wall of fire stretching across the forest. But at the very instant it was about to engulf the vampires, Dumbledore turned his wrist, drew his wand back ever so slightly, and the flames, as though tugged by some invisible force, abruptly swept backward. In the end, they came to a steady halt before him, Diciwen and the centaurs, becoming an unceasing barrier of fire that completely cut the two sides off from one another. The blast of heat struck head-on, yet it did not harm their own side in the slightest. Even Diciwen, standing nearby, felt a private shiver of astonishment at such consummate precision in the control of magic. Beyond the crackling flames, Dumbledore's figure looked majestic and untouchable in the firelight. He gazed calmly at Francis and his companions, who stood opposite in miserable disarray, faces drained of color, and spoke in a mild voice that nevertheless carried unquestionable certainty. Mr. Simic, I think you will be gaining nothing today. Driven back again and again by the flames, Francis had long since lost the elegance and arrogance he had so carefully maintained, leaving only venomous resentment and unwilling fury on his face. He fixed Dumbledore with a savage stare through the wall of fire and growled through gritted teeth. Humph, Dumbledore, I refuse to believe you can protect the centaurs for the rest of their lives. The Forbidden Forest is vast. You cannot possibly stand guard here every hour of every day. That need not concern you, Dumbledore replied evenly, his tone light, yet full of absolute confidence. The flames still burned on, and their crackling had become the only sound in the forest. Fox trilled merrily overhead, his scarlet form circling back and forth as though celebrating this brief but overwhelming suppression. The Phoenix's fire had always shared its source with Dumbledore's magic, and at this moment it raised the heat of the fiery wall by several degrees more. Francis looked at Dumbledore, steady as a mountain, then at the fear plainly written on the faces of his own subordinates, and knew there was no chance of victory left today. If he insisted on staying, they would only be grievously injured by the flames, perhaps even subdued on the spot. He clenched his fists so hard that his nails bit deep into his palms, then finally spat out with bitter malice, "We're leaving." The moment the words fell, several black figures flickered like phantoms and swiftly vanished into the deeper darkness of the Forbidden Forest. Within a few breaths, they had disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only a faint chill in the air. Diciwen did not immediately lower his guard. He closed his eyes and silently stirred the spirituality within him, sensing the lines of spirit bodies left behind by the departing vampires. Only after he felt clearly that those few spiritual lines belonging to the dark creatures were drawing farther and farther away, until they had completely left this region, did he slowly open his eyes, let out a quiet breath, and finally release the heart he had been holding taut. For the moment the crisis had passed. Dumbledore gave his wand a flick, and the burning wall of fire vanished in an instant like a candle snuffed out, leaving behind only a few scorched black marks upon the ground to prove that the heart-stopping confrontation had truly taken place. Looking at the headmaster, who had at last withdrawn his magic, Diciwen showed a relaxed smile tinged with a hint of slyness. He stepped forward and said in an easy tone, "Headmaster, I think you ought to give some thought to my overtime pay for this emergency rescue this afternoon. After all, without my divination tracking and substitute rescue, Grit would not have returned to the centaurs so smoothly." Dumbledore had only just relaxed from that taut state when he heard such brazenly righteous words. He stared for a moment, then the corner of his mouth twitched in spite of himself. The ever-composed headmaster of Hogwarts rarely showed an expression quite so caught between laughter and exasperation. Looking at the youth before him, still so young yet shrewd, perceptive, and never willing to suffer a loss, he found himself at a rare loss for words. Nearby, Magri was holding the still somewhat frightened Grit in his arms. Hearing Diciwen's words, even the tension on his face gave way to a faint trace of a smile. The centaur chieftain stepped forward, bowed his head solemnly to Dumbledore, and spoke in a voice both earnest and grave. "Dumbledore, thank you truly for helping me bring Grit back. If not for you and this young wizard, I truly do not know what I would have done." After a pause, Magri's expression turned serious once more. His gaze shifted toward the depths of the Forbidden Forest, and his voice sank low. "But Francis will not let this rest. So long as those vampires are not dealt with, they will continue causing trouble, hunting, and destroying things in the Forbidden Forest. Our people will remain under threat." Magri's request was entirely reasonable. The centaurs had lived in the Forbidden Forest for generations, always abiding by the rules Hogwarts had laid down, never interfering in the affairs of the wizarding world and never harming the students and professors within the castle. In return, Hogwarts had always been duty-bound to preserve the peace of the Forbidden Forest and shelter the magical creatures that lived there. Dumbledore naturally understood this. He inclined his head slightly, his gaze resting on Magri as he asked in a serious tone, "Magri, I must know what exactly that object Francis mentioned was. It may well be the key to resolving all of this." At that question, Magri fell silent. He lowered his head as though wrestling with a difficult decision, his long mane hanging down to hide his expression. The silence lasted a full half-minute before the centaur chieftain finally seemed to make up his mind. He slowly raised his head and began to recount a secret that had lain buried for 200 years. It happened 200 years ago. The history is recorded upon the ancient stone tablets of our centaur tribe, though so much time has passed that many of our younger people believe it to be no more than a legend. Magri's voice was low and distant, carrying the weight of long years. 200 years ago, the two mightiest clans in the vampire world, the Simic family and the Vanxi family, fought a world-shaking battle deep within the Forbidden Forest over a legendary vampire relic. That relic was a hand that would never decay, one that remained forever fresh and living. It was said that whoever possessed it could gain the power to command the very source of vampiric blood, and it was the supreme treasure coveted by every vampire. That battle was unimaginably brutal. The shockwaves of magic reached nearly every corner of the Forbidden Forest. Trees were toppled, rivers ran backward, and even the earth itself was torn open with cracks. The flames of war were on the verge of spreading to Hogwarts Castle and threatening the teachers and students within, so the headmaster of that time joined forces with all the professors and moved to suppress the conflict. They forcibly subdued the vampires of both sides, compelled them to withdraw from the Forbidden Forest at once, and bound them under a grave oath contract that forbade them from ever setting foot in the forest again while they lived. Magri paused, then continued, "In their hasty defeat and retreat, neither the Simic nor the Vanxi clan had the leisure to retrieve the relic left behind on the battlefield, and both fled the Forbidden Forest in wretched disorder. It is said that the Vanxi family had already suffered devastating losses in the Great Battle, with only a handful of their people left, and while retreating they were ambushed by the Simic family and utterly wiped out. As for the relic that would decide the fate of the vampire race, it remained within the Forbidden Forest, where we centaurs discovered it by chance and have guarded it from generation to generation ever since." This buried secret of 2 centuries past left both Dumbledore and Diciwen in silence. Standing to one side, Diciwen frowned faintly, his mind racing. A relic from 200 years ago, the destroyed Vanxi family, the Simic family appearing now at their doorstep, and Kane, the vampire professor who had suddenly appeared within the castle. Every clue seemed to wind together like tangled threads. A dreadful thought rose in his heart. Could it be that Kane's appointment as a professor at Hogwarts had never been an accident at all, but something the vampire race had carefully arranged? Had the Simic family deliberately placed Kane before Dumbledore, allowing him to enter the castle as a matter of course and become an inside agent, all to pave the way for seizing the relic today? Not only Diciwen, Dumbledore too was pondering in the same instant, and in the same direction. His fingers tapped lightly against his wand, his gaze deep and unfathomable. And yet reason told him that this matter did not seem to be the result of some design. Recruiting a professor had always been an exceedingly random affair, and Kane was someone he had happened to meet by chance in an old bookshop in France. At the time, Kane had been immensely learned, with profound attainments in the history of magic and ancient runes. His manner had been gentle, utterly devoid of the savagery one would expect from a dark creature, and only then had Dumbledore taken the initiative to extend an invitation. Everything had unfolded far too naturally. There was not the slightest trace of manipulation to be found. While the two of them were each lost in thought, Magri knew it was not fitting for him to remain any longer. He gently patted his son on the back, then said solemnly to Dumbledore, "Dumbledore, after 200 years of recuperation, and after swallowing up all the resources of the Fonchi family, the Zimike family's strength has long since recovered to a level far beyond what it once was. I suspect it will not be long before their great host launches a full-scale invasion of the Forbidden Forest. When that time comes, I fear that even if we wish to protect it, we will no longer be able to hold on to that sacred relic. Please, think of some solution as soon as possible." Having said that, Magri spoke no more. He gave Dumbledore and Diciwen a slight nod, then turned, called to Ronan, Firenze, and the other members of his people, gathered Gel-Light in his arms, and slowly made his way back toward the Centaur tribe. The tall figures of the centaurs gradually vanished into the depths of the forest, leaving behind only a silent woodland clearing. Diciwen watched the direction in which the centaurs had departed, then turned to look at Dumbledore, his tone growing serious. Professor Zimike, is he truly someone who can be trusted?" That question was precisely what Dumbledore found most tormenting at this moment. He did not answer at once. He merely lifted a hand lightly and called to Fawkes in the air. The phoenix let out a clear, ringing cry, beat his wings, and descended to Dumbledore's shoulder. In the very next second, golden flames engulfed the two of them. After a brief wave of dizziness, the figures of Diciwen and Dumbledore vanished from the Forbidden Forest in an instant, returning to the headmaster's office in Hogwarts Castle. By the time Diciwen had found his footing, the sun outside the window was already nearing the horizon. Orange-red evening clouds spread across the sky, tinting the castle's spires with a warm glow. An entire afternoon of perilous rescue and confrontation had caused him to miss 2 full lessons. Dumbledore walked behind his desk and sat down, his expression still shadowed by contemplation. He raised his eyes to Diciwen and said in a gentle voice, "Diciwen, you may return to your house and rest for now. As for the lessons you missed this afternoon, I shall personally speak to the professors and excuse your absence. It will not affect your marks." He said nothing further. Matters concerning Kane, the sacred relic, and the Zimike army that would soon arrive were all of too great an import. He had to first sort out his thoughts in solitude and uncover every hidden clue before he could make any decision. Diciwen, too, tactfully refrained from asking more. He gave Dumbledore a slight bow, turned, stepped out of the headmaster's office, and gently pulled the oak door shut behind him. At the very instant the door closed, Dumbledore's calm yet authoritative voice sounded from within. It was a message conveyed either by owl post or by a direct magical communication spell, and it reached Diciwen's ears with perfect clarity. "Severus, come to my office at once." Diciwen's steps paused for a moment. Then he continued down the corridor as though nothing had happened. He knew that Hogwarts' peaceful days had come to a complete end. Early spring at Hogwarts Castle was still steeped in the faint chill of morning mist. In the eastern sky, a layer of pale golden light had only just begun to unfurl, passing over the rolling Scottish highlands and the pine woods where tender yellow-green shoots had only recently emerged, before slanting across the castle's ancient, carved windows and casting scattered, gentle flecks of light upon the cold stone walls. The great hall on the first floor had long since been illuminated by magic. The long tables of the 4 houses were draped in rich velvet cloth embroidered with their crests, and the 4 colors of red and gold, green and silver, blue and bronze, yellow and black intertwined in the morning light, solemn yet warm. The air was filled with the savory scent of sizzling bacon, the sweet fragrance of freshly baked buttered bread, and the mellow freshness of pumpkin juice. Mingling with them was the faint aroma of pine wood from the golden flames dancing in the fireplaces, and every so often there drifted over a few threads of the scent of blueberry muffins newly baked by the house elves, together forming the most ordinary and yet most reassuring morning scene at Hogwarts. The young witches and wizards sat about the long tables in 2s and 3s, rubbing at sleep-heavy eyes, some still carrying the languid air of having only just crawled out of bed. As they helped themselves to fried eggs, sausages, and toast, they spoke in low voices of amusing happenings from the previous night, the day's lessons, or the training arrangements of the Quidditch teams. Gryffindor's table was, as ever, the liveliest of all, laughter and murmured chatter mingling together like a string of ceaselessly dancing notes. Diciwen Peverell sat midway down the Gryffindor table. Before him was a steaming plate of spaghetti, the rich aroma of tomato meat sauce clinging to the firm, springy strands, with a light sprinkling of magically grown basil scattered over the top, making it all the more enticing. He was slowly winding the noodles around a silver fork, eating in an unhurried, measured manner. His expression so at ease that it was as though the bustle around him had nothing to do with him at all, as though the entire lively great hall were merely a quiet backdrop beside him. At that very moment, a dense and urgent rustling of wings suddenly came from beyond the windows. It was not the light sound of one or two owls, but the thunder of hundreds upon thousands of wings beating at once, like a sudden gale that shattered the hall's peaceful breakfast atmosphere. Even the flames in the fireplaces trembled slightly, and the knives and forks upon the tablecloths quivered. The hand with which Diciwen held his fork paused ever so slightly, and he lifted his head almost by instinct, alert and sharp. He saw at once that the lofty glass windows of the castle had been blotted of light by a mass of countless shapes. Flocks upon flocks of owls were fluttering into the great hall, their fluffy feathers ruffling as they came. Dingy barn owls, broad-winged snowy owls white as snow, tawny woodland owls, and no small number of messenger owls bearing the marks of wizarding families, crests engraved upon the rings around their legs. Wings beating furiously, eyes keen, each had a parcel, a letter, or a journal wrapped in brown paper clutched in its beak. The black mass of them looked like a moving storm cloud, plunging toward the 4 house tables amid a howling rush of wind. Any young witch or wizard who had lived at Hogwarts for years knew that this was the hour when the owl post arrived in force. It was only that today the number of owls was extraordinarily great, and the scene extraordinarily chaotic, as though every owl in the whole of Britain had chosen this very moment to pour into the castle. Diciwen reacted almost by reflex. With one hand he steadily lifted the half-finished plate of spaghetti before him, and with the other snatched up his goblet of pumpkin juice. Light on his feet, he rose soundlessly from the table and retreated behind a cold, polished marble pillar at the edge of the hall. His movements were as light as the wind, making not the slightest sound from start to finish. Not even the classmate beside him, head bent over a cup of milk and still wearing a muddled expression, noticed what he had done, remaining immersed in breakfast all the while. In the very next second, the flock of owls skimmed low over the dining tables of the great hall. Cleverly weaving between chairs and benches, they dropped the parcels and letters from their beaks with perfect accuracy before the corresponding young witches and wizards. Some landed lightly beside plates and tilted their heads as they arranged their feathers. Others slapped letters straight down onto open textbooks. Yet along with the precise delivery of the post came a storm of feathers. Pale gray, snowy white, deep brown, and buff-colored down was scattered everywhere by the beating wings, like a sudden snowfall of feathers, drifting over plates, tablecloths, the hair and collars of the students, and even clinging to the tips of noses and eyelashes. Most of the young witches and wizards were still lost in the ease of breakfast and had not reacted at all to this sudden featherstorm. By the time they came to their senses, a fluffy owl feather had landed atop the golden fried eggs on their plates, fine down clung to the glossy roasted sausages, and even in goblets of pumpkin juice that had only just been filled and were still steaming, 1 or 2 weightless feathers floated upon the surface. The breakfast, fragrant and tempting only moments before, became instantly impossible to eat. Quite a few young witches and wizards set down their knives and forks with knitted brows, staring at the feathers scattered across their plates, their faces full of disgust and helpless exasperation. Their hearty appetites vanished without a trace, leaving them with no choice but to flail about brushing feathers off themselves while complaints rose one after another. Only after the last owl beat its wings and flew out through the window did the blizzard of feathers finally begin to settle. The great hall was left with nothing but the dissatisfied muttering of the students and the sound of people dusting themselves off. Only then did Diciwen emerge at an unhurried pace from behind a pillar, his plate of spaghetti in hand. Calmly, he gave his original seat a light tap with his wand. Several faint golden glimmers flashed, and the feathers on the table and chair back vanished in an instant, leaving the surface spotless, not so much as a trace behind. He seated himself with perfect composure, as though the chaos just now had never happened, and resumed twirling his noodles with his head lowered, eating with obvious relish. His ease was so astonishing that the people around him forgot to complain for a moment and simply stared. At that moment, however, wave after wave of resentful, ill-intentioned looks converged on Diciwen all at once, pricking at him like countless tiny needles. Rory, seated beside him, leaned over through gritted teeth, still clutching a slice of bread covered in feathers and no longer fit to eat. His cheeks were puffed with indignation, and his voice was full of grievance and naked accusation. Honestly, Diciwen, you didn't even warn us. You just watched us get smacked in the face by feathers, with our plates covered in fluff, while you went and kept yourself perfectly clean. That's seriously low. Diciwen raised his head, forked up a smooth strand of pasta, and slipped it into his mouth. He gave a careless shrug, his tone flat enough to make people furious. Whose fault is that if you weren't paying attention to what was happening around you? I'd already left the table ages ago, and every one of you was so busy eating and chatting that you didn't even notice the person beside you had gone. How is that my fault? The moment those words left his mouth, the looks of dissatisfaction around him instantly sharpened into open hatred. Several boys who had just been made a complete mess of by the feathers, with bits of down still clinging to their hair, immediately cracked their knuckles, their expressions plainly saying they meant to teach him a lesson, and rolled up their sleeves as they prepared to charge forward. At the sight of that, Diciwen inwardly cursed. The leisure on his face vanished at once. Barely had the last word fallen when he sprang to his feet, set his plate down on the table, turned, and bolted for the doors of the great hall, moving with the speed of a cat that had sensed danger in advance. Don't run, Diciwen Peverell. Get back here. Rory and several of the boys immediately shouted and tore off after him. The noisy group stormed out of the great hall in a ruckus, and the sound of footsteps and laughing curses gradually faded into the far end of the castle's long corridor, leaving behind only a gust of disordered wind that set the school banners by the entrance swaying. Not far away, Arya, Angelina, and the others watched the backs of the rowdy boys as they chased and scuffled their way off. As one, they rolled their eyes and shook their heads in helpless resignation, already plagued with a headache so early in the morning. So boring. Arya picked up a napkin and dabbed at the corner of her mouth. Looking at the feather-strewn table, the decent appetite she had started the morning with disappeared completely. They had to make this much noise first thing in the morning. A perfectly good breakfast is completely ruined, and now there isn't even a single clean bite left to eat. Angelina beside her had lost any desire to keep eating as well. She reached out and picked up the copy of the Daily Prophet she had ordered in advance. First, she had only meant to flip through it casually to see whether there was any fresh news from the wizarding world, or perhaps something related to Quidditch. But the instant her gaze fell upon the front-page headline, her expression changed abruptly. Her fingers clenched hard around the paper, and she nearly dropped it onto the stone table. Heavens! Angelina let out a hushed cry, her voice brimming with shock and disbelief. She hurriedly folded the paper and thrust it toward Arya and the classmates beside her, her eyes frantic and grave. Quick, look at this. Something huge has happened. This time it's really serious. Arya and the others felt their hearts tighten and quickly leaned in. There, emblazoned across the front page of the Daily Prophet in bold, enormous black type, was a startling headline. Hogwarts suspected of academic fraud. Prestigious magic school disgraced. Beneath the headline was a lengthy report that sprawled across 2 full pages. In outrageously exaggerated and fiercely worded prose, the reporter accused Hogwarts professors of abusing their positions by publishing their own research papers in the names of students in authoritative magical journals, thereby deceiving the entire wizarding world. Every line in the article dwelt on Hogwarts' academic misconduct, as though determined to brand the stain of fraud onto the 1,000-year-old school once and for all. Malicious speculation and baseless accusations seeped through every sentence. Although the article never explicitly named which student or which professor was involved, its target was unmistakably clear. Anyone with eyes could tell that the spearhead was aimed directly at a student who had recently published a paper in an academic journal. The young witches and wizards in the Great Hall soon noticed the commotion as well. Many hurriedly pulled out their own newspapers, or crowded together to pass copies around, and discussion spread like a rising tide, turning from low murmurs into a buzzing uproar. Some students who subscribed to the Wizarding World's authoritative academic journal Transfiguration Today frantically dug out their magazines and carefully searched the latest issue's table of contents and author listings, their fingers trembling faintly as they did so. Before long, a cry of alarm rang out beside the Gryffindor table, loud enough to carry across nearly half the hall. Found it! It's Diciwen Peverell. The words landed like a thunderclap, exploding through the great hall. More students crowded over to look at that issue of Transfiguration Today. There, in the journal's featured section of the latest edition, one paper bore an author line that clearly, unmistakably, displayed the name Diciwen Peverell in gilt lettering. One had to understand that Transfiguration Today was the most prestigious academic journal on transfiguration in the entire wizarding world, with standards so terrifyingly high that even Hogwarts professors of transfiguration had to pass layer upon layer of severe scrutiny to publish a paper there, let alone a lower-year student still attending school. In an instant, the whole great hall filled with discussion steeped in shock, suspicion, confusion, and gleeful schadenfreude. Everyone was talking about Diciwen's paper, talking about the so-called academic fraud mentioned in the Daily Prophet, and the looks cast toward the Gryffindor table became incomparably complicated. Yet Diciwen, who at that very moment was being chased down a castle corridor by a pack of people through all this uproar, knew nothing of it. He only kept his head down and ran, hearing nothing but the rush of wind in his ears and the laughing curses of his companions behind him, utterly unaware of the storm brewing within the castle. At the staff table, Professor McGonagall's hand holding her teacup stopped sharply, the knuckles whitening faintly. She removed the spectacles from the bridge of her nose and swept an icy gaze across the report in the Daily Prophet. The face that was ordinarily gentle yet dignified was now covered with an anger so dense it could scarcely be dispelled. The pressure around her dropped so low that no one dared approach. Even Snape beside her frowned instinctively and, for once, offered none of his usual sarcasm. Professor McGonagall did not hesitate in the slightest. She rose abruptly to her feet, flung the newspaper onto the table with a heavy thud, then turned and strode out of the great hall. Her steps were swift and weighty, the hem of her black robes sweeping across the floor and stirring a gust of cold, rigid air. The young witches and wizards she passed all fell silent and instinctively stepped back. Every one of them could clearly feel that Professor McGonagall's fury had reached its absolute limit. Rumors have always spread far faster than the truth. The buzz in the great hall swiftly spread through the castle's corridors, staircases, and clusters of portraits, reaching every corner of Hogwarts. It was especially seized upon by those Slytherin witches and wizards from pureblood families, who had long disliked Diciwen. As though they had at last found the perfect excuse to attack him, they immediately began spreading the story through the corridors, classrooms, and common rooms, embellishing it at every turn. They claimed that Diciwen had relied on professors to ghostwrite his paper, that he had stolen academic achievements in order to appear in an authoritative journal. They fastened those groundless charges onto him with absolute certainty, speaking so vividly that it sounded as though they had witnessed it with their own eyes. They believed that this time, they would surely ruin Diciwen's reputation, make him unable to hold his head up at Hogwarts, and thoroughly grind this ever-dazzling Gryffindor beneath their heels. What they did not know was that all of this slander was doomed to be futile. From beginning to end, Diciwen Peverell had relied only upon his own talent and his day-by-day effort. That transfiguration paper had been the fruit of countless nights spent poring over ancient books in the library, running calculations over and over on the practice grounds, and testing his theories through repeated experimentation. He had not depended on any professor's help, and there had certainly been no fabrication. The candlelight that had burned deep into the night, the sheets of parchment covered in writing, the transfiguration experiments that had failed time and again before being attempted anew, all of it had become the firmest foundation beneath his feet. Before long, the first lesson of the morning charms began. Professor Flitwick stood at the front of the classroom, his tiny frame drawn up as straight as he could manage, wand in hand, energetically explaining the key points and precautions of casting the Jellylegs jinx. His tone was brisk yet earnest, as he tried to pull the students' attention back to the lesson. Yet scarcely any of the young witches and wizards below were truly listening. All of them were whispering among themselves, discussing the morning's newspaper in low voices, their eyes drifting from time to time toward Diciwen in the middle of the room. There was curiosity there, and suspicion, and disdain, along with the deliberate mockery and provocation cast his way by the pure-blood wizards, like an invisible net closing in around him. Diciwen sat in his seat, listening to the broken fragments of conversation that drifted into his ears. Academic fraud, professors writing papers for him, Peverell pulling strings, and the like. His face was full of bafflement, his brows knitting slightly, his eyes clouded with confusion. He had no idea what had happened, nor could he understand why. Overnight, everyone had begun looking at him with such strange expressions and murmuring his name. His heart was filled with bewilderment, threaded with a faint, growing irritation. At last, class dragged to an end. The moment Professor Flitwick announced dismissal, Arya, Angelina, and the others immediately pushed through the crowd and hurried to Diciwen's side, their faces grave as they thrust a copy of the Daily Prophet, still smelling of fresh ink, into his hands, their eyes full of worry and urgency. Diciwen, look at this quickly. After you ran off this morning, the great hall practically exploded. Arya's voice was thick with concern. Someone's spreading rumors in the paper, saying Hogwarts is involved in academic fraud, and they all but stated outright that your paper in Transfiguration today was written for you by a professor. The whole school is talking about it now, and the Slytherins are saying the worst of it. Diciwen took the newspaper, his gaze falling upon the glaring headline on the front page before sweeping over the venomous lines below. Little by little, his expression darkened. The ease that had rested there vanished completely, replaced by a chill edge. Looking at the repeated mentions of student paper and transfiguration journal in the article, then recalling the stares and whispers from class just now, he understood everything in an instant. The confusion in his heart turned into deep vexation and a fury he could scarcely suppress. He had never been the sort to quietly swallow baseless slander. That paper had been his own genuine research, the hard-won labor of countless sleepless nights. Yet now it was being maliciously smeared in this way, even dragging down the good name of the Hogwarts he loved so dearly. That was something he could not accept, no matter what. A blaze of anger shot up from the depths of his chest, so fierce that his fingers tightened slightly around the newspaper. Without the slightest hesitation, Diciwen returned straight to Gryffindor Tower. The common room was warm and glowing, the fire crackling merrily in the hearth, casting a red-gold light across the whole room. Yet the moment the other young witches and wizards saw him come in, the murmur of conversation immediately dropped. Countless eyes settled upon him, some curious, some probing, some openly ill-intentioned, and some even deliberately avoiding his gaze. Diciwen ignored every one of those looks. He went directly to his place, took up a sheet of spotless writing paper and a quill, drew a deep breath, and lowered his head to write only one word upon the page. Beetle. The instant the word was written, the sheet of paper seemed to be shrouded in a faint magical glow, carrying with it an ancient and powerful air of intimidation, as though even the air itself had trembled softly. Diciwen folded the paper with great care, slipped it into a craft envelope, and sealed it firmly with wax. Then he turned and left the common room, his steps steady and resolute as he made for the Ollery at the very top of the castle. The Ollery was filled with the dry scent of straw and the faint smell of feathers. Hundreds of owls perched upon the wooden beams, letting out soft hoots, while sunlight streamed through the small windows and fell across dust motes and drifting down. Diciwen selected the strongest-looking snowy owl, the one with the sharpest eyes, tied the envelope firmly to its leg, and gently patted its warm wing. His voice was calm, yet carried a force that admitted no defiance. Take it to the offices of the Daily Prophet. Find Rita Skeeter. The snowy owl gave a clear, ringing cry, spread its broad wings, and soared out of the Ollery, becoming a white speck before vanishing into the blue sky and white clouds. Only after watching the owl disappear completely into the distance did Diciwen let out a quiet breath. Then, belatedly, he realized that what he had just done had been somewhat impulsive. In truth, there had been steadier ways to resolve this matter. He need only have asked Albus Dumbledore or Professor McGonagall to intervene and invite a reporter from the Daily Prophet to Hogwarts, and then he could have personally demonstrated the advanced transfiguration described in his paper before them, proving everything with the most direct display of skill. The rumors would naturally have collapsed on their own. Yet, blinded by anger, he had written that word and sent it straight to Rita Skeeter. Though the move struck at the heart of the matter and would thoroughly cow that foul-mouthed reporter, it also meant exposing one of his hidden cards. That trump card could have served a far greater purpose at a more critical moment. To spend it now on this storm of rumors would indeed put an end to the matter quickly, but if he wished to use it again in future, its effect would be greatly diminished. Diciwen let out a faint sigh and leaned against the wooden railing of the Ollery. The wind stirred his hair. Though a trace of chagrin lingered in his heart, there was far more relief than regret, for he had never repented of defending his own name, nor of protecting the honor of Hogwarts. To him, some lines simply could not be trampled upon. By evening, the great hall of Hogwarts was once again filled with students. For enormous enchanted chandeliers cast down a soft and welcoming light, and the rich aroma of supper drifted through the air. The savory scent of roast beef, the freshness of vegetable soup, and the cloying sweetness of desserts mingling together. Yet no one's mind was on the food. They were still discussing the rumors of academic fraud that had spread throughout the day, and the atmosphere hung heavy and strange. It was then that Headmaster Dumbledore slowly rose to his feet, his long silver beard falling over his chest, his gentle yet powerful gaze sweeping across all the young witches and wizards before him. At once the hall fell silent. Every face lifted toward the white-haired, white-bearded old headmaster, and even the most mischievous students held their breath. Dumbledore's voice was clear and firm, carrying by magic to every corner of the great hall, steady in a way that set hearts at ease. I believe everyone has seen the false report in the Daily Prophet today. Here, I tell each and every one of you in all solemnity that the contents of that report are entirely untrue. Mr. Diciwen Peverell, through his own talent, dedication, and day-by-day hard work, independently completed the paper published in Transfiguration today. There was no academic fraud involved, nor was there any question of a professor writing it on his behalf. He paused, and his tone turned markedly graver as his sharp gaze swept across the entire hall. Hogwarts is a 1,000-year-old school founded upon truth and scholarship. We will never permit malicious slander or baseless rumors of any kind. I hope none of you will spread falsehoods upon falsehoods. Trust the school, trust your professors, and trust every classmate by your side. Dumbledore's words were like a dose of reassurance, settling the hearts of quite a few young witches and wizards who had harbored doubts, and many of them nodded at once. Yet those pure-blood scions who had been eager to see Diciwen make a fool of himself still played dumb, whispering among themselves in private and stubbornly insisting that Diciwen must have stolen some professor's paper, that Dumbledore was merely shielding a student, their faces full of unwilling defiance. However, early the next morning, when the newest issue of the Daily Prophet was delivered to Hogwarts by Owl, the entire castle was left staring in disbelief. On the front page of the newspaper, yesterday's venomous article of accusation had vanished without a trace. In its place was a public letter of apology, printed in striking type and taking up the entire page. The editorial office of the Daily Prophet solemnly apologized to Hogwarts and to Diciwen Peverell, admitting that its previous report had not undergone any field investigation or verification whatsoever and had been utterly false information from beginning to end, causing serious damage to the reputations of both Hogwarts and Diciwen. It also stated in no uncertain terms that Diciwen's paper was entirely his own original work and that there had been no academic fraud of any kind. The wording was sincere, the attitude humble, wholly unlike the paper's brazen arrogance of the day before. This abrupt reversal left everyone who had been waiting to enjoy the spectacle, or preparing to continue attacking Diciwen, rooted to the spot. Their expressions were a marvelous tangle of shock, confusion, disbelief, awkwardness, and chagrin, and for a long while not one of them could utter a single word. Is Headmaster Dumbledore really that formidable? Even the ever-overbearing The Daily Prophet bowed its head and apologized? No way, surely. Since when has the Daily Prophet ever been so easy to reason with? There is definitely something strange about this. Quite a few wizards from pure-blood families exchanged looks, all nursing the same doubts, tugging at their hair. They simply could not understand why the newspaper office, so hardline only the night before, had suddenly capitulated overnight without so much as a single word of protest. Seated at the breakfast table, Diciwen held the issue of the Daily Prophet carrying the apology in his hands. As he read the neat, earnest words of contrition on the page, he could not help letting out a sly little chuckle, a glint of cunning satisfaction flashing through his eyes like a kitten that had successfully guarded its treasure. He knew perfectly well that this had nothing to do with Dumbledore. It was the letter he had sent yesterday that had taken effect. What Rita Skeeter feared most had never been the authority of a headmaster, but the one word that could ensure she would never stir up trouble again. Within Hogwarts Castle, the murmurs surrounding Diciwen gradually died away in the end. For a time at first, from the tables in the Great Hall to the corners of the corridors, from classroom seats to the bedsides in the dormitories, there had been people everywhere stealing glances at him and discussing him in hushed voices. But Hogwarts had never lacked for oddities and curiosities. The students' attention was as fickle as thistledown in the wind. Today they might chatter endlessly over one affair, and tomorrow they would be wholly captivated by Quidditch practice, an explosion in potions, newly posted examination results, or some even more sensational bit of gossip. Before long, those whispers slowly dispersed. Gryffindor Tower soon regained its usual liveliness, and the castle returned to its daily rhythm, where study and mischief were woven together once more. Lessons, dismissal, training, rest, everything fell back into orderly routine. And so the days passed in steady peace for an entire month. Like the other Gryffindor students, Diciwen attended lessons on time and completed his assignments with due care. Yet only he himself knew that beneath that calm surface, an inexpressible sense of oppression had been circling in his heart for several days already. It was not fear, nor was it panic, but an instinctive warning rising from the deepest reaches of his spirituality. It was like the heavy, stifling air before a storm broke, like the faint yet unmistakable tremor on the eve of a landslide, like the eerily unnatural stillness at the very eye of a tempest. A special bloodline flowed through his veins, and he had also mastered the powers of the seer pathway, making his perception of danger far keener and more precise than that of ordinary wizards. At this very moment, his spirituality seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, sending out subtle yet urgent warnings again and again, reminding him over and over. Something momentous was about to happen, and a storm capable of shattering all peace was gathering in secret. Could it be that the Simic family has sent someone? Sitting in a corner of the Gryffindor common room, Diciwen gazed at the dancing flames in the fireplace, his fingertips tapping absently against his knee as he pondered in silence. In this world, vampires were exceedingly rare to begin with. Their continuation was mainly achieved in two ways. One was bloodline inheritance, by vampires joining with one another, or with ordinary wizards and giving birth to descendants born with the traits of the blood race. The other was through the embrace, an ancient and perilous rite by which the living were transformed into new vampires. Whichever method was used, their numbers were extraordinarily limited, nowhere near enough to compare with the wizarding population. Diciwen had once made his own private calculations. Even if the Simic family could be counted among the ancient great clans of vampire kind, the total number of its members would likely not exceed 100. 100 might sound like a fair number, but before Hogwarts, a castle steeped in ancient magic and personally guarded by Dumbledore, it could hardly be considered an overwhelming threat. An ordinary team of wizards might be wary, but to a truly top-tier wizard, such numbers were still not enough to mount a direct assault. And yet the warning in his heart was only growing stronger. Unless this group of vampires did not intend to rely on numbers to prevail. Unless they held in their hands something capable of overturning the balance itself, something even Dumbledore could not afford to take lightly. A magical object of terrifying power, strange in origin and capable of threatening the whole of Hogwarts. Once that thought surfaced, it could no longer be suppressed. Diciwen could no longer sit still in peace. Rising to his feet, he casually greeted the classmates beside him, passed through the noisy crowd, and made his way up the spiral staircase back to the Gryffindor boys' dormitory. There was no one else in the dormitory for the moment. It was quiet and private, exactly suited to what he intended to do. Diciwen gently shut the door, drew the curtains a little to shut out the darkening sky beyond the window, then went to the desk and sat down, drawing a deep breath. He was about to perform a dream divination. This was the most fundamental and also the most secretive of a seer's abilities. It required no extravagant ritual, caused no visible phenomenon, and would not easily be noticed by others, yet it could reach straight into the spirit world and touch truths that had been hidden away. He took out a blank sheet of parchment, gripped his quill, and let his mind fall completely still, emptying stray thoughts bit by bit. Spirituality flowed slowly from his fingertips, and the tip of the quill touched the parchment, sketching a string of ancient runes, abstruse and twisted, carrying the cadence of another world. Stroke by stroke, they formed with perfect precision and unwavering steadiness, without the slightest deviation. At the instant the runes were completed, the surface of the parchment shimmered with an almost imperceptible gleam, and the free-floating spirituality in the air was drawn together by something unseen, slowly gathering there. Diciwen rested both hands lightly upon the parchment, closed his eyes, and entered a state of deep meditation. His consciousness grew lighter, clearer, ever more ethereal, until it broke wholly free from the constraints of the flesh and was pulled by a mysterious force into the borderland between dreams and the spirit world. There was no transition, no moment of easing. In the very next instant, his consciousness found itself within an ancient and sinister castle. Towering walls of black stone rose high into the clouds, their surfaces overgrown with dark green vines. The air was thick with dampness and cold, carrying a faint scent of old blood. Torches burned upon the walls with dim, wavering light, casting the long corridors into shifting brightness and shadow. He walked forward along the icy flagstones, and the sound of his footsteps echoed through the hollow castle with startling clarity. After walking for who knew how long, a heavy, time-worn wooden door, scarred all over with scratches, appeared before his eyes. Beyond the door lay a dim, clammy room, oppressive as a dungeon, and at the very back of it was an even more concealed secret chamber. A vampire of tall, upright bearing, with a pallid face and an aura of cold, murderous severity, stood before the chamber door. He wore dark, old-fashioned robes, his gaze sharp as a blade, his expression grave. Then he extended his long, pale fingers and gently turned what appeared to be an ordinary torch fixed to the wall. A low grinding of hidden mechanisms sounded. The wall slowly shifted aside, revealing the secret chamber. At the center of the chamber stood an ancient stone pedestal. Upon it rested a dark crimson box in silence, its surface carved with intricate, eerie patterns and exuding a heart-stifling pressure, as though it sealed away some forgotten and dreadful history. The vampire stepped forward, his movements reverent to the point of devotion, and slowly opened the box. A darker, heavier shade of crimson spilled out from within. Diciwen's gaze froze at once. Inside the box lay a cup. Its entire body was the dark red of congealed blood, made of neither metal nor jade, yet it radiated an ancient and domineering power. Along the rim of the cup there seemed to linger the faintest trace of fresh scarlet. From afar, it looked as though it had only just been stained with blood. It was uncanny, ill-omened, and yet possessed a strange allure that made it impossible to look away. Holding the cup in both hands, the vampire bowed his head and murmured a string of obscure, ancient prayers belonging to no language still in existence. His voice was low, devout, and tinged with a hint of fervor, as if paying homage to some long-vanished being. When he had finished, he carefully placed the cup into a sturdy suitcase, closed it, and turned to leave. The scene shifted abruptly. It was still that same band of vampires. Led by the vampire from before, they entered a dark and densely tangled forest. Towering trees blotted out the sky, vines twisted and knotted over one another, and shadows hung thick everywhere. Diciwen recognized it almost at once. This was the forbidden forest of Hogwarts. They had not gone far before a monstrous acromantula, huge and hideous, sprang savagely from the undergrowth. Its entire body was black as pitch, its fangs clacking, its 8 frigid eyes brimming with ferocity. The leading vampire remained expressionless and flicked up a hand. A spell like flowing water burst forth in an instant, binding the acromantula so firmly that it could not move. Another vampire beside him did not hesitate in the least. Raising his wand, he unleashed a fierce blasting curse. With a thunderous roar, the crash shook leaves loose from the trees in fluttering showers. When the smoke and dust cleared, the enormous acromantula lay on the ground, utterly lifeless. These vampires struck with ruthless precision and a clear objective, pressing forward all the way without the slightest hesitation. Diciwen's heart sank bit by bit. The direction in which they were advancing was the deepest part of the forbidden forest, where the centaur colony was located. Just as Diciwen was about to probe further, to determine exactly what that cup was and what their ultimate purpose might be, the entire dream space suddenly convulsed violently. Every image scattered away like sand swept up by a gale, vanishing in an instant. Diciwen's consciousness gave a sharp jolt and returned to his body at once. He opened his eyes, his chest rising and falling faintly, a fine sheen of cold sweat beating at his temples. The dormitory was still quiet, and the evening sun slanted in through the window, falling across the floor. Everything that had just happened had felt as real as if he had lived through it himself. Diciwen sat at the edge of his bed and remained silent for a long while, his mind racing as he sorted through every image and every detail from the dream again and again, weighing and examining them. An ancient castle, a dungeon chamber, the stone pedestal, the dark crimson box, the cup that seemed to bear traces of blood, the forbidden forest, the slaughter of the acromantula, the direct march toward the centaur colony. All the clues, strung together, pointed to a single conclusion. The Simek family had truly come, and they had brought with them an exceedingly dangerous object. He could all but be certain that the dark crimson cup was no ordinary magical artifact. It was very likely some ancient wonder, perhaps even a trump card prepared specifically to deal with Dumbledore. He could not wait any longer. Diciwen rose to his feet, straightened his Gryffindor school robes, suppressed the turmoil in his heart, pushed open the dormitory door, and stepped out once more. The common room was still as lively as ever, full of laughter and cheerful voices. No one noticed that a crisis capable of sweeping across the whole of Hogwarts was drawing quietly closer. Diciwen passed through the noisy crowd with steady steps and headed straight for the tower where the headmaster's office was located. He had 2 purposes in coming. First, to settle the reward Dumbledore owed him for the previous search. Second, to report all the information he had obtained through divination to the headmaster in full. Before long, he arrived in front of the familiar stone gargoyle. "Is Headmaster Dumbledore available to see me now?" The gargoyle was silent for a moment, then slowly moved aside, revealing the spiraling staircase behind it. Diciwen gave a small nod and stepped onto the stairs. At the end of the revolving staircase stood the door to the headmaster's office. He knocked lightly. "Come in." Dumbledore's gentle voice came from within. Diciwen pushed open the door, stepped inside, and his gaze paused ever so slightly. In the office, besides Dumbledore, Snape was there as well. The 2 men stood side by side beside a long table. Spread across it was an ancient parchment scroll, covered in dense lines of ancient runes. Dumbledore's fingertip rested upon one line of text, while Snape's brows were faintly drawn together and his expression was grave. Plainly, they had been discussing something of great importance. At the sound of footsteps, both men turned to look at him. Diciwen showed not the slightest trace of restraint, nor did he bother with pleasantries. He walked straight to the table and got to the point at once. "Headmaster, shouldn't you be paying me the reward for helping find that person last time?" Dumbledore blinked. Then a smile of feigned innocence surfaced in his light blue eyes, his tone carrying a teasing edge. "I had thought that was an act of unpaid assistance offered in goodwill toward the centaurs. The greatest wizard in the world, Mr. Dumbledore. Surely wouldn't he deceive a Gryffindor student, would he?" Diciwen blinked, his tone calm yet certain. For a moment, Dumbledore was at a loss for words. Snape watched coldly from the side, the corner of his mouth twitching almost imperceptibly. Clearly, he had not expected a mere second-year brat to bargain with the headmaster so directly. After a moment, the The old headmaster smiled in resignation and raised both hands. Very well, you win. What is it you want? That can wait until later, because you'll need to pay me for both occasions together. The smile on Diciwen's face slowly faded, his expression turning serious. Before that, I have something extremely important to tell the two of you, professors. Without concealing anything, he recounted the entire process of the dream divination from beginning to end, every detail clear and complete. The ease vanished entirely from Dumbledore's face. His fingers lightly stroked the elder wand, his gaze distant, as though trying to pierce through layers of mist in search of the truth. Snape's brows knitted tightly, and a shadow of gravity flashed through his black eyes. The two had plainly realized the seriousness of the matter. When the two of them had heard everything, they both fell into silence. Evidently, they had no idea what that dark crimson cup was, nor did they know what exactly the Simek family was plotting. Diciwen saw it all and had already reached his own judgment. It seems neither of you knows what it is either. His tone was calm, carrying a faint trace of slyness that was hard to detect. In that case, we'll need to ask someone who truly knows. There happens to be just such a person in this castle. Dumbledore's eyes brightened slightly, and he understood at once. You mean Kane? That's right. Kane comes from the Simek family. He must know the family's internal secrets, and very likely knows the origin of that cup as well as the vampire's true purpose. But how are we supposed to question him? Diciwen frowned faintly, his tone cautious. We can hardly tell him outright that this is what I learned through divination. He had no wish to expose his abilities as a diviner too soon, especially not in front of someone as dangerous as Kane, a man directly connected to the Simek family. Dumbledore fell silent for a moment, not yet having spoken, when Snape at his side had already cut in coldly. His tone crisp and decisive, devoid of the slightest superfluous emotion. Say only that it was information Dumbledore had unearthed, and ask him directly whether this matter concerns the Simek family, and whether it is true. Diciwen started faintly, then gave a nod. The method would do. The heavy oak door swung softly shut behind Kane, sealing out the corridor's lamplight and clamor completely. The headmaster's office at Hogwarts was forever steeped in a singular, intricate atmosphere. The dry, faintly astringent scent of old parchment, the delicate sweetness of lemon drops, the gentle warmth lingering from fox's feathers, and the dim magical radiance cast by the whirring astrological instruments and the silver pensieve all around, woven together into a gravity and secrecy that belonged to this room alone. And yet, at this moment, the spacious office was unnaturally still. Dumbledore sat upright in the elaborately carved headmaster's chair, the eyes behind his half-moon spectacles as calm as a deep lake. He was not toying with lemon drops as he usually did, nor was he teasing Fawkes where the phoenix perched upon his shoulder. He merely waited in silence, his fingertips resting lightly upon a yellow-edged parchment scroll sealed with ancient magic. In the hidden antechamber at one side of the office, concealed entirely by magic, Snape stood with his back against the cold stone wall, his black robes hanging like night itself and swallowing him into shadow. His face was pale, his thin lips pressed into a hard line, and in the black depths of his eyes there was no surplus emotion at all, only listening so intent it verged upon severity. Diciwen stood deeper within the chamber, his breathing reduced to the faintest whisper, as though he had nearly merged with the darkness. He could feel the taut strain in the air with perfect clarity. It was not hostility bearing down upon them, but the crushing weight of ancient racial secrets, of contracts spanning centuries, perhaps even of something that might shake the very foundations of Hogwarts. As they had agreed beforehand, the forbidden history tied to the Simek family was not suited to the presence of too many people. It was safest for Dumbledore to face Kane alone. Kane, you have come. Sit down. Dumbledore's voice was gentle and steady, carrying not the slightest pressure, and yet it possessed its own unmistakable weight as it echoed softly through the empty room. Kane inclined his head and walked with measured steps to the broad wooden desk, drawing out a chair and taking his seat. He was tall and straight-backed, with a calmness that far surpassed that of students his age. Even before the most revered wizard in the whole of the magical world, his spine remained unbent, with not the least trace of unease, though unmistakable puzzlement lay hidden in his eyes. He had already guessed in vague outline that this summons was no trivial matter. It must be connected to the recent incident in which members of his family had entered the Forbidden Forest and abducted a centaur. Dumbledore gave him no chance to ask the question himself, and spoke at once. Of course, about what happened last time, when your family kidnapped a centaur in the Forbidden Forest. Before, I promised only that Hogwarts would shelter you. But it was not until Severus and I studied this scroll together that I truly came to understand that your Simek family, Hogwarts, and the Forbidden Forest are bound by ties far deeper than I had imagined. As his words fell, he gently pushed the scroll beneath his fingertips across the desk to Kane. The parchment was ancient, its markings obscure, sealed with old magic long since lost. It was the secret scroll Dumbledore had found in the office archives, recording the ancient pact once forged in the Forbidden Forest between the Tsimic family and the Vungshi family, as well as a stretch of history that had been deliberately buried. Kane reached out and took the scroll. The instant his fingertips brushed the parchment, a chill, ancient magic spread along them. He slowly unrolled it, and beneath the candlelight, line after line of antique script came into view. The hidden past of his family, things he had never once heard of, began to assemble themselves before his eyes like scattered fragments fitting into place. So his family was not merely a secluded clan of vampires. So they had made a pact with the Forbidden Forest and the Centaur race centuries ago. So his kinsman's intrusion into the forest and abduction of centaurs had not been a moment's recklessness at all, but an attempt to break that pact and seize something of the utmost importance. The further Kane read, the tighter his brows drew together, until a deep furrow formed between them. When he had finished, he lifted his head and looked at Dumbledore, a taut thread of confusion in his voice. You think I came to Hogwarts on purpose? That I meant to break the pact? He did not like being misunderstood, much less taken for one of those mad kinsmen who had thrown in their lot together. Dumbledore shook his head lightly, his gaze frank. I know it was not you. Since the day you entered Hogwarts, I have watched all that you have done. You are utterly unlike those members of your family who are obsessed with power and secret treasures. But, Kane, what is done is done. Your family has already made its move, and cracks have already appeared in the pact. We must discuss a response as quickly as possible. You know better than anyone that the Tsimic family has lurked in the shadows for 1,000 years. Their strength is no small thing. In a single sentence, he laid bare the cruelest reality of all. Kane fell silent. He understood the madness and obstinacy of his family more clearly than anyone. Once they had fixed upon a goal, even the protection of Hogwarts might not suffice to stop them completely. In the hidden chamber, Diciwen held his breath. He knew that what came next would touch upon the innermost secret at the heart of the entire affair. The thing the Tsimic family had pursued for centuries. The thing for which they were willing to make war upon the centaurs and tear apart an ancient pact. I have also been making discreet inquiries of late. I know that the centaurs are hiding a hand, and that the Tsimic family has guarded a cup for generations. I want to know what connection exists between these two things, that your family should yearn after them for centuries. Dumbledore spoke in an even, unhurried voice. At Dumbledore's words, there was a brief silence. Then Kane broke it, his voice carrying a touch of hesitation, yet also the sound of someone who had finally steeled himself. Kane did not answer at once. He only looked at Dumbledore in silence. The matter was too ancient, too bizarre. Once spoken aloud, it would be enough to shake the whole magical world. Kane drew a deep breath and chose complete honesty. Before Dumbledore, concealment was meaningless. Besides, he had long since stood on the opposite side from his family. The Tsimic family has guarded a vampire holy relic for generations, a cup capable of producing blood from nothing. Kane lowered his voice, but every word remained perfectly clear. So long as the flesh and blood of any living creature is placed within it, the cup will overflow on its own with a full draught of pure blood. Whoever drinks it will gain a portion of the abilities of the one from whom that flesh was taken. In the hidden chamber, Snape's pupils contracted slightly. Flesh turned to blood, blood drunk to steel power. For any wizard or magical being who sought strength, longevity, and immortality, that was a temptation beyond resistance. And Kane's next sentence plunged the entire chamber into the sort of shock that felt like dead silence. The hand in the centaur's keeping is no ordinary object. It is the left hand of Kane, the progenitor of vampires, from legend. Kane, the first vampire of legend, burdened with the curse of eternal life, possessing a primal power far above all his descendants. His left hand, together with that holy cup that could transmute flesh into blood. Diciwen and Snape understood almost at the same instant the Tsimic family's ultimate purpose. They meant to cast Kane's left hand into the cup and brew the blood of the progenitor himself. To drink the blood of the progenitor would mean obtaining the progenitor's power, breaking through the limits of one's bloodline, and attaining true immortality and invincibility. To those ancient vampires whose blood had grown thin, whose power had faded, and whose lifespans were nearing their end, it was enough to drive them to madness and make them risk everything. Diciwen's heart jolted violently, shock sweeping through his body like a tide. He had thought this no more than an ordinary family conflict and a clash within the Forbidden Forest, but he had never imagined that behind it lay the progenitor of vampires, an ancient holy relic, and a dreadful secret enough to overturn the balance of the magical world. Snape's expression grew graver still. He was well versed in potions and the dark arts, and more than anyone understood the degree of danger in this matter. Should Kane's blood emerge into the world, the consequences would be unthinkable. Just as the two of them were reeling inwardly, a long absent, icy mechanical prompt rang out abruptly in Diciwen's mind. Ding dong. Detected that the host has come into contact with a clue concerning the main ingredients of the Sequence 4 potion. The formula for the Sequence 4 potion will now be disclosed. The eyeballs and blood of a shapeshifter who has drunk Kane's blood, devil's snare, the soul form of a dementor, and a self-made mask. Diciwen froze sharply. The system. It had been silent for far too long. So long that he had nearly forgotten it existed. And yet, at this most critical moment, it had handed him the complete formula for the Sequence 4 potion he had dreamed of obtaining. But the very first ingredient left him stunned. A shapeshifter who had drunk Kane's blood. What was a shapeshifter? He had read of metamorphmagi and animagi in the books at Hogwarts, but he had never once seen the term shapeshifter. And almost at the very instant confusion rose in him, Kane's voice from outside the hidden chamber gave him the answer. Because the Diciwen family has possessed that holy grail for generations, and has spent centuries refining blood from the flesh and blood of various magical creatures to drink. Our bloodline long ago became different from that of ordinary vampires. Kane's voice carried a trace of complexity. We can merge the powers of many magical creatures, and like a metamorphmagus we can freely alter our appearance, build, and aura. The reason I was able to escape my family's pursuit was this ability. As his words fell, Kane raised a hand and demonstrated in front of Dumbledore. In the next instant, the lines of his face twisted slightly, his hair shifting from deep black to light brown and then to golden brown. His height rose and fell, his sharp air softening into something mild. In the span of only a few breaths, it was as though he had become an entirely different person, before swiftly returning to normal.
No incantation.
No tool. Transformation wrought purely through bloodline. In the hidden chamber, Diciwen's heart suddenly began to pound wildly, and every last doubt was swept away in an instant. So that was it. The shapeshifters were the Diciwen family itself. And what the system required, a shapeshifter who had drunk Kane's blood, meant one terrifying fact. He would have to watch helplessly as the Diciwen family obtained Kane's left hand, allow them to cast it into the Holy Grail and refine the progenitor's blood, and wait until one of their own drank that blood before he could obtain the material necessary for his own advancement to Sequence 4. But at the same time, he could not allow the Diciwen family to escape successfully with the sacred relic and the progenitor's blood, or the entire wizarding world would be plunged into disaster. He could not stop them too early, nor could he let them go too late. He had to strike at the very instant they drank the progenitor's blood and completed the transformation of their bloodline, seizing the material then and there. The margin for error in this was razor thin. One misstep, and everything would be lost, perhaps even his life. Before he knew it, Diciwen's palms were slick with cold sweat. In the headmaster's office, the conversation continued. Kane looked at Dumbledore, his gaze open and proud. Though I am a member of the Diciwen family, I only know these ancient tales. I know nothing whatsoever about that pact with Hogwarts. Otherwise, I would never have brought such enormous trouble to Hogwarts and thrown everyone into chaos. My attitude toward power is one of study and understanding, not plunder and madness. Dumbledore gave a light nod, and the last trace of doubt in his eyes vanished completely. Rest assured, Kane. Since I chose to speak frankly with you, I have never doubted you. I asked you here only because I hope to learn more about your family, so that we might devise a way to respond. If matters worsen in the future, and I truly need your help, I will tell you plainly. At this moment, even a mind as wise as Dumbledore's felt weighed down by the succession of hidden revelations. The vampire progenitor, an ancient sacred relic, a millennium-old pact, the storm soon to descend from that family. He needed time to think in silence. I understand. Kane rose to his feet and straightened the hem of his clothes. Then I'll take my leave. Without any needless politeness, he turned and pushed open the door, his figure vanishing into the corridor's shadows. The headmaster's office fell silent once more, leaving only Dumbledore behind. He leaned back in his chair, eyes closed in thought, while the candlelight stretched his figure long and heavy. A moment later, the hidden door of the chamber was gently pushed open. Diciwen and Snape stepped out of the shadows one after the other. The three of them stood beneath the candlelight, meeting one another's eyes. No words were needed. Each had already read the gravity in the other's gaze. This matter was far more troublesome, far more dangerous, than any of them had first imagined. In Dumbledore's blue eyes flashed a faint but utterly resolute glimmer. It seems we must make our preparations. The hem of Professor Snape's black robes swept across the headmaster's office's cold stone floor with the faintest rasp. He inclined his head slightly toward the door, a gesture that counted as his farewell to Dumbledore, then pushed open the heavy oak doors and disappeared into the corridor's shadows. Ordinarily, any student or professor summoned alone by the headmaster would rise and take their leave at once when the conversation was over. But at this moment, Diciwen remained seated firmly in the armchair opposite Dumbledore, showing not the slightest intention of standing to leave. His posture was straight, his gaze calm and unruffled, neither tense nor evasive, as he quietly looked at the greatest headmaster Hogwarts had ever known. Dumbledore narrowed those blue eyes that gleamed with wisdom ever so slightly. Firelight from the hearth flickered across his half-moon spectacles, and his fingertips tapped lightly against the desk as he spoke, his tone carrying a hint of subtle inquiry. "Mr. Diciwen, Snape has already left. Is there something else you wish to discuss?" Diciwen lifted his eyes and met Dumbledore's gaze without a trace of timidity. When he spoke, his voice was clear and steady. "Headmaster, regarding the reward for the information I provided you before, as well as for helping search for the centaurs, I have already decided what I want." At that, a gentle smile appeared on Dumbledore's face. He had assumed Diciwen would ask for some rare magical materials, advanced books of spells, or permanent access to the restricted section of the library. After all, those were the very things most young wizards dreamed of. But the words Diciwen spoke next made the well-traveled old man's smile vanish at once, while a surge of intense curiosity and astonishment rose in his eyes. "I need a Dementor." 5 simple words, yet they struck like a boulder cast into a still lake, stirring a violent storm in Dumbledore's heart. He sat up abruptly, the lemon sherbet in his hand stopping in midair as his gaze locked tightly onto Diciwen, as though he were seeing the boy for the first time. Before this, Diciwen had indeed asked him for something related to Dementors, but only the drifting dust left behind after a Dementor had been destroyed by magic. Dust containing a small amount of negative energy, intended for a few obscure magical experiments. Dumbledore had not thought much of it then and had agreed readily enough. But this time, what Diciwen wanted was not dust, not fragments, but a whole, living Dementor. What were Dementors? They were the guards of Azkaban, the coldest and most horrifying dark creatures in the world. They fed on human joy and hope. Wherever they passed, nothing remained but despair and chill. Even the mightiest wizards felt fear in the face of a host of Dementors. No matter how he thought on it, Dumbledore could not fathom what a student so young could possibly want with a living Dementor. He set down the lemon sherbet and leaned forward slightly, curiosity in his tone now outweighing surprise as he asked in earnest, "My boy, can you tell me what exactly you need a whole Dementor for? This is no trifling matter. I must know your purpose." Diciwen understood this perfectly well. He knew that unless he offered some substantial proof and explanation, Dumbledore would never agree to such an almost absurd request. The headmaster might appear gentle, but in truth he remained deeply vigilant toward anything that might threaten Hogwarts or endanger its students, and when it came to a dark creature like a Dementor, he would be all the less likely to yield. He pondered for a moment, then decided to reveal part of his own secret in exchange for Dumbledore's trust. "Headmaster, I need a Dementor in order to brew an exceedingly ancient potion, one that can help me strengthen my own special ability. This is a formula that has been passed down through countless ages. It is not a magical creation of modern wizards." The moment the words fell, Diciwen did not wait for Dumbledore to press him further, but directly stirred the extraordinary power within his body. In the next second, a staggering sight unfolded. His form began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. His height shrank slightly, while his features swiftly twisted and reshaped. In little more than the blink of an eye, the boyish face he had worn vanished entirely, replaced by the small, familiar appearance of Professor Flitwick, Hogwarts' charms master. Even his mannerisms were imitated to perfection. Without the closest scrutiny, there was not the slightest flaw to be found. Immediately after, Diciwen invoked his ability once more, and his body shifted again in rapid succession, becoming a Gryffindor upper-year student, then a Slytherin prefect. Every transformation was astonishingly swift, with not the faintest gleam of incantation nor the aid of magical ingredients. It was more flawless than the effects of Polyjuice Potion, and far faster as well. At last, a faint shimmer passed over him, and he returned to his original appearance, though his school robes remained unchanged throughout, the one small imperfection in his power. Dumbledore's pupils contracted slightly. This was already the second time that day he had witnessed such strange and formidable transformative power. He dismissed the possibility of vampirism at once. After all, the transformative gifts of the Simek clan vampires were entirely unlike this, and bore unmistakable marks of darkness. Diciwen's ability, however, was even more powerful and far more freely wielded than that of a born metamorphmagus. It required no long awakening of talent, no deliberate practice, but seemed as natural to him as breathing under perfect command from the start. Its effect rivaled the painstakingly brewed, ingredient rare polyjuice potion, while its practical value far surpassed it. I know what it is that troubles you, headmaster, Diciwen said of his own accord, his tone calm. My ability is not like that of the Simek clan. A gift of transformation won through generations of mingling their bloodline with magical creatures. This power belongs to me alone. It springs from my own source, cannot be replicated, and can scarcely be shared with anyone else. He did not speak of sequences or pathways or the full pathway, secrets that belong to another world. Until he possessed enough strength to protect himself, he would never expose his greatest trump card before anyone, not even Dumbledore. At present, my ability has reached a bottleneck. Only by borrowing the power of a Dementor can I complete the next stage of my advancement and gain more assurance in facing the coming invasion of the Simek clan. Diciwen added, looking at Dumbledore with frank sincerity. Dumbledore fell silent, and the only sound left in the office was the crackling of logs in the hearth. Diciwen's ability lay wholly outside the system of wizardry with which he was familiar. It was neither a charm, nor transfiguration, nor an alchemical creation. This unknown power stirred his curiosity, but it also gave rise to a deep unease. What he feared most was that this exceptionally gifted boy, in pursuit of greater power, might stray onto the wrong path and lay hands upon the forbidden dark arts. After a long while, Dumbledore's expression turned grave. There was scrutiny in his blue eyes as he asked, word by deliberate word, Diciwen, is this power you wield truly not dark magic? It was a question of utmost importance, and the very core of whether Dumbledore could grant his request. Diciwen did not argue, nor did he show any panic. He merely drew his wand in silence, leveled its tip into the air, took a deep breath, and spoke with clarity and force the incantation that stood for hope and light itself. Expecto Patronum. A plume of silver-white mist burst from the tip of his wand in an instant, swirling through the air, gathering, taking shape. Within moments, it became a sleek and agile thestral. This Patronus, wrought from pure happiness and hope, wheeled and turned through the air with living grace. Its wings beat softly, its hooves trod upon empty space and left trails of silver light in their wake. Its eyes were bright and vivid, brimming with life and warmth, without the slightest trace of darkness or chill. The Patronus charm was the strongest spell against Dementors, and also the truest touchstone of whether a wizard's heart was filled with light. Only a wizard whose soul held beautiful memories and remained steadfast in righteousness could summon a full Patronus, while any wizard steeped in the dark arts would never be able to cast such a spell. As Dumbledore watched the thestral Patronus soaring freely through the air, the tautness in his face slowly eased. The scrutiny and concern in his eyes dispersed entirely, replaced by understanding and gentleness. At last, he set aside the caution in his heart, certain now that this boy had not strayed into wickedness in his pursuit of power. His ability might be unusual, but it remained rooted in the light. Very well, my boy. Dumbledore settled back into his armchair, his tone much lighter now. I can grant your request and procure a Dementor for you, but I hope you will remember this. Power in itself is neither good nor evil. It is the one who wields it who makes it so. Use it well, and do not let it become a tool for harming others. A weight lifted from Diciwen's heart. He knew the matter was settled, and immediately said, Thank you, Headmaster. I am rather pressed for time in this matter. It would be best if the Dementor could be placed in my hands before the Simek clan formally begins its invasion of Hogwarts. I understand. I shall make arrangements as quickly as possible. Dumbledore gave a light nod and agreed to his request. Diciwen said no more. He gave Dumbledore a slight bow of respect, then turned and left the headmaster's office. The heavy oak door slowly closed behind him. The corridor outside was empty, and beyond the windows the night sky had long since been kindled with glittering stars. Silver moonlight lay across Hogwarts Castle and its grounds, draping the ancient seat of magic in a veil of quiet stillness. Diciwen walked slowly along the marble corridor, the sharp sound of his leather shoes striking the polished floor ringing crisply in the silence. In his mind, he was already reckoning through his next plans, one after another, orderly and precise. The Dementor was now accounted for. Next, he still needed to obtain Devil's Snare, and to make a mask for himself. Devil's Snare would not be particularly difficult for him to acquire. This magical plant was among the fiercest, most bloodthirsty, and most difficult to control presences within the Forbidden Forest. It had no independent mind, no emotions of any kind, retaining only the most primitive instinct to consume. Once a living creature was ensnared by its vines, its blood and life force would be drained away with terrifying speed, until at last it was reduced to a shriveled corpse. The Devil's Snare in the Forbidden Forest, however, was far too wild and difficult to harvest. Professor Sprout, head of Hufflepuff House, happened to cultivate instructional specimens of Devil's Snare in her greenhouses. With the right opportunity, it would be easy enough to obtain a short length of vine, more than sufficient for his use. What truly demanded his thought was the material for the mask. The mask would be an important tool for moving through the darkness and concealing his identity in the future, so it had to be made from magical wood of the proper nature and enduring strength. In his mind, he weighed the qualities of oak, birch, vine wood, and several other magical timbers one by one. Oak was too unyielding. Birch leaned too much toward healing. Neither suited his needs. In the end, Diciwen chose yew. Yew was a wood of profound mystery in the magical world. Legend held that it grew upon the edges of graveyards, capable of bridging life and death and governing the boundary between yin and yang, bearing within itself a silent yet mighty power. It matched the extraordinary characteristics of his Fool pathway perfectly. Whether for carrying power or concealing his own aura, it was an excellent choice. Early the next morning, Diciwen took out a sheet of parchment and a quill, wrote a letter, and sent it to a Diagon Alley shop that specialized in magical timber, commissioning a square yew board measuring 20 centimeters each side and 5 centimeters thick, together with a full deposit enclosed. The Diagon Alley merchant worked with remarkable efficiency. After all, the deposit Diciwen had offered was exceedingly generous, more than enough to ensure that his order would be handled as a priority. In less than half a day, a gray owl arrived at Hogwarts with a parcel clutched in its beak. Inside was the yew board he needed. Diciwen undid the wrapping, his fingertips brushing lightly over the board's smooth surface. The wood was hard and fine-grained, its deep, ancient patterns rich beneath the touch, giving off a faint, steady woody fragrance. Its quality was as close to perfect as one could ask for. Nodding in satisfaction, he handed the owl the remainder of the payment and watched it beat its wings and fly off toward Diagon Alley. Holding that precious yew board, Diciwen fell into thought once more. What sort of mask ought he to make? Should he model it after the symbol of uniqueness from the Fool pathway he belonged to, creating something steeped in an air of mysticism, or should he design something wholly original, a mask that was his and his alone? He pondered that question for a full 2 days. In the end, he made his choice. Since he had already come to the world of Harry Potter and become part of Hogwarts, then the mask ought to be closely bound to this world as well. He thought of the Thestral Patronus he had summoned, of that wondrous creature visible only to those who had seen death. Mysterious, solitary, powerful. It matched his temperament and abilities with uncanny precision. So Diciwen decided to fashion a Thestral mask, using the shape of a Thestral's face as its model. Present, Diciwen's plans were proceeding steadily, step by step. He had already obtained a small sprig of Devil's Snare from Professor Sprout. The materials for the Thestral mask were now in his hands. The Dementor Dumbledore had promised was already being arranged, and as for the vampire eyeball and vampire blood his plan required, he would only need to wait until the Simic clan invaded Hogwarts, then seize them easily amid the chaos. For the remaining days, Diciwen began making the mask. Diciwen, what are you doing? That question had already echoed through the Gryffindor common room so many times over the past few days that no one could have said which it was anymore. Every time, the speaker was different, but the curiosity in their voice was always exactly the same. Some asked in passing, some were sincerely curious, and some, like the Weasley twins, stared at the overly quiet figure in the corner with almost scholarly interest. Diciwen did not look up. His fingers held steady around the carving knife, temporarily transfigured into being, its blade moving slowly along a dark brown wooden board. Fine shavings drifted down, carrying with them a faint scent of wood, dry and slightly bitter. The fire in the common room crackled. Students laughed, chatted, and wrestled about. Waves of noise rolled over one after another, yet it was as if an invisible membrane shut it all outside, leaving him utterly undisturbed. What he was carving was that very piece of yew. In the wizarding world, this sort of wood was never particularly common. Its texture was almost silken in its delicacy, its grain even and densely packed, yet its hardness was extraordinarily high, and its resilience even greater. It was an excellent material for making wands, longbows, and even certain ancient magical instruments. Yet, for that very reason, it was exceptionally difficult to carve. Use too much force and the knife would easily slip. Use too little and no clear mark could be left upon the hard surface at all. Any ordinary wizard without sufficiently steady control of his hands would most likely have given up halfway through. Diciwen, however, was in no hurry. The carving knife at his fingertips was precise and steady, every stroke falling exactly where it ought. The transfigured blade remained keen without the slightest tremor, as though it had become one with his arm and his mind. What would have been dull, repetitive carving to anyone else felt more like waiting to him. These days, all of his patience was being spent on this mask. While he carved, He waited in silence for news from the direction of the forbidden forest. He knew that something was about to happen. He knew danger was drawing near from afar. He knew the forbidden forest would become the heart of the storm. And yet there was no sun or moon in the images from his divinations, no light or shadow, nothing at all from which he could infer a precise time. The future was like a forest smothered in thick mist. He could see the silhouettes of trees, but not the moment when his own step would fall. So all he could do was wait, and while he waited, he carved. Bit by bit, the wooden board began to take shape in his hands, changing from an ordinary block of timber into something with form and contour. A mask themed after a thestral. A thestral. A creature visible only to those who had seen death with their own eyes and truly understood it. Black skeletal wings. A gaunt yet elegant body. Hollow and tranquil eye sockets. In the wizarding world, it had always been closely bound to sorrow, death, and parting. Most students had only ever heard its name and had never truly seen what it looked like. More than a few even doubted whether it really existed at all. But Diciwen had not only seen one. He could still recall every detail with perfect clarity. He did not choose elaborate, ornate patterns, nor did he intend to carve some hideous, ferocious expression. What he wanted was simplicity, fluency, lines that were clean and decisive, like the shadow of a thestral sweeping across the skies above the forbidden forest. Silent, solitary, yet bearing a majesty that could not be profaned. And so, over these past few days, he had poured nearly all his spare time into refining every detail of the mask. Beside him stood a silent figure. It was the butler. There were no superfluous movements, no unnecessary expression. He merely remained quietly at one side, always ready to pass over a tool, clear away the wood shavings, or, when the carving knife needed slight adjustment, provide the subtlest assistance in steadying the wood. To everyone else, he looked like nothing more than a silent assistant, almost bizarre in his stillness. That focused atmosphere, and that peculiar pairing, soon drew the attention of the two least capable of sitting still in the common room. Fred and George Weasley. This pair of Gryffindor twins had been fanatically fond of all manner of little contraptions, inventions, and prank items from the start. Alchemical talent from the Weasley family ran in their blood, and having absorbed it from childhood, their theoretical grounding was already far more solid than that of most of their peers. Back at home, Mrs. Weasley would always confiscate every dangerous invention they made. But now that they were at Hogwarts, far from family supervision, they had all but thrown off restraint entirely, spending their days buried in materials and experiments of every kind. Though their creations often failed to produce the intended result through simple lack of experience, and occasionally belched out strange smoke, shrill screeches, or even caused absurd scenes in which classmates were blasted into a mass of curls or suddenly found their tongues growing longer, leaving the hospital wing with the occasional additional casualty, none of it dampened their enthusiasm in the slightest. If anything, it only made them more fascinated with the act of making something by hand. So when they walked into the common room early that morning and once again saw Diciwen sitting in the corner, locked in battle with a plank of wood, curiosity completely overpowered whatever haste they had before class. The two exchanged a glance and sauntered over with matching grins. "Diciwen, you're still carving?" Fred braced himself against the table and leaned forward to inspect the wood, which had already begun to show its shape. "What exactly are you making? You're being awfully mysterious about it." Diciwen did not even raise his head. The blade continued to glide evenly across the wooden surface, and his voice was light, yet clear. "A mask. A mask?" George arched a brow. "What kind of mask?" This time, Diciwen's movements paused for the briefest instant before he said, in an even tone, 2 words, "Thestral." Thestral. The twins were startled in unison. They were children raised in a pureblood family, and the magical knowledge they had been exposed to from childhood was naturally far broader than that of ordinary students. Of course they had heard of this near-legendary creature, and they knew what it symbolized. But knowing of it was one thing. They had never actually seen one, and had even once believed it was no more than a story old wizards used to frighten children. "You've really seen a thestral?" Fred's voice was thick with disbelief. "What does it look like? Is it really true that only people who've seen death can see it?" The questions came one after another, yet Diciwen only gave a vague sound in reply. Nearly all of his attention was fixed on the wood in his hands. He could not afford distraction with any single stroke. A black winged horse with a few other distinguishing features. His tone was flat and they could well imagine it. With that said, he offered no more, but sank back into his carving once again. The twins exchanged a glance and asked nothing further. They could tell that Diciwen did not wish to be disturbed just now. In truth, no one understood that state of losing oneself completely in a piece of work better than they did. When they were engrossed in devising their own prank items, they hated being interrupted just as much. At that moment, The clock in the common room gave a crisp chime. It was time for class. Only then did Diciwen set down the carving knife in his hand. He carefully put away the unfinished mask, then lifted a hand and dismissed the butler standing quietly by into his own space. The motion was smooth and natural, as though he had done it hundreds upon hundreds of times before. Around him, the other students hurried to their feet, drifting off in twos and threes toward their classrooms, and the noise of their chatter spilled out through the door in an instant. Diciwen rose as well and joined the flow of students without even having time to snatch a bite of breakfast in the great hall. A faint unease lingered in his heart. Over the past few days, Professor Dumbledore had repeatedly verified the information Kane had provided and had already confirmed its accuracy. He had also confirmed that his encounter with Kane had indeed been nothing more than chance. Yet Diciwen could not shake the feeling that everything had gone far too smoothly, far too neatly, as though some unseen hand had given events the lightest of nudges from behind, and everything had fallen into motion along a predetermined course. The sensation was uncannily like being entangled in a curse, as though some higher power had deliberately arranged it all. Unbidden, his thoughts turned to that sealed artifact, 008, Elzahad's pen. That gnawing unease, that sense of having no control, only made him sink himself more deeply into the things he could still grasp with his own hands, such as the unfinished thestral mask. That afternoon in the Transfiguration classroom, sunlight streamed through the tall glass windows and fell across the open textbooks. Professor McGonagall stood at the front, earnestly explaining the theory of transfiguration. The classroom was hushed, filled only with the soft scratch of quills moving over parchment. Propping his chin on one hand, Diciwen idly turned the pages of the book before him. To him, the contents were already far from unfamiliar. Compared with the knowledge being taught in class, what concerned him more was the fact that no clear signal had yet come from the direction of the Forbidden Forest. Just then, the air gave the faintest stir. A wisp of silver-white flame lit up soundlessly, and a Phoenix Patronus appeared in the classroom without a sound, its whole body shining with a flowing radiance, its feathers elegantly unfurled. Its glow was gentle, yet impossible to ignore. It passed between row after row of desks and alighted steadily at Professor McGonagall's side, lowering its head slightly as though bearing some matter of grave importance. Professor McGonagall's expression tightened, and she listened intently to the message the Patronus conveyed. A moment later, she lifted her eyes and fixed her gaze directly upon Diciwen in the back row. "Diciwen," she said, her voice calm yet carrying an unmistakable gravity. "Professor Dumbledore wants to see you. At once." Cockroach cluster. The eyes of the entire class swung toward him in unison. Diciwen gave a slight start, then nodded. He asked no questions, merely shut his book at once, rose, gathered his things and strode quickly out of the classroom. The door closed softly behind him, and the corridor beyond was empty. His pace quickened before he even realized it. Could it be that my Dementor has arrived? The thought surfaced without warning. The instant it did, Diciwen felt his heartbeat quicken slightly, and his steps grew swifter still. The 8th floor came soon enough. The familiar stone gargoyle stood quietly beside the wall. Diciwen gave the password, and the gargoyle slowly moved aside, revealing the spiral staircase behind it. Step by step, he climbed upward, pushed open the heavy wooden door, and entered the headmaster's office. A faint scent of lemon sherbet lingered in the air. Fawkes the Phoenix perched upon his stand, quietly preening his feathers. Dumbledore, dressed in that deep blue robe, leaned half against the desk, his blue eyes behind the half-moon spectacles resting on him with a gentle gaze. After greeting him, Diciwen walked straight to the desk and went directly to the point, a trace of barely concealed anticipation in his voice. "Headmaster, has my payment arrived yet?" Dumbledore let out a soft chuckle. Without beating about the bush, he raised a hand and pointed toward a corner of the office. "As you wished." Diciwen followed the direction of his hand, and his heart gave a violent leap. In the corner stood a great chest nearly a yard square. It was made of heavy magical wood, its surface covered in layer upon layer of sealing runes. Even from a distance, one could clearly feel the ceaseless chill seeping from within, like the bitter cold from the deepest heart of winter, carrying with it a disturbance that left the spirit profoundly ill at ease. The chest was trembling faintly. Something inside was moving. "You may take it away," Dumbledore said, his tone carrying a note of grave warning. "However, do not open it within the school under any circumstances. It would cause unnecessary chaos." Diciwen understood perfectly well. What lay within was no ordinary object, but something exceedingly dangerous, something that could all too easily provoke panic. He could hardly keep carrying such a large and perilous chest at his side forever. The best course was naturally to store it directly within his own space for safekeeping, and take it out only when the need arose. "All right, thank you, Professor." Diciwen did not hesitate. With a lift of his hand, he cast a light levitation charm upon the chest. It slowly rose from the floor and moved silently toward the door in step with him. Just as he was about to leave the headmaster's office, Dumbledore's voice came from behind him. "There is one more thing." Diciwen halted and turned around. Dumbledore's expression had grown a shade more serious than before, and in his blue eyes lay a faint gravity not easily detected. At this moment, the old man who had weathered countless storms spoke not as one addressing a student, but almost as though he were informing a companion who stood on equal footing with him. "I have just received word that the Simic tribe entered Britain today." He paused, then said each word with perfect clarity. "Through legal channels and illegal ones alike. In a few days I expect they will arrive near the Forbidden Forest. The time left for us to prepare is running short." Even Dumbledore himself could not have said with certainty why he had chosen to tell a student such important news in advance. Perhaps it was because of the calm and reason Diciwen had displayed, far beyond his years. Perhaps it was the steady composure about him, as though he had already seen through much of the world. Or perhaps, from the very beginning, he had never truly regarded this child as merely a child who needed protecting. Diciwen stood in the doorway, sunlight slanting in from the corridor and falling across half his shoulder. When he heard those words, he did not panic, nor did he retreat. Instead, an extraordinarily resolute look appeared on his face. Those eyes of his, usually calm and placid as still water, now shone with a startling brilliance. Meeting Dumbledore's gaze, he slowly lifted his head. His voice was not loud, yet every word rang out with perfect clarity, carrying a resolve that could not be shaken. "We will protect the Forbidden Forest and Hogwarts too, Headmaster." There was no hot-blooded bravado of youth in that tone, but rather the certainty of someone who had long since made his preparations and would unfailingly fulfill his promise. Dumbledore gave a slight start. It seemed even he had been taken aback by such determination from one so young. He stood stunned for a brief moment, then a gentle, relieved smile slowly bloomed across his face. He nodded lightly and repeated in a quiet voice, "You are right." Leaving the heavy, solemn office lined with the portraits of former headmasters, Diciwen deliberately avoided the students and staff moving to and fro in the corridors and turned into a hidden side passage seldom used by anyone. Once he had confirmed that no one was nearby, and that even the old wizards in the portraits upon the walls were nodding in drowsiness, his fingertip moved slightly, and the weighty wooden chest in his hand vanished soundlessly into the system space. The instant the chest disappeared, the tension in his shoulders finally eased, and the joy he had been suppressing could no longer be hidden from his eyes. Excellent. With this, the only core ingredients my Sequence 4 potion still lacks are the mask and the shapeshifter. Diciwen cheered silently in his heart, suppressing the urge to laugh aloud. All the rushing about and preparation of late had not been in vain after all. He had already taken the most crucial steps toward his goal of advancing to Sequence 4. According to the information he had previously obtained from Kane, he had long since resolved to make the hunting of a Simic shapeshifter that had drunk Kane's blood the ritual for his advancement to Sequence 4. Kane's description had by no means been exaggerated. A Simic shapeshifter tainted by Kane's blood was a powerful creature that wandered along the edge of darkness and taboo, far surpassing ordinary magical beings in both strength and sinister unpredictability. A hunt of that nature would absolutely satisfy the harsh conditions required for advancing to Sequence 4. The only thing making him somewhat anxious was that nearly 1/5 of the potion within his body still had yet to be fully digested, and the fusion and settling of its power had not reached a perfect state. "I can't delay any longer. I have to digest the potion as quickly as possible and bring myself to my peak condition." Diciwen clenched his fist, his gaze turning incomparably resolute. He straightened his robes, pressed down the excitement in his chest, and slowly descended the spiral staircase, intending to return to the common room and continue refining the unfinished mask blank. He had only just reached the doorway of the Transfiguration classroom when the heavy oak door creaked open, precisely as the bell for the end of class rang. A chattering crowd of students poured out in a swarm, with Fred and George Weasley, the pair of twins, charging at the front like two red whirlwinds, nearly crashing headlong into Diciwen's arms. The two stopped themselves just in time. The moment they saw it was Diciwen, their faces immediately filled with curiosity. After all, Diciwen had just been personally summoned to the headmaster's office by Professor Dumbledore, which was a rare distinction indeed among Hogwarts students. Curiosity was practically engraved into the twins' bones. They stopped running at once, flanked Diciwen on either side, and pressed him eagerly with shining eyes. "Oi, Diciwen, you're finally back. What did Professor Dumbledore want with you? Was it some secret mission?" Diciwen smiled helplessly and gently pushed away the heads they had thrust toward him. "Nothing important," he answered vaguely. "Just a few private matters." The two of you are in such a rush. Where are you off to? Fred immediately slapped George on the shoulder with animated excitement, his tone brimming with anticipation. Oh, we have to hurry to Hagrid's hut before it gets dark. We asked him earlier to help us bring back some special materials, and we arranged to meet him today. No sooner had the words fallen than the pair shot off like a gust of wind, not bothering to press him any further as they bolted straight down the corridor, leaving behind only a string of brisk footsteps. Watching them disappear around the bend of the corridor, Diciwen shook his head in resignation. Those two lively terrors of the Weasley family always had their heads full of bizarre inventions and pranks. He truly had no idea what new contraption they were fiddling with this time. He silently made up his mind to avoid them as much as possible over the next few days. If he were accidentally made into test material for one of their latest creations, the loss would hardly be worth it. He returned with his dorm mates to the common room in Gryffindor Tower. The fire crackled warmly in the grate, and the air was steeped in the sweet scent of butterbeer. Diciwen found a quiet corner and sat down. He had just taken out the half-carved mask blank from his bag and was preparing to pick up his carving knife and continue his work when he saw the twins push open the door to the common room in complete dejection. It was utterly different from the excitement and buoyancy with which they had left. Their heads drooped, their faces were written all over with disappointment, and even the usual mischievous grins at the corners of their mouths had vanished without a trace. They looked exactly like two roosters caught in the rain. Diciwen set down his carving knife and asked in puzzlement, "Now this is a rare sight. You two can actually look this downcast? What happened?" Fred flopped heavily onto the sofa and raked a hand irritably through his hair. "Hagrid actually stood us up. We ran all the way to his hut, and there wasn't anyone there at all. Only Fong was inside, barking away, and the door was locked tight. We clearly agreed on a time, and he still wasn't home. It's too disappointing," George added, his voice full of grievance. "Not there?" The moment he heard that, Diciwen's heart gave a sharp jolt. Throughout this period, he had been quietly keeping an eye on Hagrid's movements. Normally, Hagrid was either helping out in the castle or staying in his hut to care for magical creatures. He had not been entering the Forbidden Forest as casually as before, and Diciwen knew very well that deep within the Forbidden Forest, packs of bloodthirsty and savage vampires were already lying in wait. Given Hagrid's temperament, if he rashly blundered in and encountered such dark creatures, he would stand almost no chance of surviving. Could something have happened to Hagrid? Diciwen's heart tightened, but he immediately suppressed the thought and prompted them without betraying anything. "Perhaps he is busy somewhere else in the castle? Did you try looking for him there?" "We searched everywhere, inside and out. The great hall, the classrooms, the staff room, even the kitchens. We didn't find a trace of him," George said, slumping back against the sofa with utter listlessness. All spirit gone. Diciwen asked no further questions. With a calm expression, he put away the piece of wood before him. With a thought, he directly took out the legendary Marauder S-map from his system space. The ancient parchment slowly unfolded in his hands, plain and unremarkable in appearance, with nothing obviously special about it. Diciwen raised his wand and lightly tapped the map, murmuring the incantation in a low voice. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." The instant the words fell, the formerly blank parchment immediately shimmered with a faint silver glow. The complete layout of Hogwarts Castle, its labyrinthine corridors, secret passages, and the inked names of every person in every room all emerged in perfect clarity. Holding his breath, he swept his gaze swiftly across the entire map, from the entrance hall on the first floor to the astronomy tower at the very top, from the dungeon potions classroom to the location of Hagrid's hut. He checked several times with painstaking care, and finally confirmed that Hagrid truly was not within the grounds of the castle, while inside the hut there was only the dot representing Fong. Just as he withdrew his gaze, the twins at his side had already been struck dumb by the miraculous sight, utterly forgetting their previous disappointment. The two abruptly crowded in closer, their eyes fixed on the map with its constantly flickering points of light, their voices brimming with shock and excitement. "Wow, Diciwen, what is this? It's incredible. It shows the entire castle, and it can even tell where people are?" Looking at their bright, excited eyes, Diciwen instantly recalled the plot of the original story. These twins were meant to obtain the Marauder S-map around this time anyway. Kept in his own hands, the map was not especially useful. Given to them, on the other hand, it would find its most fitting home. After a brief pause, he spoke candidly. "This is the Marauder S-map. It can show all the terrain of Hogwarts, its passages, and the real-time location of everyone inside the castle. Even someone under an invisibility cloak cannot hide their tracks from it." After that, Diciwen patiently explained to them one by one the activation incantation, the closing incantation, and the precautions for using the Marauder S-map. At the end, He even warned them with deliberate seriousness, this map is dangerous. There are many passages on it that lead outside the school. You mustn't run out on your own. Things around the castle have been very unsettled lately, and it would be all too easy to run into danger. But from the way Fred and George were already looking it over with irrepressible eagerness, turning it this way and that, he knew perfectly well that his warning had gone in one ear and out the other. Diciwen let out a helpless sigh and did not bother pressing the matter. After all, in the original story, the twins had roamed Hogwarts unhindered with the Marauder's map and had never truly encountered any mortal danger. In their hands, the map would only become a divine instrument for mischief. Watching the twins huddle with their heads nearly touching, excitedly poring over every passage and every name upon the Marauder's map, Diciwen picked up the piece of wood on the table once more. His fingertips stirred faintly as he silently summoned his butler to assist him, then devoted himself once again, heart and soul, to carving the mask. The carving knife moved with flawless precision across the wooden blank, each stroke perfectly judged. Beneath his hands, the outline, texture, and expression of the thestral gradually became clear and vivid, as though life itself were being coaxed from the wood. And so the days slipped quietly by in this calm yet fulfilling rhythm of careful work. By now, the term had been underway for nearly 2 months, and time had reached the end of October. Within Hogwarts Castle, the atmosphere of Halloween was growing stronger by the day. The corridors were strung with gleaming golden jack-o'-lanterns, the walls adorned with black paper bats, and even the gaps in the suits of armor had been stuffed with colorful sweets by mischievous students. It was said that this year's Halloween feast would be particularly grand. Not only would there be more sumptuous food than anyone could possibly finish, but the castle ghosts were also preparing a special performance of their own. Peeves, for his part, had begun making a racket several days in advance, and all of Hogwarts was steeped in the joy and anticipation of the coming festival. And Diciwen, at long last, completed the final step of the mask before that special day arrived. He gently lifted the finished piece in both hands. The dark brown grain of the wood flowed naturally and smoothly, carrying an ancient and mysterious texture. The mask had been carved into the face of a thestral, with hollow yet profound eye sockets and fine, sharp contours. Every detail was lifelike, as though it might awaken in the very next second. Looking at the perfectly finished mask in his hands, Diciwen let out a long breath, and the weight that had hung upon his heart finally settled completely. Before the threat of the vampires truly descended upon Hogwarts, he had at last managed, just before Halloween, to complete the mask required for the Sequence 4 potion. At the same time, beyond Hogwarts Castle, in the Centaur tribe at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, the atmosphere was nowhere near as relaxed as it was within the castle. Towering and broad as ever, Hagrid stood among the centaurs. His deep, unmistakable voice was gentle yet firm as he softly reassured the worried Firenze beside him. "Don't worry, Firenze. Professor Dumbledore is the wisest and kindest wizard in all Hogwarts. He would never stand by and do nothing while dark creatures harm the Centaur tribe." It turned out that Hagrid had neither gone missing nor met with misfortune. Rather, he had been secretly sent to the Centaur tribe by Dumbledore. Recently, the dark aura within the Forbidden Forest had been growing heavier and heavier, and vampire activity had become increasingly frequent, posing an immense threat to the centaurs who lived in seclusion there. Fearing that the centaurs might come under attack, Dumbledore had entrusted Hagrid with conveying Hogwarts' goodwill and promise of protection, while also helping both sides coordinate in facing the dark crisis soon to come. The setting sun spilled across the grasslands of the centaur camp, casting Hagrid's figure in an especially broad and sturdy light. Gazing into the heavy darkness deep within the Forbidden Forest, he frowned slightly, fully aware that an undercurrent surrounding Hogwarts was already beginning to stir in silence. Whoosh! A sharp magical signal, so piercing it seemed almost capable of tearing the air itself, rang out in a long, unbroken cry. Wrapped in the damp fragrance of grass, wood, and moss unique to the depths of the Forbidden Forest, it became a dazzling silver streak that shot abruptly into the sky from the forest's deepest and most secret heart. The light was astonishingly bright. It pierced through layers upon layers of ancient treetops, shattered the mist drifting through the woods, and burst high above the Forbidden Forest, hundreds of meters in the air. There was not the slightest sound, yet it unfurled into a massive green flower dozens of meters across. Its petals spread layer by layer, bearing the natural magical mark unique to the Centaur tribe, hanging at the border between Hogwarts Castle and the Forbidden Forest like the clearest of warning bells, lingering in the sky for a long while without fading. The rippling magical shockwaves from the signal surged like invisible tidal waves, rushing past the borders of the Forbidden Forest in an instant, sweeping over the bare branches of the Whomping Willow, brushing the roof of Hagrid's hut, and reaching every corner of Hogwarts Castle. The wizards patrolling within the castle, the professors teaching in their classrooms, and the students playing in the courtyards could all clearly sense that wave of magic carrying urgency and despair. Yet only those who truly knew the centaur's hidden secrets understood what the signal meant. It was the centaur's distress signal. In the headmaster's office, Albus Dumbledore had been standing before the window, his fingertips gently rubbing the tip of the Elder Wand as he gazed at the darkening sky outside, pondering the Halloween feast soon to come. But the instant that green signal burst open, he abruptly raised his head. The usual warmth and benevolence vanished from his blue eyes in a heartbeat, turning them into a freezing, razor-sharp abyss. His gaze locked upon the direction of the forbidden forest like that of a hawk, and even the air around him seemed to solidify. So they really have come. Almost at the exact same instant that the green signal flower fully exploded apart. Boom! A muffled yet immensely heavy sound of rushing wind thundered through the forbidden forest. Countless dark figures, steeped in an aura of shadow, poured madly from the dense woods on every side like a breached tide. They moved so swiftly that only blurred afterimages remained. Their feet touched the ground without a sound, the faint hiss of claws slicing through the air deliberately suppressed. Yet all of those shadows shared one astonishingly unified target: the centaur tribe in the heart of the forbidden forest, surrounded by ancient trees and strewn with carved stones of astrology. At a rough glance, there were nearly 100 of them. Every single one emanated a dense aura of dark magic, with fangs and claws glinting with a cold sheen in the dim woodland light. These were not scattered dark creatures, but an elite force that had lain dormant for 1,000 years, plotting for this moment all along. The entire main strength of the Simek family after a millennium of concealment. The leading shadow slowly came to a halt. The darkness around him abruptly drew inward, revealing his true appearance. He was an old man of nearly absurd height, yet his back remained straight as a pine. His snow-white hair hung loose over his shoulders, his face aged and lined with wrinkles, but his eyes were a strange dark gold, like precious metal steeped in poison, gleaming with madness and greed. In his right hand he clutched a dark red box no larger than a palm. Its surface was engraved with twisted vampire runes, radiating a sinister pulse that made the heart quail. This man was none other than the patriarch of the Simek family, Rod von Simek. He had lived for a full 500 years, honing the power of his vampire bloodline to the absolute racial limit. Both his body and magic had reached a bottleneck beyond which they could no longer break through, and the only hope of shattering those shackles lay in the legendary blood of Cain, said to contain the power of the progenitor. For the sake of that drop of blood, he had hidden himself for years, endured in silence until now, and had finally awaited the chance to break into the forbidden forest and seize the secret treasure. Surround them. Rod gave a low bark, his voice as hoarse as rough stone grinding against itself, yet filled with unquestionable authority. At his command, the near 100 vampires moved at once. Their figures spread apart like ghosts, expanding outward in a ring with the centaur tribe at its center. In only a few seconds, they wove themselves into a vast black net that sealed the entire tribe tightly within, leaving not the slightest gap. Every vampire crouched low, fangs bared, the claws at their fingertips swelling by 3 inches, dark magic surging wildly around them. All they awaited was a single order from their patriarch before they would pounce and tear their prey to pieces. Within the tribe, the centaurs instantly entered battle readiness. One after another, they set down the astrolabes and herbs in their hands, seized the wooden longbows standing against the walls, and knocked arrows infused with silver and natural magic. Their arms drew taut, their eyes blazing with fury and resolve. Centaurs were born with knowledge of the stars and of natural magic. They were the guardians of the forbidden forest. Even facing enemies several times their number, they did not retreat in the slightest. The centaur leader Magri strode to the very front of the tribe, tall and upright, gripping his longbow crosswise. A silver-white arrow pointed directly at Rod as he shouted his question in a stern voice that carried the resonance of natural magic, spreading through the entire ring of encirclement. Simek, you made a pact with Hogwarts, yet you dare break it of your own accord, trespass into the depths of the forbidden forest, and trample upon centaur territory. What exactly are you trying to do? A cruel, chilly smile curled at the corner of Rod's mouth. His dark gold pupils were fixed upon the altar deep within the centaur tribe, and his voice grew ever hoarser, ever madder. Stop playing the fool, Margery. Hand over Cain's left hand. That accursed skeleton is utterly useless in your centaur's keeping. If you obediently surrender it, I may allow you a cleaner death and spare you the agony of being torn apart. In your dreams, Margery roared, and the natural magic around him surged violently. Grass, trees, and branches whipped wildly behind him. Cain's left hand is a forbidden relic. It contains a darkness powerful enough to destroy heaven and earth. Our centaur kind has guarded it for generations, and we will never hand it over to a greedy vampire like you. If you dare make a move, the natural power of the forbidden forest will swallow you whole. In that case, the killing intent in Rhodes' eyes exploded in an instant. Scarlet veins spread through his dark gold pupils, while dark magic rolled ceaselessly around him like black mist. Then don't blame me for taking it by force. The instant the words fell, he slashed out with his right hand. At once, scores of vampires let out sharp, grating shrieks, casting off the last pretense of humanity and unleashing the transformative power in their bloodline. Their bodies twisted and changed without cease. Some swelled in an instant to over 2 meters tall, with cords of muscle and monstrous strength. Others shrank into compact forms, swift as lightning. More than a dozen spread thin black bat-like wings from their backs, beating the air as they swooped low, claws aimed straight at the centaurs within the tribe. In an instant, the dark aura blotted out the sky, and the vampire's howls shook leaves loose from the trees. Loose arrows. Margry gave the order, his voice ringing through the tribe. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Countless silver arrows flew from the bowstrings in an instant, shining with the pure radiance of centaur natural magic as they shot towards the vampire host like a torrential storm. Silver was a vampire's natural bane, and natural magic the nemesis of dark magic. Combined in a single arrow, the result was devastatingly lethal. The moment the silver arrows pierced vampire flesh, they gave off a vicious sizzling burn. Black smoke billowed from the wounds as the dark magic within their bodies was steadily purified and dissolved. Several weaker vampires let out shrill, miserable screams on the spot, their bodies rotting and melting at a visible pace. In mere moments, they collapsed into foul-smelling pools of dark red blood that seeped into the soil of the forbidden forest. But there were simply too many vampires. Nearly 100 elites surged forward one after another, fearless even in death. When those in front fell, the vampires behind trampled through the blood and sprang onward at once. The silver arrows did no more than delay the assault for a brief moment. The encirclement was tightening without stop. The centaur's line was on the verge of collapse, and once the vampires broke through, the entire tribe would be reduced to a living hell. At that very instant, when life and death hung by a single thread, bzzz. A deep, weighty magical tremor, as though it had sounded from ancient ages past, suddenly echoed through the entire forbidden forest. Even the ground began to tremble faintly. A vast pale gold magical barrier burst outward from the centaur tribe like a waking dragon. Along its edges flowed ancient golden runes, radiating an indestructible spatial power. In an instant, it spread to cover an area 1,000 meters wide, forming an enormous transparent dome that enclosed every vampire and every centaur within. As the runes revolved, the fluctuations of space were completely sealed, and every trace of apparition in the air was wiped away in an instant. The anti-disapparation jinx was complete. Here, no wizard and no dark creature would be able to flee the battlefield by teleportation. They would either fight or die. Then, a drifting figure in white slowly descended from the lofty boughs of the ancient trees high above the forbidden forest. His robes fluttered in the air, untouched by any mortal dust, yet he carried the towering presence of a mountain. In his hand was the Elder Wand, symbol of supreme magical power. His gaze was calm and still, but the pressure of the magic radiating from him made every restless vampire halt instinctively, their bodies stiffening. Albus Dumbledore. The moment Rhodes saw who it was, his expression changed drastically. In those dark gold pupils flashed a deep dread he could not conceal. He knew all too well the terrifying strength of the greatest wizard of the age, a power capable of crushing all Europe beneath it, the greatest variable in his entire plan. Dumbledore landed before the centaur tribe and stood shoulder to shoulder with Margry. His eyes passed lightly over the vampire army before him, and though his voice was not loud, the force of his magic carried it to every corner of the battlefield. The Simek family. I gave you 3 chances to stop. I warned you not to set foot within Britain, not to covet the forbidden relics of the forbidden forest. Yet not only did you refuse to listen, you slumbered in hiding for 1,000 years, gathered every last one of your main forces, stormed into the forbidden forest, shattered its peace, and harmed its guardians. His tone remained calm, but it carried unquestionable authority. Now put down your weapons at once and withdraw from the forbidden forest. If you do, I can let bygones be bygones and spare your lives. Otherwise, today you will remain here forever and become nourishment for the soil of the forbidden forest. Arrogant. Dumbledore's composure enraged Rhodes completely, and he let out a furious howl. We have more than 100 elites, and you stand alone. Even if you are Dumbledore, you may not be able to withstand us if we fight to the death. I am not alone. Dumbledore gave a slight shake of his head. The moment the words left him, Two figures shot from either side of the forest like lightning and landed beside him. The figure on the left wore billowing black robes and bore a cold, severe expression. There was not the slightest warmth in his black eyes. His wand was gripped tightly in his hand, and around him lingered the dense aura of potions and dark magic. Severus Snape. The figure on the right was dressed in austere crimson robes. Her silver hair was neatly arranged, her gaze keen as an eagle's, and her wand pointed directly at the vampire army ahead. Around her swirled the magical ripples of transfiguration. Minerva McGonagall. The three great wizards of Hogwarts had now gathered upon the battlefield. Rhodes' face sank completely, dread turning to despair, and despair hardening into reckless madness. He understood very clearly that against Dumbledore, Snape, and McGonagall, three wizards of the highest order, there were scarcely any among his near-hundred troops who could stand against them. Today, there was no road of retreat left to him. Either he would break through the line, seize Cain's left hand, refine the legendary progenitor's blood, shatter the limits of his bloodline in a single leap, and become an existence equal to Cain himself. Or his entire army would be annihilated, and the 1,000-year foundation of the Simek family would be destroyed in a single day, with every one of them dying in the Forbidden Forest and leaving not even bones behind. If there is no escape, then we fight to the death. Throwing back his head, Rhodes let out a frenzied roar. He tightened his grip on the dark red box, raised his left hand, and shouted a harsh command to every vampire. All of you, attack with everything you have. Break through the wizards and centaurs line. Seize Cain's left hand whatever the cost. Whoever claims it shall be granted the highest bloodline in the clan. The near-100 vampires were infected by their patriarch's madness. Every trace of fear vanished from their eyes, leaving only bloodthirsty frenzy, and with shrieks they hurled themselves towards the line once more. The great battle was about to erupt in full. Meanwhile, inside Hogwarts Castle, in the Gryffindor common room, the young Diciwen was lounging lazily against a soft sofa. Since waking that morning, he had remained there, pondering how to digest the potion. His original plan had been to cause a tremendous stir at the Halloween feast that evening and use it to help himself digest it. But at the very instant the battle in the Forbidden Forest broke out, a spiritual warning from the depths of his soul struck him without warning, exploding in his mind like thunder. Countless shattered images flashed past at dazzling speed. A green distress signal, a black mass of vampire troops, the centaur's furious arrows, the pale gold magical barrier, and the sight of Professors Dumbledore, Snape, and McGonagall confronting the vampires, all imprinted with perfect clarity in his mind. Diciwen jerked upright, his heart jolting, his eyes turning grave in an instant. He had caught the most crucial image with absolute precision. Deep within the Forbidden Forest, war had already erupted between the vampires, the centaurs, and the wizards. At the heart of that conflict lay the very advancement material and ritual key he had long yearned for. Could it be? They truly arrived already? Diciwen muttered under his breath, his fingers tightening unconsciously. He knew all too well that this battle in the Forbidden Forest would determine whether he could break through his current magical bottleneck, whether he could complete the long-awaited ritual of advancement. Without the slightest hesitation, he rose at once, snatched up the wand beside the sofa, pushed open the window of the lounge, and in a single blur transformed into a thestral, racing toward the Forbidden Forest at breakneck speed. High above the battlefield, Diciwen's thestral form swept through the clouds like a shard of living shadow. The cutting wind howled past his ears, laying bare the full panorama of the war below. The crimson moonlight had been torn to shreds by the seething black mist of slaughter. The centaur tribe's wooden palisades and watchtowers swayed on the verge of collapse in the darkness, while countless vampires clad in dusky armor, their fangs bared, poured out from the depths of the forest like a surging tide, shrieking and roaring as they hurled themselves in a savage assault upon the centaur's domain. The air was thick with the stench of blood, rot, and violently churning magic. The piercing whistle of arrows, the vampire's feral howls, and the thunder of colliding spells wove together into a song of despair. Every inch of the earth trembled. With every passing second, lives were falling. Diciwen's gaze turned icy. The currents around him suddenly spiraled into disorder. Then he drew in the energy coiling about him, folded his wings, and plunged straight down toward the heart of the centaur settlement like a hawk diving upon its prey. His eyes swept the battlefield, and the first thing they caught were the three figures standing firm before the tide of vampires: Albus Dumbledore, Severus Snape, and Minerva McGonagall. The instant the vampire horde descended, the three finest wizards of Hogwarts had split apart without the slightest hesitation to meet the enemy head-on. With the strength of only 3 people, they had forcibly raised an impenetrable line of defense, stopping the overwhelming majority of those vicious vampires outside the tribe's borders. At the very front stood Dumbledore, holding the legendary Elder Wand. Pure white light, brilliant as the blazing sun, burst from its tip. His posture was straight as an ancient pine, his bearing as vast and immovable as a mountain, while waves of old and majestic magic coursed around him. Faced with the endless stream of vampires lunging at him, he merely turned his wrist, and the Elder Wand traced smooth, commanding arcs through the air as spell after devastating spell erupted at once. Binding magic lashed forth like golden chains, pinning the foremost vampires firmly in place, unable to move. Knockback spells became invisible shockwaves, hurling whole swathes of vampires into the air before smashing them hard into the ground. The Patronus charm struck with perfect precision, scorching the bodies of creatures that feared the light. Every flash of radiance brought forth shrill screams from the vampires. Some were driven back utterly, some restrained on the spot, and some, under the absolute might of the Elder Wand, died in an instant and dissolved into drifting black smoke. No matter how many vampires charged forward one after another, no matter how violently dark magic raged, none of it could come within 3 paces of Dumbledore. He was like the pillar that steadied the whole battlefield. By his strength alone, he held down the fiercest assault on the front line. Unlike Dumbledore's steady grandeur, Snape had chosen the path of absolute lethality. Dense dark magic cloaked his entire body, his black robes snapping sharply in the wind. His face was cold as winter ice, and in his eyes there was not the slightest trace of mercy, only ruthless precision honed to its utmost edge. His wand wasted no movement. Every strike went straight for the kill. Dark magic poured from its tip like a black tide of venom, leaving no room for escape. Sectum Sempra tore silently through the air, carving grotesque wounds into vampire flesh. Gashes so deep the bone showed through and so cursed they would not heal, blood erupting in torrents. Corrosion curses landed upon their bodies and melted flesh and bone alike in an instant, releasing a sharp, charred stench. Binding magic sealed their movements with perfect accuracy, paving the way for the next fatal blow. His spells bore none of the showy brilliance of other magic, yet every one of them was deadly. Fast, precise, ruthless, and without the slightest hesitation, he brought several vampires down within moments. Their bodies twisted at his feet, stripped of all power to fight, turned into cold corpses upon the battlefield. Professor McGonagall, meanwhile, had pushed transfiguration to its very pinnacle. She did not rely on brute force alone. Instead, she reshaped the battlefield itself, raising layer upon layer of defenses for the Centaur tribe. With a light tap of her wand against the ground, hard stone burst upward and transformed into giant stone wolves with exposed fangs, roaring as they lunged at the vampires. Thick branches by the roadside stretched out at speed beneath her spellwork, hardened, and became impossibly sharp spears that rained down upon the enemy ranks. Vines wrapped around tree trunks grew with mad ferocity, turning into tough chains that bound charging vampires fast and crippled their nimble movements. Her transfiguration was fluid and endlessly adaptable, working in perfect harmony with the centaur's precise archery. The centaurs loosed their bows from high ground, arrows empowered by magic piercing through vampire defenses, while McGonagall constantly used transfiguration to restrain and hem in the enemy, rendering the vampires' advantage in speed completely useless and gradually compressing the space in which they could move. Each of the 3 great wizards displayed his or her own specialty, their strengths complementing one another. By their own power alone, they held back the overwhelming majority of the vampire army's assault, buying the centaur tribe a desperately precious chance to breathe and allowing the centaurs in the rear to steady themselves and form a basic defensive line. On the other side of the battlefield, Diciwen, still in thestral form, landed steadily beside the broad, towering Hagrid. The shadows around him slowly withdrew, and he returned fully to his human shape. He did not charge headlong into battle as the 3 wizards had done, nor did he leap at once into slaughter. Instead, he stood calmly in the rear, his expression cool, while his fingertips stirred ever so slightly and a faint ripple of spatial magic spread out before him. In the next moment, a small house elf with drooping ears stepped out from that space. It was none other than his most loyal butler. Diciwen's thoughts linked with his servant in an instant. There was no need for extra orders. He merely conveyed the state of the battlefield and the target with complete clarity. The house elf understood at once. His tiny body exploded into astonishing speed, flashing into the chaotic battlefield like a streak of gray lightning, his purpose unmistakable as he headed straight for the vampires trying to circle around and break through the centaur's flank from the rear. One particularly agile vampire sensed the movement behind him with sharp instinct and abruptly halted his sneak attack, spinning around viciously. When he saw that it was nothing more than an insignificant house elf, a scornful sneer immediately curled across his lips, and a cruel glint flashed in his eyes. He was certain that, with his strength, he could tear this weak little creature apart with a single swipe. Dark magic gathered thickly around his clawed hand, gleaming with a ghastly green light. With a ripping hiss through the air, he slashed savagely at the butler's head, intending to kill him in a single blow. But what he could never have imagined was that this house elf was nothing like the feeble being he had assumed. The butler merely shifted slightly to one side and effortlessly evaded the deadly strike. Then, with a light flick of one tiny finger, he snapped. The crisp sound of that snap rang out with startling clarity amidst the clamor of the battlefield. The vampire's body froze instantly, as though locked in place by some invisible power. His limbs would not move, and even the dark magic gathering around him congealed in that very instant. The butler did not pause for even a moment. Raising his hand, he cast a clean, decisive knockback spell. The powerful magical force sent the vampire flying dozens of feet away before he smashed brutally into a tree trunk and blacked out on the spot. The butler did not pursue. Instead, making use of the house elf's unique gift for apparition, he kept flickering in and out beside the centaurs. At times he blocked a vampire's sneak attack for them, at times he reinforced their defensive positions with magic, and at times he pulled trapped centaurs free from encirclement. His small figure darted ceaselessly across the battlefield, becoming the most dependable guardian upon the centaur's flank. Diciwen stood at the rear, his gaze as still and cold as an ancient well. His mind remained firmly locked upon the butler under his control. At the same time, he slowly raised his right hand, and from his fingertips extended countless spirit body threads, each as fine as a strand of hair and gleaming with a dim golden sheen. Invisible and intangible though they were, they carried overwhelming spiritual force and control, like vipers lying in wait as they silently sped toward the center of the battlefield, where a vampire had already rushed to the centaur's defensive line. His target was perfectly clear: to turn this vampire into his second marionette. The vampire was utterly lost in the frenzy of slaughter. Relying on his extreme speed, he had slipped past the centaur's arrows and the wizard's spells and reached the very front of the centaur's line, his razor-sharp claws lifted high, ready to tear apart the defenseless young centaur before him in an instant. Yet, in the second before he struck, Diciwen's spirit body threads had already crept soundlessly over his body, following his blood vessels and nerves to connect with flawless precision to the core of his spirit body. The vampire felt only a sharp stab of pain lance through his mind. In an instant, all strength was drained from his body. He froze where he stood, and the viciousness in his eyes turned hollow, leaving not the slightest trace of free will. The entire process lasted no more than a mere dozen seconds. This ferocious vampire lost himself completely and became a marionette of absolute obedience in Diciwen's hands. The instant he secured control of his new marionette, a single thought from Diciwen sent it turning around at once and charging savagely back toward the army of vampires that had once been its own kin. Its power had been wholly roused by Diciwen's spirituality, far surpassing its original strength. Every punch it threw was accompanied by the crisp crack of vampire bones shattering. Every slash of its claws pierced straight through a vampire's body, spraying blood in all directions. Every collision sent whole swathes of vampires flying into the air before they crashed heavily back to the ground, stripped of all power to resist. This sudden betrayal instantly threw the vampire's formation into chaos, plunging the already wizard-suppressed host into even greater confusion. From the high ground at the rear, Roderick took in the entire scene, watching his own kind butcher their companions like puppets on strings, watching one vampire after another fall beneath this marionette's hands. He drew his brows tight together, and boundless fury blazed in his eyes until they seemed ready to split. Though these vampires were numerous enough to blot out the sky and looked imposing in their sheer numbers, their individual strength was far from supreme. Facing three top-tier wizards such as Albus Dumbledore, Severus Snape, and Minerva McGonagall, they had already been driven steadily backward. Now, with Diciwen's marionette rampaging through them as well, the number of casualties soared at a terrifying rate. In less than 1 minute, more than a dozen vampires had been utterly crushed by the new marionette, either left grievously wounded on the ground or killed outright. The tide of battle had already swung completely in favor of the centaurs and the wizards. Roderick clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white, while the agitation and fury in his heart nearly burst through his chest. He knew full well that if this continued, every vampire he had brought with him would die here, and his army would be annihilated to the last. As for their true objective in coming here, seizing the legendary cane's left hand, said to contain supreme power, that would become nothing more than a madman's fantasy, forever out of reach. The dark wind grew ever harsher, and the slaughter on the battlefield ever bloodier. Diciwen stood at the rear, coolly watching the chaotic vampire ranks as his spirit body threads roamed freely across the battlefield. The new marionette was still harvesting lives in a frenzy. The magic of the three great wizards still blazed dazzlingly bright. The centaur's arrows remained as fierce as ever. This battle to defend the centaur tribe had only just entered its most fevered stage, and the scales of victory had long since begun to tilt, slowly but unmistakably, toward the defenders. No, this cannot go on. Roderick's scarlet pupils remained fixed on the front, while the roiling black mist and turbulent currents of magic around him seemed almost ready to tear the air apart. The vampire host under his command surged forward again and again like a tide, only to be held fast in midair by the magical line forged by Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape, unable to advance even a single step. Layers upon layers of silver-green magical shields stood firm. The centaur's arrows came tearing through the air, imbued with the power of stars and nature. Every collision exploded in showers of sparks. The shrieks of vampires, the hum of magic, and the war cries of centaurs intertwined into a deafening chorus of slaughter, while the entire valley trembled faintly beneath this battle of legendary scale. On the ground, wounded vampires let out shrill, miserable wails before dissolving into black smoke. Centaur warriors, too, fell one after another, their blood soaking into the grass beneath their feet. As he watched the elite force he had amassed over centuries continue to be whittled away, and the plan he had plotted for a full 3 centuries stand on the brink of ruin, the threads of his reason snapped one by one, leaving behind only the resolve of a desperate final gamble. What he had wanted from the start had never been merely to defeat the wizards before him, but the ultimate holy relic that could shatter the shackles of his bloodline and make him the new progenitor of the vampire race. Kane's left hand. In the very next second, Roderick violently drove the pure magic he had refined over centuries through his body. Berserk dark energy erupted from every limb and bone like a volcano in full eruption, instantly blasting apart the multiple layers of transfiguration confinement laid upon him by Professor McGonagall. The metal shackles that bound him, the thorned vines wrapped around him, and the petrified patterns spread across his skin all shattered into powder. He no longer paid any heed to the magical attacks shrieking past him. Dropping onto all fours, he shifted into a half-man, half-beast battle form. The pitch-black bat wings on his back burst open with a thunderous sweep, whipping up wild winds and flying stones as he hurtled forward with unstoppable force, charging recklessly toward the altar at the heart of the centaur tribe. The ground was torn open into trenches several feet deep by his claws. Wherever he passed, grass and trees withered and died in an instant. The dense aura of darkness devoured the natural magic around him, and even the sunlight itself seemed swallowed by that black mist, until nothing remained between heaven and earth but the shadow of his charge. Stop him! He must not be allowed to get close. Dumbledore shouted sharply. The Elder Wand traced intricate and sacred arcs through the air, and the golden Patronus charm took the form of a vast phoenix phantom, its tail feathers scattering holy light that purified all things as it hurled itself at Roderick, bearing a heat meant to burn darkness to ashes. McGonagall instantly completed a layered cascade of multiple transfigurations. Walls of boulders, chains of refined iron, and magical phantoms of giant bears and gray wolves crashed toward him one after another, each strike carrying the force of 1,000 weights.
Snape's fingertips.
Spells flew with the precision of a surgeon's scalpel. Blasting, binding, impact, and paralysis magic wove themselves into an airtight net, sealing off every path by which Roderick might evade. At the same time, the archers of the centaur tribe all drew their longbows to the full. Silver arrows, steeped in moonlight essence and anti-evil herbs, screamed forth like rain, their cold points tearing through the darkness. The torrent of magic and the arrows of nature intertwined into a net of death, slamming in dense waves toward the charging Roderick. But at this moment, Roderick had already fallen completely into a berserk madness, driving both his gift of transformation and his dark magic to their utmost limit. His originally pallid skin hardened with startling speed, taking on the sheen of black gold as it transformed into hard armor that covered his entire body. Ordinary magic and arrows did no more than scatter sparks when they struck it before being deflected away, unable to leave even so much as a scratch. Even when Dumbledore's magic tore open wounds so deep that bone could be seen, the frenzy of dark magic repaired them instantly, flesh regenerating, bones cracking back into place, and every injury healing in the blink of an eye. He simply ignored all attacks and charged forward madly, roaring words that shook the entire valley. Whoever stands in my way dies. No one will stop me from claiming the progenitor's power. In the space of a moment, Roderick broke through layer after layer of obstruction. One palm strike imbued with crushing dark force sent 2 centaur warriors who tried to block him flying away. They shot through the air like kites with cut strings, hurtling several yards before smashing heavily into a rock wall and losing consciousness. Then, moving like a phantom, he rushed to the side of the ancient altar at the center of the tribe. The altar had been built from a single massive slab of 1,000-year bluestone, with 3 tiers of steps winding upward around it. Its surface was engraved with astrological runes and natural incantations passed down through the centaurs for 1,000 years, and every line flowed with gentle protective magic, giving off an ancient and sacred air. This was the very heart of the place where the centaurs had guarded the holy relic for generations. By the altar stood Magri, chieftain of the centaurs, wreathed in the natural magic that protected the tribe. A staff carved all over with star patterns was clutched in his hand. But before he could utter the guarding spell, Rotor had already lunged in close. His iron vice claws seized Magri by the shoulder and brutally dragged his massive body to the ground. One hard knee drove mercilessly into Magri's back while razor-sharp talons clamped around his throat, the knuckles whitening with force so great it seemed they might crush his windpipe outright. In an instant, the centaur chieftain was completely subdued, reduced to a deadly bargaining chip with which to threaten the entire tribe. "Stop! All of you, stop at once! Cease every attack now! If anyone so much as moves again, I'll snap his neck this instant." Rotor held Magri by the throat and threw back his head with a wild, arrogant roar, his voice carrying dark magic to every corner of the battlefield and leaving ears ringing with pain. At their lord's command, the vampire army, which had been attacking in a frenzy, withdrew into order at once. One portion swiftly formed a ring of encirclement, surrounding the entire centaur tribe on all sides, claws and fangs trained on every target that might resist, cutting off every possible route of escape. Another portion, the direct line elite, apparat to Rotor's side in an instant and arranged themselves in a tight guard formation, fangs bared and claws unsheathed. Their crimson eyes watched Dumbledore, the other two, and the centaur tribe with sharp vigilance while dark magic rolled from them, ready at any moment to meet a counterattack. Dumbledore and the other two immediately halted their magic, and the golden shield dissolved away by slow degrees. Grim-faced, all three stared at Magri, who was being held fast beyond all struggle, and in that moment found themselves utterly constrained. Magri was the spiritual pillar of the centaur tribe. If anything happened to him, the tribe would not merely lose its leader and fall headlong into catastrophe. But if the sacred relic truly fell into the vampire's hands, and Rotor used the power of the progenitor to shatter the limits of his bloodline, then the whole wizarding world would face a calamity of bloodkind rampage. For a moment, the battlefield sank into a strange, deathly silence. Only the harsh breaths of both sides remained, the scent of blood drifting in the wind, and Fox's restless cry. Hand over Kane's left hand. "Don't force me to kill him. I'll count to 3. 3. Rotor lowered his head and looked at the struggling Magri beneath him, his scarlet eyes brimming with greed and cruelty. His claws tightened slightly, and at once Magri's breathing grew ragged and labored. Thin cuts opened at his neck where the talons bit in, green blood trailing down their edges. Yet he still ground his teeth together, the veins standing out along his neck, unwilling to yield the inherited holy relic through coercion even at the cost of death. With every ounce of strength in him, he tried to throw himself forward into Rotor's claws, determined to die protecting the tribe's secret and preserve the peace of the wizarding world. But his body was pinned beneath the dual oppression of dark magic and brute force, his limbs heavy as though filled with molten lead. No matter how he struggled, he could not move in the slightest. All he could do was let out a low, furious roar, his eyes blazing with unyielding fire. When the centaur warriors of the tribe saw their chieftain taken captive, every one of them was split-eyed with rage. The bows in their hands trembled violently, their bowstrings drawn so taut they seemed on the verge of snapping. Yet none dared act rashly for fear that one misstep would cost their chief his life. Then the young centaur Grit, Magri's eldest son and the bravest young warrior in the tribe, could no longer restrain the anguish and panic in his heart. He burst from the protective line and sprinted madly toward the altar, his golden mane flying loose and disheveled, tears shining in his eyes as he cried out to his father in a voice torn from the depths of his soul. "Father, Father, don't give up. We'll save you." That cry, filled with kinship, despair, and desperate hope, struck Magri's heart like a hammer. This centaur chieftain, strong all his life, guardian of the tribe for centuries, veteran of countless battles in which he had never once bowed his head, suddenly went rigid from head to toe at the sound of his son's voice, and the strength of his struggling gradually ebbed away. He knew he could not die. The tribe could not lose its leader. The old, the weak, the women, and the children of the tribe could not be slaughtered for the sake of his stubbornness. Precious though Kane's left hand was, could not outweigh the lives of his people. After a long silence, Magri finally let the tension drain from his body altogether. His shoulders sagged, and with a voice heavy with humiliation and bitter unwillingness, he said, word by word, "You win. The sacred relic is hidden beneath the altar, in the secret cache. It is a secret the centaurs have guarded for generations. Now, it belongs to you. At those words, rapture burst across Roder's face at once. The obsession he had harbored for centuries had finally been fulfilled, and his whole body trembled faintly with excitement. He casually shoved Magri toward a trusted vampire at his side, barking a harsh order that he was to be guarded with the utmost vigilance, and that even the slightest lapse would be punished with total destruction. Then Roder strode quickly to the altar of blue stone, his gaze burning as it fixed upon the structure that bore the 1,000-year legacy of the centaurs. The elder wand pointed straight at the altar's core, and with magic pouring through it, he cried out sharply, "Reducto!" The powerful blasting curse struck the altar in an instant. The ancient blue stone shattered on impact, rubble flying, runes splintering apart, and the three-tiered altar collapsing with a thunderous crash. Through the billowing dust, a hidden compartment roughly half a meter deep was revealed below. Resting quietly within it was an ancient metal chest, forged from several rare metals such as mithril, meteoric iron, and bloodstone. Its surface was engraved with the twin patterns of the vampire progenitor and centaur guardianship, while a faint weave of natural magic coiled about the lock, giving off an ancient and mysterious air. With trembling hands, Roder reached out and snatched up the metal chest, his fingertips shaking without cease from sheer excitement, even his control over his magic becoming unsteady. He flung the lid open. Inside, lying upon black velvet, was a pale, withered left hand covered in fine, intricate markings, yet radiating the dreadful pressure of a true progenitor. It was the ultimate sacred relic the vampire race had dreamed of for ages, Cain's left hand. Though severed from its body for 1,000 years, the hand still retained an undying vitality. A dim black sheen glimmered at its fingertips, and as that oppressive force spread outward, even the air itself seemed to grow thick and heavy. Feeling the vast dark power contained within it, Dumbledore and the others grew even graver of face, while Fawkes's cry turned sharp and urgent, the golden light around him flaring as he prepared to fight at any moment. Roder could not wait a second longer and reached for it at once, but his nerves and excitement had driven him too far. His fingers slipped, and the left hand that bore the power of the progenitor slid straight from his grasp, landing with a heavy thud upon the rubble-strewn ground. In that instant, the progenitor's pressure surged violently. The surrounding vampires all lowered their heads and bent their bodies, their expressions full of reverence and submission, even their breathing becoming cautious and restrained. But Roder no longer cared about the sacred relic lying on the ground. In his eyes there remained only the obsession with completing the blood sacrifice and breaking through the limits of his bloodline. At once he pulled out from the storage chest on his back an ancient dark red cup. Twisted blood-kind patterns were carved upon its body. A faint aura of blood lingered around its rim, and the crest of the Simek family was engraved upon its base. It was none other than the family's inherited holy relic, the chalice of flesh and blood. This cup could draw in the flesh and blood of the progenitor and refine from it the ultimate blood marrow capable of strengthening one's bloodline power. It was the core instrument behind the scheme Roder had plotted for centuries, and for its sake, he would not hesitate to sacrifice even his own kind. He dropped to one knee and set the chalice of flesh and blood steadily upon the rubble before him. Extending his razor-sharp claws, he tried to gouge away a fragment of flesh from Cain's left hand. Yet this immortal hand, though it had endured the passing of 1,000 years, had never decayed, and its hardness surpassed that of any magical metal. His claws scraped across it, leaving behind only a few faint white marks, utterly unable to damage it. Anxiety flared in Roder's heart, and cold sweat seeped from his brow. Suddenly he poured more magic into his claws, dragging them across with vicious force and dark power, his fingertips whitening from the strain. At last, he managed to shave away the tiniest sliver of pale red outer tissue. Though no more than a speck, it exuded a dense progenitor aura. Treating it like the greatest treasure in existence, he immediately placed that minute fragment of progenitor flesh into the chalice of flesh and blood, his eyes fixed on the cup without daring to let his attention waver for even an instant. In an instant, the ancient blood chalice erupted with a dazzling crimson haze. As the red radiance swirled, an overpoweringly rich stench of blood burst madly from the cup, flooding the entire valley in the blink of an eye. The sharp, reeking odor mixed with dark magic, making the centaurs and the three beside Dumbledore knit their brows tightly, seized by dizziness and disordered magic. McGonagall even raised a hand to cover her mouth and nose, her face turning pale. Yet the surrounding vampires reacted as though they had caught the scent of the most exquisite delicacy in the world. Every one of them widened scarlet eyes, swallowing unconsciously, their fangs slowly extending of their own accord. The dark magic around them surged violently with excitement, and some could not help edging forward, eager to rush up at once and claim a share, only to be barely halted by the sharp rebukes of the elite guards at Rod's side. At the very moment when Rod was staring fixedly at the Holy Grail, wholly absorbed as he waited for the crucial instant when the blood marrow would fully condense, a silent change unfolded on the far side of the battlefield. Diciwen, who had all this time concealed himself at the edge of the field while controlling his puppet, saw that Rod was on the verge of completing the blood sacrifice. At once, he released his mental hold over that vampire, and countless spirit threads, as fine as silk and invisible to the naked eye, shot through the air in an instant, wrapping precisely around the vampire confidant who was holding Magri hostage and slipping soundlessly into the sea of his consciousness. The invisible power of the spirit instantly crushed the vampire's mind. In no more than a breath, the vampire fell completely under Diciwen's control, becoming a puppet devoid of all self-awareness. His gaze turning blank and hollow. Guiding the puppet, Diciwen made him slowly loosen the hand clamped around Magri's throat, then abruptly swung his claws around. Catching the nearby vampire utterly off guard, he slashed at his neck. The razor-sharp claws pierced straight through in an instant and cleanly snapped his cervical spine. The vampire collapsed before he could even cry out. While the surrounding vampires were still stunned and disoriented, unable to react in time, Diciwen immediately had the puppet shield Magri and withdraw at speed with him, successfully returning to the centaur's ranks. Glit stepped forward at once to support his father, his eyes brimming with lingering fear and fierce relief. Rod remained entirely oblivious to this silent rescue. Every scrap of his attention was fixed upon the flesh and blood Holy Grail, his eyes burning with fanatical obsession as he watched the progenitor's flesh within the cup slowly melt away, while the scarlet blood marrow gradually filled the vessel. The dense blood aura grew ever stronger, and even the engraved patterns upon the chalice began to gleam beneath the marrow's power. The instant the blood marrow finally brimmed over within the Holy Grail, Rod could no longer restrain himself. Throwing back his head, he drained it in one swallow. The searing marrow slid down his throat, and the savage power of the progenitor instantly swept through his entire body. His frame began to swell violently, muscles knotting and bulging, his bat wings growing larger and blacker still. The dark magic around him roared like a tidal sea, and the ground split into fine cracks beneath that force. He threw back his head and let out a wild, ecstatic roar. The oppressive aura radiating from him had already surpassed that of any ordinary vampire lord. Rod could feel his strength, speed, vitality, and magic skyrocketing by geometric multiples. The violent power of the progenitor surged like molten lava, thoroughly scouring and reforging every inch of Rod's body and spirit. The once hunched and withered old vampire, with his lifespan on the brink of exhaustion, was reborn at terrifying speed beneath the infusion of Cain's progenitor blood marrow. His loose, wrinkled skin peeled away, replaced by immortal flesh suffused with a dark golden sheen, harder by far than enchanted steel. His depleted magic was filled to the brim, dark magic thick as liquid mercury coursing endlessly through his body, drawing together the world's baleful energies until the clouds were stained an inky violet and lightning rolled between them. The bat wings upon his back expanded to a span of several zhang, their wing bones ferocious as black iron, while blood-red runes of the progenitor's legacy emerged upon the membranes, each beat of them whipping up violent gusts that tore the air apart. Even his regenerative powers broke past their limits. Even injuries on the level of the spirit could mend with astonishing speed, and his vitality became so vigorous that he was all but undying and indestructible. In the span of only a few breaths, Rod completed a heaven-defying metamorphosis, leaping from a dying, decrepit vampire into a taboo existence approaching the level of a progenitor. The pressure pouring from him sent a tremor rising from the depths of every living creature's soul throughout the valley, and even the earth itself shuddered faintly beneath that power. Dumbledore, the transformed Rod lifted his head and released a deafening roar. The shockwave of sound carried the unique majesty and mental force of a progenitor, exploding over the battlefield like thunder and shaking loose showers of stone. The long bows in the centaur's hands trembled free of their grip, the wizard's eardrums rang, and the flow of their magic stuttered for a fleeting instant. His scarlet pupils locked hard upon the white-haired old wizard, his eyes seething with a world-scornful arrogance and brutal savagery, as he hissed each word with deliberate force. "Now, can you still stop me?" Before his words had even fully fallen, Rod suddenly beat his enormous bat wings, and two blood-colored shockwaves, dense enough to seem almost tangible, burst outward with a thunderous roar. Wherever they passed, the air was shredded into shrill screams, grass and trees were instantly reduced to ash, and boulders were ground into powder. The golden protective barrier Dumbledore had hastily thrown up shook violently, its light flickering uncertainly as spiderweb-like cracks spread across its surface, while even the glow at the tip of the Elder Wand dimmed several shades. McGonagall and Snape were struck head-on by the lingering force of the shockwave and staggered backwards like kites with their strings cut, plowing several deep furrows into the earth beneath their feet. Pale golden blood and pitch-black blood spilled respectively from the corners of their mouths, their magic thrown thoroughly into disarray. As for the vampire puppet under Diciwen's control, it was hurled dozens of feet through the air and smashed heavily into a tree, its body splitting open with a dense web of cracks as the spirit threads connecting it quivered violently. The battle, which had only just been deadlocked, was completely overturned in the instant of Rod's transformation. The scales of victory tipped with crushing force toward the vampire side. The knuckles of Dumbledore's hand around the Elder Wand had turned white from strain. For the first time, that face so often lit by a gentle smile was cloaked in the utmost gravity, with deep wariness and anxiety hidden in his eyes. He had exhausted the sum of his life's magical knowledge, pondering countless possibilities for the coming of a sacred relic into the world. Yet he had never imagined that Rod would seize Kane's left hand so smoothly, let alone that the progenitor's blood refined by the flesh and blood Holy Grail could cause an old vampire's power to surge to a level rivaling a progenitor. Such an enhancement had already surpassed the understanding of the wizarding world. It was a taboo force capable of overturning the very order of things. Everyone, suppress him together. Focus on confinement and do everything you can to hold him back. Do not meet him head-on. Dumbledore barked the order, his voice steady yet edged with absolute resolve. The Elder Wand traced intricate and sacred patterns through the air as he unleashed every drop of his magic without reservation. Top-tier protective wards and multiple spatial confinement spells manifested at the same time. Golden light transformed into a vast net that pressed down from every direction, while luminous chains engraved with ancient runes rose from the earth and coiled toward Rod's limbs and bat wings. Space itself was frozen by magic, in an attempt to seal off every path of movement he might take. Snape's expression was as cold and severe as ice as he drove decades of mastery in the dark arts to their utmost limit. Amid the whipping of his black robes, jet-black destructive curses condensed into corroding spears that stabbed straight toward Rod's magical nodes with an aura of deathly stillness, while at the same time he cast a mental shock spell in an effort to disrupt his consciousness. McGonagall's hands flew like butterflies as the power of transfiguration poured forth. The entire ground rapidly hardened and spread outward, becoming an airtight cage of black iron. Its bars were covered in thorn spikes and contracted without cease, seeking to crush Rod's body within, while the surrounding rocks transformed into giant magical elephants that raised their feet and stamped toward the center of the cage. Enduring the backlash upon his spirit body by sheer force of will, Diciwen drove the nearly shattered puppet into a desperate lunge, its claws wrapped in spirit magic as they slashed for Rod's lower body, straining with all his might to hinder his movements and buy the three professors time to cast. The overwhelming storm of magic swept in from all sides, yet before the transformed Rod, every attack was as good as worthless. With a casual sweep of his bat wing, he tore apart Dumbledore's holy curtain of light with ease, and the radiant chain barrier shattered inch by inch like thin paper. With a single grasp of his hand, McGonagall's black iron cage was crushed into twisted scrap, while the magical elephants were blasted into broken stone by the aftershock of the progenitor's power. Snape's destructive dark magic struck his body without leaving so much as a pale mark before it was swallowed and dissolved by the dark golden aura around him. When the puppet's claws raked across his leg, they were instead flung back by a terrifying recoil force, the cracks across its body widening once more as it came within a hair's breadth of collapsing completely. The battle had sunk into a desperate deadlock. The more Rod fought, the fiercer he became, dark magic raging like a storm of wind and rain. A casual lift of his hand unleashed several black infernal tornadoes, wrenching ancient trees up by the roots and grinding them into dust. One downward punch into the earth sent the ground convulsing violently, one deep crater after another appearing in succession as shattered stone and magical force exploded in every direction. Even the dark slashes he threw out carelessly could tear through the air itself, forcing the centaur camp into constant retreat, the oppressive pressure so overwhelming that they could scarcely even summon the strength to draw their bows. Dumbledore and the other two could only stand back to back in a defensive formation, layering shield after shield of magic to barely withstand the onslaught. A counterattack was out of the question. Merely holding the line had already drained them to the limit. Their magic was depleting at alarming speed, fine beads of cold sweat seeping from their temples, their breathing growing more and more ragged. Diciwen saw it all, alarm bells shrieking in his mind. They could not delay for even a moment longer. Once Rod fully mastered the progenitor's power, everyone present would die here, and the wizarding world itself would face utter catastrophe. He had to interfere by force with spirit magic. Even if it meant exposing every card he had, even if it meant enduring fatal backlash, he had to fight for the faintest sliver of survival. He hid himself no longer. A faint spiritual radiance bloomed at his brow, and countless spirit threads, so fine as silk and nearly invisible to the naked eye, extended from his fingertips. Like a spider's web, they pierced through the turbulent currents of magic and silently wound toward Rod, connecting with precise accuracy to the core of his spirit body. But at this moment, Rod's spirit had already been fortified by the progenitor's power into an impregnable barrier. After the spirit threads entered his body, it was as though they had sunk into thick mire. Every inch of movement demanded an immense expenditure of Diciwen's spirituality, and their progress was agonizingly slow, as if he were wrestling against a towering mountain. Just as Rod was about to launch another savage assault, he abruptly sensed a sluggishness spreading through his limbs, a strange discord surfacing on the level of his spirit body, interference unlike anything he had ever encountered. The violence in his scarlet eyes surged at once. He immediately drove the raging progenitor's power within him into a mad sweep through his meridians and spirit, a dark golden aura bursting from his body as he resisted with all his strength the invasion of the spirit threads. The two forces clashed fiercely within him. Rod's ferocious offensive came to an abrupt halt, the frenzied dark magic around him drawing back by a fraction at last, and for the first time the rhythm of the battlefield opened into a fleeting gap. Professor, now suppress his movements with everything you have. Ignoring the agonizing pain of the spirit backlash, Diciwen shouted himself hoarse, fully exposing his forbidden ability to manipulate spirit bodies. Dumbledore and the other two understood instantly. Without the slightest hesitation, they abandoned every attack spell and poured all their remaining magic into controlling curses. Dumbledore reinforced the spatial confinement and invoked temporal slowing, making Rod's movements increasingly sluggish. McGonagall used transfiguration to call forth countless magical vines, binding his legs and bat wings in a death grip. Snape cast a mental paralysis curse, striking precisely at the flaw in Rod's sea of consciousness. With the 3 layers of control superimposed, they finally pinned Rod firmly in place, rendering him utterly unable to move. At the side, the surviving direct-line vampires saw their clan leader restrained, and their eyes instantly reddened. Roaring, they threw themselves forward to break the siege, only to be blocked to the death by Diciwen's vampire puppets, the butler, and the centaur warriors. The broken puppets turned into pain-free dead men, their claws ripping apart the front ranks of vampires. The butler supported the centaurs as they formed ranks, resisting the counterattack with their lives. Grellet supported his father Magri, who had recovered a measure of strength, while Ronan led his clansmen forward with spears in hand. Silver arrows and stone spears flew together, building an iron defense line as the sounds of slaughter once more rang through the valley. Blood soaked into the shattered stones, completely dragging the vampire reinforcements to a halt. Seizing this opening, the spiritual radiance at Diciwen's brow flared violently. In an instant he unleashed all of his spirituality, and the spirit threads, like wildly proliferating vines, clawed forward with everything they had toward the core of Rod's spirit body. With every inch they advanced, his face turned a shade paler, pale golden spiritual blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his sea of consciousness racked by a pain like blades carving through it. Yet he did not dare stop for even a heartbeat. This was their only chance to live. If he gave up now, everyone would die. Rod could feel with dreadful clarity that control of his body was being devoured bit by bit. His limbs were beginning to disobey him, his spirit and flesh gradually separating. Fear and fury intertwined within him. He knew full well that if he remained restrained any longer, he would become a puppet. At once he roared and erupted with every last drop of the progenitor's power inside him. Boom! A tidal wave of dark magic exploded outward, dark golden radiance flooding the valley. The 3 layers of control magic cast by Dumbledore and the other 2 shattered in an instant. The spatial confinement was torn apart, temporal slowing failed, the magical vines turned to ash, and the mental paralysis curse was completely blown away. Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape were hurled back viciously by the aftershock and crashed heavily to the ground. McGonagall and Snape lost consciousness on the spot, while Dumbledore barely managed to rise with the support of his wand, blood at the corner of his lips, his magic all but exhausted. The instant he broke free, Rod spun around, his scarlet pupils locking onto Diciwen with murderous ferocity. Savage light churned in his eyes, magical flames rolling around his body as he broke into a mad charge, his claws driving straight toward Diciwen's heart with a force that seemed capable of rending heaven and earth apart. His roar shook the valley. "You little worm! You dared scheme against me? I'll tear you into 10,000 pieces." In the blink of an eye, Rod had already rushed in close. His claws shrieked through the air. There was no way to evade. Yet Diciwen's expression remained calm. He had long since prepared for this. At the very instant the claws were about to touch his body, he used the paper doll substitute in a flash, a secret spirit-shifting art not restricted by anti-disapparition enchantments. His true body was silently moved behind an ancient tree more than a dozen yards away, while all that remained where he had stood was a sheet of white paper painted with his likeness, crushed into dust in an instant by the claws. Rod stared as his prey vanished into thin air, leaving behind only drifting scraps of paper. His attack halted abruptly, his face filled with shock and suspicion. He remembered clearly that at the beginning of the battle, Dumbledore had set down top-tier anti-disapparition magic. Every form of spatial transfer should have failed. Yet Diciwen's method lay wholly beyond his understanding, and for the first time, this proud progenitor-level being felt a trace of nameless wariness. He turned slowly around, his teeth grinding audibly, pallid fangs bared, his scarlet gaze fixed with deadly intensity on Diciwen behind the ancient tree. His voice was thick with bone-deep killing intent and unwilling fury as he snarled each word. No matter what twisted trick you used, today, I will kill you without fail. I'll rip out your soul and make you suffer heart-devouring agony for all eternity. You'll learn the price of provoking a progenitor-level existence. Before the final word had even fallen, Rod drove his bat wings and wrapped himself in blazing blood-colored magical flames. His form became a scarlet afterimage of extreme speed, sealing off every route of retreat as he launched himself once more in a frenzied assault. This time, he suppressed all outward aura and condensed the progenitor's power entirely into his claws, swearing to erase in one strike this little worm who had ruined his plans. Howling wind swept shattered stone and magical aftershock through the forbidden forest. Flying fragments of magic scorched the air itself, and even the ground had split open with deep, web-like fissures, blackened earth rolling and churning within them. Staggering, Diciwen forced his tottering body to steady itself. His chest rose and fell violently, every breath laced with tearing pain. The silver-blue spirit threads coiling around his fingertips began to flow once more, slender yet resilient, winding about his knuckles like living things without the slightest tremor or retreat. He raised his eyes toward the pitch-black figure standing at the center of the battlefield, iron resolve surging in their depths. He knew clearly that this was the moment upon which life and death turned, a moment with no path left to retreat. If he faltered even slightly, not only would his own soul be blasted to pieces, but all of Hogwarts would fall into Rod's inferno. Ink-dark magical aura billowed around Rod. His scarlet eyes swept across the battlefield, a contemptuous, savage smile hanging from his lips. With a casual wave of his hand, several dark curses slashed in every direction, smashing the centaur's rain of arrows to pieces and driving the puppets and the butler steadily backward. His power surpassed imagination itself, as though he had drawn upon every vile and sinister force between heaven and earth. Every attack carried a might fit to destroy the world, crushing the resistance of everyone present layer by layer. Dumbledore's silver hair was in disarray, his robes torn open in several places by the demonic aura, blood seeping from many wounds across his body. Yet he still forced himself upright from the pile of broken stone, his aged frame held perfectly straight. There was not the slightest trace of fear in his eyes, only unwavering resolve to protect Hogwarts. Tightening his grip on the Elder Wand in his hand, he raised it without hesitation toward Rod. Brilliant white gold light bloomed at its tip as his lips parted and he began to chant an ancient, obscure incantation. The spell was low and solemn. With every syllable that fell, a golden rune condensed in the air, transforming into a barrier that resisted Rod's attacks. The centaurs within the woods drew their bows once more, every muscle pulled taut. The long bows in their hands shone with an emerald gleam, infused with the power of nature itself, while their silver arrows had been steeped in the purest force of the forest. Every arrowhead was aimed at the weak points where the dark magic around Rod ran thin. Bowstrings were drawn to their fullest, poised to be loosed at any instant, each arrow carrying the conviction to defend their home, sworn to punch through the enemy's defenses. Elsewhere, Diciwen directed the vampire puppet and the butler, forcing them to hold back the endless stream of vampire reinforcements. The vampire puppet cast spells to drive back those closing in before it while at the same time swinging the sharp claws in its hands, smashing aside the vampires that lunged at it with brutal force. The butler, meanwhile, relied on exquisite magic and nimble movements to weave through the swarm of vampires. Layer after layer of defensive magic rose into barriers, and though his body was already covered in claw marks, he did not retreat a single step, using his own flesh and blood to form a living wall for those behind him. Standing at the edge of the battlefield, Diciwen watched the many-colored spells streaking through the air, the rain of arrows falling in waves, and his companions fighting on bathed in blood. He watched everyone exhaust every last ounce of strength, pour out everything they had learned in their lives, and reveal every trump card they possessed, only to remain firmly suppressed by Rhodes' dark aura. A strange sense of dazed helplessness welled up within him. His gaze fell upon the house elf puppet that had always remained by his side and was now fighting desperately in blood and fire. Looking at its lively yet weary figure, a flash of inspiration suddenly sparked across his mind. The taut string in his heart abruptly slackened. He still had one final card to play, one power yet unused. It was Hogwarts' most secret, most loyal fighting force, a hope capable of turning the tide of battle. Without the slightest hesitation, Diciwen raised a hand and instantly summoned the butler, who was locked in combat among the vampires, back to his side. The butler's figure swayed once and appeared before him in an instant, stained with blood from head to toe, yet still lowering his head respectfully as he awaited his master's command. "Take me to the kitchens of Hogwarts Castle, quickly," Diciwen ordered in a low voice. The butler immediately activated his teleportation magic, and a pale green radiance wrapped around the two of them. In the next moment, they vanished into the smoke and chaos of the battlefield. The kitchens of Hogwarts were always warm and bustling. Enormous copper cauldrons bubbled away with rich soup, and the scent of butter and bread drifted from the ovens. Dozens of house elves moved briskly through the room, carrying trays, stirring ingredients, their steps light and laughter constant. But the instant Diciwen and the butler appeared out of thin air in the middle of the kitchen, every sound and every movement seemed to be struck by a pause charm, freezing all at once. The copper cauldrons ceased bubbling, the utensils in the elves' hands hung suspended in midair, and every gaze turned in perfect unison toward Diciwen, who was in utter disarray, still wet with spirit blood and faintly wreathed in a baleful air. Their eyes were filled with shock and worry. Diciwen had no time to wipe away the dust and blood on his body. His eyes swept across the gathered house elves, and in an urgent yet steady voice he called out, "Cup Lid, are you here? Hogwarts is under attack by a powerful enemy. An army of vampires has invaded, and the Forbidden Forest has already become a battlefield. I need your help. I need the strength of every single house elf." Before his words had even finished, a small green figure flashed into view in an instant. It was none other than Cup Lid, the leader of Hogwarts house elves. Cup Lid's round eyes brimmed with excitement and fury, and as he took in Diciwen's wounded, battered state, he answered in a shrill voice filled with unquestionable loyalty, "I am here, Mr. Diciwen. The house elves of Hogwarts swear to defend Hogwarts to the death, to guard every inch of this land and every one of our companions. We will never bow our heads to the enemy." The house elves behind him all set down the kitchenware in their hands and gathered close. The lively cheer that usually filled their faces had been replaced by iron resolve. Every elf straightened up, their eyes shining with determined light, silently expressing their decision to follow. They had lived at Hogwarts for generations and had long since come to regard this place as home. Now that their home was in peril, they would pour out everything they had without hesitation, even if they had to walk through fire and boiling water. "Follow me," Diciwen said no more. He turned and signaled for the butler to cast his magic once again. The light of apparition flared anew, carrying him and the butler back to the battlefield by the school grounds, while more than 100 house elves behind them immediately followed the lingering traces of magic and apparat in groups, their steps uniform and their momentum overwhelming. Within the Forbidden Forest, Albus Dumbledore was still chanting steadily, locked in a stalemate with Rhodes. The moment he saw Diciwen return, his brows drew tight at once, and a flicker of confusion and concern passed through his eyes. He had originally assumed that Diciwen had withdrawn temporarily to escape Rhodes' deadly pursuit and seek a slim chance of survival. Yet now Diciwen had revealed himself without the slightest attempt at concealment, placing himself directly within Rhodes' line of sight. That was no different from throwing himself into mortal danger, and it made Dumbledore break into a cold sweat despite himself. Rhodes noticed Diciwen's return to the battlefield as well. Mockery flashed across his crimson eyes, and his savage laughter echoed through the battlefield, sharp and contemptuous. "I thought a cowardly little insect like you had already fled in terror and hidden away somewhere, trembling like a leaf. I never expected you'd actually dare come back. You're simply courting death." The magic around him surged violently as he casually flung out a piece of dark magic straight at Diciwen's face, intending to erase him in one stroke. Diciwen twisted aside and avoided the attack. There was not the slightest fear on his face. Instead, a mysterious, confident smile curled at his lips. Looking Rhodes straight in the eye, he said, "Word by word, you'd better not run. Today, you are destined never to escape this Hogwarts." The instant the words fell, 100 pale green figures flashed into existence. Dense ranks of house elves stood neatly behind Diciwen, forming a solid green wall. Their frames were small, yet every pair of eyes was razor-sharp, and pure, powerful magic surged around them. As the magical aura of more than 100 house elves gathered together, it shot straight into the heavens and in an instant overwhelmed Rhodes' roiling dark aura, causing the balance of the battlefield to reverse abruptly. At the sight of the suddenly appearing house elves, a flicker of astonishment crossed Rhodes' eyes. He had clearly never expected Diciwen to rally such a massive force. In the very next moment, his expression turned incomparably grim, and dark magic boiled wildly around him as he sought to break free of the magical restraints closing in on all sides. Diciwen raised a hand and pointed toward the battlefield. His voice rang out bright and clear, carrying an authority that admitted no refusal. Part of you, move at once to reinforce the centaurs. Join them in holding back the vampire reinforcements and purge the evil around us. The rest of you, focus your magic and cast together. Use everything you have to hold this old monster down. Do not give him even the slightest chance to struggle free. The house elves' eyes sharpened. At once they saw Dumbledore, trapped within Rhodes' dark aura and holding on with difficulty, and they saw the rampaging vampires and the centaurs being driven steadily backward. No further words were needed. They understood the order instantly and moved without delay. Dozens of elves vanished in a flash and reappeared beside the centaurs, raising their hands to unleash repelling spells and binding spells. Threads of magical light wove together into nets, trapping the lunging vampires fast. Working in concert with the centaur silver arrows, they swiftly cut down the reinforcements and eased the pressure on the front line. Meanwhile, nearly 100 house elves formed a circle, trapping Rhodes at the center, and raised their small hands as one, drawing forth the pure magic within their bodies. The magic of house elves was already far beyond that of an ordinary adult wizard, and they were born with the gifts of teleportation and exceptionally potent magic. Now, as nearly 100 streams of pure magical power converged together, they formed a colossal green dome, like Mount Tai crashing down from above. It instantly suppressed the magic surrounding Rhodes and locked him tightly within the barrier of light. Rhodes felt only an irresistible force descending from the heavens, as though a towering mountain had truly smashed down upon him. His limbs, his bones, every inch of muscle and every thread of magic within him were pinned fast and suppressed so completely that he could not move at all. No matter how frantically he drove his dark aura in resistance, the dome did not so much as tremble. Instead, it tightened further and further, until he did not even have the strength to raise a hand and could only let out a furious, unwilling roar. Dumbledore, the other two, and the centaurs instantly seized this once-in-a-lifetime chance. Without another moment's hesitation, they all unleashed their strongest restraining magic at the same time. From Dumbledore's Elder Wand burst a resplendent platinum binding charm. Snape's dark arts and McGonagall's transfiguration all converged upon Rhodes, while the centaur's natural magic pinned his magical nodes in place with silver arrows. Several streams of power fused together with the house elf's green barrier of light, locking Rhodes utterly where he stood, so completely that he could not manage even the slightest tremor. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Diciwen's eyes flashed sharply. The threads of spirit at his fingertips swelled in an instant, and silver-blue filaments, like a fine rain filling the sky, shot swiftly toward Rhodes' body. Layer upon layer, the threads wrapped around him, slowly seeping into his flesh and magical channels. At first, because of the lingering resistance of Rhodes' remaining magic, the progress was agonizingly slow. Every inch they advanced cost Diciwen a great deal of spirituality, drawing a sheen of fine cold sweat across his brow and making his body tremble faintly. But now Rhodes was completely restrained, unable to move in the least. He could only passively rely on the stagnant magic inside him to resist by sheer force, wholly incapable of striking back with any real strength. Gritting his teeth, Diciwen continued pouring in his spirituality. Bit by bit, the threads of spirit devoured Rhodes' magical barrier and slowly pressed toward the core of his soul. Dumbledore stood to one side, silently watching Diciwen's evident strain. He knew all too well that the longer the delay, the greater the danger. If Rhodes broke free of his restraints, the consequences would be beyond imagining. His gaze darkened slightly. While everyone else was intent upon the battlefield and no one spared him a glance, he quietly turned the Elder Wand. At its tip flickered an exceedingly faint silver gleam, all but blending into the holy light, as he silently cast the Imperious Curse. The curse was extraordinarily covert, without the slightest ripple, like a breeze brushing past, and it fell upon Rhodes' soul in an instant. Almost at the same moment, the crimson in Rhodes' eyes abruptly dimmed, the magic within him came to a complete standstill, and all resistance vanished in a heartbeat. His body lost all control, collapsing limply within the barrier like a puppet stripped of its soul, unable even to let out a roar. Diciwen keenly sensed the force of resistance within Rode vanish all at once, and joy flared in his heart. He immediately held nothing back, pouring out every scrap of spirituality in his body and driving the threads of spirit to invade Rode's soul core at breakneck speed. With the force of thunder, he occupied Rode's body and seized control of his magical channels. A profound and mysterious golden rune slowly took shape upon Rode's brow. As it flowed and turned, it answered the threads of spirit at Diciwen's fingertips from afar. When the rune was fully formed, the demonic aura around Rode dispersed in an instant. His body gave a shudder, and he became Diciwen's exclusive marionette at last, bowing his head as he stood before him, with not a trace of his former madness remaining. Moonlight pierced through the heavy clouds like silver foil rubbed into fragments, slanting across the battlefield that had only just endured a savage slaughter. The air was still thick with the rich stench of blood, the scorched reek left by magic, and the cold, decaying taint of vampires. The tall trees all around had been snapped in half, their rough bark curled back to reveal pale white wood beneath. The ground was riddled with pits of varying depths, and the black earth had been soaked through with blood, clinging wetly to rotten leaves and broken branches. Beneath the chill moonlight, that dark red glimmered with a heart-stopping sheen. The aftershocks of the fierce battle had not yet fully faded. Tiny, violent magical particles still drifted through the air, and whenever the wind passed through, they gave off a faint crackling sound. Not far away, the surviving centaurs finally let out the breath they had held taut for so long. Every one of them bore wounds of one sort or another. Some had been scorched by magic, some torn open by claws, and some had been battered all over in the chaos of the earlier collision. Even so, when they looked toward Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape, the three Hogwarts professors, they still forced their bodies upright with difficulty, bowed slightly, and placed their right hands over their left breasts. In the most solemn etiquette of the centaurs, they offered their sincerest gratitude to the wizards who had come to their aid in time. They knew very well that if Dumbledore and his group had not arrived when they did, the entire centaur tribe would have perished tonight at the hands of that chieftain who had fallen and become a monstrous vampire. Dumbledore inclined his head slightly. His half-moon spectacles reflected the gentle moonlight, and in those bright blue eyes there was not the slightest trace of arrogance after victory, only kindness and compassion. He lightly waved the elder wand, and several soft golden rays spilled down upon the most grievously wounded centaurs, swiftly soothing the pain in their flesh and stabilizing the life ebbing from them. Only after doing all this did the old wizard's gaze slowly shift and come gently to rest upon Diciwen, who had remained silent ever since the battle ended. Those eyes held a gentleness that seemed to see through all things, yet concealed a subtle trace of inquiry. During the battle just now, Dumbledore had already keenly sensed that this young wizard was hiding far too many secrets. The power he used was certainly not the magic of an ordinary wizard, nor was it any known form of dark arts or ancient magic. It was a strange, unreal, elusive force, as though it walked the narrow seam between reality and shadow. He could exchange places with a double, and he could control others as though they were the tamest of puppets. It was a bizarre law from another world, unfamiliar even to Dumbledore himself. And yet in the end, the old wizard merely stroked his long silver-white beard lightly and did not press the matter. Some secrets, if the other party has no wish to speak of them, will only drive people further apart if one insists on prying. What was more, Diciwen had truly stood on the side of justice just now, stopping a tragedy grave enough to shake the balance of the Forbidden Forest. It was as though Diciwen felt none of the grateful, curious, or probing gazes around him at all. From beginning to end, his mind had been fixed on a single objective. He stepped forward, ignoring the sticky blood beneath his feet and the broken branches scattered around him, and walked straight to the marionette that had long since lost all signs of life. The body before him had long since lost the nobility and elegance a vampire ought to possess. Its once agile frame had been utterly polluted by Cain's blood. Its skin had taken on the deathly pallor of ashes. Fangs jutted from between its lips, stained with dark red blood that reeked of rot. Its eyes bulged outward, filled with savage bloodshot veins. This was the horrific visage of one who had fallen into a vampire monster. Yet to Diciwen, this very body was an indispensable key upon the path of his advancement. He needed the eyeballs of a shapeshifter who had drunk Cain's blood, along with the mutated blood still lingering within its body. This was one of the hardest to obtain, and one of the most crucial, principal ingredients in the potion formula for the bizarre sorcerer. Diciwen slowly raised his head and looked toward Dumbledore and the three professors not far away. His tone was calm and utterly unruffled, as though he were merely asking for some perfectly ordinary object. Headmaster, professors, he paused, his gaze falling upon the corpse on the ground. His corpse is of use to me. I need his blood and his eyeballs. The moment the words fell, The scene grew imperceptibly quiet for an instant. Professor McGonagall frowned slightly, clearly uncomfortable with the act of tampering with a corpse and removing its organs, while Snape stood with his arms folded and an expressionless face. His black eyes fixed hard on Diciwen, as though judging whether he was about to walk into the abyss of the dark arts. Dumbledore considered for a moment. Moonlight fell upon his aged face, gentle yet carrying an authority that permitted no doubt. He was silent for several seconds, as though looking past Diciwen's outward appearance and into the truest thoughts hidden in the depths of his heart. At last, the old wizard gave a slight nod, his voice gentle yet grave. "You may, child, but I need your promise that whatever you do, it will never be used to endanger the wizarding world or to harm the innocent. Promise." Diciwen did not hesitate in the slightest. He spoke each word clearly and deliberately, his tone firm and solemn. His path had nothing to do with the dark arts, and nothing to do with conquest. It was the strange path of the seer, a road to godhood walked upon the edge between madness and reason. He would never lightly set himself against the wizarding world. Having received permission, Diciwen said nothing more. With a single thought, he flipped his right hand, and two items he had long since prepared appeared out of thin air in his palm. One was a vessel carved entirely from crystal, its body smooth and limpid, capable of perfectly preserving any special liquid while shutting out the breath of the outside world. The other was a specially made magical knife, incomparably sharp, prepared in advance for the gathering of materials. His movements were steady and gentle, utterly devoid of panic. First, he aimed the crystal vessel at the blood vessels in Rod's neck. With a light flick of his fingertip, an almost imperceptible, eerie force pierced into the veins, slowly drawing out that dark red blood tainted by Cain's corruption and exuding a sinister chill, collecting every last drop into the crystal bottle. The instant the blood entered the vessel, fine black bubbles rose within it at once, writhing slowly as though they possessed a life of their own. Immediately after, he tightened his grip on the magical blade and carefully removed the pair of eyeballs that had turned grotesque through mutation. Their surfaces were covered in spiral patterns, and within the pupils still lingered madness and bloodlust, yet they also carried the peculiar agility and uncanniness unique to a shapeshifter. They were the most perfect materials imaginable. After finishing all this, Diciwen gave a light wave of his hand, and the two materials were stored away within the system space. In the very next second, an irrepressible surge of exhilaration burst wildly from the depths of his heart. All four materials had finally been gathered. The eyeballs and blood of a shapeshifter who had drunk Cain's blood, the essence of Devil's Snare rhizomes, the purified soul body of a Dementor, and the self-made mask refined from his own spirit and spirituality. Not one was missing. Not one was lacking. Diciwen drew in a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and called silently within his mind. System. Almost the instant the thought fell, a cold, mechanical prompt rang out clearly in the depths of his soul. Ding dong. Sequence 4 potion materials detected as complete. Beginning synthesis of the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion. Ding dong. Synthesis successful. The Bizarro Sorcerer Potion has been stored in the system space. Ding dong. It has been detected that the host has fully digested the Sequence 5 potion and has fulfilled the Sequence 4 advancement ritual, to complete, before the eyes of the multitude, a drama that ends with the slaughter of a demigod. The Sequence 4 potion may now be consumed. That string of notifications made it almost impossible for Diciwen to suppress the upward curve of his lips. Just as he had thought, that step in battle, which had seemed so risky before, had not only completely digested the Marionettis potion, but through the opportunity of slaying Rod, a powerful vampire demigod, had also perfectly fulfilled the advancement requirements of the Bizarro Sorcerer. The long wait and all those risks had finally, on this very night, reached their most crucial step. Without the slightest hesitation, Diciwen directly took out the newly synthesized Bizarro Sorcerer Potion from the system space. It was an ancient-looking dark glass bottle, its body engraved with twisted and mysterious patterns, as if telling of the ancient secrets of the spirit world. The liquid inside was a deep purple so dark it was nearly black, as though midnight and shadow had been crushed together and kneaded into it. Countless tiny, flickering strands of light floated within, blinking in and out like innumerable half-open, half-closed eyes peering soundlessly through the darkness, enough to make one's scalp crawl. A sinister, uncanny chill laced with the dense aura of another world seeped out endlessly even through the thick glass bottle, as if it meant to bore into a person's marrow and freeze the soul itself. The centaurs around him instinctively retreated several steps, fear surfacing in their eyes. Even without understanding magic, they could still sense the horror and ill omen contained within that bottle of liquid. Professor McGonagall's expression shifted slightly, Snape's brow furrowed tightly, while Dumbledore's gaze sharpened and the Elder Wand in his hand tightened by several degrees. Yet he still did not intervene. Diciwen ignored everyone's reaction. He pulled out the stopper, and without the slightest hesitation, tilted back his head and drained the entire bottle of potion in one swallow. The moment the potion entered his mouth, it was neither scorching nor bitter, but an absolute, ultimate cold. It was as though countless tiny serpents of piercing frost were madly burrowing down his throat, sliding all the way into his limbs and bones, spreading wildly through his veins. Wherever they passed, flesh froze, the soul trembled, and the chill reached straight into the deepest depths of his spirit. In the next second, a violent power beyond imagining crashed into his limbs, and bones like floodwaters bursting through a broken dam. The barrier of power that had once remained at the level of Sequence 5 marionettist was as fragile as paper before that terrifying energy. The subtle trembling of the threads of fate, the fragments of consciousness lingering within marionettes, the memories accumulated through acting in past battles, the struggles and insights gained time and again on the brink of life and death, all information, all power, all rules, in this moment became a violent torrent, surging madly into his mind, nearly tearing his spirit apart entirely, smashing it, kneading it to ruin, and dragging it into boundless madness. Diciwen's body began to undergo an uncontrollable mutation, twisting, fading, flickering, reforming. At times his outline was clear, at times it faded into a half-transparent shadow, at times it stretched and warped into bizarre angles, as though he might at any moment slip into the cracks between air and the spirit world and vanish from reality itself. Beneath his flesh, the normal blood and muscle gradually faded away, replaced by streams of nearly transparent, uncanny light. That was the essential power belonging to a bizarro sorcerer, the very foundation of a demigod who walked between the unreal and the real. His bones gave off crisp, rapid little sounds. His meridians were constantly remolded beneath the violent force, and the boundary between spirit body and physical body was little by little ground flat, melted, torn apart, and then kneaded back together according to an entirely new set of laws. He was no longer a purely mortal body of flesh, nor merely a simple spiritual life form, but an uncanny existence between the two and beyond them both. The limit of Sequence 5 was utterly shattered. The threshold of demigodhood broke apart with a thunderous crash at this very moment. An unprecedented clarity of perception swept through his entire being like a rising tide. He could see, he could perceive, he could control. His range of control over marionettes, once limited to within 100 meters, expanded wildly until it stretched beyond 1,000 meters. The forbidden forest surrounding the entire centaur tribe was brought under his invisible dominion. The connection between him and his marionettes had become as natural as the movement of his own arm, as though with a single thought he could instantly swap places, let a substitute suffer disaster in his stead, shift between truth and illusion, and even if his true body suffered a fatal attack, he could in an instant exchange places with a marionette and remain deathless and undying. In his eyes, space was no longer an unshakable and solid barrier, but a canvas that could be lightly stirred, twisted, folded, and shifted. Intangibility, teleportation, trickery, deceit, disguise, transformation, substitutes, all abilities belonging to the seer pathway underwent a complete sublimation in this moment, breaking free of mortal constraints and stepping into the true realm of demigods. Agony, tearing, swelling, sublimation, metamorphosis, rebirth. All manner of sensations pushed to their utmost extreme intertwined madly together, assaulting every one of his nerves. Madness howled at his ears, trying to drag him into the abyss of losing control. But Diciwen guarded the anchor within his heart with all his might. He held fast to the name Diciwen, held fast to the memories of Hogwarts, held fast to his own reason and bottom line, held fast to the persistence and faith that had carried him this far. He was not dazed by power, nor was his mind eroded by the uncanny. Much less did he lose himself in the ocean of rules. He was like the firmest reef amidst a raging storm, allowing the power of the potion and the ritual to wash through him, crash within him, merge, and be digested in frenzied succession. Layer upon layer of dark violet radiance seeped out from within him, shrouding his body and twisting even the moonlight into strange arcs. Then layer upon layer, that radiance was drawn back into him, tempering his flesh, soul, and spirituality again and again. The surrounding air grew thick, silent, and oppressive. Even the chirring of insects vanished without a trace, and even the moonlight itself seemed to be drawn by the mysterious aura clinging to him, twisting and bending slightly into a ring of eerie ripples visible to the naked eye. The centaurs trembled all over, not daring to make a single sound. McGonagall and Snape held their breath as they stared, their expressions grave. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes ever so slightly, A flash of understanding passed through those brilliant blue irises, only to fade at once back into their usual gentle calm. No one knew how much time had passed. It seemed like an instant, and yet like an eternity. All the strange phenomena slowly drew inward. Every halo of light returned to his body. Every trace of that violent power settled completely, stabilized, and became his to command. Diciwen slowly straightened. His figure returned to normal, his clothes neat, his face composed, and at a glance he looked no different from before. Yet only those who were truly powerful could sense the earth-shaking transformation that had taken place within him. Those once clear eyes now held an added layer of unfathomable darkness and eerie mystery. Wherever his gaze swept, it seemed capable of piercing illusion and substance alike, seeing through disguises, through the threads of fate, through every falsehood and every truth. In every motion, every careless gesture, there lingered an indescribable sense of strangeness and control. There was no overwhelming aura, no crushing pressure of majesty, and yet people could not help but feel reverence rising in their hearts, scarcely daring to meet his eyes. It was as though he himself were a walking deception, one that could never be seen through, as though he were everywhere, and yet nowhere to be found, as though he stood before you, yet also remained far away at the very edge of the spirit world. The marionettist had become a bizarro sorcerer. The peak of mortality had given way to demigodhood. Cold moonlight pierced the lingering magical haze above the forbidden forest like countless silver blades honed to impossible thinness, slanting down across Diciwen's shoulders. That chill ought to have slipped beneath his collar and burrowed into the marrow of his bones. Yet at this moment, he felt nothing at all. It was not that the power of a demigod had shut out the cold wind, but that his soul, after the agony and sublimation of being remade by the potion, had already reached a dimension colder, deeper, and far more secretive. The Centaur tribe. This was the battlefield that had only just fallen silent, the stage of his advancement, and the place where the first great play of his life as a demigod, directed by his own hand, had come to its end. Diciwen stood at the very center of the wreckage, the hem of his coat still stained with splashes of mud and blood from the battle, his fingertips retaining the chill of the crystal vessel and the grotesque sensation left behind by those two mutated eyeballs. The power within him had already stabilized. No longer the flesh-rending violence of the moment of advancement, yet it still flowed slowly through his meridians and spiritual body like an undercurrent lying in wait beneath the deep sea. It was a dark violet power, carrying the whispers of the spirit world, the authority that belonged to a sequence for bizarro sorcerer. He raised a hand and lightly brushed a fallen leaf from his shoulder, the corner of his mouth lifting into the faintest trace of a smile. Even he himself could not tell whether that smile was the genuine joy of advancing to demigodhood, or merely a conditioned reflex born of too long a performance. Just as he had long grown used to wearing the expression of a diligent and eager student in Hogwarts classrooms, the system's cold, mechanical notification had long since faded entirely from his mind. His senses after the advancement had been magnified without limit. Diciwen could hear with perfect clarity the suppressed breathing of the centaurs, the tiny sounds of contracting muscle as their wounds healed. He could smell the lingering scent of potions clinging to Snape's black robes, mingled with the faint magical fluctuations brought on by the potion's master's taught emotions at this moment. He could sense the worry surging beneath Professor McGonagall's knitted brow, and even more than that, he could perceive the warm yet immense magic radiating from Dumbledore like a gentle sun, while the old wizard's gaze directed toward him resembled a prism set in sunlight, carrying a scrutiny that seemed to see through everything, yet wrapped in exactly the right measure of gentleness. Those gazes gathered upon him from every direction, heavy with awe, scrutiny, curiosity, and vigilance, like countless invisible threads winding around his body. In the past, even just after advancing to a marionettist, he might have unconsciously tensed, cautiously hiding every trace of anomaly for fear that the greatest white wizard of the age might see through even the slightest flaw. But now, those gazes felt to him as though they were separated by a thick sheet of glass polished to perfect smoothness. He could clearly see them on the other side, and they could clearly see him on this side, yet they would never be able to touch his true self. Just moments ago, when the final wisp of dark violet radiance had slowly drawn back from the surface of his skin and poured like a tide into his dantian, when the status of a bizarro sorcerer had been completely branded into the depths of his soul and fused into one with the core of his magic, he had finally understood what Sequence 4 truly meant. This was not merely a geometric leap in power, not a simple expansion of the marionettist's range of control from 100 meters to 1,000, nor merely a full enhancement of abilities such as incorporealization, teleportation, and transposition. It was a complete overturning of his very mode of existence. Diciwen recalled the acting path of a Sequence 5 marionettist. Back then, the core had been control. He had been like a shrewd chess player, turning marionettes into pieces upon the board and the people around him into stakes within his arrangement. He had learned how to manipulate every movement of a marionette with precision, how to excavate their memories and abilities, how to make them cooperate flawlessly upon the battlefield to clear away obstacles and secure benefits for himself. He had once believed that this was the heart of the seer pathway, advancing step by step, holding the entire situation in one's grasp. But the bizarro sorcerer had completely shattered his understanding. If the marionettist was a chess player, then the bizarro sorcerer was the director, the playwright, and the play itself. The core of a marionettist was control, while the core of a bizarro sorcerer was deceit. He had once thought that the grand spectacle during the advancement ritual, where he slew the vampire demigod Rod before Dumbledore, the 2 professors, and dozens of centaurs, had merely been a deliberate performance meant to satisfy the conditions for advancement. But now he understood that it had not been the end of the performance. It had been the formal opening of his brand new life. Diciwen slowly lowered his head and looked at his own hands. They were the hands of a young man, with distinct joints and thin calluses on the fingertips from years of holding a wand, looking no different from any other day in the past dozen years. And yet it was these very hands that had just plucked out Rod's mutated eyeballs, carefully avoiding the spiritual core with a magical blade. These very hands that had slowly guided Canis' blood into the crystal vessel, watching that dark red liquid writhe inside the bottle like a living thing. These very hands that had just gripped the vial of bizarro sorcerer potion and drained it in one gulp, enduring agony enough to shatter the soul of an ordinary wizard. These hands were now holding the authority of a demigod. He turned his wrist slightly, and an almost imperceptible strand of dark violet magic quietly gathered at his fingertips before vanishing in an instant. He could feel with perfect clarity that this magic had reached an inconceivable level of harmony with space itself. It was no longer an external force that required deliberate guidance, but had fused with him completely, like his blood, like his breathing. I am not myself. Clear, icy thought laden with a strange sense of destiny split into Diciwen's mind like thunder from the depths of the spirit world, exploding in an instant and sweeping through all his thoughts. Who was he? The one standing here now, was he Diciwen Peverell, a Gryffindor student of Hogwarts? The young wizard who studied diligently and kept a low profile within Hogwarts? Or was he that transmigrator walking through the magical world with a system, who had struggled step by step from a Sequence 9 seer to a Sequence 4 demigod? Or perhaps he was the bizarro sorcerer who could control marionettes, twist space, and deceive reality? He questioned himself again and again in his mind, yet no certain answer ever came, because the answer was none of them and all of them. He was Diciwen Peverell. That identity was the costume he wore to walk the halls of Hogwarts, the mask that let him blend into the wizarding world, the role through which he formed ties with Albus Dumbledore, with Harry Potter, and with the whole of magical Britain. He was a transmigrator. That identity was the secret he bore, the root of the system he possessed, the driving force that pushed him step by step toward the extraordinary. He was a bizarre sorcerer. That identity was his present station, the authority he held in his grasp, the essential nature with which he would walk this world in the future. More importantly, he was not merely himself. He was the marionette hidden within space, the secret puppet under his control. He was the boy standing in the light, and also the phantom concealed in shadows 1,000 meters away. He was the guardian who had just sworn before Dumbledore that he would not harm the wizarding world, and also the demigod who could, at any moment, become the strangest and deadliest hunter in the night. Identity was nothing more than a costume draped over his body. If he wished to change it, he could do so at any time. Position was nothing more than a coordinate he shifted at will within the script. If he wished to move, he could arrive in an instant. Diciwen's gaze passed over the centaur before him and came to rest on Dumbledore not far away. The old wizard stood beneath the moonlight, his silvery white beard stirring gently in the night breeze. His half-moon spectacles reflected a soft silver gleam, and those azure eyes of his were like the deepest lake, as though they could see through the most hidden secrets of a person's heart. He was looking at Diciwen. There was no hostility in his gaze, only inquiry, and a faint trace of concern, like that of an elder toward a younger soul. Diciwen knew that Dumbledore must have noticed something. This greatest white wizard of the age was a master of defense against the dark arts, deeply versed in ancient magic, and had even touched upon the true meaning of death. It was impossible that he had sensed nothing of the bizarre aura that had swept through the forbidden forest during Diciwen's advancement, or of those mad whispers from another world that did not belong to the wizarding world at all. Perhaps the old wizard had already guessed that he was not a wizard in the purest sense. Perhaps he had already realized that the power within Diciwen was utterly different from any power found in the wizarding world. Perhaps he had even dimly perceived that Dixie's advancement just now had been accompanied by a ritual steeped in theater and slaughter. But what of it? What he saw would only ever be the role Dixie wished him to see. Just like now, in Dumbledore's eyes, Dixie was a boy who had just come through a brutal battle, successfully slain the fallen vampire patriarch, completed the advancement of some special power, remained mentally stable, and still understood how to keep his promises. He would feel gratified for Dixie, remain wary of him, and continue watching his growth. Yet he would never imagine that the one standing before him was a bizarre sorcerer capable, in the blink of an eye, of exchanging places with a secret puppet 1,000 meters away and leaving the Elder Wand pointing at empty air. Dixie narrowed his eyes slightly. The spatial vision fully awakened by his advancement transformed the surrounding world into something entirely new in his sight. Reality was no longer solid and unshakable, but a sheet of paper spread open, creased with the faintest wrinkles. The outlines of the trees, the hollows in the ground, the bodies of the centaurs, the figures of the professors, even the path of the moonlight, all became patterns upon that sheet in his eyes. He could clearly see the tiny seams in space, like stitches in cloth. He could sense the threads of fate wound around every person, some thick, some fine, some intertwined, some long since severed. Yet the thread of his own fate was bizarrely half-transparent, at times clear, at times blurred, and could even quietly alter its course beneath the force of his will. In that very moment, Dixie finally grasped the acting method of a bizarre sorcerer completely. Unlike a marionettist, it did not require him to deliberately do certain things, to keep controlling secret puppets and completing tasks in order to accumulate acting progress. What it demanded was a transformation in his very state of existence. It required him to become the deception itself. From this day forward, every breath he drew would no longer be a mere bodily need, but a deceit against fate, making fate believe he was still that ordinary young wizard. Every step he took would no longer be simple movement, but a tampering with reality, making reality follow the direction he desired in accordance with his script. Every word he spoke would no longer be plain conversation, but the weaving of lies, guiding those who heard him step by step into the trap he had laid. Within the castle of Hogwarts, he could be the diligent Gryffindor making his way to the library with books in his arms at dawn. He could be Filch, candle in hand, patrolling the corridors late at night. He could even be a silent portrait hanging upon the wall of the headmaster's office. He could perfectly replicate their appearance, voice, aura, even their habitual gestures and magical fluctuations. Even someone at Dumbledore's level would find it difficult to see through his disguise unless he deliberately exerted himself to investigate with his full strength. In this drama called life, he was the sole director, the omnipotent actor, and the hidden hand behind the curtain. The one who was killed would only ever be his stand-in, a costume he had cast aside. His true body would always remain hidden safely behind the scenes. The one seen through would only ever be his disguise, a flaw he had intentionally exposed. His truth would forever remain beyond anyone's reach. The one remembered would only ever be his script, the story he wished the world to remember. His past would forever lie buried in bizarre shadows. At Dixie's ear came a storm of fragmented, frenzied whispers. They were the temptations of creatures from another world, the side effect brought by the station of a sequence for demigod, the yearning for endless deceit lurking in the depths of his soul. They murmured at his ear, telling him that he could disguise himself as Dumbledore and take control of Hogwarts. Disguise himself as the Minister for Magic and rule the entire wizarding world. Disguise himself as any being at all and obtain everything he desired. That temptation was like the richest wine, carrying a fatal sweetness, enough to drown anyone of unsteady will within it until he finally lost control completely and became nothing more than a monster that knew only deceit. But Dixie tightened his grip upon the anchor in his heart. His anchor was the small measure of attachment to Hogwarts contained within the identity of Dixie Peverell. It was the faint thread of devotion to justice within the memories of a transmigrator. It was the simplicity he had seen in the centaurs, the plain honesty he had seen in Hagrid, the gentleness he had seen in Dumbledore, and all those people he had seen who still held fast to the light amid the darkness. He longed for power, longed to become stronger, longed to possess, in this dangerous world, the strength to protect himself and those he wished to protect. But he would never be devoured by power, and never become its slave. He was the director and he was the actor, but he knew with perfect clarity that the course of the script was controlled by him, not by power. He could deceive the world, deceive fate, deceive his enemies, but he would never deceive his own heart. Dixie slowly lifted his head, bringing this long inward reckoning to an end. The undercurrent within him had already fallen completely still, merging perfectly with his soul and his flesh. The mad whispers of the spirit world still lingered at his ear, yet they could no longer shake his mind in the slightest. Instead, They had become a part of his identity as a bizarre sorcerer, a strange piece of background sound within his script. His gaze met Dumbledore's once more. This time, he did not deliberately hide his emotions, nor did he maintain that distant and cold posture. He moved the muscles of his face, letting the corners of his lips lift slightly into a smile that was exactly right, carrying a hint of youthful awkwardness unique to a boy his age, mingled with the weariness that follows battle. That was the expression the role of Dixie Peverell ought to wear, here and now. That smile was gentle and harmless, carrying respect for Albus Dumbledore, relief at the peace won after the war, and also the faint fragility of someone who had only just passed through the jaws of death. He saw the probing look in Dumbledore's eyes quietly fade by several degrees, replaced instead by a trace of warm amusement. The old wizard lightly smoothed his long beard and gave him a small nod, as though acknowledging his performance, and also returning his goodwill. Severus Snape's brow was still furrowed, yet it was no longer drawn as tightly as before. Professor McGonagall's worry had melted into the relief of someone finally able to breathe again, and she offered him a friendly smile. As for the centaurs, they bowed to him once more, and this time, amid their reverence, there was a little more heartfelt gratitude. Excellent. He had played this little scene called a post-war reunion flawlessly. Diciwen told himself that, in the silence of his heart, the performance had only just begun. More than a month had already slipped by since the battle in the Forbidden Forest. The chill wind of early winter had long since blown into the ancient castle, whirling through its corridors, while sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows and cast mottled but comforting patches of color across the floor. Everything had returned to its orderly course, just as before. The classroom bells still rang on time. The long tables in the great hall were forever laden with steaming food. Students still raced through the corridors laughing and shouting. Prefects still carried towering stacks of homework. And Filch still patrolled at an infuriatingly slow pace with his cat in his arms. Everything was exactly the same as ever. It was almost as though that heart-stopping battle involving an ancient vampire clan and a forbidden holy relic had never happened at all. Only a very few knew how great a storm had truly been stirred on that Halloween night. And among them, no one felt it more keenly than Diciwen himself. Even now, seated in the Transfiguration classroom, watching owls streak past the window and clouds drift lazily through the sky, Diciwen would still find his thoughts returning uncontrollably to that night. Not because of fear and not because of nerves, but because of that wholly new sense of power rising from the very depths of his soul. It was the crucial step by which he had crossed from marionettist into bizarro sorcerer. It was the joy of truly stepping into the realm of a demigod. So much so that, whenever he looked back on it later, Diciwen could scarcely remember what performances had even taken place at the Halloween feast that evening. Were they the flickering pumpkin lanterns beneath the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall? The silent stage play jointly performed by the ghosts? Or the orchestra of countless tiny magical instruments personally conducted by Professor Flitwick? He remembered none of it. All he remembered was the rich fragrance of roast turkey, caramel apples, pumpkin pie, and hot butterbeer filling the air, though he had scarcely tasted any of those irresistible dishes. The cheers, applause, laughter, and roughhousing of the students around him all seemed to come through a thick layer of water, blurred and distant. For that entire night, his mind had been utterly immersed in the changes within himself. An elevation of existence was more overwhelming than any potion, any spell, or any ancient inheritance. It was a transformation at the very essence of life itself. The spirit-body threads, which in his perception had once been little more than a vague presence, had now become clear, fine, and unyielding, spread across the world like filaments of spider silk. Every student, every professor, every portrait, every house elf hurrying through the castle, even the tiny magical creatures hiding in the cracks of the walls, no longer appeared to him as mere physical forms. In his eyes they were beings drawn, bound, and sustained by countless delicate spirit-body threads shimmering with faint light. They were the veins of life and also the ropes of the soul, and he, Diciwen Peverell, could now touch, pluck, and even command those threads with ease. What intoxicated him even more was the seemingly inexhaustible flow of worms of spirit within his body. He was no longer a single, fixed individual who could be easily pinned down. His existence had become 50 motes of light that could scatter, hide, and reassemble at any moment. So long as even one worm of spirit remained alive, he would not count as truly dead. That near-immortal sense of security was something no magical protection and no suit of hardened armor could ever rival. Added to that were the uncanny art that let him instantly switch places with a marionette within a radius of 1,000 meters, the supreme mobility granted by flame jump, and the destructive force carried by air bullet. If Diciwen focused only slightly, He could feel with absolute clarity that he and the man he had been more than a month ago were already worlds apart. For anyone who had only just advanced into demigodhood, it would probably have been impossible to calm down and properly enjoy even a single slice of pumpkin tart. Fortunately, that battle had never spread into Hogwarts itself. After losing their leader, losing their central holy relic, and then being crushed by Dumbledore and the others in overwhelming fashion, the army of the Diciwen family had completely fallen apart. Even so, when the battle erupted, that oppressive, frigid magical disturbance tinged with the scent of blood had rolled like muffled thunder through every corner of the Centaur encampment. Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout, who had remained inside the castle, made the safest possible arrangements at once. All the students were swiftly gathered into the great hall, the lights blazed brilliantly, the protective wards were reinforced, and the professors took turns standing guard at the doors, soothing everyone in voices that were gentle yet brooked no argument. Even Fred and George Weasley, those habitual troublemakers who had seemingly made mischief the purpose of their lives, kept their mouths tightly shut under that oppressive and tense atmosphere and made no attempt at any tricks. They knew perfectly well that some moments were absolutely not meant for fooling around. It was only when the first pale light of dawn appeared on the horizon, and Dumbledore, Snape, Diciwen, and the others, a party of 5 in all, reappeared before the gates of Hogwarts, that the enormous stone hanging over Professor Flitwick's and Professor Sprout's hearts finally crashed to the ground. None of them looked especially presentable. Their robes were torn, stained with dust and faint traces of blood, and even the fluctuations of their magic carried a weary edge. At a glance, anyone could tell they had come through a vicious and desperate fight. But fortunately, no one had suffered a fatal injury, and no one had fallen. Dumbledore still wore that same mild and composed expression as always, though the gaze behind his half-moon spectacles was deeper than usual. The group went straight to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey had already received word and had been waiting there for quite some time. The matron, always severe and meticulous whenever students were hurt, examined all 5 of them one by one with a frown. Once she had confirmed that they were dealing only with superficial wounds, magical exhaustion, and minor curses, with nothing that posed a threat to life, she merely tossed each of them a bottle of restorative draught and a tonic for replenishing stamina, all in different colors, and left it at that. In her eyes, if it was nothing serious, then there was no need to make a fuss. Of course, Severus Snape alone was the exception. The potions master merely cast a cold glance at the draught Madame Pomfrey handed him, with no intention whatsoever of reaching out to take it. No need. His voice was low and hoarse, carrying its usual impatience. In the field of potions, Snape had every right to disdain anyone else's finished concoctions. Madame Pomfrey was clearly long accustomed to his temperament. She merely gave a soft snort, then turned away to sort through her medicine cabinet, allowing the gloomy professor to leave on his own. And so, a tempest great enough to shake the whole of Wizarding Britain fell silently to its close. Yet for Diciwen, the true harvest had only just begun to reveal itself. In that battle, he had not only successfully advanced to Bizarro Sorcerer, but after the fighting ended, he had also used his new power to transform the remaining 13 vampires of the Diciwen family into his marionettes, including the vampire he had taken in earlier. Along with the house elf, Diciwen now held no fewer than 15 marionettes in his hands. It was a force powerful enough to turn Hogwarts upside down. Within each marionette, he had carefully separated off a wisp of his own spirit worm. This was not merely control but sharing. Through the bond of the spirit worm, these marionettes could flawlessly wield part of the abilities he had mastered: faint manipulation of spirit body threads, rapid movement, and even basic offensive means. 15 marionettes were the equivalent of 15 doubles that could be deployed at any moment, absolutely loyal and utterly unafraid of death. Under ordinary circumstances, producing and controlling marionettes on such a scale was all but the same as the conduct of a dark wizard. But Diciwen did it openly and above board, because all of it had been done with Albus Dumbledore's tacit consent and permission. He had not concealed his abilities, had not concealed the fate of those vampires, and had made no attempt to use these powers against Hogwarts. And for that very reason, although Snape still found him profoundly displeasing and wore that perpetual dark expression of someone determined to catch him out sooner or later, he could not find a single reason to force the heavy label of Dark Wizard onto Diciwen's head. The division of spoils from the battle was equally clear. The Centaur tribe reclaimed Cain's left hand and sealed it away once more in the depths of the Forbidden Forest, using their own methods to ensure that this object steeped in endless blood and curses would never again bring harm to the world. As for the blood cup upon which the Diciwen family had relied to sustain its power, Dumbledore personally took it away and kept it in a secure place known only to himself. Diciwen had no objection to this at all. In this battle, He had already obtained the most precious and irreplaceable spoils of all, the status of a demigod, the powers of a bizarro sorcerer, and 15 loyal marionettes. No one understood better than he did the truth that greed only leads to ruin. What was more, those 2 items truly meant very little to him in his current state. Their systems of power were utterly different, and their uses even more incompatible. Rather than coveting those dangerous taboo objects, he would do better to focus on refining the abilities he had only just acquired. There was, however, one point that left Diciwen faintly uneasy. After he had successfully advanced to Bizarro Sorcerer, the mysterious system that had always accompanied him had, quite unusually, fallen silent. There were no new tasks, no new prompts, and certainly nothing like before, when it would directly provide the substitute advancement ingredients for the next stage, Ancient Scholar. No matter how he questioned it in his heart, no matter how he probed, he received no response at all. It was as though it had sunk into complete stillness. Diciwen did not dwell on it overmuch. He knew perfectly well that some things could not be rushed. Rather than waiting for vague and insubstantial hints, he chose to use the stretch of calm before him to thoroughly digest and master his new powers. And so, over the next month and more, whenever the night was deep and still and the other students had all fallen asleep, Diciwen would quietly slip out of the dormitory and make his way to some remote, undisturbed corner of the castle, or else an open space at the edge of the forbidden forest, going over his abilities again and again, honing them without pause. The rise in status brought with it enhancement on every front. The control of spirit body threads, which at sequence 5 could barely cover a range of 100 meters, now expanded with ease to 1,000. The marionette substitution that had once been limited to short-range blinking now became something he could perform at will anywhere within 1,000 meters, as though space itself had folded. In the blink of an eye, he could exchange places with any one of his marionettes. Before an enemy could even react, their attack would already have struck empty air, while the true killing blow had long since appeared behind them. Flame jumping had likewise been strengthened to the utmost. So long as there was fire, whether torch, fireplace, candle, or even a small flame he ignited with a casual motion, it could become his stepping stone, carrying him anywhere within 1,000 meters in an instant. His mobility had been elevated to a terrifying level. His offensive methods were no longer singular, either. Compressed air could erupt in an instant, forming shell-like air bullets. Silent, swift, and difficult to defend against, they were powerful enough to shatter stone and punch through trees with ease. Against ordinary wizards and magical creatures, they were almost always decisive in a single strike. And the shape-shifting ability derived from the Faceless had also undergone a qualitative leap under the status of a Bizarro Sorcerer. Now, Diciwen could effortlessly transform into any creature not too different from his own size. Birds, beasts, even the appearance of other wizards. Even if it was only an outward transformation, it was enough to deceive the overwhelming majority of detection methods. Paired with his concealment of spirit body threads and the restraint of his own aura, even wizards with exceptionally keen perception would find it difficult to see through his disguise at a glance. With every passing day, his control over his own powers became more adept, more profound. Diciwen Peverell. A cool, stern voice tinged with unmistakable displeasure rang out all at once. Diciwen gave a violent start, as though someone had yanked him awake from a dream. He lifted his head blankly and met Professor McGonagall's slightly severe eyes, not even understanding for a moment what had happened. His gaze was vacant, his expression sluggish, the very picture of a fool of a rich household's son being caught red-handed on the spot. The eyes of the entire class swished toward him at once. Quite a few students were holding back laughter so hard that their shoulders trembled. Professor McGonagall drew her brows together and looked at the boy who was ordinarily gifted, sharp-minded, and could even be called one of her proudest students. For a moment, she was both annoyed and amused, yet strangely had very little she could do with him. This student was powerful, well-connected, and steady in conduct. More importantly, he possessed a gift for transfiguration far beyond the ordinary, one that even she often found worthy of praise. And yet lately, he had always seemed half a world away. "I want you to answer the question I just asked," Professor McGonagall said in a low voice. Diciwen parted his lips. He had not heard a single word, so he could only continue to wear that bewildered and innocent expression. Professor McGonagall drew a deep breath. "Pay attention in class." She shot Diciwen a fierce glare but did not continue to press him. Instead, she simply turned around and resumed explaining what she had been teaching a moment earlier. Only then did Diciwen quietly let out a breath of relief, lowering his head guiltily and pretending to study his notes in earnest. In truth, the content of these lessons was far too basic, far too simple for him now. Whether theory or practical transfiguration, he had long since surpassed the level of students in the same year by a wide margin. But constrained by his position, he still had to sit in the classroom and play the part of an ordinary Hogwarts student. At long last, the bell for the end of class finally rang. The homework remains 3 inches. Class dismissed. Professor McGonagall neatly stacked the thick Transfiguration lesson plans and gathered them into the crook of her arm. The hem of her dark green robes swayed lightly with her steps. Without sparing so much as a glance for the students below, who had instantly relaxed and begun to stir, she walked straight out of the classroom. The heavy oak door closed softly behind her, carrying away the stern atmosphere of the lesson. The very next second, the once quiet classroom erupted. The harsh scrape of chairs being dragged, the rustle of books snapping shut, and the noisy blend of students laughing and chatting all rolled together and echoed through the spacious room. Some huddled together discussing how to amuse themselves after class. Some stared mournfully at the 3-inch Transfiguration assignment and sighed in despair. Others hurriedly packed up their things, rushing off to the great hall for afternoon tea. The whole space brimmed with that vivid, living warmth unique to Hogwarts. Diciwen, too, unhurriedly closed the Transfiguration textbook before him, slipped his quill into his pen case, casually stuffed the book into his school bag, and rose to leave. But the moment he lifted his head, 2 familiar figures in red sauntered up to him with identical mischievous grins, one blocking each side of his path. It was Fred and George Weasley. The twins were, as ever, dressed in matching red jumpers, wearing the same impish smile. Merely standing there, they radiated a lively, troublemaking energy. "Diciwen," Fred said first, nudging him lightly with an elbow, his lowered voice thick with teasing. "The way you were daydreaming in class just now was priceless. You looked like you'd been knocked senseless by a troll." "Ha ha ha ha." George picked it up without the slightest mercy. At once he puffed out his chest, widened his eyes, and let his mouth hang half open, perfectly mimicking Diciwen's lost, helpless, thoroughly innocent expression when Professor McGonagall had called on him earlier. The resemblance was so uncanny that passing students immediately began glancing over and snickering. The two exchanged a look, then clutched their stomachs and burst into loud, unrestrained laughter, their bright, brazen cackling standing out even amid the hubbub of the classroom. Diciwen stared at the pair of clowns before him with a blank expression and rolled his eyes helplessly. He now thoroughly understood why nearly every member of staff at Hogwarts, from Filch, who loved catching students out, to the short-tempered Snape, to the stern Professor McGonagall, found these twins such a headache. They always had a way of turning any peaceful atmosphere upside down, yet somehow remained utterly impossible to deal with. Diciwen stayed silent, too lazy to argue with them, and simply turned sideways to walk around the pair. "Oi! Don't rush off." Fred reacted in a flash, reaching out to catch his sleeve. Then he swept his gaze quickly from side to side, making sure there were no professors nearby and no Slytherin students lurking about who loved to tattle, before the joking look faded from his face and his tone turned much more serious. "Don't. We came to find you for something important." "Something important?" Diciwen arched a brow and stopped, looking at the two of them with some suspicion. Privately, he was already thinking that anything the twins called important probably still had something to do with a prank. "About what?" "The map." George stepped closer and breathed out the 2 words softly, his eyes gleaming with a hint of secret excitement. Diciwen froze for a fraction of a second. In his mind flashed that parchment covered in ink marks, the Marauder's map that concealed all of Hogwarts' secrets, and he understood at once. Ever since the twins had figured out how to use it, that treasure they prized so dearly had become the perfect aid to their pranks. "What about the map?" Diciwen asked instinctively. Then a thought shot through his mind, and he could not help pressing further. "Ah, don't tell me you've already started trying to explore those secret passages marked on it?" "Shoo, shoo." The two moved almost at the same instant, each darting out a hand from either side to clamp firmly over Diciwen's mouth, quick as the wind, terrified he might say something else outrageous and bring trouble down on them. "Keep your voice down." Fred glared at him nervously, his eyes flicking around at once. Diciwen was nearly smothered under their grip, his nose filled with the faint mixed scent of sugar icing and gunpowder lingering on their hands. Frowning, he struggled hard a few times before finally wrenching himself free from their clutches. He rubbed his mouth on instinct, then shot them an annoyed glare. "Let go. Are you two trying to suffocate me?" Fred immediately waved his hands, urging him to calm down, and explained in a hurried voice, "We don't make a habit of sneaking into secret passages in the dead of night. At least not yet. Don't go saying things like that. Lately, we've been using the Marauder's map to deal with Peeves." "To deal with Peeves?" Diciwen blinked, surprise showing plainly on his face. Peeves, as the most lawless prank-loving spirit in Hogwarts, spent all day tormenting students and provoking staff for sport. He was nearly as troublesome as Filch, so it was hardly strange that the twins would end up at odds with him. "Exactly." George nodded vigorously, a trace of pride surfacing on his face before collapsing into frustration. With the map, we can see Filch's patrol routes in advance, and we can tell exactly which direction Peeves is going to pop out from. Thanks to it, we've managed to avoid being caught red-handed several times, and we've dodged quite a few of the prank traps he set for us. But Fred changed tack abruptly, his face twisting into an expression of helpless irritation as he frowned hard. All it does is stop Filch from catching us, George added with a sigh, his face full of gloom. That bloke Peeves is just too infuriating. You can't reason with him at all, and you can't drive him off no matter what you do. The map can tell us where he is, but it can't stop him from suddenly flying out shrieking and making a nuisance of himself on purpose, either by lobbing water balloons or yelling loud enough to report us. Several times now, he's nearly ruined everything for us. We want to win, not just avoid him. Fred lifted his head and looked at Diciwen seriously, his eyes brimming with eager anticipation. So we came to you because we wanted to ask if you know any way to deal with Peeves. We know you've definitely got some method no one else knows about, something that can really keep him in line. Diciwen looked at the stubborn, unwavering light shining in the twins' eyes and fell silent for a moment. He knew perfectly well that, for all they looked like boys who cared only for mischief, once the Weasley brothers became serious, their courage and ability to act far outstripped that of ordinary people. They would not stop until they got what they wanted. And now that they had come to him, it was obvious they had convinced themselves that he possessed some hidden method capable of truly subduing Peeves. Diciwen smiled faintly, already forming a plan in his mind. Peeves was a special existence within Hogwarts Castle, a magical being born from the accumulated mischief, obsessions, and emotions of generations of students, fused with the castle's own magic. He was an indispensable part of the castle. That spell which could directly drive Peeves away was far too powerful, and Diciwen had no intention of telling the twins about it. If they spread it through the school, Peeves' room for survival would be gone entirely, and the castle would lose a measure of its peculiar charm. With that thought, Diciwen closed his eyes slightly and focused, sensing the spirit threads spread throughout the entire castle. Countless slender silver strands emerged clearly within his perception, each one corresponding to a living being. It took him no effort at all to find the one thread that belonged solely to Peeves, lively and uproarious, and pinpoint his location. "Come with me," Diciwen said softly, taking the lead as he left the classroom and headed for the corridor on the 4th floor. Fred and George exchanged a glance and hurried after him, their hearts full of curiosity and anticipation. They had only just reached the corner of the 4th floor corridor when they heard a burst of shrill laughter mingled with the startled cries of young wizards. There was Peeves, floating in midair with several water balloons clutched in his hands, wearing a wicked grin as he hurled them at passing first years. His transparent spirit body bobbed with every movement, looking pleased with itself beyond measure. The little wizards he struck were drenched from head to toe, angry and frightened, yet utterly helpless against Peeves' bodiless form, able only to flee in miserable disarray. "Wait here and watch closely," Diciwen said in a low voice over his shoulder to the twins. Then he slowly raised a hand toward the apparently empty air and snapped his fingers lightly. In the very next second, the smug grin on Peeves' face froze. The hand that had been waving the water balloons halted in midair, and his transparent spirit body jolted all at once, as if countless invisible threads had bound him fast and left him unable to move. "Ugh!" Peeves' eyes bulged wide as he let out a muffled grunt. He wanted to shriek out a taunt, but the sound stuck fast in his throat and would not emerge at all. He wanted to hurl the remaining water balloons with a savage swing, but his arm froze halfway up and could not move another inch. He wanted to whirl and flee, yet his whole body seemed nailed firmly in the air, incapable of even the slightest sway. In panic, he twisted his spirit body desperately, but could do no more than twitch faintly where he was. All his former swagger vanished without a trace, leaving only utter confusion and fear. Fred and George stood rooted to the spot, dumbstruck, their mouths hanging slightly open, their faces filled with disbelief. What happened to it?" Fred murmured under his breath, his voice carrying a faint tremor. It's been pinned down," George blurted out as well, his eyes wide as saucers, clearly having never seen Peeves like this before. Diciwen did not turn around. His calm gaze rested on the immobile poltergeist, and with the slightest curl of his fingertips, the spirit body threads coiled around Peeves tightened in an instant. "You wuck!" Peeves immediately let out a muffled, frightened whimper edged with a sob. Even his translucent spirit body quivered with fear. He could feel it with terrible clarity. An invisible, icy hand had seized hold of his very soul. That force was overwhelming and tyrannical, so absolute that it crushed even the thought of resistance before it could form. He knew all too well that if the thread tightened even a little more, he would lose consciousness completely and become nothing more than an obedient ghostly puppet, never again free to play his pranks as he pleased. Diciwen strolled forward at an unhurried pace and tilted his head up, looking placidly at the prank king who usually ran wild and turned the entire castle upside down. His voice was not loud, yet every word carried an inescapable weight of pressure as he spoke, slow and deliberate. From now on. First, you are never to prank Fred and George again. Second, whenever they pass by, you will avoid them of your own accord. You are not to go near them and certainly not cause trouble. Third, if you dare make trouble for them again, I'll trap you inside the walls of Hogwarts forever. You can stay there quietly for 100 years and never come out again. Each sentence was like a cold, slender needle driven brutally into the depths of Peeves' spirit, making him tremble uncontrollably. He nodded frantically, his round eyes nearly shining with pure terror, his little head bobbing up and down like mad, afraid that even the slightest delay would earn him punishment. He had spent so many years at Hogwarts, bullied countless students, and provoked more than a few professors, yet never in his life had he feared another student of the same year this much. In his eyes, the Diciwen before him was more dreadful than the most terrifying dark wizard. Only when Diciwen saw that he had submitted did he slowly relax his fingers. In the same instant, the spirit body threads wrapped around Peeves slackened, and the restraint vanished completely. Peeves reacted almost at once. With a whoosh, he shot backward in a frantic retreat, not stopping until he had backed himself into a corner. There he huddled into a shivering ball, staring at Diciwen as though he were some monster even more terrifying than Voldemort. He did not dare utter a single threat. Turning tail in miserable defeat, he darted straight into the wall and vanished without a trace, not daring to show himself again. Silence returned to the corridor in an instant, leaving only the sound of the breeze outside the window. Fred and George stood frozen where they were, unable to speak for a long while, the shock on their faces refusing to fade. After what felt like ages, George was the first to slowly come back to himself and mutter, "That's it. It's over?" The two of them looked at Diciwen in perfect unison. The teasing ease they had shown earlier was gone without a trace, replaced by a deep and unmistakable awe. Before this, they had only thought Diciwen clever, composed, and touched with an air of mystery. Never had they imagined he possessed such terrifying power, that he could so casually subdue Peeves, whom no one had ever been able to do anything about. Only now did they truly realize that this boy, who appeared to be in the same year as them, belonged to an entirely different world. Diciwen lightly brushed at the non-existent dust on his hands, his expression tranquil as his tone returned to its usual calm. "All right, problem solved. If it dares bother you again, tell me at once." Fred nodded vigorously at once, his face full of gratitude as he said excitedly, "That was brilliant of you, Diciwen. From now on just don't make a fuss about it." Diciwen gently cut him off, a faint smile curving at the corner of his lips. Diciwen had originally thought that after successfully advancing to the rank of marionettist, he would be able to break free of the confines of school and truly spread his wings in the magical world, wielding at will his powers over spirit bodies and secret puppets, exploring those deeply hidden mysteries of magic and unlocking still greater strength. But cold reality stood plain before him. In the end, he was still only an utterly ordinary second-year student at Hogwarts. Enrollment bound him, school rules locked him in place, and his daily life remained tightly framed by lessons, homework, and house activities. He could only stay at school and study step by step as expected. There was simply no way for him to go out and train as he pleased. Over the past nearly 2 months, Diciwen had poured almost all his energy into the magical power boost brought by the beyonder rank of Trickmaster, devoting himself to mastering the techniques of controlling spirit body threads. He had hardly spared any time to seriously study the second-year coursework. Even so, with the vast enhancement to his mental strength, magical perception, and capacity for learning that came with his advancement, those obscure and difficult magical subjects that baffled other second-year students were, to him, no more challenging than child's play. Whether it was magical theory, he could memorize it all at a glance, thoroughly grasping the contents in mere moments and engraving them firmly into his mind. When it came to spellcasting, his pronunciation was always flawless and his control of magic precise, even more orderly than the standard examples marked in the textbooks, without the slightest trouble from magical instability or failed incantations. Even in potion brewing, the discipline that demanded the greatest patience, finesse, and balance of magical ratios, he handled it with effortless ease. Every step was exact, every movement without error, and the potions he brewed possessed pure color and potent effects, worthy of being called perfect models. In potions class, Professor Snape had always been known for his exacting severity, the sort of man whose eyes tolerated not even the smallest flaw. However minor the operational error, it would never escape his notice, and he would deduct points and deliver a sharp rebuke without the least mercy. Yet when faced with Diciwen's homework and classroom performance, even Snape, for all his relentless fault-finding, could inspect and reinspect as much as he liked and still fail to uncover even the tiniest mistake. Diciwen's finished potions were always beyond reproach, his spellwork flawless from start to finish, and his theoretical answers watertight. Snape, long accustomed to finding fault, could only simmer in helpless frustration. Each time, he ended up venting his temper on Diciwen's partner instead, seizing on the partner's minor mistakes and making a great issue of them, deducting points by every means possible, and incidentally shaving off a little from Diciwen's own house as well, as though only by doing so could he preserve the stern dignity of his teaching. At Hogwarts, there had long been an unspoken joke passed around the school. A Gryffindor that is always gaining points is no true Gryffindor. After all, Gryffindor students were famously hot-blooded and reckless, forever charging into trouble on sheer impulse, and having points deducted by the professors was already an everyday occurrence. So when Snape kept using Diciwen's partner as an excuse to dock points, the other students merely took note of it with knowing smiles before promptly forgetting the matter. No one thought much of it. Diciwen's excellence was too obvious for anyone to truly fault him, and so the days passed one after another, in this steady and uneventful rhythm of school life. The snow piled upon the windowsills was swept away by the winter wind, warm fires were lit in the castle hearths, and the atmosphere of Christmas grew stronger by the day. In the blink of an eye, it was the eve of the holiday departure. A light, cheerful air had spread throughout Hogwarts. The students eagerly awaited the arrival of the break, and figures exchanging farewells could be seen everywhere in the corridors. Even the great hall had lost some of its usual clamor, replaced instead by the brisk levity of imminent departure. It was then that the twins' elder brother, Charlie Weasley, came hurrying to find Diciwen, his face full of anxiety. Charlie was several years above Diciwen. Though the two did not usually have much contact, Diciwen was often mentioned by the twins as a close friend, so Charlie had at least heard a little about him. "Hello, Diciwen, I'm Charlie Weasley." Charlie strode quickly up to him, his tone urgent. "I wanted to ask you something. Have you seen George and Fred today? They've been missing since this afternoon. I've searched everywhere they usually go, and I still can't find them." At those words, Diciwen lowered his eyes slightly and thought back with care. He vaguely remembered that at lunchtime in the Great Hall, Fred and George had leaned in together with suspiciously secretive expressions. After whispering a few words into each other's ears, they had set down their knives and forks and slipped out of the hall in stealth. Since then, he had not seen hide nor hair of the twins. At this hour, most of the students preparing to go home were already back in their dormitories, busy packing their trunks and sorting out what they meant to take for the holidays. After all, the Hogwarts Express would be departing first thing tomorrow morning, and they would be leaving school for the break. "I haven't seen them since after lunch, either," Diciwen said truthfully, lifting his eyes. At those words, Charlie's brow furrowed even more tightly, the anxiety on his face growing heavier by the second. After hastily saying goodbye to Diciwen, he turned and strode off at once. Watching Charlie's retreating figure hurry out of the Gryffindor common room, Diciwen knew perfectly well that Charlie, in such a panic, was most likely on his way to Professor McGonagall to ask for her help in finding the twins. Once Charlie had vanished around the end of the corridor, Diciwen gathered his thoughts and decided to take matters into his own hands and look for the trouble-prone pair. Slowly, he closed his eyes and focused, raising his spirituality to its utmost as he invoked the powers of the trickster mage. In an instant, an invisible field of perception spread outward, delicately sensing the spirit-body threads of every living creature within a radius of 1,000 meters. Those threads, some strong and some weak, some bright and some dim, appeared with crystal clarity in his consciousness like a finely woven net cast over the entirety of Hogwarts Castle. With his current range of 1,000 meters, every corner of the castle, including classrooms, dormitories, the library, the dungeons, and even the attic, could be thoroughly searched. No living presence had anywhere to hide. Diciwen's awareness moved carefully through the spirit-body threads, distinguishing them one by one as he tried to find the two distinctive, lively, restless spiritual signatures that belonged to Fred and George. Yet, after searching over and over again, after combing through every part of the castle several times, he still failed to catch the slightest trace of the twins. Those two familiar spirit-body threads were simply not inside the castle at all. Could those two have run off into the Forbidden Forest? Diciwen wondered to himself. The Forbidden Forest was forbidden ground at Hogwarts, full of danger at every turn, but the twins had always been bold enough that sneaking in was hardly impossible for them. With that thought, he hesitated no longer. Rising at once, he He headed for the door of the common room. The instant his footsteps passed through it, his mind stirred, and he instantly exchanged positions with the marionette he had placed in advance at the edge of the forbidden forest. He had crafted that marionette with the utmost care. Its appearance, build, and even the subtlest expressions were identical to his own, impossible for anyone else to distinguish as false. The next second, Diciwen's true body appeared at the edge of the forbidden forest. Beneath his feet lay soft rotting leaves and damp earth, while ancient trees towered all around him. The cold wind hissed through the branches, filling the air with the fresh scent of grass and soil, mingled with the peculiar mystery that belonged to the forbidden forest alone. Once he had steadied himself, Diciwen once more activated his spiritual perception, spreading the search range of his spirit body threads to cover 1,000 meters of the forest's outer edge as he carefully searched for the twins' presence. Yet when he had finished, the result was no less disappointing. There was no trace of Fred and George's spiritual signatures there, either. They were not here at all. Could they have snuck off school grounds? Standing at the forest's edge, Diciwen knit his brows slightly as he considered the possibility. Hidden within Hogwarts Castle were quite a few secret passages leading straight to Hogsmeade, and those prank-loving twins knew those passages like the backs of their hands. It was entirely possible they had slipped out of school by that route. Thinking of this, Diciwen wasted no more time. With a slight movement of thought, he used his ability at once, shifting from the edge of the forbidden forest back into Hogwarts Castle. Once back in the castle, Diciwen headed straight for those concealed passage entrances and began checking them one by one. His steps were swift as he moved through corridors and corners alike, investigating several hidden passages in succession before finally discovering a crucial clue behind the statue of the one-eyed witch in the third-floor corridor. At the entrance to the secret passage leading to Honeydukes in Hogsmeade, 2 sets of fresh footprints were clearly visible. Judging by their size and the spacing between them, they could only belong to Fred and George. Plainly, the pair had used this passage to sneak into Hogsmeade. Once he had confirmed where the twins had gone, Diciwen wasted no further time and bent to slip into the passage behind the one-eyed witch. The tunnel was dim and cramped, its walls slick with moss, while the stone path beneath his feet had been worn smooth by the passage of years. By the faint gleam of magical light, he hurried on toward Hogsmeade. The tunnel was not especially long, and after roughly a dozen minutes of walking, a faint sweetness drifted down from above. Diciwen raised a hand and pushed open the slab overhead, and at once the rich, sugary scent unique to Honeydukes surged into his face and filled his nose. Climbing out through the hidden exit, he left the cellar and stepped into Honeydukes. The shop was brilliantly lit, and the shelves were laden with sweets of every description. Chocolate frogs, peppermints, fizzing whizbees, and all manner of colorful treats in dazzling array. At this moment, there were still 2 young couples inside, standing before the shelves, carefully choosing their favorite sweets and speaking softly together in an atmosphere that was warm and pleasantly easy. Diciwen did not linger in the shop and walked straight out. Outside, the streets of Hogsmeade had already sunk into darkness. Night had spread its cloak over the village, and the street lamps by the roadside cast only dim, yellowish pools of weak light. Most of the shops lining the street had already closed, their doors tightly shut, with only a scattered few still lit, lending the place a desolate air. A cold wind swept down the road, stirring up fallen leaves and adding all the more bleakness to the night. After walking a short distance along the street, Diciwen came to a dark and secluded crossroads. The lamp there was broken, and the shadows lay thick, making it the perfect place to cast a spell. He halted, tightened his grip on the wand in his hand, calmed his mind, and began to chant an ancient divination incantation, performing wand dowsing. The wand trembled faintly in his grasp, and then its tip steadily pointed toward some direction deeper within the street, guiding him toward the twins' trail. Seeing where the wand was pointing, Diciwen's eyes sharpened. Puppet power gathered at his fingertips, and with a casual flick of his hand, 2 dark figures appeared beside him. The instant they landed, they took on the forms of Fred and George. Their builds, their features, even the freckles on their faces were no different from the real thing. These were vampire marionettes he had prepared in advance, swift as the wind and adept at tracking and reconnaissance, summoned forth from his space. The 2 marionettes immediately blurred into motion like streaks of shadow, racing in the direction indicated by the wand before vanishing into the blackness of the night. Diciwen remained where he was and closed his eyes, linking his consciousness to the vampire marionettes and clearly perceiving the scenes transmitted back along their route. The marionettes moved with astonishing speed, racing down the empty, desolate streets and through one narrow alley after another, while Diciwen continually adjusted the direction of wand dowsing according to the images they relayed, correcting the route as he went. Following the trail all the way, The two vampire marionettes at last came to a halt before a house so ruinous it was scarcely fit to stand. Diciwen severed the link with the marionettes and hurried over in person. The moment he saw the house before him clearly, the corners of his mouth could not help twitching a few times in helpless dismay. This dilapidated structure, with its peeling, blotched walls, broken roof tiles, and shattered windows, was none other than the most infamous and most dreaded place in all Hogsmeade, the Shrieking Shack. According to legend, every full moon night, hideous screams would issue from the Shrieking Shack, so shrill and desperate they made one's skin crawl. They could be heard clearly even from a great distance, and for that very reason, the place had become a recognized forbidden ground in Hogsmeade. On ordinary days, even the boldest of wizards would never willingly go near it. Diciwen had never imagined that Fred and George would actually come to a place like this. Suppressing the surprise in his heart, he walked slowly up to the door of the Shrieking Shack and focused his senses. In an instant, he detected 4 spirit body threads spreading out from within the shack. Examining them carefully, he identified 2 bright, lively signatures as Fred and George, while the other 2 were cold and obscure, carrying with them an inexplicable air of eeriness. Once he had confirmed that the twins were safe and sound, Diciwen hesitated no longer. At once, he set the core ability of the marionettist master into motion. His spiritual power became an invisible hand, seizing with flawless precision the 2 unfamiliar spirit body threads within the shack. With the slightest exertion of control, he bound them completely, leaving those 2 spirit bodies unable to make so much as a single move. Then he lifted a hand and, with a casual sweep, recalled the 2 vampire marionettes that had taken on the twins' appearance. A gentle push of his fingertips sent the half-closed, broken door of the Shrieking Shack creaking open, and he stepped inside. Wow, our prankster geniuses actually got themselves captured? That really is a rare sight. Diciwen drew his black cloak more tightly around himself and walked with steady steps toward the room deeper inside the shack. The soles of his boots came down upon creaking floorboards, the sound unnervingly clear in the deathly stillness of the abandoned place. He strode into the room, his gaze sweeping across it at once, and immediately saw the 2 figures curled up on the freezing ground. They were Fred and George Weasley, the fiery-haired twins who were always so full of life and mischief, yet now they looked utterly wretched. Their hands and feet had been tightly bound with coarse hempen rope, the cords biting deep into their flesh and leaving red welts behind. Their clothes were smeared with dust and grime, their hair hanging in disheveled strands over their foreheads, and the clever, lively eyes that usually sparkled with mischief were now filled with fear and helplessness. At the sight, a faintly mocking curve touched Diciwen's lips, and a low, derisive chuckle slipped from his throat, sounding especially clear in the empty room. Page. Hearing his voice, the twins jerked their heads up. The moment they saw Diciwen standing in the doorway, a glimmer of hope flashed into their once dulled eyes. They twisted frantically in their bonds, struggling against the rough floor in a desperate attempt to stand. But the ropes had been tied far too tightly, and no matter how hard they fought, it was all in vain. As they struggled, they also kept wrenching their heads toward the corner of the room. Their necks taut, muffled sounds forced from their throats, urgency blazing in their eyes. Plainly, they were trying with all their might to warn Diciwen that someone was in that corner and that he must be careful. And yet Diciwen seemed not to notice their warning in the slightest. His gaze remained fixed on the twins from beginning to end, never once flicking toward the corner. He walked over to them at an unhurried pace, then bent down and extended a hand. With the lightest hook of his fingers, he deftly undid the dead knots binding their wrists and ankles. The moment the ropes fell loose, Fred and George let out heavy sighs of relief. A dull ache and numbness spread through their wrists and ankles, and they could not help moving their stiffened limbs, but after being tied up for so long and with the blood flow hindered, they found themselves unable to stand steady for the moment. How did the 2 of you end up being captured? Diciwen straightened and asked in an even tone, with little emotion to be heard in it, as though he were merely inquiring about something utterly ordinary. Fred rubbed at his reddened wrists, grievance written all over his face. His voice carried the faintest tremor, as if he still had not recovered from the terror of being seized. We were planning to take advantage of the holidays coming up and head to Diagon Alley to buy some potion ingredients and a few better magical gadgets, so we could do experiments at home over the break and make a few little inventions. But who knew that right after we'd finished buying things? While we were wandering through an alley in Hogsmeade, a few people suddenly clapped their hands over our mouths from behind and dragged us to this cursed place. The more he spoke, the more aggrieved he felt. They had always been the ones pranking other people. When had they ever been reduced to such a miserable state? Kidnapped and tied up like this? Even now, they were still completely bewildered, unable to understand just how they had managed to provoke these people. At Fred's words, Diciwen's brows drew together slightly, and his gaze turned sharp in an instant. He seized upon the key detail in Fred's account and pressed in a low voice, "You mean there were more than 2 people who captured you?" The moment the words left his mouth, he wasted no time. At once he closed his eyes, focused his mind, and began stirring the spirituality within himself, sensing the spirit-body threads floating through the surrounding air. Spirit-body threads were an important medium through which wizards perceived the living auras around them. Even creatures hidden in the shadows would leave behind subtle spiritual fluctuations so long as they remained within the area. Yet, after sensing carefully for quite some time, he found the air around them utterly still. Aside from the presence of the 3 of them and the 2 people whose movements had already been immobilized, he detected no trace of any other living person. It seemed like 6 people. When they first brought us here, there were 6 figures in black cloaks. Later, after who knows how long, 4 of them left, and only 2 stayed behind over there to watch us, George hurriedly added. His gaze instinctively drifted toward the corner of the room, and only then did he suddenly remember that the 2 guards were still there. His heart clenched at once, and he called out urgently, "Diciwen, these 2. But before he could finish, his voice cut off abruptly, and the urgency on his face was instantly replaced by confusion. For he saw quite clearly that the 2 figures in the corner remained frozen in a stiff posture, standing motionless where they were. They neither spoke nor moved in the slightest, like 2 lifeless statues. The bizarre scene left George deeply puzzled. Just moments ago, while the twins had been struggling, those 2 had still been watching from the side. How was it that now they showed not the slightest reaction? Beside him, Fred also sensed that something was wrong. He suddenly recalled Peeves in Hogwarts Castle a few days before, when Diciwen had seized control of his body. He steadied himself, suppressed the faint fear at the bottom of his heart, and, summoning his courage, slowly approached the 2 figures. Every step he took was cautious, as if fearing they might lash out without warning. When he came close enough, he drew a deep breath and abruptly yanked back the black hoods covering their heads. The instant the cloaks slipped away, 2 deathly pale faces were exposed beneath the moonlight. Their skin was bloodless, white as though it had long been soaked in cold water, while their lips bore a faint bluish-purple tinge. Most striking of all were their eyes, a vivid blood red, unmistakably distinctive. There was not the slightest spark of life in them, only hollow coldness and an inhuman eeriness. Diciwen's gaze fell upon those crimson eyes, and his pupils shrank slightly. In an instant, relevant passages from magical texts flashed through his mind, and understanding dawned at once. He immediately identified what they were: vampires. His brow tightened further, and inwardly he pondered. Vampires are rarely seen near Hogwarts. Why would these 2 suddenly appear in the Shrieking Shack and kidnap the Weasley twins? Could they be the remnant forces of the Tsimek clan? There was no time for further thought. Diciwen raised a hand at once and deepened the spirituality, controlling the spirit-body threads of the 2 men, transforming them completely into marionettes. He then commanded the 2 marionettes to turn around and walk toward the hidden passage entrance concealed behind the wall on the other side of the room, while he himself remained where he was, sharing their sight through the mental link between marionettes. The tunnel was narrow and dim, its walls covered in slick moss, the ground uneven and pitted. The vampire's footsteps fell upon it, leaving behind a clear trail of prints. Diciwen observed the passage carefully, and before long his eyes sharpened. Sure enough, along the path ahead of the marionettes, he found several fresh footprints. They varied in size, plainly left by several different people, and stretched deeper into the tunnel, leading straight toward Hogwarts Castle. The exit of this passage was the Whomping Willow. Those vampires clearly did not know the mechanism at the tunnel's end. They did not understand that they needed to press the knot on the Whomping Willow. If they went out rashly, they probably had no idea what awaited them. They might well be attacked by the Whomping Willow the moment they emerged. Diciwen calculated silently to himself. The violent reputation of the Whomping Willow was known to everyone at Hogwarts. That great tree was savage by nature and monstrously strong. Any creature that approached it would be met with merciless assault. Even a fully grown wizard could come to grief through the slightest carelessness, let alone these vampires, who knew nothing at all about Hogwarts. At that thought, Diciwen wasted no more time. He opened his eyes, turned to the twins beside him, who were still badly shaken, and said in a grave voice, "You both know this place is the Shrieking Shack, and you know where this passage leads, don't you? There's no time to waste. We need to get back to school at once." Those vampires went through the secret passage toward Hogwarts. They're clearly up to no good, and they certainly mean harm to the school. We have to tell the professors immediately so they can be on their guard. Fred and George exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes they saw the same helpless resignation. They both knew full well that, after sneaking out of Hogwarts in the dead of night, getting kidnapped to the Shrieking Shack, and causing such an enormous commotion, there was no escaping a dressing down from Professor McGonagall or Headmaster Dumbledore once they got back. They might even end up in detention, with Gryffindor losing house points as well. But the matter was urgent now, and the safety of the school was at stake. Neither of them dared hesitate in the slightest. They could only nod obediently and follow behind Diciwen as he strode swiftly into the deep, shadowy passage. The tunnel was even darker and damper than the shack itself. The air was foul beyond belief, thick with the rank scent of earth and moss. Darkness pressed in on every side, and only the bright light cast by Diciwen's lumos illuminated a small stretch of the path beneath their feet. The footsteps of the three of them echoed through the narrow passage, mingling with the wind howling outside and making the place feel all the more desolate. Fred and George kept close behind Diciwen, not daring to fall back by even a step. The terror of their abduction still clung to their hearts, and all they wanted now was to return as quickly as possible to the safety of Hogwarts Castle. At the same time, at the other end of the passage, the Whomping Willow was lashing about wildly with its thick, powerful branches, thrashing like a monstrous beast upon the open ground beside the castle. This ancient tree had stood rooted there for many years, constantly drawing in the rich magical energy that radiated from Hogwarts Castle, growing ever more massive and luxuriant. Its branches were knotted with tremendous strength, each one as heavy and deadly as a great club. Its temper was vile in the extreme, and it showed hostility to every living thing that came near. Through all its years at Hogwarts, no creature had ever managed to withstand its savage attacks. It was simply too enormous, too overwhelmingly powerful. Once roused to fury, nothing within several yards could hope to survive. At that moment, a rustling sound came from the opening in the tree at the mouth of the passage. A moment later, 4 figures in black cloaks climbed out from within it. They were the very vampires who had left the Shrieking Shack earlier. Standing beside the Whomping Willow, they lifted their heads and stared fixedly at the towering silhouette of Hogwarts Castle rising in the night not far away. Greed and cruelty gleamed in their blood-red eyes, and savage smiles curled at the corners of their mouths. Ever since they had returned from outside to the castle, they had never once seen their clan chief come back leading the greater part of their people. After making inquiries in many places, they had finally learned that the chief had brought the clan to Hogwarts, only to vanish without a trace thereafter, his fate unknown. They could wait no longer, and fearing that some disaster might have befallen their chief, they had agreed to come to Hogwarts and investigate for themselves. They had been worrying over how to slip into such a heavily guarded castle, only to run into 2 little wizards in Gryffindor scarves in Hogsmeade by a stroke of outrageous luck. After capturing them and hiding them away in the Shrieking Shack, they had unexpectedly discovered this secret passage leading straight into the castle. It was as though their forefather Cain himself had been watching over them in secret, allowing them to slip into the bounds of Hogwarts without the slightest effort. The group was so immersed in their delight at the thought of entering the castle that they paid no attention at all to the giant tree whipping about beside them, nor did they realize that they had already stepped into a deadly zone of danger. Their eyes were fixed only on the castle in the darkness as they plotted how to find their chief and take revenge on Hogwarts, utterly unaware that peril was descending upon them in silence. Then, all at once, a fierce tearing sound split the air above them, sharp and shrill, shattering the stillness of the night. The vampires' hearts clenched, and they instantly grew wary, darting glances in every direction. But the night was too deep, the darkness around them too complete. After searching for some time and finding nothing amiss, they dismissed it as no more than the sound of wind whipping through the branches. Their guard dropped once more, and they turned their attention back to the castle. The very next second, disaster struck. An enormous branch, carrying the force of 1,000 pounds, came crashing down from above with terrifying speed, shrieking through the air as it smashed toward the vampires below. The 2 closest to it had no time to react at all. They could not even cry out before the immense branch slammed into them, crushing them instantly into 2 mangled heaps of flesh and blood. Scarlet splashed across the ground, and the sharp reek of blood spread through the air at once. The 2 remaining vampires were scared out of their wits. The savagery on their faces vanished in an instant, replaced by naked terror. How could they dare linger there for even a moment longer? With a scream, they spun around and fled at full speed toward the forbidden forest, their steps wild and frantic, as though they wished for 2 extra legs to carry them faster. They wanted only to escape the reach of that dreadful tree, to flee that deadly place as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Diciwen and the twins were hurrying toward the tunnelless exit when a deafening, heavy crash suddenly boomed from the direction of the opening. The sound was so immense that the entire passage shuddered violently. Dirt and broken stones sifted down from overhead, nearly striking the three of them. Diciwen stopped at once and raised a hand, signaling the twins to halt as well. His gaze darkened, and in an instant he judged what must have happened outside. It should be those vampires being attacked by the Whomping Willow, Diciwen said with certainty. They didn't know where the knot was, and they provoked it. They brought this on themselves. We're moving faster now. Let us get out of here. With that, Diciwen wasted no further time and quickened his pace toward the tunnel's exit. Fred and George hurried after him, both relieved and still shaken at heart. Thank goodness the Whomping Willow had blocked them. If those vampires had managed to break into the castle, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Before long, the three of them reached the treehole exit of the passage. Diciwen carefully searched along the trunk of the Whomping Willow for the crucial knot. This was the only mechanism that could stop it. The moment the knot was pressed, the savage giant tree would cease its attack and fall still. It did not take long before he found the knot hidden among the folds of bark, and lightly touched it with one finger. A wondrous sight followed. The Whomping Willow, which had been wildly lashing its branches and raging like a beast only a moment before, stopped moving at once. Its violently swaying limbs gradually came to rest, and then, slowly and almost gingerly, it lowered those enormous branches, like an obedient child that had lost every trace of its previous ferocity. Diciwen stepped out of the treehole first, with Fred and George close behind him. The instant they emerged, the twins saw the two mangled heaps of flesh on the ground, blood staining the earth red in a scene so ghastly it was hard to bear. Both of them swallowed hard, their faces turning slightly pale as they instinctively took a step back. Under ordinary circumstances, the twins feared nothing and no one, but even they could not help feeling dread at such a horrific sight. Diciwen cast a glance at the corpses on the ground, his expression utterly unmoved. Then he turned to the twins and said in a low, stern voice, "The two of you are to go straight to the headmaster's office right now and tell Headmaster Dumbledore and all the professors exactly what happened here, from beginning to end. Have the professors arrange guards immediately and search both inside and outside the castle thoroughly, in case any other vampires have slipped in. I'm going to patrol the area once more and see whether there are any clues we've missed. Once I've confirmed it's safe, I'll come find you at once." Fred and George nodded hurriedly. At a time like this, neither of them dared fool around again. They understood full well how serious the matter was. After answering him, they turned and ran as fast as they could toward Hogwarts Castle. Watching the twins disappear into the woods at the end of the path beyond the passage, Diciwen finally allowed the taut line of his shoulders to loosen. If only a little, he lifted his eyes to the night sky. Fine grains of snow were still spinning through the bitter wind, sketching the outline of Hogwarts in a cold, hazy silhouette. When he had just sent the twins away, he had quietly stirred his magic, his fingertips brushing the ripples along the threads of spirit bodies, and had clearly caught the two rapidly darting trajectories coming from the direction of the Forbidden Forest. They were the surviving vampires, fleeing with all their might into the depths of the woods, their figures flickering uncertainly between the shadows of the trees, moving at a truly astonishing speed. A glint of cold light flashed through Diciwen's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curved into a meaningful smile. He had deliberately sent the twins away not merely for convenience's sake, but because he knew full well that this sort of blood-soaked, vicious cleanup was not something those two innately kind-hearted red-haired boys ought to witness with their own eyes. Besides, with the strength of a Sequence 4 Bizarro sorcerer, dealing with two panicked vampires who had lost the backing of their kind was no more than a matter of raising his hand. Lowering his head, he focused his mind and felt the marionettist magic within him flow slowly, forming a precise mental link with the marionette he had previously stationed on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. That marionette was one he had left behind earlier, a pitch-black raven, now resting silently upon the branch of an oak at the forest's edge, with fine grains of snow settled upon its feathers. Diciwen concentrated, constructing a brief channel for switching positions between himself and the marionette. A flicker of magical fluctuation flashed across his palm, and in the next second, he exchanged places with it. With all that done, Diciwen no longer hesitated. Like a phantom, he slipped soundlessly into the outer reaches of the Forbidden Forest. Snow lay over the dead branches, and each step upon it produced a faint crunch that sounded especially clear in the silent woodland. Following the guidance of the spirit body threads, he moved lightly between the shadows of the trees. Silvery moonlight spilled down through the gaps in the branches, casting mottled patches of light and shadow over him. He seemed almost to melt into the night itself, with only those dark crimson eyes glinting sharply from the gloom. Before long, two bedraggled figures appeared in the clearing ahead. The two vampires were fleeing in blind panic, their black cloaks snapping loudly in the wind, their pale faces steeped in terror beneath the moonlight. One of them kept glancing back repeatedly, his eyes full of dread for whatever might be behind him, as if he feared pursuers would catch up at any moment. He had not the slightest awareness that the shadow of death was already stealing up behind him. Diciwen came to a halt behind a thick cedar tree, his gaze cold as he locked onto one of them. Without the least hesitation, he raised a hand and gathered magic. The air bullet granted to him as a sequence for Bizarro Sorcerer condensed in his palm, forming a solid sphere of energy rimmed with a faint blue glow. At his current level, the power of this air bullet was enough to pierce steel with ease, let alone the mundane body of a vampire. The air bullet shot out in an instant, so fast that the naked eye could scarcely follow it. That vampire was wholly focused on what lay behind him and completely oblivious to the threat at his back. He merely felt a bone-deep chill brush the nape of his neck, and before he could make any sort of response, the air bullet struck his head with perfect accuracy. In the next second, a dull explosion rang through the forest. The vampire's head burst apart amidst a spray of blood, red and white flesh splattering across the surrounding snow and staining the pristine white drifts a glaring scarlet. The headless body still retained its running posture, staggering forward 2 more steps before crashing heavily into the snow, twitching a few times and then falling utterly still. The other vampire beside him was stunned witless by the sudden, bloody scene. He froze where he stood, his pupils contracting violently as he stared at the headless corpse on the ground. A muddled whimper slipped from his throat, and then a shriek so piercing it broke on itself exploded from his mouth. The scream echoed through the silent, forbidden forest, startling the rooks perched on the branches into flight, yet it lasted only the briefest moment. Diciwen's second air bullet had long since been poised to fire. Seizing the instant in which the other vampire's wits had yet to return, he sent it streaking out once more. This time, its target was locked precisely on the vampire's chest. The pale blue sphere of energy pierced through his body in an instant, and the force of the impact tore him directly in half. Blood mixed with fragments of entrails splashed over the snow, and the vampire did not even have time to let out a second scream before collapsing into a pool of blood, his life extinguished. After disposing of the 2 vampires, Diciwen slowly lowered his hand and let out a quiet breath. The tautness in his nerves finally eased. He lowered his eyes to the 2 corpses on the ground, and there was not the slightest ripple in his gaze. The power of Sequence 4 truly was not to be underestimated. Even its most basic abilities were more than enough to handle ordinary vampires of this sort. He had just prepared to turn and leave when he suddenly sensed a strange fluctuation stirring in the air. 2 half-transparent souls slowly drifted up from the corpses. Their forms were vague and chaotic, with no distinct features, only writhing masses of black mist giving off a faint spiritual aura. The 2 wisps of soul floated upward of their own accord, their expressions hollow and vacant, as if all consciousness had been stripped away, and flew straight toward some point in the sky. Diciwen's attention was drawn to those 2 wisps of soul, and he followed the direction of their flight with his gaze. There in the night sky hovered a vague circular hollow suffused with a gentle white glow. Its edges were warped and indistinct, emanating an air of mystery and eerie strangeness. He focused and inhaled softly, catching an indescribable aura from within that hollow. It held both a particular chill and a trace of familiar warmth, as though it were the destination his soul longed for most deeply, like home, and yet also like the source of some greater power. What was this? A thought stirred in Diciwen's heart. Without the slightest hesitation, he tapped lightly against the snow with the tip of his foot, then sprang upward with the curve of a branch, swift as a nimble night owl, rushing straight toward that circular rift. Silver-white moonlight poured over him, his cloak whipping sharply in the wind. He stretched out his hand, his fingertips brushing the soft white glow along the edge of the rift, and without any pause at all, he leapt forward and plunged into it. At almost the same moment, in the headmaster's office within Hogwarts Castle, Dumbledore was seated behind his desk, his fingers tapping lightly against the tabletop. He had only just received the news brought by Fred and George. Fawkes had only just carried him to the Forbidden Forest when he witnessed that scene, as though someone were flying into the sky. Fawkes let out a clear cry and circled above the Forbidden Forest, a trace of concern flashing in his eyes. Yet he did not act rashly. A gleam reflected in Dumbledore's eyes as he looked up at the sky, unable to understand why Diciwen had vanished into it. It seemed he would have to question him thoroughly after returning. And at this very moment, Diciwen had already stepped completely into another world. The world before his eyes utterly overturned every rule of the material realm. There was no sky, no earth, no concept of up, down, left, or right. The entire space was engulfed in gray-blue spiritual mist, which rolled like a surging tide and constantly shifted its shape, at times dense as ink, at times thin as gauze. Countless tiny motes of faintly glowing light drifted uncertainly within the mist, while twisted bands of light wove through it like swimming serpents, exuding gentle waves of spiritual power. In the deeper reaches of the distant mist, indescribable forms could vaguely be seen moving slowly. Those shapes possessed no fixed outlines, at times dissolving into twisted smoke, at times condensing into blurred phantoms. Their forms lay beyond the comprehension of any living mind, carrying an eerie and ancient presence, as though they were the most primordial of spiritual beings. Diciwen held his breath and advanced with utmost caution, afraid of disturbing these unknown entities. Yet his arrival quickly drew notice all the same. Several nearly transparent shadows shot out from the spiritual mist with explosive speed, rushing toward him like bolts of lightning. These shadows were pale gray throughout, with faint spiritual patterns flowing across their surfaces. The moment they came near, they extended countless long spiritual tendrils, which stabbed fiercely into Diciwen's limbs like a mass of fine needles. A piercing cold spread through his whole body in an instant. It felt as though countless icy threads had wrapped themselves around him, and his limbs stiffened at once, leaving him unable to move. He tried to stir the spirit-body threads within himself in resistance, driving the powers of a bizarro sorcerer to break free of the restraints, only to discover in astonishment that the laws of this world were in utter disarray. The logic governing the flow of magic and spirituality was completely different from that of the material world. The power of his sequence 4 was heavily suppressed. The circulation of his worms of spirit within his body had grown sluggish as well, and little by little, a dizzying haze encroached upon his mind, blurring his consciousness. He allowed the worms of spirit within him to slowly crawl out, like countless slender silver threads, extending along the direction of those spiritual tentacles toward the shadows ahead. The aura of the worms of spirit carried the unique dominion of a bizarro sorcerer, silently seeping into the spiritual cores of the shadows. Those shadows had originally bristled with cold aggression, but under the erosion of the worms of spirit, their movements gradually slowed, and the savagery in their eyes steadily faded, replaced by a blank sort of obedience. Before long, those shadows that had been attacking him were completely brought under the control of the worms of spirit. With a light wave of his hand, the figures floated before him like puppets on strings, wholly transformed into his marionettes. With the abilities of a bizarro sorcerer, handling such pure spiritual shadows had always been effortless for him. Even with his power suppressed here, it was still more than enough to deal with them with ease. The moment he gained control of the marionettes, Diciwen's field of vision broadened at once. He carefully sensed the scene around him and realized that this space was not a seamless whole, but a patchwork assembled from countless small tableaus of varying sizes and shapes. Each little tableau was an independent scene. Some were ruined houses, some barren wilderness, some faintly glimmering brooks, and within every scene, a blurred soul wandered slowly inside, whether peaceful, tormented, or lost. These small scenes were linked to one another by spiritual mist, merging at times and separating at others, their forms shifting without cease. As Diciwen explored deeper into the space, he peered through the gaps in the mist and saw several peculiar creatures roaming outside those little scenes. Their forms were grotesque. Some resembled enormous translucent jellyfish, spiritual motes flowing all around them. Others looked like crawling worms, their bodies composed of innumerable shattered fragments of scenery. From time to time, they would draw near to the small scenes and touch their edges with sharp tendrils. The instant a scene shattered, the soul within would dissolve into points of light, and those creatures would swarm over, devouring every last fragment of the broken scene. So this is what this place is. At once, Diciwen understood, and a clear perception of the space formed in his mind. He did not dare linger. There were too many unknown dangers here. If those wardens entangled him, even he would find it difficult to get away. He immediately focused his mind, sensing the position of the marionettes within his body while also activating his connection to the marionette beyond the forbidden forest. Borrowing the marionette's perception in the material world, he rapidly traversed the chaotic rifts. The spiritual mist churned, the scenes shifted, and relying on his precise awareness of the marionette's location, he evaded the warden's patrols again and again, struggling to find a way out amid the twisted laws of spirituality. How much time passed, he did not know, but at last, within a fissure in the spiritual mist, Diciwen sensed a trace of something familiar. It was the fluctuation of magic from the material world, gentle and steady, utterly unlike the cold spiritual aura of this realm. This was a magical rift leading back to the material world. A flicker of delight flashed through his eyes. Without another moment's hesitation, he drove the magic within him with all his strength and hurled himself toward that magical rift. The spiritual mist was torn open by his magic, a narrow path forced through it, while the warped bands of light scattered aside. Sensing the threat, The wardens lunged toward him one after another, only to be blocked fast by the marionette shadows under his control. Diciwen gave a low shout, and the magic in his entire body erupted, smashing through the barrier in an instant. In the next second, a biting wind struck him head-on, carrying the icy touch of snowflakes. Staggering, Diciwen steadied himself and looked down, only to find that he was beneath the high ground on the north side of the castle. Thick snow buried his ankles, soft and freezing beneath his feet. In the distance, Hogwarts Castle stood quietly in the snowy night, its magical lights still shining. Their many-colored radiance, refracted through the piled snow, sketched dreamlike patterns of light and shadow across the night sky, warm and tranquil. Diciwen raised a hand and brushed the snow from himself. Fine grains of snow covered his black cloak, and with a light shake, they scattered away. He calmed the restless spirituality within him. Forcing his way through that world just now had consumed no small amount of magic, and even the worms of spirit were somewhat weary, writhing slowly inside him as they recovered their strength. He glanced back at the empty snowfield. The rift had already vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a patch of trampled snow. Diciwen drew a deep breath. The air was filled with the warm scent drifting from the castle, mingled with the chill fragrance of snow. Then he turned and walked toward the castle, his steps light, the snow beneath his feet giving soft, crisp sounds. Hogwarts in the snowy night remained as peaceful as ever, yet where he passed, there lingered a faint, almost imperceptible ripple of spirituality, quickly scattered by the wind and snow. The headmaster's office at Hogwarts was forever steeped in a singular atmosphere. A faint fragrance of old parchment and magical ink, mingled with the warm scent of paulownia logs that burned year-round in the hearth, and the sunny, golden broom perfume that seemed to linger about Fawkes. Portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses hung upon the walls. Some rested with their eyes shut, some conversed in low voices, and every now and then, a witch or wizard in a portrait would lean out curiously to observe the happenings in the room. Diciwen stood in the very center of the office, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing at the hem of his school robe, his posture a touch constrained. At that moment, his head was slightly lowered, the loose strands over his brow veiling his eyes, yet he could still keenly feel Dumbledore's blue gaze, deep as the star-strewn sky, fixed directly upon him. It carried scrutiny, concern, and a trace of helplessness too faint to name, and it was so frank that it left his whole body vaguely ill at ease. After a long while, Diciwen finally could not bear it any longer and lifted his eyes. His lashes trembled softly, and he forced a somewhat playful smile onto his face, his voice gentle and tinged with deliberate coquettishness. "Headmaster, if you keep looking at me like that, I'll get shy." The moment he finished speaking, he lowered his head again, appearing obedient and innocent, as though the one who had killed with ruthless decisiveness in the Forbidden Forest had never been him at all. At his words, some of the gravity in Dumbledore's eyes eased away, and the corners of his mouth curved almost imperceptibly, though his gaze still did not shift. Half leaning behind his broad walnut desk, his long silver-white beard spilled over robes of purple embroidered with stars and moons. The half-moon spectacles reflected a soft gleam, and he still looked every bit his usual gentle and benevolent self, yet the air around him carried a hint of severity. Plainly, he had not been deceived by Diciwen's little act. Just as the atmosphere was beginning to stiffen, a light flutter of wings broke the silence. Fawkes, Dumbledore's scarlet phoenix, spread his wings gracefully and rose from the golden perch by the window, his tail feathers trailing brilliant streams of gold and crimson like dancing flame. He circled the room once, his lively eyes sweeping over Diciwen, before slowly settling upon the windowsill, where those amber eyes held a trace of scrutiny. That look was astonishingly vivid, brimming with unconcealed disdain, as though he were mocking Diciwen's feigned shyness just now, or perhaps scorning what he had done earlier in the Forbidden Forest. Lively and sly, he seemed nothing like an ordinary magical creature. Diciwen bristled at once. The awkwardness and meek obedience from moments ago vanished without a trace. He jerked up his head and glared at Fawkes on the windowsill, his tone full of indignation. "Oi, oi, Fawkes, what kind of look is that? Don't think that just because you're the headmaster's phoenix, I want to say anything to you." Being stared at with such disdain by a phoenix sent a fresh wave of discomfort surging up in his heart. The obedient act he had worked so hard to put on completely fell apart. His cheeks puffed out, and he looked like a little cat whose tail had just been stepped on. At Fawkes's response, he merely lifted his neck with haughty pride and gave a single cry, clear and edged with unmistakable mockery. The disdain in his expression deepened, and he even took his time preening his splendid tail feathers, making it perfectly obvious that he was looking down on him. Diciwen was so angry his cheeks puffed out. He was just about to step forward and argue with the phoenix when Dumbledore's helpless voice cut in. Enough. The two of you stop this. Dumbledore raised a long, fine-boned hand and gently rubbed at his throbbing temple, his eyes full of resignation. He had long known that Diciwen was lively by nature, but the fact that he could even start bickering with his own phoenix still left him at a loss. Watching the boy and bird face off so sharply, he could only step in to stop them. If he let this continue, they would likely never get to the real matter tonight. Dumbledore turned to Diciwen, his tone regaining its earlier gravity as he spoke slowly. Diciwen, let us talk about what happened today. At those words, Diciwen instantly smoothed away every trace of emotion from his face, returning to that calm, unreadable composure of his, as though the one sulking at a phoenix just moments ago had not been him at all. Straightening, he spoke in a tone so bland it was as if he were merely recounting what he had eaten for breakfast. Today, nothing much, really. I went to find the Weasley twins, happened to run into them while they were in trouble, so I helped them out. Then I found members of the Simic clan deep in the Forbidden Forest, and after that I dealt with them all. As he said it, his gaze remained steady and his voice utterly unruffled, as if wiping out a dangerous band of foreign creatures had been no more worth mentioning than crushing a few ants underfoot. Seeing how little weight he seemed to place on it, Dumbledore's bright blue eyes filled with weary concern. His brows drew tightly together, and even his long beard trembled faintly. He looked in silence at the boy before him, his thoughts heavy and complicated. He had always known that Diciwen was extraordinarily gifted, possessed of strength far beyond his years. Ordinary dark wizards or magical creatures could scarcely harm him. Yet he could not bear to see Diciwen stained by so much blood at such a young age, nor did he wish for him to grow accustomed to taking lives with his own hands. The room sank into a long silence, broken only by the crackling of the fire in the grate and the faint turning of the orrery. Diciwen lowered his eyes, though inwardly he understood everything with perfect clarity. Of course he knew what was giving Dumbledore such a headache. He knew the headmaster disapproved of how direct, how ruthless his methods were, lacking the restraint and self-control expected of a wizard and seeming instead more like some unbound extraordinary being who acted solely according to his own will, never minding the consequences. He also knew perfectly well that most of the powerful methods he could currently rely on came from abilities outside the wizarding system. As for wizarding magic, he was still not particularly accustomed to its style of combat. When he had dealt with the Simic clan earlier, what he had used most had still been crude, simple blasts of compressed air. That, too, was one of the roots of Dumbledore's concern. It looks like I really need to improve my command of wizarding magic. I can't keep relying on those other abilities forever. Sooner or later I'll give myself away. Diciwen calculated silently to himself, his gaze unconsciously sweeping over the portraits in the headmaster's office as the figures of Hogwarts professors flashed rapidly through his mind. In all of Hogwarts, whose magic was the most formidable, and who would be best suited to teach him combat magic? Dumbledore was naturally the unquestioned first choice, but as headmaster, he was burdened with endless affairs and simply had no spare time to instruct him. Besides, Diciwen had no wish to spend too much time around the deeply inscrutable old wizard. Whenever those all-seeing eyes rested on him, he could not shake the feeling that every one of his secrets stood naked and exposed. What about Snape, then? The potions professor had always been dour and cutting. Even before Harry Potter had enrolled, the kind of student he disliked most was someone like Diciwen, lively-minded and far beyond the ordinary in ability. In class, he had always targeted him at every turn. Asking that man to teach him magic was nothing short of a fantasy. Professor McGonagall, on the other hand, was upright and fair, and her mastery of transfiguration had reached the pinnacle. Diciwen's own marks in transfiguration had always ranked among the best as well. But the combat style of transfiguration leaned too much toward agility and indirection. It simply was not to his taste, and learning it would not help him much. After turning it over from every angle, Diciwen's thoughts finally settled on Professor Flitwick, who taught charms. The diminutive professor had once been a renowned dueling champion. His foundation in charms was astonishingly deep, and his combat technique was polished to perfection. He excelled not only in intricate offensive spells, but also in practical defensive magic. There was no doubt that he was the best possible person to teach him how a wizard ought to fight. Once he had made up his mind, Diciwen's gaze grew firm. He lifted his head and looked at Dumbledore, speaking with an earnest obedience as he hurried to assure him, "Please don't worry, Headmaster. From now on, I'll spend more time learning how to use magic in battle. No, I mean how to use magic to protect myself." The moment the words left his mouth, Diciwen abruptly realized he had spoken too quickly and said the wrong thing. Dumbledore had only just been advising him to face danger alone less often, to stop handling trouble with his own hands so readily, and yet here he was, openly declaring that he meant to learn combat magic. Was that not as good as announcing that he intended to keep involving himself in dangerous matters? He silently cursed himself for the slip, though his expression did not change. He merely lowered his eyes a little, trying to conceal his mistake. Dumbledore naturally heard the flaw in his words, yet he did not expose it. He simply looked at the boy before him, his heart full of complicated reflections. Though Diciwen was young, his mind was far more mature than that of children his age. There was always a steadiness and clarity in his gaze that did not belong to youth. Only the occasional spark of mischief or slip of the tongue lent him a little of the vivid life proper to a boy. In terms of talent, Dumbledore admired him greatly. He had lived for well over a century and seen countless brilliant magical prodigies. Yet one like Diciwen, who possessed such strength at so young an age and had still managed to preserve his true heart, was exceedingly rare. As for character, though the child often displayed a maturity that did not belong to his years and occasionally liked to play little clever tricks, he was by no means wayward at heart. There was always kindness in him, or else he would never have gone of his own accord to save the Weasley twins. Only his way of doing things was what troubled Dumbledore most now. He had always believed that children should do what children were meant to do at the proper age. When it was time to learn, they should learn in earnest. When it was time to play, they should play to their heart's content. They should not, like Diciwen, shoulder blood and danger too early, facing alone the troubles that ought to be dealt with by adults. He would far rather see Diciwen live like any other ordinary second-year student, studying magic within the castle without a care in the world, laughing and roughhousing with his friends, instead of venturing again and again into dangerous places like the Forbidden Forest and ending lives with his own hands. After a long while, Dumbledore let out a soft sigh. His voice was full of helplessness, yet tinged with a trace of release, as he gave a small wave of his hand and said gently, "All right. It is late, and curfew in the castle has long since passed. Hurry back to Gryffindor Tower and get some rest. Do not let Filch catch you in dock points." In the end, he could not bring himself to reprimand the boy any further, nor did he continue pressing Diciwen about the source of those abilities that so far surpassed the ordinary. He simply chose, for the moment, to let him off. At those words, Diciwen felt as though he had been granted a pardon. Delight flashed across his face at once, and all the stiffness and unease from before vanished without a trace. He quickly bowed slightly to Dumbledore, bade him good night with proper courtesy, and then turned at once, almost hurrying for the office door as if afraid that, if he were even a step too slow, Dumbledore might change his mind and keep him there for another lengthy lecture. His steps were light, his retreating figure carrying a touch of a young boy's buoyant cheer, and before long he had passed through the heavy carved wooden door and vanished at the far end of the corridor. Watching Diciwen's hurried departure, Dumbledore slowly withdrew his gaze and leaned back once more behind his desk, his eyes growing deep and thoughtful. With a clear cry, Fawkes beat his wings and flew from the windowsill back to Dumbledore's shoulder. He gently rubbed his head against the headmaster's cheek, and his amber eyes were full of puzzlement. Back in the Forbidden Forest, Dumbledore had clearly possessed many questions he wished to ask about Diciwen's abilities, yet during their conversation just now, he had not mentioned a single one of them, and had simply let Diciwen leave with surprising ease. That left it deeply perplexed. Dumbledore lifted a hand and gently stroked Fawkes's soft, warm feathers, his fingertips absorbing the phoenix's comforting heat. Gazing in the direction Diciwen had departed, he spoke at length in a low voice touched with quiet certainty. But he is still only a child. His character has yet to fully mature. I still have more than enough time to guide him and slowly correct the way he handles things. Rest easy, Fawkes. I will not let him stray onto the wrong path, and I certainly will not let him become a dark wizard. His voice was very soft, as though he were speaking to the phoenix upon his shoulder, yet also as though he were murmuring to himself, shoring up his own resolve. The moment his words fell, a portrait of a former headmaster upon the wall suddenly stirred. The wizard within frowned and gave a disdainful snort, speaking in a sharp, caustic tone. I say he will most certainly become a dark wizard. So young, yet already ruthless to the core, without the slightest reverence for life in his eyes. Sooner or later, he will fall into darkness. Phineas had always been harsh and ungenerous, forever looking at things through the lens of prejudice. Toward a student like Diciwen, who behaved so far outside the bounds, he had not the slightest shred of goodwill. Phineas, do stop talking nonsense. He is only a second-year student, a child of 12. His nature is still simple. He is merely a bit impulsive in the way he acts. How could he possibly become a dark wizard? A female portrait hanging nearby retorted at once. The witch in the painting wore an old-fashioned blue robe, her face full of disbelief. She looked at Phineas with gentle reproach. her voice carrying clear displeasure. For a time, the portraits upon the wall were all roused by the commotion. Some echoed Phineas's opinion, while others felt Diciwen ought not be condemned so easily. The once quiet headmaster's office instantly grew lively, their clamorous voices rising and falling without end. Watching the former headmaster's portraits descend into bickering yet again, Dumbledore shook his head helplessly, his bright blue eyes full of resignation. He did not speak to stop them, merely let the portraits argue to their heart's content, while his gaze drifted once more to the black night beyond the window. Starlight spilled through the enchanted skylight across his face, casting into relief the deep worry and hope hidden in his eyes. A bitter wind swept fine flakes of snow past the spires of Hogwarts Castle, spinning them along the edge of the rooftop terrace on the 8th floor. Diciwen leaned against the freezing stone balustrade, his fingertips absently rubbing over its rough surface as his gaze rested on the courtyard below. Hogwarts had lost much of its usual bustle at this hour. The little witches and wizards who ordinarily darted through corridors and across the grounds were now mostly dragging suitcases large and small in 2s and 3s toward the castle doors, preparing to board the Hogwarts Express and leave school behind for their respective homes to welcome the Christmas holiday. The wheels of their trunks crunched softly over the snow-covered ground, mingling with bright laughter and words of farewell, yet to Diciwen it all seemed separated from him by an invisible barrier. He watched in silence, his deep eyes holding little emotion, merely standing there as the cold wind stirred the loose strands over his brow and brought with it a piercing chill. For this brief Christmas holiday, Diciwen had long since decided to remain at school. For one thing, this was not the long summer break, merely a few short days of rest. He truly could not be bothered to pack up his scattered belongings, nor did he wish to return to that empty lodging only to spend extra effort tidying the room, going through a fuss that meant nothing in the end. For another, and more importantly, if he went back, the only thing awaiting him would be solitude. There would be no family's company, no warm Christmas dinner, not even a Christmas tree decked in colored lights and presents. The bleakness of it was enough to suffocate a person. By comparison, even if most students left during the holiday, a fair number of staff would still remain at Hogwarts, along with a handful of students who had chosen to stay. At the very least, there would still be some sense of life about the place, and he would not be wholly swallowed by loneliness. That said, staying at school or not, there was still one thing Diciwen absolutely had to do today: visit the old headmaster. In his mind, he had already mapped out a discreet and reliable route, one that avoided the more conspicuous passages within the school. First, he would use the secret tunnel beneath the Whomping Willow to reach Hogsmeade, then find a fireplace in the village connected to the Floo network and use it to travel to the Leaky Cauldron in London. From the pub, he would take Muggle transport back to the orphanage. He knew this route like the back of his hand. It was neither too ostentatious nor difficult, and would bring him smoothly to his destination while sparing him no small amount of trouble. Before setting out, however, there was one indispensable formality: asking Professor McGonagall for leave. Diciwen did not dare make the decision himself and slip out of the school without a word. Last night, because of that incident, he had been summoned straight to the headmaster's office for a stern lecture on proper conduct. He had no desire whatsoever to endure that heavy, severe atmosphere a second time. At the thought, Diciwen let out a quiet sigh, cast one last glance at the gradually emptying courtyard, then turned and headed for the rooftop exit, his steps light as he followed the castle's spiral staircases downward. The staircases at Hogwarts were forever changing position, but fortunately Diciwen had lived here for years and long since learned their temperaments. He easily avoided the steps that would suddenly change direction or even vanish altogether, making his way steadily toward Professor McGonagall's office. The torches in the corridor flickered with a warm golden light, illuminating the portraits of former headmasters hanging upon the walls. Most of the figures in them were dozing. Once in a while, one or two would open their eyes, notice Diciwen, and merely give the faintest nod before shutting them again. The entire castle was so quiet that he could hear the sound of his own footsteps. Before long, Diciwen was standing outside Professor McGonagall's office. He drew a deep breath and raised a hand to knock gently upon the wooden door. "Come in." Professor McGonagall's voice, steady and touched with its usual severity, came from within. Diciwen pushed open the door and stepped inside. The warmth of the office fireplace rushed over him at once, dispelling the chill he had brought in from outside. Professor McGonagall was seated in her chair. She wore deep green wizarding robes, her hair drawn back with impeccable neatness. She lifted her eyes to him with a grave expression, and the sharp gaze behind her spectacles carried an authority that needed no anger to make itself felt. Diciwen knew perfectly well that Professor McGonagall's sternness at this moment was not directed wholly at him. What had happened yesterday was already known among all of Hogwarts staff. This professor, who had always observed school rules with utmost rigor, had called the twins into her office yesterday and given them a fierce dressing down for nearly half a day. Even so, the anger in her heart had not subsided. The moment she finished, she had written Mrs. Weasley a long letter, detailing their misconduct point by point. Presumably, when Fred and George returned to the burrow this Christmas, they would be unable to avoid their mother's severe scolding. Their holiday was all but doomed to be utterly miserable. As for Diciwen's conduct in yesterday's affair, Professor McGonagall was not without opinions of her own. She felt that the methods he had used in handling matters had been somewhat too sharp, exceeding the proper bounds for a student. Yet she had not lectured him at length the way she had the twins. Beneath the elegance, dignity, and strict propriety of this witch, there lay a fiercely proud spirit. She had always been a touch more tolerant toward children who possessed ability, a sense of responsibility, and a clear bottom line. What was more, Diciwen had not truly caused any disaster. His methods had merely been rather forceful, and so she did not press the matter too harshly. In principle, I agree to let you leave the school, but Professor McGonagall looked at Diciwen and spoke slowly, her tone carrying its habitual severity. Yet before she could finish, Diciwen cut in impatiently. Thank you, Professor. I promise I shall return to school on time and won't delay so much as a minute. Diciwen's eyes lit up, and a trace of lightness instantly appeared on his face. Even as he spoke, his body was already unconsciously edging toward the door, one foot nearly lifting from the ground. All he wanted was to secure permission and set off at once. But, seeing this, Professor McGonagall immediately raised her voice, the sound of it carrying equal measures of helplessness and stern reproach, cutting off Diciwen's movement. Diciwen's step faltered, and he immediately came to an obedient halt, drawing back the foot he had been about to set forward. He straightened his spine and put on the appearance of a model student listening with utmost seriousness, not daring to move about again, though inwardly he muttered to himself that he had nearly forgotten Professor McGonagall had not yet finished speaking. Seeing him like this, the tightly set corner of Professor McGonagall's mouth shifted almost imperceptibly. Suppressing the helplessness in her heart, she said in a grave voice, "Once you leave the school, you are to pay the utmost attention to your own safety. You are not to involve yourself in anything dangerous again, and you are not to go looking for trouble. Do you hear me?" In truth, given Professor McGonagall's understanding of Diciwen, and her knowledge of the magical ability he now possessed, ordinary dark wizards could do very little to him, so she was not overly worried on that score. What truly left her uneasy was the stubborn streak in his bones. She feared that, in a moment of recklessness, he would get himself tangled up in some fresh trouble, and once that happened, extricating himself would not be easy. "I promise. I'll just quietly pay the old headmaster a visit, have a proper meal like a good boy, and come straight back to school. I absolutely won't stir up the slightest bit of trouble." Diciwen immediately stood ramrod straight, raised his right hand, and gave Professor McGonagall an earnest salute, his face wearing a mixture of innocent obedience and playful nonsense as he tried to muddle through by charm alone. Professor McGonagall could not be bothered to deal with this impish student of hers any further. She waved a hand, lowered her head, and picked up the quill on the desk once more, her gaze falling back to the papers before her as she said evenly, "The door is behind you. Off you go." At this, Diciwen secretly curled his lips, but he did not dare delay any longer. He gave Professor McGonagall a slight bow, then turned and gently pulled open the office door with the utmost care before slipping out, thoughtfully closing it behind him without a sound. By the time Diciwen returned to Hogwarts Castle once more, night had fully fallen. The deep indigo canopy of the sky was strewn with glittering stars, and snow still drifted down in sparse, scattered flakes, cloaking the whole castle in a hush of tranquil darkness. He first went to find Professor McGonagall and dutifully reported that he had returned to school. Only after receiving her leave did he turn and make his way back to Gryffindor Tower. The dormitory was empty. His roommates had all already gone home for the holidays, leaving him there alone. Diciwen walked to his bed, took off the outer robe dusted with snowflakes, and casually draped it over the back of a chair before dropping onto the mattress, which sank softly beneath his weight. Resting his arms beneath his head, he stared up at the ceiling, and his thoughts drifted of their own accord back to the previous night, back to that mysterious and singular place. That was right. The place he had reached last night while following the souls of those two vampires had been none other than the phantasmal realm. It was a special domain that belonged to souls, and the starting point of every soul's next journey. There, each departed spirit was granted a small, independent space of its own, where it lingered briefly to bid a final farewell to the vivid mortal world. Once its last attachments had been sorted through, The power of the realm would send it on its way toward the next cycle of reincarnation. As Diciwen recalled the scenes he had witnessed within the phantasmal realm, the creatures of every conceivable shape, and the atmosphere unique to that place, the interest in his heart was steadily drawn forth. The phantasmal realm was not some vague, intangible fiction, but a tangible material space formed from a special kind of energy, and the beings within it all possessed concrete forms. More than that, the extraordinary characteristics of the trickster mage within him seemed to share an inexplicable affinity with the energy of that realm, as though the two had been born to merge. Could that be this world's spirit realm? Diciwen murmured to himself, his brows knitting faintly, his heart full of doubt. Slowly, he raised his right hand, palm upward, closed his eyes, and focused his mind, stirring the characteristics of the trickster mage within his body, as he attempted to forge a connection with the distant phantasmal realm. He remembered that when he had left that place, he had still left several spirit worms behind within it, and they would serve as the finest medium through which to connect to the realm. In the very next second, the air in the middle of the dormitory suddenly rippled with faint waves, like a pebble dropped into a still lake, sending circle after circle spreading outward. A chill, ethereal aura, one that belonged to the phantasmal realm alone, quietly unfurled and filled the entire dormitory. But Diciwen did not rashly step inside. He merely wished to confirm whether he could open a passage to the phantasmal realm whenever he pleased, and nothing more. What he did not know, however, was that this sudden aura of the realm instantly alarmed every ghost in Hogwarts Castle. The ghosts who had been drifting and frolicking throughout the castle all felt an irresistible force of attraction. Their bodies floated of their own accord toward Gryffindor Tower, their faces full of bewilderment and astonishment. Sensing at once that something was wrong, Diciwen promptly reined in his power and swiftly closed the spatial doorway he had just opened, secretly thanking his luck that he had reacted quickly enough. Had he allowed that aura to keep spreading and drawn the attention of even more people, then he really would have brought a great deal of trouble upon himself. As the spatial doorway shut, the pulling force vanished in an instant as well. The ghosts throughout the castle all came to a halt. Most wore expressions of fear, staring toward Gryffindor Tower with lingering dread. That aura had brought them an inexplicable sense of oppression, one that made them instinctively afraid. Yet there were also ghosts of extraordinary boldness, lawless as ever, such as Peeves. Far from being frightened, his curiosity was stirred instead. Letting out an excited shriek, he flew straight through the wall and charged toward Diciwen's dormitory. But the moment Peeves passed through the wall and saw Diciwen lying on the bed, the excitement on his face froze instantly. When his eyes met Diciwen's gaze, it was as though he had seen something terrifying. Without a word, he whipped around and fled in a panic straight back through the wall, moving with astonishing speed. That sight only made the other ghosts waiting outside even more curious, the questions in their hearts growing like wild weeds. They all knew that dormitory belonged to a Gryffindor student, but what on earth could have made even the fearless Peeves flee in such disgrace? The ghosts gathered together and whispered among themselves, and in the end unanimously pushed nearly headless Nick forward as their representative, sending him in to see what exactly had happened inside. Nick was unwilling 100 times over. He had sensed the strangeness of that aura just now, and his heart quailed at it as well. But faced with the expectant and urging looks of the many ghosts around him, he truly had no way to refuse. In the end, he could only brace himself and slowly drift into Diciwen's dormitory. When he saw that the one lying on the bed was Diciwen, someone he knew, the heart hanging in his chest was instantly set at ease, and most of his wariness faded away. Hovering beside the bed, his eyes still roamed about the dormitory, taking stock of its every corner, as he asked in a puzzled tone, "Diciwen, what exactly happened here just now? What was that strange aura? We were all drawn here by it." Looking at Nick, Diciwen let out an awkward, sheepish smile, inwardly vexed. He had never imagined that the aura of the phantasmal realm would have such a profound effect on ghosts. It seemed that from now on, he absolutely could not carelessly open a spatial gate to the phantasmal realm within Hogwarts Castle, or sooner or later it would cause a dreadful commotion. It was nothing serious, sir, just a small bit of magical experimentation. It's already fine now. Diciwen brushed the matter aside vaguely, unwilling to explain further. It's late. I ought to rest as well. Good night, sir. With that, he simply closed his eyes and assumed the posture of someone going to sleep, paying Nick no further heed. Seeing this, Nick did not feel it proper to press any more questions. After giving the room one more once-over and finding nothing out of place, he gently floated upward, wished Diciwen good night, then turned and passed back through the wall, leaving the dormitory to carry word to the ghosts outside. The ghosts quickly dispersed, melting back into the chill stone walls and dim corridors of Hogwarts Castle. Nick hung his head low, his face filled with helplessness and guilt. He had failed to get even the slightest useful information out of Diciwen. And from that day on, in all the days that followed, every ghost in the castle, whether it was the attention-seeking Grey Lady, the ever-sighing Fat Friar, or even the mischief-loving Peeves, began, without exception, to avoid Diciwen whenever they could, hurrying away the moment they caught sight of him in the distance. It was not Diciwen himself they feared, but the strange aura clinging to him, something belonging to that phantasmal realm, elusive and chill, like a biting fog that seeped to the bone. It left even these spirits, long departed from the mortal world, profoundly ill at ease, as though their very souls might be swept away by that mysterious force, until even their drifting forms seemed to grow sluggish. Of course, that was all for later. At this moment, Diciwen had not yet noticed that among the castle's ghosts, he had already become someone to be avoided at all costs. Winter at Hogwarts was always wrapped in a vast expanse of white. The castle spires lay buried beneath thick snow, and thin blue smoke curled up from the chimneys, mingling with the cold winter wind and gathering in the air as a faint white mist. With Christmas upon them, there were only a little over 20 students left in the common rooms of the 4 houses altogether. Some lived in far-off foreign lands and found the journey inconvenient, while others simply preferred the Christmas atmosphere within the castle and chose to remain at Hogwarts. Together with the professors who lived there year-round and faithfully kept to their posts, they made but a small gathering, yet there was still a certain warmth to it. And so, right on schedule, a cozy and lively little feast was held in the Great Hall of Hogwarts. The hall had been decorated with the utmost care. The ceiling had been enchanted to reveal a glittering night sky, while countless snowflakes like tiny silver bells drifted softly down through the air without wetting so much as a sleeve. Long tables were draped in deep crimson velvet and laden with every sort of food imaginable. Roast turkey, honey-glazed ham, puddings, pies, and more besides. The scents of butterbeer and mulled wine spread richly through the air, and the warm golden candlelight flickered gently, casting an especially soft glow over every face. At the feast, the professors and the students who had stayed behind sat together, chatting and laughing. The sternness of ordinary lessons was nowhere to be found, replaced instead by something much closer to the warmth of family. Professor McGonagall wore a gentle smile and from time to time shared amusing Christmas stories with the students. Snape remained as cold-faced as ever, yet he did not criticize anyone as he usually would, merely sitting quietly in a corner and sipping his hot drink in small mouthfuls. Hagrid, meanwhile, was in exceptionally high spirits, talking without pause about all manner of curious happenings in the Forbidden Forest. Merry singing, the crisp clink of cutlery, and peals of laughter rose and fell together, until at last the feast drew gently to a close in an atmosphere of ease and happiness. When everyone had dispersed, the candlelight in the hall gradually dimmed, leaving behind only the faint aroma of food and the lingering warmth of Christmas. When the lights throughout the castle went out one by one, and night at last wholly enveloped Hogwarts, Diciwen came alone to the terrace on the 8th floor. All around him was silence, broken only by the soft rustle of the wind brushing over the snow. He drew in a deep breath of the winter's cold, clean air, and a faint silver-gray radiance spread over his body. His form changed with startling speed. His limbs lengthened, his body grew leaner and stronger. Velvet black fur covered him from head to hoof. A pair of great bat-like wings unfurled from his back, and slender horns rose from his brow. In the blink of an eye, Diciwen had transformed into an elegant and mysterious thestral. He beat his wings lightly, stirring a faint breeze, and tapped his hooves upon the snow without leaving so much as a trace. Then he rose into the air and flew towards the depths of the Forbidden Forest. The flight of the thestral was light and soundless, his wings slicing through the frozen night sky. Below lay the vast black mass of the Forbidden Forest, where the branches of the trees intertwined like grotesque specters, and the snow shone with a cold gleam beneath the moonlight. Controlling the thestral's body, Diciwen avoided the dense canopy and the hidden dangers lurking within the forest as he flew steadily onward, making for its deepest reaches, a forbidden place that ordinary people would never dare set foot in. He descended slowly and folded his wings, while the extraordinary power surrounding him began to stir in quiet currents. Focusing his mind, he guided the strength within him and lightly traced a line through the air. At once, a doorway shimmering with dreamlike colors opened soundlessly before him, rippling like water. Light and shadow crossed within it, and it gave off a mysterious air wholly removed from reality. Without the slightest hesitation, Diciwen flew straight through. The moment he stepped into the phantasmal realm, an utterly different atmosphere rushed over him. There was none of Hogwarts' winter chill here, nor was there any sense of time passing as it did in the real world. There was only endless mist and wavering halos of light, the air warm and gentle yet carrying a strange, eerie emptiness. The instant he entered this dreamlike domain, he could distinctly feel countless gazes settling on him from every direction. Those eyes belonged to the various creatures hidden within the realm, and within them were curiosity, caution, and a faint, almost imperceptible reverence. Diciwen continued to fly deeper into the realm. The farther in he went, the fewer of those scattered little worlds around him became. The glowing clusters that had once been visible everywhere, wrapped around obsessions and lingering fixations, gradually disappeared, replaced by a vast and desolate stone forest. This stone forest was most peculiar. Gray-brown rocks thrust up from the ground in uneven heights and strange shapes, some like sharp blades pointing straight at the heavens, others like stooped old men standing in silent vigil. The deeper one went towards the center, the denser the stones became, layered upon one another until they all but obscured the sky above. Right through the heart of the forest flowed a small river. Its waters were not clear and transparent like any ordinary stream, but shimmered instead with a faint, bewildering iridescence, like a river of flowing stars, or time itself made still. It split this realm cleanly in two. Spanning the river was a stone bridge, built from blue-gray bricks whose surface was covered in weathered scars, as though it had endured the battering of wind and rain for hundreds upon hundreds of years, or borne the weight of countless invisible impacts until it had fallen into ruin. From the cracks between the stones grew several strands of half-transparent vine, swaying gently in the air and lending the scene an even deeper sense of age. Controlling the Thestral's body, Diciwen descended slowly beside the stone bridge, his 4 hooves touching the cold stone with a faint sound. Beneath the bridge, the river of shifting light flowed on in silence, without even the murmur of running water, eerily still as it continued deeper into the realm before vanishing at last into the thick mist. Along the riverbank beside the bridge grew many strange plants. At first glance they resembled elder, with slender branches and spread leaves, yet unlike ordinary elder they were entirely translucent, as though formed from condensed light and shadow under the glow of that dreamlike radiance. A mere touch seemed enough to make them dissolve into a sky full of drifting motes. Standing upon the bank and gazing at the scene before him, Diciwen's brow furrowed slightly. A powerful sense of familiarity rose inexplicably within him. The stone bridge, the river, the translucent elder, all of it seemed as though he had seen it long ago in the depths of memory. Yet no matter how desperately he searched his mind, he could not say where or when. It felt only as though a cloud of mist hung over his thoughts, impossible to drive away. Just as he stood there in silence, quietly trying to trace the source of that familiarity, the mist on the far side of the stone bridge began to stir. A group of indistinct figures slowly emerged from it and gradually drew nearer to the bridge. At the same moment, a cold mechanical voice suddenly rang out in Diciwen's mind, the familiar notification tone of his system. Ding dong. The aura of Sequence 3 potion ingredients has been detected. The formula for the Sequence 3 potion will now be provided to the host. Eyes of the Lizard of Time's Shadow, Heart of the Mistheart Bear, Blood of the Lizard of Time's Shadow, Ice Core of the Mistheart Bear, and a great quantity of ancient secret lore. The host must completely sever himself from reality for at least 300 years, and drink the potion only after he himself has become history and no longer belongs to the present age. The sudden voice of the system instantly shattered Diciwen's train of thought. He snapped back to himself and fixed his gaze tightly upon the creatures on the far side of the stone bridge. Looking more closely, he saw a group of beings with ever-shifting forms. They resembled lizards, yet were far stranger than any ordinary lizard. Their bodies were not solid flesh, but seemed instead to be condensed from flowing shadow, twisting and changing constantly beneath the dreamlike glow, as though they might disperse into nothingness at any moment. Their eyes were stranger still. They were nothing like the eyes of any ordinary creature, but rather like time long since congealed, gleaming with a dim, ancient luster. To meet their gaze for even a moment felt as though one might be dragged into the endless river of ages. Diciwen's eyes sharpened with instant vigilance. At once, he beat the Thestral's wings and rose into the air, widening the distance between himself and the time shadow lizards beyond the stone bridge rather than rashly advancing. He knew full well that these were the very creatures mentioned in the system prompt, the key ingredient for brewing a Sequence 3 potion. But the problem was that the time shadow lizards had appeared in a pack, great in number and eerie in ability. With his current strength, he had no confidence at all that he could provoke them and still retreat with his life. To stir them up recklessly would only bring mortal danger upon himself. Besides, at his present stage, he had no use for that potion whatsoever. There was no reason to gamble his life for materials that remained far beyond his reach. Once that thought had settled, Diciwen hesitated no longer. He turned about and slowly retreated along the path by which he had come. The time shadow lizards on the far side of the stone bridge seemed to sense that he meant no harm and had no intention of crossing over. After lingering in place for a brief moment, their warped forms gradually dissolved back into the mist and withdrew into the depths of the stone forest. They neither pursued nor attacked. As Diciwen continued flying back, the surrounding landscape shifted once more. The vanished little worlds began to multiply again, appearing one after another like transparent glass spheres adrift in the mist, each giving off a faint glimmer. Slowing his flight, Diciwen drifted closer with keen interest and studied the scenes within. Every little world preserved the image of a soul's deepest and most reluctant obsession. In one little world, he saw a figure ceaselessly swinging a weapon, trapped in an endless battle of flashing blades and splattered blood. Even in death, it could not let go of the struggle and fixation in its heart, repeating that savage slaughter again and again. In another, he saw a figure gently embracing the phantoms of family and friends, its face brimming with longing and reluctance, reliving those warm days of togetherness over and over, unwilling to leave. In still others, figures were steeped in bloody slaughter, their eyes full of hatred and savagery, swept away by endless malice and forever imprisoned within the nightmare of vengeance. Every person's life was utterly different. There were joys and sorrows, unions and partings, love and hate, regret and unwillingness, bonds that could not be severed and farewells that could not be borne. And so, after death, the final lingering thought each person carried was likewise entirely different. Those thoughts became obsessions, and from those obsessions were formed the countless little worlds of the misty phantasm. To Diciwen's astonishment, the figures within these little worlds belonged to wholly different eras as well. Some wore modern casual clothes, their manner easy and relaxed. Some were wrapped in animal hides like savages from a primitive tribe, simple and rough-hewn. Some were clad in heavy medieval armor, majestic and imposing. Some wore plain white robes, their bearing ethereal and detached. And some were dressed in starkly simple garments, rather like David. Standing amidst the mist, Diciwen quietly watched these many little worlds, watched the obsessions and bygone lives of the beings within them, and felt nothing but wonder and reflection. He became utterly immersed in them, sensing not the slightest passage of time, as though in this misty phantasm the very notion of time did not exist, as though past, present, and future had all become entwined, with everything fixed forever in the instant an obsession was born. Yet just as he was intent on observing those little worlds, the mist around him began to stir. Countless blurry spirit forms gathered from within it. They were the native spirits of the misty phantasm, beings that by rights ought to have been hostile towards intruders. And yet at this moment, they merely hovered quietly at a distance, waiting in silence. Not one came forward to attack Diciwen, who still maintained his thestral transformation, as though they found the aura about him strangely acceptable. No one knew how much time had passed before Diciwen casually wandered to the side of an inconspicuous little world. Just as he was about to lean in for a closer look, the little world suddenly shattered without warning, like an exquisite glass bauble hurled hard against the ground. In an instant it broke into countless fragments, turning into glittering motes of light that slowly melted into the surrounding misty phantasm and vanished completely. Watching the scene before him, Diciwen's heart stirred. As if possessed, he lowered his head, opened his mouth, and gently bit down on one of the fragments, slowly chewing it. In that instant, all manner of bizarre flavors burst across his mouth at once: sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, salty, fragrant, foul, fishy. Every taste under heaven tangled together and violently assailing his taste buds with such complexity that his brow knotted at once. In one careless moment, he swallowed the light particle in his mouth. The very next second, a vast torrent of information surged into his mind, as though a television had been forcibly stuffed into his head. Countless images flashed by at terrifying speed. A stranger's life from its first wailing breath at birth, to toddling first steps to adulthood through study, work, love, separation, and at last frailty and death. An entire lifetime played rapidly through his mind like a film, vivid beyond belief. Those unfamiliar emotions, unfamiliar experiences, unfamiliar joys, angers, griefs, and delights instantly flooded his spirit, dragging him wholly into memories of a life that was not his own, until he could not free himself for a long while. By the time he finally shook himself awake from that chaotic flood of memory and regained his senses, he discovered that everything around him had changed. The mist drifting about him had gradually thinned. The innumerable spirit forms that had once gathered nearby had vanished without a trace. All that remained in the misty phantasm were the endless halos of light and those little worlds still floating quietly beside him. Diciwen stood there in a daze, his mind still churning with the scenes he had just experienced, his heart filled with a wonder and shock unlike anything he had ever known. Never had he imagined that those seemingly unremarkable fragments from the little worlds concealed such marvelous mysteries. Simply by consuming one, he could live through a stranger's entire life in full, from the first cry at birth to the final curtain of old age. Joy and sorrow, union and separation, every feeling was branded deep into his consciousness, so real that those turbulent pasts seemed as though they had been his own life from the very beginning. That sense of novelty spread through his heart like ripples stirred across a lake by a tossed stone. But in the very next moment, an inexplicable dizziness struck him without warning. Diciwen jerked back to himself and belatedly realized that, immersed in the illusion of that fragment, he had likely lost a great deal of time. He could not even judge with certainty whether only a few hours had passed or a full day entire. A faint panic rose in him at once, for fear that he had delayed too long within the misty phantasm. Steadying himself, Diciwen swiftly gathered his thoughts and no longer indulged in the life illusion he had just experienced. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he surveyed his surroundings with quiet caution. He was still at the familiar edge of the misty phantasm. Vapors curled thickly all around him, and a hazy radiance drifted through the air. Amid the interlacing light and shadow, everything carried an illusory, drifting air. Beneath his feet were faint energy patterns, barely there at all. When stepped upon, they felt soft and insubstantial, as though he were standing upon clouds. Without a moment's needless hesitation, Diciwen immediately calmed himself and slowly drew upon the spirituality hidden within him. As that spirituality began to circulate, a warm yet powerful force gathered before him. The void gave a faint tremor, and a spatial doorway glowing with a pale light slowly emerged. Seeing that stable gate of space, Diciwen did not hesitate in the least. His figure flashed forward like an afterimage, and he flew straight through it. The instant he passed through the spatial gate, a familiar woodland scent rushed to meet him. Reflexively, Diciwen assumed he was still within the forbidden forest at Hogwarts, but the sensation beneath his feet shattered that expectation in an instant. It was not the soft earth and fallen leaves of the forest floor, but black lake water, icy to the bone. The freezing water instantly washed over his ankles, its chill dampness slipping into his clothes. His heart gave a start, and only then did he realize, with a trace of carelessness, that he had opened the spatial gate above Hogwarts' Black Lake. Though there was nothing beneath his feet, Diciwen did not panic in the least. He beat the wings on his back. The hide along his wings was sleek and glossy, bearing the Thestral's own uncanny dusky sheen. With the lightest beat, they stirred a passing breeze and bore his body steadily aloft, lifting him clear of the Black Lake's dark surface. Lowering his head, Diciwen cast a glance at the fathomless waters beneath him. Vague, mysterious glimmers could just be seen in the depths, as though untold secrets lay hidden below. He did not linger. With another beat of his wings, he shot off toward Hogwarts Castle in the distance. The castle's spires loomed faintly against the far horizon, half veiled and half revealed, while warm lamplight spilled from its windows, standing in stark contrast to the chill gloom of the Black Lake and the shadowed depths of the forbidden forest. That was the haven where he belonged. From that time onward, Diciwen's life fell into a rhythm that was both orderly and full. Each day, once the sky was fully bright, he appeared in his lessons punctually like every other young wizard, listening with utmost care as the professors explained magical theory and practicing spellwork again and again. From the most basic charms to the more demanding arts of defensive magic and potion brewing, he studied everything with scrupulous focus, overlooking not a single detail. In class, he was attentive and serious, fixing every point of knowledge firmly in his mind, and his magical ability advanced steadily with each passing day of study. Yet whenever night descended and Hogwarts drifted into sleep, when the castle lights winked out one by one, Diciwen would quietly slip from his dormitory and step once more into that mysterious, dreamlike phantasm. To him, the world within that phantasm brimmed with an allure of the unknown, far more enthralling than the magic taught in the classroom. He longed to uncover the secrets of more little worlds there, to experience the countless shapes a life could take, and to delve into the hidden power slumbering within himself. But to encounter shattered little worlds within that vast phantasmal expanse was no easy thing. Mist filled the realm, space itself lay in disarray, and countless fragments drifted through the void, most of them dim and lifeless. To find one fragment that still held the complete memories of a life was like searching for a needle in the sea. For several whole months, Diciwen roamed tirelessly through the phantasm, crossing innumerable unreal regions and weathering the onslaught of chaotic tides of energy more than once. Yet in all that time he came upon only 4 or 5 little worlds that had only just broken apart. Every time he found a fragment of a little world, Diciwen would devour it in delight and lose himself in another person's life. Each memory was utterly different from the last. There was the life of an ordinary farmer, toiling from dawn till dusk in the fields, wearing himself out for nothing more than food and warmth. There were the wandering years of a minstrel, a lute slung across his back as he traveled mountains and seas, telling the world its loves and hatreds in song, free-spirited yet painfully alone. And the oldest of them all belonged to a common soldier from the age of Alexander. It was as though Diciwen himself became that man in armor, spear in hand, standing upon battlefields of iron and blood. He felt the suffocating press of smoke and war, endured the grief of seeing comrades die, and witnessed the magnificent rise of an empire. Those utterly different lives were each vivid and real, far more gripping than any film in the Muggle world and far easier to lose oneself in. Diciwen was no longer merely an onlooker. He rejoiced in the joy of those within the fragments, wept in their sorrow, and felt his heart tighten with their struggles. He immersed himself in those borrowed lives, savoring the many faces of the world and feeling the obsessions and longings buried in the hearts of people from different ages and different stations. In time, he came to a depth of understanding about obsession unlike anything he had ever known before. He grasped the emotional root of all things in the world and learned to read the attachments and persistence hidden deep within the soul. No magical textbook could ever have granted him such insight, yet it quietly changed the way he understood magic and life alike. As the days of wandering the phantasm continued, Diciwen also stumbled upon a strange phenomenon. Whenever he entered the region of a little world in human form, the surroundings would become perilous in an instant. Invisible spirits seemed to catch the scent of the living upon him and converged from every direction, striking at him with icy malice. Those spirits were insubstantial and elusive, and ordinary magic could scarcely harm them. At the same time, his body would be suppressed by the dense, violent energy saturating the phantasm. His magic became sluggish and obstructed. His whole body stiffened, and even movement itself turned laborious, as though he carried a crushing weight upon his back and every step required tremendous effort. But the moment he transformed into a thestral, every difficulty vanished. Those vicious spirits seemed to ignore him completely, never attacking again, and the oppressive force of the surrounding energy disappeared without a trace. More than that, the wandering, gentle energies within the phantasm would actively gather toward his thestral body and be absorbed by him little by little. Those energies were mild and pure, and once they fused into him, they ceaselessly nourished his bones and blood, strengthening both his physique and his magic. As he absorbed more and more energy, Diciwen could clearly feel that his thestral transformation was beginning to change in secret. What had once been a form not much different from an ordinary thestral gradually became larger and more imposing, a full circle bigger than it had been at first. His frame grew broader and more open, the lines of his muscles smoother and more elegant, brimming with power. Stranger still, a faint, dreamlike radiance began to emanate from his entire body in that form. It was exactly like the haloed light within the phantasm itself, soft and yet touched with mysterious power, lending him an unusual majesty amid the darkness. In the past, a thestral's flight had depended purely upon the beating of its wings, accompanied by nothing save the rush of air. But now, whenever Diciwen flew, he would from time to time feel a strange sensation beneath his feet, as though he were stepping upon solid ground, steady and sure, rather than suspended in empty air. A powerful intuition arose within him. If he continued absorbing the phantasm's energy for a while longer, his thestral transformation would break through its limit. He would no longer rely solely on wings for flight, but would truly be able to race across the sky itself as though treading upon the earth. That would be an ability belonging to him alone, a height ordinary thestrals could never hope to reach. He could feel with perfect clarity that his thestral form had long since departed from the bounds of an ordinary thestral. It had become unique, filled with unknown possibilities. This singular thestral transformation brought Diciwen immense convenience and granted him a freedom he had never known before. In his spare moments, he often took on his thestral form and wandered leisurely through Hogwarts Castle. Young witches and wizards passed to and fro through the corridors, laughter ringing everywhere, yet not a single one of them could see him. That was hardly strange. After all, thestrals could only be seen by those who had witnessed death with their own eyes, and among the students of Hogwarts, those who had truly brushed against life and death were few. What did take Diciwen by surprise, however, was that even the Hogwarts professors, weathered by years and possessed of formidable magic, could not detect his presence. Professor McGonagall strode briskly along the corridor, her gaze keen as ever, yet she remained wholly unaware of him passing by her side. Professor Flitwick stood at his classroom door, absorbed in pondering some magical problem, without the faintest sense of his presence. Even Professor Snape, so meticulous and sharp in perception, failed to notice him. Once, on a whim, Diciwen flew deliberately right in front of Snape and gave his wings the slightest flutter, stirring a faint breeze that brushed against Snape's black robes and dark hair. Snape stopped at once, his brows knitting faintly as a flicker of puzzlement passed through those deep black eyes. Slowly he looked around, one finger twitching ever so slightly as though he were already prepared to cast a spell. Yet after searching for a short while he still found nothing amiss, and at last could only turn away with a frown, utterly perplexed. Watching Snape's retreating figure, Diciwen was filled with astonishment, which was swiftly followed by a surge of wild elation. He understood then that his thestral transformation was no longer an ordinary thestral at all, but some strengthened form that no one could perceive. This supreme power of concealment had granted him complete freedom to do as he pleased. With such an ability in hand, Diciwen became bolder still, often taking on his thestral form and racing at will through the forbidden forest. Deep within the forbidden forest, always a forbidden ground of Hogwarts, acromantulas lurked among the dense trees, their enormous bodies laden with deadly venom, savage and brutal, the nightmare of every young witch and wizard. And yet now, Diciwen could ignore the encirclement of the acromantulas and stroll leisurely through their territory. Those ferocious giant spiders noticed nothing at all, still crawling through the woods and spinning their webs, turning a blind eye to this trespasser. He could even walk calmly into the centaur settlement, wandering across the forest clearing where the centaurs dwelled. The centaur race was born with keen senses, skilled in stargazing and divination, exceedingly sensitive to any disturbance around them. Yet Diciwen moved back and forth through their camp, drawing near to every centaur, and not a single one sensed the presence of this uninvited guest. The centaurs remained seated together, murmuring beneath the stars, utterly unaware that an invisible man had appeared beside them. Such absolute concealment made Diciwen more and more pleased with himself, until he had come to believe his ability flawless beyond reproach. But that confidence was shattered the instant he encountered a unicorn. It was a unicorn white from horn to hoof, graceful in bearing, its mane as soft as moonlight, lowering its head to graze on the tender grass in the forest, an aura of purity and sanctity radiating from its very being. Diciwen approached without a sound, fully convinced that it would remain oblivious to him as well. Yet when he was still several yards away, the unicorn suddenly lifted its head. A wary gleam flashed at once in its bright, lively eyes as it looked straight toward where he stood, ears pricked sharply, even the holy aura around it turning keen and severe. Diciwen started inwardly and instinctively shifted a step to the left, trying to evade its line of sight, but the unicorn's gaze remained firmly fixed on him without the slightest deviation. He hurriedly moved to the right instead, yet the unicorn still stared at him unerringly, as though no matter how he tried to hide, he had never once left the bounds of its sight. "Are you joking?" A clear female voice, touched with faint disdain, suddenly rang by Diciwen's ear, ethereal and limpid, breaking the stillness of the woods. He stopped short at once, astonishment filling his heart. Looking at the unicorn before him, he tried speaking slowly in the language of the thestrals. "You can see me?" "Of course." The unicorn gave its mane a light toss, a trace of contempt in its eyes. "Though I do not know where you picked up that chaotic emotional power, and though that power is trying to obscure your trace, can never obscure a unicorn's sight. We unicorns are born to see through falsehood and perceive the soul. Your concealment is utterly useless to me, and besides, could you move farther away from me? The emotional power on you makes me very uncomfortable." At those words, Diciwen found himself speechless. That tiny bit of pride born from his perfect concealment vanished in an instant like smoke on the wind. He had thought this strengthened form of invisibility an invincible gift, one that would let him come and go anywhere with impunity. Yet who would have thought that a unicorn, so seemingly gentle and delicate, could break through it so easily? A flicker of embarrassment and helplessness rose in his heart. He obediently retreated a few steps, putting more distance between himself and the unicorn, and reined in his aura. As he looked at the intelligent divine creature before him, a thought stirred within him. Remembering the many mysteries of the misty illusory realm, he could not help but ask, "Do you know the misty illusory realm?" At those 4 words, a flash of surprise crossed the unicorn's previously tranquil eyes. It leaned forward ever so slightly, its tone touched with disbelief. "You went to that world? That is no place ordinary living beings can tread lightly." "Yes. I stayed there for a very long time. I saw some most unusual sights, and I also encountered many shattered little worlds." Diciwen inclined his head slightly, his tone guarded. He did not reveal the secret of devouring fragments and living through whole lives, merely mentioning in simple terms what he had seen in that realm. The unicorn gave him a long, deep look before speaking slowly, its tone turning solemn as it recounted an ancient secret long buried by time. In the ancient inheritance of unicorns, The misty illusory realm was once the destination of all living creatures. It is the final chapter of life, the ending of all things. Every living being in this world, whether mighty or weak, when life reaches its end and they wish to go there, must cast off the flesh and travel there in a body of pure spirit. That is the soul's final resting place. But once one becomes tainted by the power of that world, the spirit body will be bound by the illusion realm, and it becomes exceedingly difficult to return to the real world of one's own will. In the end, one will be completely dispersed within the realm. Paused, then continued, if I remember rightly, the Thestral race does share a faint connection with the misty illusory realm. They are among the very few creatures able to resonate with it. But with the power they possess now, they long ago lost the ability to step into that realm, much less return from it unscathed. Since you were able to come back from the illusion realm, and even carry its emotional power upon you, that is truly beyond belief. How exactly did you return? The unicorn's words were full of curiosity and inquiry. Plainly, it was deeply interested in Diciwen's experience. Diciwen lowered his head and pondered for a while, understanding in his heart that the unicorn race had lived in this world for countless ages, witnessing endless changes through the years and holding many ancient secrets unknown to others, and those very secrets were what he was desperate to learn. If he wished to obtain more information from the unicorn, he first had to earn its trust. Concealing his identity was, in the end, no long-term solution. Having made up his mind, Diciwen slowly withdrew the aura of the Thestral from his body, and his form began to change bit by bit. The great wings gradually faded away, the dark hide receded, and the tall frame of the Thestral slowly shrank until he had at last returned to the human shape of a young man. He lifted his head, met the unicorn's gaze with frankness, and said, word by word, actually, I am not a Thestral. At the sight of Diciwen suddenly returning to human form, the unicorn's curious expression vanished at once, replaced by heavy wariness. It sprang several steps backward, widening the distance between itself and Diciwen. Its snowy mane bristled faintly, its eyes full of vigilance, and the look it turned upon him gained several shades more distance and rejection, as though it possessed an instinctive and immense aversion to human males. In an instant, the atmosphere grew taut. Surely there's no need to be this wary of humans. Diciwen's mouth twitched violently, his brows drawn tightly together, his eyes full of confusion and helplessness he could not conceal. The unicorn's mane fell smooth against its neck like silk woven from moonlight, and the silver horn upon its brow shone with a gentle yet chilly luster. But in those deep-sea blue eyes was undisguised vigilance and distance toward humankind. Even its limbs were held faintly tense, as though it were ready to flee at any moment, as though Diciwen were some dreadful beast of prey. Diciwen truly could not understand when the unicorn race's prejudice against humans had become so deeply rooted. He had once read in Hogwarts' ancient books that unicorns were the purest and gentlest creatures in the magical world. They drew close to nature and revered goodness. Yet toward humankind alone, they had always harbored a wariness engraved into the marrow, so that even wizards with not the slightest ill intent found it difficult to earn their trust. Looking at the unicorn before him, which still refused to meet his eyes and even deliberately kept its very aura distant from his, he gave a soft sigh and stopped trying to approach. With a thought, the outline of his human body swiftly dispersed, pale black mist winding around him as his bones and muscles gave faint, subtle clicks. In no more than an instant, he had wholly shed his human shape and transformed into a lean Thestral with dark gray hide. The form of the Thestral carried a mysterious loneliness. Its wings folded at its sides, the feathers of its tail hanging low. Only those eyes remained clear, unmistakably Diciwen's. He lowered his head slightly, his tone touched with compromise and resignation. This is acceptable, yes? He knew that unicorns were far more accepting of magical creatures than of humans. Taking the shape of a Thestral would, at the very least, dispel a portion of the inborn hostility the other felt. Messiah gazed at the Thestral that had so suddenly appeared before her, and the vigilance in her azure eyes did not lessen in the slightest. Her snow-white ears remained sharply pricked, and not a trace of tension left her limbs. She still kept a safe distance of several yards from Diciwen. Yet when her eyes fell upon the Thestral form he had taken, a faint ripple of curiosity still stirred unbidden in their depths. She blinked softly and studied this peculiar magical creature with careful attention. She had lived for centuries and knew of the animagus art among wizards, yet she had never seen anyone capable of becoming a Thestral. This strange being before her could shift freely between human and Thestral form, something that ran wholly counter to everything she knew of magical common sense. Silence spread through the forest for a moment before Messiah finally spoke. Her voice crisp as wind chimes in the woods, yet carrying unmistakable distance and cool indifference as it drifted across the measured gap between them to Diciwen. How did you manage to become a Thestral? There was not the slightest warmth in her tone, but that small, ill-concealed thread of curiosity was enough to make Diciwen quietly breathe easier. At the very least, she was willing to speak with him now. Diciwen laughed inwardly, though outwardly he put on an air of studied mystery. In his thestral form, he gave his tail a light flick, his tone touched with a hint of slyness. That, I'm afraid, is my secret. I haven't revealed so much as a word of it even to Headmaster Dumbledore. He paused, lifting his eyes to Messiah, a glint of cunning flashing through them before he went on. If you agree to chat with me a little longer, I'll tell you the secret. What do you say? He knew that unicorns were pure by nature, and once their curiosity had been stirred, it was difficult for them to put it aside. This was the best chance he had to shorten the distance between them. At his words, Messiah fell into thought, her snow-white head lowering slightly, the silver horn upon it giving off a pale gleam beneath the moonlight. She waited over in silence. Speaking with this unfamiliar person did not count as any dangerous intimacy, nor would it bring her harm. Besides, she had lived alone in this part of the Forbidden Forest for a long while now. The other members of her herd dwelled deeper within the forest, and in ordinary days there was little contact between them. Her life truly had become dull and lonely. To chance upon a being so unusual and not altogether disagreeable, and to pass the time in conversation was not such a bad thing. After pondering for a while, she finally raised her head, her azure eyes turning to Diciwen as she gave a slight nod. Her voice remained cool, but there was less resistance in it than before. All right. At once, delight rippled through Diciwen's eyes, and even his thestral form seemed to grow lighter as he took the initiative to ask. That's wonderful. My name is Diciwen. I'm a student at Hogwarts. I still don't know your name, Messiah. The unicorn spoke her name in a calm voice, her gaze still holding a measure of distance, though it no longer bristled with the wariness it had at first. Seeing that Messiah was willing to respond, Diciwen stopped deliberately concealing the truth and began to explain the secret of his transformation to her. In truth, all of this is connected to my own system of power. My abilities are fundamentally different from those of ordinary wizards in the wizarding world. I do not rely solely on spells and wands to wield magic. There is another unique force hidden within me as well. When I first learned the animagus transformation, the two power systems inside me intertwined and collided, and by accident they fused and mutated. That was what caused my transformation to change in such an unusual way and turn me into the rare form of a thestral. As for the precise cause, even I haven't fully understood it myself. After all, there is hardly any precedent for such a thing in magical history. He paused, recalling his recent experiences, then continued. Lately, I've often been traveling back and forth to the Mirage Realm. I've absorbed quite a bit of pure magical energy there, and that has made my thestral form even more unusual. Ordinary magical creatures, and even most wizards, are unable to detect my presence at all. I had thought my ability to conceal myself was already exceptional, but I never expected you to notice me so easily. That did take me by surprise. There was genuine astonishment in Diciwen's voice. A unicorn's powers of perception were far keener than he had imagined. The moment Messiah heard the words often traveling back and forth, her azure eyes flew wide open. The calm expression she had worn was instantly replaced by shock, and even her voice unconsciously rose several notes. You can actually travel freely to and from the Mirage Realm again and again? For this young wizard before her to possess such an ability was far beyond anything she had thought possible. That's right, though I only wander around the outer edges of the Mirage Realm. The deeper regions are far too dangerous, and with my current strength, I wouldn't dare explore them rashly. Diciwen nodded lightly, his tone carrying a touch of caution. And around the outskirts, I've discovered quite a few creatures in spiritual form. There are enormous numbers of them, and they take all sorts of shapes. Most of them carry a faint air of malevolence. If you provoke them by accident, they can be quite troublesome. After hearing this, Messiah fell into a long silence. Her white hooves lightly pawed at the ground as thoughts raced through her mind. It was not that she had never entertained the desire to venture into the Mirage Realm and see it for herself. Countless magical mysteries lay hidden there, and to any magical creature, it held an irresistible allure. Yet reason ultimately overcame curiosity. She knew her own limits. The dangers of the Mirage Realm were unknown, and she could not be certain she would survive there unharmed. Nor did she wish to be drawn into peril for the sake of a fleeting impulse. After turning it over again and again, she ultimately forced the thought down and did not dare ask Diciwen to take her along. Watching Messiah's silent, thoughtful expression, Diciwen knew what she was concerned about and did not press the matter. Instead, he changed the subject and asked with quiet earnestness, "Now that we've come this far, could you tell me something about Hogwarts and about your unicorn kind as well? I've always been curious." Has your kind lived in the Forbidden Forest from beginning to end? Inwardly, he was full of anticipation. The unicorn race had survived for 1,000 years. They were bound to know many ancient secrets of the magical world. And if he wished to advance to Sequence 3, he would need to gather an enormous number of such ancient secrets. This was an excellent opportunity. Messiah considered for a moment and decided that these matters were no crucial secret. There was no harm in telling Diciwen, so she slowly began to speak, her voice carrying a remote, lingering quality, as though it had crossed the long river of time. In truth, our kind are not native magical creatures of Britain. It was only during the age of the 4 founders of Hogwarts that we migrated to Britain from the distant Black Forest. Her gaze drifted into the distance, as though piercing through layer upon layer of woodland to behold that far-off age of war, when magic and the church stood in bitter opposition. Her tone grew lower, touched by the weariness of ages. In its earliest days, Hogwarts was nowhere near as splendid as it is now. It was merely an inconspicuous little gathering place for wizards in the Scottish Highlands. At that time, the church's persecution of wizards was growing ever harsher. Countless wizards were forced to wander homeless, and the young ones in particular, who had not yet come of age and were unable to protect themselves properly, could only hide within these highlands, relying on the dense woods and crude magical shelter to escape the church's pursuit. As for our unicorn kind, we too encountered a crisis in the Black Forest at that time. Dark creatures harried us, and our herd nearly perished. Fortunately, we met a wizard of great power and great kindness. He came to our aid, helped us drive back our enemies, and then personally escorted one branch of our herd all the way to Britain, settling us within this forbidden forest. The surroundings here were tranquil, rich in magical energy, and perfectly suited to our survival. In time, this place became one of the dwelling grounds of our unicorn branch. And here, we witnessed Hogwarts grow step by step from a tiny wizarding settlement into the most renowned school of magic in all Europe. As Messiah spoke, her voice gradually faded into a low murmur, and she sank into memories of that distant past, saying nothing more for a long while. Moonlight poured over her snow-white form, lending her an added air of loneliness and age-worn desolation. Diciwen listened in silence, his heart filled with joy and astonishment. These secrets concerning the origins of Hogwarts and the migrations of unicorns were scarcely recorded even in Hogwarts's ancient tomes. They belonged to the truest sort of age-old hidden lore, and to him they were undoubtedly a prize of immense value. He knew perfectly well that what he needed in order to advance to Sequence 3 was precisely this kind of forgotten ancient secret. With his current abilities, he had no way to force his way into hidden realms and investigate them directly. He could only search, gather, and accumulate them bit by bit. And today's conversation with Messiah had, without question, marked an important first step. At that moment, Diciwen lifted his head and looked eastward. A faint pale glimmer had begun to show along the horizon, like the first wash of dawn. The pitch-black curtain of night was gradually being driven back by the morning light, and the birdsong in the Forbidden Forest was beginning to stir as well, heralding the passing of darkness and the arrival of daybreak. He knew it was already getting late. Looking at Messiah, who was still lost in her memories, he said in a gentle voice, "Messiah, dawn is almost here. I have to return to Hogwarts Castle. I'll come chat with you again tomorrow, all right?" Messiah came back to herself and gave a slight nod. She said nothing more, merely watching Diciwen's departing figure, while the distance in her eyes faded by another measure. Diciwen turned and flew back toward the castle, leaving Messiah standing alone among the trees, gazing in the direction he had gone, quietly remaining there in stillness. From that day onward, for the next 3 months, Diciwen settled completely into a regular life of moving between the castle, the phantasmal realm, and the Forbidden Forest. Every day after finishing his classes at Hogwarts, he would quietly slip into the Forbidden Forest to talk with Messiah. In his spare time, he would head to the phantasmal realm to absorb energy, temper his own power, and probe the secrets hidden around its outer reaches. As they spent more and more time together, his relationship with Messiah steadily grew more harmonious, and the barriers between them gradually melted away. Messiah still retained the pride and reserve of a unicorn. She still did not allow Diciwen to approach her too closely, always keeping a distance that was neither too near nor too far. Yet the vigilance she had once held toward him in the depths of her gaze had long since vanished completely, and when she looked at him now, there was a little more of the warmth and trust shared between friends. She would tell Diciwen ancient legends of the wizarding world, stories of unicorn kind, and the countless little happenings within the Forbidden Forest. Diciwen, in turn, would share amusing tales from Hogwarts, speak of his studies and growth, and from time to time ask her about matters concerning magical nature. Their companionship was plain and quiet, yet especially warm. In the blink of an eye, The time of Hogwarts's examination month arrived, and the entire castle was shrouded in a tense and oppressive atmosphere. All the young witches and wizards were plunged into the misery of revision. The library was packed to the last seat, and students clutching books and reciting incantations could be seen everywhere along the corridors. Complaints and sighs rose and fell one after another, and even the Quidditch pitch, usually so lively, had grown noticeably deserted. Compared with the frantic distress of the other students, Diciwen appeared exceptionally calm and composed. He had always been diligent and eager to learn, and coupled with his own unique system of power, his understanding and command of knowledge far surpassed those of others his age. Whether it was magical theory or practical spellwork, his grasp was extremely solid. As for the approaching end-of-term examinations, he was utterly confident and showed not the slightest trace of panic. Diciwen, please, you've got to help us. In Gryffindor Tower, Rory sprawled bonelessly across a sofa, looking as though all hope had left the world. He clutched a crumpled copy of the Dark Arts, a guide to self-protection, in his hand, and wailed at Diciwen as though mourning a death in the family. His face was exaggerated and theatrical, rubbing at his cheeks one moment and sighing the next, looking thoroughly on the verge of collapse. The sight made Diciwen frown despite himself, his expression full of helplessness. In the common room, Felix, Arthur, Alia, and a whole group of Gryffindor classmates crowded around as well, each of them wearing the same troubled expression as they gazed at Diciwen with pitifully hopeful eyes. Their defense against the dark arts professor this term had actually been dutiful enough, teaching earnestly through the entire semester and covering every point in class with thorough care. But for this pack of Gryffindor students, who loved Quidditch far more than burying themselves in study, all that complicated magical theory and those tedious spell formulae might as well have been an unreadable heavenly script. None of it would go into their heads. Now that the exams were upon them, they stared at their thick textbooks and had no idea where even to begin revising. In the end, they could only pin their hopes on Diciwen, whose marks were consistently excellent. Looking at the miserable faces before him, Diciwen shook his head helplessly and let out a light sigh before speaking. All right, but let me make one thing clear first. Even if I help you, the final exams will still depend on you. I can't sit them for you. All I'm going to do is go over the key points for each subject and explain the places where you're most likely to make mistakes, and I'll only explain them once, so you'd better listen carefully and remember it all. The moment those words fell, the Gryffindor students erupted into cheers, the gloom on their faces vanishing in an instant. One after another, they pulled out their textbooks and quills, sat in a circle around Diciwen, and prepared to listen with grave seriousness. Watching their lively energy, Diciwen smiled with resignation and silently entered full remedial teacher mode. The bells of Hogwarts Castle rang out 12 times at noon, their long and weighty toll sweeping through every corridor of the castle, circling above the lush expanse of the Forbidden Forest, and at last shattering the tension and oppression that had hung over the classrooms for days. The final examinations that had kept every young witch and wizard on edge had at last come completely to an end amid wave upon wave of cheers. For the vast majority of Hogwarts students, exams had never been anything worth looking forward to. Securing an acceptable was already enough to count as a successful completion of the task, sufficient to let them pass the whole summer holiday in peace, without having to face their parents' disappointed looks or lose their vacation to extra magical tutoring. Only a very small number of truly gifted students, or those willing to settle down and study with relentless dedication, could earn and exceed expectations in one subject or even several. And those capable of claiming the highest grade, outstanding, were rarer still, the very cream of the academic crop within their house. At this moment, however, no one cared to dwell on those cold-letter grades any longer. The bell that marked the end of the exams was like a spell of release, sweeping away every anxiety about marks, mistakes, and failing grades. Everyone knew perfectly well that once they walked out of the examination hall, this year's schoolwork would be completely finished. Those obscure magical theories, complicated potion formulae, and difficult transfiguration spells could all be cast to the back of their minds for the time being, at least until the bells of September rang out for the new term once more. Of course, for the truly exemplary students who had study carved into their very bones, that rule was forever an exception. Professor McGonagall's office was not particularly spacious, yet it was arranged with immaculate order, every corner revealing its owner's rigor and taste. The dark brown oak desk had been polished until it was spotless, and upon its surface parchment, quills, and several bottles of ink in different colors were set out with perfect neatness. At one corner of the desk stood a small silver hourglass, its sand trickling down slowly with the faintest whisper of sound. Every furnishing was simple and dignified, without the slightest excess of decoration. At a single glance, one could tell that the office belonged to a woman of efficiency, grace, and commanding authority. Diciwen sat in the hard wooden chair before the desk, bored out of his wits, his fingertips tapping lightly against the tabletop while his gaze drifted slowly around the office. He had been summoned here personally by Professor McGonagall, yet after waiting a full quarter of an hour, the professor herself still had not returned. In the end, he simply relaxed and took his time examining this room so full of a head of house's character. Quietly, he found himself reflecting that the head of Gryffindor and deputy headmistress of Hogwarts truly was exactly as the outside world believed, elegant and proper, extraordinary in bearing, and possessed from head to toe of a grave dignity that could not be challenged. Just as Diciwen was staring blankly at the portrait on the wall, the office door was shoved open with a sudden force. Professor Minerva McGonagall strode in, her dark green robes stirring with the faintest trace of a breeze. There was unmistakable weariness upon her face, yet her back remained perfectly straight, and her gaze was as sharp as ever. "My apologies, Diciwen, for keeping you waiting so long." Professor McGonagall moved behind her desk and sat down, lifting the glass upon it for a small sip. A hint of quiet exasperation lingered in her tone. "I have no idea what came over Headmaster Dumbledore. He actually thought of shirking his duties as headmaster and hiding away rather than dealing with school affairs. Fortunately, after some patient persuasion on my part, he finally saw reason and agreed to return to his post." At those words, a fine sheen of cold sweat broke out across Diciwen's brow. His earlier impression of Professor McGonagall as poised, elegant, and deeply refined was withdrawn at once. With a silent sigh, he admitted to himself that one truly could not define this stern head of house so lightly. To persuade a wily old mastermind like Headmaster Dumbledore into obediently returning to his duties was no mere matter of grace and bearing. This was authority in full force, unstoppable and overwhelming. He quickly gathered himself, sat up straight, and asked respectfully, "Head of house, you asked me to come here especially. Is there something important you wish to discuss?" Professor McGonagall set down her glass, folded her hands atop the desk, and looked directly at him. Her expression turned grave in an instant. "After the Easter holidays, we completed the third year's course selections. When I reviewed the lists, I saw that you had chosen every subject. I need to confirm this with you in all seriousness, Diciwen. Are you truly certain that you wish to take every course Hogwarts offers?" Hogwarts' curriculum had always been arranged with strict order and care. During first and second year, all classes were compulsory, 7 in total. History of magic, potions, transfiguration, charms, herbology, astronomy, and flying. These formed the foundation of magical learning that every young witch and wizard was expected to master. By third year, students continued those 7 core subjects while also choosing at least 2 electives from divination, arithmancy, ancient runes, care of magical creatures, and muggle studies. The electives varied greatly in difficulty. Divination was obscure and elusive, relying almost entirely upon so-called talent and intuition. Arithmancy demanded exceptional logic and mathematical ability. Ancient runes was dry and daunting, requiring long hours spent memorizing cryptic symbols. Care of magical creatures meant dealing face-to-face with dangerous magical beasts. Muggle studies appeared simple on the surface, yet required a wizard to set aside prejudice and genuinely seek to understand Muggles. Most students chose 2 subjects suited to their interests and strengths, easing their academic burden while ensuring they could still do well. Only a student of rare brilliance and fierce love of learning, such as Hermione Granger, would choose to study every elective. And to accomplish such a thing, one would need the aid of a very special magical object. A time turner. A time turner was a rare magical item under strict control by the Ministry of Magic. It took the form of a delicate golden hourglass suspended on a fine gold chain. With a turn, it allowed its user to travel back into a certain stretch of the past, thus making it possible to attend classes scheduled at conflicting hours. The qualifications for being granted the use of a time turner were extraordinarily severe. Not only did a student need to earn the top grade of O outstanding in every second-year examination, but during third-year course selection they also had to explicitly choose every course available. Only then, after a joint review by the head of house and the various professors, and only if the student was deemed to possess sufficient ability and self-discipline, would an application be made to the ministry for special permission to use a time turner. Diciwen knew better than anyone that his decision to choose every subject had nothing to do with an all-consuming thirst for knowledge like Hermione's. He was aiming for the time turner itself, and his results did, in truth, fully meet the requirements. He was confident that in every examination throughout second year, he had secured an O with room to spare. Such marks were exceedingly rare across the entire year, more than enough to qualify him for the right to apply for a time turner. The reason Professor McGonagall had specially summoned him today for confirmation was precisely because a time turner was no ordinary magical object. It was never a trivial matter. Both the Ministry of Magic and the professors of Hogwarts understood all too well that time magic was among the most dangerous and uncontrollable fields in the wizarding world. Even the slightest journey through time might disrupt the balance of the timeline, producing consequences for later events that no one could predict, and perhaps even causing grave temporal chaos. For that very reason, whether in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement or within Hogwarts itself, the matter of issuing a time-turner was always approached with the utmost caution, without the slightest room for carelessness. In truth, Professor McGonagall and Headmaster Dumbledore had clashed rather sharply over whether Diciwen should be granted a time-turner. That was also why Professor McGonagall had been so long delayed in returning to her office. Headmaster Dumbledore had never approved of allowing Diciwen to use a time-turner. In his view, the boy's conduct over the past 2 years at Hogwarts had been far too unusual, far too full of surprises. Time and again, Diciwen would casually do things that did not fit his age, nor ordinary common sense. He possessed a steadiness and intelligence far beyond his peers, and now and then even revealed courage and methods that many adult wizards did not possess. Dumbledore was not questioning his academic performance. What troubled him was the fear that, once this inscrutable boy obtained an item as near miraculous as a time-turner, he might use it to commit even more extraordinary deeds, perhaps even stirring turmoil in Hogwarts or disturbing the peace of the wizarding world itself. That was something Dumbledore was absolutely unwilling to see. Professor McGonagall, however, held a different view. She admitted that there were indeed many things about Diciwen that were difficult to fathom, and that some of his actions could at times be rather troublesome. Yet in her eyes he was fundamentally a good child. He obeyed school rules, respected his teachers, had never truly caused any great disaster, and his grades were among the very best. He was one of the house's finest students. Since he met every requirement for applying for a time-turner, he ought not to be treated differently, nor deprived of a right that should rightfully be his, simply because he was unlike others. The two central figures in Hogwarts leadership argued over the matter for a long while. In the end, Professor McGonagall's insistence prevailed. Though Dumbledore still harbored misgivings, he no longer opposed it by force. That was how matters had finally come to this moment, with Professor McGonagall returning to confirm Diciwen's choices in person. Listening to Professor McGonagall's solemn question, Diciwen did not hesitate in the slightest. His gaze was resolute, and his voice brimmed with unshakable confidence. "I am certain, Professor. I know the strain of taking every course at once will be considerable, but I believe I have more than enough energy and ability to manage every subject. If you still have doubts, then I can prove it with my marks in this term's final examinations. I will not let the number of classes hinder my studies in even a single one of them." Professor McGonagall looked into Diciwen's unwavering eyes and fell silent for a moment. She studied the boy before her carefully. He stood tall, his gaze clear, without the slightest trace of retreat or panic. His confidence did not seem like blind bravado, but rather the calm certainty of someone who already knew he would succeed. At last she gave a slow nod. Her tone remained cautious, though touched with a hint of approval. "Very well, Diciwen. I understand your determination, but remember this, on the first day of next term, you are to come to my office without fail." "Yes, head of house." Delight stirred in Diciwen's heart. He rose at once to thank Professor McGonagall, knowing that he had, for the moment, passed this trial smoothly enough. After bidding Professor McGonagall farewell, Diciwen gently pulled the office door shut behind him and made his way along the corridor, its floor spread with a deep crimson carpet, heading toward the 8th floor. Just moments ago, before he left, Professor McGonagall had specially reminded him that Headmaster Dumbledore was waiting for him in the headmaster's office and wished to speak with him. The instant he heard that, Diciwen's heart tightened sharply, and unease and confusion rose within him of their own accord. The term had already reached its end. Every class was over, every exam concluded, and summer holiday was just around the corner. At such a juncture, Headmaster Dumbledore had suddenly sent for him. What could it possibly be about? A faint unease stirred in his heart. He had the distinct feeling this would be no trifling, easy matter. Albus Dumbledore might appear genial and approachable, always smiling kindly, forever seeming fond of sweets, yet everyone knew full well that this white-bearded old wizard possessed a mind of immense depth and eyes sharp enough to pierce through countless secrets of the world. If he had summoned someone of his own accord, there was bound to be a reason. Diciwen made his way slowly up the spiral staircase, passed through several quiet corridors, and before long arrived at the familiar gargoyle on the 8th floor. Without hesitation, Diciwen gave the password. In the next moment, the ponderous stone beast shifted slowly aside, revealing a spiraling staircase leading upward. He ascended step by step, knocked lightly on the wooden door to the headmaster's office, and only after hearing permission from within did he push the door open and enter. The headmaster's office was far more spacious than Professor McGonagall's, and its arrangement was far more distinctive as well. Behind the great oak desk sat Albus Dumbledore in leisurely repose. He wore his trademark silver robes, his long white beard flowing over his chest, half-moon spectacles perched upon the bridge of his nose. His gaze was gentle, yet seemed capable of seeing through all things. At this moment, this highly respected headmaster possessed none of his usual authority. Instead, he seemed more like a child at play, his attention wholly captured by the colorful sweet box upon the desk. He was slowly selecting sweets from within, his fingers hovering indecisively between lemon drops, cockroach clusters, and peppermint humbugs, his face full of earnest dilemma. "Professor, may I ask what you wanted to see me about?" Diciwen stepped into the office and stopped before the desk. Dispensing with needless pleasantries, he went straight to the point. He had no wish to circle around the matter. He only wanted to know as quickly as possible why Dumbledore had called for him. Only then did Dumbledore slowly lift his head and look at Diciwen. A kindly smile spread across his face, as though he had not heard the question at all, and he warmly nudged the sweet box toward him.
Ah, Diciwen. Come.
Have a seat. Would you like a cockroach cluster? It's a flavor I've only recently discovered. Crisp and delicious, quite excellent. Really, many students are very fond of it. Diciwen looked at the oddly shaped sweets in the box, which resembled cockroaches so closely that the corner of his mouth twitched faintly. Without a second thought, he declined at once. "Thank you, Professor, but no." He truly could not comprehend how this great headmaster could harbor such affection for so peculiar a confection. What a pity. The smile on Dumbledore's face faded at once, and he wore an expression of regretful disappointment, as though he had just heard something profoundly tragic. Slowly, he drew the sweet box back toward himself and resumed selecting sweets of his own. For someone to dislike such a delicious treat really is a terrible shame. Diciwen looked helplessly at the headmaster's antics and did not respond. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the portraits of former headmasters hanging upon the office walls. The old headmasters within them had all been pricking up their ears, watching him and Dumbledore with naked curiosity. The instant they noticed him looking their way, they all averted their eyes in perfect unison. Some pretended to admire the view beyond the windows, some lowered their heads to fuss with their robes, and others huddled together in whispered conversation, as though they had not been eavesdropping in the slightest. The sight was both ridiculous and oddly endearing. Diciwen then shifted his gaze to Fawkes, the phoenix beside the desk. The divine bird, with his brilliant scarlet plumage, stood elegantly upon his perch. With his eyes, Diciwen quietly asked Fawkes, "What exactly is wrong with this old man today? He clearly has business with me, yet he keeps talking around it and refuses to get to the point." Fawkes shot him a sidelong glance, a trace of amusement flickering in his golden eyes, as if he had seen straight through his thoughts. Then, with lofty indifference, he turned his head aside and lowered it to carefully preen his newly grown feathers, lightly pecking at the shafts with his sharp beak. His entire manner plainly declared, "I know nothing, so do not ask me." Evidently, he intended to stay out of it. Diciwen finally ran out of patience. Drawing a deep breath, he turned back and fixed his eyes directly on Dumbledore, urgency creeping into his voice as he asked once more, "Professor, what exactly is it that you wanted with me? If it is nothing important, I still need to return to the common room to pack my things and make preparations for the holiday." Only then did Dumbledore cease his sweet picking. Leaning back slowly in his chair, the playful expression on his face gradually faded, replaced by a faint helplessness and even a touch of grievance. Looking at Diciwen, he said in a soft, almost plaintive tone, "There is, in fact, a matter. I had originally intended to have Hagrid handle it for me. Hagrid is dependable and was the most suitable choice. But just now another troublesome matter arose, one that requires Hagrid to deal with personally. He cannot spare himself for the time being, and so that earlier matter is left without anyone to do it for me." The moment he heard those words, Diciwen's heart gave a sharp jolt. His mind began racing at once, and a bad premonition surged violently to the surface. Standing in Dumbledore's office, Diciwen unconsciously rubbed the hem of his school robes between his fingers while his thoughts flew. It would not be long before the next school year arrived, and Harry Potter, who had suffered grievance after grievance in the Muggle world, yet was fated to become the focus of the wizarding world, would return to Hogwarts once more and step into this magical world full of hidden, roiling currents. As for himself, during these 2 years of lying low at Hogwarts, he had never slackened for even a moment. Day and night he had cultivated magic, continually digested the power of potions, sought advancement, tempered his own abilities, and stockpiled trump cards and resources. In the final reckoning, every bit of that effort had been for one purpose alone, to seize firmly the power to survive in this peril-ridden wizarding world, where danger lurked everywhere and undercurrents flowed unseen. After all, this world had never been peaceful. Though Voldemort's shadow had not yet fully emerged, it had already spread silently like a spider's web. One careless step and there would be no redemption. Could it be that he was being asked to bring Harry in? The thought sprang suddenly into Diciwen's mind, and he arched a brow in silent contemplation. Yet, in the very next instant, he dismissed the idea himself. The exams had only just ended, and the holiday had only just begun. Hogwarts letters of acceptance were always delivered to new students by Owl after July. The timeline simply did not match. It clearly could not be that. Having ruled out the possibility of fetching Harry, Diciwen's thoughts spun rapidly onward, and in the next moment another great matter, one capable of shaking the entire wizarding world, surfaced in his mind. The Philosopher's Stone. At that thought, his heart gave a light leap, and a glimmer of understanding passed through his eyes. If it concerned the Philosopher's Stone, then everything made sense. Dumbledore calling for him at such a moment was, in all likelihood, inseparable from that vital object. Now that he had a suspicion, Diciwen instead grew calmer. He lifted his eyes to Dumbledore, who was still fussing with his sweets, and asked in an even tone, "Professor, I do not really have any plans for the holiday. What is it that you need me to do?" He thought that rather than indulging in wild speculation on his own, it would be better to ask directly and make preparations early. At last, Dumbledore set down the sweet box in his hands. The ease and gentleness on his face gradually receded, and his expression grew several degrees more solemn. Behind the half-moon spectacles, his eyes gleamed with a deep and piercing light as he began, slowly and in measured detail, to explain the matter from the beginning. At the start of this school year, our Muggle Studies professor took leave to travel the world. However, 2 days ago, I received a letter from him. In it, he formally requested to transfer and become next academic year's defense against the dark arts professor. The hand hanging at Diciwen's side tightened ever so slightly, though nothing showed upon his face. Inwardly, however, he understood perfectly well. The Muggle Studies Professor Dumbledore spoke of could only be Quirinus Quirrell. But according to the reports sent by the Watchers I have placed in various places, the final stop on his journey around the world was the forests of Albania, where Tom had lain hidden for many years. Dumbledore lowered his voice a little, and there was a grave note in his tone that was hard to detect. I now suspect that there is no small problem hidden behind this matter. Tom Riddle, Voldemort's true name. The moment it left Dumbledore's lips, the atmosphere in the office seemed to sink at once. Even the portraits of former headmasters upon the walls fell silent. Those who ordinarily loved nothing more than joining the commotion drew in their expressions as well, no longer daring to interject so casually. As Diciwen listened to Dumbledore's words, he very nearly laughed inwardly. Of course, he knew Dumbledore's suspicions were not mistaken. That prized student of his, Tom Riddle, had long since returned to Britain in secret by making use of Quirrell's body, waiting for his chance to restore himself to life. But Diciwen could not afford to reveal even the slightest hint of it. He could only put on a look of confusion tinged with sudden understanding, and ask at just the right moment, "You mean Professor Quirrell, sir? I remember seeing him in the castle when I had only just started my first year. But throughout this entire year, I truly haven't seen him at all." "So, you mean to say you suspect Voldemort controlled Professor Quirrell and had him deliberately apply for the defense against the dark arts post, so he could act more conveniently within Hogwarts?" He deliberately assumed the air of someone who had only just pieced the matter together, his eyes carrying a proper measure of wariness toward Voldemort, along with a trace of astonishment at Quirrell's fate. He played the part perfectly, an excellent student who knew fragments of the truth, yet remained wholly ignorant of what truly lay beneath it. "I'm not certain either. After all, there is no conclusive evidence. Everything is only my conjecture." Dumbledore gave a light shake of his head. Then a glint of slyness flashed through his eyes, and his tone gained a deeper significance. "However, I have already prepared for Tom a bait that no ordinary person could possibly refuse." When the words fell, he did not prolong the suspense. His gaze fixed directly upon Diciwen, and he said in a solemn voice, "I would like you to go to France on my behalf and bring something back for me." The short sentence landed in Diciwen's ears and left him rooted to the spot in an instant, a flicker of incredulous shock flashing through his eyes. So he was handing the Philosopher's Stone task to him just like that?
Diciwen stared blankly at Dumbledore,
his mind going empty for the briefest moment before whirring furiously back to life. He had absolutely no interest in the Philosopher's Stone's so-called immortality, nor its ability to brew life-extending elixirs. After all, in essence he was not a wizard of this world at all, but a Sequence 4 Bizarro sorcerer. His natural lifespan alone far exceeded 300 years. So long as he steadily digested his potions and advanced through the sequences, he had no need whatsoever to worry about dying young. To him, longevity meant nothing. But the Philosopher's Stone's other core ability, the power to turn stone into gold, seemed incomparably practical in his eyes. One might even say it was salvation arriving at the very moment of need. At the thought of his nearly empty purse, Diciwen could not help but feel a headache coming on. The considerable sum of gold galleons Ogden had once given him had, over the past 2 years, been squandered until almost nothing remained. In order to digest his potions and stabilize the power of a bizarro sorcerer, he had purchased rare magical materials at the cost of large amounts of galleons. The magical items needed for his daily training were another substantial expense. On top of that, he had long been secretly sponsoring the Weasley twins, Fred and George, supporting their research into all manner of prank magic items, which had swallowed no small amount of funding as well. Now his vault was nearly dry. Just as he was worrying over how to replenish his galleons quickly, the Philosopher's Stone's power to turn stone into gold was nothing less than timely rain after drought. Without the slightest hesitation, Diciwen snapped out of his shock at once. An extraordinarily eager expression appeared on his face as he straightened sharply, stamped his right foot against the floor, raised his right hand, and, imitating a Muggle policeman, gave a crisp salute. In a clear voice he responded, "Yes, sir. I guarantee the mission will be completed." The sudden scene made Dumbledore freeze at once. He blinked, looking at the boy before him, whose movements were so peculiar and whose tone rang with such martial firmness, and for a moment he simply did not know how to react. Only after several seconds did he slowly recover himself, the corner of his mouth twitching faintly. Though he did not understand why Diciwen had suddenly done something so strange, he vaguely recognized it as a gesture of obedience used by policemen in the Muggle world, and so he did not rebuke him overmuch. "That will do. There is no need for all that." Dumbledore gave a helpless smile and drew from his desk drawer a card that glimmered with a faint metallic sheen, holding it out before Diciwen. "Here is a card. Keep it safe. Once you arrive in France, channel a thread of magic into it to activate it, and it will guide you automatically to the appropriate person. The item I want you to bring back is in that person's possession. Of course, since you have finally been given a chance to go abroad, you may also spend some time sightseeing in magical France before collecting it. But there is one thing you must remember. Once you have the item, it would be best not to delay. Set out for Britain again at once." Diciwen hastily reached out and accepted the metal calling card. It felt cool in his hand, and fine, obscure magical patterns were engraved upon its surface. It was plainly a specially enchanted guiding magical device. He carefully put the card away, then accepted another item Dumbledore handed him, a yellowed paper certificate. He lowered his eyes and swept a glance over it, only to see the official seal of the British Ministry of Magic stamped clearly upon it, marked as a permit for international travel via the Flu Network. At the sight of the permit, Diciwen immediately felt a weight lift from his heart, and a trace of relief appeared in his smile. In the past, if he wished to travel abroad, he either had to evade the ministry's supervision in secret or else endure the trouble of taking a Muggle aeroplane for several tedious hours, both inconvenient and uncomfortable. But now, with an official permit for international flu travel, he could finally go straight to France through the Flu Network, sparing himself endless bother and freeing himself from the jolting confinement of Muggle air travel. "I understand, Professor. Rest assured, I'll bring it back safely as soon as possible. There will be absolutely no mistakes." Diciwen carefully put the permit away as well, replying in a grave tone, his eyes full of certainty. As Dumbledore looked at the unusually eager Diciwen before him, a deep note of puzzlement could not help but flash through his eyes. In the past, whenever he had asked Diciwen to do something for him, the boy had always been shrewd to a fault. He would bargain over every manner of condition, asking for benefits, never once willing to make a losing deal, calculating everything down to the last detail. But this time, not only had he raised no demands whatsoever, he had positively volunteered himself, and with an enthusiasm so abnormal that it was simply far too suspicious. Was it because he had never gone abroad before, and was so excited by the prospect of traveling to France? Or had Diciwen already guessed what it was Dumbledore wanted him to retrieve, and that was why he had agreed so readily? The doubts in his heart deepened by the moment, and Dumbledore could not help sounding him out. His eyes stayed fixed on Diciwen's expression as he asked, word by deliberate word, "Are you not at all curious what it is I am asking you to bring back? Not curious who it is you are to find? Not curious whether this matter might involve some danger?" Diciwen had long expected Dumbledore would ask just this, and he knew perfectly well that this seasoned and calculating headmaster had always been meticulous in thought. Such an abnormal display from him was bound to arouse suspicion. He swiftly arranged his reply in his mind, and before Dumbledore had even finished speaking, he interrupted at the proper moment. On his face appeared just the right look of a young man brimming with yearning and curiosity for travel to a foreign land. His eyes were clear, without a single flaw. "I'm not curious, Professor." Tilting his head ever so slightly, Diciwen spoke in a light tone. "Right now, I'm more curious about traveling abroad than about anything else. After all, I've grown this old without ever once visiting magical France, and I've wanted to go and see it for ages. So, Professor, may I go back now to pack my things and prepare to leave?" He deliberately attributed every trace of his abnormality to nothing more than his anticipation of going abroad, perfectly concealing the thoughts that truly lay hidden in his heart. Besides wanting to obtain the Philosopher's Stone and use its power to turn stone into gold to solve his financial difficulties, Diciwen also harbored another design in his heart: alchemy. The person he was to seek, the one in possession of the Philosopher's Stone, was none other than the greatest alchemical master in the world, Nicholas Flamel. Alchemy, however, was a discipline never once offered among Hogwarts courses, and yet it held an extraordinary allure for him. Whether it was the crafting of magical artifacts or the unraveling of the hidden mysteries within materials, alchemy possessed endless and wondrous applications. If he could seize this opportunity to seek a little guidance from Nicholas Flamel and learn even a fragment of the true essence of alchemy, then for him, that would undoubtedly be a reward far more precious than galleons. Diciwen's display was that of an underage wizard wholly brimming with anticipation for travel in a foreign land, with not the slightest thought to spare for anything else. There was no trace of deliberate performance in it. Dumbledore watched him for a long while, trying to find even the faintest shred of concealment or calculation in his eyes and expression, yet Diciwen's manner was simply too natural. His gaze was filled entirely with longing for the journey to France, without the slightest hint of anything amiss. In the end, Dumbledore set aside his suspicions, gave a small nod, and said in a gentle voice tinged with quiet instruction, "Oh, of course you may. Go back and pack your things properly. When you are away from home, you must mind your safety and be careful in all matters. If you run into trouble you cannot handle, you may activate the emergency magic on the calling card. I hope you will return safely before long." "Thank you for the reminder, Professor. I will be careful," Diciwen replied obediently with a nod. A perfectly measured smile rested on his face as he bowed slightly to Dumbledore. "Then I shan't disturb you any longer, Professor. Goodbye." With that, Diciwen did not linger. He turned and walked towards the door of the headmaster's office, his steps light, the expectation in his heart impossible to hide. He gently pushed the door open, stepped out at an unhurried pace, and closed it neatly behind him, shutting everything within the office away at his back. The whistle of the Hogwarts Express gradually faded into the air of King's Cross Station. Thick white steam, carrying the warmth of summer, spread across platform 9 3/4 and wrapped the passing crowds within it. The platform was a scene of clamor and bustle. Young witches and wizards, fresh from the end of term, dragged their trunks and carried bulging backpacks as they surged eagerly towards the exit. The air was full of youthful laughter and the fond calls of parents greeting their children home. Dragging his own trunk behind him, Diciwen stood at the edge of the moving crowd and lifted his eyes to the lively scene before him. Parents who had come to meet their children thronged both sides of the platform. Some opened their arms and held tightly to children they had not seen for so long. Others smiled as they took luggage from their children's hands, chattering on and on as they asked after life and studies during the term. The warmth of reunion came over the place in waves, touching everyone nearby. Watching those scenes of family reunion, a faint trace of wistfulness flickered involuntarily through Diciwen's eyes. No family had come to meet him. In this magical world, he had always been alone. There were no blood relatives bound to him, no haven waiting to welcome him home. Every road ahead could only be walked step by his own strength. The feeling passed in an instant. He quickly gathered himself, let out a soft breath, and the usual calm returned to his face. He turned, waved to his dorm mates and several friends he knew well, and bade them a simple farewell. There were no lengthy pleasantries, nor any promises for the holidays. Alone, he dragged his trunk against the crowded flow of people, slowly leaving platform 9 3/4 and stepping into Muggle King's Cross Station. The station was thronged with people. Muggles of every sort hurried to and fro, while announcements of train departures and arrivals rose and fell over the speakers. The place was noisy, yet full of the ordinary texture of life. Diciwen did not pause in the slightest. Following the crowd out of the station, he stepped into the London sunlight, which fell upon him with the dry heat peculiar to summer. According to the route Dumbledore had given him beforehand, he wound his way through one bustling street after another, avoiding the lively shopping districts and the thickest crowds as he made for the edge of the city. As he went, the scenery around him gradually grew desolate. The once tidy streets became shabby and worn. The walls of the buildings on either side were mottled and peeling, the windows coated in thick dust, and quite a few of the houses had long since been abandoned, giving off a bleak and forlorn air. A scattering of small pubs stood along the roadside, their curtains tattered and old, with languid-looking muggles lingering at their doors. The walls were covered in gaudy graffiti, disorderly and brazen, utterly unlike the prosperity of central London. Diciwen walked slowly down that dilapidated street, his eyes sweeping the area with care. At last, at the corner, he found the red telephone box Dumbledore had mentioned. It had long since lost its former brightness. The paint was chipped and flaking, the corners scarred and rusted, the glass dim beneath a film of dust. It looked thoroughly worn out, standing there by itself, so inconspicuous that without careful attention, no one would have noticed the little box hidden in that broken-down street. Once he had confirmed that this was indeed the place, Diciwen did not hesitate. He reached out, pushed open the creaking door of the telephone box, stepped inside, and shut it behind him. The tiny space instantly cut off the noise of the outside world. A faint smell of dust lingered in the box. The fittings within were plain and outdated. The black receiver hung at the side of the machine, and even the buttons were covered with a thin layer of dust. Following the steps he remembered, he reached out, lifted the heavy receiver, held it to his ear, and pressed in the number 62442. At first there came only intermittent crackling through the receiver, followed at once by the beeping tone of a call waiting to connect, unnaturally clear in the cramped telephone box. Diciwen stood quietly, his fingertips lightly tapping the edge of the receiver as he waited with patience. Before long, a cool and perfectly composed female voice came clearly through the line, devoid of all emotion. "Welcome to the Ministry of Magic. Please state your business." Diciwen Peverell, Department of Magical Transportation, using the International Flu Network. Speaking into the mouthpiece, Diciwen calmly gave his identity and purpose, his voice clear and steady. The moment he finished speaking, a crisp chime rang out from the receiver. Immediately after, a small golden badge slid slowly from the card slot of the telephone and dropped onto the metal ledge at the bottom of the box. The badge was exquisitely made, engraved with the crest of the Ministry of Magic, and clearly bore the word visitor. Then the female voice sounded once more. "Visitor confirmed. Please put on your badge." Diciwen picked up the badge and fastened it securely to the front of his robes. In the next second, the shabby red telephone box gave a slight tremor and then began to descend smoothly underground, like a lift in the Muggle world. There was no violent jolt, only the slow and even sensation of sinking. The light around him gradually dimmed, and the view beyond the glass blurred away at speed, leaving only the faint sound of moving air in his ears. Diciwen stood firmly within the box, feeling the brief descent. After roughly a minute, the telephone box finally came to a smooth halt and ceased moving. He reached out and pushed open the door of the box. In an instant, the magnificent atrium of the Ministry of Magic came into view. The dark blue ceiling resembled the night sky, strewn with countless shimmering golden stars. Bright yet gentle magical light spilled across the whole hall, and in the center stood the splendid fountain of magical brethren, with water trickling down and scattering fragments of light. The atrium was busy with people coming and going. Wizards in all manner of robes strode briskly through the hall. Some hurried past clutching files, while others queued before the various service counters. Voices, footsteps, and the soft sounds of magical objects wove together into a lively scene that was never chaotic, and everywhere there hung an air of perfect order. In every aspect of their lives, the witches and wizards of the magical world could not do without the governance of the Ministry of Magic. Whether it was the handling of daily affairs or matters of magical approval and oversight, all had to be dealt with here. For that reason, the ministry was always crowded at all hours. Aside from the staff employed within, there was an endless stream of witches and wizards coming each day on official business, and those who came, like Diciwen, to use the International Flu Network were far from uncommon. Diciwen stepped out of the telephone box and merged into the passing crowd, moving slowly forward with the flow of people. He had only just reached the front desk in the atrium when a witch in a neat uniform, sharp-eyed and capable in manner, stepped forward and stopped him. The witch's gaze fell upon the visitor's badge pinned to his chest. After checking it carefully, she spoke in an even tone. "Please present your wand." Diciwen did not hesitate. Reaching into his robes, he drew out his wand and handed it over. It was a fine wand, its surface smooth and polished, carrying a faint magical sheen. The witch accepted it, then picked up an exquisitely crafted alchemical device from the desk and lightly pressed the wand against it. A dim flicker of light ran across the surface of the instrument, instantly imprinting the wand's magical signature in full and completing its registration. Once everything had been confirmed, the witch returned the wand to Diciwen and pointed towards the lifts in the center of the hall. Please proceed to the lifts and take one up to level 6. The Department of Magical Transportation. You may complete the remaining formalities for the International Flu Network there, after which you will be permitted to travel by it. Thank you. Taking back his wand and tucking it away with care, Diciwen thanked her politely, then turned and followed the flow of people towards the lifts. There were simply too many people in the hall. The passage leading to the lifts was rather crowded, with witches and wizards pressed shoulder to shoulder, advancing at a sluggish pace. Thanks to the extraordinary physique granted by the peculiar traits of a trickmaster, Diciwen's strength and agility far surpassed those of ordinary people. He moved through the dense crowd with ease, slipping past the passing wizards one by one, and before long he reached the lift entrance. After waiting a short while, the lift finally arrived. The doors slid open, revealing that it was already packed. Diciwen shifted slightly to the side and, making use of his physical advantage, slipped inside without much trouble. Leaning against a corner, he raised a hand and pressed the button marked level 6. The lift quickly became crammed full. The doors closed slowly, and it began descending level by level. At nearly every floor, witches and wizards got on and off, so the lift stopped again and again, the doors opening and shutting as noisy conversation echoed through the confined space. Diciwen stood quietly in the corner, his eyes closed in rest, allowing the lift to carry him upward. Before long, the lift arrived smoothly at level 6, and the sign for the Department of Magical Transportation came clearly into view. Diciwen opened his eyes and, without much effort, pushed past the crowd in front of him before striding out. His movements were crisp and decisive, and his strength far exceeded that of children his age. The wizards in the lift all stared at him with strange expressions, their eyes full of astonishment. Clearly, none of them had expected a boy, who looked not yet of age, to possess such remarkable strength. Diciwen paid no mind to the looks directed at him and headed straight for the service area of the Department of Magical Transportation. After locating the appropriate counter, he produced the permit for the International Flu Network that Dumbledore had prepared in advance and handed it to the staff member behind the window. The clerk was a middle-aged wizard wearing spectacles, his expression severe and exacting. He accepted the document and examined it with great care. Only after confirming that it was genuine and valid did he lift his eyes to Diciwen and ask in a stern voice, "May I ask the specific purpose of your journey to France? According to ministry regulations, all international travel must be truthfully declared. It is an indispensable part of the process." "Travel," Diciwen answered with utmost brevity, offering no further explanation. His tone was calm and natural, without the slightest flaw. The clerk checked the permit several more times. Once he had confirmed that it had been personally guaranteed by Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts, and that all the paperwork was complete and in order, he asked no more questions and swiftly processed Diciwen's flu authorization. Stamping, registration, entering the details, every step proceeded in neat order, and the matter was soon concluded. Afterwards, the clerk rose to his feet and motioned for Diciwen to follow. Together they crossed the service hall and entered a dedicated office. The room was spacious, containing 3 enormous fireplaces. Pale green flames burned along the inner walls of each hearth, the specialized passages of the International Flu Network. Beside every fireplace stood an independent work area, staffed by attendants responsible for checking documents and guiding wizards through. The clerk led Diciwen to one of the desks and returned the completed documents to him. "Keep these papers safe. Once you arrive at the French Ministry of Magic, you will need them to register your identity. Make certain you do not lose them." Immediately after that, he gave Diciwen a brief explanation of how to use the International Flu Network. Once he was satisfied that Diciwen had understood, he raised a hand to indicate that he could step into the fireplace and set out for France. Diciwen folded the documents carefully and tucked them close against his person, making certain they could not be misplaced. Then he stepped forward to the hearth. Drawing a deep breath, he entered the fireplace filled with green flames and, just as the clerk had instructed, clearly spoke his destination. France. The instant the word left his lips, the green fire around him surged violently, swallowing his entire body in its embrace. A dizzying sensation seized him. The roar of rushing wind filled his ears, and it felt as though some invisible force were dragging his body onward at terrifying speed through time and space. Before his eyes there remained only a blur of shifting green light and shadow, and in the briefest of moments, he vanished without a trace. The passage through the International Flu Network was far longer than traveling by the school's flu connections. The strange wonder of shifting through time and space intertwined with a powerful sense of vertigo, and Diciwen endured the discomfort in silence, waiting for the journey to end. He had no idea how much time had passed when the green flames gradually ebbed away and the dizziness slowly faded. Diciwen's feet touched solid ground, and he found himself standing steadily before an unfamiliar fireplace. He had not yet fully recovered from the turbulence of the journey when a somewhat hoarse male voice sounded beside him. "Welcome to the French Ministry of Magic. Please present your documents and your wand. Entry into France requires identity registration." Diciwen looked up and saw that the speaker was a balding male attendant dressed in the standard robes of the French Ministry of Magic. His expression was mild as he waited by the hearth. It was Diciwen's first time traveling such a great distance by the international flu network, and the lingering aftertaste of that uncanny passage through time and space still echoed in his mind. At the words, he quickly came back to himself and reached into his robes, taking out both his papers and his wand before handing them over together. The attendant accepted the documents and wand, first checking the paperwork carefully. Then he picked up the wand and softly uttered an incantation. A pale blue flash appeared, prior incantado. He inspected the traces of the wand's recent use with care, and only after confirming that there was no residue whatsoever of dark magic did he take out a register and record the wand's magical signature in detail. Then he lifted a seal and brought it down heavily upon the document, leaving behind a bold scarlet stamp. Smack! The sound of the seal landing rang out clearly. The attendant returned the papers and wand to Diciwen, a polite smile appearing on his face as he said in French mixed with English, "Welcome to France. I hope you enjoy your stay." Diciwen accepted the documents and wand, put them away, smiled politely at the attendant, and thanked him before turning to leave the office. The moment he stepped outside, the exquisite elegance unique to the French Ministry of Magic washed over him. Above him stretched an immense magical glass dome, painted with vividly lifelike constellations of magical creatures. Grabhorns, demiguises, mooncalves, akamis, nifflers, hippogriffs, dragons, and giant color-changing snails wound across it in brilliant designs, while starlight drifted slowly between them, dazzling and magnificent, like a true night sky come to life. The walls combined green iron framing with stained glass in a design of flowing, winding curves. Sunlight filtered through the colored panes and spilled across the floor, casting mottled, shifting patterns of light and shadow. Romantic and refined, every corner breathed French elegance and aesthetic grace, entirely different from the solemn severity of the British Ministry of Magic, possessing a charm all its own. After pausing for a moment to admire the sight, Diciwen left the ministry's main hall and made his way outside. Once he had departed the ministry through its hidden passage, he drew from his robes the metal card Dumbledore had given him. Gathering a thread of faint magic at his fingertips, he slowly channeled it into the card. The instant the magic flowed in, a faint gleam spread across the card's surface, and a tiny golden needle gradually emerged. Then it settled firmly, pointing in a fixed direction. No matter how Diciwen turned the card, the needle remained unwavering, never deviating in the slightest. Diciwen gazed into the distance the pointer indicated, let out a soft sigh, and murmured under his breath, "Sigh? No idea how much farther I have to go. Hopefully it's not too remote." The extraordinary characteristics of a cryptic mage were like the most exquisite form of magic, long since having utterly reforged Diciwen's body. Every inch of muscle, every single cell, had been endowed with strength and resilience far beyond that of ordinary people. His stamina was like a brook that never ceased to flow, and his endurance had reached heights ordinary wizards could scarcely hope to attain. Even on a boundless march, even while pressing onward toward an unknown destination, he could maintain a steady pace from beginning to end, taking the fatigue and hardship of the journey in easy stride. Had it been one of those ordinary underage students at Hogwarts, hurrying onward so blindly and without pause, they would likely have gone weak in the legs long ago, gasping for breath and collapsed by the roadside from sheer exhaustion. Diciwen, however, remained composed throughout, with barely even a trace of sweat at his temples. The card in his hand seemed to possess a mysterious spirit of its own, its faint glow unfailingly indicating the way ahead without the slightest deviation. Following its guidance, Diciwen never slowed his steps. He passed through cities crowded with towering buildings, trod over country roads strewn with gravel, and listened to the rustle of wind through leaves at his ears, with the occasional distant chiming murmur of a stream. The scenery in the French countryside was fresh and tranquil, far removed from the clamor of the city and touched instead with the gentle calm of nature. He walked like this without stopping for half the day. The road beneath his feet gradually changed from broad and level to rough and uneven, while the surrounding buildings shifted from bustling structures to low-roofed houses. At last, when the setting sun had dyed the horizon in warm orange, he came to a halt outside a quiet little town. This town lay beyond the urban quarters of Paris, nestled against a stretch of rolling low hills. Layer upon layer of bluish-gray tiles covered the neatly staggered rooftops, while the stone walls were veiled in lush green vines. Now and then, a few nameless little flowers peeped out from between the leaves, adding a touch of life. At the entrance to the town stood several tall plane trees, their branches thick with leaves, cutting the afternoon sunlight into scattered fragments that spilled across the cobbled streets below. From time to time, locals emerged from the town leading cattle or sheep, easy smiles resting on their faces. It was a scene of peaceful pastoral ease, showing not the slightest sign of any connection to the magical world. Standing at the entrance and looking down the winding streets stretching into the town, Diciwen frowned faintly and muttered inwardly, "Don't tell me I have to cross the whole town and keep going after that?" He did not linger long. Following the card's direction, he lifted his foot and walked into the town. The streets within were narrow and long, lined on both sides with small shops selling bread, fruit, vegetables, and handmade goods. The fragrance of wheat and flowers mingled together and drifted through the air. The pedestrians moved at an unhurried pace, their conversations soft, and the whole place brimmed with the ordinary warmth of everyday life. Diciwen, however, walked briskly, weaving past the passing crowd, his eyes fixed the entire time on the card in his hand. That tiny glow never shifted, leading him through the center of the town and straight toward its far end. Just as he had expected, this ordinary little town was not his destination. He was no more than a passing traveler. Once he had crossed it, he set foot on an even more secluded country path and continued onward. The sky gradually darkened. The sun sank fully beneath the horizon, and night fell like a vast bolt of ink-black silk, slowly draping itself over heaven and earth alike. The last trace of light vanished from the edge of the sky. Stars began to glitter in the dark blue expanse above, and the cold moonlight spilled over the ground, coating the black road ahead in a layer of silver radiance. Guided by both the moonlight and the card, Diciwen walked on for quite some time more. At last, a very tiny village came into view. This village was tucked away at the edge of a dense forest, utterly different from the town before it. Its architecture carried a mystery and antiquity that belonged solely to the wizarding world. Most of the houses were built from dark brown timber and rough stone, their roofs thatched in deep black, while magical plants winding around the corners of the walls gave off a faint fluorescent glow, scattering dim flecks of light through the night. The village was very small, with no more than a dozen households. The houses were arranged in an irregular fashion, lacking any formal layout, yet they possessed a charm that felt entirely natural. There was no sign marking the entrance to the village, only a gnarled old oak tree. Its trunk was thick, its branches stretching outward in all directions, as though it were standing guard over this hidden settlement. Taking in the unusual sight before him, Diciwen understood at once and murmured softly, "Looks like this is a wizarding village." He stepped into the village. The moment his feet touched the muddy path within, a faint yet unmistakable sensation of being watched descended upon him at once, like a web of fine threads wrapping tightly around his body. Diciwen's heart tightened. The spiritual perception born from the traits of a cryptic mage was instantly stirred, and even the air around him seemed to grow still. Invisible threads of spirit drifted around him, clearly conveying the aura of his surroundings. He could distinctly sense that many wizards were hidden within this inconspicuous little village. Their gazes fell upon him, the outsider, from behind doors and windows, carrying scrutiny and wariness. There was not the slightest malice in them, yet they were filled with the caution reserved for strangers. Without betraying anything, Diciwen tightened his grip on the card in his hand and followed the increasingly brilliant glow, walking step by step toward the depths of the village. The muddy road beneath his feet carried the scent of damp earth, and from the houses on either side came the occasional dim magical light, along with the faintest murmur of sounds from within. He continued forward. The gazes around him never once faded, yet Diciwen's steps remained exceptionally steady. At last, he stopped outside a house whose appearance was comparatively neat and orderly. Compared to the other houses in the village, this one looked far tidier. Its timber walls had been polished smooth, and several flat stone slabs had been laid at the entrance. There was no unnecessary decoration, yet it gave off an air of simple solemnity. He lowered his head to look at the card in his hand, only to see that the faint glow upon it had suddenly become dazzlingly bright, while a golden exclamation mark pulsed in the center, as though proclaiming that the destination had been reached. Diciwen let out a long breath of relief, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly. The weariness of many days of travel seemed to vanish in that instant, and inwardly he rejoiced. At last, he had arrived. Steadying himself, Diciwen raised a hand and lightly knocked his fingertips against the wooden door, producing a crisp rap-rap that rang out with particular clarity in the silent village. "Hello, I've been sent by Dumbledore to collect something," he called toward the door, his voice clear and direct, openly stating his purpose without the least concealment. The moment his words fell, something remarkable happened. Those scrutinizing gazes that had been lingering all around him vanished at the exact same instant, withdrawing like the tide. The air around him immediately became fluid again, and that invisible pressure disappeared without a trace. Diciwen raised an eyebrow slightly, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes. He could not understand why merely invoking Dumbledore's name had caused such an earth-shaking change in the atmosphere around him. Just as he stood there full of puzzlement, the wooden door before him creaked and slowly swung inward. Looking in from the doorway, he saw a long and narrow corridor stretching deeper inside. On both walls hung antique lamps, their wicks burning with faint magical flames that shed a warm pale golden glow, bathing the corridor in softness and quietude. Diciwen glanced toward the entrance and found no one there. Clearly, whoever was inside had understood his purpose and had opened the door especially for him. Without the slightest hesitation, he stepped over the threshold and entered the corridor. The wooden floor beneath his feet gave a faint creak, and the light at the far end of the passage grew ever brighter, carrying with it an air of mystery. After passing through the narrow corridor, the scene before him suddenly opened up, and an enormous hall came into view. Standing in its center, Diciwen could not help widening his eyes slightly, his heart full of astonishment. The hall was dozens of times larger than the little house appeared from the outside. It had plainly been placed under an advanced extension charm, a high-level piece of magic that only a truly accomplished wizard could command. The floor of the hall was paved with smooth marble, gleaming with a faint sheen. Along the surrounding walls were set antique bookshelves, their shelves crammed with thick volumes whose gilt-lettered spines glittered in the lamplight, most of them tomes on alchemy and ancient magic. All throughout the hall stood every manner of alchemical apparatus, each operating of its own accord without the touch of any wizard. A copper still burbled upon a small brazier, while colored liquids streamed through clear glass tubes. A silver balance swayed gently from side to side, weighing tiny fragments of magical ore with perfect precision. A rune-carved wooden disc turned slowly in midair, the herbs resting within it giving off a delicate, tranquil fragrance. Every one of these alchemical instruments performed its own task in orderly fashion, together forming a marvelous and vivid tableau. At the very center of the hall stood a set of old wooden table and chairs, the corners carved with intricate magical patterns. From the ceiling hung an enormous crystal magical lamp, its soft radiance pouring down and illuminating the entire chamber as brightly as day, so that every corner seemed steeped in the mystery and subtle brilliance of alchemy. From the arrangement alone, it was not difficult to see that this was a reception room specially meant for entertaining guests, and every detail spoke of its master's taste and profound refinement. Diciwen stood in the middle of the hall, quietly taking in everything around him, and the suspicion in his heart was confirmed. The traces of the extension charm were unmistakable. This little house, ordinary at first glance, concealed an entirely different world within. If even a single reception room was this spacious, then the rest of the house must surely hide no small number of secrets. Just as he was lost in his astonishment at this magical dwelling, the door to a room at one side of the hall slowly opened, and an aged figure emerged from within. It was a thin old man, his back slightly stooped, his face lined with wrinkles both deep and shallow, every crease etched with the marks of time like the bark of an ancient tree weathered by 100 years. His hair was a pure snowy white, like winter snowfall, falling long over his shoulders, soft and smooth, without the slightest disorder. He wore a simple, loose robe of beige linen, the cloth soft and unadorned by any ostentation, making him seem all the more gentle and serene. He walked very slowly, his steps light and drifting, every one placed with utmost care, as though his aged body could scarcely bear the burden and might collapse with the next step. And yet he moved steadily all the same, carrying the calm that only long years could bestow. Diciwen hastily gathered his thoughts, strode forward, and gave the old man a respectful bow. "Good day, sir. My name is Diciwen. I've come on Professor Dumbledore's behalf to collect something." His tone was sincere, his introduction proper, every courtesy of a younger man fully observed. The old man shuffled unsteadily to a stop before Diciwen. Warm amusement shone through his clouded eyes as he raised a thin, withered hand and gave a gentle wave. His voice was hoarse, yet soft, as he said slowly, Dumbledore. He is well, I trust? We have already corresponded, so naturally I know why you've come." After a pause, he lifted his gaze slightly and let it rest upon Diciwen. "My name is Nicholas Flamel." Nicholas Flamel. The name struck Diciwen's ears and made his heart jolt violently. Though he had long since guessed the truth, hearing it with his own ears still sent waves through him. He had heard this legendary figure's name long ago, the greatest alchemist in the wizarding world, the keeper of the secret of the Philosopher's Stone, A man possessed of an impossibly long life, a figure who seemed to exist only in legend. A trace of tension rose in Diciwen's heart, his fingertips curling slightly, though his face remained respectfully composed. He quickly said, "Mr. Flamel, it's an honor to meet you.
Come, sit.
You've come a long way. What would you like to drink?" Nicholas Flamel smiled faintly, without the least air of a legendary figure. Stretching out a hand, he gently guided Diciwen toward the wooden chair in the center of the hall and asked in a kindly tone. Diciwen sat as instructed, his back straight despite the tension he could not quite conceal. With polite restraint, he said to Nicholas Flamel, "Water will do." "Thank you." Never in his life had he imagined that one day he would actually stand before a man like Nicholas Flamel. Even with the composure granted by the traits of a trickster wizard, his emotions could not help but stir at this moment. The old man before him looked ordinary enough, yet he possessed the alchemical mastery and long life envied by every wizard in the magical world. Faced with that, Diciwen found it impossible to be wholly calm. "Mr. Flamel, Diciwen steadied himself, intending to explain his purpose once more, but before he could finish, Nicholas Flamel interrupted him gently. "Just call me Nicholas. There's no need to be so stiff." Nicholas Flamel waved a hand, the smile on his face growing warmer still. "I've lived so many years that I've long since stopped caring about generations and titles. Too much formality only makes people seem distant." He slowly lowered himself into the chair opposite Diciwen, then looked at him with a hint of teasing in his eyes. "Dumbledore told me you might not come this early. He thought that since this was your first time in France, you might take the opportunity to stay a while, see the sights and sample the food." At that, some of the tension in Diciwen eased. He smiled lightly and answered truthfully, "I had meant to come a little later, but Professor Dumbledore never told me what it was I was meant to collect. I was afraid of delaying his affairs, so after thinking it over, I decided it would be better to come early, lest I waste time." He was quite deliberately presenting himself as a prudent, dependable child who cared deeply for his elder, his tone earnest and his gaze guilelessly sincere. Nicholas Flamel looked him up and down, and a trace of approval flickered through his clouded eyes. Smiling, he said, "Dumbledore told me you're only a second-year student at Hogwarts, but to my eye, your calmness and poise are nothing like those of a second-year child. In fact, you seem steadier than quite a number of grown wizards." Diciwen's eyes shifted slightly, and he answered with a spark of mischief, "That's because in another 2 months, I'll be entering my 3rd year. I'm hardly a little second-year child anymore." The playful remark caught Nicholas Flamel by surprise for a moment, and then he threw back his head and laughed. The hearty, resonant sound of his laughter echoed through the spacious hall, sweeping away the earlier heaviness and dissolving the last trace of tension in Diciwen's heart. The old man's eyes curved warmly as he laughed, the wrinkles on his face bunching together and making him seem extraordinarily kind, utterly stripped of the distance one might expect from a legendary alchemist. As the two of them smiled at one another, the door on the other side of the hall was slowly pushed open, and an elderly woman, equally slender of build, stepped out from within. Her hair too was entirely silver, neatly arranged into an elegant chignon, and her face bore a gentle smile, with kindness shining through the lines of age. She wore a plain yet graceful long dress and carried an exquisite wooden tray. Upon it were several small plates of dainty pastries giving off a rich, sweet fragrance, along with 2 steaming cups of drink, plainly prepared especially for their guest. Her steps were steady as she approached the two of them and set the tray lightly upon the table, then turned her gaze to Diciwen and asked with fond warmth, "What has you both so cheerful?" Nicholas turned slightly and, with one hand, made a small introducing gesture toward the young wizard before him. There was the easy warmth of an old friend in his voice as he said, "This is Diciwen Peverell from Hogwarts, one of Professor Dumbledore's most highly regarded students. Clever and remarkably steady." Then he turned to Diciwen and, smiling, introduced the graceful elderly woman beside him, her bearing elegant and her smile benevolent. "This is my wife, Perenelle Flamel." Diciwen Peverell at once straightened his back and gave a standard, respectful wizard's bow. Though only 13 years of age, his figure was strikingly upright, his features refined and handsome, his short black hair trimmed with immaculate neatness. He looked rather more like a lad of 16. Though travel-worn from the road, it did nothing to diminish the gentle elegance and steady composure that seemed to cling to him. "Good day, Mrs. Flamel." His voice was clear and modest, and his eyes met Perenelle's with perfect sincerity. Perenelle Flamel was dressed in a pale gray silk gown, her silver hair pinned up in an exquisite chignon with a simple silver hairpin. A gentle, maternal smile rested on her face as she waved a hand as though to one of her own juniors, then stepped forward and lightly patted Diciwen on the arm. "Good child, there's no need to be so stiff. Just call me Perenelle. You came all the way from Britain, So you must be exhausted, mustn't you?
Come.
Sit down and try the pastries I just baked. After such a long and weary journey, you must be starving by now. Warmth stirred in Diciwen's heart. He nodded and allowed Perenelle to guide him back to his seat. He truly was famished. Only yesterday at noon had he stepped off the Hogwarts Express at King's Cross Station, and before he had even had time to return home, he had followed Dumbledore's instructions, traveling to France by way of the Floo network. Then, following the directions on the card, he had spent the better part of the afternoon walking before finally finding this little village hidden deep in the mountains. Though his body had held up well enough, the journey had drained an immense amount of his energy, and his stomach had long since begun protesting its hunger. Several plates of exquisite French pastries had been laid out upon the dining table. Crisp-skinned croissants, macarons dusted with sugar, soft honey cakes, and a basket of freshly baked baguettes, all of it enough to stir anyone's appetite. Diciwen murmured his thanks, picked up a piece of French bread, and took a gentle bite. The crust had been baked to a perfect crisp, while the inside was astonishingly soft, rich with the mellow fragrance of wheat and the buttery depth that lingered on the tongue. Best of all, hidden within the bread was a faint milk filling that seemed to sweep away every trace of the weariness from his travels. His eyes lit at once, and the deliberate composure he had been maintaining relaxed a little in the face of such delicious fare. Even the speed of his chewing unconsciously quickened by a few degrees. Seated opposite him, Nicholas and Perenelle exchanged a smile, their eyes brimming with fond indulgence. Looking at the young man before them devouring the food with such abandon, they were reminded of what they themselves had looked like in their youth centuries ago, and of all the lavish praise Dumbledore had written of this child in his letter. Their affection for this visitor from Hogwarts deepened all the more. Diciwen ate with complete focus and satisfaction, and before long a whole plate of pastries had been swept clean. He picked up the glass on the table and drank a great mouthful of water, at last filling the hollow ache in his stomach, until a lazy warmth spread through his whole body. Only then did he lift his head and realize that the two elders had been watching him all along with smiling faces. His cheeks immediately flushed faintly red, and he scratched his head in embarrassment, revealing the shy awkwardness unique to youth. All right, you've been worn out for an entire day, traveling and adjusting to the time difference besides. For tonight, you should simply rest well. Whatever there is to discuss, we can talk about it slowly tomorrow. Nicholas Flamel spoke gently, yet there was a care in his tone that allowed no refusal. There are many spare guest rooms in the manor, all of them clean and well prepared. Stay here without the slightest worry. All right, thank you, Nicholas.
Diciwen nodded.
At this point, drowsiness was already surging over him like the tide, and he truly had no strength left for further courtesies or conversation. Perenelle rose and gently led Diciwen through the hall toward the corridor on the other side, in the direction of the guest rooms there. The corridor was carpeted in dark red wool, and upon the walls hung antique oil paintings from centuries past, portraits of the Flamels in their youth, along with scenes of great importance from the history of alchemy. Crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling overhead, their light soft, the atmosphere quiet and warmly serene. When she pushed open the wooden door of the guest room, a neat and cozy little chamber came into view. It was not large, yet it had been arranged with the utmost comfort. A single bed made up with white cotton sheets, a walnut bedside table set beside it, a small writing desk by the window with a brass lamp upon it, and a wardrobe in the corner polished until it gleamed. The entire room was spotless, every detail revealing the careful attention of its master. Unlike the spacious yet somewhat time-worn dormitories within Hogwarts Castle, this guest room was warm and delicate, full of the homely comfort of everyday life. The moment Diciwen stepped inside, the exhaustion of days spent traveling came crashing over him completely. His eyelids grew so heavy they were nearly impossible to lift, and sleepiness wrapped around him like a soft cloud. Sleep well, child. Perenelle quietly closed the door behind him, and the room sank into silent darkness. Diciwen did not even have time to fully undress before collapsing onto the bed. Almost the instant his head touched the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep. It was an extraordinarily peaceful rest, with no wind howling through the castle and no classmates snoring nearby, only the occasional chirp of insects from beyond the window accompanying him into sweet dreams. That single sleep carried him straight from the black of night to noon the following day. When the warm sunlight streamed through the guest room window and spilled over Diciwen's face, he slowly opened his eyes at last. What met his gaze was neither the familiar oak ceiling of the Hogwarts dormitory nor the house crest hanging upon the wall, but whitewashed walls and delicate lace curtains. He froze at once, his eyes roaming blankly about the room in confusion, his mind entirely empty. It took him several full seconds before his thoughts slowly returned. He was no longer in Hogwarts Castle in Scotland. Yesterday he had awakened in the school dormitory, And today he had already crossed the English Channel and arrived in the French countryside, at Nicholas Flamel's manor. Such an immense change of surroundings left him inevitably somewhat dazed. Diciwen stretched greatly, his bones giving a faint crack as the weariness throughout his body was swept away by that night of deep rest. He threw back the soft blanket, got up and straightened his clothes, then opened the door and prepared to return to the sitting room in search of the Flamels by following the route he dimly remembered from the night before. But the manor was far larger than he had imagined. Corridors crisscrossed in every direction, and though the arrangement of the rooms looked similar at first glance, each bore subtle differences. On top of that, he had been half asleep the previous night and had not remembered the full route at all. After only a few minutes of walking, he lost his bearings completely. The corridor that ought to have led to the sitting room instead drew him toward a room deep within the manor, one he had never seen before. He tentatively pushed open the half-closed wooden door, and the sight before him made him hold his breath at once. It was an exceptionally spacious chamber, with a ceiling so high it seemed to loom overhead, and walls built from smooth black marble. There were no unnecessary decorations, and yet the entire room exuded a solemn, ancient air. At the very center stood an enormous alchemical worktable, its surface fashioned from some deep azure-green stone of mysterious nature, solid and heavy. Across the tabletop were densely engraved intricate lines, intersecting magic circles, and countless ancient runic characters of strange form and curious strokes. The characters and lines intertwined with one another, forming a complete and exquisitely precise alchemical array. Even though Diciwen could not grasp its deeper meaning, he could still sense the faint pulse of magic flowing through it, steady and powerful. All around the room, lining the walls, stood row upon row of tall walnut cabinets. Their shelves had been sorted by category and were filled with every variety of alchemical material imaginable. Crystal ores gleaming with a lustrous sheen, magical plants soaking in glass bottles, powders releasing a faint and elusive fragrance, strangely shaped beast bones, and countless fragments glinting with metallic light. Some of these materials he had seen before in the Hogwarts Library's compendium of magical materials, all of them exceedingly rare and costly. Yet there were many more whose names he could not even begin to identify. At a single glance, he could tell that any one item taken from these four walls would be priceless enough to drive ordinary witches and wizards in the magical world into a frenzy of pursuit. This was plainly Nicholas Flamel's private alchemical laboratory, a sacred ground forged through centuries of painstaking labor by this legendary alchemist. Alarm flashed through Diciwen's heart, and he hastily tried to step back, realizing that he had rashly intruded upon another's private space, an act considered deeply discourteous in the wizarding world. At that moment, a gentle and familiar voice came from behind him. "Did you sleep well last night, child?" Diciwen spun around sharply and saw Nicholas standing in the doorway, a cup of hot tea in his hand. There was not the slightest trace of reproach on his face. Instead, he wore a faint smile. Diciwen's cheeks flushed scarlet in an instant. His hands clenched unconsciously, and his voice brimmed with apology and embarrassment. "I slept very well, thank you, Nicholas. It's just that after I got up, I wanted to look for you, but I hadn't expected the corridors of the manor to be so complicated. I kept walking and somehow lost my way, and by accident I wandered in here. I truly didn't mean to do it."
I'm terribly sorry.
Nicholas waved a hand and stepped into the laboratory at an unhurried pace. He lightly rested his palm on the alchemy bench at the center, his fingertips gliding across the ancient runes engraved upon its surface. A glimmer of remembrance and cherishment flickered in his eyes. "It's all right. This is merely where I conduct my alchemical experiments in everyday life. It can hardly be called some secret stronghold, so there's no need to be so nervous. It may look ordinary enough, but I built this alchemy bench with my own hands, and it has been with me for well over 100 years. Over 100 years. Diciwen could not help crying out in astonishment. His eyes filled with shock. In the wizarding world, even the finest magical instruments generally lasted no more than a few decades. Yet an alchemy bench had remained intact for more than 100 years, still capable of sustaining magical arrays in operation. That alone was enough to show how rare its materials were, and how exquisitely it had been crafted. In Diciwen's understanding, such an object had long since ceased to be an ordinary tool. It was a priceless magical treasure. Seeing Diciwen's gaze fixed tightly upon the alchemy bench, with curiosity and fervor burning in his eyes, Nicholas mistakenly took the young man for someone who had developed a keen interest in alchemy, and so he asked with a smile, "Well then, my boy, are you interested in alchemy?" Diciwen withdrew his gaze and nodded honestly, his tone earnest. "I am indeed very interested. It's only that Hogwarts doesn't offer alchemy in its curriculum, so everything I know has come in scattered fragments from a few old volumes in the library. At best, I only understand bits and pieces. I can't claim to truly know it at all. He did not conceal his ignorance. At Hogwarts, alchemy was an ancient discipline all but forgotten. Even the professors of charms and potions knew only the barest surface of it, and the books on alchemy in the library contained nothing especially profound. So that's how it is. Realization dawned on Nicholas. Turning, he pointed towards a cabinet in the corner of the laboratory. I have a few introductory books on alchemy here. They are all the most elementary, straightforward beginner's material. If you're interested, you may take them and read them at your leisure. Following the direction of his gesture, Diciwen saw a neat row of old books bound in parchment-colored covers arranged upon the cabinet. Their pages had yellowed with age, and their titles were stamped in gilt runes upon the front. There were no fewer than 10 of them, each as thick as a brick, with densely packed handwritten annotations tucked between the pages at every turn. At a glance, they were clearly precious solitary copies that had been passed down for centuries. Diciwen's eyes widened at once, and inwardly he muttered to himself, beginner's books on alchemy, and there are 10 volumes this thick? If this is only the foundation, how vast must the knowledge be once one studies it properly? Filled with reverence, he walked over to the books and gently picked up the one on top. The title on the cover read Introduction to Ancient Alchemy. He slowly turned it open, only to discover that the writing inside was astonishingly complex. Not only was there English and French, but there was also a great quantity of ancient runes interwoven throughout. The characters were twisted and strange. Many of the words he had never even seen before. Reading it was obscure and painfully difficult, to the point that he could hardly advance at all. With a helpless sigh, Diciwen closed the book and returned it to its place. Then he turned to Nicholas and said with some embarrassment, I'm sorry, Nicholas. I truly do want to study alchemy, but it won't be until the school year begins that I'll be taking ancient runes at Hogwarts. I haven't studied it systematically yet, and there are simply too few runes in this book that I can actually understand. Oh, look at my memory. Nicholas lightly tapped his own forehead, looking suddenly enlightened, though his voice carried a note of self-reproach. I'd forgotten the pace of Hogwarts teaching. Ancient runes is indeed a subject only offered to the older students. That was my oversight. The moment he finished speaking, he set the teacup in his hand down on the stone table beside him. With a casual, practiced motion, he gave his right hand a slight wave and slipped it into the extension charm pocket hidden inside his robes, as naturally and smoothly as though he had long been prepared for this. The very next second, he drew out 3 finely bound books, their covers made of deep blue leather stamped with silver runic lettering, and held them out before Diciwen. These are elementary textbooks on ancient runes. Everything is explained very clearly, from pronunciation and stroke order to the basic meanings, so they are perfectly suited to beginners. Take these first and study the runes. Once you've mastered the foundation, reading books on alchemy will become much easier. And if there's anything you don't understand, you may come and ask me at any time. I have time in abundance to teach you. Diciwen stared at the 3 books before him and froze for a moment. This time, when he had come to France, aside from finding Nicholas Flamel and completing Dumbledore's task, he truly had hoped to study ancient alchemy and runes under Nicholas's guidance. He had originally been considering how he ought to ask the Flamel couple for instruction, yet things were unfolding entirely in the direction he had imagined, and even more smoothly than he had expected. And yet, for some reason, he had a faint sense that something was not quite right. Nicholas Flamel's reaction was far too natural, as though he had already known that he would need books on runes and had prepared them well in advance. What he did not know was that, in his letter, Dumbledore had praised him from beginning to end and had asked Nicholas to look after this student properly. This legendary alchemist, who had lived for centuries, had already learned the purpose of his visit from Dumbledore's description. What he was doing now was both an act of kindly care and a silent test. A test of whether this young man, whom Dumbledore had called a genius, truly deserved such praise. Though countless thoughts were stirring in his heart, Diciwen still gathered all his emotions back under control. He accepted the books respectfully with both hands. As his fingertips brushed the leather covers, he could feel the ancient magic steeped within the pages. He bowed his head slightly and offered his thanks with complete sincerity. Thank you very much, Nicholas. I will certainly study in earnest and not fail your kindness. There's no need for thanks. Nicholas smiled and pointed towards a room beside the laboratory. That room next door is the study. It's quiet and spacious, with desks, chairs, and proper lighting. You may read there in peace. You've only just begun your holiday, so there's no need to hurry back to Britain. Stay here in the manor at ease, and take your time reading, take your time learning. The 3 books Nicholas had given him contained the complete system of the Elder Futhark's 24 runes, 10 times more detailed than the textbooks at Hogwarts. But the study of runes had never been a matter of rote memorization. One had to first understand the soul of each rune, its meaning, its magical attribute, and the resonance it shared with all things in the world. Diciwen picked up the book, and the instant his fingertips touched the page, a faint warmth rose to meet them, as though the words themselves were waiting in living breath to be awakened. He sat down in the wooden chair before the desk and slowly opened the first volume. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows of the study, scattering motes of variegated color across the pages and illuminating the ancient script. Ancient runes were nothing like the simpler modern runes commonly used throughout the wizarding world. They were the language from the dawn of magic itself, the medium by which the gods and all living things communicated. The Elder Futhark's 24 runes formed the very heart of the entire system, and not a single one of them existed in isolation. Diciwen's gaze came to rest on the first rune. It was the rune of light, shaped like a slightly unfurled torch, its lines flowing with strength and grace. The explanation upon the page was exquisitely detailed. This rune was called Sol, corresponding to the sun goddess of Norse mythology. Its literal meanings were light, warmth, and the banishment of darkness, while its magical properties were purification and amplification. Its pronunciation required the tip of the tongue to touch the upper palate, releasing the breath lightly, like morning light breaking through the clouds, in order to stir resonance with the elemental light in the air. He softly sounded out the pronunciation and traced its form through the air with his fingertip, yet he felt no ripple at all. At his side, Nicholas smiled and offered a gentle reminder. The power of runes does not lie in precise pronunciation, but in your understanding of them. You must first picture the shape of light in your mind. It is the first ray of morning sun, the dancing flame in the hearth, the spark that lights the road ahead in darkness. Only when the meaning of a rune takes root in your heart will magic follow after it. Diciwen nodded and settled himself once more. In the days that followed, he devoted nearly all his time to the study of those 3 books. When the morning sunlight crept across the pages, he would begin with Tyr, the rune of earth, reading every line with painstaking care. When the afternoon sun began to slant westward, he would pore over the explanations in the books, turning over in his mind the magical properties of each rune. Nyd, which represented water, with the attributes of flow and healing. Odin, which represented wind, with the attributes of speed and insight. And fire. Every single rune he recited under his breath dozens of times, until he could clearly sketch its form within his mind. Every magical attribute he contemplated in light of the examples given in the text. For instance, how the Sur rune could be used to purify corrupted magical plants, or strengthen the potency of a weakened potion. How the Nyd rune could be woven into a healing charm to hasten the closing of wounds. With the flawless memory he now possessed, every detail in those 3 books, every passage of explanation, was branded firmly into his mind. From the basic conventions of rune carving, to the principles behind combining different runes, from the application of runic script in enchantment, divination, and contracts, to the methods for deciphering ancient texts, he committed it all to heart. Diciwen studied these things over and over, until every step and every detail was etched into his thoughts. He could clearly state the meaning, property, and method of inscription for each rune, and he could fluently explain the principles behind the construction of composite magical patterns. But he knew that theory was, in the end, only theory. True inscription required a great many materials. A silver carving knife had to be sharpened regularly. Dragon blood ink was ruinously expensive. A unicorn hair brush was rarer still, and the various carrier materials all had to be prepared with the utmost care. A week passed in the blink of an eye. By the time Diciwen closed the final page of the 3rd book, a layer of phoenix tree leaves had already fallen beyond the window. He rose, walked over to Nicholas, and bowed slightly, unable to hide the expectation in his voice. Nicholas, I've finished all 3 books and memorized them. I want to try inscribing my first rune. Nicholas looked up, a trace of scrutiny in his eyes. He had lived for more than 600 years and had seen countless apprentices study ancient runes. Even a particularly gifted student would need at least a month to fully master the foundational content of those 3 books, let alone in the space of a single week. He had originally thought Diciwen was merely talking, and had even been prepared to refuse him. Oh, then let me test you. Nicholas picked up a pencil from the table and casually drew several Elder Futhark runes on a sheet of paper. Tell me the meaning of these runes, their properties, and what must be noted when inscribing them. Diciwen did not hesitate in the slightest. He stepped to the desk, took up the pencil, and began marking the paper as he explained with perfect clarity. This is, sir, the light rune. Its properties are purification and augmentation. When inscribing it, one must use a silver carving knife, keep the pressure even, draw upon sunlight during the charging process, and conclude with a sealing charm. He went on to explain dozens of runes in succession, from basic runes to the logic behind composite rune combinations, from the process of inscription to the finer points of charging. without the slightest pause. He even added certain practical techniques the books had not discussed in detail, such as how to adjust the force of the carving blade according to the material of the carrier, and how to choose a charging method based on the rune's purpose. A look of astonishment slowly surfaced in Nicholas's eyes. He set down his teacup, rose to his feet, and came to Diciwen's side, looking at the carefully marked runes on the paper, then at the certainty in Diciwen's gaze. He finally confirmed that this young man truly had committed the contents of all 3 books to memory, and had even grasped them more thoroughly than many apprentices who had labored over them for years. You truly are gifted. A gratified smile appeared on Nicholas's face. He crossed to the bookshelf, took down an exquisite wooden box, and opened it to reveal several small, delicate items inside. A silver carving knife polished smooth, a small bottle of deep crimson dragonblood ink, and a stack of fine parchment. These are the little tools I have used for ancient runes over the years, together with a few tricks of the trade I have gathered. They are yours now. When inscribing a rune, the silver carving knife must be kept sharp, to avoid snagging and causing magical turbulence. The dragonblood ink must be shaken evenly before use, and when applied it should be brushed in a single direction to ensure even seepage. The parchment should be treated beforehand with a purification charm to remove the fiber impurities within it. And one more thing, keep your mind calm as you carve. Restless emotion will affect the flow of magic. That is where many apprentices falter. Diciwen accepted the wooden box and held it tightly against his chest, his heart full of gratitude. Thank you, Nicholas. Nicholas patted him on the shoulder. Go on, then. Start with the simplest rune, sir. Diciwen went to the desk, spread out the parchment, and took up the silver carving knife, drawing in a deep breath. Following the instructions from the book, he first cast a purification charm upon the parchment. A white gleam flashed, and the parchment became purer than before. Then he tightened his grip on the silver knife, let his fingertips settle lightly against the parchment, and slowly set the blade down, tracing the shape of the Sir rune. The sound of the knife passing over the parchment was soft and clear, the lines smooth and even, without the slightest deviation. Diciwen's gaze was intent, his breathing steady. The ability of a master of marionettes brought the movements of his hands to the utmost precision. Every stroke was delivered with exactly the same force. A moment later, a complete Sir rune appeared upon the parchment. He set down the knife, picked up the dragonblood ink, and lightly brushed it across the lines of the rune with a specially made brush. The ink seeped in evenly, and before long a richly colored rune, faintly aglow with red light, emerged upon the parchment. Then he silently recited the meaning of light, imagining the warmth of the morning sun spilling over him, before pouring his own magic into it and drawing upon the daylight beyond the window to charge it. At last, he spoke the sealing charm, and a gentle magic wrapped itself around the rune, its glow gradually stabilizing. Upon the parchment, that Sir rune gave off a faint, gentle radiance, like a tiny star quietly glimmering upon the page. Nicholas stood to one side, watching all of it without blinking, the astonishment in his eyes growing deeper by the moment. Though Dumbledore had already told him in advance of Diciwen's talent, he still had not expected that after only a single week of self-study, this young man would complete his first rune inscription without a single error. No hesitation, no deviation, the charging ritual flawless from beginning to end, and even the rune's radiance was purer than that of one drawn by an ordinary apprentice. Incredible, Nicholas murmured to himself. In 600 years of life, he had never seen a student so exceptionally gifted. Even his grandfather had taken half a month to complete his first runic inscription, yet Diciwen was not merely faster. The quality was leagues beyond that of his peers. Diciwen looked at the glowing rune upon the parchment, his heart brimming with excitement. He picked up the parchment, walked over to Nicholas, and spoke with an eager smile on his face. Mr. Flammel, have a look. Nicholas took the parchment and examined it closely. The rune's glow was stable and gentle, with not the slightest sign of fading. Clearly, it had been inscribed with remarkable success. He lifted his head to look at Diciwen, his eyes full of approval. Excellent. Very good. You have already grasped the fundamentals of rune inscription. Next, you may go on to try other runes. With Nicholas's affirmation, Diciwen's drive only grew stronger. He returned to the desk and began continuously attempting to inscribe different runes. Some produced only faint effects, while others displayed obvious magical power. When he inscribed the NYD rune, for example, pale ripples like water shimmered across the parchment. When he inscribed the Odin rune, a glint of light like a wind blade flashed at the edges of the rune. He never tired of it. The silver carving knife moved again and again across the parchment, while the deep color of the dragonblood ink continued to bloom over the page. One rune after another was born beneath his hand. Some succeeded. Others, marred by the slightest flaw, lost much of their intended effect. Yet Diciwen was not discouraged. He would carefully analyze the cause of each mistake, adjust the force and sequence anew, and continue until he had drawn a rune that satisfied him. Nicholas sat to one side, watching Diciwen's ceaseless attempts, the smile on his face growing ever warmer. This young man's capacity for learning was astonishing. Not only could he grasp the fundamentals with remarkable speed, he was also able to draw conclusions from practice, even adapting his method of inscription with flexibility according to the properties of each rune. Such talent was rare enough in itself, but rarer still was such a disciplined and admirable attitude towards learning. Then, all at once, there came a soft bang. A sheet of parchment burst abruptly into flame, becoming a small tongue of fire that quickly guttered out, leaving behind only a trace of ash. Diciwen turned neatly aside and avoided it with ease, not allowing so much as a spark to touch his robes. He turned back and looked at the lingering smoke in the air, his face utterly untroubled. On the contrary, there was a hint of excitement in it. "Mr. Flammel, I think I ought to be ready now to have a look at those introductory books on alchemy of yours." He could feel it clearly. As his mastery of ancient runes deepened, his mind had grown keener, and his control over magic more exact. And as the foundational language of the wizarding world, runes were tied to alchemy by countless subtle threads. He thought that perhaps he already possessed the basic qualifications required to begin studying alchemy. Nicholas, however, did not follow his lead. The smile faded from his face, and his expression turned grave. He stepped in front of Diciwen and fixed him with a burning gaze. "You have indeed already understood part of alchemy. Of that, I am certain, but I require your solemn promise. Until you have earned my approval, you are not to attempt any alchemical operation on your own, not even the most elementary preparation." The smile on Diciwen's face stiffened for a moment. Then he nodded in earnest. "Promise." Nicholas continued, "Before this, I did not fully understand your ability. I assumed it would take you a very long time to master the foundations of ancient runes, and that was why I only gave you those 3 books. But now it seems that, given a little time, you should be able to finish all 10 introductory volumes on alchemy. Still, a foundation does not mean true mastery. Alchemy is a branch of magic far more intricate than runes. It is not merely the simple transformation of substances, but the study of the essence of matter, the conversion of energy, the origin of life, and the sublimation of the soul. It is the ultimate science of the magical world. You know of the philosopher Stone, do you not? Nicholas' tone grew even heavier. That is the highest achievement of alchemy, capable of turning stone to gold and brewing the elixir of life. But the uses of alchemy extend far beyond that. Nearly every renowned magical object in the wizarding world has been created through alchemical means. The risks of alchemy are immense. Every act of refinement may bring about consequences no one can predict. The transformation of matter requires a balance of energy, and the slightest carelessness may send magic into violent turmoil and blow apart an alchemical chamber. Any process involving the soul is even more perilous. The smallest deviation may drive the alchemist mad, or even tear his soul to pieces. And when crafting magical objects, one must deal with all manner of rare materials. A moment's inattention, and one may be contaminated by them. Nicholas looked at Diciwen, his eyes full of concern. "I do not want Dumbledore to lose such a fine student, nor do I wish to see you cast yourself into danger through impatience. Alchemy demands patience, composure, and reverence for life, cannot abide the slightest rashness. Your talent is indeed exceptional, but you do not yet possess the experience required to command the power of alchemy." Warmth stirred in Diciwen's heart. He could feel the sincerity and care in Nicholas's words, the concern of an elder for one younger than himself. With grave seriousness, he made his promise once more. "I understand what you mean. I give you my word that I will not carry out any alchemical experiment on my own. I will study patiently until I have won your approval." A kindly smile returned to Nicholas's face, and he patted Diciwen on the shoulder. "That is more like it, my boy. You may read the introductory books on alchemy now. If there is anything you do not understand, come and ask me at once." For the month that followed, Diciwen's world narrowed until all that remained was the quiet little study in Nicholas Flammel's residence. So still it seemed almost cut off from the outside world. Here there were only the ancient volumes arranged in perfect order upon oak shelves, the faint mingled scent of old pages and herbs in the air, and the light beyond the window, forever gentle and bright beneath the preservation of magic. To Diciwen, such a place was nothing less than a sanctuary, perfectly suited to the patient pursuit of knowledge. Each day he rose promptly at first light. After straightening his clothes and washing, He would quietly push open the wooden door of the little study and plunge headlong into this realm that belonged to alchemy alone. From dawn until dusk, save for the fixed hours of the 3 meals, he scarcely stepped beyond the study at all. Eating, to him, was merely a necessary measure to keep his body functioning and his mind focused. He never lingered over it, but hastily satisfied hunger and thirst before returning at once to his desk, once more immersing himself in those obscure yet irresistibly compelling texts. What Nicholas had given Diciwen were not the shallow introductory alchemy books one might find on the market, full of vague generalities and surface-level explanations. They were a set of foundational works assembled exclusively by a legendary alchemist who had lived for centuries, selected, organized, and revised bit by bit from the sum of his life's experience. Every passage, every diagram, every annotation on the properties of materials was the result of Nicholas's own experiments across the long years, tested and verified again and again until only the safest and most suitable content for beginners remained. Such knowledge would not allow a reader to begin forging powerful alchemical objects the moment he finished it, much less ascend in a single step to the ultimate mystery of the philosopher's stone. But it could build, for a complete novice, a complete, rigorous, and unshakably sound framework at the very foundation of alchemy. From the most basic identification of materials and the laws governing the flow of energy, to the principles of transmutation, the forms of magical resonance, the fundamental structure of runes, and onward to the environmental requirements, safety taboos, and failure responses of simple alchemical rituals, the contents progressed steadily from shallow to deep, each part linked tightly to the next. For someone like Diciwen, who had never before come into systematic contact with orthodox alchemy, this collection of books was the single most vital key to opening the gates of that ancient magic. Throughout this time, Nicholas Flamel had been quietly observing Diciwen's state of study. As the acknowledged forefather of alchemy in the entire wizarding world, Nicholas had seen far too many witches and wizards come seeking him out, ambitious, eager, and hopelessly restless. Many of them desired only the power to turn stone into gold, only the secret of immortality, yet would not even sit in peace long enough to finish the most basic theory. After 3 or 5 days of study, they would already be growing impatient, pressing him to know when they might begin crafting true alchemical creations. A student like Diciwen, who could devote himself for 30 days without change, neither arrogant nor impatient, neither hasty nor agitated, pouring the whole of his mind into foundational theory alone, was truly far too rare. Nicholas did not interfere much. Only now and then, when Diciwen encountered a bottleneck, would he offer a quiet word of guidance. After long stretches of concentration, he would have Perenelle send in a cup of warmed herbal tea. He was observing this young man's patience, his powers of concentration, and his reverence for knowledge itself. Over the course of that month, Diciwen won Nicholas Flamel's full approval through an almost severe self-discipline and an astonishing degree of focus. To confirm whether Diciwen had truly absorbed all the foundational material, Nicholas conducted an examination of extraordinary detail and breadth. From the properties of materials and forbidden combinations, to the pathways of energy conduction and the basic functions of runes, and onward to the deduction of simple alchemical logic, the questions delved ever deeper, constantly probing the boundaries of theory. Yet no matter how Nicholas questioned him, Diciwen answered with lucid order and flawless accuracy, even offering his own understanding and extensions on certain points. After verifying it again and again, after repeated confirmation, Nicholas looked at the composed young man before him and at last let out a sigh touched with both emotion and relief. Over the course of his several centuries of life, he had taught countless students. Royals, high-ranking ministry officials, gifted young witches and wizards, they had all come and gone, yet scarcely anyone had ever satisfied him to this degree. And this time, he finally opened his mouth and spoke the words Diciwen had truly been waiting for. Now then, we may begin to discuss what alchemy truly is. A single simple sentence. Yet it signified that Diciwen had truly crossed the boundary between a mere beginner and a personal disciple of Nicholas Flamel. Only by thoroughly mastering the fundamental theories could one be qualified to comprehend the true essence of alchemy that Nicholas Flamel had kept buried in his heart for centuries. Perenelle stood quietly at the doorway of the little study, watching the 2 figures inside. Nicholas sat upright in his chair. He was no longer the detached observer who had merely provided books before, but had begun, in earnest, to explain everything with painstaking care, patience, and the full measure of his strength. He spoke of the nature of matter, of the resonance between magic and life, of how transmutation was not creation out of nothing, but the application of immutable laws. Those insights that could not be found in any book, those understandings that belonged to him alone, were drawn out bit by bit from his lips. Diciwen, meanwhile, sat with his back perfectly straight, his gaze intent and bright, listening with absolute concentration. The quill in his hand flew swiftly yet neatly across the parchment, recording every word. Whenever he reached a crucial point, he would pause to think. And from time to time he asked questions that were precise and profound, every one of them striking directly at the core. Perenelle gave a faint shake of her head, helplessness in her eyes, but warmth as well, and a gentle smile. Over the passing of several hundred years, innumerable people had tried every means imaginable to approach Nicholas, hoping to gain a single word of guidance from him, a single page of his manuscript. Yet those who could make him this serious, this wholehearted in his teaching, were few enough to count on one hand. Diciwen was not his first student, but he was among the very few who had truly moved Nicholas through his focus and talent. What astonished her even more was Diciwen's speed of learning. His ability to absorb, comprehend, and transform knowledge was astonishingly swift. Even Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of this century, when he had once studied alchemy at Nicholas's side, had not matched the current Diciwen in the speed with which he absorbed foundational theory, nor in the flexibility with which he applied it. Dumbledore's strength lay in breadth, profundity, and foresight. Diciwen, by contrast, excelled in absolute concentration, terrifying memory, and formidable powers of logical deduction. Perenelle did not disturb the master and disciple, both immersed in the transmission of knowledge. Instead, she turned and walked toward a hidden door on the far side of the room. When she gently pushed it open, there was no ordinary corridor beyond, but an independent space shrouded beneath powerful magic. A weather-making charm laid there by Nicholas's own hand remained in perpetual effect, and a soft, unblinding sun hung in the sky, its warm light spilling across the vast, shadowed, luxuriant forest below. The air was fresh, rich with the fragrance of grass and trees, so lifelike that it was almost indistinguishable from true nature beyond the outside world. At the forest's edge stood a small, cozy wooden cottage. That was where she and Nicholas truly lived in seclusion and took their rest. For the next stretch of time she could recover there in peace, without worrying about interruptions from the outside world, and without troubling herself over the progress of lessons in the study. She knew better than anyone that once Nicholas truly acknowledged someone, he would hold nothing back. Their 3 meals a day would be attended to by the house elves, so there was no need for her to concern herself with that either. In the days that followed, Diciwen plunged himself completely into the deep sea of alchemy. Nicholas truly taught him without reservation, explaining everything one by one, from the purification of basic materials and the guidance of magical power, to the inscription of mid-level runes and the construction of rituals, and onward to the logic of high-level creations and the balancing of energy. What delighted Nicholas more and more was that Diciwen was never the sort to rely on dead memorization. Every piece of knowledge Nicholas taught, he not only remembered firmly, but could also draw inferences from it, swiftly fusing theory with logic. More than that, when Nicholas posed hypothetical questions, he could often predict in advance the likely outcomes and flaws that might arise. Such a capacity for learning had already gone far beyond mere excellence and was approaching the realm of genius. Seeing that both the theory and the foundational practical work had been laid upon sufficiently solid ground, Nicholas at last assigned Diciwen a true alchemical project in the fullest sense. You have now mastered enough of the basics. Next, do not make commonplace wares like magical lamps or enchanted cauldrons. Conceive and design an alchemical item yourself. Something that belongs to you alone, a creation suited to your own nature. Nicholas's requirement was perfectly clear. Not imitation, not replication, but originality. This was the most essential and the most exacting test for an alchemical apprentice. Seated at the desk, Diciwen fell into quiet thought. He did not turn his mind toward the healing, defensive, or storage-type alchemical objects commonly seen in the wizarding world. Instead, he cast his thoughts toward the most unusual and secretive power he possessed. The powers of his beyonder characteristics. One by one, the abilities he had mastered flashed through his mind. Flame teleportation, paper effigy substitute, air bullets, control of spirit threads, marionette domination, the shape-shifting of the faceless, and the split bodies of spirit worms. At first, his idea had been to design an all-purpose alchemical item, one that would contain all of his most essential abilities, so that a single creation could cover movement, attack, substitution, control, and transformation. Yet, after only a brief round of deduction, he shook his head and abandoned that overly greedy design. To bear so many abilities, he would have to separate a great number of spirit worms from within his own body to serve as the core. Spirit worms were the very foundation of his demigod body. Every single one carried a fragment of his consciousness and the source of his power. To separate too many would, at best, cause his strength to decline, and at worst, throw his consciousness into disorder and invite a frenzied backlash. In his current state, to split off too many at once was simply too uncontrollable a risk. After turning the matter over again and again, Diciwen decided to cast complexity aside in favor of simplicity. He removed most of the abilities from consideration, keeping only the two most practical powers, the two best suited to being made into independent alchemical items and requiring the least consumption of spirit worms. First, the faceless shapeshifting ability. Second, the magician's air bullets. One concealed and one offensive, one for disguise and one for killing force. They complemented each other perfectly. And for two such items, he would only need to separate the utmost limit of 6 spirit worms that his body could withstand. That would be enough to support the functioning of both cores without becoming a burden to himself. Once he had made up his mind, Diciwen went straight to Nicholas Flamel. He did not conceal the most essential of his secrets. Before Nicholas's eyes, he slowly closed his own, gathering his mind into stillness. The next moment, a wisp of gray light, so faint it resembled the tiniest mote of dust, drifted slowly from his fingertip. It writhed gently in the air, yet carried with it a strange sense of spirituality and awareness. It was a spirit worm outside the body. This is the core foundation of my power. A spirit worm, Diciwen said calmly. My body is made of them. Each one carries a fragment of my consciousness. They can leave the body, perceive, parasitus, and bear my abilities. For the first time, unmistakable shock appeared in the eyes of Nicholas Flamel, those eyes weathered by centuries of life. He had lived for so long that he had conducted exhaustive experiments on nearly 99% of the magical materials, parts of magical creatures, minerals, and plants that still existed in the wizarding world. Yet never had he seen, or even heard of, such a singular substance. It was not flesh and blood, not a fragment of soul, not a coagulation of magical power, nor an ordinary magical creation. Rather, it was a unit of life that existed somewhere between spirit and matter, endowed with autonomous awareness. After the shock came an intense fascination he could scarcely suppress. For an alchemical master who had spent his whole life pursuing the truths of matter and life, nothing was more alluring than a wholly new material he had never encountered before. Diciwen patiently explained the properties of the spirit worms to Nicholas. They could parasitus, transmit consciousness, bear abilities, stably bind magical power, and to a certain degree distort reality and perception. These traits were precisely the sort of material qualities alchemy longed for more than anything. After that, he laid out, one by one, the 2 alchemical items he had already conceived to Nicholas. For the first, I want to design a transformation mask. Diciwen slowly described his vision. It does not need a splendid appearance. On the contrary, it must be soft enough to cling closely to the skin. Once it was placed over the face, it could swiftly obscure its form, as though vanishing altogether. The wearer needed no complicated incantation. With nothing more than a thought, he could freely alter his appearance, build, and voice, achieving a flawless disguise. In truth, Nicholas had conceived of this sort of disguise-type creation years ago. But the transfiguration materials of the wizarding world were either unstable, dependent upon external spells, or else like a boggart, changing only according to a person's fears, utterly lacking any initiative of their own. None could accomplish a perfect transformation directed from within and controlled by thought alone. There had always been a lack of one crucial core material capable of bearing the will for active transformation, and so Nicholas had ultimately abandoned that line of research. Now, however, the appearance of the spirit worm had perfectly remedied that greatest shortcoming. The second thing I want to design is an alchemical pistol. Diciwen's voice remained as calm as ever. It requires neither muggle gunpowder nor physical bullets. Using the wielder's own magic as its power source, it compresses the air into high-speed impact rounds. At the same time, it possesses a locking and tracking function. Once a target is marked, the bullet will pursue it automatically, unhindered by ordinary obstacles. Nicholas had likewise conducted no small amount of research into magic-powered offensive alchemical objects. Yet most of them had been limited in power, lacking in speed, and wanting in accuracy. Compared with spells cast directly by a wizard, they offered little real advantage, and so no truly mature finished product had ever emerged. But again, so long as the spirit worm was added as the core, every one of those weaknesses would be overcome. The spirit worm's consciousness-locking ability, thought transmission, and trajectory warping capabilities could dramatically improve both accuracy and tracking. Its extraordinarily efficient conversion of magic could allow the force and speed of the air bullets to far surpass those of ordinary alchemical creations. After hearing Diciwen's complete design, Nicholas Flamel's eyes shone with admiration and excitement. The ideas behind both designs were clear, their purposes precise. They perfectly suited the user's own traits while striking directly at the key bottlenecks alchemy had long failed to overcome. The two of them at once began refining the plans together, selecting the most suitable and most stable magical materials for the 2 creations. For the transformation mask, purified Boggart essence would serve as the base vessel, providing the most primal potential for shifting form. The spirit worm separated by Diciwen would serve as the core, granting active, stable, thought-driven transformation. Powdered unicorn horn would be added to neutralize the spirit worm's eerie properties and prevent the wearer's mind from being eroded. Crystallized mandrake extract would be mixed in to reinforce transformational stability and prevent collapse of form or the exposure of flaws. Finally, a minute quantity of fragments from an already used philosopher's stone would be added, imbuing it with gentle yet enduring energy, so that even a wearer whose magic was not especially deep could use the mask for long periods without fatigue. Runes of transformation and stability would then be engraved upon the surface to strengthen the effect still further. For the air bullet pistol, the spirit worm would likewise serve as the consciousness core and locking hub. Powdered unicorn horn would be paired with it to protect the user from backlash. A mithril alloy of exceptional strength and magical affinity would be chosen as the main body of the pistol. Dragon blood crystals would be added to greatly enhance the impact and destructive force of the air bullets. Fragments of thunderbird feathers would be mixed in to heighten speed, accuracy, and tracking capability, and runes of swiftness, precision, and power would be engraved along the barrel, driving its overall performance to the utmost limit. The moment the plan was settled, even Nicholas himself felt a flicker of anticipation. With a material as unprecedented as the spirit worm, combined with the finest magical substances in the wizarding world and supported by his own centuries of alchemical mastery. Once these two alchemical creations were completed, they would surely become peerless masterpieces, uniting devastating power with practical utility. And as the longest-lived man in the wizarding world, with a collection beyond compare, Nicholas Flamel's treasury naturally contained every one of these rare materials in abundance, all of them of the highest quality, more than enough to support the forging of both creations. All preparations were complete. The door to the little study closed softly, and a magical barrier rose, shutting out every prying gaze from beyond. Thus began Diciwen's first true collaborative work in alchemy. At the center of the alchemical table, the lines of the magic circle brightened and dimmed in a strikingly regular rhythm. Halos of pale gold and ghostly blue energy billowed outward in pulses, flickering and swelling like the rise and fall of breath. Pure and gentle alchemical power spread slowly through the air like morning mist, filling the entire spacious workshop and brushing across the ancient runes engraved upon the walls, causing those patterns, silent for centuries, to glimmer with a faint light. The air was rich with the peculiar fragrance formed by magical silver, star copper, and soul essence mingled together. It was not sharp or unpleasant. Rather, it carried a mellow scent that soothed the spirit and steadied the mind. Diciwen stood before the alchemical table, his gaze fixed unblinking upon the creation cooling slowly at its center. His heart hammered wildly in his chest, and an indescribable tide of exhilaration and rapture surged up from the depths of him, rushing straight to his mind. He clenched both hands tight, his knuckles paling with force, his eyes brimming with astonishment and awe. This was the second time he had completed an alchemical work, and once again he found himself sincerely marveling at the wonder and greatness of that ancient craft. In the mysterious world, those sealed artifacts born from beyonder characteristics and strange, twisted laws were always accompanied by unpredictable, even fatal, side effects. Their power was capricious and violent. The slightest carelessness from their user could see him devoured by them, reduced to a miserable end of shattered sanity and grotesquely warped flesh. But the alchemy before his eyes was utterly different. It was more like the ultimate expression of a craftsman's art, using a wizard's spirit and magic as the guiding force, and the countless bizarre magical materials of the world as its foundation, precisely stripping away the impurities and violent aura hidden within those materials, perfectly blending the properties of differing substances, and then, through rigorous runic arrays, bestowing upon them a stable yet formidable miraculous power. In doing so, it removed the vast majority of the negative effects that might recoil upon the user, turning supernatural power into something that could truly be controlled, truly be wielded as a tool. He first took out the transformation mask he had completed earlier through alchemy. The mask as a whole was limpid and transparent, like the purest crystal, yet it possessed an indescribably supple texture. Across its surface flowed delicate pale gold runic patterns like a river of stars. Those runes had been engraved by his own painstaking effort, and now, at the touch of magic, they glimmered faintly, shedding a gentle and mysterious radiance. Diciwen drew a slow breath and carefully brought the mask toward his face. A marvelous scene unfolded at once. The instant the transparent mask touched his skin, it seemed to come alive, softening immediately to fit the contours of his cheeks. Its edges spread gradually like liquid metal, winding along his neck and behind his ears, creeping upward until, in scarcely more than a heartbeat, His entire head had been completely enveloped. There was not the slightest seam, nor any sense of stuffiness or discomfort, as if it had fused into one with his own skin. Diciwen closed his eyes and clearly sketched Nicholas Flamel's appearance in his mind. Long white hair, soft and full, eyes gentle, yet carrying the wear of ages, a face with mild and elegant lines, and that refined air belonging to a wizard who had lived far beyond an ordinary span. At a single stir of thought, the once transparent mask began to change at astonishing speed. Skin tone, hair, and features took shape before the eye. White hair slowly grew at the back of his head, unfurling and falling upon his shoulders, while the contours of his facial bones were perfectly reshaped by the mask's power. In the space of only a few breaths, when Diciwen opened his eyes again, the figure standing there was no longer his original self, but an exact replica of Nicholas Flamel. Nicholas, standing to one side, witnessed the entire process with his own eyes. His ordinarily mild face was instantly overtaken by shock. Those eyes, deepened by centuries of time, widened enormously, and his lips parted slightly, his expression filled with utter disbelief. He was shaken both by the transformation mask's extreme speed, so swift there had scarcely seemed to be a process at all, and by the perfection with which it reproduced the one it imitated. From the thickness of each strand of hair, to the fine lines at the corners of his eyes, to the texture of the skin and even the spirit within the gaze, there was not the slightest deviation. It had replicated his appearance flawlessly, so perfectly that even he himself had nearly believed that another version of him was standing before him. Watching Nico stand there utterly dumbfounded, Diciwen felt a swelling surge of satisfaction. Suppressing the excitement roiling in his heart, he strode over to the full-length enchanted mirror standing to one side of the room. A faint white radiance rippled across the mirror's surface, and it clearly reflected his current appearance. A face identical to Nico's in every detail, snow-white long hair, a refined and scholarly air, even the subtlest expressions reproduced without the slightest discrepancy. He bared his teeth in a grin at the mirror and tried speaking aloud. Perfect. A low, gentle voice rang out, almost entirely indistinguishable from Nico's, with not the slightest difference in tone or timbre, utterly free of any trace of discord. This was no mere imitation of vocal cords. With the aid of the spirit worm within Diciwen's body, the mask directly captured every scrap of information in the wearer's mind regarding the target. Facial contours, muscle texture, the vibrational frequency of the vocal cords, speaking habits, even the minute characteristics of the soul's fluctuations. Only through such profound replication and simulation could it achieve a result so flawless as to pass falsehood for truth. Let alone an ordinary wizard, even a veteran wizard adept in detection magic would be unable to discern the slightest flaw without resorting to an exceptionally advanced probing spell. Another thought stirred in Diciwen's mind, and he dismissed the transformation. Nico's reflection in the mirror slowly faded away, the mask upon his face turning transparent once more before slipping off of its own accord and landing lightly in his hand. Cradling the miraculous mask, he turned it over and over, fingertips brushing its warm, smooth surface. The excitement and delight in his eyes could not be hidden in the least. Like a child who had just received his most treasured toy, he could not bear to look away for a very long time. Stop staring at it. There's still the other one. At last, Nico recovered from his shock. Seeing how utterly enchanted Diciwen was, he could not help interrupting in helpless exasperation, his tone carrying a hint of indulgent fondness. Inwardly, he muttered to himself. Wasn't this merely his first time independently completing an alchemical creation? Was there really any need to be this happy? Yet he had already forgotten that when he himself had first successfully crafted an alchemical item all those years ago, he had been even more excited than Diciwen, clutching the finished product and staring at it for an entire day and night, so engrossed that he had even forgotten to eat. Nico's voice pulled Diciwen back to himself, and only then did he realize he had been somewhat carried away. Scratching the back of his head in embarrassment, he revealed a shy smile. Carefully, he handed the transformation mask to Nico so the latter could experience the wonder of the creation for himself, then turned and quickly returned to the alchemy bench, his gaze falling upon the weapon that had just been completed. It was a pistol, the golden desert eagle from the game he had known best and loved most in his previous life. Its body had been forged from mithril and star copper, plated on the surface with a layer of matte gold. The patterns were exquisite yet domineering, the lines of the frame smooth and resolute. Tiny magic crystals were set into the grip, warm to the touch and resistant to slipping. The entire design was filled with a sense of force and an old-fashioned magical beauty. This was the firearm Diciwen had used most often in the game, and now that he had manifested it through alchemy, the sense of familiarity and satisfaction in his heart hardly needed words. He reached out and wrapped his hand around the grip. The moment he held it, he felt a steady, weighty solidity in his palm, perfectly balanced, neither too light to lose its substance nor too heavy to hinder its use. Holding the golden desert eagle in his hand, Diciwen toyed with it fondly, turning the gun and inspecting its engraved patterns, liking it more and more the longer he looked. But when he wanted to test the might of this alchemical handgun, his gaze swept over the cramped alchemy chamber, crowded with precious materials and alchemical tools, and he immediately frowned. The space here was narrow, and all around were flammable, fragile magical materials, along with priceless ancient instruments. If he fired here, then before he ever managed to test its power, the entire alchemy chamber would likely be blasted to pieces first. Nico, do you have somewhere I can test fire this? Diciwen raised his head and asked with some anticipation. Come with me. Nico smiled faintly. Seeing the eager look in Diciwen's eyes, he turned and led the way toward the side door of the alchemy chamber. The two of them passed through a corridor engraved with defensive runes and arrived at an incomparably spacious practice room. This was where Nico usually practiced spells and tested the strength of magic. The floor was laid with hard, anti-magic stone, the walls covered in cushioning enchantments and defensive arrays. Around the room stood numerous thick magical targets, humanoid magic dummies, and all manner of instruments used to measure magical force. Open in space and thorough in protection, it was the perfect place to test an alchemical weapon. Diciwen walked to the very center of the practice room, drew a deep breath, and calmed the excitement in his heart. Then he steadily raised the golden desert eagle in his hand, arm extended straight, and aimed at a standard magical target more than 10 meters away. This sort of target was woven from specialized magical fiber and possessed extremely strong defenses, capable of withstanding the attacks of most mid-level spells. An ordinary wizard's blasting curse would find it difficult to destroy one completely. He did not deliberately hold his breath, nor did he spend much effort on precise aim. He merely fixed the position of the bullseye clearly in his mind and slowly infused his own magic power and beyonder characteristics into the gun's body. In the next instant, his finger lightly pulled the trigger. Bang! A heavy, resonant gunshot tore through the silence of the practice room. It was not shrill at all. Rather, it carried the dense impact of magical energy erupting all at once. The moment the gunshot rang out, the distant magical target did not show the expected bullet hole. Instead, it exploded outright with a thunderous crash, countless fragments bursting in all directions and scattering across the floor. Diciwen instinctively tensed his arm, prepared to bear the pistol's recoil, yet he felt almost no impact in his hand, only the faintest vibration, so slight it could almost be ignored. Seeing the target utterly blown apart, Diciwen understood at once. This terrifying power was most likely the result of the combined amplification of the beyonder characteristics and magic within his body, far surpassing the standard force of an ordinary alchemical weapon. He casually turned the desert eagle in his hand, then turned and handed it to Nico beside him. Nico, give it a try and see how the power differs. He wanted to know what sort of strength this weapon could display in the hands of an ordinary wizard. Nico nodded and took the golden desert eagle. The weight of it in his hand made him give a slight nod of approval, clearly quite satisfied with the craftsmanship and feel of the gun. He raised his arm and, without even deliberately aiming, merely pointed it casually at another intact target. With the position of the bullseye fixed in his mind, he pulled the trigger directly. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. This time, the target did not explode as a whole. Instead, a hole the size of a fist appeared in its very center, traces of residual magic clearly visible around it. Although it had not blasted the entire target apart as it had when Diciwen fired, the power was still startling. One had to remember that this was a practiced target capable of withstanding mid-level spells. To punch such a hole through it with a single shot meant the force was already comparable to a wizard's exploding curse. Watching this scene, Diciwen pondered inwardly. As expected, it seems my beyonder characteristics provide a particularly great amplification to the weapon's power. In the hands of an ordinary wizard, its force would weaken, but it would still remain extraordinarily formidable. Nicholas Flamel's reserve of magic was, in truth, immensely profound. As a legendary wizard who had lived for several centuries, Nico's bodily organs had long since completed their magical transformation over the endless passage of time. The amount of magic within him had originally far surpassed that of the vast majority of contemporary wizards, enough to call him a walking reservoir of magic. Yet even though the elixir of life had firmly anchored his soul within his body and resisted the erosion of time upon his spirit, it still could not halt the slow wearing down of the flesh by the years. The passing of centuries had left his physical strength worsening day by day, and the amount of magic he could store, as well as the precision with which he could control it, had both declined significantly. The quantity of magic in his body now was only about the same as that of a full-grown adult wizard in his prime, long since fallen from the terrifying heights of his peak. Nico was clearly just as satisfied with the power of this alchemical handgun. Like a child who had found a new toy, a long-lost, boyish smile appeared on his face as he raised the pistol and began firing continuously at the surrounding targets. Bang, bang, bang. The crisp reports of gunfire rang out one after another through the practice room, and the more Nico fired, the more delighted he became. To his astonishment, he discovered that this gun required no deliberate aiming at all, nor any intricate guidance of magic. So long as he fixed his target in his mind at the moment he pulled the trigger, the tracking runes engraved upon the gun would automatically guide the air bullet toward its mark, striking true every single time, while consuming only the slightest amount of a wizard's magic. Only after firing more than a dozen shots did Nico finally stop, still unsatisfied. His face shone with excitement as he stroked the cold metal of the gun, feeling the lingering ripple of magic upon it, his voice full of wonder. This truly is an incomparable alchemical creation. I feel that in terms of magical expenditure, it amounts to no more than a single disarming charm, yet in terms of power, it is fully comparable to the blasting curse. Its accuracy surpasses any spell by far. It is, quite simply, the perfect weapon for self-defense. He slowly raised his head, his gaze settling upon Diciwen. In those eyes, weathered by a century of time, there was no longer the usual gentleness and calm, but instead an unmistakable trace of warmth, satisfaction, admiration, and boundless anticipation for the future. His voice trembled slightly, tinged with emotion. Diciwen, your alchemy is now truly complete. You have grasped the very essence of alchemy, understood the mystery of material fusion, and learned how to combine magical runes with your own abilities to perfection. What remains is merely the continued practice of accumulating knowledge of the different properties of various materials, and refining your craft. Seeing Nico so moved, a warmth rose in Diciwen's heart as well. Just as he was about to say something, Nico's next words cut him off. That is enough. Counting the days, it is already early August now, and the start of term at Hogwarts is drawing ever nearer. It is time for you to return to Britain. Nico's tone gradually softened, and a nearly imperceptible note of reluctance flickered through his eyes. Tomorrow I will give you a parting gift. For now, go back to your room and rest properly. 2 days of such intense alchemical work in succession have drained both your mental strength and your magic. You must be exhausted. Diciwen's figure stiffened abruptly, and the smile on his face faded at once. Only then did he suddenly realize how swiftly time had flown. This holiday spent learning alchemy at Nico's side had already come to its end. He had come here at first with the simple intention of studying, yet now he had wholly mastered this wondrous art. The time had been brief, but rich and full, and he had long since grown accustomed to Nico's patient instruction, accustomed to those days spent in the alchemy room with materials and runes for company. Nico said nothing further. He gently placed the transformation mask and the golden desert eagle into Diciwen's hands, then turned and walked out of the practice room. His back appeared calm, yet carried with it a loneliness too difficult to put into words. Diciwen stood where he was, gripping the two alchemical creations tightly in his hands, watching Nico's receding figure for a long while without moving a single step. Throughout this holiday, Nicholas Flamel had poured forth everything he could, teaching him without reservation the alchemical knowledge he had spent his entire life researching. From the basics of identifying materials, to the engraving of runes, to the drawing of alchemical arrays and the fusion of crafted objects, he had guided him patiently through every step, holding nothing back. Nico had never once said he would take him as a disciple, yet in Diciwen's heart, he had long since regarded this refined, learned, immortal wizard as the teacher he respected and thanked more than any other. After these few days together, their bond, both master and student and friend, had already taken deep root in silence. Now, with parting imminent, the reluctance and gratitude in his heart surged upward like the tide, leaving him unable to calm himself for a long while. Diciwen had lived in this guest room for nearly the whole of summer. From arriving here with a purpose at the beginning, to later immersing himself in the boundless world of alchemy, and now to standing upon the brink of his return, his state of mind had already undergone a quiet yet earth-shaking transformation. During this period, he had devoted nearly all his energy to the study of alchemy. Nicholas Flamel's guidance had been like a beacon, vastly expanding a body of knowledge that had already far surpassed that of his peers. Yet beneath this seemingly tranquil routine of study, there lingered the powers within him that did not belong to this magical world, those unfathomable, uncanny abilities that almost touched the level of natural law itself. If they were exposed before others without restraint, sooner or later they would attract unwanted attention, suspicion, wariness, and perhaps even a concerted attempt to eliminate him. Hogwarts had never truly been a safe place, and as the storyline surrounding the boy who lived drew steadily nearer, the affair of the Philosopher's Stone, the shadow of the dark arts stirring once more, and the secret struggle between all manner of factions would sharpen the gaze of the entire wizarding world to an extraordinary degree. When that time came, he would inevitably have to use his own abilities frequently in full view of others. A single misstep would be enough to doom him beyond redemption. It was precisely for that reason that he had prepared those 2 alchemical items in advance. They were not truly powerful magical instruments in the strictest sense, but what they lacked in brute strength they made up for in ingenuity. On the surface, they appeared to be no more than the modest fruits of his study of alchemy, but in truth they were a carefully woven disguise. With such things in hand, others would only think him astonishingly gifted and a true inheritor of Flamel's craft, rather than probing too deeply into the nature of his power. And with Nicholas Flamel's name, gilded by 600 years of legend, standing behind him, every anomaly could be naturally attributed to the legacy of ancient alchemy. When that time came, what awaited him would be admiration and wonder, not suspicion and scrutiny. At the thought of this, Diciwen let out a quiet breath, suppressing the tumult of thoughts surging through his mind. After a proper night's rest, his spirit had already fully recovered, and the weariness in his eyes had been replaced by steadiness. He cast one final glance around the room that had accompanied him for the whole of summer, gathered up all stray thoughts, then turned and pushed open the door to leave. The hall was spacious and ancient in style. Several oil paintings, old with age, hung upon the walls, while the fire in the hearth burned quietly, and the air was suffused with a gentle yet weighty magical presence. Nico was already seated by that old oak table, waiting for him. He was still the same small but vigorous figure as ever, his silver-white beard combed neat and proper, yet his eyes were as deep as a night sky in which centuries of stars had settled. When he saw Diciwen approach, a gentle smile appeared upon the old man's face, a smile that held both satisfaction and a trace of reluctance difficult to detect. "You are finally ready, child." Nico spoke softly, his voice calm, yet carrying a power that put the heart at ease. Diciwen gave a slight nod and came to stand before the table. He knew that the moment of parting had arrived. Nico wasted no time on unnecessary pleasantries. Instead, he directly pushed several items, long prepared in advance, toward him one by one. The first was precisely the central reason for Diciwen's journey to France, the item he was to deliver personally into Dumbledore's hands. Nico had already wrapped it carefully in what appeared to be an ordinary sheet of parchment, folding it into a small, compact parcel, its edges smooth flat and neat by magic. Even through the layer of paper, Diciwen could clearly feel the vast energy surging from within. It was a gentle force, yet so immense it made the heart tremble, like a sleeping star, restrained yet majestic. Merely drawing near it made his very soul quiver faintly. He understood at once. This was the Philosopher's Stone itself, the source that had sustained Nico and Perenel's lives for centuries, and the key that would soon tug at the fate of the entire British wizarding world. Diciwen asked no further questions. He merely accepted the parcel with solemn care and tucked it close against his person. He understood the weight of this object, and even more the plans and sacrifices intertwined behind it. The second item was a small dark brown suitcase that looked utterly unremarkable. The style was simple, the leather worn just enough, and at first glance it seemed no different from the luggage of any ordinary wizard. Yet as Diciwen stared at it for a few moments, an inexplicably powerful sense of familiarity rose in his heart. He frowned, searching his memory, until Nico slowly began to explain, and enlightenment struck him all at once. Was this not the very same sort of magical creature case that Newt Scamander carried with him? This is a spatial container upon which an undetectable extension charm has been placed. Nicholas lightly tapped the surface of the chest with his fingertips. A faint flash of golden light flickered and vanished. When I made it, I incorporated several fragments of the Philosopher's Stone that still retained their potency, making the inner space exceptionally stable. It will not collapse because of fluctuations in magic. I've converted the inside into a small alchemy workshop, and I've even placed an alchemical bench there that I crafted with my own hands. For you as you are now, I doubt there could be a more fitting gift. Diciwen's heart gave a violent jolt.
A portable alchemy workshop.
An alchemical bench made by Flamel himself. This could no longer be described merely as precious. This was a true inheritance. With it, no matter where he went, he would be able to continue his study of alchemy, and even carry out certain discreet experiments unsuited to Hogwarts. For someone like him, who was desperate to grow stronger while still concealing his true power, this gift was nothing less than timely aid in the snow. Seeing the emotion Diciwen could not hide in his eyes, Nicholas's smile deepened. His gaze brimmed with the hopes and fondness of an elder for the younger generation, touched too by a trace of reluctance at the thought of parting. At that very moment, a powerful impulse suddenly surged up in Diciwen's heart. He inclined himself slightly, his voice calm and clear. "Teacher, thank you for your gift." The word teacher slipped from his lips before he could think. Nicholas' Flamel stiffened all at once. The smile on his face froze in place, and for the first time, those eyes that had weathered centuries of time revealed genuine astonishment. In truth, during the time they had spent together, it was not as though he had never entertained the thought of taking Diciwen as his disciple. This young man's talent, his thirst for knowledge, and the steadiness of his temperament were all rarities even across the several hundred years of Nicholas's life. Yet reason had quickly compelled him to abandon the notion. Once the Philosopher's Stone was entrusted to Dumbledore, the elixir of life remaining in his and Perenelle's hands would be reduced to next to nothing, enough at most to sustain them for a few more years. To take on a disciple when his own time was so short would mean not only that he could not guide the young man for long, but that he would burden him with unnecessary ties and regrets. And so he had kept that thought buried in his heart from beginning to end, offering Diciwen guidance only in the capacity of an elder and senior, never overstepping that boundary. He had never imagined that Diciwen would be so direct, so decisive, as to call him teacher of his own accord. Those two simple syllables were like a current of warmth, instantly breaking open a tenderness long sealed away in the old man's heart. He had lived for 600 years and seen dynasties rise and fall, wars sweep the land, and the darkest turns of the human heart. Nicholas had long since learned to take many things lightly, yet at this moment, he was still deeply moved by this sudden acknowledgement. He raised a trembling hand and stroked his beard. Only after a long while did he manage to steady the emotions surging within him. "Good child. Good child," Nicholas murmured again and again, a glimmer shining in his eyes. After composing himself a little, the old man seemed suddenly to remember something. He drew out another item from within his robes and gently set it on the table. It was an ancient-looking brass key, its bow engraved with intricate and mysterious alchemical patterns. It felt faintly cool to the touch and held a stable, age-old magic. "This is the key to the library inside this safe house," Nicholas said softly. "The library lies beneath this building, and within it are all the alchemical tomes I have collected, written, and organized throughout my life. From this day forward, let it be the gift I bestow upon you upon the completion of your studies. Whenever you wish to come, you may enter and leave as you please." Diciwen stared blankly at the key resting in his palm, feeling only its profound weight. It was not merely a key, but the trust of a legendary alchemist's life's work. He clenched it tightly, tucked it away into his inner pocket with the utmost care, and bowed deeply to Nicholas once more. "Thank you, teacher." That word of thanks was sincere and weighty. Next, Nicholas took out the third item. It was a card that appeared entirely unremarkable at first glance, rigid in texture with smooth edges. Upon it were engraved exceedingly subtle spatial runes, and its design was strikingly similar to the portkey Dumbledore had once given him. "I know the journey here has not been an easy one for you," Nicholas said, handing the card to Diciwen. "This is a portkey reinforced through alchemy. Can send you directly back to Hogwarts. The road is long, and with this you needn't wear yourself out with further travel." Diciwen accepted the card, his fingertips sensing the stable and gentle ripple of spatial magic upon it. In truth, he had already made other plans. During his adventure in the Black Forest, he had once obtained a special key, and with it he had already established two fixed teleportation gateways, one in his Hogwarts dormitory and the other in his own home. He could open a passage leading directly to his dormitory at Hogwarts, quick and concealed, with no need at all to rely on a comparatively public means of travel like a portkey. But in the face of Nicholas's meticulous kindness, he could not bear to refuse. The old man had thought everything through for him so thoroughly that any insistence on declining would only make them seem distant. So Diciwen gave a slight smile, put the portkey away, and nodded his acceptance. "The time is about right." Nicholas rose to his feet, his gaze turning toward the window. His tone was light, yet carried a trace of release. "Diciwen, the road that remains will have to be walked by your own strength. Perenelle and I are planning to leave this place, travel a little, and take another look at this world in which we have remained far too long." He paused, then added, "Since you have already called me teacher, then you must keep the key to that library safe." Nicholas did not say outright that his life was nearly at its end, nor did he mention that once the Philosopher's Stone was given away, he and his wife would be moving toward the final end of their lives. He did not want this farewell to be stained by grief too heavy. Still less did he want Diciwen to leave carrying that burden in his heart. What he did not know was that Diciwen had already seen through all of it by means of his own divination and foresight. Diciwen lifted his eyes to the slight but great old man before him, his expression too complicated for words. Nicholas Flamel was not only a legend in the history of alchemy, but also a wise man of pure heart who had long since made peace with life and death. He possessed a life of extraordinary length, yet did not drown himself in immortality. He held immeasurable wealth and power in his grasp, yet remained ever low-key and gentle. Diciwen simply could not bear to let such an old man meet his end for the sake of fulfilling another person's design. After a long silence, he could no longer restrain himself and finally spoke. Teacher, once everything is over, the Philosopher's Stone can be reclaimed. Why have you chosen this path? The instant the words fell, the hall sank into silence. Nicholas turned sharply, his gaze upon Diciwen filled with astonishment. The plan concerning the Philosopher's Stone was a top secret known only between him and Dumbledore. Dumbledore had specifically instructed that Diciwen need not be told every detail, lest he become too deeply entangled in the matter. How, exactly, had this young man before him come to know of it? As though he had seen through his doubts, Diciwen explained calmly, you needn't be surprised. Since childhood, I have studied certain arts of divination and can faintly sense the outlines of the future. I know the general shape of Professor Dumbledore's plan. He paused slightly, then continued in a voice of absolute resolve. I give you my word, once this matter is truly over, I will personally return the Philosopher's Stone to your side. When that time comes, you and Madame Perenelle will no longer have to face parting. Nicholas said nothing for a very long time. He gazed at Diciwen, his expression unreadably complex. In truth, as far as life and death were concerned, he and Perenelle had long since made their peace with them. 600 years was too long a span. They had seen seasons of splendid prosperity, and they had seen living beings reduced to ruin. They had once possessed supreme glory, and they had endured loneliness and solitude as well. This body had long since grown old and weary, and even the soul had grown tired of remaining forever. When Dumbledore asked to borrow the Philosopher's Stone, he had agreed with scarcely a moment's hesitation. To him, this was not a sacrifice, but a natural and fitting close. It was a decision he had reached together with his wife, calm and without regret. And yet now, faced with Diciwen's sincere and stubborn resolve, the old man's heart wavered once more. This young man before him was ravenous for knowledge and possessed a pure devotion to alchemy. Talent, temperament, perseverance. He lacked none of them. For the first time, Nicholas suddenly felt that everything he had studied, accumulated, and safeguarded throughout his life had at last found a truly worthy heir. He very much wanted to see just how far this young man would go in the future, to what heights he might raise alchemy, and what kind of legend he might write in this vast and turbulent magical world. After a long while, Nicholas Flamel let out a soft laugh, his smile gentle and untroubled, as though matters of life and death were no more than a wisp of cloud drifting past his eyes. Let us put that aside for now. He waved a hand, his tone easy. Perenelle and I still have quite a stock of the elixir of life left, enough to sustain us for a good while yet. Since you already know everything, there is no need for us to hurry off at once. When you have the time in future, come back and see us often. He spoke with utter calm, as though what awaited him was not the end of life, but merely an ordinary journey afar. Diciwen looked at the old man's serene expression. His heart crowded with complicated emotions, yet he did not press the matter further. Some decisions could only truly be understood by the one who made them. All he needed to do was remember his promise, and one day in the future, place that spark of life back into their hands himself. All right, Diciwen gave a faint nod. I will, then. Goodbye for now, Professor. He stepped forward and gently embraced the small, warm old man. Nicholas started slightly, then raised a hand and lightly patted him on the back. There were no excessive words, no sorrowful farewell. Everything was as peaceful as a brief rest on a summer afternoon. Diciwen stepped back, then reached into his pocket and closed his hand around the port key. The instant magic flowed from his fingertips. The runes upon the card flared brilliantly to life, and a powerful yet steady spatial force wrapped itself around his entire body in an instant. Light and shadow twisted. The air gave a faint shiver. Under Nicholas Flamel's calm and expectant gaze, Diciwen smiled faintly, his figure flickering once before vanishing from the hall altogether. The dizziness brought by the warping of space surged over him like a tide. Even though this portkey had been personally crafted by Nicholas Flamel, and was far more stable than the ordinary finished products made by common wizards, Diciwen still felt a fierce wave of discomfort. It was as though his whole body had been kneaded into a ball and then forcibly pulled apart again, his bones and soul alike letting out a soundless protest in that brief dislocation. When the spinning light before his eyes finally settled, he found that he was already standing before Hogwarts' great gates. Beneath his feet lay the familiar flagstone road, worn smooth by time, stretching away toward Hogsmeade Station in the distance. Diciwen drew in a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the churning unease in his stomach, pressing lightly through his feet to steady his somewhat unsteady frame. He lowered his head and glanced at his own hands, then touched the small paper packet hidden close against his body. Even through the layer of parchment, the power of the Philosopher's Stone remained distinctly perceptible, gentle and weighty, yet carrying a secret force enough to shake the entire magical world. Aside from that, the trunk Nicholas had given him with the extension charm, the key to the library, and the return portkey had all been stuffed wholesale into his system space. Diciwen lifted a hand to smooth the creases in his wizarding robes, then set off toward the school gates. But the moment he reached them, he found them locked fast. After all, aside from the students, the professors either operate or used the flu network. None of them went out through the front gates to catch the Hogwarts Express. Plainly, even for an enrolled student like him, entering Hogwarts grounds during the summer holidays without permission was not something he could do at will. Diciwen arched a brow. Far from discouraged, he instead revealed a smile touched with mischief. Trying to stop me with a single gate? That was rather looking down on me. His fingertips moved slightly as he took out a paper effigy double from his space. With a light flick of his fingers, the little paper figure drifted over the school gates like a fallen leaf and landed upon the path inside the grounds. In the next instant, the space around Diciwen gave a slight tremor, and his figure abruptly blurred. When the light and shadow gathered once more, he was already standing firmly on the inner side of the gates, just as planned. He murmured the words under his breath, the smile at his lips deepening. After making sure no one around had noticed, he moved briskly toward the castle, his steps light and swift, carrying a nimble, darting grace as he silently skimmed across the lawn and stone steps. As he passed Hagrid's hut along the way, Diciwen suddenly slowed. Having been away from Hogwarts for so long, he did rather miss that straightforward, sincere half-giant. In any case, there was no need to hurry to the headmaster's office this very moment. Stopping by to say hello, and incidentally sounding him out to confirm how the recent course of events had progressed, was not a bad idea at all. Judging by the time from before he had left, Harry Potter's 11th birthday had long since passed. Hagrid ought already to have gone, under Dumbledore's arrangements, to number 4, Privet Drive, delivered Harry's Hogwarts letter into his hands, and taken him along to Diagon Alley to buy his school things. It was only that he had spent nearly an entire summer at Nicholas Flamel's safe house, and his sense of time had inevitably grown a little vague. He had to confirm whether events were still proceeding along their original track, and whether his return had caused any deviation. If the arrangements concerning the Philosopher's Stone had been thrown into disorder, then all his previous groundwork, disguises, and even the promise he had made to Nicholas might well be affected. With that thought in mind, Diciwen headed straight for Hagrid's hut. Luck was plainly with him. He had only just approached the wooden cabin when he heard Hagrid's unmistakable voice from inside, booming and muddled all at once. "Fong, you're not to bite that bit of meat. That's my breakfast. Or you little rascal, go eat your own portion. Stop trying to nick mine." It sounded as though Hagrid had only just woken up and was presently making merry with his great dog, Fong. Diciwen walked to the door, lifted a finger, and gave the wooden panel a gentle knock. Knock, knock. The crisp sound of knocking was especially clear in the stillness of the early morning. The voices inside stopped at once. Even Fong's whining seemed to cut off abruptly. A moment later, Hagrid's muttering voice came closer and closer, thick with confusion. Who'd be knocking on the door in the holidays? Could it be Professor Dumbledore? Diciwen nearly laughed aloud at that. In Hagrid's heart, sure enough, no matter the time or place, the first person he always thought of was Dumbledore. The door was yanked open. The tall, broad half-giant appeared in the doorway, with his tangled black hair and his great massive beard, looking at once rough and simple-hearted. Hagrid narrowed his eyes, and when he saw that it was Diciwen standing outside, his whole body froze on the spot. His already enormous eyes widened even further, as though his mind had briefly seized up and failed to process what he was seeing. "Good morning, Hagrid." Diciwen waved a hand at the dumbstruck half-giant, his tone easy and natural. Hagrid gave a violent start, finally snapping out of his shock. "Oh, blimey, Diciwen, what are you doing here?" He burst out at once, his voice so loud it nearly startled the birds off the roof. "Still the holidays. Shouldn't you be at home? Why you suddenly come back to school?" "I came back because I have something urgent to discuss with Professor Dumbledore," Diciwen explained with a smile, smoothly steering the subject elsewhere. "How's your holiday been? Haven't gone wandering about anywhere?" The question sounded casual, but in truth he was probing without showing it. Hagrid, sure enough, thought nothing of it. He slapped his thigh and immediately launched into speech. I've spent most o' me time in the Forbidden Forest. Aragog's little lot can't do without someone, and all the other lovely creatures in there need looking after as well. The moment magical creatures were mentioned, Hagrid became instantly voluble, enthusiastically sharing with Diciwen little stories from his daily life with those adorable beasts. As Diciwen listened, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. He could all but guarantee that the lovely creatures Hagrid spoke of were probably things like acromantulas and blast-ended scruts, the sort of beasts outsiders would consider lethally dangerous. It simply was not easy to cut Hagrid off, so he could only listen with forced patience, nodding along from time to time and offering the occasional token response. Just as Diciwen was on the verge of losing patience, Hagrid seemed to remember something of tremendous importance. He slapped his forehead sharply, his face lighting up with a look that was both excited and mysterious, then lowered his voice as though he were about to share some earth-shaking secret. "Oh right, Diciwen. Do you know Harry Potter?" Diciwen's heart stirred. "Here it comes. The boy who lived?" he asked back, feigning ignorance. "That's right, him exactly." Hagrid nodded eagerly. "He's 11 this year, and he can finally come to Hogwarts. I only just took him to Diagon Alley a few days ago and got everything sorted, his wand, his schoolbooks, his cauldron, all of it. Everything's ready now, and we're only waiting for term to start." At once, Diciwen felt a wave of relief wash through him. As expected, the course of events had not gone astray. Hagrid had successfully completed his task and brought Harry Potter into the wizarding world. Everything was proceeding exactly as it had in the original story, step by step and in perfect order. But in the very next second, a thought flashed through his mind, and his expression shifted slightly. No, Harry was about to start school, which meant the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore's earlier arrangement had been to place the stone inside a Gringotts vault and have Hagrid retrieve it while delivering Harry's letter, directly tying Harry to the Philosopher's Stone. But he had returned too late. There had been no Philosopher's Stone for Hagrid to collect, and that meant. At that thought, Diciwen lost all interest in idle chatter. He hurriedly cut off Hagrid's endless narration and put on an apologetic smile. "Hagrid, I really do have something urgent to discuss with Professor Dumbledore. We'll talk another time." Without waiting for Hagrid to respond, he had already turned and broken into a swift run toward the main body of the castle. "I still came back too late," Diciwen muttered inwardly, not daring to slow his pace for even an instant. He ran up the stone steps in one breath, heading straight for the 8th floor. At the stairway outside the headmaster's office stood the familiar stone gargoyle in silence. It was a magical statue Hogwarts used to guard the entrance to the headmaster's office, capable of identifying visitors and barring unwanted guests. Yet when Diciwen strode rapidly closer, the gargoyle shifted aside almost at once, voluntarily yielding the passage that led to the office. Diciwen was not surprised. From the moment he had crossed the school gates with his paper substitute and stepped into Hogwarts, Dumbledore ought to have noticed him already. The castle's magical surveillance, its hidden wards and senses, and the information relayed by its statues were more than enough to allow that white-bearded headmaster to grasp his movements at the earliest possible moment. After seeing from the tower that the intruder was him, Dumbledore had clearly given orders to let him pass without any obstruction. Diciwen rushed unimpeded all the way to the door of the headmaster's office. Without much hesitation, he lifted a hand, knocked lightly once, and pushed the door open. The spacious office was filled with the faint scent of lemon drops. All manner of silver magical instruments revolved softly upon the desks, giving off low, delicate hums. Dumbledore sat behind his broad desk, the eyes behind his half-moon spectacles slightly narrowed, his face still wearing that gentle yet unfathomably deep smile. "I'm sorry, Professor. I came back late," Diciwen said as he stepped before the desk, a trace of apology in his voice. "It's quite all right." Dumbledore gently shook the lemon drop in his hand, his tone calm. "Nicholas wrote in advance to let me know that there were still some important matters you needed to handle on his side. Returning a little later than expected is only natural." "So, just as I thought," Diciwen mused inwardly. Nicholas and Dumbledore had already been in contact. He said no more. Reaching straight into his inner pocket, he took out the small parcel wrapped tightly in parchment, set it carefully upon the desk, and pushed it toward Dumbledore. "This is something Mr. Flammel asked me to deliver to you." His expression remained natural, his gaze steady. There was not the slightest trace of greed in him, nor any excessive curiosity, as though it were nothing more than an ordinary letter or object. Of course, he was not foolish enough to ask whether he had delayed your plan or anything of the sort. The moment he asked that, he would be openly exposing the fact that he knew far too many secrets, practically delivering himself onto Dumbledore's list of people worth watching. With that old fox's powers of observation, It would take only the slightest probing for him to sense that Diciwen possessed an abnormally clear understanding of how the future would unfold. Dumbledore lowered his eyes to the parcel on the desk, then lifted them again to study Diciwen for a brief moment. Seeing the boy's frank gaze, and that he held no covetous desire whatsoever for whatever lay within the package, he naturally assumed that Diciwen had no idea this was the legendary Philosopher's Stone and merely regarded it as an ordinary item entrusted to him. Satisfied, he nodded, reached out to take the parcel, and placed it in a drawer of his desk. "Thank you, Diciwen. You've done me a great service." Dumbledore's smile was warm, and there was genuine gratitude in his voice. Diciwen inclined his head slightly. He was just about to take the opportunity to excuse himself and return to his quarters to rest. But in the next second, Dumbledore spoke again. "However, you did indeed return a little later than expected, so may I trouble you with something?" Diciwen's heart gave an immediate lurch. Not good. The situation he had been most worried about had still come to pass. Once the old headmaster adopted that tone, it usually meant that some troublesome errand, the sort impossible to refuse gracefully, was about to be dropped squarely into his lap. Diciwen sighed inwardly, though on his face he could only wear the expression of someone listening attentively. With helpless resignation he asked, "Professor, what is it?" Dumbledore tapped the desktop lightly with his fingertips. His smile remained mild, but there was a note in his voice that left no room for refusal. "It is nothing too difficult," he said unhurriedly. "On the day term begins, could you help me fetch someone and see him safely to King's Cross Station, so that he may board the train to Hogwarts?" Diciwen froze for a moment. Fetch someone. Combined with what he had just learned from Hagrid, one name surfaced in his mind almost immediately. Harry Potter. "Who is it?" Diciwen asked from where he stood in the middle of the headmaster's office, tilting his head slightly and putting on the air of someone entirely in the dark. His tone was calm and natural, and in his eyes there was just the right touch of confusion, as though he truly knew nothing at all of what was about to happen. Dumbledore sat in that ancient-looking chair whose back was carved all over with intricate patterns. His half-moon spectacles reflected the gentle light streaming in from outside the window, and within those bright blue eyes lingered both a trace of amusement and something unfathomably deep. He did not answer at once. He merely tapped the desk softly with one finger, and it seemed as though tiny sparks danced for a fleeting instant in the air. "I'll give you an address. Once you go there, you'll know." With that, the old headmaster drew a neatly folded card from the wide sleeve of his robes and handed it to Diciwen. The material of the card was exactly the same as the one Diciwen had received the last time he went to France in search of Nicholas Flamel. A faint magical sheen lay over its surface, so subtle it was almost imperceptible, and its edges had been polished with great care until they were smooth and rounded, cool and fine to the touch. Diciwen reached out and took it. The instant his fingertips brushed the card, an exceedingly tiny golden pointer lit up upon it at once, pointing steadily toward the southeast. The pointer slowly turned half a circle at the center of the card before finally coming to a halt, as though silently proclaiming the direction of the destination. At the sight of this, Diciwen was struck speechless. "This thing again. Professor, because of one of these cards of yours, I spent an entire afternoon wandering across France before I finally found Nicholas's house." He could not help complaining, his tone thick with helplessness. If it had been anyone else, they'd have ended up spending the night out in the wilderness. Dumbledore was plainly well aware of just how unfriendly this little guide card of his was. It would not directly display a place name, would not mark out roads, and certainly would not thoughtfully offer a shortcut. It merely stubbornly pointed in a rough direction, leaving all the trouble of the search to the person holding it. Rather than a tool for giving directions, it was more like a small test, tinged with a sense of mischief. And Dumbledore, of course, took great delight in it. "Ah, I thought you might spend some time wandering around France before finally thinking to look for Nicholas." The old headmaster laughed aloud, his laughter warm, though carrying an unmistakable hint of playful trickery. "Who would have thought you'd go straight there?" Diciwen looked at him expressionlessly, wholly ignoring the easy teasing of someone pleased with his own success. "Then, Professor, may I have a general address?" His tone was calm, yet held a firmness that allowed no refusal. "I have no desire to walk southeast from here for another day. I still can't apparate." Not being able to apparate meant he could only rely on walking, muggle transport, or the most basic short-range magic to make his way. If he truly followed the pointer on this card all the way by trial and error, heaven knew how long it would take. Seeing the serious look on Diciwen's face, and the complete lack of any intention to yield, Dumbledore finally let his smile fade and gave a light nod. "All right." He leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice a touch. "You're going to Surrey, little whinging. As for which house it is exactly, follow the card's guidance." Diciwen paused for a fraction of a second, then immediately understood the reason behind it. Little Whinging, Surrey, for Privet Drive. That was where Harry Potter lived with his Muggle relatives, the Dursleys. Around that house, Dumbledore had personally arranged magical protections to prevent those gifted with prophecy from probing into Harry Potter's whereabouts. The power of that enchantment was tightly bound to the Dursleys' seemingly ordinary Muggle home. Once the address was spoken of too freely in the wizarding world, once too many witches and wizards knew of it, the spell's secrecy would weaken and might even invite unnecessary danger. This card, troublesome as it appeared, was not truly meant to make things difficult. In essence, it was a hidden pass. It could only be perceived by its holder, would leave no magical trace in the outside world, and could not be caught by methods used to detect dark magic. Only one who possessed the card, and had been acknowledged by it, could follow that faint magical guidance and accurately find the house shrouded in layer upon layer of protective enchantments. Once he had thought that through, Diciwen said no more. "All right, then I'll be off, Professor. See you when term starts." He inclined his head slightly and turned to leave the headmaster's office. But after only 2 steps, Dumbledore's voice came again from behind him. "Wait a moment." Diciwen stopped and looked back. Dumbledore had already picked up an envelope embossed with the Hogwarts crest from beside the desk and gently pushed it to the edge. "This is your report, along with your third-year book list." The old headmaster's gaze rested on him, those eyes seeming almost capable of seeing into a person's heart, glimmering faintly with a soft white light. "McGonagall told me you selected every subject. It seems you'll have quite a busy next term." Diciwen walked over and reached out to take the envelope. His fingertips brushed the thick paper, and he could clearly feel several flat sheets tucked inside. He did not open it at once, only gave Dumbledore a slight nod, said nothing more, then turned and waved as he left the office. The heavy wooden door closed softly behind him, shutting away the faint scent of lemon drops and the warmth of the fireplace within the headmaster's office. After descending the stairs, Diciwen did not linger in the castle, but went straight back to his house dormitory. Only a little over half a month remained before term began. Hogwarts was especially quiet during the holidays. The students had all returned to their homes, and only a few professors, staff members, and several ghosts who liked to roam the castle still remained. The corridors were empty, the suits of armor stood in silence, and from time to time the wind outside stirred the glass, making the faintest sound. Diciwen intended to remain at Hogwarts for one more day, adjust his condition a little, and deal with a few private matters of his own before heading to Diagon Alley to buy the books and supplies he would need for the new term. Back in the dormitory, he shut the door, walked to the side of his 4-poster bed, and lay down gently. The soft mattress supported his body, the familiar hangings draped all around him, and everything inspired a sense of ease. He gazed at the ceiling above, so well known to him, where dark patterns like a starry sky had been painted. In dim light they were nearly invisible, and only under slanting sunlight did they faintly emerge. After resting for a short while, Diciwen took out the envelope and opened it. The first thing he removed was his full second-year report. On a fine sheet of parchment, the marks for all his subjects had been written out in tidy order. Behind every course, there was a clear and eye-catching O. Outstanding, the highest grade in Hogwarts' marking system. Looking at that neat row of identical OS, Diciwen's lips unconsciously curved upward into a knowing smile. His hard work this year had not been in vain. He set the report aside, then drew the long third-year book list from the envelope. As his eyes swept over line after line of titles, Diciwen let out a silent sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was still Harry and the others' first year, and the defense against the dark arts professor was Quirrell. Strange though Quirrell was, timid as he was, with that ridiculous turban forever wrapped around his head and his secret ties to Voldemort hidden from public sight. At the very least, he had not required the students to buy a great heap of flashy, self-aggrandizing rubbish. If it had been that narcissist Gilderoy Lockhart instead, the book list would probably have been crammed from top to bottom with books he had written himself. Titles like Break with a Banshee, Gaddying with Ghouls, and Wanderings with Werewolves were all fabricated adventures with no practical value whatsoever. If that had really been the case, the few galleons in Diciwen's purse would likely have been drained on the spot, perhaps even leaving him bankrupt. Even so, the textbooks, consumable materials, and magical tools required for the new term were still far from cheap. Diciwen felt the money pouch in his pocket and gave a quiet sigh. It seemed he would have to find some way to make money. If he wanted not to be constrained by a lack of gold, he would have to find a source of income himself. The first idea to leap into his mind was alchemy. At his current level in alchemy, anything too advanced or too powerful was still beyond him. A legendary alchemical marvel like the Philosopher's Stone was far beyond the step he had yet reached, even with Nicholas Flamel's personal instruction. the refining of powerful magical items, permanently enhancing artifacts, or high-grade potion catalysts all required exceedingly rare materials, extraordinarily precise magical control, and an immensely long period of refinement. But some simple, practical little items, popular among ordinary witches and wizards, were by no means difficult for him to make. Leaning against the headboard, Diciwen lightly tapped his fingers against the edge of the bed and began to think. The first thing he thought of was the shield cloaks later sold by the Weasley twins in their joke shop in the original story. They were magical items with the shield charm fixed into the fabric, capable of passively resisting or deflecting most low to mid-level jinxes and curses. Even before the coming of the war, they had already shown tremendous practical value. Whether it was students' pranks upon one another, or adult wizards encountering danger in everyday life, shield cloaks were highly dependable protective gear. The function was undeniably excellent. With Diciwen's current foundation in alchemy, combined with the techniques for fixing spells into place that he had learned from Nicholas Flamel, reproducing something similar was by no means impossible. But a straight copy would be far too dull. What was more, Diciwen had no desire for something so practical, so strategically valuable, to appear in the wizarding world this early. Once anti-jinx cloaks began circulating on a large scale, they would inevitably affect the balance of power in the magical world, and might even draw the Ministry of Magic's attention. Regulation or outright confiscation of the research. For now, all he wanted was to study in peace, grow steadily, and build up his strength, not get dragged into unnecessary turmoil before his time. Since practical equipment was out of the question, then perhaps the better path was to do the opposite. Make something beautiful but ultimately non-essential. Just as in the Muggle world, plenty of people playing games would buy skins, ornaments, and visual effects without a second thought. Those things did not increase combat power or alter the game mechanics in the slightest. They existed purely to look good, to show individuality, to please the eye. And yet, countless people were willing to pay for exactly that. The wizarding world was no different. Who did not like pretty, dazzling, one-of-a-kind magical trinkets? Diciwen closed his eyes and began sifting, combining, and sketching ideas in his mind. Fireworks? The wizarding world already had those, and in the future the Weasley twins would do them better than anyone. Luminous accessories? There were plenty on the market already. Color-shifting pigments? Far too ordinary. He thought for quite a while, yet still failed to arrive at anything especially clear. In the end, Diciwen gave up on forcing it, rose from his bed, and pushed open the dormitory door, intending to wander the castle and see whether the surroundings might offer him a spark of inspiration. Hogwarts Castle during the holidays was so quiet it bordered on solemn. He walked slowly along the marble corridors. Most of the portraits on the walls had fallen asleep. Only a few remained awake, and when they saw him pass, they merely lifted their eyelids lazily before closing them again. The suits of armor stood in silence where they were, the surfaces of their plate gleaming with a cold, steely sheen. Wind swept across the lawns outside the windows, carrying with it the scent of grass and damp earth. Diciwen made his way out through the castle doors and stepped onto the soft lawn. The sunlight was warm, the sky a deep and lucid blue, with a few white clouds drifting along at an unhurried pace. He strolled slowly around the castle, his gaze passing in turn over the shimmering black lake, the whomping willow thrashing its branches in wild arcs, Hagrid's hut tucked away in a corner, the mysterious depths of the forbidden forest in the distance, and the broad, level Quidditch pitch with its towering goalposts. The Quidditch pitch. The moment he saw that familiar ground, a flash of inspiration struck him. Broomsticks, the most beloved and widespread thing in the wizarding world, and something nearly every young wizard longed for. The Nimbus line, the Comet line, the Shooting Star line, the Clean Sweep line, every model of broom had its own legion of devoted admirers. Students would scrimp and save for months for the sake of a better broom, while grown wizards often replaced theirs again and again for collecting, racing, or display. But Diciwen was not so arrogant as to imagine he could build an entirely new flying broom himself. The craft of broom making was extraordinarily complex, involving flight magic, balancing charms, wind enchantments, material strength, stability control, and countless other fine details. Behind it all stood the monopolies and patents of the major magical broom manufacturers. With his current funds, stock of materials, and personal connections, he had no standing whatsoever to wage a price war against those long-established makers, let alone release a broom capable of shaking the market in a short span of time. What he had thought of was not the broom itself, but a small add-on attached to it. From the memories of his previous life, he recalled how certain flying vehicles, race cars, and spacecraft often had luminous devices mounted at the rear, leaving behind long, brilliant trails of light when moving at high speed. A broom tail. Not a real fluffy tail fixed to the broom, but a compact alchemical device installed at the end of it. When a wizard rode at high speed, the device would be triggered by airflow and magic, trailing behind the broom a long, ever-shifting ribbon of color. Flowing light, stardust, flames, whirlwinds, hearts, lightning, all manner of shapes, all manner of colors. Diciwen rapidly sketched the image in his mind. A bright stream of light cutting across the night sky during an evening flight. Quidditch players dragging different colored trails behind them during a match, making it easier for spectators to distinguish the team members. Lovers flying above Hogsmeade and leaving heart-shaped traces in their wake. Flocks of wizards in formation during holiday celebrations, weaving enormous patterns across the sky. And the crucial point was this: the wizarding world had no such product at present. The market was entirely blank. At that thought, Diciwen could no longer contain the excitement surging in his chest. He hesitated no longer, lifted a hand in a light flick, and murmured the incantation under his breath. Paper body double technique. He sensed the paper double he had left behind in the dormitory, and in the next instant his figure blurred and he returned directly to his room without a sound. Once back inside, he first shut the door, then swiftly drew from his storage item a box that looked utterly plain and unremarkable. This box had been a gift from Nicholas Flamel when he left France. Having only just returned, Diciwen had not yet had the chance to properly examine what kind of alchemy workshop the Grandmaster of Alchemy, who had lived for more than 600 years, had actually given him. He set the box gently down on the dormitory floor. It did not appear large, little different from an ordinary travel case, its wooden surface smooth and carved with simple patterns. Yet when Diciwen reached out and carefully opened the lid, what appeared inside was not the clothes or materials he had expected, but a pitch-black opening. The edge of the opening was smooth, and beside it a narrow wooden ladder extended straight downward, as though leading into another world. Diciwen turned around and, with his back to the opening, placed one foot on the ladder first, then carefully climbed down step by step into the box. The moment his body passed fully inside, the outside world vanished at once. The ladder beneath his feet held him steady. The air around him stirred faintly, carrying a light scent of ancient dryness and spice. Only when he landed completely did he realize he was standing in a small space resembling an entry hall, and not far ahead of him stood a tightly shut wooden door. Diciwen stepped off the ladder, planted his feet firmly, and walked to the door. He drew a deep breath, steadied the slight excitement in his heart, reached out to grasp the handle and turned it gently. The door opened at once. A rich but not oppressive aura of magic rushed toward him. What met his eyes was a room of staggering size. It was nearly comparable to the great hall on the first floor of Hogwarts, broad and open, with soft magical light suspended high above that illuminated the entire space in warm brilliance. Around the room, save for a few doors leading into other chambers, stood nothing but towering cabinets and layer upon layer of shelves. Upon those shelves were arranged countless alchemical materials in meticulous order. Ores, powders, crystals, dried botanical specimens, strange beast bones, ingots of magical metal, bottled liquids, ancient scrolls, feathers and scales of unknown origin. There were so many kinds that they defied counting. Some materials Diciwen recognized at a glance, some he had seen only recorded in Nicholas's notes, and some, even with the knowledge he possessed now, he could only tell were brimming with immense magical power, without being able to name them. At the very center of the room stood an enormous alchemical workbench. Diciwen strode forward quickly and lowered his gaze. His heart gave a violent leap. This workbench was, astonishingly, exactly the same as the one Nicholas Flamel himself used in his residence in France. The same material, the same dimensions, the same carved runes, the same channels for guiding magic. The only difference was that the one before him was far newer, untouched by the wear and marks of time. Diciwen reached out and gently ran his hand across the smooth surface of the alchemical table. A faintly cool yet steady touch came to his fingertips, and the ancient runes engraved upon the workbench glimmered softly, as though answering his hand. In that instant, an indescribable emotion surged up in his chest. This was no ordinary portable alchemy workshop at all. This was a magnificent alchemy chamber Nicholas Flamel had arranged for him by hand, fashioned entirely according to the habits he had built over centuries of use. Every tool within it, every vessel, every material, had been chosen with meticulous care. The value of the rare ingredients on those shelves alone far exceeded several 100,000 galleons, enough to keep an ordinary wizarding family in comfort for generations. That old man really was all bark and no bite. Diciwen murmured to himself, the corners of his mouth lifting into a gentle smile before he even noticed. Back in France, Nicholas Flamel had never once plainly said he meant to take him on as an apprentice. His manner had seemed casual, and at times he had even gone out of his way to make things difficult for him, to test him. Yet in action, he had never been stingy with his knowledge or his experience, and now he had gone so far as to give him a gift of such extravagant generosity. This was no longer mere guidance. He was treating him wholly and truly as an heir, as a direct disciple. Old man, I have no use for such luxurious materials just yet. Diciwen gave a small laugh and shook his head, turning his gaze toward the nearby rack. What he meant to craft now was only a simple decorative alchemical trinket, something that had no need at all for those legendary rare materials. Ingredients of too high a grade would not only be wasted, but might even upset the balance of the whole design with their overly violent magic. Diciwen stepped to the shelf and began carefully selecting suitable materials according to the design in his mind. The core things he needed were not complicated. Moonlight mica powder, a fine powder that gave off the faintest glow at night, light in texture and remarkably receptive to wind magic. Stardust fluorite, which contained a trace of light magic, shifted through many colors, could have its hue adjusted by spell, and possessed excellent stability. Wind crystals, tiny crystals condensed from the air itself, capable of sensing the speed of the currents around them and triggering the activation of an alchemical array. None of these three materials could be called particularly rare. Their prices were moderate, they could all be bought in the magical apothecaries of Diagon Alley, and the quantity required was small, well within what he could afford. His design was very clear in his mind. Through alchemy, he would solidify the two concepts of light and flowing wind inside a small clip. Under ordinary circumstances, the clip would remain dormant, consuming no magic and giving off no light. But once a wizard mounted a broom and flew at high speed, the air currents created as the broom sliced through the sky would set the wind crystal trembling, activating the alchemical array within. The array would then draw upon the power of the moonlight mica powder and the stardust fluorite, releasing light and forming a long, continuous trail behind it. The entire process required no additional charging. It could be powered solely by the force of the wind created in flight, along with the faint magic naturally spilling from the user's body. At the same time, he intended to leave several adjustable nodes within the array. Through a simple verbal spell, the user would be able to freely alter the color, shape, and density of the trail. It could even be customized so that the trail took on specific patterns, family crests, initials, and the like. Once he had chosen the materials, Diciwen laid them out one by one in neat order upon the alchemy bench. Sunlight streamed down through the magical globe at the top of the workshop, falling across the various materials and scattering into countless tiny, lovely glints. He drew in a slow breath, calmed his mind, and let himself slip into a state of intense concentration. His right hand closed around his wand, while his left rested lightly against the edge of the bench. Begin. Murmuring the word beneath his breath, Diciwen gave his wand a flick and spoke the activating incantation. At once, a soft radiance bloomed across the alchemy bench. This was the first time he had truly completed an alchemical creation entirely on his own. Nicholas was not beside him to offer instruction, and there was no one else to interrupt him. He had only his own knowledge and control to rely upon. Time fled swiftly in the grip of concentration. Before he knew it, it was already lunchtime. The house elves in the castle had begun bustling about the kitchens, and the scent of food drifted faintly through the walls. Now and then, the sound of Professor's footsteps echoed through the corridors, breaking the stillness of the holiday. The light upon the alchemy bench gradually drew in upon itself and went out. Diciwen lowered his wand and let out a quiet breath, a fine sheen of sweat beating at his temples. He reached out and picked up the finished product resting to one side. It was a small and exquisitely made metal tail clip. Its main body had been forged from polished silver and star bronze, bright in color, smooth in line, and rounded at the edges so it would not catch or scratch. On the inner side of the clasp were engraved extraordinarily fine anti-slip runes, ensuring that even during violent flight, sharp turns, or sudden dives, it would remain firmly fastened to the very end of any flying broom's tail and would not come loose. In size, it was roughly comparable to the handle end of a wand, light and compact, with no effect whatsoever on the broom's balance or speed in flight. Success. Diciwen turned the tail clip over in his hand, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Modest in appearance, magnificent in effect, inexpensive in cost, and easy to produce in quantity. Perfect. He put the clip away, tidied the alchemy bench, and turned to leave the trunk. Now there was only one thing left to do: field testing. He needed a flying broom, and he needed to take it outside for a lap through the air so he could see with his own eyes just what sort of effect this comet tail would produce. Diciwen straightened his clothes a little, then left the dormitory and headed for Professor McGonagall's office. Of all the professors at Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall was without question the one who loved Quidditch most and took it most seriously. She had once been an excellent player on the house Quidditch team, and now she was both head of house and a Quidditch referee. It would be the most natural thing in the world for her to keep several spare brooms in her office. Before long, Diciwen arrived at the door to Professor McGonagall's office. Knock, knock. He rapped lightly on the door. Come in. Professor McGonagall's crisp, decisive voice rang out from inside. Diciwen pushed the door open and stepped in. Professor McGonagall, I'd like to borrow a flying broom from you. At that moment, Professor McGonagall was standing beside her desk, apparently just about to ring the bell and summon a house elf to bring up her lunch. Hearing his voice, she turned, and when she saw Diciwen, a trace of surprise appeared on her face. Diciwen, aren't you on holiday? Why are you at school? During the holidays, I helped our esteemed headmaster with a small errand, and I only just got back today to report in. Diciwen's tone was calm, though a faint shade of dry sarcasm lay hidden beneath it. He knew very well that Professor McGonagall had always been the sort to care deeply for her students, and nothing displeased her more than Dumbledore's habit of pushing young witches and wizards into one troublesome affair after another. With only the slightest hint, she would instinctively take his side and begin lecturing Dumbledore for it. Sure enough, Professor McGonagall's brows knit at once. What? He has done this again? That old man. She had been dissatisfied with Dumbledore's habit for years. From Newt Scamander decades ago, to generation after generation of students thereafter, Dumbledore had always liked, almost carelessly, to hand students tasks that seemed harmless enough on the surface, yet concealed some form of trial beneath. It wasn't anything dangerous. I merely helped him bring something back from France. Diciwen added this at just the right moment, seeming to explain while in truth driving the point in even deeper. What? He actually sent you abroad by yourself? Professor McGonagall's voice rose at once, thick with disapproval. Professor, there truly wasn't any danger. Diciwen hurried to soothe her with a smile. I came back perfectly safe and I gained a great deal from it as well. Taking advantage of the moment, he briefly and succinctly told Professor McGonagall about how, during the holiday, he had gone to Nicholas Flamel in France and systematically studied ancient runes and alchemy under him. At the name Nicholas Flamel, Professor McGonagall's expression softened at once. That was a 600-year-old master alchemist, one of the greatest wizards alive. With him keeping watch, Diciwen would not only be in no danger, but might instead gain an opportunity others could only dream of. Only after her irritation had faded did Professor McGonagall return her attention to the true purpose of Diciwen's visit. What do you want to borrow a broomstick for? Diciwen smiled faintly, drew the newly crafted trajectory tail clip from his pocket, and laid it in his palm for Professor McGonagall to see. Professor, this is a little gadget I made myself while studying alchemy recently. I'd like to borrow a broom and test it outside to see how well it works. Professor McGonagall lowered her head and examined the tiny clip with care. The metalwork was excellent, the spellwork finely etched, and it gave off a faint but steady magical pulse. At a glance, she could tell this was no crude toy, but an alchemical creation that had been thoughtfully designed and painstakingly made. Her curiosity was hooked in an instant. Oh, now that is interesting. Professor McGonagall nodded and turned towards a row of broom racks in the corner of her office. As it happens, I have a broom I used when I was younger. It isn't top of the line, but it flies steadily. It should suit a test perfectly. She took down a broom that had been kept in excellent condition and handed it to Diciwen. The two of them left the castle together and came to an open stretch of lawn. The sunlight was just right, and a light breeze brushed against their faces. Diciwen took the broom and gently clipped his handmade tail clasp onto the very end of the handle, where it would be most visible. The mechanism tightened of its own accord and fixed itself firmly in place without the slightest shift. He drew a deep breath, stepped onto the broom with one foot, and gripped the handle with both hands. With a light push from the ground, the broom rose smoothly and swiftly carried him into the air. First, it was not moving particularly fast, and the tail clip showed no immediate effect. Diciwen applied a little more force, and the broom gradually picked up speed. The wind whistled past his ears, tossing his hair and robes. The moment the broom reached a certain velocity, the alchemical array on the tail clip was fully activated by the rushing air. The power of the moonlight mica powder and stardust fluorite erupted at the same time. Behind the broom, a long ribbon of brilliant white light burst forth. The trail was soft yet radiant, like the mark left by a comet streaking through the night sky. Better still, within that luminous band, tiny star-shaped motes kept scattering outward, flickering before slowly fading into the air. And just like that, an extraordinarily gorgeous flight trail was drawn clearly across the heavens. Diciwen made a small circle in the sky, sometimes flying level, sometimes turning lightly. Every movement left behind a smooth and dazzling trace of light. On the ground, Professor McGonagall tilted her head back to watch, her eyes glinting faintly, plainly captivated by the novel effect. She was certain it would look even better at night. Excellent. Truly excellent, she murmured in admiration. After flying for a short while, Diciwen guided the broom down in a slow descent. Before he had even fully landed, Professor McGonagall could no longer restrain her curiosity. Let me try. Diciwen smiled and nodded, stepping off the broom and yielding it to her. Professor McGonagall mounted the broom and rose into the air with a touch of awkwardness, though still as steady as ever. Usually grave and dignified, she now seemed like a child flying for the very first time, unable to resist making a few extra turns in the air. Behind the broom, the same white, star-strewn stream of light unfurled, strikingly vivid beneath the blue sky. From above, there even came the faint sound of Professor McGonagall's laughter, no longer able to be held back in her excitement. The laughter was bright and light, shattering the castle's usual solemnity. Several professors living within Hogwarts had originally been on their way to the Great Hall for lunch. Hearing the unusual laughter from the sky, they stepped out of their offices in curiosity and came into the courtyard to look up. When they saw Professor McGonagall riding a broom overhead, dragging a long trail of light behind her, each of them wore an expression of surprise and wonder. What is that? Why is there light behind the broom? It looks like a meteor's tail. Soft murmurs of discussion rose around them. Standing on the ground, Diciwen watched the scene above with a smile at the corner of his lips. At that moment, a familiar voice sounded beside him. Diciwen. Turning his head, Diciwen saw that Albus Dumbledore had somehow appeared at his side, likewise gazing up at the sky, a gentle smile on his face. Is this something you learned from Nicholas? The old headmaster asked. He had long known that Diciwen had gone to France to study alchemy under Nicholas Flamel, so upon seeing such an ingenious little alchemical trinket, that was naturally the first origin that came to mind. It's only a little toy, Professor. Nothing especially profound, Diciwen replied modestly. Dumbledore smiled but asked no further questions. He could tell that the object possessed no offensive power and no special practical use. It existed purely for beauty and amusement. Harmless inventions filled with such creativity were precisely the sort of thing he was pleased to see. Not long after, Professor McGonagall brought the broom down in a smooth, steady landing, though a trace of lingering excitement still remained on her face. Very good indeed, Diciwen. She walked up to him and praised him without stint. For Quidditch enthusiasts, this would be a very popular little novelty. Whether for marking a flight path during practice, heightening the spectacle of a match, or simply for entertainment and showing off in daily life, this tiny tail clip held enormous appeal. At her words, Diciwen's eyes lit up slightly. Looks like I might be able to earn a bit of living money with this. Then, he said it half in jest. The surrounding professors heard him and all chuckled with good-natured amusement. So young, so promising, and already knowing how to stand on his own. That was no small thing. Dumbledore gave his shoulder a light pat, admiration in his gaze. Smiling, Diciwen said to the others, "Let us eat, my dear professors." Early the next morning, Hogwarts Castle was still wrapped in a thin veil of dawn mist, and there were scarcely any figures in the corridors. Without disturbing anyone, Diciwen made his way to the fireplace in Professor McGonagall's office. He had already arranged with her the day before to borrow the flue. The flames in the grate danced quietly, carrying the distinctive pale green glow of flue powder, while the stone hearth still held the lingering warmth of its use the previous night. He drew a deep breath, took up a small pinch of flue powder, and cast it into the fire, clearly and steadily saying, "Diagon Alley," with a slight wave of dizziness and a rush of air. His whole body was gently enveloped by the green flames, and in an instant he vanished from the fireplace at Hogwarts. When he appeared again, he was already standing firmly on the stone-paved path at the entrance to Diagon Alley in London. Diagon Alley was not yet crowded in the early morning. The rain-dampened flagstones gleamed with a mellow sheen, and the wooden shop signs on either side swayed lightly in the breeze. He strolled slowly down the street, his eyes carefully sweeping over the shops on both sides in search of a suitable business partner. He needed a shop willing to sell alchemical items on commission, one with a reliable reputation and no excessive interest in prying into private matters. After all, his alchemical creations were only small trinkets, not the sort of thing worth loudly promoting, and he had no wish to draw unnecessary attention too soon. He passed the bustling Flourish and Blots, walked by the quality Quidditch supplies display of broomsticks, and went on past Elop's Owl Emporium and the apothecary that sold potion ingredients, before finally stopping in front of a shop that was not especially eye-catching, yet carried an air of quiet solidity. Its outer wall was built of dark brown oak, and hanging by the entrance was a brass sign in the shape of a pair of scales. The two sides swayed faintly, etched with delicate magical patterns that caught the sunlight with a subdued but unmistakable gleam. The shop's name was simple and old-fashioned: Vizek Magic Supplies. Judging from both the sign and the decor, Diciwen guessed it was most likely an old establishment run by some pureblood family, one that had secured its place through generations of inherited craftsmanship and a steady clientele, untouched by the restlessness of the noisier, more bustling shops. Diciwen gently pushed open the door, and the bell hanging above it let out a crisp, pleasant chime. The interior was not especially spacious, yet everything had been arranged with meticulous order. The shelves were made of dark walnut wood, neatly lined with all manner of magical goods: silver ornaments etched with runes, crystal vials for storing magical power, delicate alchemical tools, protective charms with basic warding effects, and a number of small everyday magical trinkets. The lighting inside was soft, while glowing firefly lanterns hung upon the walls, and the air carried a faint, singular scent of metal mingled with magical energy. The whole place felt quiet and solemn, enough to make one instinctively tread more lightly. "Welcome to Vizek Magic Supplies." The voice came from a middle-aged wizard behind the counter. He wore a neat set of deep purple robes, his hair combed with immaculate care. His eyes were sharp but courteous, and the knuckles of his hands were slightly rough from years of handling magical objects. At a glance, he was clearly a veteran long accustomed to trade. Diciwen gave the shopkeeper a slight nod and offered a mild smile. He did not immediately state his purpose, instead pretending to be an ordinary customer browsing at leisure as he strolled unhurriedly through the shop. As he walked, he discreetly examined every item on the shelves, carefully observing the store's main line of business, the grade of its wares, and whether it carried any alchemical trinkets similar to his own work. He spent nearly a quarter of an hour looking over the entire establishment inside and out, and only after confirming that nothing akin to the alchemical tail clips he made was being sold here did he truly set his mind at ease. This sort of alchemical tail clip was inexpensive to produce and not especially complicated in craftsmanship, yet it was novel enough to fill a gap in the current market. It would be easy for it to find buyers. Once he had confirmed the situation, Diciwen walked straight to the counter and spoke without preamble. "Sir, I have not come today to purchase anything, but to discuss a business arrangement with you. I have a batch of small alchemical items of my own making. Their quality is reliable, and there are no comparable products on the market at present. Would you be willing to sell them on commission?" At those words, a flicker of surprise passed through the shopkeeper's eyes, swiftly followed by keen interest. Though his shop mainly dealt in magical goods produced and sold by his own family, it had also long accepted consignment and cooperative distribution from other wizards. So long as the items were of sufficient quality and had potential in the market, he never turned down a suitable partnership. He lifted a hand, gesturing for Diciwen to present the goods, his tone carrying a hint of anticipation. "Oh, alchemical items? By all means, let me have a look." Diciwen took an alchemical tail clip from his pocket and placed it lightly upon the counter. The clip was fashioned entirely from matte silver, its design simple and elegant, with fine runes engraved across its surface in a manner neither ostentatious nor dull. At the touch of one's fingertips, a gentle pulse of magic could be clearly felt, utterly free of any violent or unstable aura. The shopkeeper picked up the tail clip, turning it over several times in careful study, then tested it by feeding a trace of magic into it with his fingertips. The surprise on his face became ever more pronounced. "Exquisite workmanship, and the magical fluctuation is remarkably stable. This is a fine little piece indeed. You made this yourself, young man?" Setting the tail clip down, the shopkeeper fixed his gaze upon Diciwen, his tone probing. In the wizarding world, alchemy had always been a field with an exceedingly high threshold. Let alone young wizards, even among fully grown wizards, those capable of independently crafting a qualified alchemical item were few and far between. To make the acquaintance of a promising alchemist was a boon to any magic supply shop, so naturally he cared greatly about the other party's background. "Yes, I designed and crafted it entirely on my own." Diciwen's expression remained calm, that faint smile still lingering at the corners of his mouth. His tone was steady and unhurried, without the slightest trace of boasting or unease. At once, the shopkeeper's face broke into an enthusiastic smile, and even his manner grew a shade more respectful. Truly a youth of rare promise. To possess such attainments in alchemy at so young an age is no ordinary thing. "Might I ask which ancient family you hail from, and under which master alchemist did you study?" In his view, any wizard capable of mastering mature alchemy at such an age must either be the scion of some great pure blood house with a deep inheritance, or the personal disciple of some legendary alchemist. There was no possibility that he was an unknown nobody. Diciwen naturally understood the man's thoughts. He had no wish to reveal too much of his background, nor to have his business bound by family identity. So he lifted his eyes slightly and replied in a flat tone touched with unquestionable distance. My name is Diciwen Peverell. Shopkeeper, let us keep our attention on the business. Compared with my origins, how we might cooperate to mutual advantage is a far more worthwhile matter to discuss. At the surname Peverell, a nearly imperceptible gleam of thought flashed through the shopkeeper's eyes, and he tactfully refrained from further questioning. In the wizarding world of the present day, there was no family known by that name. Diciwen wasted no more words. He took out all 10 of the alchemical tail clips he had hurriedly finished the night before and arranged them neatly upon the counter. The two of them then discussed the terms of cooperation, the sale price, and the division of profits. Diciwen proposed that he himself would be responsible for crafting and supplying the goods, while the shop would handle display and sales, and the shopkeeper raised no objection. After some negotiation, they finally settled on a price of 7 galleons per clip, using a profit-sharing model. Diciwen would take 70%, and the shop would take 30%. By the customary standards of consignment in the wizarding world, the maker taking 80% and the shop 20% was the usual arrangement. Diciwen had not voluntarily yielded 10% of the profit because he was ignorant of the market, but because he had long-term considerations in mind. These alchemical tail clips were, after all, small items. The technique was not some unbreakable secret. If he wanted stable cooperation over the long run, he needed to leave the shopkeeper enough room for profit so that the man would be more motivated to promote them. Small profits and quick turnover, together with the accumulation of reputation and sales channels, mattered far more than haggling over temporary gains and losses. By rough calculation, after deducting the modest material costs and the shop's distribution expenses, he could still clear about 4 galleons in net profit from every tail clip sold. For a student still at school, that was already a considerable income. Once the terms were settled, the two of them jointly concluded a simple magical contract. The contract parchment floated in midair, golden runes coiling around it and casting a faint, gentle glow. Each of them let a drop of blood fall from a fingertip and signed his name. In the next instant, the contract dissolved into motes of light and vanished into the air, signifying that the agreement had formally taken effect and was now bound by magic, with neither side permitted to break it. Pleasure doing business with you. If sales prove promising later on, you may send me word by owl and I will restock promptly. I am currently studying at Hogwarts, so simply address the letter to the school. Putting away his own copy of the contractual token, Diciwen gave the shopkeeper a slight nod, then turned and left Vizek Magic Supplies. Stepping outside the shop, he found that Diagon Alley had grown much more crowded. Everywhere, parents in wizarding robes could be seen leading young witches and wizards by the hand. The children looked this way and that in bubbling excitement, clutching freshly bought sweets or little toys as they chattered endlessly. There were also quite a few families of Muggle-born wizards, the parents dressed in plain Muggle clothes, their eyes filled with reserve and curiosity as they stayed close to their children, carefully trying to adapt to this magical world so utterly different from the Muggle one. Professors, too, moved through the crowd, guiding first-years in purchasing their supplies. It was a lively, vivid scene. With an absent glance through the crowd, Diciwen caught sight of a sallow, gloomy face. A head of greasy, disordered black hair hung loose, while black robes made his complexion appear even paler. The whole man radiated a dark, oppressive air that instinctively put others ill at ease, as though a chill clung to him. Diciwen recognized him at once. It was Snape. At this moment, Snape's presence was heavy and stifling, like some venomous bat best left unprovoked. Diciwen had no desire to invite unnecessary trouble, so he immediately withdrew his gaze and deliberately circled away in another direction rather than approaching him. With the matter of the alchemical goods settled, Diciwen at last began purchasing his school supplies. Unlike the other students, he did not head straight for Flourish and Blots to buy brand new textbooks, but instead made his way with practiced familiarity into that second-hand bookshop. The shop was crammed with all manner of old books. Their pages were yellowed and curling, stacked in utter disorder, while dust drifted through the sunlight slanting in from the window. The air was thick with the musty scent peculiar to aged paper. Behind the counter, the bookshop owner lounged lazily, yawning as he leafed through a magical magazine. When he saw Diciwen step inside, he took him for nothing more than an ordinary young wizard hoping to save money on second-hand books, and paid him little mind. Diciwen was long since used to that. Rolling up the sleeves of his robe, he did not begin choosing books at once, but instead set to work tidying the chaotic piles. His movements were practiced and orderly as he sorted textbooks, magical biographies, alchemical tomes, and spell guides into neat categories. Before long, The once cluttered shelves had become tidy and presentable, and even the dust had been gently brushed away. At first, the shop owner thought nothing of it, but as he watched, his eyes suddenly lit up. He abruptly remembered that this brisk and capable boy was the very Hogwarts student who had come last year to sort through old books and buy his school texts at a low price. How time flies. In the blink of an eye, you're already about to start your third year, the owner said with a smile, his tone carrying both familiarity and a touch of wistful feeling. Diciwen set the last stack of books neatly in place, straightened up, and pointed to the pile he had selected. That's right, sir. Would you mind telling me how much these come to altogether? The owner stepped forward and cast a glance over the stack. Most of them were compulsory and elective textbooks for third year. Though old in appearance, they were perfectly intact, the writing inside still clear. Among them was a copy of the Monster Book of Monsters, its cover wrinkled and looking rather sickly, the designated text for care of magical creatures. At the moment, it lay quietly tucked into the stack without the slightest sign of aggression. In consideration of the fact that Diciwen had taken the initiative to sort the old books and help straighten up the shop, the owner gave a generous wave of his hand and offered a steep discount. We're old acquaintances by now, and you've helped me tidy the place besides. I'll charge you only 5 galleons for the lot. After thanking him and paying, Diciwen accepted the books once the owner had thoughtfully wrapped and tied them up in brown paper. Carrying the bundle with him, he then went on to the stationery shop, where he purchased a sufficient supply of parchment, several colors of ink, and brand new quills, before finally heading to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. After another year of growing, Diciwen had shot up noticeably taller, and last year's robes had become somewhat short and narrow, the sleeves and hem no longer fitting him properly. He had to have new ones made. Pushing open the door to the robe shop, he heard the bell above it ring brightly, and no sooner had he begun to explain what he needed than his gaze fell upon a family of 3 inside. The man had the unmistakable pale blonde hair, delicately handsome features marred by a trace of arrogance and cold disdain, and in his hand he held an elegant cane with a silver handle. His bearing was noble and aloof. It was Lucius Malfoy. The woman beside him was likewise fair-haired and blue-eyed, breathtakingly beautiful, her expression cool and distant. Her luxurious robes, embroidered with dark patterns, lent her an air of unmistakable elegance. She was Narcissa Malfoy. At their side stood a boy with the same blonde hair as the man, handsome-faced, though his eyes were full of spoiled arrogance and the overbearing manner of one raised in indulgence. It was Draco Malfoy. Madame Malkin was in the midst of taking Draco's measurements with a tape measure. Seeing Diciwen enter, she promptly called out with polite warmth, "My dear, if you would be so kind as to sit for a moment. Once I've finished measuring this young gentleman, I shall see to you." Diciwen nodded and, carrying his books, made to sit down on the sofa at one side and rest. But at that moment, Draco Malfoy lifted his eyes and caught sight of him. A flash of scorn and hostility passed through them, and, emboldened by the presence of his parents, he muttered in a lowered voice still loud enough for everyone to hear, "Can't you see we're having robes made?" No sense of proper manners. The shop had been quiet to begin with, broken only by the faint sound of the tape measure brushing against cloth, and the words rang out with particular clarity, instantly shattering the peaceful atmosphere. Diciwen's steps came to an abrupt halt. Slowly, he turned around, his gaze settling on Draco, who was half hidden behind Narcissa, his face full of provocation. The smile on Diciwen's face did not change, yet there was a chill beneath it so slight it was almost impossible to detect, and he began walking toward the Malfoy family step by step. As he moved, the package of books in his hand was lifted lightly, and in the next instant it vanished without a trace, stored away within the system space, leaving not the faintest sign behind. This scene happened to fall directly under Lucius Malfoy's eye, and the expression of the ever-proud, self-assured pure-blood aristocrat changed at once. Vigilance and wariness flashed through his eyes. In the wizarding world, such a seamless, swift, utterly traceless method of spatial storage, without the slightest fluctuation of magical power, was by no means something an ordinary student ought to possess. Almost by instinct, he strode sharply forward and shielded Narcissa and Draco behind him. His grip tightened around his cane, its tip faintly shimmering with a weak magical pulse, ready to respond at any moment should anything unexpected occur. Diciwen paid no heed to Lucius's caution. He continued his measured approach, then slowly raised his right hand and reached toward the inner pocket on the left side of his coat. The motion was unhurried, almost leisurely, yet it tightened the atmosphere in the room to the very brink. Draco hid behind his father, his face turning slightly pale. Much of his former arrogance had faded, replaced in part by visible unease in his eyes. Narcissa, too, furrowed her brow and lightly tugged at Lucius's sleeve, her gaze fixed tensely upon Diciwen's movement. Then, just as the tension grew so sharp it seemed ready to ignite, Diciwen withdrew his hand from the inner pocket. Resting quietly in his palm was a beautifully wrapped fruit sweet, its wrapper giving off a faint warm gleam beneath the light. Looking at the visibly tense Malfoy family, he curved his lips into a meaningful smile, and in a gentle voice touched with the faintest warning, he said, "Children ought to eat more sweets. Make your mouth a little sweeter, and your words a little politer. That way you won't go provoking someone you cannot afford to offend, and bring trouble down on yourself and your family for no reason at all." When the words fell, the shop lapsed into a brief silence, broken only by the soft rustle of the tape measure in Madame Malkin's hands. Lucius Malfoy's grip on his wand tightened slightly, his knuckles whitening, but as he looked at the composed and unruffled boy before him, he ultimately did not act rashly. Diciwen said nothing further. He turned, walked to the sofa, and sat down quietly at perfect ease, as though nothing at all had happened, leaving the Malfoy family where they stood, their expressions complicated and the air around them heavy. Seeing that the tension had eased somewhat, Madame Malkin hurried forward to smooth matters over. Raising her tape measure lightly, she put on a professional and kindly smile as she urged the Malfoys to continue the fitting, while signaling with her eyes for both sides not to stir up any further trouble. Lucius Malfoy slowly loosened his hold on his wand, and the faint thread of silver light at its tip quietly faded away. He gave Diciwen a long, searching look, his gaze filled with scrutiny, caution, and a trace of poorly concealed apprehension, until he had learned the other boy's background, until he had confirmed what sort of force stood behind him. This pure-blood nobleman, ever skilled at calculation, would never strike lightly, much less engage in a direct clash with an unidentified youth of strange methods in a wholly unguarded robe shop. He merely inclined his head slightly, drew Draco back to his side, and signaled for Madame Malkin to continue her work. Throughout the entire process, he never looked at Diciwen again, yet he continued to watch his every move from the corner of his eye. Once the full set of robes had been measured, he paid the galleons with crisp efficiency, said not another word, and turned to leave Madame Malkin's shop with Narcissa and Draco. When Draco left, his small chin was tilted high, his golden hair combed into immaculate order, yet that delicate little face was full of resentment and humiliation. He had grown up amid the Malfoy family's indulgence and praise, and at Hogwarts he had long been accustomed to swaggering about on the strength of his family's name. When had he ever suffered such cold dismissal and intimidation? Had his father not held him firmly in check, he would most likely have burst out with mocking words or cast some half-baked little spell on the spot. Yet Diciwen's effortless air, laden with crushing pressure, and that eerie method of making objects vanish into thin air, had left a quiet fear stirring in the pit of his heart. Even after leaving the shop, he kept turning back toward the robe store, his eyes tangled with anger, unwillingness, and a thread of fear he himself was loath to admit. Diciwen sat quietly upon the sofa until the Malfoy family's figures disappeared entirely beyond the doorway, and only then did he slowly rise to his feet. Madame Malkin let out a long breath of relief and hurried over to him, her voice warm and apologetic. "I am terribly sorry, my dear boy, for keeping you waiting so long. Let us begin at once." Diciwen gave a small nod and straightened obediently under Madame Malkin's guidance, allowing the soft measuring tape to glide lightly over his shoulders, chest, sleeves, and hem. Over the past year he had shot up yet again. The robes that had once fit him well had now become uncomfortably tight, the cuffs riding up too short and the waist drawn in too narrowly, making movement rather inconvenient. As she took his measurements, Madame Malkin continued to praise his fine, upright figure in a tone both familiar and kindly. Before long, she had recorded every last figure and assured him that a brand new set of robes would be prepared before term began and posted directly to Hogwarts. After paying his galleons and offering a polite word of thanks, Diciwen left the robe shop. He did not linger any further, but stepped briskly out of Diagon Alley and returned to the Muggle streets of London. There was still one important thing he meant to do that day: visit the old matron of the orphanage. After taking the Muggle underground across most of London, then changing to a bus, enduring a long, jolting ride, the familiar orphanage with its somewhat weathered walls finally came into view. The lawn in the yard was still trimmed as neatly as ever, and a few young children were chasing one another about in the sunlight, their laughter bright and clear. The old matron sat quietly in a wicker chair by the entrance, wearing reading glasses as she mended a shabby little coat. The moment she saw Diciwen approaching, the dimness in her clouded eyes seemed to vanish, and a heartfelt smile spread across her face. The two of them sat in the yard and talked for a long while. Diciwen said nothing of the wizarding world, only spoke simply of his life at school, saying that all was well with him, that he was healthy, strong, and doing well in his studies. He also brought out some nourishing supplements and clothing he had quietly prepared in advance, all bought with Muggle money, and handed them to the old woman. The matron fussed over him at length, telling him again and again to look after himself, not to be fussy with food, and to study properly. Diciwen listened with patience, nodding now and then in response, a deep stillness settling in his heart. By the time he left the orphanage, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. The sun was still bright, and it was far from late. Standing by the roadside, Diciwen raised a hand to hail a taxi and gave the address. Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. He wanted to go and see Harry Potter. The thought had lingered in his mind for quite some time. It was not born of any grand or tangled purpose, merely curiosity, and perhaps a faint, indefinable trace of empathy. Like Harry, he had grown up without parents, raised in an unfamiliar place. He had simply been luckier than Harry, spared relatives as cold and mean-spirited as the Dursleys, and spared, too, the crushing burden of a prophecy naming him a savior. He wanted to see with his own eyes what kind of life the boy so exalted by the entire wizarding world, yet thrust onto the edge of a blade, was truly living in the Muggle world. The taxi drove on, passing through the bustling heart of the city and into the quiet suburbs, before finally stopping at the entrance to Privet Drive. After paying the fare, Diciwen walked into the immaculate, lifeless Muggle neighborhood. Rows upon rows of identical houses stood in neat formation, the lawns trimmed into rigid squares, the streets so clean they seemed almost unnatural, all of it steeped in a stifling, mechanical order. By the time he reached the front of number 4, night had fully fallen, and warm yellow lights were glowing in every house. Diciwen did not approach the door. He merely stood in silence within the shadow beyond the hedge, his gaze passing through the sitting room window and into the house. Beneath the lamplight, the little boy, dressed in clothes that were obviously far too large for him, old and washed nearly white with wear, was huddled in the corner on a dining chair, head lowered as he ate the pitifully meager supper before him in tiny bites. There was no roast, no pudding, not even more than a thin slice of bread, and the contrast between his plate and the lavish meal on the other side of the table was painfully stark. Harry wore a pair of slightly crooked round spectacles, and his soft black hair drooped over his forehead, hiding that iconic lightning-shaped scar. He was so quiet he seemed like a scrap of air, as though he did not truly exist in that household at all. Vernon, Petunia, and Dudley sat in the places of honor at the table, chatting merrily as they stuffed themselves, utterly ignoring Harry in the corner. They spoke of school, work, and trivial matters among the neighbors, their tone light and casual, as though the boy seated not far away were nothing more than a piece of furniture without life. And what struck Diciwen as the most absurdly laughable part of it all was the short, pink, curly pig's tail sticking out from behind Dudley, peeking from the loose edge of his trousers and swaying faintly with his movements. Diciwen gave a silent, inward sneer. He remembered perfectly well that, in the original story, Dudley's pig's tail should have been surgically removed at a private hospital by Vernon on the very day Harry went to King's Cross Station to begin his first year at Hogwarts. But from the look of things now, Vernon was plainly afraid. He was afraid Harry might somehow make contact with Hagrid again, that hot-tempered half-giant who would strike first and think later. Last time it had only been a pig's tail. If Hagrid lost his temper next time and truly turned Dudley into a whole pig, then the Dursley family would lose all face and collapse entirely. So Vernon had chosen delay. He had chosen, while Harry was still in the house, to pretend the tail did not exist at all, deceiving himself in order to preserve a veneer of peace. Diciwen looked quietly at the lonely, skinny figure framed behind the glass, and within his heart there slowly rose the faintest trace of sympathy. Parentless, dependent on others for shelter, surviving with cautious care in a place that did not belong to him. But it was only the faintest trace and no more. He was no longer a child to be swayed by emotion. He had his own road to walk, his own plans to carry out. He had no spare strength to rescue another boy whose fate had long since been written. At that moment, a gentle, elderly voice, yet one carrying extraordinary penetration, suddenly sounded beside him, like a pebble dropped upon the surface of a still lake. Family life is often like this. Not every relation will care for you as your own parents would. Yet one must not judge entirely by appearances. At the very least, the fact that Mr. and Mrs. Dursley took Harry in proves that there is some familial feeling in them for him. Otherwise, Harry would likely have ended up in an orphanage as well. Diciwen's whole body stiffened, and he whipped his head around. His heart gave a violent thud. He had not sensed it at all. Someone had come to stand at his side without making the slightest sound. Beneath the dim yellow street lamp, Albus Dumbledore wore a plain Muggle coat. His half-moon spectacles reflected a soft gleam, while his silver-white hair and beard stood out all the more sharply against the night. That same inscrutable, mild smile still rested on his face, as though he could see through all things, and his gaze too was turned toward Harry inside number 4, his expression unreadably complex. Suppressing the alarm in his heart, Diciwen said with irritation, "Professor, startling people in the middle of the night can frighten them to death." This was a quiet residential district to begin with, and at dinner time there were hardly any pedestrians on the street. He had been wholly focused on observing the Dursley family, his mind immersed entirely in his own thoughts, and had not noticed at all that someone had appeared beside him. What troubled him even more was how secretive Dumbledore's movements had been, how perfectly he had concealed his presence. Even Diciwen's senses, sharpened through alchemical enhancement, had failed to detect him in advance. There was no need to think hard to know who it must have been. Mrs. Fig, that elderly squib woman next door, who kept a crowd of cats, was Dumbledore's watchful eye on Privet Drive, entrusted from the day Harry was born with keeping an eye on everything here. The moment Diciwen appeared on Privet Drive and stood motionless outside the Dursleys' house, Mrs. Fig had most likely sent word to Dumbledore at once, whether by owl or by some other discreet means. That old bumblebee had arrived remarkably quickly. Dumbledore seemed not to hear the dissatisfaction in his tone at all. He merely gave the spectacles on the bridge of his nose a gentle push, let his gaze settle on Diciwen, and smiled with a warmth that carried the faintest note of scrutiny. "What are you doing here at this hour of the night? Term has not started yet. I was only passing by, and thought I might take the chance to have a look at our world-famous boy who lived, Professor." Diciwen swiftly reined in his emotions. His eyes looked utterly sincere, his tone open and natural, without the slightest trace of evasion. "I have no other purpose. I was simply curious." He was telling the truth. He truly had only meant to come and look. But just a moment ago, when he had seen Harry huddled in the corner, silently enduring neglect and mockery, a genuine impulse had risen in his heart, urging him to go up, knock on the Dursleys' door, bring Harry out, and take him to the Leaky Cauldron, or to any warm little inn in Diagon Alley, so the boy could have one proper supper without having to watch anyone's face. Yet that thought had vanished as quickly as it came. He knew very well that he could not do such a thing. Dumbledore had plainly seen through that instant of wavering in his heart. Without circling around the matter, he spoke at once in a quiet voice, calm yet carrying an unquestionable certainty. "Harry still needs to live beside his blood relatives. Only in that way can the ancient protective charm laid upon him be maintained. This is the safest place for him." Diciwen arched a brow slightly and no longer bothered to hide his confusion, asking directly, "Professor, I have already helped you destroy 2 Horcruxes. With your power and with the Order of the Phoenix as well, do you truly still lack the confidence to protect Harry Potter?" In his view, with 2 Horcruxes already destroyed, Dumbledore was entirely capable of taking Harry somewhere safer and warmer, rather than leaving him to endure years of cold cruelty and spiritual torment in the Dursley household. Dumbledore slowly withdrew his gaze and looked once more through the glass at that frail little figure within. In those eyes that seemed to hold the whole of the starry sky, there was none of his usual gentleness or playful amusement now, but only heaviness, resolve, and a trace of weariness too deep to conceal. "The power of prophecy is a very strange thing, Diciwen." He spoke softly, his voice low, as though speaking to himself, and yet also as though explaining it to his sole listener. "No matter how much you strive, no matter how you try to change things, events will in the end move toward that destined conclusion. Harry and Voldemort have not yet truly crossed wands, but only one of them is fated to survive. That is the choice of prophecy, and the course laid down by fate." That was precisely why Dumbledore had, all this time, deliberately allowed Harry to suffer, deliberately tempered his will. No one could fight in the Savior's stead. No one could rewrite the final confrontation foretold in the prophecy. All anyone could do was, before the ending arrived, add as many chances as possible to Harry's odds of survival, make him stronger, braver, more powerful, so that when the time came for him to face the darkness alone, he would not be wholly without the power to resist. Only, Dumbledore did not know that the boy before him, named Diciwen Peverell, had already become the greatest variable outside all his plans. Diciwen had broken the Centaur's astrological prophecy, and had changed his own prophecy as well. Looking at the grave expression on Dumbledore's face, Diciwen did not continue pressing the matter of prophecies, Horcruxes, or the future. He knew perfectly well that, as nothing more than a third-year student at present, he was not yet qualified to take part in secrets of this order. Some burdens were simply destined to be borne by men like Dumbledore. He gently rubbed his stomach and deliberately put on a pitiful expression, his voice taking on a lightly wheedling ease. "Professor, I am only a little third-year wizard. Tasks of such importance are better left to adults like you to worry over. Besides, at this hour, surely you, as headmaster, would not have the heart to watch your own small and starving student go without even a proper dinner? Dumbledore looked at the student before him, who was plainly unfathomably powerful and frighteningly meticulous of mind, yet insisted on pretending to be an ordinary boy, and shook his head helplessly, a glimmer of amusement passing through his eyes. He knew Diciwen's nature only too well. He seemed mild and obedient, yet in truth possessed a will of his own stronger than most, never easily swayed, and least of all bound by so-called duty or glory. And yet, for all that, Dumbledore found he could not bring himself to dislike the boy. Dumbledore slowly stretched out a hand and rested it lightly on Diciwen's shoulder. A warm and powerful force instantly enveloped Diciwen from head to toe. Pop! With that soft crack, the figures of the two of them vanished utterly from the night of Privet Drive in the very next second, borne away by the rippling magic of apparition. Inside the house, Harry was bending his head over a dry, hard piece of bread, while his uncle's harsh, cold voice went on in his ears. My dear, at Smeltings he will learn how to become a proper somebody, how to have status, wealth, and respect instead of ending up like that freak, going off to some absurd magic school and learning tawdry little tricks unfit for decent society, only to spend his whole life mired in strangeness and loneliness. With his hands on his hips, Vernon glared at Harry with a face full of contempt, as though the very mention of Hogwarts were enough to stain his lofty muggle sensibilities. Harry's fingers tightened ever so slightly around his spoon, yet he still did not raise his head, did not retort, and did not defend himself. He had long since grown used to all of it. Only, in that brief instant just now, he had the strangest feeling that he had sensed something. Out in the night beyond the window, it had seemed as though two gazes had fallen upon him. Instinctively, he lifted his head and looked outside. The street was empty, the lamppost stood silent, and there was nothing there at all. Harry blinked, frowning in confusion, then lowered his head once more and quietly finished his meager supper in silence. The room at the Leaky Cauldron was not large, and its furnishings were simple. A single bed, a wooden table, a chair, and several books on alchemy set atop the table. The ceiling was an old pale gray, tinged faintly yellow by the warm glow of the wall lamp. Diciwen lay flat on his back across the bed, staring fixedly at the ceiling, the corners of his mouth splitting upward beyond his control, every now and then letting out a few muffled, foolish little chuckles he simply could not hold back. One hand was tucked behind his head, while the other clenched tightly around a letter that had only just been delivered by Owl. The contents of the letter could not have been simpler, yet they were enough to excite him so much he had nearly leapt straight off the bed. The owner of Wizardry Magical Supplies had written to inform him that the 10 alchemical broomtail clasps he had put up on consignment had all sold out within a mere 2 days. Not only that, the shop had also received a heap of custom orders. Some students wanted their house crests engraved upon them, some adult wizards desired their family heraldry, and there were even several wizards from wealthy households who had specifically requested useless but splendid gemstones to be set into the clasps in order to heighten their visual quality. The more Diciwen read, the more delighted he became, until the grin on his face was nearly reaching his ears. In his dazed delight, he could almost see glittering galleons drifting all across the ceiling. He unconsciously wiped at the corner of his mouth, where no drool existed, then sprang upright from the bed. The weariness he had accumulated from studying alchemy texts had, in the face of this sudden good news, instantly dispersed by more than half. He had never imagined that a little trinket he had designed on a whim would stir up such a sensation in Diagon Alley. I am rich. This time, I am truly rich, Diciwen murmured to himself, excitement blazing in his eyes. Without wasting another moment, he swiftly straightened his robes, pushed open the door to room 22, went down the creaking wooden staircase, crossed the noisy main hall of the Leaky Cauldron, and strode directly into the little passage at the back that led to Diagon Alley. At that hour, Diagon Alley was still bustling with people. Sunlight slanted across the cobbled street, gilding the old thoroughfare in a layer of warm gold. Light-footed and brisk, Diciwen went straight to the entrance of Wizardry Magical Supplies. The shop stood wide open, and inside it was packed shoulder to shoulder, the din nearly lifting the roof. He stopped at a distance, raising the collar of his robes to cover half his face, leaving only his eyes exposed as he looked in. The shop was crammed with witches and wizards, older students in school uniform, parents with children in tow, and several finely dressed adult wizards whose bearing spoke of distinguished backgrounds at a glance. They clustered around the counter, all talking at once as they asked about the styles, materials, and magical effects of the broomtail clips. Quite a few simply pulled out their purses on the spot and demanded custom designs at once. The owner was rushed off his feet, scribbling down orders one moment and dealing with fresh commissions arriving by owl the next, a sheen of fine sweat covering his brow, though the smile on his face was impossible to suppress. Diciwen watched the scene in silence, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. This was the first true step he had taken into the wizarding world on the strength of his own alchemy, and his very first step had landed on solid ground. Once he had confirmed that the product really was selling like wildfire, he did not linger. He turned and headed deeper into Diagon Alley, toward the potions and alchemical supplies shops. Since sales had far exceeded expectations, he had to seize every moment before term began to produce a stockpile, especially the custom pieces, which required the internal alchemical arrays to be reworked and took considerably longer than the standard models. The moment he stepped into the materials shop, a rich mingled scent of herbs, metal, and magical ores rushed over him. The shelves were lined with bottles and jars of every kind. Fine silver powder, moonstone shards, tempered copper plates, and rune ink were all there in abundance. Diciwen moved with practiced ease as he selected the base materials needed to make the tail clips. By the time he paid, the 600-odd galleons left in his pocket had very nearly been wiped clean. Diciwen looked at the heavy bundle of materials in his hands, and rather than feeling the slightest pang, he grew even more excited. This was not spending. This was investment. Once these things were turned into alchemical tail clips, what came back would be several times over in galleons. Carrying the materials, he hurried back to the leaky cauldron and plunged straight into his room, entering an almost frenzied state of production from that point onward. For the next half-month, Diciwen was almost completely cut off from the outside world. He shut himself inside room 22 with the doors and windows firmly closed, only going downstairs for a little food when he was truly too hungry to bear it. Every other moment was spent immersed in alchemical arrays and rune inscription. The system space gave him extraordinary convenience. Materials, tools, and half-finished products could all be stored away at a touch, sparing him any limitations of space. He slept only 4 or 5 hours a day. When exhaustion hit, he propped himself up with a simple reviving charm, and the instant he woke, he resumed forging. Inscribing runes demanded absolute concentration. Even the slightest deviation would ruin the entire piece. Batch production was comparatively easy, but the custom orders admitted not a shred of carelessness. Pure-blood families were especially concerned with appearances. The curve of a crest, the depth of a rune, the smoothness of magical flow, every detail had to be exact. They liked to stamp their family glory onto every usable object, as if that alone could place them above others and win them instinctive reverence. Diciwen had no particular opinion on the matter. So long as the galleons were there, he had no objection to indulging such petty vanity. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. When Diciwen finally stepped out of his room again, he looked haggard enough to alarm anyone who saw him. There were heavy dark circles hanging beneath his eyes, so deep in color that it looked as though someone had punched him twice with all their might. His spirits were withered, his steps unsteady, and he resembled nothing so much as a rake who had spent dozens of days in non-stop debauchery, hollowed out by drink and women. Only his eyes still held a trace of sharp lucidity. In his hand he carried a heavy wooden crate half the height of a man. It was made of oak, its edges reinforced with iron, and as it moved there came from inside the crisp clink of metal striking metal. Inside, arranged in perfect order, were 300 alchemical broom tail clips. Several dozen of them were custom pieces, engraved with all manner of family crests and house emblems. The rest were standard models, simple in design and stable in runework, suited to being sold in large quantities. Diciwen dragged the crate downstairs at a slow pace. The wooden box struck the steps with dull thuds, drawing the eyes of the pub's patrons one after another. He made his way to the familiar brick wall in the backyard of the leaky cauldron, lifted a hand, and let out a long yawn, wave after wave of drowsiness washing over him. Lazily he stretched out his hand. At a mere turn of thought, his wand slipped soundlessly from the system space into his palm. With little strength to spare, he lightly tapped the bricks with the tip of his wand, knocking them in the proper sequence. The wall gave a faint shiver and slowly opened, revealing the ever-bustling Diagon Alley beyond. The street was even more crowded than it had been half a month earlier. Students and parents buying school supplies were everywhere, their laughter and chatter rising and falling in turn. Diciwen took a deep breath of the morning air, which revived him by a small degree, and dragged the crate in the direction of Wiseacre S. By then, the frenzied crowd that had gathered over the broom tail clips had long since dispersed, and the shop had returned to its usual neatness and quiet. Diciwen pushed open the door, and the bell gave a soft chime. The owner, who was sorting through orders behind the counter, looked up and saw him. His eyes lit instantly, and he nearly trotted over to meet him. "There you are at last. I filled several sheets of paper with orders already, and owls have been flying into the shop every single day. If you hadn't come soon, I'd have had to write to Hogwarts to find you." The owner's voice trembled with excitement, his face full of unmistakable relief. Diciwen set the crate down on the floor. His voice was hoarse and dry, plain evidence of many sleepless nights and too little rest. "Here, 300 in all. That should be enough to keep you going for a while. As for the remaining orders, I'll send them along by owl after term starts." He was truly burnt to the very end. If old Tom at the leaky cauldron had not noticed that he had kept his door shut for days on end and kindly gone upstairs to remind him that tomorrow was the day Hogwarts began, he would probably have remained in his room with his head down over his work, continuing to forge without pause and missing the train from platform 9 3/4 altogether. The owner flung open the crate without waiting a moment, and when he saw the neatly arranged tail clips inside, each faintly gleaming with magical luster, he let out a long breath of relief. "Splendid. This is enough for me to fulfill part of the backlog I've got on hand. The rest can wait. I'll send everything out together over the next couple of days. If any more special custom orders come in, I'll write to you again." After exchanging a few simple words, the two parted ways, and Diciwen took his leave. When he returned to the leaky cauldron, the very first thing he did was rush into his room and wash up properly. The hot water washed away the weariness clinging to his body along with the fine residue left by alchemy, and once he changed into a clean set of robes, he finally looked somewhat human again. After that, he sat down at a dining table in the ground floor common room and began eating lunch. The sight of it was enough to make it seem as though he were fighting for his life against the stake in front of him. His knife and fork carved furiously across the plate, producing a harsh squealing scrape, while he swallowed in great gulps and chewed at astonishing speed, sweeping steak, roast potatoes, and bread into his stomach like a whirlwind. Old Tom stood to one side, staring in dumbfounded amazement, before hurrying forward to dissuade him. "Slow down, Diciwen. You've already eaten 4 steaks. If you keep going, your stomach won't be able to take it." What Tom did not know was that Diciwen's body had long since passed beyond the bounds of an ordinary wizard under the remaking of magic and extraordinary characteristics. The relentless strain of those days had driven his body into a state of extreme hunger, and now it was wildly absorbing the energy and nourishment from his food. A normal appetite simply could not satisfy him. Only after draining the last mouthful of orange juice did Diciwen lean back in his chair and let out a long breath. At last, his stomach felt truly full. After resting for a short while, he suddenly remembered that there was still something Dumbledore had instructed him to do. He had promised the headmaster that, when term began, he would bring Harry Potter to the station. Diciwen planned to bring Harry Potter to stay at the leaky cauldron for the night today, so that he would not have to hurry all the way to Little Whinging, Surrey, first thing tomorrow morning. A round trip would not only waste time, it would also leave his already exhausted self even more worn out. At the same time, he had another calculation in mind. This term, he was determined to learn apparition from Dumbledore. With the depth of magical power he now possessed, far surpassing that of others his age, he had long since met the basic requirement for study. Magic that allowed instantaneous travel across great distances was, at this stage, without question the most practical way to get from place to place. As for that unstable, hazy realm, he still had not fully grasped its spatial laws. Every entrance and exit cast him to an uncertain location, and he had never even tested its maximum range. In the Muggle world, he absolutely did not dare use it rashly. If by some accident he operated straight into the middle of a crowded Muggle street, it would inevitably alert the Ministry of Magic, and then the trouble would be immense. All things weighed, mastering apparition was still the safest course. Having made up his mind, Diciwen rose to his feet and stepped out of the leaky cauldron. He had intended to summon the night bus with his wand at once, but the moment he lifted his hand, he remembered that he had only just eaten his fill. In his current state, there was no way he could endure the night bus's wild lurching and reckless swerving. He had no wish to throw up everything he had just eaten all over the carriage, so he changed his mind and hailed a Muggle taxi by the roadside. After getting in, he gave the driver the address of Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, then leaned back against the seat and, almost at once, sank into sleep. The drowsiness that had built up from nights of staying awake finally crashed over him in full within the steadily moving car. He had no idea how long he slept. "Wake up, sir. We're here." The driver's mild voice roused Diciwen from his deep sleep. He rubbed at his eyes, and when he opened them, the sky outside had already darkened. Street lamps were lighting one by one, casting the neat, uniform stretch of Privet Drive in a hush that felt oddly oppressive. He paid the fare and pushed the door open to get out. The night wind carried a faint chill. Diciwen yawned and ambled slowly towards number 4, Privet Drive. Along the way, he absently straightened his robes, wanting to look a bit tidier and more polite, since he was calling at someone's home. What he entirely failed to notice was what he currently looked like. The heavy shadows beneath his eyes, the worn pallor of his face, the hair mussed from sleeping in the car, and the long robe creased from being pressed and rumpled together made him look at once exhausted and uncanny. However one looked at it, he resembled not a proper and courteous young wizard, but rather some suspicious figure wandering about at night with dubious intentions. Diciwen remained wholly unaware of this. He stopped before the iron gate of number 4, Privet Drive. The house was brightly lit, and from within he could faintly hear the laughter and conversation of the Dursley family. He lifted a hand, knuckles curling. Knock, knock. Night had descended over number 4, Privet Drive like a heavy length of deep gray velvet. In Vernon Dursley's hands, the newspaper rustled with a dry whisper as he sat sunk into the broad leather sofa, his round belly jutting out before him. His brows were tightly furrowed, and he seemed profoundly displeased by whatever he was reading, letting out an occasional gruff snort that broke the stillness of the room. From the kitchen came the soft clink of pots and dishes.
Pétunia Dursley,
wearing a spotless beige apron, was preparing that evening's dinner with meticulous care. Upstairs, from Dudley's room, there came from time to time the sound of something heavy being shifted, toys hitting the floor, and his rough muttering mixed in besides. There was no need to guess what it meant. The spoiled great lump was absorbed in his own amusements, utterly indifferent to everything below. In the whole house, the quietest and most inconspicuous corner was none other than the tiny, cramped cupboard under the stairs. The space was low-ceilinged and dim, stuffed with all manner of odds and ends long since fallen out of use. Dust drifted through the meager trace of light, and the air was full of a stale, aged smell. Harry Potter was curled up inside this little room, lying on the hard, narrow bed, repeatedly running his fingers over a train ticket whose edges had become slightly creased. The gold-stamped lettering on the ticket was still plain to read. The Hogwarts Express, King's Cross Station, Platform 9 3/4. That small slip of paper had been his sole comfort through the entire summer holiday just past, and also his only hope of escaping this suffocating house. In truth, he desperately wanted to open one of the books on magic he had brought back from Hogwarts and try learning a few spells, but Uncle Vernon had already warned him sternly that he was not to read any of those strange, twisted rubbish books in the house. If he was caught, not only would the books be confiscated, but he would certainly be in for a savage scolding and humiliation as well. So Harry could only idly pinch the ticket between his fingers, letting his mind wander again and again to the Hogwarts Hagrid had described to him. Towering castles, staircases that moved, portraits that talked, and warm common rooms. At such moments, a faint glimmer would rise in his otherwise dull eyes. But the instant he returned to reality, the cold walls around him and the oppressive atmosphere dragged his spirits down again. This summer, he was still the same child called a freak, never given enough to eat, never properly clothed, forced to do the hardest work, and made to endure the cold contempt of his uncle and aunt and Dudley's bullying. His only solace was waiting for the day term began. Just as he was drifting through his thoughts, a crisp, measured knock suddenly cleaved through the night stillness. It was not loud, yet in the overquiet house it sounded extraordinarily clear, like a pebble dropped into a still lake, instantly breaking the dreary stagnation to which the Dursleys had long grown accustomed. In the sitting room, Vernon abruptly slapped down his newspaper. A look of irritation crossed his face, and he bellowed towards the door in his coarse voice. "Who is it?" He had originally meant to get up and answer it himself, but no sooner had the words left his mouth than he seemed to remember something. His brow tightened, and his tone turned at once sharp and overbearing as he barked towards the little cupboard beneath the stairs. "Freak! Get the door!" Harry, hearing the order from inside the tiny room, did not hesitate for even a moment. He answered at once, "Coming." He slowly rose from the narrow bed, patted the dust from his clothes, straightened the old garments that had been washed nearly white and hung slightly loose on him, then dragged his somewhat weary feet through the dim corridor towards the front door. A faint unease stirred in him. At this hour, who would come to the Dursleys' house? One of Uncle Vernon's colleagues? A neighbor? But whoever it was, they would not be coming to see him. Harry reached out, took hold of the cold doorknob, and turned it gently, pulling the door open a narrow crack. Outside stood a tall young man, dressed in clothes that were not exactly neat, yet undeniably distinctive, and carrying an air utterly at odds with Privet Drive. The instant Harry saw his face clearly, his heart gave a violent thump. He instinctively stepped back half a pace. His eyes filled with caution and timidity, and in a slightly trembling voice he muttered, "Who are you looking for?" Outside the door, Diciwen Peverell let his gentle gaze fall upon the thin little boy before him. The shabby round spectacles had been patched in several places with clear tape, and behind the lenses, a pair of green eyes shone with unease and meekness. The unmistakable lightning-shaped scar upon his forehead stood out with particular sharpness beneath the dim porch light. The corners of Diciwen's lips lifted slightly into a calm smile, and in a clear, courteous tone he said, "I'm looking for Mr. Harry Potter." But when that smile fell upon Harry's eyes, already brimming with wariness, it somehow carried a trace of pressure that only made him more nervous. His fingers tightened ever so slightly around the doorknob. Inside, Vernon Dursley had heard the exchange at the doorway perfectly clearly. The moment he realized the visitor was looking for that freak, and had even addressed him as Mr., a wave of irritation surged up in him. At once he came charging over in 2 great strides. He shoved Harry roughly aside and planted his own bulky body in the doorway like a solid wall, blocking Harry behind him. Vernon lifted his eyes to size up the young man before him, who looked somewhat haggard and strangely out of place. His heart was full of suspicion and dislike, yet he did not quite dare be too unrestrained. Putting on a show of stern composure, he asked in a heavy voice, "Who are you? Why have you come to our house?" Diciwen took in Vernon's instinctive protectiveness mingled with rejection, and Dumbledore's words rose unbidden in his mind. The smile on his face softened by another degree. He ignored the rudeness and hostility in Vernon's tone and remained polite, clearly stating his purpose word by word. "Tomorrow is the first day of term at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I am a third-year student specially sent by Headmaster Albus Dumbledore to escort Mr. Harry Potter to school. My name is Diciwen Peverell." The moment the word Hogwarts came out, Petunia Dursley, who had been busy in the kitchen, suddenly changed expression. Her hands froze mid-motion. She quickly walked out of the kitchen and stood behind Vernon, staring at Diciwen at the door with a complicated look. Her lips pressed together slightly, and a trace of nervousness and resistance flashed through her eyes, impossible to hide. She knew better than anyone that the so-called wizarding world was Harry South's destined place to return to, a fate she could not stop no matter what she tried. What had happened to her sister Lily back then had already carved a secret scar deep in her heart. She hated magic and rejected everything related to wizards, but she also understood that she simply did not have the ability to trap Harry forever in this muggle home. Vernon still wanted to keep shouting, to say something to drive him away, to throw this abnormal person out of his house. But Petunia spoke first. Her voice was cold, carrying undisguised disgust and impatience, as if she were chasing away something that brought bad luck. "Vernon, let him go." When those words fell into Harry's ears, however, he could not hear the disgust in them at all. He only understood the core meaning. He could leave now. He could leave this home that had tormented him. He could go to Hogwarts, that place filled with magic. A huge wave of joy instantly washed away the wariness and fear he had felt toward Diciwen just now. 1 second ago, he had still thought this strange young man looked somewhat frightening. The next second, Harry had already regarded him in his heart as an angel saving him from a sea of suffering. In fact, when he had been lying in the small cupboard earlier, he had been worrying the whole time. Hagrid had only told him to go to King's Cross Station and take the train from platform 9 3/4. But he was only 11 years old. He had almost never gone out alone, had never even been to a Muggle station, and had no idea how to find that mysterious platform, let alone how to drag his heavy trunk all the way there. Now that someone had specially come to pick him up, it was simply the best thing that could have happened. Diciwen nodded politely to Petunia as a response. Then he turned to look at Harry, who was only daring to poke half his head out from beside the door, his eyes full of excitement, and said in a calm voice, "You heard her. You can go pack your things." Harry nodded hard, like a little bird finally escaping its cage, and ran happily back to the small cupboard under the stairs. He carefully carried out his trunk, his magic books, his wand box, and the cage holding Hedwig, one by one placing them on the floor by the door. From beginning to end, Vernon and Petunia stood to the side and watched coldly. Neither of them stepped forward to help, as if what he was moving was not luggage, but a pile of unimportant rubbish, as if this child who was about to leave the house had nothing to do with them at all. Diciwen quietly watched this scene, and a barely noticeable sigh flashed through his eyes. He did not say anything. He only gently raised one hand, his fingertip moving slightly. The next second, the trunk, books, and parcels piled by the door seemed to be lifted by an invisible hand. They slowly floated toward him, steady and light, without making the slightest sound of collision. This was the most basic levitation charm, something Diciwen had long since mastered with ease. When those items floated in front of him, he moved his mind and stored everything except Hedwig's cage into his system space, instantly clearing away the mess by the door. Then he reached out and steadily picked up the cage holding the snow-white owl. Hedwig stood quietly on the perch, tilting her head as she studied him, without the slightest panic. Harry stood where he was, his eyes wide and round, his face full of wonder and envy. He had only seen Hagrid use a few simple bits of magic before, and he had already found them extremely magical. Now, seeing such a smooth and clean levitation charm with his own eyes, seeing things float and disappear out of thin air, filled his heart with even more curiosity. He stared unblinkingly at Diciwen's movements, and his longing for the wizarding world grew by several more points. Originally, he had still been worrying about how to move these heavy things bit by bit to the cart outside. He had not expected Diciwen to save him all that effort with one simple spell. "All right," Diciwen said, holding the cage as he looked at Harry, who had finished packing and was standing by the door. His voice softened slightly. "Say goodbye to your family. We should set off." Harry took a soft breath and walked to Diciwen's side. Then he turned around, looked up at Vernon and Petunia in front of him, and said quietly, with a trace of unease that was hard to notice, "Aunt Petunia, Uncle Vernon, I'm leaving." Petunia did not even look at him. She only gave a cold snort, then turned and walked straight back into the kitchen, continuing with her own business, as if he were merely an unimportant passerby. Vernon frowned and glanced at him impatiently. He threw out one stiff sentence, "Behave yourself, boy." Then, with a bang, he slammed the door shut, completely shutting Harry outside number 4, Privet Drive. Inside the door was the childhood that had oppressed him for 11 years. Outside the door was a brand new world he had never set foot in, yet longed for with all his heart. Diciwen looked at this farewell, which could hardly be called deeply moving and instead carried a faint chill of indifference. He helplessly shook his head slightly and said nothing more. He only gestured for Harry to follow, and together they walked toward the roadside. The street at night was empty and quiet. The street lamps gave off a dim, gentle yellow light. Diciwen stopped, turned to look at Harry beside him, and said with a hint of apology in his tone, "Although I don't really like this slightly exaggerated method either, for us, this is the fastest way to reach our destination." As his words fell, Diciwen slowly raised the wand in his hand and pointed it into the air. Bang! A deafening crash suddenly exploded. A blinding burst of light erupted in an instant, so dazzling that it was impossible to open one's eyes. Harry instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes, his heart pounding wildly. When he lowered his hand, a triple-decker bus, bright purple from top to bottom, had somehow stopped steadily in front of them as if it had torn through space out of thin air. The body of the bus was gorgeous and strange. Across the windshield, a line of eye-catching golden letters read, "Night Bus." Almost the moment the bus came to a stop, a young conductor in a purple uniform, with a pair of protruding ears, jumped down from the bus. He skillfully and loudly recited the fixed opening line to the two of them. "Welcome to the Night Bus, emergency transport for the stranded witch or wizard. Just stick out your wand hand, step on board, and we can take you anywhere you want to go. My name is Stan Shunpike." The leaky cauldron blazed with light, alive with a deafening swell of voices. Tomorrow was the day Hogwarts term began, and at this hour the pub was packed with young witches and wizards bound for school, along with the parents seeing them off. Wizards in robes of every cut and color filled the room, their conversation and laughter weaving together into the warm, bustling liveliness unique to the magical world. Harry's appearance drew the attention of the entire room in an instant. Nearly every eye turned toward him at once, full of surprise, curiosity, reverence, and hushed speculation. More than a few people pointed in his direction, whispering to one another, "That's Harry Potter, look at the scar on his forehead." Yet no one dared go up and disturb him. That was because Diciwen had just summoned 4 tall vampire puppets with cold, austere auras, who stood silently around their table like an invisible barrier, cutting off the more excessive stares and unwelcome approaches. When they had first stepped into the leaky cauldron, Harry, without Hagrid beside him, had been instantly surrounded by an over-enthusiastic crowd of witches and wizards the moment he entered. They had all rushed to greet him and say hello at once, nearly leaving him unable to breathe. Left with no other choice, Diciwen had immediately summoned the puppets and only then managed to rescue the somewhat overwhelmed Harry from the crowd. Now, at last, the table had gone quiet again. Seated opposite Harry, Diciwen watched the little boy wolfing down his food at remarkable speed and could not help but remind him softly, "You can eat more slowly. There's no need to rush. If it isn't enough, we can always order more." Harry's mouth was stuffed with food, his cheeks puffed out. When he heard that, he hurriedly looked up, blinked his green eyes, and mumbled somewhat indistinctly, "The thank you." Then he lowered his head again and went right back to taking great bites of the food in front of him. At the Dursleys, he had never been able to eat his fill so freely. The warm meal before him, the kindness shown to him, All of it made him feel a sense of ease he had never known before. By the time Harry had nearly finished eating, Diciwen had also finished his own supper. Setting down his cutlery, he looked at Harry and said, "We'll stay here for the night and get a proper rest. Early tomorrow morning we'll go to Hogwarts together." Harry nodded vigorously, his heart brimming with anticipation. But when it came time to address Diciwen, he suddenly faltered. Back at the Dursleys' house, he had been so swept up in nerves and excitement that he had never properly fixed the other's name in his mind. So he could only say vaguely, "All right, Mr. Pepe." At that, Diciwen smiled gently, unbothered, and introduced himself once more with patient warmth. "My name is Diciwen Peverell. You don't need to be so formal. Just call me Diciwen." Harry's cheeks flushed red at once, and he lowered his head in embarrassment. He felt that failing even to remember the other's name was terribly rude. After hearing Diciwen's gentle reminder, he responded almost instinctively, reintroducing himself in a small but clear voice. "My name is Harry Potter." Morning at King's Cross Station always carried a peculiar uproar, tangled with steam, voices, and the rattling roll of suitcase wheels. The morning mist hung in the air as though half asleep, casting a hazy sheen over the platform tiles, while the crowds surged and ebbed like the tide. Travelers carrying brown trunks, families dragging colorful luggage, and people holding signs to meet arriving passengers all blended into a vast, bustling sea of humanity. And through that chaos, two figures were hurrying their way forward. Diciwen strode ahead, one hand clasped around Harry's wrist, his pace swift, his brows faintly furrowed with a mixture of chagrin and urgency. The exhaustion of the past few days had made him sleep especially heavily that morning. Fortunately, Tom had come to wake him as usual. Harry followed behind him, his captured wrist aching slightly, yet he did not find it uncomfortable in the least. He too had slept unusually deeply that night, the soundest sleep he had known in all his 11 years. On the soft bed at the leaky cauldron, there had been no cold wall, no shrill shouting, only the warm glow of the hearth and Hedwig's cries. That single night's sleep had driven away his weariness completely. Now, running after Diciwen, his heart full of expectation for Hogwarts, even his steps felt astonishingly light. Harry quickly lengthened his stride, his short little legs moving at a furious pace. The two of them pushed through the crowd, past the ticket barriers, and ran all the way toward platform 9 3/4. But when they finally reached the entrance, Diciwen stopped, braced his hands on his knees, took a couple of breaths, and looked up, only to freeze. The entrance to the platform was already packed full with an entire family of redheads. Mrs. Weasley, Molly Weasley, stood at the very front with a large canvas bag in hand, lowering her head as she instructed the children around her in a voice that was gentle yet touched with habitual fussing. Her husband, Arthur Weasley, stood to one side talking with a wizard in robes, letting out bursts of hearty laughter from time to time. And their children, Fred, George, and the youngest, Ron, all clustered around their parents, their red hair standing out brilliantly in the crowd like little tongues of warm flame. The tension on Diciwen's face eased at once, and a mild smile appeared there. Releasing Harry's wrist, he stepped forward, gave Molly a slight bow, and greeted her in a clear, courteous voice. "Good morning, Mrs. Weasley." Beside her, Fred and George also called out in perfect unison, "Diciwen." The twins had been huddled together only moments before, pulling faces at one another and muttering something under their breath while laughing so hard they were nearly doubled over, their eyes flicking toward Ron every now and then. But the moment they heard Diciwen's voice, it was as though someone had flipped a switch. They shot out of the crowd at once and hurried to his side, the smiles on their faces dazzlingly bright. Their holiday, it had to be said, had been thrilling, troublesome, and full of fun. At the start of the holidays, the two of them had been firmly suppressed by Mrs. Weasley for causing trouble at Hogwarts. She had confiscated all their experimental materials and made them copy school rules every day as punishment. But once their mother's temper had cooled, the pair threw themselves headlong back into their inventions and gave full rein to their nature. Thanks to some support Diciwen had given them before, they had been especially in their element over the holidays. Taking advantage of moments when Ron was not paying attention, they had secretly tested several new inventions on him, leaving Ron thoroughly miserable. Although Mrs. Weasley discovered it in the end and they received another scolding, the two of them were far too pleased with themselves as they looked over the densely packed notes in their experiment records and the successful effects of their spells. Punishment had long since been tossed clean out of their minds. "Oh, so this is Diciwen." Molly took Diciwen's hand and looked him up and down, her eyes full of fondness and curiosity. "Those two little troublemakers, Fred and George, never stop talking about you at school. They say you've helped them so much, and you even saved their lives. Thank you ever so much." She had long since taken a liking to this young wizard, whom her two household terrors admired so greatly. In her eyes, Diciwen must surely be a steady, dependable sort of boy, a good child through and through. You're far too kind, Mrs. Weasley. Diciwen smiled and waved a hand. Oh, don't be modest, Molly said with a laugh, still holding his hand as she launched into cheerful conversation, moving from little matters of the holidays to the subjects for the new term at Hogwarts, so enthusiastically that even Fred and George at the side could not help exchanging knowing looks. All right, Mum, we need to get on the train. Fred finally broke in when he saw his mother chatting away with Diciwen without pause, a note of helplessness in his voice. He had no wish to miss the time to go through, and even less desire to be kept there by his mother until the end of days. Oh, right. I nearly forgot, Molly cried out, only then glancing belatedly at the clock beside her. She hurriedly let go of Diciwen's hand. Fred, you first. Hurry and go in. Mum, you've mixed me up with Fred again. Fred put on an exaggeratedly aggrieved expression, though the corners of his mouth were already curling upward. With that, he pushed his luggage trolley and ran toward the platform entrance. Oh, sorry, George. Only then did Molly realize her mistake. She called out to George, who was just about to run off, her voice carrying a hint of apology, though there was not the slightest trace of guilt on her face. Instead, she was smiling brightly. Mom, you actually got it right this time. I'm George. George deliberately lifted his chin at Molly, then immediately shoved his trolley forward and shot through the platform barrier like a wisp of smoke. Standing where she was, Molly laughingly scolded the two little troublemakers. Diciwen stood to one side, watching the warm and lively scene with the corners of his mouth lifting despite himself, though inwardly he silently added, those two really were asking for a good thumping. And Harry, standing behind Diciwen, watched the Weasley family's cheerful harmony with a faint flicker of envy rising quietly in his eyes. He had never seen a family like this before, never witnessed such bustle and warmth, with no shouting, no cold indifference, only laughter and teasing shared between people who truly belonged to one another. It was a scene he had never once known at the Dursleys. He clenched the hem of his clothes, his fingers tightening slightly, and his anticipation for Hogwarts deepened by another measure. He longed for warmth like this, longed for a group of friends who could laugh and make mischief with him. One by one, the members of the Weasley family passed through the platform entrance, and only then did Diciwen lead Harry forward toward the barrier. Harry followed behind him, and when they reached it, he instinctively glanced at the wall. Hagrid had told him before that only by passing through the seemingly ordinary brick wall could one reach platform 9 3/4. A slight tension stirred in his chest, and he tightened his grip on his wand. Diciwen noticed the small movement, turned, and smiled at him. Don't be nervous. Just walk straight ahead. With that, Diciwen took the lead and strode toward the brick wall. Harry drew a deep breath and followed close behind. The instant they collided with the wall, a brief darkness swept over him, as though a layer of soft black cloth had been drawn over his eyes. But after only a few short seconds, the scene before him changed all at once. A bright platform appeared in full view, and the Scarlet Hogwarts Express stood upon the tracks, steam curling upward in pale ribbons, its body gleaming with a warm sheen beneath the sunlight. Above the platform hung a striking sign, Platform 9 3/4. Harry's eyes widened at once, his face filled with wonder. This sensation of crossing from one place into another felt astonishingly magical, more breathtaking than any spell he had seen at the Leaky Cauldron. He could not help reaching out to touch the brick wall beside him. Its texture was real and warm, utterly different from the darkness just moments ago. Come on, let's get on the train. Diciwen patted him on the shoulder and led him toward the train. The two of them entered an empty compartment, and Diciwen shut the door behind them, cutting off the noise outside. Then, with a thought, he took out Harry's trunk, spellbooks, birdcage, and the rest of the things he had previously stored in the system space, arranging them neatly on the luggage rack. You won't need to carry your luggage when you get off, Diciwen explained to Harry. There will be people assigned to send it up to the school for you. You only need to remember to change into your wizarding robes. Harry nodded, and seeing everything laid out so tidily, he felt a quiet warmth in his chest. After saying that, Diciwen stepped out of the compartment. The moment he opened the door, he saw Ron, the youngest brother of the Weasley family, standing just outside, hesitating over whether to come in. Ron looked at the several empty seats inside, then at the bustling crowd outside, feeling a little awkward. He had originally meant to find an empty compartment, but since he had already come upon this one, he simply went in and sat down opposite Harry. Looking at Harry, he gave him a shy smile and introduced himself first. My name's Ron Weasley. What about you? The twins brought Diciwen into his friend's compartment. Inside, several of Diciwen's dorm mates were gathered around together, talking about what each of them had seen and done over the holidays, their faces alight with excitement. Diciwen, you finally made it. Felix greeted him at once with a grin the moment he came in. Exactly. We thought you'd slept so long you weren't going to Hogwarts this year. Rory chimed in teasingly. Diciwen walked over and sat down in his seat, giving a helpless shrug. Don't remind me. I stayed up too brutally these past few nights and overslept completely. Good thing I still made it in time. By the way, Fred leaned in and asked curiously, why were you bringing a little wizard along today? We watched you dragging him around the whole time. Is he your relative? At the platform entrance earlier, he had already noticed the thin boy beside Diciwen, with his battered glasses and a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. But there had been too many people at the time for him to pay much attention. The others in the compartment turned to look as well, all wearing curious expressions. Diciwen let out a deliberately pained sigh and waved a hand. Who else but Headmaster Dumbledore? He insisted that I go and pick up Harry Potter and told me to look after him on the way to school. Harry Potter. Fred and George cried out in unison, their expressions shifting in an instant from curiosity to shock. They had never imagined that the ordinary-looking boy beside Diciwen would turn out to be the famed Harry Potter. The boy who lived known throughout the entire wizarding world. The boy who had once defeated the Dark Lord Voldemort. Harry Potter? Felix, Arthur, and Rory echoed the name as well, their eyes lighting up at once with interest. The compartment instantly grew lively, everyone speaking at once. It's really him? Merlin, I actually saw the real one. Diciwen looked at the group crowding around him and smiled helplessly as he began talking about Harry's situation. Still, he deliberately skipped over the part about going to France to see Nicholas Flamel. He had no intention of letting those idiots know that he had met someone even more famous in the wizarding world, or they would definitely pester him with endless questions. He merely gave a simple account of how Dumbledore had asked him to bring Harry to school, and of Harry's circumstances at the Dursleys. Neglected, bullied, never properly fed or clothed, and forced to do the hardest chores. The boy who lived actually had it that bad? Felix said, sympathy plain on his face after hearing it. Then when we get to school, we definitely have to look after him more. You don't even know which house he'll be sorted into, so how are you supposed to look after him? Rory countered rationally. What if he gets put in Slytherin? Then he's the enemy. Even if he's the boy who lived, that doesn't make an exception. Don't worry, Diciwen said, watching them debate, the words slipping out before he could stop himself. Headmaster Dumbledore definitely won't let him go to any other house. But no sooner had he finished speaking than the twins immediately refuted him. The Sorting Hat won't listen to Headmaster Dumbledore, Fred said seriously. The Sorting Hat is an ancient magical object that carries the thoughts of all four founders. Its judgment is the fairest of all. How could it obey the headmaster's orders and sort someone accordingly? If it thinks Harry belongs in Slytherin, then that's simply how it is. George nodded in agreement. That's right. The Sorting Hat has never favored anyone. It only sorts students according to their true nature. Looking at how earnest the two of them were, Diciwen could not help silently saying naive to himself, but in the end he did not voice it. Better not shatter their illusions. In any case, the Sorting Hat would make its own choice when the time came. There was no need for him to spoil it now. The people in the compartment continued chatting, talking about amusing things from the holidays and discussing the new term's classes. Diciwen sat to one side, listening to their conversation with a faint smile on his lips. He looked out the window. The sunlight was just right, and the train's steam drifted slowly through the air. Meanwhile, on the other side, Harry, Ron, and Hermione had just met. The Hogwarts Express had been running through the valleys of the Scottish Highlands for the better part of the day. Outside the windows, the scenery shifted from great stretches of forest to patchwork meadows, while the distant snow-capped mountains showed only the faintest trace of white against the horizon. Dusk gradually fell, the last sliver of sunlight slipping behind the clouds, and the train slowly began to lose speed. With a long, drawn-out whistle, it came to a steady halt at Hogsmeade Station. The moment the doors opened, a chilly gust swept in, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and fresh grass. The young witches and wizards hurriedly straightened their black robes and filed off the train in orderly lines. The platform became lively in an instant. Voices rose one after another, all brimming with the excitement and nervousness of arriving at Hogwarts for the very first time. At the center of the crowd stood an especially enormous figure, impossible to miss. It was Hagrid. His shoulders were broad, his face hidden behind a wild tangle of black beard, yet his eyes shone brightly. In one hand he held an old lantern, its glow casting a ring of yellow light into the night. Throwing back his head, Hagrid bellowed in that loud, honest voice of his first years. Over here, all of ya. Follow me, and no wandering off. And mind this, don't touch the magic lanterns by the platform, and don't go bothering the puffskeins in the grass there. Those little things, you'll wriggle right into your clothes and cause no end of trouble. Harry followed the stream of people off the train. As he walked, he searched the crowd for Diciwen, but after looking all around, he still could not spot that familiar head. A faint disappointment stirred in him, and he had no choice but to return to Ron's side and head towards Hagrid with him. Hagrid! Harry recognized him at once. His pace quickened immediately, and a bright smile spread across his face. Hagrid had been the very first friend Harry made after entering the wizarding world. It was Hagrid who had brought him news of that world, given him his first birthday present, and taken him to Diagon Alley. To Harry, Hagrid felt as close as family. Seeing the kindly half-giant again filled him with warmth, and he was genuinely delighted. Hagrid spotted Harry at once as well. His eyes reddened immediately, and a glimmer of tears welled up in them. He strode forward in great steps, then carefully stretched out his massive hand and gently patted Harry on the shoulder, afraid that any more force might hurt him. "Oh, Harry, you've finally come." Hagrid's voice caught a little. "Those Dursleys haven't been bullying ya, have they? Is Uncle Vernon still as unreasonable as ever? Aunt Petunia hasn't been giving ya dirty looks, has she? I'm so glad ya made it to Hogwarts safe and sound." I could nearly cry. As he looked at Harry, his mind flew back at once to how things had been 10 years ago. Back then, Harry had still been a baby wrapped in swaddling clothes, tiny and fragile, cradled so carefully in his arms on the way to Privet Drive. And now, in the blink of an eye, that little mite had grown into a boy and was about to begin school at Hogwarts. The more Hagrid thought of it, the more emotional he became. He quickly wiped at the corners of his eyes with the back of his hand, unwilling to appear too sentimental in front of the children. Harry gently shook his head and said nothing of the Dursleys' coldness and cruelty towards him. He did not want Hagrid to worry, so he merely smiled up at him and said, "Thank you, Hagrid. I'm all right. Being able to come to Hogwarts, and to see you again, makes me very happy." That's good, that's good." Hagrid nodded heavily, and that guileless smile returned to his face. Raising the lantern in his hand, he waved it at the first years around him. "Right then, children, off we go. To get to Hogwarts, you've got to cross the Black Lake by boat first. Every first year goes this way, so don't fall behind." With that, Hagrid led the first years towards the lakeside on the far side of the station. The shore was hushed and still, with only the sound of wind brushing across the water. Dozens of little wooden boats were lined up neatly along the bank, each one big enough for 2 people. Harry and Ron climbed into one together. The moment it began to move, it gave a gentle sway, and Harry instinctively tightened his grip on the side. Meanwhile, on the other side, Diciwen was already seated in a carriage bound for Hogwarts Castle. The wheels rolled over the road with a steady rumble. Several of his dorm mates beside him were chatting away with great enthusiasm, one moment talking about whether there might be any particularly remarkable new first years this year, the next wondering if charms would become more difficult, and then turning to the news that Harry Potter was coming to Hogwarts. But Diciwen was not listening to them at all. Leaning back against the carriage cushions, he gazed at the shadows of trees flashing past the window, though his thoughts had long since flown ahead to Hogwarts Castle. There was only one thing on his mind. Once tonight's sorting ceremony and feast were over, he would go to Professor McGonagall at once and get the time-turner into his hands. Diciwen had been preparing for his advancement to Sequence 3 all this time, but despite searching for so long, he still had no idea what the advancement ritual was meant to be. In the whole of the Harry Potter magical world, the time-turner was the only magical object capable of manipulating time. He believed that if he could thoroughly unravel the principles behind it, he might well find a clue for advancing to Sequence 3. It was far too important to him. He had to obtain it as soon as possible. The carriage slowly drew up before the entrance to Hogwarts Castle. In the night, the castle looked especially magnificent, its tall towers thrusting into the dark sky, its walls covered with green ivy, and warm golden light spilling from its windows, making it seem both ancient and welcoming. Diciwen followed his dorm mates into the entrance hall. Seated at the Gryffindor table, Fred and George were squeezed together, talking animatedly with the students beside them. They had been discussing which house Harry Potter would be sorted into, and both were speaking with great excitement. "I'll wager 10 galleons Harry's bound for Gryffindor." Fred slapped the table, his face full of confidence. "I think so too. He's that brave, so he must be Gryffindor." George chimed in at once. The students around them joined in one after another, and soon the entire table was in uproar, as noisy as a marketplace. Diciwen had been subjected to their chatter all the way from the train to the carriage, and now into the hall as well. At last, with them finally occupied talking to other students, he let out a quiet breath of relief and turned his gaze towards the staff table at the front. The professors of Hogwarts were seated there, with Headmaster Dumbledore in the very center. His white beard and white hair gleamed under the lights, and that gentle smile seemed ever present on his face. Yet in one corner of the staff table, Professor Quirrell looked so wrong that Diciwen noticed it at once. Compared with his first year, Quirrell had changed far too much. Back then, he had always been mild and gentle, speaking with a slight stammer and seeming exceedingly shy. But now he was huddled inside a wide black cloak, his head wrapped in a thick turban that covered most of his face. His shoulders were slightly hunched, and every now and then his body gave a small tremor, as though he had been badly frightened, making him look flustered and ill at ease. But Diciwen was watching very carefully. In the eyes Quirrell had left uncovered, he could see a calmness wholly at odds with his outward appearance, and within that calmness there was something faintly cold. It was deeply unsettling. Diciwen could not help muttering inwardly, He's overplaying it far too much. There are flaws everywhere. It might fool newly arrived first years, but no one else. His gaze then shifted to Professor Snape nearby. Snape was dressed in black robes, his face as gloomy as ever. Ordinarily, no matter what happened, he always seemed detached from it all, concerned only with his own affairs. But at this moment, his eyes kept flicking towards Quirrell, and there was clear vigilance in his stare. Diciwen understood at once. Dumbledore must have assigned Snape to keep watch on Quirrell in secret. Otherwise, with Snape's temperament, he would never concern himself with a professor who had left the school and then returned, much less pay Quirrell such close attention. Even if Quirrell had taken the defense against the dark arts post that Snape had always wanted, Snape still would not have bothered to meddle. At that very moment, with a thunderous bang, the great oak doors of the hall were flung open. The entire hall fell silent in an instant. Every sound vanished so completely that even breathing could be heard with perfect clarity. Professor Minerva McGonagall entered. She was dressed in dark green robes, her back held perfectly straight, her expression stern and composed. Behind her followed a line of first-year students. The young witches and wizards stood in neat formation, their faces a mixture of nerves and curiosity as they stepped into the great hall one by one. Professor McGonagall stood in the center of the hall, turned to face the newcomers, and said in a clear, steady voice, "When I call your name, you will come forward, put on the sorting hat, and it will decide which house you belong to." Hannah Abbott. Professor McGonagall called out the names one by one, and each little wizard who was summoned walked slowly to the chair in the middle of the hall, sat down and placed the battered, patched-up sorting hat upon his or her head. At first, many of the first years had been terribly worried, fearing the sorting ceremony might involve some dangerous sort of duel. But when the sorting hat began to speak and assign them to their houses, they all let out quiet sighs of relief, and the tension in their hearts finally eased. At Diciwen's side, Fred, George, Ron, and the others had their eyes fixed tightly on Harry Potter, who sat upon the stool. The sorting hat had been on Harry's head for quite some time now, yet it still had not spoken, and their hearts were practically in their throats. They feared with all their might that Harry might be sorted into Slytherin, or some other house, and not be with them in Gryffindor. Just when everyone was nearly at the end of their patience, the sorting hat suddenly shouted at the top of its voice, "Gryffindor." The instant that cry rang out, the Gryffindor table erupted. Fred and George sprang to their feet at once, waving their arms and cheering at the top of their lungs. Ron was so excited his face had gone red, clapping furiously and shouting Harry's name. The whole table rose as one, calling out Harry Potter in deafening unison. So loudly it felt as though they might lift the roof clean off the hall. It was as uproarious as the welcome for a newly crowned king. At the other three house tables, there was only polite, restrained applause with little reaction beyond that. After all, none of them had gained Harry Potter, the boy who lived, and there was bound to be some measure of disappointment in their hearts. At the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy sat in his seat, watching Harry make his way smiling toward the Gryffindor table. His mouth twitched with a faint sneer, and he let out a soft, dismissive tsk, his face full of disdain. Yet only he himself knew that a flicker of disappointment had quietly passed through his eyes. Deep down, he had in fact held a small hope of becoming friends with Harry Potter, whose name was known throughout the entire wizarding world, though he would never admit it. Diciwen sat in his place, so battered by the cheers of his friends around him that he had no choice but to cover his ears. Watching them all flush red with excitement, flailing their arms and dancing about in delight, he felt utterly helpless and could not help muttering inwardly, "Just how many galleons did Harry Potter pay you lot? Is this really worth getting so worked up over? He was merely sorted into the same house. This is livelier than winning the Quidditch Cup." The sorting ceremony ended very quickly, and all the first years were placed into their respective houses. The 4 long tables were filled with new students, and at once the hall became far livelier than before. Headmaster Dumbledore rose and offered a few words of welcome, and then a magnificent feast appeared upon every table. The tables were laden with delicious food. Great golden brown roast turkeys gleaming with fat beneath their crisp skin. Thick cuts of steak, still pink with juices when sliced open. Fragrant roasted sausages, soft pumpkin pasties, and fruits and cakes of every imaginable kind. Enough to make anyone's mouth water at a glance. Harry had already spent the entire journey on the Hogwarts Express eating sweets with Ron. Chocolate frogs, cauldron cakes, and sherbet lemons in every flavor. His stomach had long since been full to bursting, and now he was not hungry in the least. Besides, he had always been thin, and never seemed able to put away much food. But when he turned his head and saw Ron, who had also been snacking all the way through the train ride, now picking up 2 enormous roast chicken legs and setting to work with both hands, eating with immense satisfaction and not looking the slightest bit overfull, Harry suddenly felt that perhaps he could manage a little more himself. After a moment's hesitation, he reached out, picked up a chicken leg, and began nibbling at it in small bites. Diciwen was entirely different from the little wizards around him, who were wolfing down their food as if they had not eaten in days. He sat in his place, cutting the cake before him with slow deliberation, his movements elegant and unhurried. Just as he swallowed a small piece of cake, he suddenly sensed several faint, chilly presences drifting through the air. They were the auras of spirits. In the next second, the ghosts of the various houses appeared throughout the hall and began their welcome performance for the first years. Sir Nicholas of Gryffindor, clad in gleaming armor, spun through the air with sword in hand. The bloody Baron of Slytherin radiated a grim, icy air as he stood silently in the corner. The fat Friar of Hufflepuff smiled and waved merrily to the new students. Yet oddly enough, whenever these ghosts drew near Diciwen, they all seemed to fear something, veering around him one after another and not daring to come a single step closer. Hermione Granger, upon hearing the people beside her call Nick nearly Headless Nick, was unable to suppress her curiosity and asked him about it. In the very next moment, Nick's response robbed her of every scrap of appetite she had left. In truth, this was Hogwarts Castle's first warning to the meddlesome little witch. But Hermione paid it no mind at all. After Headmaster Dumbledore finished delivering those weighty warnings, the welcoming feast in the Great Hall of Hogwarts was, for all intents and purposes, formally at an end. Warm light still spilled over the 4 long house tables, and the fragrance of food lingered in the air. The young witches and wizards, who had only just finished their revelry, wore expressions of mingled excitement and weariness as they rose chattering from their seats, preparing to follow their prefects back to their respective common rooms. According to Hogwarts custom, once the feast was over, each house prefect was responsible for leading both the new students and the older ones of his or her house back to the common room, and making sure to explain the dormitory arrangements, house rules, and lights-out hours, among other important matters. This year, the Gryffindor prefect was, unsurprisingly, Percy Weasley. To Fred and George, this news practically counted as one of the worst blows of the year. The twins had no idea how many times they had wailed over it in private. Other people might fear prefects, but they themselves had never cared over much about such things. The problem was that this particular prefect happened to be their own elder brother. Ordinarily, their brother's words could go in one ear and out the other, but once Percy brought out his prefect status, if they still refused to listen, Professor McGonagall would absolutely not let them off lightly. So the twins could only pull long faces and honestly accept the grim reality that their brother was a prefect. The people in the hall gradually dispersed, and the professors, too, rose one after another and left the high table. Diciwen remained seated quietly the whole while. He had not joined his dorm mates in their racket, nor had he been in any hurry to leave. His gaze remained fixed on Professor McGonagall from beginning to end. Only when he saw with his own eyes that she had gathered up her things and turned to head out of the hall did he finally rise slowly to his feet. A few boys from his dormitory, seeing that he was about to leave, quickly waved him over. But Diciwen merely lifted a hand lightly, indicating that he still had something to deal with and telling them to go on ahead without him. Without the slightest hesitation, he followed directly after Professor McGonagall, trailing her in silence all the way to the door of her office. Professor McGonagall had clearly known all along that he would come. Once she stepped inside, she wasted no time on pleasantries. She opened a drawer in her desk, took out a delicate and exquisitely crafted little object, and held it out before Diciwen. For you. It was precisely the time-turner Diciwen had been longing for. Suspended from a fine golden chain was a miniature hourglass, its light glimmering faintly within. It looked unremarkable enough, yet hidden inside it was the most rigorous and dangerous branch of time magic in the entire wizarding world. After placing it into his hand, Professor McGonagall did not immediately let go. Instead, with the utmost seriousness, she explained its method of use, its taboos, and its limitations to him point by point, every detail made crystal clear, her tone stern and utterly devoid of jest. I will stress this to you once more. Diciwen. Professor McGonagall's gaze was sharp and grave. This must never be used recklessly. It is only to be used when you have a clash in your timetable. Beyond that, no excuse will be accepted. And each time you use it, the furthest you may go back must never exceed 5 hours. That is the strict safety limit laid down by the Ministry of Magic. If it is exceeded, the consequences will be unthinkable. She paused, then added the most important rule of all. And under no circumstances are you to tell any of your classmates about the time turner. Not even your closest friends. This matter is a secret between the Ministry of Magic and the school. If word gets out, it will bring enormous trouble upon you, upon the school, and upon me. Diciwen clasped the time turner tightly in his hand, able to feel the faint pulse of magic flowing from it. He nodded with utmost seriousness and assured Professor McGonagall in a sincere tone. Please rest easy, Professor. I will never misuse it, and I absolutely will not tell anyone. I understand how important it is, and how dangerous. Professor McGonagall studied his steady, dependable expression, and only then did she relax a little. Diciwen had always been one of the school's finest students, powerful, clear-headed, and possessed of sound judgment. That was precisely why she had been willing to apply to the ministry for a time-turner on his behalf. After leaving Professor McGonagall's office, Diciwen did not hurry on his way. Instead, he strolled leisurely along the corridor in the direction of Gryffindor Tower. One by one, the lights in the castle flickered to life, and the torches upon the walls cast their warm, dancing glow. There were few students left moving about, and only the quiet echo of footsteps lingered through the hallways. He walked all the way to the portrait of the fat lady and gave the password for the day. The portrait swung open slowly, and the moment Diciwen stepped into the Gryffindor common room, the uproar inside nearly made him jump. The whole common room was packed to the brim. The warm crimson furnishings, the lively flames, the clusters of gathered students filled the modest space to overflowing. And at the very heart of the crowd stood none other than Harry Potter. A great throng of Gryffindor students had him hemmed in from every side, firing question after question in a babble of excited voices. Some asked him about what had happened on the train. Some wanted to know his first impression of Hogwarts. More of them, unable to restrain their curiosity, circled round the matter and tried to pry into the story between him and the one whose name could not be spoken. With the professors now absent and no adults left keeping watch, these already bold Gryffindors had cast off every restraint entirely. Each and every one of them gazed at Harry with shining eyes full of admiration, looking for all the world like a mob of fervent fans who had come face to face with their idol. Standing in the very middle of it all, Harry was so embarrassed he scarcely knew where to put his hands or feet. His cheeks were faintly red, his eyes darting about in panic, and he kept throwing desperate pleas for help toward Ron and Hermione outside the crush. But Ron and Hermione had long since been squeezed to the outer edge by the frenzied crowd and could not force their way back in. All they could do was look at him helplessly, utterly unable to offer any aid. Nearby, Percy Weasley was already frowning as he struggled to maintain order. Raising his voice again and again, he called for everyone to calm down, to disperse, to go back and rest. But how could Gryffindor students, so used to noise and excitement, be persuaded so easily? The more someone tried to stop them, the more excited they became, completely swept up in their adoration of the boy who lived. Just as Harry was on the verge of being driven utterly at a loss, he caught sight of Diciwen entering the common room. In that instant, he looked like a drowning man who, after struggling for an age at sea, had finally seized hold of a life-saving piece of driftwood. Almost without thinking, he blurted out, "Diciwen!" That single shout made the little wizards surrounding him fall silent all at once, and every pair of eyes in the room turned instantly toward Diciwen at the door. The noisy common room, so chaotic only a moment before, began miraculously to quiet down the instant they saw him. It was not that they did not want to keep crowding round Harry. They were simply a little wary of Diciwen. This was someone whose reputation in Gryffindor, and indeed throughout the entire school, was immense. Not merely because he was powerful, but because he was the student Professor McGonagall valued most and trusted most. Added to that was the steady, formidable air about him that made him seem anything but easy to provoke. Even the Weasley twins, lawless as they usually were thoroughly convinced by him, let alone the ordinary students. With nothing more than a single exchange of glances, the little wizards who had been in a frenzy only moments ago wisely and quietly dispersed. Looking at the scene that had calmed so suddenly, Diciwen let out a soft, helpless sigh and said, "Everyone should go and rest. It's been a long day. You've been on the train, gone through the sorting, sat through the feast. You must all be tired. Head back to your dormitories and get some sleep." The moment those words left his mouth, Anyone who had still been thinking of saying a bit more was immediately tugged and shoved along by friends toward the boys' and girls' dormitories. No one dared argue, and no one dared linger. In an instant, the chaos in the common room was swept away completely. Percy stood to one side, watching Diciwen resolve with effortless ease the problem that he himself had failed to settle after so long. He let out a heavy sigh of relief, gratitude plain upon his face. Without wasting another moment, he went straight to the group of first years and began earnestly arranging their dormitories and explaining the necessary rules, the sharp edge of impatience gone from his voice. Meanwhile, Harry had finally escaped the encirclement and fled back to the boys' dormitory with Ron. The moment the dormitory door shut behind them, Ron could not help lowering his voice and exclaiming to Harry with open admiration, "That was brilliant. Senior Diciwen is incredible. Assentihi?" One sentence and everyone behaved at once. Ron truly and sincerely admired Diciwen. In his heart, this upper year was practically a legendary figure in Gryffindor. Leaning closer to Harry, he continued in a hushed voice, "You don't know, George told me before that when Senior Peverell was in his first year, he could already fight alongside the professors, and he even helped defeat a werewolf that broke into the school." A werewolf? Plenty of grown wizards wouldn't he even dare face one head-on. "Yes," Harry murmured softly as well, his eyes filled with tangled emotions. When all those people had surrounded him just now, he had in truth been terribly nervous, even a little frightened. He knew perfectly well that what everyone admired, what everyone expected, was the boy who lived, the legendary savior Harry Potter, not the real him. A boy raised in a muggle household, ignorant of everything, newly come into magic, and so ordinary a young wizard that he could not even cast the most basic spells with any real proficiency. He did not possess Diciwen's tremendous power, nor that calm, commanding presence, nor the kind of strength that inspired confidence in others. That brief little storm of hero worship had been like a basin of cold water thrown over him, making him see with absolute clarity the gulf between himself and those who were truly exceptional. And it was precisely this very real experience that quietly changed Harry's original attitude toward learning. He was no longer content to go about muddling through with nothing but Expelliarmus. He was no longer willing to remain a hopeless underachiever who understood nothing. From the bottom of his heart, he began to want to study magic in earnest, to become stronger, to become someone worthy of the expectations placed upon him. Of course, that was a matter for later. The number of people in the common room dwindled more and more as everyone gradually returned to their own dormitories. The once boisterous space slowly fell quiet, until only the gentle crackle of the fire remained. Diciwen did not go upstairs with the others. Instead, he walked alone to the sofa and slowly sat down, leaning back against the soft cushions. He closed his eyes slightly and began sorting through his current situation in his mind. It had been a full 10 months since he had advanced to sequence for Bizarro Sorcerer. At the very beginning, relying on the advancement ritual he had completed before many witnesses in the Forbidden Forest, together with the near year-long period afterwards spent constantly practicing and using marionettes, he had indeed digested part of the potion-esque characteristics. But compared with the pace of his previous sequences, this progress was painfully slow enough to leave him anxious. It was not that he did not wish to speed things up. The reality was simply that his circumstances would not allow it. This was Hogwarts Castle, Dumbledore's domain. Magic watched from every corner. Professors and informants were everywhere. There was no way he could launch any large-scale operation openly within the school. The moment he made too much noise, Dumbledore would come knocking at once. When that happened, never mind digesting the potion, even remaining at school would become a problem. In truth, back in Professor McGonagall's office, he had not voiced his real intentions. Professor McGonagall assumed he was applying for a time-turner to deal with clashing classes, just as Hermione had done in her day. But Diciwen knew perfectly well that he had no real need to use a time-turner at all. He held a great number of marionettes in his hands, and with his current abilities, he could easily make them assume his appearance, perfectly imitating his mannerisms, tone, magical fluctuations, even the smallest habitual gestures. Coupled with the spiritual and mental strength, he had already reached at the level of a demigod. Controlling several versions of himself at once to attend different classes was no difficult task for him whatsoever. Before, he had needed to keep it hidden and act in secret, but this term he could finally use it in the open. He could entirely disguise it as the use of a time-turner. On the surface, it would appear that he was relying on temporal magic to stagger his lessons, while in truth he was sending marionette doubles to act in his stead. And this very act of controlling doubles on a grand scale, fabricating illusions, passing falsehood off as truth, and carrying out flawless deception beneath everyone's gaze happened to align perfectly with the core principles of the Bizarro Sorcerer potion, greatly aiding its digestion. Aside from research, this was the true reason he had applied for the time-turner. beyond using marionettes and disguises to accelerate the digestion of the potion. Diciwen also had another extremely important plan in mind: to gather ancient secrets. He had been thinking about this for a very long time. When he had first gone to Nicholas Flamel's home, he had focused all of his attention on alchemy and knowledge related to the Philosopher's Stone, with only one thought in mind: to improve his magical attainments and alchemical ability. In doing so, however, he had completely overlooked the single most crucial point. Nicholas Flamel was a legendary wizard who had lived for more than 660 years. He had personally lived through nearly 7 centuries of magical history. He had seen countless vanished civilizations, lost magics, hidden secrets, and ancient mysteries buried from the world. Any small portion of that knowledge alone would be enough to support all the preparatory knowledge and ritual requirements needed for advancing from Sequence 4 to Sequence 3. Leaning back against the sofa, Diciwen tapped his fingertips lightly against his knee, a clear decision already taking shape in his mind. It seemed he would have to find a suitable time to get in touch with Nicholas. Whether for digesting the Bizarro Sorcerer potion or preparing for his advancement to Sequence 3, this elderly alchemist who had lived for nearly 700 years was, at present, the most crucial opening before him, and the one he absolutely could not afford to miss. The fire in the hearth flickered softly, casting its glow across Diciwen's calm face. His gaze was steady and clear, and within his heart, every plan was gradually taking shape, one step at a time. "Wake up. Hey, you three, wake up." Diciwen stood in the middle of the dormitory, looking down at the 3 bodies on the beds, dead asleep, and could not help knitting his brows into a deep frown. They were already in their 3rd year, so how was it that each of them still slept like first-year brats, turning into rotten logs the moment the first day of term began? He reached out and shook his roommates one by one, but they only muttered vaguely, rolled over, and went right back to sleep without even opening their eyes. Their blankets were pulled up tightly, their breathing even and steady. By the looks of it, they were thoroughly dead to the world. "Fine. Brilliant, the lot of you." Diciwen drew in a deep breath and muttered inwardly that the standard wake-up service had failed, which meant there was only one final trump card left. His eyes sharpened. Both hands moved at once as he lowered his voice and chanted rapidly, "Aguamenti, Aguamenti, Aguamenti." 3 jets of water shot forth with sharp whistling sounds, each one striking a different roommate squarely in the face with perfect accuracy. "Aha!" 3 shrill screams instantly shattered the stillness of the dormitory. The 3 roommates bolted upright in bed, frantically wiping the cold water from their faces while looking about in terror. Only when they saw Diciwen standing before them did that fear immediately turn into anger and indignation. "Diciwen, what the hell are you playing at?" Ignoring their furious glares, Diciwen waved a class schedule he had copied from the common room notice board and said irritably, "Class is about to start, and you're still sleeping. Go check the schedule in the common room yourselves. Don't miss your electives. I'm leaving first." With that, he paid no further attention to the 3 roommates behind him, who were grumbling while scrambling into their clothes. He turned, pushed open the dormitory door, and walked out. As he strode through the corridors of Hogwarts, Diciwen pulled out his own timetable and gave it a glance. Sure enough, just as expected, ancient runes and defense against the dark arts were scheduled at the same time this morning. The runes classroom was on the 2nd floor, while defense against the dark arts was being held at the training grounds on the 4th floor. There was no possibility of attending both at once. What a nuisance. Diciwen gave a quiet sigh, though he had already worked out his course of action. He turned into an abandoned classroom on the 2nd floor. After looking to either side and confirming that no one was around, he drew out 2 vampire marionettes he had prepared in advance from the system space. Lowering his eyes to their original appearance, Diciwen shook his head in distaste. Then, with a thought, he summoned the power of Sequence 4 within him, and 2 silver worms of spirit emerged from his palms, slipping silently into the 2 marionettes. The worms of spirit were the core of his powers. Once merged, the marionettes would no longer be lifeless things, but spiritual stand-ins. He focused his mind, sensing the fusion between the worms of spirit and the marionettes, then guided the force of spirituality and began to alter their outlines. The bodies of the 2 puppets slowly stretched, twisted, and transformed. The texture of their skin, the color of their hair, even the contours of their features were all gradually replicated into Diciwen's own likeness. In less than a minute, 2 identical Diciwens were standing before him. Though their eyes still held the faintest trace of mechanical stiffness, no one would be able to tell the real from the false unless they looked very closely. Diciwen nodded in satisfaction, then took 2 sets of his own wizarding robes from his bag and handed them to the 2 selves. The marionettes accepted the clothes and dressed themselves with smooth, fluid movements, even mimicking the fine detail of fastening the buttons with uncanny precision. "That'll do. Diciwen sent one marionette to attend charms on the second floor, and the other to defense against the dark arts. Once everything was arranged, he finally let out a breath of relief. Clapping his hands lightly, he watched the two flawless stand-ins head off in different directions. Only then did he stretch lazily and saunter down toward the great hall on the first floor. Seated at one of the long tables in the great hall, Diciwen picked up a ham and egg sandwich and took a hearty bite. The crisp bread mingled with the tender ham, and the taste was excellent. He was eating with real enjoyment when suddenly he heard the beat of wings above his head. Diciwen looked up on instinct and saw an owl flapping its way toward him. It landed neatly on the table before him, dropped the envelope from its beak, then at once turned and flew away. It was a letter from Boss Vizek. Diciwen's heart stirred. He set down the sandwich and opened the envelope. The handwriting on the letter swept wildly across the page in Boss Vizek's characteristically messy scrawl. Diciwen read quickly, "Dear Diciwen, let me give you some good news. The 300 broomtail clips you gave me earlier have all sold out. I had only just sent off the orders from the customers who had reserved them 2 days ago, and I thought the rest would still take some time to sell. But today a Chinese wizard came into the shop. The moment he heard what the product could do, he was so excited he bought all 86 of the remaining ones on the spot. That Chinese wizard kept muttering things about how the flying swords had become more handsome or something of the sort. I could not understand a word of it, but he was clearly someone who knew quality when he saw it. In any case, your entire stock has sold out. I have nothing left on hand now. If you have the time, you really must hurry and send me more. I have nothing left to sell. Just as you instructed, I deposited all the money from the sales into the Gringotts vault. You can go and check the vault yourself when you return. Awaiting your reply." The moment he finished reading the letter, a radiant smile blossomed across Diciwen's face. Brilliant. He immediately began calculating in his head. 310 broomtail clips. After costs, he could earn 49 galleons on each one. That meant over 1,500 galleons. And that was only the first batch. He still had enough materials left for more than 300 pieces that had not yet been made. By his reckoning, this entire shipment would bring him an income of 2,600 galleons. 2,600 galleons. That was no small sum. Originally, his plan for the morning had been to head straight for the library and continue researching the time turner. That unknown spell related to time had been nagging at his curiosity all along. But the moment this letter arrived, he changed his mind at once. What kind of fool would turn up his nose at galleons? He could make the money first. The time turner was not going anywhere. In an excellent mood, Diciwen picked up the sandwich in front of him again and took several hearty bites. After finishing the last mouthful, he wiped his mouth, rose to his feet, and left the great hall. From the staff table, Dumbledore's gaze followed Diciwen's retreating figure, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. In his eyes, Diciwen was hurrying off to use the time turner and begin a full day's lessons. The old headmaster gave an inward nod of approval, feeling that Diciwen truly was a diligent and studious young wizard. Diciwen, however, knew nothing of this and cared even less. He made straight for the room of requirement on the 8th floor. Upon entering the room of requirement, Diciwen took out his alchemical chest from the system space. He opened it and stepped inside. Standing beside the alchemy bench, he drew out every material needed to make the broomtail clips. Without the slightest hesitation, Diciwen began crafting at once. For the next full week, Diciwen was practically rooted in the room of requirement. Every day, aside from controlling his marionettes to attend classes according to the timetable, he spent all his remaining time on alchemy. Even his meals were fetched from the kitchens by controlling the butler puppet. Controlling marionettes required mental strength, and alchemical crafting demanded intense concentration as well. Doing both at once placed an enormous strain on him. Fortunately, he had improved his alchemical method and cut the crafting time by roughly half. During that week, he worked day and night without rest, forgetting food and sleep in his frenzy to finish, and at last he completed all of the remaining 342 broomtail clips. Looking at the chest brimming with finished products, Diciwen was utterly exhausted, yet his heart was full of accomplishment and satisfaction. That morning, Diciwen finally stepped out of the room of requirement. Dragging his thoroughly spent body, he made his way to the entrance hall on the first floor. A full week of high-intensity alchemy, on top of having to split his attention between controlling 2 marionettes, had consumed no small amount of his mental energy. He looked visibly listless, with his eyelids almost drooping shut. He found a seat in the corner, lifted the pumpkin juice before him, and took a weak sip, intending to eat something and then return to the dormitory to catch up on sleep. Just then, a sudden commotion broke out in the great hall. The post had arrived. Diciwen gave a violent start and hurriedly shielded the food in front of him with his hands, afraid that something might crash down onto his breakfast again. Sure enough, a chaotic rain of letters, parcels, and newspapers, mixed with owl feathers, began drifting down and scattering across every corner of the hall. The young witches and wizards around him all began opening their parcels. Some had received sweets from home, some letters from their parents, and some subscribed to the Daily Prophet. Diciwen understood perfectly well that, for these wizarding students, newspapers were their only means of learning about the outside world. After all, they could not use Muggle electronics. Diciwen lifted his head and glanced around warily. Only after confirming that no more owls were flying toward him did he let out a sigh of relief and continue eating in peace. At that moment, he heard Harry's voice from nearby. "Ron, look. Someone broke into Gringotts illegally." Diciwen cast a casual glance in that direction. Harry was holding a copy of the Daily Prophet, speaking to Ron and Hermione with a deep furrow in his brow. A knowing smile touched Diciwen's lips. A Gringotts vault had been robbed? It seemed Quirrell had gone after the Philosopher's Stone after all, only his information was a little behind the times. He cast another glance at Dumbledore at the staff table. The old headmaster was holding a goblet of pumpkin juice, looking unfathomable as ever. Diciwen knew perfectly well that even if he had not followed the original plot and brought back the Philosopher's Stone, Dumbledore would never have halted his plan. That so-called bait had certainly long since been laid, all for the sake of luring out the person intent on stealing the stone. As expected, the broad direction of the plot had not changed. Diciwen withdrew his gaze and paid Harry and the others no further attention. He hastily finished the rest of his breakfast, picked up his book bag, and strode quickly out of the Great Hall. When he returned to the dormitory, Diciwen pushed the door open. "Diciwen, why are you back?" A voice rang out suddenly. Rory came scrambling out from inside, his clothes in disarray, the buttons on his school robes fastened wrong, his hair a tangled mess, and a dazed, half-awake look still lingering on his face. Diciwen paused inwardly. He distinctly remembered that his marionette had already gone to class, so why was Rory still in the dormitory? It seemed Rory had overslept again today. His marionette had indeed gone to wake him, but Rory had probably been too drowsy, drifted back to sleep in a haze after being roused, and nearly missed class as a result. Diciwen looked at Rory, his thoughts racing. He could not expose his secret, nor could he let Rory know that he had returned to catch up on sleep. "I came back to fetch something. I forgot it," Diciwen answered vaguely. "You should get to the classroom first or you really will be late." Only then did Rory remember that he was supposed to be in class. His expression changed drastically, and he no longer had the leisure to mind Diciwen. Crying out that it was over, he was going to be late, he spun around and bolted for the door. Only after Rory had gone did Diciwen finally let out a breath of relief. He shut the door, walked to his bed, and dropped onto it without another word. He was simply too tired. Throughout that week of lessons, everything had been flawless on the surface. No one had noticed in the slightest that the Diciwen by their side was a fake. His marionette had followed his usual habits perfectly, answered questions with precision, cast spells to the proper standard, and had even imitated the way he ate exactly. Even Professor Snape, famed for his exacting eye, had failed to find a single fault with him during potions. At his current sequence 4 rank, controlling 2 marionettes at once while making them perfectly imitate his own speech and conduct was already something he could do with ease. But only he knew the price hidden behind that ease. Diciwen closed his eyes and felt his exhausted body gradually begin to relax. The weekend lent this ancient magical castle a rare measure of quiet. The corridors, usually loud with voices, now echoed only with the occasional scattered footstep. Most of the young witches and wizards had found their own way to unwind. In the Gryffindor common room, the fire in the hearth burned brightly, its warm golden light falling across one youthful face after another. Some sat gathered together over a game of wizard's chess, while the pieces bellowed and clamored as they battled one another, and every so often the roar of a captured piece would be followed by the laughter of young wizards. Outside the castle, however, the Quidditch pitch offered an entirely different scene of liveliness. Those students hopelessly obsessed with Quidditch had taken to the skies on their brooms bright and early. The whistling sweep of broomsticks through the air, the dull thud of balls striking wooden boards, and the cries of the young witches and wizards wove together, lending a vivid splash of life to the otherwise quiet weekend. As for the remaining students in their 3rd year and above, nearly all of them had gone off in groups to Hogsmeade. Along that little lane brimming with magic, the sweet scent of honeydukes drifted far into the air. Zonko's was crowded at the entrance with curious students, and inside the 3 broomsticks, the warmth of butterbeer drove off the chill of early spring. The young witches and wizards darted from shop to shop, picking out the magical trinkets they fancied and savoring the freedom of the weekend. But none of that lively bustle had anything to do with Diciwen. He did not have a parent signature, and by Hogwarts rules, he was not allowed to set foot in Hogsmeade. Yet this weekend, unlike the other students who lacked signed permission and whiled away the hours in their common rooms, he had something far more important to do. Diciwen straightened his school robes, smoothing away the creases with a light touch, then drew a deep breath and pushed open the door to Gryffindor Tower. The cold stone corridor met him at once. Torches burned along the walls with ghostly blue flames, stretching his shadow long across the mottled stone. Not a soul was in sight. Only faint sounds drifting from afar made the place seem all the more silent. His steps were light, his pace without the slightest hesitation, as he headed straight for an abandoned classroom deep within the castle. That classroom had long since been sealed away in dust, and students almost never came near it, making it the perfect destination for his purpose today. When he reached the classroom door, Diciwen glanced to either side, confirming that no one was nearby and that no professor was making rounds. Only then did he slowly extend a hand and draw from his pocket a peculiarly shaped key. It was the door-opening key he had chanced upon earlier in the Black Forest. He gripped the key tightly, slipped its tip gently into the lock, and gave his wrist the slightest turn. With a soft click, the classroom door, formerly shut fast, slowly opened. Yet beyond it there were no dusty desks and chairs, no weathered blackboard. Instead, there stood a cozy, spotless guest room. Everything within was exactly as it had been when he left a month ago, unchanged in the least. This was the guest room in Nicholas Flamel's home, where he had once stayed for a brief time and immersed himself in the study of alchemy. Stepping inside again after a month's absence, the familiar air swept over him, stirring a warmth in Diciwen's heart. He carefully put away the space-opening key, slipping it back into his pocket with great care. Then he stepped into the room and gently closed the door behind him. His gaze passed slowly over every furnishing in the chamber, and his fingertips brushed the edge of the desk as though testing the familiar warmth of the place. His heart was filled with emotion. Even so, he did not linger for long. After only a moment, he turned the doorknob again and walked out. Beyond the guest room lay the broad and elegant sitting room of Nicholas Flamel's house. At the center stood a round wooden table, its surface engraved with mysterious alchemical patterns that gave off faint magical ripples. Nicholas Flamel sat beside it, leisurely sipping tea. This alchemical master, who had lived for more than 660 years, had hair already gone white with age, yet it was neatly combed. A gentle smile rested on his face, and his eyes were clear and wise. There was none of the weariness one might expect from the passage of years. Instead, he carried the calm ease of one who had seen the world in all its turns. Even more marvelous, the teacups and teapot upon the round table were no ordinary magical objects, but alchemical creations fashioned by Nicholas Flamel's own hand. The little white porcelain cups, adorned with delicate patterns, moved back and forth across the tabletop of their own accord, now and then knocking softly together with clear, crisp chimes. The plump teapot turned at an unhurried pace, and from time to time its spout puffed out a wisp of fragrant tea-scented mist, looking vividly alive and rather endearing. These alchemical creations seemed almost to possess life itself, lively and charming, and in them one could glimpse the gentle and childlike side hidden within this ancient master of alchemy. It was hard to imagine that a great figure who had created the Philosopher's Stone and mastered the secret of immortality would possess such delicate sensibilities. The very instant Diciwen's toe crossed into the sitting room, the merrily swaying teacups froze in place as though startled, then all at once scurried behind the teapot, revealing only a sliver of their rounded sides and not moving in the slightest. Nicholas Flamel noticed the change at once. The softness in his eyes sharpened, and the hand holding his teacup paused mid-motion as he slowly turned to look behind him. When he saw Diciwen standing in the doorway, surprise flashed across his eyes at once, the smile at his mouth fading as clear astonishment spread over his face. His voice carried more than a trace of disbelief. "How are you here, Diciwen?" After all, Diciwen ought at that very moment to have been in Hogwarts Castle. Hogwarts lay far from his residence, and even with first-rate apparition, it would have been difficult to arrive unnoticed. What was more, Diciwen was still young and could not yet command so profound a method of magical transportation with skill. His sudden appearance genuinely caught even this widely traveled old man off guard. "It has been far too long, my dear teacher." Diciwen strode quickly to Nicholas Flamel's side, halted, and bent slightly at the waist in a standard and respectful wizard's salute, his voice full of reverence and longing. Once he straightened, Diciwen did not hide anything. He immediately drew the space-opening key from his pocket, placed it gently upon the round table, and then recounted in full, point by point, exactly how he had come into possession of it. When Nicholas Flamel had heard the whole story, the surprise in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by deep curiosity and interest. He picked up the spatial key and examined it carefully in his hands. His aged fingers lightly traced the ancient patterns upon its surface, his expression intent and serious. From time to time he even closed his eyes, sensing the spatial magic flowing within. He had lived for more than 600 years, seen countless wondrous magical artifacts, and was proficient in alchemy and all manner of ancient magic, yet a key woven from such pure spatial magic was something he was seeing for the first time. At length, he slowly shook his head and returned the key to Diciwen, his tone tinged with a hint of regret. The spatial magic contained within this key is too ancient and too exquisite. It is not something ordinary alchemy can reproduce. Even I have no means of duplicating its function. This is your fortunate encounter, and you must keep it safe. Diciwen accepted the key, stored it away with care, and nodded. He understood well enough that a wondrous treasure like this was something one could only hope to encounter by chance. Then he sat down on the other side of the round table, picked up the teapot before him, and poured himself a cup of warm tea. Its fragrance was rich, and its taste mellow upon the tongue, easing the last thread of tension in his heart. He raised his head and looked at Nicholas Flamel, his expression turning incomparably serious, before slowly revealing the true purpose of his visit. Professor, I have come this time because there are two important matters on which I wish to seek your guidance. Nicholas Flamel lifted his teacup, took a gentle sip, then set it down and regarded him with warm eyes, silently urging him to continue. The first is this. I wish to know every secret of the wizarding world you have learned over these 660 years, as well as those hidden chapters of Muggle history unknown to most. This information is of utmost importance to me. Diciwen's tone was utterly sincere, his eyes brimming with expectation. He paused, then added, I wonder whether you have the habit of keeping a diary, or recording the events of your life in writing. If you have any such notebooks, I hope I might be permitted to read them. Nicholas Flamel, having lived for more than 6 centuries, had witnessed countless changes in both the wizarding world and the Muggle world, passed through innumerable major events, and learned innumerable secrets buried beneath the dust of time. Any notes in his possession would, without question, be among the most precious treasures in the entire magical world. In truth, Diciwen was not wholly confident. After all, such secrets and experiences were the old man's lifelong treasures, and he might not be willing to show them lightly. At Diciwen's words, a strange look crossed Nicholas Flamel's face. There was a flicker of surprise in his eyes, along with an indescribable sense of coincidence. He let out a soft sigh and began slowly, his tone carrying a measure of quiet resignation. Strange as it may seem, not long ago, after I entrusted the Philosopher's Stone to Dumbledore, I began putting my life's possessions in order. Among them were not only the alchemical knowledge I have devoted my life to, and all manner of ancient magical texts, but also the experiences of my several hundred years of life, together with every hidden secret and bygone tale I have witnessed. I recorded them all, one by one, and turned them into a set of notes. I am already very old, with little time left, and I do not wish for these truths and secrets, tempered by the passage of ages, to vanish into the river of time along with my death. Originally, I had intended to donate all of these notes to Bosbaton's Academy of Magic after I passed away, so that they might be inherited by future generations of witches and wizards. Yet today you have asked about them of your own accord. It is quite the coincidence. When Diciwen heard this, delight burst into his eyes at once. The excitement in his heart was beyond words. He had only meant to try his luck, yet he had never imagined such an unexpected stroke of fortune. It directly solved the greatest obstacle to his advancement to Sequence 3. He quickly spoke, his voice brimming with joy and earnest promise. That's wonderful. Thank you so very much, dear teacher. Please rest assured. I will never leaf through these notes carelessly or damage them in any way. I will make a proper copy with the utmost care, and the moment I finish, I will return the original notes to you exactly as they are. I will guard them well, and I will not allow even the slightest part of these precious contents to leak. Seeing Diciwen's jubilant expression, Nicholas Flamel smiled and nodded, his eyes full of affection. He could see the boy's sincerity and hunger for knowledge, and he was willing to entrust this legacy to such a diligent child. Diciwen steadied his excited emotions, then went on to raise the second matter, his tone still grave and attentive. Professor, the second matter is this. This term, my application through the school was approved, and I was granted a time turner. With its help, I have been able to keep up with all of this term's electives and required classes at once and stay on pace with my studies. I am extremely curious about this magical object that can manipulate time, and I wanted to ask whether you know how it is made, as well as its origins and history. A time turner? At the mention of that name, Nicholas Flamel froze for a moment. The hand holding his teacup paused ever so slightly. The gentle light in his eyes gradually receded, and his gaze became distant and profound, as though in an instant it had crossed the long river of several hundred years and returned to that dark and turbulent age. He remained silent for a long while, and the atmosphere in the sitting room slowly grew heavy. Even the teacup that had been hiding behind the teapot seemed to sense the shift in mood and still did not dare make the faintest sound. Only after a long silence did Nicholas Flamel finally speak again. His voice low and weighty, steeped in the weariness of ages, as he began to recount the origin of this wondrous object. The birth of the time-turner was never meant to make the lives of witches and wizards more convenient. It was born from a dark age when the church stood in opposition to wizardkind, an era drenched in blood and conflict, now several hundred years in the past. In 1484, Pope Innocent VIII issued a bull known as Summis Desiderans Effectibus. That decree utterly ignited the war between the church and wizardkind. It explicitly authorized the Inquisition to launch large-scale hunts and persecutions against witches and wizards. Countless magical folk were driven from their homes, and many even lost their lives. Those days were among the darkest hours the wizarding world has ever known. Amid one fierce clash after another, the church gradually discovered a problem. Every operation they launched against wizardkind was always foreseen in advance by the seers among the magical community. Those seers could peer into the timeline and predict the time, place, and plan of each action, with the result that most of the church's efforts were exposed beforehand. They suffered losses again and again, yet could never land a truly fatal blow against wizardkind. In order to break this deadlock and counterbalance the gift of prophecy, the church resolved to create a magical object that could oppose foresight and manipulate time, thereby reversing the tide. At that time, Archbishop John Morton of Canterbury was one of the central figures of the church. He gathered together the few wizards within the church who were proficient in temporal and spatial magic, and they began their secret research. After years of labor, they finally fashioned a ceremonial robe. It was a magical creation of the highest order for its time, made upon a foundation of precious red velvet, embroidered all over with gold and silver thread in religious motifs such as angels, lilies, and crosses, splendid and solemn alike. Upon every inch of that robe was inscribed an unimaginably intricate array for a time reversal charm. At each node of the array were set time gems, star sand, specially forged mithril alloys, and other rare magical materials scarcely found in the world. Every one of them was beyond price, and it cost the church untold effort to gather them all. While wearing that robe, Archbishop John Morton could rely on the time reversal array worked into it to cast a temporal regression of as much as 10 years, returning at will to points in the past, learning the prophecies and plans of wizardkind in advance, and utterly shattering the seer's advantage. It allowed the church to seize the upper hand in the conflict. But no one had imagined that this seemingly powerful robe carried with it an incomparably vicious curse. Every archbishop who used it for any length of time would suffer the backlash of time itself. Their bodies would age at an unnatural speed, their organs would fail with terrifying swiftness, and within mere months they would die in excruciating agony, without a single exception. Later, after repeated study, the church's wizards finally uncovered the secret behind it. Although the robe could allow a person to pass through time and turn back the past, time itself has laws. To forcibly reverse it is to invite the backlash of those laws. The farther back the wearer traveled, the more years of his own life would be taken away, and the passage of time would descend upon him manyfold. It was an inescapable fate, one that could not be undone. Once the truth became known, the upper echelons of the church no longer dared use the robe. They sealed it away in secret within an underground chamber beneath St. Michael's Church in Lancashire, and never dared reveal it again. After the wizards learned of the robe's existence, they understood full well the threat it posed to the magical world. They therefore secretly planned a surprise assault, gathering the finest witches and wizards of that age to infiltrate St. Michael's Church without a sound. They succeeded in stealing the robe and destroyed it utterly, ensuring that the church could never make use of it again. Afterward, the wizards delivered the fragments of the robe and the lingering magical patterns upon them to the unspeakables. That is, what is now the Department of Mysteries in the Ministry of Magic, where the greatest magical minds conducted research in an attempt to unravel the time magic contained within. In the end, using what they had learned from that research, they created the first batch of time-turners. But even so, the danger of time magic could not be avoided. Those early time-turners possessed no small power of temporal regression, and there were always wizards who deluded themselves into trying to use them to change the past and tamper at will with the course of events. This gave rise to countless time paradoxes and temporal accidents. Quite a number of witches and wizards were devoured by the laws of time in the course of using them, dying strange deaths, or even vanishing from the timeline altogether, throwing the wizarding world into tremendous chaos. Only then did wizardkind truly realize how terrifying an object that manipulates time can be. To violate the laws of time is, in the end, to pay a grievous price. Therefore, the Wizengamot convened and ordered the destruction of all high-powered time-turners. Only a small number were left behind, and after repeated improvements they were made into the present version, capable of turning back only a few short hours. They are now kept under strict control, permitted only to a handful of students with genuine need, and even then subject to extremely severe regulations. Abuse is absolutely forbidden. At this point, Nicholas Flamel looked toward Diciwen. His expression had turned incomparably stern, and there was a grave weight in his voice as he delivered the news that would disappoint Diciwen beyond measure. I know that, having heard all this, you must already be entertaining thoughts of devising a time-turner yourself, of replicating it, perhaps even improving upon it. But I have bad news for you. All the core materials used back then to create the original magic robe and the first batch of time-turners, including time gems, star sand, specially made mithril alloy, and the like, were completely exhausted in the processes of crafting and destruction. Not the slightest trace remains. All of it was done under the joint witness of every member of the Wizengamot. In this world, those materials can no longer be found. What? No way. After hearing this, Diciwen's look of anticipation vanished in an instant, replaced by utter disappointment. He could not help letting out a low cry, his voice thick with regret. Does that mean that even if you told me the complete time reversal charm, I still wouldn't have the corresponding materials and simply couldn't make a time turner? That is correct. Looking at the crestfallen Diciwen, Nicholas said with a smile, wearing the expression of a mischievous old child. Diciwen stood there with slumped shoulders, his fingertips absently rubbing the fine magical embroidery along his cuff, his eyes brimming with disappointment and agitation he could not conceal. Now, the path on which he had pinned so much hope had been sealed off entirely. Every carefully laid plan had burst like a bubble, and his wish had come to nothing. The sense of defeat pressed down on him like a massive stone, so heavy he could scarcely breathe. He had no choice but to force himself to calm down and think again about what viable methods remained for the magical ritual. Yet no matter how he turned it over in his mind, he could not find a single shortcut that would let him break through quickly. He had even entertained one absurd and helpless thought. Was he truly meant to abandon all his efforts, rely on nothing but his own lifespan, hide away in some place unknown to anyone, and quietly wait for 300 years, enduring the passage of time until the day his magic finally advanced? The moment that thought surfaced, he strangled it mercilessly. 300 years was far too long, and far too wasteful. His ambitions and his pursuit of magic would never permit him to squander time in such a fashion. He had to find another way to break the deadlock. Nicholas Flamel took in all of his disappointment. In the eyes of this alchemical master, who had lived for centuries, lay a gentleness and forbearance tempered by time itself. He showed not the slightest urge to hurry him, merely waiting in silence for Diciwen to steady his emotions. After a long while, Nicholas slowly rose to his feet, smoothed out his plain robes, and looked at Diciwen, who was still drooping like an eggplant struck by frost, utterly listless. His voice was calm, yet carried a reassuring strength. All right, stop dwelling on it. I'll take you to see the collection of books I've arranged over the past several centuries. With that, Nicholas turned and walked deeper into his residence. The wooden floorboards gave soft creaks beneath his feet, laden with the weight of years. Forcing himself to rally, Diciwen quickly followed. Passing through 2 wooden doors engraved with ancient magical runes, Diciwen was met by a faint scent, a mingling of old paper, ink, and the fragrance of herbs, and Nicholas Flamel's study appeared before his eyes. He widened his eyes at once, filled with astonishment. The study had clearly been placed under an extension charm. Its interior was shockingly vast, far beyond anything the exterior structure should have been able to contain, and at a glance there was no visible end to it. The arrangement of the room was modeled after the highest-level classified archive of the French Ministry of Magic, every corner steeped in rigor and secrecy. The bookshelves around them soared all the way to the ceiling, stretching from the floor to heights beyond sight, each shelf packed tightly with books. Their spines varied in shade and age. There were pristine magical tomes, but also ancient, singular volumes wrapped in hides, their yellowed pages brittle with time. On the covers of some were engraved ancient magical scripts that had long since been lost, faintly glowing with a soft aura of magic. In the central area of the study, there were no desks or chairs. Instead, dozens of freestanding revolving bookshelves stood there, each one crammed full of books. At the lightest touch, a shelf would turn slowly and steadily, making it easy to retrieve volumes from every level. Still inwardly shaken, Diciwen followed Nicholas straight to a row of shelves at the innermost wall. Nicholas lifted a hand and lightly brushed over an ancient hide-bound book on the outermost layer, then turned to Diciwen and said, These 4 bookshelves contain the records of the great events over the past several hundred years that you need, as well as certain secrets I happen to know. Diciwen looked up at the sheer wall of books. The overwhelming abundance spread across 4 entire shelves, and for a moment his mind went blank and his heart quailed. There were so many books that merely copying them all once would be an undertaking beyond imagination. After a brief hesitation, Diciwen still gritted his teeth and forced himself to look at Nicholas, speaking with a thread of resolve in his tone. Professor, then I'll borrow a few books from here first and take them back to copy. Once I've finished, I'll come back and exchange them for the rest. Sorry to trouble you. Hearing this, Nicholas nodded, a trace of approval flashing through his eyes. He said nothing more, merely indicating that Diciwen could choose freely, while instructing him in earnest to take proper care of these precious volumes and not damage or lose them. Diciwen carefully selected 3 of the most recent books. He remained at Nicholas's residence for a while longer, asking several questions about the fundamentals of time magic. Only when night had fallen did he reluctantly bid Nicholas farewell and use the key to return to Hogwarts. By the time he returned to the Gryffindor dormitory at Hogwarts, it was already quite late. He knew perfectly well that, in order to copy these ancient books, the galleons he had saved up before would likely all be spent on buying parchment. Yet for the sake of the goal in his heart, that expense was unavoidable. The other Gryffindor boys in the dormitory had originally been gathered together in high spirits, waiting for Diciwen to come back so they could properly share with him everything they had seen that day in Hogsmeade, from the sweet shop to the novelties in the magical joke and curiosities shops. Yet they watched him hurry back, bury himself in writing a letter, and then hurry off again, his steps brisk and his expression intent, completely oblivious to them. The few of them exchanged glances, utterly baffled. None of them could make sense of what Diciwen had been so busy with lately, always rushing about as if pressed for time. In the end, they could only give it up and settle down to rest. On a morning several days later, Diciwen had just stepped out of the dormitory, preparing to go to the library and continue searching for materials, when he saw that the Gryffindor common room was unusually lively. Fred and George, the pair of twins, were excitedly tugging at Harry's hand, chattering away around him with faces full of delight. Curiosity stirred in Diciwen, and he walked over at an unhurried pace. After listening carefully, he finally understood. Professor McGonagall had made an exceptional recommendation and brought Harry into the Gryffindor Quidditch team as seeker, an unprecedented honor for a first-year student. Seeing how remarkable their little mate was, the twins were delighted from the bottom of their hearts. They surrounded Harry and talked without pause, sharing amusing stories about the Quidditch team, explaining the rules of the game, and describing the traits of the various players, their tone full of warmth. Diciwen looked toward Harry and saw him standing in the middle of the crowd with a bewildered expression on his face, and a faint trace of fatigue in his eyes, as though he had not slept well. Diciwen let out a soft laugh. In an instant he understood. Harry could only be in such a state because he had seen Fluffy, the 3-headed dog guarding the Philosopher's Stone, in the corridor on the 3rd floor. He still remembered clearly the scene from before, when he had happened to run into Fluffy at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Fierce as Fluffy looked, and as aggressive as he seemed on the surface, at heart he was merely a great shaggy youngster with no real malice in him. Harry was still hemmed in by the twins, trying to absorb the news that he had joined the Quidditch team. The confusion not yet faded from his face, when Oliver Wood came hurrying over and interrupted him. As captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, Wood loved Quidditch with near-fanatical devotion. Learning that Harry had been exceptionally selected for the team, he was more excited than anyone. At that moment he was looking at Harry with obvious urgency, waving as he said, "Harry, come with me, quickly. I'll take you to the Quidditch pitch so you can see what real Quidditch is like. And I'll explain the Seeker's duties to you properly. We have to start training at once." At those words, Harry hastily prepared to leave with Wood, while the twins shouted after him from behind, repeating their warning again and again. "Be sure to watch out for Bludgers. That fellow is terribly mischievous. He is always liable to come charging over out of nowhere, so do be careful." Diciwen stood to one side, watching the scene brimming with youthful vitality, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly before he withdrew his gaze and turned to leave the Gryffindor common room. It seemed the path of the time-turner was no longer viable. He had no spare time left to waste and had to make for the Hogwarts library at once, to keep searching through its vast ocean of tomes for a breakthrough, to see whether there might be some other means of replacing the time-turner and completing the magical advancement ritual, so as to break the deadlock before him. The Hogwarts library was as hushed and solemn as ever. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows, casting dappled shadows across the floor, while only the occasional soft rustle of turning pages echoed through the stillness. Madame Pants sat at the front desk, and when she saw Diciwen enter, A faint smile unexpectedly appeared on her usually severe face. She gave him a light nod, then continued patrolling the various sections of the library with her wand in hand. At this time of year, the newly arrived first-year witches and wizards were always endlessly curious about everything in the library, and it was inevitable that they would cause a few minor troubles here and there, knocking into shelves by accident or leafing carelessly through precious ancient volumes. Madame Pants had to keep watch at all times to guard those books. Diciwen inclined his head politely to Madame Pants, then slipped soundlessly into the forest of bookshelves, setting each step down with the utmost care for fear of disturbing the other students reading nearby. He wove between the towering rows of shelves, his eyes swiftly scanning the words upon the spines as he headed straight for the section marked for ancient magic, temporal arcana, and advanced ritual texts. His fingers brushed lightly over one book after another as he searched with painstaking care for the volume he needed. The shelves in the library were packed close together, and after turning corner after corner, Diciwen spotted Hermione seated at a desk in a quiet nook by the window. She was utterly absorbed in what she was reading, wholly immersed in the world of books, her brows faintly knit and her eyes intent, so focused that she did not even notice him drawing near. The book spread open before her was astonishingly massive, nearly as tall as Hermione herself. Its pages were crammed with tiny magical script and accompanied by intricate rune diagrams, yet Hermione was reading with evident relish, not the least bit bored. Not wishing to interrupt her concentration, Diciwen softened his footsteps even further, quietly went around her, and continued searching the nearby shelves. Just as he had been hunting for so long that disappointment was beginning to creep in, a book with an ancient-looking cover and a faint pale gold magical sheen suddenly caught his eye. Its title was precisely The Magic of Time. Diciwen's heart leapt, and he immediately reached out and drew it from the shelf. The cover was made from the hide of some special magical beast, thick and rough beneath his fingers, while the lettering along the spine was written in an ancient magical script that radiated mystery. Cradling the book in his arms, he quickly crossed to an empty desk nearby and sat down. Gently opening it, he began reading with barely concealed impatience. Unlike ordinary introductory books on magic, this volume laid out in rich detail the many theories concerning time that had arisen in the wizarding world over the centuries. From the nature of time itself, to the relationship between time and magical power, to the explorations and experiments of ancient wizards in the realm of temporal magic. The contents were both profound and exhaustive, every passage demanding careful thought. Diciwen read with meticulous attention, word by word and line by line, afraid of missing even the smallest crucial detail. He went from the opening sections on basic temporal theory all the way to the middle chapters dealing with high-level time magic when, all at once, a particular passage seized his attention. It explicitly introduced information related to the time turner. Though the explanation in the book was nowhere near as comprehensive or precise as what Nicholas Flamel had told him before, and did not touch upon the method of creating a time turner or its core taboos, one single line struck through his mind like lightning and gave him an utterly unexpected spark of inspiration. That line read clearly, "The operation of a time turner is entirely governed by the temporal reversal spell array engraved upon it, and the magical force that alters the flow of time is confined within a safe interval." Diciwen's gaze lingered on that line for a long while. His fingers lightly traced the words on the page as he repeated the phrase safe interval over and over in his mind, sinking into deep thought. A slight frown formed on his face, his thoughts racing as, drawing together the knowledge of time magic he had previously learned from Nicholas, a bold idea slowly took shape. If the magic of the time turner was restricted to a safe interval by the temporal reversal spell array, then did that not mean that, provided one could find a way to break through the upper limit the array imposed on magical input, one might cast off the restraints of the current design, transcend ordinary limits, and increase the length of time travel? The thought continued to ferment in his mind, and the more he considered it, the more possible it seemed. Yet a moment later he forced down that surge of excitement. Uncontrolled time travel was fraught with too many uncertainties and dangers. The slightest mistake could put his very life at risk. To attempt it rashly would be anything but wise. It was best not to lay hands lightly upon such a perilous path. During this stretch of days, Diciwen's life had become orderly to the point of monotony, filled from dawn to dusk by only two things: copying books and attending classes. This narrow rhythm, little more than a line between two fixed points, continued for over a week before he quite noticed it. In the daytime, Hogwarts lessons posed no real difficulty for him. Memory was one of his strengths, after all, and with the help of two secret puppets he could free up his own time perfectly for copying books. The knowledge contained in those ancient volumes was of vital importance to his next advancement. At night, the room of requirement became Diciwen's private scriptorium. The space was broad enough to accommodate quite a number of people, and he released 6 secret puppets at once, setting them around the long table to divide the copying work with him. The movements of all 6 were flawlessly uniform, and their speed in taking up the pen, writing, and turning pages was not the least bit slower than Diciwen's own. What would ordinarily have consumed an immense amount of time advanced at remarkable speed with the puppet's assistance. In only a few short days, he had finished all the books in his possession and had no choice but to return to Nicholas for more ancient volumes. When Nicholas saw Diciwen come to exchange for more books, his face was full of bewilderment and astonishment. Even for wizards obsessed with old tomes, copying a single book would usually take at least half a month. Yet Diciwen had come to exchange books for the second time in a little over a week. The speed was so abnormal that it was impossible to ignore. "My boy, how are you copying books so quickly? I could swear you only changed them a few days ago. You've finished them already?" Nicholas pushed up his reading glasses and could not help asking the question. Diciwen merely smiled faintly and did not reveal the secret of his puppets. Such a secret art was not something to disclose to outsiders, so he only answered vaguely, "I found a few friends to help copy them. More hands make quicker work, so we finished ahead of time." That night, in the room of requirement, Diciwen watched as the final page was copied. He gently closed the completed volume and let out a long breath. After putting away the secret puppets beside him, he looked up at the magical clock on the wall and found that it was still early, with quite some time remaining before midnight. His nerves had been taut for so many days that it was time to relax a little. Then it occurred to him that he had not gone to the phantasmal realm in a very long while. The last time had been at the end of the previous term, and after this term began he had been so busy that he had actually cast the matter completely from his mind. A thought stirred in his heart, and Diciwen immediately made up his mind to have a look inside the realm. He gathered in his aura and silently recited the incantation, transforming in an instant into a thestral. His coat became sleek and black as night, his limbs long and powerful, a pair of great wings folded at his sides, and his eyes turned sharp and tranquil. In the form of a thestral, he would be able to move more nimbly through the realm and avoid quite a few lesser dangers. Once he had confirmed that no one around had noticed him, he slipped silently out of the castle and, under cover of the night, raced all the way toward the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest was pitch dark, its towering trees blotting out the sky and sun alike, with only scattered moonlight filtering through the gaps in the branches to cast shifting shadows across the ground. From time to time, the low cries of unknown creatures drifted through the darkness. Diciwen did not linger, but went straight to that hidden clearing deep within the Forbidden Forest. Reaching inward to commune with his own spirituality, he watched as the air before him slowly rippled, and a pale blue spatial door gradually unfolded, beyond it drifting the hazy, mysterious aura of the bewildering phantasm. It was his first time stepping into the bewildering phantasm this term, and he could not help but feel a touch more anticipation than usual. He stepped through the spatial door, and his figure vanished from the Forbidden Forest in an instant. After entering the bewildering phantasm, Diciwen first made his way to the outermost region of the minor worlds. He flew at an unhurried pace through the area, carefully sensing the scenery within each little world, but unfortunately, he found none that showed any sign of collapse. "Looks like there is nothing to eat." Since there was nothing amiss in the outer region, Diciwen decided to fly deeper into the phantasm and see whether he might find the materials required for his advancement. After all, he had not come here solely to relax. He beat the wings of the thestral and sped toward the depths of the phantasm, the wind whistling past his ears as the landscape around him gradually turned unfamiliar. The once level ground began to bristle with towering stone pillars, packed close together, exuding an air of desolation. After flying for about a quarter of an hour, he caught sight of an ancient stone bridge ahead. It stretched across illusory clouds and mist, its surface mottled with the marks of age, clearly having stood there for a very long time. This was the only way into the deeper reaches of the phantasm. Diciwen did not hesitate, but flew straight across the bridge and pressed onward. Yet he had gone only a short distance beyond it when his heart suddenly clenched. The spirituality within him gave off a shrill warning at once, and an overwhelming sense of danger crashed over him. He had no time to think. Acting on instinct, he twisted his body sharply and dodged to the side at speed. At almost the very same instant, dozens of transparent lines of energy shot up from the ground, skimming past his body. Had he been a second slower, those energy lines would undoubtedly have struck him. Steadying himself, Diciwen lowered his gaze toward the ground and saw a cluster of strange creatures coiled among the stone pillars below. Their forms shifted without cease, sometimes gathering together, sometimes dispersing, their overall outlines resembling lizards, though they were far more grotesque than any ordinary reptile. Their skin was a dark gray, half-transparent sheen, their limbs short yet unervingly swift. Most disturbing of all were their eyes, which glimmered with a dim and eerie light. There was a force in that stare that seemed capable of dragging one's will into ruin. One glance alone was enough to leave the mind reeling. Diciwen dared not meet their eyes, nor did he wish to waste his strength in a prolonged entanglement here. Carefully avoiding the creatures, he quickened his pace and continued flying onward. After another stretch of flight, the terrain changed once more. The desolate land choked with stone pillars vanished, replaced by something resembling a forest. Yet this woodland was utterly unlike any forest of the real world. The trees here had thick trunks and interwoven branches, but the leaves upon them were not physical things. Rather, they existed in a phantom, drifting state, spiritual in nature yet refusing to scatter. Each leaf shone with a faint silvery white radiance, and their vein-like ridges stood out with remarkable clarity. A light touch seemed as though it might reveal the slightest pulse of spiritual fluctuation. The entire wood was steeped in a still, mysterious atmosphere. Yet the more tranquil it appeared, the more vigilant Diciwen became. Diciwen gradually lowered his altitude, intending to examine the forest more closely, but the string in his heart remained taut all the while, for he feared another sudden attack. So even as he descended, he did not dare land, maintaining a state in which he could take off and evade at any moment. He circled slowly along the forest's edge, his eyes sweeping over every movement around him, when suddenly a fierce sensation of being watched surged through him. It was as though a pair of invisible eyes were fixed upon him from the depths of the wood, that gaze carrying a chill hostility that made the hair all over his body rise faintly on end. Diciwen inwardly cursed his luck. The creature hidden in this forest was plainly harder to deal with than the lizard-like monsters from before. He was not yet prepared for battle, and this excursion had been for scouting alone. There was no need to recklessly throw himself into danger. With that thought, he immediately abandoned the idea of probing deeper. He meant to return to the region of the minor worlds at once, settle down properly, and spend some time relaxing as he watched the scenes within those little worlds. When he was better prepared in the future, he would come back and uncover this place's secrets. At the very instant he turned his wings to begin the journey back, a bone-piercing chill suddenly swept out from the depths of the forest. In the next moment, an icicle gleaming with cold light, wrapped in a cutting gust, shot straight toward his chest. It came with terrifying speed, its shriek through the air sharp enough to split the silence. Fortunately, Diciwen had remained on high alert from the beginning, and his control over the Thestral's body was superb. At almost the exact same moment the icicle struck, he jerked his body sharply upward, narrowly evading the attack by a hair's breadth. The icicle grazed past his belly and slammed into a tree trunk behind him, instantly freezing the spiritual leaves there and shattering them into fragments. Diciwen steadied himself and looked toward the direction from which the icicle had come, only to see a massive blue mass of energy drifting slowly out from the depths of the forest. The thing was enormous, its shape closely resembling a giant bear. Its half-transparent blue body floated languidly in the air, and embedded at its center was a darker, deep blue core. That core radiated dense waves of energy, making it obvious at a glance that this was the creature's vital point. Seeing that familiar form, Diciwen instantly recalled the information the system had previously mentioned about the required materials, and could not help muttering inwardly. Could this be the Mistheart bear the system talked about? No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the system's crisp notification sounded in his head at once. Ding dong, host answered correctly. Hearing that, Diciwen felt rather helpless, and silently grumbled to himself. Who asked for your praise? This Mistheart bear was precisely the source of the second material he needed for his Sequence 3 advancement. The ice core within its central body was an indispensable ingredient for completing the potion. He had never expected to run into it here, but he was unprepared for battle at the moment, which made the situation truly troublesome. He immediately asked the system in his mind. System, can the material be extracted directly from a distance? Clinging to a sliver of hope, he wished he might obtain it without fighting, but the system swiftly gave its reply. Ding dong, target is too far away. Extraction impossible. Diciwen frowned. It seemed that, if he wanted the material, he would have to fly low and close in on the Mistheart bear at short range. Beating his wings, he hovered in midair, his eyes locked firmly on the Mistheart bear below as his mind raced in search of a way to deal with it. The Mistheart bear's methods of attack appeared to be chiefly ice-based. That icicle from before had carried no small power, and with its huge frame and surging energy, facing it head-on might not win him any advantage. Yet, after finally finding his target, giving up just like that was hard to accept. While he was still weighing his options, another icicle shot out from the Mistheart bear with a sharp hiss and flew straight at him. Diciwen was already prepared and avoided it with ease once again. After being attacked repeatedly, he made up his mind. Rather than continue dodging passively, he might as well try closing in himself. Drawing a deep breath, he folded his wings sharply, and his body plunged toward the Mistheart bear like an arrow loosed from the string. Seeing that Diciwen was not fleeing, but instead rushing at it of his own accord, the Mistheart bear was instantly enraged. It opened its enormous maw and let out a furious roar, but there was not the slightest sound. Instead, the roar transformed into rings of invisible energy waves that spread outward from its body at great speed. Wherever those waves passed, the spiritual leaves around it trembled violently. Then it condensed 3 more icicles and fired them all at Diciwen at once, its assault even fiercer than before. Diciwen's diving speed was tremendous, and in the blink of an eye he had entered the range of those energy waves. At the instant they brushed against his body, the spirituality within him once again screamed out a warning of extreme danger, and it felt as though all the blood in his body were on the verge of freezing solid. Startled, he immediately forced his power into motion, halting himself in midair in an instant before shifting sharply to the side, barely avoiding the impact of the energy waves. At the same time, he twisted his body with agile precision and evaded the 3 incoming icicles. As he watched the waves of energy spreading steadily toward him, each one stronger than the last, Diciwen knew full well that if he did not call upon the power of the arcane trickster, then in his thestral form alone, he had no hope of getting anywhere near the Mistheart bear, let alone taking its core. If he insisted on pressing forward, he would very likely end up injured, and the cost simply was not worth it. After a brief moment of thought, Diciwen finally abandoned the idea of close-quarters combat. He suddenly spread the Thestral's wings wide and gave them a powerful beat, sending his body soaring upward. In an instant, he rose high into the sky, completely beyond the Mistheart bear's range of attack. Without lingering for even a moment, he wheeled about and sped away toward the region of the Little Worlds. Although he had failed to obtain the Mistheart crystal directly this time, Diciwen felt no disappointment whatsoever. On the contrary, his heart was brimming with delight. For him, today's gains were already more than sufficient. Not only had he successfully entered the bewildering illusion realm to investigate the situation, he had also found the source of the second advancement material. That meant his path of advancement had taken another great step forward. Next, all he needed to do was calmly digest the potion he had brewed before and slowly accumulate strength. Once he had fully met every condition required for the ritual, he could return to the depths of the illusion, defeat the Mistheart bear, obtain the material he needed, and advance smoothly to sequence 3. And throughout this entire attempt, he had never once used the arcane trickster's power, relying only on his thestral form and keeping his trump card in reserve. The next time he came, he would naturally be far more certain of success. Having thought it all through, Diciwen's mood brightened at once. The thestral let out a light, cheerful cry in midair, and even the rhythm of its wing beats became noticeably livelier. He swept past that ancient stone bridge and soon returned to the stable region of the Little Worlds, hovering beside one of them, its surface reflecting fantastical scenes. He thought to himself that after being busy for so long, this was the perfect chance to sit back, watch a film in peace for a while and properly relax. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the annual Halloween had arrived. Every corner of Hogwarts Castle overflowed with the spirit of the festival. The corridors and Great Hall were draped in all manner of decorations. Plump golden pumpkins had been carved into all sorts of ridiculous ghostly faces and hung from the ceiling and in the corners of the walls, casting a warm yellow glow. There were withered vines as well, and silver cobwebs, adorning the entire castle in a way that was at once eerie and bustling. For the first-year little witches and wizards, this was their very first Halloween at Hogwarts. Seeing the old castle blended so perfectly with the holiday decorations, every one of them had bright, shining eyes as they looked around with unabashed wonder, chattering excitedly about the sights before them, thrilled beyond measure. The older students, by contrast, were long accustomed to it, yet even they were caught up in the lively atmosphere, easy smiles on their faces as they looked forward to the coming Halloween feast. As Diciwen looked at the festive decorations throughout the castle, his heart was filled with helpless resignation. The feast that evening would once again be anything but peaceful. He knew perfectly well that tonight's Halloween feast was destined to descend into utter chaos. After all, with Quirrell around, the troll hidden in the dungeons would be released by him sooner or later. Sure enough, not long after the Halloween feast began, the students in the Great Hall were gathered around the tables, happily sampling every kind of delicious food as laughter and cheerful voices rose without end. Then, all at once, the doors of the Great Hall were violently shoved open from outside with a tremendous bang, cutting straight through the merriment. Everyone turned to look. Professor Quirrell came rushing in a frantic panic. He was usually wrapped in his turban, pale-faced at the best of times, but now his face was stricken with sheer terror, his brow drenched in cold sweat, his whole body trembling faintly, looking as though his wits had fled him entirely. He staggered forward a few steps and cried out to everyone in the great hall in a shaking voice, "There's a troll in the dungeons!